One fine day, a young man suddenly woke up in his old university dorm room. But the crazy thing was, Lin Zile had graduated from university 10 years ago. Lin Zile opened his phone. The wallpaper was a picture of his ex-girlfriend. Then, he opened the camera. His face was also clean, with no scars. That's right, Lin Zile had been reborn on the very day the apocalypse began. Before his rebirth, Lin Zile had just become the 10th god of war of Longguo. Two of the other gods of war threw a celebratory party for him, but while they were talking, a zombie king suddenly burst in. At that moment, Lin Zile engaged in a fierce battle with that zombie. But at the most critical moment of the fight, the two assholes behind him stabbed him right in the back. They colluded with the zombie king to finish him off. But what Lin Zile never expected was that the mastermind behind this betrayal was his own girlfriend. Her name was Yao Jinghem. She was the campus belle, and for some reason, out of a sea of other exceptional men, she chose Lin Zile as her boyfriend. At the time, he was thrilled to have landed the campus belle, completely unaware that before the apocalypse, she had been ordered by young Master Li to get close to him. The Li family was one of the three great families in Longguo, a force to be reckoned with, and young Master Li wanted to use Lin Zile to help his family expand their territory, only to eliminate him afterward. He paid a heavy price, his face being ruined, but he managed to escape. For the next 10 years, Lin Zile was constantly hunted by the Li family. In the end, he still died at the hands of Yao Jinghem, young Master Li's right-hand woman. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on him, and Lin Zile was given a chance to start over. Now, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and Yao Jinghem was still his girlfriend. He could take her out first. Just as he thought this, Lin Zile received a message from Yao Jinghem. She said she had a tutoring session and couldn't celebrate his birthday with him today. 10 years ago, Lin Zile had naively believed her. Reading the message again now, his blood boiled. Her tutoring session was actually a private lesson in bed with the Li family's young master, Li Haobo. Lin Zile suppressed his anger and texted Yao Jinghan back, asking her to meet him tonight at the abandoned warehouse behind the practice field, promising he had a surprise for her. In his past life, right up until the day he died, Lin Zile never understood why Li Haobo hated him so much. It was because of him and Yao Jinghan that he had missed the best window to level up. This life, Lin Zile was determined not to let that tragedy repeat itself, and he would make those bastards pay the price. That evening, Lin Zile arrived at the abandoned warehouse right on time. The sky had already turned a murky, blood-red color. This was the omen that the apocalypse was descending upon the real world. At exactly 7 p.m. tonight, it would invade the real world, turning the Earth into a planet submerged in death. Lin Zile glanced at a few people in the schoolyard. He remembered that they were among those who would survive the coming apocalypse, but that didn't really matter. The important one was that Yao woman. With that thought, Lin Zile quickened his pace toward the warehouse. Yao Jinghan was already waiting there. As soon as she saw him, she put on a sulky face and pouted. "What took you so long? If you have a surprise, then hurry up and tell me. I have to rush to a makeup class." Those two words, makeup class, were incredibly grating to Lin Zile's ears. In his past life, they had even made a special video and sent it to him as a birthday gift. How despicable. Lin Zile had a knife ready in his sleeve, yet his face still wore a sincere and naive-looking smile, a true master of the acting craft. "Don't be hasty, I'll tell you right now." Seeing that Lin Zile still hadn't said anything, Yao Jinghan started to get anxious. She was in a hurry to get to her makeup class. After all, what do you mean by not talking? If you're not going to say it, I'm leaving. Seeing how impatient she was, only made Lin Zile even more furious. He stepped forward without a word and grabbed her throat, squeezing hard. The phone in Yao Jinghan's hand dropped to the ground, her expression quickly shifting to one of panic. "Are you crazy? Let go of me." Yao Jinghan's voice came out in gasps, and she looked utterly pitiful, but it was no longer enough to stir any compassion in Lin Zile. May 16th. Room 478, Shanghai Supermodern Hotel. You spent 53,239 yuan. Lin Zile's face was dark as he enunciated every single word. Before Yao Jinghan could even process what he was saying, Lin Zile continued, reeling off a series of dates. He listed hotel names and various sums of money. After a moment, Yao Jinghan felt that the names of these hotels sounded vaguely familiar. And then, a moment later, she realized they were the records of her and young Master Li Haobo's hotel stays. Yao Jinghan's entire body trembled. She said she could explain, but Lin Zile didn't give her the chance, because Yao Jinghan's phone screen hadn't turned off, and it was still displaying her unfinished conversation with Li Haobo, and the content of that conversation exposed all of Yao Jinghan's lies. Even though he'd already experienced this in his past life, seeing the evidence with his own eyes still made Lin Zile let out a self-deprecating laugh. He temporarily let go of Yao Jinghan, his fingers quickly scrolling to a video clip that was 1 minute and 36 seconds long. This was the birthday gift they had used to, that had completely destroyed his mind in his previous life. Lin Zile still remembered the contents of that clip vividly. He could recite every word Yao Jinghan said in it. Lin Zile, my foolish, weak little boyfriend, happy birthday. You should really use your brain and think about it. How could I, the campus belle of Shanghai University, possibly fall for a penniless fool like you, who has nothing but a pretty face? Lin Zile recited every word perfectly, and with each word he spoke, Yao Jinghan's face grew paler. But Lin Zile had no intention of stopping. His voice was steady and might have seemed harmless, but it made Yao Jinghan's heart pound with suffocating fear. This was clearly the video she and Li Haobo had filmed while messing around. Why hadn't she sent it out yet? How could Lin Zile possibly know what she was going to say? Well, if it weren't for you, I would have never caught the great young Master Li's eye, and I wouldn't be able to enjoy a life of luxury. So, in the end, I really have you to thank for that. Lin Zile even perfectly mimicked Yao Jinghan's mocking tone from the clip. This drove her into complete despair. She was so terrified that she collapsed onto her chair, no longer putting up any resistance. Lin Zile understood how she was feeling right now, but he had no intention of explaining anything. Once Yao Jinghan was in hell, she'd have all the time in the world to think. With that thought, Lin Zile grabbed both of Yao Jinghan's hands. He swung the dagger in his hand, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Zile's strike was vicious. Yao Jinghan immediately crumpled to the ground, blood pouring endlessly from her carotid artery. She clearly had no chance of survival. Despite just becoming a murderer, Lin Zile felt no fear. On the contrary, he was incredibly thrilled. 10 years had passed, and finally, Lin Zile had gotten his revenge on this damn bitch. He was so overwhelmed that he was laughing and crying at the same time. But this revenge wasn't enough. After all, Yao Jinghan was just a pawn in Li Haobo's hands. He had to find out why that young master hated him so much, and he also had to make him experience a fate worse than death. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the space. Congratulations, host, for your successful rebirth. Activating the Apocalypse Guide system. Lin Zile whipped his head around in shock. The sound was coming from his phone. It was now 5 minutes past 6 in the evening. That meant there were still 55 minutes until the apocalypse officially began. So why had this system already appeared? Furthermore, this was the first time Lin Zile had ever heard of this guide system. As if understanding Lin Zile's confusion, the voice spoke again. This is a system that can decrypt the data of the apocalypse. It provides the host with numerous experiences. The space around where Lin Zile was standing began to digitize. The system completed the binding process, and then he was able to obtain a superclass directive called Absolute Drop Rate. It allowed Lin Zile's item drop rate to increase from 1% to 100% while killing zombies. This meant that every time he killed a zombie, it would definitely drop an item. At this rate, he would become unbelievably rich. Is this directive really reliable? Lin Zile asked skeptically. The system declared with absolute certainty, my words are more real than 24-karat gold. Then, the virtual window in front of him transformed, turning into a personal information panel. Lin Zile's current level was 0, and the only directive he had was the absolute drop rate he had just received. Every time he gained 10 levels, he could activate a new directive attribute. This was no different from hacking a game. It seemed a bit too miraculous. The sudden acquisition of this amazing system made Lin Zile extremely happy. With it in his hands, he could completely topple the power of the Li family. However, the Li family was one of the 3 great families of Long Country. Their power was deep and unfathomable, so it was better to act with a bit more caution. Thinking back, the reason Li Haobo had targeted him in his past life was still unclear. Lin Zile had a vague guess that it was related to his father, who had died young. Originally, Lin Zile's plan was to kill Li Haobo first, then go into hiding and level up on his own. But with this guide system, it seemed he could actually infiltrate the Li family and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. At this thought, Lin Zile's mood became extremely cheerful. Just you wait, Li clan. He left the dilapidated warehouse. The sky was now even gloomier than before. Outside the warehouse, a few couples were passionately making out. They were completely unaware that the end of the world was just around the corner. Afterwards, Lin Zile found a hotel near the school. He rented a room by the hour and also bought 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. After all, Lin Zile didn't completely trust this system that had fallen from the sky. It was still better to be prepared for when the apocalypse descended. After returning to his room, Lin Zile made a call, specifically requesting technician number 3 to come service him. This was because, in his past life, this woman had turned into a regional zombie boss, and he had been beaten to a pulp by her. Now that he was reborn and had his past memories, Lin Zile wanted to strike first to claim the reward and level up quickly. It would also serve as a way to test whether this system was real or fake. Not long after, a knock echoed on the door. "Come in, it's unlocked." Just as Lin Zile finished speaking, a scantily clad female employee with a killer body. The moment she walked in, she wanted to get straight to business. But Lin Zile was in no mood for fooling around, especially not with someone who was about to turn into a zombie in 5 minutes. He told the girl to take a shower while he pulled a dagger from his backpack. Lin Zile slowly approached the bathroom. The girl was showering and heard the doorknob turning. She smirked mischievously. "I knew you'd want to play this little game. Hurry up, I'm getting tired of standing." She thought they were about to have a steamy, adults-only scene in the bathroom. But just then, Lin Zile's phone vibrated. It was a notification that it was now 7 p.m. The girl's body began to transform. Her once fair and beautiful skin turned pale and veiny. Purple-blue blood vessels bulged out and blood smeared all over her body. She trembled, her last shred of consciousness confused about what was happening. She clutched her face and began to scream, just as Lin Zile pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. The moment he entered, the last bit of the woman's humanity vanished, and she completely turned into a monster. It lunged toward Lin Zile, but he was incredibly calm. He calmly dodged and counterattacked. His experience from his past life was more than enough for Lin Zile to handle this zombie. Quickly, it was knocked down and defeated. Then, several glowing circles appeared at Lin Zile's feet, and the space around him became digitized, just like when the system first appeared. And this time, just like in his past life, all players like him received the same notification. "Welcome, players, to the apocalypse. The system has been activated and cannot be stopped. Players are invited to develop freely in this world. The zombies in this world have very sensitive hearing, but their vision is somewhat dull. They can only see moving objects." After the apocalypse began, only 20% of the world's population was lucky enough to survive. All the rest have turned into zombies. And most importantly, this is a one-life game. Once you die, there is absolutely no chance of revival. Then came a long-winded introduction to the game's rules. First, killing zombies can increase a player's level, helping the player obtain new attributes. The game experience is closely tied to your level. Second, killing zombies has a chance to drop equipment, props, and supplies, but the drop rate is very low, based entirely on luck. These were the basic rules for low levels. As for high levels, the game system didn't explain, because it believed that humanity would basically never crawl their way. To that stage, Lin Zile was annoyed by the game's condescending attitude towards players. "I'll definitely climb to the very top and show you." Additionally, many hidden quests with valuable rewards are concealed throughout the world. Players need to search carefully for a chance to discover them. As for humanity's modern weapons and technology, they have all lost their offensive capabilities and cannot be used against the undead. In the early stages of the apocalypse, all of humanity's communication devices are also disrupted and temporarily unusable. Mobile phones can only be used to play games or read novels. If a player is bitten by a zombie, the zombification process will begin, and not long after, they will turn into one of them. And when night falls, the basic attributes of zombies will be enhanced, so you must hide well. Furthermore, they also have the ability to evolve and become stronger, so you must be extremely cautious. There were many other reminders, but the prerequisite was that players had to survive. The 7-day newbie protection period first. After these 7 days, a truly brutal battlefield will open up. But during the newbie stage, zombies are very weak, so you can use this time to slaughter them freely. The tutorial ended. Next was character naming. Lin Zile decided to choose a really ugly in-game name, Yai Sei. He would use this name in the future to take revenge on all those who had wronged him. Just now, Lin Zile had successfully killed the area's zombie boss, gaining enough experience to level up directly to level 2. He was also the first person in the world to kill a zombie, so he achieved the unique, special-grade global achievement, First Blood. This feat was immediately announced to the entire server. Lin Zile was a little excited. He had finally gotten the server-wide announcement achievement, something he couldn't achieve in his past life even after becoming a war god. Immediately, the news that player Yai Sei had successfully killed the first zombie was announced to all other players. At that moment, some of them were still panicking, not understanding what was happening, while others hadn't even finished reading the game's announcement. Yet he had already acted so quickly. Lin Zile wasn't afraid of the attention. Right now, he was busy studying his attribute panel. Currently, Lin Zile had 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 coins, and a storage space of 1 cubic meter. His basic attributes were Strength 11, Spirit 15, Constitution 10, and Agility 13. Most importantly, Lin Zile also possessed an epic-grade talent called Omnipotent Divine Power. It gives him. This allowed him to understand many combat methods and masterfully use various basic abilities. Lin Zile was quite satisfied. His spirit and agility stats were so high, and he also had an epic-level talent. 9 out of 10. This was thanks to the various abilities he had learned during the 10 years of the apocalypse in his past life. The rewarded gold coins and reputation points were also very useful, as some equipment and props required a certain reputation level to be used. The shop even offered a personal discount. But all of this couldn't compare to the First Blood title that Lin Zile had just obtained. Thanks to it, all his stats were increased by 1 point. Furthermore, every day after midnight, his first attack would receive a 100% damage boost. Getting 4 free stat points was one thing, but this damage effect could prove to be miraculously effective. After reviewing all his personal information, Lin Zile once again made his way back to the zombie's corpse, because he suddenly remembered the system's 100% item drop rate guide that he had received back in the warehouse. And sure enough, a meditation necklace had dropped next to the boss's corpse. This was bronze-grade equipment. After equipping it, his spirit increased by 1 point, and his spirit power recovery speed increased by 10%. Lin Zile's eyes immediately lit up. Oh my god, the system wasn't lying to him. It dropped bronze-grade equipment on the very first kill. Host, please use the guide system reasonably, and do not forget the system's existence. Seeing Lin Zile constantly doubting it, the system's pride was a little hurt, so it spoke up with a reminder. All right, I got it. I got it. Lin Zile nodded vigorously, not expecting such a windfall to just fall into his lap. It seemed he really had to make good use of this system. His current mission was to take full advantage of the 8 hours of daylight to hunt zombies, because at night, their stats would increase drastically. Lin Zile picked up the meditation necklace and decided to start clearing out the other rooms in the hotel. Before he could even leave the room, Lin Zile heard a noise coming from the hallway. He cautiously held his dagger and moved to open the door, only to run right into another zombie. After zombification, zombies retained some of the attributes they had when they were alive. It seemed the zombie in front of him had worked a physically demanding job when it was human. Just look at those bulging muscles. Although its stats were a few points higher than a normal zombie's, it wasn't enough to trouble Lin Zile. The zombie lunged forward to attack him first. Facing its fierce assault, Lin Zile chose to dodge, then found an opening in his opponent's defense to counterattack. The zombie was pinned to the wall, his blade plunged straight into its throat. Even so, it still tried to fight back, but Lin Zile applied more force with his hand, driving the blade deeper into its throat. He finally finished it off, receiving 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. A card representing a well-done steak dropped from the muscular zombie. These cards represented real supplies. Upon activation, the user would receive the corresponding item printed on the card. This wasn't a rare supply, but in the early stages of the game, it was considered pretty decent. Lin Zile stored the card in his inventory. He then started to search the zombie's backpack. Inside was a photo of the man with his daughter. He was a pitiful soul, too. There were also quite a few repair tools. Lin Zile picked up a hammer and charged straight into the next room to continue his zombie-slaying journey. But when he entered the adjacent room, the scene inside made him freeze. Lin Zile saw 2 zombies, a male and a female, going at it on the bed, and was so shocked that he rushed back out and slammed the door shut. This hotel really is shady. The guests had turned into zombies and still hadn't forgotten to do that sort of thing. But with the way they looked now, the scene wasn't stimulating at all. On the contrary, it was rather nauseating. Lin Zile didn't want to scar his eyes by watching, but he also didn't want to waste the precious 8 hours of daylight. So, he peeked his head in once more. The male zombie, seeing him ruining its fun, charged at him in a frenzy. Its speed was surprisingly fast, but its total stat points were 2 points lower than the repairman zombie from before. Lin Zile stepped back to gain momentum, then smashed the hammer right into its forehead. While the zombie was still staggering, he followed up with another strike from the dagger in his other hand, successfully finishing off his opponent. Lin Zile twirled the dagger in his hand, knowing without even looking that the other zombie was about to launch a sneak attack. The blade plunged precisely into its throat. After quickly dispatching both of them, Lin Zile received another 2 experience points and 2 gold coins. And just like the previous 2, these 2 also dropped items. That guide system was truly miraculous. In his past life, Lin Zile would have had to kill 100 zombies just for a chance at a single bottle of mineral water dropping. Now, he got a new item every time he killed one. This was truly a rare blessing. Lin Zile opened the item box, and he received Scout's Eyes. This is a bronze-grade, single-use item that can detect any movement within a 10-meter radius. It warns the user as soon as someone approaches, and a single use lasts for 10 hours. Lin Zile grinned. He was clearly very pleased with this item. But before he could even put it in his bag, he heard cursing. It was accompanied by the sound of frantic footsteps coming from the stairs. Who is that? Who's making such a racket? Be more careful when you're fooling around. It turned out to be the hotel owner. It seemed this guy was also lucky enough not to have turned into a zombie. As soon as he saw Lin Zile, his cursing became even more frantic. So it was you rotten brat. You have no money, yet you're making such a huge commotion. If you don't kneel and call me grandpa today, don't even think about leaving this place. It wasn't clear if the hotel owner was drunk or not, but cursing wasn't enough for him. He lunged forward, trying to punch Lin Zile. Having grown used to fighting zombies, how could he possibly be hurt by a clumsy, slow, ordinary person like this? But just to be safe, he still had a dagger ready behind his back. You damn mongrel, you dare to dodge? Just you watch how I'm gonna deal with you. The hotel owner cursed as he turned his head. The moment he turned back, he was met with Lin Zile's gaze, which was like something from the depths of hell. He really didn't want to mess with the living. If it wasn't for the trouble, he would have just let a zombie bite the man. Then, he would have waited an hour for him to turn before taking his life. But unfortunately, in that 1 hour, he could kill a lot of zombies. He didn't have time to waste on him here. And to make sure the man wouldn't get in his way again, the dagger in Lin Zile's hand struck down again. Survival in this apocalypse is a matter of you die, I live. He wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. After dealing with that noisy nuisance, Lin Zile went from room to room, knocking on doors. And in a room at the corner, he discovered another zombie. Lin Zile immediately kicked the door in. Inside was a large man who had already turned, and his speed was not slow at all. Lin Zile really liked these kinds of fast, formidable opponents, as they helped him regain the fighting senses that had faded somewhat since his past life. The two of them fought for a few intense rounds. The outcome was rather predictable. Once again, Lin Zile successfully took down his opponent. The zombie dropped a bottle of fine liquor. Afterward, he started rummaging through the room to see if there was anything else useful. The owner of this room was also a wealthy person, so the bedroom was quite comfortable. It was also getting dark. Lin Zile decided to rest here to avoid the zombies. He still needed 6 experience points, which was equivalent to 6 more zombie kills, to reach level 3. Glancing at his watch, he saw there were only 20 minutes until 8 o'clock. At that time, the zombies' strength would truly skyrocket. And so, Lin Zile, who had just sat down on the bed, hastily got up and ran down to the first floor. He had to kill 6 more zombies to level up before nightfall. But the first floor was already completely empty. Lin Zile walked around searching, and his eyes fell upon a notice placed on the reception desk. As long as you are willing, technician number 3 is always ready to serve you. If there was a technician number 3, then there must have been a number 1 and a number 2. The woman who specialized in healthy massages for male clients had already been dealt with by Lin Zile. He hadn't seen the other 2 yet. According to the game's settings, zombies have very sensitive hearing. To lure them out, you need to make some noise. Thinking this, Lin Zile took the hammer in his hand and slammed it on the desk a few times. Sure enough, a few sounds then came from the room behind the cashier's counter. Lin Zile cautiously stepped inside, but the room was also empty. He listened quietly and realized the sound was coming from underground. Turns out there was a basement here. Lin Zile clicked his tongue, then opened the basement door. The door opened to a vertical shaft, where 2 zombies were clumsily trying to climb up. But their eyesight was poor. They'd climb a few steps only to tumble back down to the ground. Lin Zile couldn't bear to watch them struggle to climb so hopelessly anymore, so he decisively jumped down and took them both out in one go. He had killed 2 more zombies. He still needed 4 more to meet his quota, but the dagger in his hand was now too worn out to be used. Lin Zile really hoped that one of the 2 items that had just dropped would be a weapon that suited him. It was just a casual wish. But Lin Zile didn't think his words would actually come true. The item that had just dropped was a Tang Dao, a bronze-grade standard-issue blade of the Dragon Country's army, about 70 centimeters long. It's very durable and has a strong armor-piercing effect. After equipping it, it increases 1 attribute point and also ignores 10% of the enemy's defense. After a battle ends, any damage to the blade will also slowly be restored. Although standard weapons like the Tang Dao could be bought with gold coins later on, for Lin Zile to obtain it in the early stages of the game was like giving a tiger wings. He glanced at his watch. There were only 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock. It seemed he needed to finish this quickly. Lin Zile climbed back up from the basement to the first floor, and then went outside. Right outside on the street. Finding zombies out here wasn't hard. He stood in front of the hotel, snapped his fingers, and immediately attracted a whole group. It's just that the AI of the zombies on the first day was laughably low. Lin Zile didn't even have to do anything. They tripped over each other and fell in a heap. In his past life, when Lin Zile groggily woke up in his bedroom, it was already the 2nd day of the apocalypse. The zombies had all leveled up to level 2 by then. Because of that scheming woman, Yao Jinghan, He had missed the most crucial time to level up, but things were different now. With the Tang saber in hand, one-shotting this weak bunch was no problem at all. At this stage, the quality of this saber was absolutely superb. He had officially met his KPI of killing 6 zombies before nightfall, and he reached level 3. Lin Zile was originally planning to call it a day, but just then, another zombie slowly approached. He thought this dude might be a little smarter than the others, but it unexpectedly ran right into his blade and died instantly. Even though it was pretty stupid, the item that dropped from its corpse wasn't bad at all, because it was a skill book. For now, Lin Zile stored the skill book in his inventory. Just then, the clock struck 8 o'clock sharp. Lin Zile's intuition quickly sensed danger, and he took a step back. Sure enough, right where Lin Zile had been standing just a second ago, a zombie 1.5 times his size suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was only a level 1 zombie, yet all 4 of its stats were sky high. This was clearly because they received a massive growth buff at night. The thing in front of Lin Zile now was not going to be easy to deal with. Its strength would peak within 1 minute, and he had to finish it off quickly if he didn't want it to attract more of them. However, dealing with this rampaging monster wasn't as easy as Lin Zile had imagined. The ones from before couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Tang saber. But this zombie, even after being slashed directly in the neck, showed no signs of dying. In fact, its skin was so thick and its flesh so tough that Lin Zile's blade got stuck. He tried to pull the saber out with all his strength, but it was nearly impossible. Facing the zombie with its cloudy, bloodshot eyes, Lin Zile had to temporarily retreat. He took a hammer from his inventory, wound up, and threw it hard at his opponent. The head of the hammer smashed forcefully into the zombie's forehead. Taking this chance, Lin Zile pulled his saber free. He thought 2 consecutive attacks like that would be enough to put his opponent in a world of hurt, but it seemed to only make the zombie even more furious. It lunged forward to grab Lin Zile, forcing him to take several steps back. However, this didn't mean that Lin Zile was at a disadvantage. He gripped the hammer firmly in one hand, while using the Tang saber in his other hand to slash forcefully at the opponent's neck once more. This slash was extremely powerful, and the wound it created was deep. With 3 intense, continuous attacks like that, a level 1 zombie like this one finally couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Zile let out a sigh of relief. This monster's stats had already reached their peak. If he hadn't handled it calmly, using his experience from his past life, he clearly wouldn't have been able to win. Lin Zile picked up the remaining item boxes that had dropped on the ground, then started to clean up the scene. It was now past 8 o'clock. The stats of the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%. The commotion from his fight with that last zombie was very loud. If he didn't clean up quickly, he was afraid it would attract many other zombies. And so, Lin Zile dragged the zombie corpses over to block all the hotel entrances. After that, he returned to the luxury room on the 2nd floor and used that Scout Eye item. From now on, if a person or a zombie got close to Lin Zile, the Scout Eye shield would immediately turn red to alert him mentally. At that point, no matter what state Lin Zile was in, even if he were fast asleep, he would wake up instantly. After activating the Scout Eye, he finally felt at ease enough to go take a shower. He had been busy all day and was starting to reek. After cleaning himself up, Lin Zile was finally in the mood to check out the 5 item boxes that had dropped but he hadn't opened yet. Inside were a Nightfall ring and a 1-liter bottle of Sanquan mineral water, plus 2 more Scout Eyes and a deboned Peking duck. There was plenty of food and drink. He already had a weapon, and on top of that, he had looted a total of 4 Scout Eyes. Lin Zile couldn't contain his excitement. The valuable items from his past life were now coming to him so easily. This truly was the greatest blessing heaven had bestowed upon him. Besides the 2 additional Scout Eyes he had just opened, the Nightfall ring was also a great item. It was also a bronze tier item, with the effect of concealing 30% of his presence when night fell. It also increased his agility stat by 1 point. Lin Zile didn't hesitate and immediately put it on. Then, he remembered something else, that skill book from earlier that he still hadn't opened. Normally, the drop rate for skill books was infinitely low. He only remembered from his past life that for a normal player from level 10 to level 80, there were only a total of 3 chances to get a random skill, and it wasn't even guaranteed that those skills would be suitable for them. In Lin Zile's previous life, there was someone who was revered as a skill master, the magic god, because he possessed a total of 25 skills, more than any other player in the world. As for him, he had a total of 10 skills, which already surpassed 99% of players globally. Now, only at level 3, Lin Zile had already found his skill book. Before opening it, he was truly nervous. Lin Zile bowed in all 4 directions to every god, and sank he knew, just so he could get a good skill that suited him. Only then could this life of his have a smooth start. When the skill appeared before him, Lin Zile's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. He had obtained the skill, returning Whirlwind Slash. This was a warrior-type skill. When he threw the weapon in his hand, it would deal 120% damage. After the weapon hit an enemy or reached its maximum range, it would automatically return to his hand. The throwing and returning distances were the same. During the weapon's return flight, if it hit an enemy along the way, it would deal 80% damage. Its only weakness was that if it encountered an obstacle, it would not be able to return to its owner's hand. Lin Zile was incredibly excited because this was a rare warrior skill. It was both a ranged damage skill and integrated automatic retrieval and increased damage. The cooldown for this type of skill was quite long at the moment, but once Lin Zile's spirit power was higher, he could shorten that time. After learning the skill, Lin Zile was so eager that he wanted to test it immediately by throwing his Tang Saber. But before he could even make a move, his stomach rumbled loudly. It made sense. He had been busy all day and hadn't eaten a thing. He opened his inventory, took out a pile of food from the supply card he had acquired today, and then began to eat greedily, as if he had just time-traveled from a famine. The aroma and flavor of those dishes could rival those from a five-star restaurant chef, no joke. Lin Zile quickly demolished the spread of food. After his stomach was full, he returned to his pensive state, worrying about the affairs of his life. He was thinking about his path to revenge. If he wanted that journey to be successful, Lin Zile couldn't just follow the route the game had set for him like in his previous life. Otherwise, he would just be repeating his past failures. Thinking of this, Lin Zile took out a pen and paper and began to write and calculate the path he was preparing to take. Players had to reach level 10 to unlock the class system and choose a path that suited them. In reality, the two best classes were still Warrior and Mage. If he chose Warrior, every time he leveled up, Lin Zile would get a fixed bonus of 1 point to both his Strength and Constitution attributes. He would also receive 2 free attribute points to allocate as he wished. If he chose to be a damage-absorbing tank, he would pour points into the Constitution attribute. If he chose to be a high-damage warrior, he would add points to the Strength attribute. And if he chose to be an assassin, he would buff the Agility attribute. As for the Mage class, each level up would grant a fixed 1 point to both the Agility and Spirit attributes. They also received 2 free attribute points to distribute freely. Most players would focus on the Spirit attribute. If they wanted to add points to Constitution or Strength, they could become a melee mage. But what Lin Zile was waiting for was not so ordinary. He had it in his past life. So in this life, he hoped to obtain it again. It was a hidden class, a high-tier class different from the common ones. The players who could unlock a hidden class system made up only 1% of the total global player base. Although every hidden class quest was extremely dangerous, the rewards received were also extraordinary. Lin Zile's hidden class in his previous life was Phantom, a legendary top-tier assassin in the apocalyptic game. When the agility attribute was maxed out, his single target damage was explosive. Before the second class advancement, each level up not only gave him 1 point in agility and 1 point in strength, but also 3 free attribute points. In his past life, if he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock this top-tier hidden class, Lin Zile would not have been able to escape the Li family's pursuit for 10 long years. Lin Zile continued to write down a series of other hidden classes, including Radiant Paladin, Necromancer, Asura, Titan, and Life Reaper. The players who possessed these classes in the future would all become gods of war. They might be useful to him later on. Then, Lin Zile began to study his own attributes. Currently, he had 5 free attribute points to distribute. His strength was now at 13 points, spirit at 17 points, constitution at 11 points, and agility at 15 points. After some consideration, Lin Zile decided to add 3 points to the strength attribute, 2 points to the agility attribute. Once this was done, Lin Zile began to rack his brains again, thinking about where he could meet those future gods of war and where the ancient grade items from his past life were specifically hidden. In the blink of an eye, morning had arrived. Lin Zile was still quite relaxed at the Li family's residence, but the young master, Li Haobo, had already gone mad. After hearing that Yu Jinghan was dead, Li Haobo couldn't remain calm anymore and started smashing everything in sight, furniture in the house to vent his anger. And of course, his rage wasn't because he missed Yao Jinghan. He was just furious that his entire plan had been ruined by her. That damn Yao Jinghan, where the hell did she die? Because of her, I didn't even get to finish preparing the resources, and I couldn't send them to that waste of space. Lin Zile. On top of that, the apocalypse game becoming a reality had thrown all of Li Haobo's plans into chaos. He continued to smash furniture to vent his rage, while Butler Zhao just stood to the side without stopping him, only offering a few half-hearted warnings. Young master, please try to keep your shouting down. Many of our bodyguards have died or been injured. If more zombies break in, I'm not sure they'll be able to protect you. Hey, uncle, what do you think? If I just make that Lin Zile guy drop dead from rage, wouldn't that send him straight to his disgusting old man? Li Haobo seemed completely unconcerned with Butler Zhao's warning. As he spoke of taking Lin Zile's life, his expression twisted with an unusual excitement. Butler Zhao was deeply conflicted. On one hand, he felt that the Li family head's terrible parenting was what turned Li Haobo into this monster. On the other hand, he felt there was some logic to training a family heir this way to avoid fatal sibling rivalries in the future. But now, the apocalypse had arrived. He couldn't help but think that with Li Haobo's current personality, he would suffer greatly. Uncle Zhao, I'm not satisfied, Li Haobo said suddenly. What's going on? Didn't my father say a few days ago that the hunter mercenary group wanted to find me? They must have reached Shanghai by now, right? Tell them to go find those two. Li Haobo was determined to find Yao Jinghan, even if it was just her corpse. And as for Lin Zile, he absolutely had to be found. Li Haobo wanted to destroy his life, to utterly shatter it. Butler Zhao was sick and tired of Li Haobo's attitude. However, the hunter mercenary group was a collection of assassins raised specifically for him since childhood. Of course, they would carry out his every command. At that moment, Lin Zile, who was minding his own business, suddenly sneezed. He had no idea who was cursing him, but it didn't really matter. After a night of rest in the hotel's VIP room, Lin Zile finished his preparations and leaped out the window in a flash. Hordes of zombies were now roaming the streets. Since the night had passed, their attributes had returned to normal. Lin Zile drew his saber and began a bloody banquet. He continuously cut down one zombie after another. Lin Zile was now level 3, so these low-level zombies were no match for him at all. Moreover, with the whirling slash skill, the power of his saber was even greater. The only problem now was that his mana was too low. In the early game, he needed to focus on strength and speed attributes, so he hadn't used his free attribute points on mana yet. This resulted in the whirling slash having a rather long cooldown time. After swinging his saber for a while, Lin Zile was growing tired. He had already met his zombie-slaying quota for the day, so he didn't plan to continue. Instead, he switched to unboxing the items that had dropped. And once again, Lin Zile's eyes lit up when he saw that he had obtained a new attribute item. It was a bronze-grade equipment enhancement scroll, used to enhance a piece of bronze-grade equipment. You couldn't just call this item useful. It was extremely useful, something he couldn't even have hoped for. After using it, the enhanced equipment would have its attributes boosted. The first enhancement was a guaranteed success. Subsequent enhancements were not guaranteed, as the success rate decreased with higher enhancement levels. Lin Zile successfully enhanced his Tang Saber for the first time, increasing its power by a tier and boosting its strength attribute by 2 points. Its ability to break an enemy's defense also increased to 15%, and consecutive attacks would receive an additional 10% power boost. It was easy to see that Lin Zile was very satisfied with this enhanced piece of equipment. He set it aside for now and glanced over the other items that had just dropped. Among them was a bronze-grade concealment mask. After putting it on, it could help the player hide their basic information, like their in-game level, for 30 minutes. It could be used twice a day. In his past life, Lin Zile had never used this item, so he was a bit curious. He tried it on and successfully activated its information-hiding ability. Then he lay down on the ground to rest for a bit. As long as he reached level 5 before nightfall, Lin Zile could go and directly challenge the place he wanted to, and he wouldn't need to look for dungeons anymore. Although dungeons were the most important way to gain experience, food, and items. To enter a dungeon, players just needed to find a teleportation circle located somewhere in the city. Going through the portal would take them to the dungeon waiting room. There, they would choose a dungeon suitable for them to challenge. There were also special solo dungeons. They were often equivalent to hidden dungeons. This meant their rewards were incredibly generous. Lin Zile possessed memories from his past life. Therefore, he didn't even bother glancing at the ordinary, common dungeons. He planned to go after he reached level 5, straight to the Li family's villa. After lying down for a while, he was well rested. Lin Zile put on a watch and continued on his journey. Along the way, he saw a house that was securely locked, so he used his Tang broadsword to smash the lock. Although the door was bolted shut from the outside, the inside was a complete mess. Furniture was overturned, and bloodstains were scattered all over the house. Lin Zile followed the trail of blood and opened the bedroom door. Just as the door creaked open, a blackened hand shot out from inside. It was fast, but not as fast as the blade of Lin Zile's sword. He took a step back, creating enough space to swing his sword for a strike, but the zombie inside was faster than he'd expected and immediately retracted its hand. Seeing his opponent was so cunning, Lin Zile pressed himself too. one side, on guard. Sure enough, when the creature inside noticed no further movement, it grew impatient. The zombie's two hands, with their razor-sharp claws, pierced through the wooden door. Then, it used all its strength to shatter the door and charge out. Lin Zile was already waiting by the door, ready to strike the moment it rushed out. His Tang broadsword sent that zombie on its way. Lin Zile went into the bedroom to take a look. He saw a neatly placed photo frame on a table. The ferocious zombie from before turned out to be the single father of two high school students. For a moment, Lin Ziyu's mood became conflicted, but he quickly regained his cold composure. Forget it. So many people have turned into zombies. How could he possibly feel sympathy for every single one of them? Lin Ziyu decided to use the house as a place to rest and eat. Having killed so many zombies, his food inventory was quite stocked. Lin Ziyue casually picked out 4 dishes and feasted, replenishing the energy he'd spent on a busy morning with the zombies. Afterwards, he lay on the sofa to let his food digest and started to check the map on his phone. Lin Ziyue's current location was Bin Sun Street. If he headed east, by the afternoon, he should be able to reach his destination. He was just a few experience points away from level 5, but by heading out this afternoon and killing zombies along the way, he'd probably get enough. Just as Lin Ziyue stood up to leave, he heard a faint sound coming from outside. He had been so focused on filling his stomach that he hadn't noticed these 3 little rats. The sound came from outside the main door. It was the son and daughter of the zombie he had just killed, along with a blonde guy lying in ambush. Outside, they had seen Lin Ziyu enter the house earlier and had also smelled the aroma of food wafting from their home, so they were certain he had supplies that could produce delicious food. The blonde guy then led the pair of siblings to wait, planning to stab Lin Ziyu the moment he left the house and steal his supplies to survive. But, isn't it wrong for us to rob someone? The daughter seemed hesitant. What's wrong with it? In this apocalypse, you have to do this to survive. The blonde guy shot her down with cold words, but the 3 of them had no idea that while they were plotting, Lin Ziyue had already climbed out of the house through a window. He then took a detour, silently approaching the 3 little rats from behind. Her brother, Chi Kai's, said, "That's right, little sister. We're justified. He broke into our house, so we can treat him like a thief." Chi Jiao didn't feel much better, but she thought he wasn't wrong. The more she thought, the more anxious she became. Plus, her stomach was so empty it felt stuck to her back. She thought about her father suddenly turning into a zombie. She had run out with her brother, taking nothing with them. She hadn't eaten anything since noon yesterday. There's no other way. Who told him to have food? Chi Jiao's resolve hardened. She mustered all her strength and reluctantly shouted, "Okay, let's rob him. We'll take everything he has." Before she could even process it, she froze as a sticky liquid sprayed past her face. Her eyes, wide and vacant, stared straight ahead. Lin Ziyue had made his move. With a determined and emotionless expression, he delivered a fatal blow, slicing his sword across the blonde guy's back. After being stabbed in the back, the man fell face-first to the ground, right where Chi Jiao was standing, scaring her so badly that she collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Ow!" Ziyue pulled his sword back, turning his back to them coldly and saying, "I wanted to save some mental energy, but I can't let you attract zombies here." With that, he threw the sword, sending it spinning like a boomerang. With an icy expression, Ziyue tilted his head to the side. His sword zipped around Qi Jiao, severing her 2 pigtails. Already terrified, she fell into an even deeper panic, the color draining completely from her face. Seeing the dire situation, her brother Chi Kai's turned and fled for his life, dark red bloodstains splattering his collar, scared. Out of his wits, after the blade completed its path and did what it needed to do, Ziyue calmly raised his hand to recall his treasure. Instantly, the sword landed neatly in his palm. His stance hadn't shifted by even a single millimeter. Chi Jiao lay at his feet, her upper body drenched in blood. Ziyue turned to look at them one last time before leaving, his eyes filled with judgment. He looked at Chi Kai's motionless, lifeless body with utter contempt. Someone who'd abandon his own sister is just a waste of supplies. The 2 siblings, just like my cousin Shi, failed to steal and ended up dead. Serves you right. You should all thank me for not torturing you. I even gave you a quick death, saving you from the hardships of the apocalypse. Finally, Zilua left. He glanced around, feigning boredom, and sighed. Humph. Here I am, doing a good deed again. The government really should give me a Good Citizen Award for this. Looking back at the house, the window panes were smeared with mottled bloodstains. On a wooden table inside sat a family picture frame. The image of 3 happy people was now shattered by a diagonal crack, no longer complete. Dust slowly settled over the street. Zombies roamed freely on the streets, moving with a strange gait as if being controlled by someone. Each one kept to its own corner. One was climbing a wall, a pant leg torn across its calf. A woman in a high-rise building looked down, and upon seeing the scene, she hurriedly called out, "Honey, come over here and look at this superhero." Her husband, though busy, still answered dazedly, "What superhero? I'm busy blocking the door to keep the zombies out." Her eyes never left the scene below as she pointed. There, quick, look." It turned out to be Ziluo taking out zombies. In just a moment, he had defeated 3 of them effortlessly. The woman exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, he's a master." Ziluo was wearing a mask, so his identity was a complete mystery. She wondered aloud, "Huh? That's weird. Why can't I see his information?" She glanced over at her husband and suggested, "Never mind that, let's hurry and call for help from the superhero. Let's ask him to save us." Her husband clutched his phone tightly, frowning in disapproval. "Don't even think about it. That will just reveal our location. If it draws the zombies here, we're finished." He then added, "Besides, this superhero has hidden his information. He obviously doesn't want to reveal his identity, so why would he agree to save anyone?" Her eyes lit up as if she'd had an epiphany. "Honey, you're so smart." In another apartment, a hot influencer was live streaming in his stunning red outfit. Seeing Ziluo, she didn't hesitate to open her window and call out, "Hey there, handsome." She made a direct request in a fawning voice, "Come and save me, handsome." He ignored her invitation, simply smiling as he continued with his work. This left the girl completely stunned. Ziluo knelt on one knee, selecting an item from a list of choices, which included options like steamed pork with vegetables, 999 cold medicine, Darlie toothpaste. That woman was clearly annoyed, expressing her anger as she pulled the window shut. "Are you blind? I have over 30,000 fans online, you know." She went back into her house, but her bitter words didn't stop. "I even have a rich big bro who drives over to pick me up every day. How dare an ugly masked guy like you ignore me? I'll make you pay." As she spoke, she had a flower pot in her hands. She was using all of her strength. She carried the flower pot to the window and, just as expected, dropped it right where Ziluo was standing. He was busy examining the card in his hand, but with his sixth sense, it wasn't difficult for Ziluo to sense that something was wrong. Startled, he calmly took one step forward, and the flower pot landed right next to his feet. He reflexively glanced back. Contrary to her annoyed attitude from before, after successfully getting his attention, the influencer enthusiastically called out, "I'm over here, handsome. Hurry up and come save me. There are a few zombies in my place. It's so scary." Even though Ziluo was wearing a mask, it wasn't hard to imagine his expressionless face. She smirked, thinking smugly to herself, "Humph, knew he'd fall for me. This shameless man, trying to play hard to get with me. He has no idea who he's dealing with." Ziluo said nothing, merely raising his hand. In his hand was a piece of raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. In this post-apocalyptic world, players called this item a divine zombie luring artifact. Once taken out, zombies within a 100-meter radius would relentlessly pursue the scent of the raw meat. The raw flesh was covered in slime. A second later, the piece of meat flew into the influencer's room. She stumbled to the side, her jaw agape, completely baffled by what was happening. She snapped at Ziluo, not realizing she had just poked the hornet's nest. "I don't want food. I want you to take me to a safe place. Can't you understand me?" she wondered. What is wrong with this guy? She didn't have to wait long for an answer. Hearing a noise from outside her door, she snapped her head around, her facial muscles tightening. A horde of zombies had somehow opened the door and were now crawling in. There were countless of them, like a starving pack ready to devour any prey in their path. The influencer's face turned pale as she stood frozen like a statue. Blood splattered everywhere as another life was extinguished. The red liquid pooled and spread. The phone she used for her live stream clattered to the floor, its screen cracking. In the live chat, chaos erupted, filled with criticism and conflicting opinions. How can she be in the mood to live stream at a time like this? You seem pretty comfortable up there, huh? And you're still here watching it. Sob. What level are you at? Where's the instance dungeon? I want to live. Damn it. Are all zombies this terrifying? Having dealt with the nuisance, Ziluo calmly stuck his hands in his pockets and walked away, thinking to himself that this was only the first lesson of the apocalypse. The apocalypse had begun, and human life was descending into chaos. Plummeting through the air, he reached out for the balcony below. Zile seemed to be the only normal person in this place. The first lesson of the day was to know your own limits and not carelessly ask strangers for help. That was a jab at that hot girl from the other day. He walked leisurely as if strolling through the city, while in the distance, a horde of hungry zombies charged toward him. He walked for a while, and by the time the sun set, he had arrived. Before Zile stood the Shanghai Sports Center. From the outside, it looked immense and sturdy. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes scanning the area. That's right, This is the place. Zile raised his hand to check his watch and calculate. There were still 2 hours until late at night. That's enough time. He simply walked closer until he reached the entrance. This Shanghai Sports Center probably holds a silver rank wild treasure chest. According to the Apocalypse game's settings, special situations would occur in a city's iconic buildings. For example, dungeons, hidden robot merchants, and wild treasure chests. The latter, wild treasure chests, were scattered in various places, and anyone could open them. For a boss treasure chest, you must kill the boss to get the chest to drop. Compared to wild treasure chests, they were more valuable but much harder to obtain. A silver treasure chest was guaranteed to drop one piece of silver rank equipment or an item. Upon entering, Zile used the system to scan the area, and it quickly produced a result. Ding! Verifying that the host is about to enter the Shanghai Sports Center. Ding! The environment of the Shanghai Sports Center meets the mission requirements. Ding! Announcing the mission, 1 against 100. He looked up at the system's instructions. An elite host must demonstrate their own strength. Please kill 100 zombies inside the Shanghai Sports Center, with no level restriction. The mission reward is a draw for 1 random common guide and 1 piece of bronze rank equipment. The mission time limit is 24 hours. Does the host wish to accept the mission? Zile pondered thoughtfully. 100 of them. Right now, most zombies have already evolved to level 2. He had to think this through carefully before making a decision. The sports center is so big. My original plan was to avoid the large zombie hordes, use stealth, open the treasure chest, and then bolt. And now there's this mission. Zile frowned and asked the system, if I don't accept the mission or if I fail, will there be any penalty? A ding sound provided the information. Please rest assured, host. The guide system exists solely to provide the host with a better gaming experience. To allow the host to enjoy the gameplay process, there will be no penalty for not accepting the mission or for mission failure. On the contrary, the host will be given 100 gold coins as a consolation prize. Hearing this, his face relaxed into an ecstatic grin. Oh my god, is it really that good? Without any further hesitation, Zile accepted the mission. He thought to himself that regardless of success or failure, there was no loss. He began to take his first exploratory steps inside the sports center. According to his memory, the silver treasure chest should be in the storage room on the 3rd floor. Zile followed his memory, his expression a bit grim. He entered through a side door, then walked along the 1st floor emergency corridor. He mentally drew a map with a specific route. He would probably reach the infirmary on the 3rd floor. It was almost 8 o'clock. Night was falling. There are beds in the infirmary. I can sleep there for a night and continue fighting the next day. I should be able to reach the 3rd floor storage room by noon tomorrow. At this thought, he crossed his arms, feeling smug. Opened the chest, jumped straight off the outer ledge of the building, and make a run for it. Standing before a locked door, Zile resolved the issue with a single slash of his sword. The lock and chain shattered completely. When he opened the door, a zombie was already waiting there. Hearing the noise, it charged out. This one had bulging muscles, a gaunt face, and blood-red eyes like a vampire. Its sharp teeth were just waiting for prey to be served up. A good start, Zile thought, as he leaped into the room. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands, thrusting it through the zombie's throat, clenching his teeth as he observed it. Zile pulled the sword back with a slight frown, while his other hand had already pulled a small axe from somewhere, striking its face repeatedly and giving it no chance to fight back. A blood-splattered basketball bounced out. The outcome was predictable. The guy died on the spot. Zile was at a loss for words. Humph, you didn't see that coming, did you? Even going out to play basketball can get you turned into a zombie. As he observed the scene, he squinted his eyes, noticing something strange. A small chest had appeared right next to the body. Zile casually kicked the zombie's body aside to easily retrieve the box, from which an image of a new weapon projected out. A super flashbang and an old key. A bit of information about this weapon. It was a single-use, bronze-rank item. It can release a dazzling white light. Anyone who sees this white light will fall into a blinded state. The duration of blindness is determined by the exposure, time, and the individual's sensitivity to light. He joyfully picked up his prize to inspect it. He held it carefully. Good stuff. For the Lee family manor tomorrow night, this is an absolutely perfect crowd control item. Zile reached for the backpack on the floor. An inscription on the key read, Sports Center Master Key. He left the area, casually putting the treasure in his backpack, silently pleased. At least I can skip that whole show. He avoided banging on the door to lessen the noise and not attract zombies. Zile moved to another room with a slightly ajar door and slipped inside. Zile skillfully assessed the situation inside through the small crack in the door, his face taut with tension. Inside, a group of students in sports uniforms had already turned into zombies. They all looked foul-tempered and practically identical. It turned out to be a table tennis room. The paddles were still left on the tables from a recent game. The horde of student zombies began moving towards the door. Meanwhile, Zile had managed to get inside without making a sound. He ducked under a table to hide and peered out at them. The zombies' footsteps drew near. Zile carefully counted them all. 1, 2, 3, a total of 17 of them. Knowing his enemy, his tense expression eased slightly. In terms of stats, this horde of zombies wasn't much different from him. An ordinary person would exhaust all their energy fighting just one, but with his skills, taking on 17 wasn't impossible. He scanned the room, looking for anything he could use. The main door of the table tennis hall was closed. If he made even a small sound, the zombies outside would likely swarm in. Zile's expression grew serious as he formulated a plan. I can take out 2 zombies first to get to level 5, then execute a kiting strategy on the remaining 15. With his plan set, he went into battle, drawing his sword and eyeing the nearest one. Without a word, he thought, "You're first." Zile leaped forward, decisively slicing his sword through the zombie's skull, his face a mask of determination. He was far too used to this. An unlucky victim fell, killed instantly. Naturally, the sound startled the rest of the horde. They paused for a beat. 2 or 3 zombies turned to look at their companion who had just been wiped from existence, their eyes blazing with fury. Gradually, more of them began to notice. Their faces darkened and their blood-red eyes all turned in one direction. Then, the horde of zombies charged toward him like moths to a flame, their faces contorted with absolute fury. On the other side, Zile had already steeled himself to face them. He held his sword before him, his blue eyes gleaming. The zombies closed in, now just a few steps away from Zile. He swung his blade in a powerful arc, splattering blood all around. Without a second's hesitation, Zile leaped up and launched himself forward. He spun away from the 2 he had just slashed at the legs to deal with the rest of the horde. Zile landed a short distance away. The nearest zombie changed its course and slowly shambled toward him. As usual, a single slice across the head was all it took to finish it off. Zile bit his lip lightly. The moment he lowered his sword, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player Zile. You have successfully killed 2 zombies, gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations. You have reached level 5 and obtained 1 free attribute point. Player Zile is now 100 experience points away from the next level." Zile opened the system panel to check, adding 1 point to his agility. With that done, he leaped over the corpse on the floor and onto one of the tables. He closed his eyes for a moment, sensing his surroundings. Zile now stood tall on the ping-pong table as the remaining zombies closed in around him. He'd already noticed one roaring menacingly behind him and leaned slightly to the side. His blade flashed, slicing neatly through the zombie's neck. It collapsed backward. Zile clenched his fist tightly. Seeing this, another zombie became frightened and looked like it was about to flee. At that moment, the door behind him creaked open, and an eye peeked inside before the door could be opened any further. After witnessing the scene in that nightmarish room, the man was terrified and quickly stepped back. Hiss, he scowled in annoyance. What rotten luck! A loud thudding sound erupted from inside, and the shapes of 2 or 3 bodies slamming against the door were visible from the outside. The man rubbed his chin with a sly grin, thinking to himself, "Judging by those shapes, it must be zombies getting beaten. The player inside definitely has supplies." A long time passed. He waited and waited until he was starving, his face growing gaunt. He waited so long mushrooms could have grown on his head, but there was still no movement. He whispered, "I just have to wait for him to die, then I can score big and get the supplies." Losing all patience, the man brushed away a pile of straw mushrooms, frowning helplessly. He mustered up all his courage and curiosity. He crept closer to the room for a better look, murmuring to himself, "If you're not going to make it, then I'll be merciful and help you on your way." Inside, Zile was still battling the zombies. The man outside bared his teeth in a sinister grin, his eyes flashing. "I need to figure out how to lure more zombies over here." Inside the room, a ceiling tile was dislodged, letting a sliver of outside light shine through. Just as he finished fighting the horde, another zombie stumbled in. He was so exhausted, his entire body was trembling, and he could barely stay on his feet. Zile gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his cheeks. Damn it, the zombies' shrieks were attracting the attention of more zombies outside. A loud bang from the entrance made Zile jump and whip his head around. Large cracks had appeared on the door from the powerful blow, spreading out into the surrounding wall. After that heavy impact, everything fell deathly silent again. By this point, Zile was also completely drained. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. There was no telling how long the door would hold. He had to finish off these last few zombies and escape. He gripped his sword tightly and turned 90 degrees toward the remaining zombies who were now grouped together. Not 1, but 3 of them charged him at the same time, in turn. They swarmed him, as if wanting to tear him into 100 pieces. Zile, of course, wasn't just going to stand there and take it. He leaped into the air, flipping backward. The three of them were dealt with in an instant, sent flying a good distance away. Zile landed, placing a hand on the ground to steady himself against the momentum. His eyes were filled with determination. He'd been fighting for a while, but there were still many zombies roaming the room. They staggered back and forth aimlessly. A few of them advanced toward him, roaring, drool dripping from their mouths. Zile used his sword to impale several of them at once. After the constant exertion, he plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He panted, trying to catch his breath. Just then, the system displayed a prompt behind him. Zile was startled for a moment, turning to look. It was a stamina potion, a one-time use, bronze tier item. After using it, he could instantly recover 20% of his stamina. It would also recover 5% of his stamina every minute for 5 minutes. After use, it had a 30-minute cooldown. He immediately grabbed it and chugged it down. Instantly, he felt a surge of abundant energy course through him. Zile stood at one end of a table and threw his sword to the other. The blade sliced right through a zombie's neck, killing it on the spot and causing it to drop another item chest. He cautiously approached, opening the chest to inspect it while remaining wary of the zombies nearby. Zile found a secure spot where he wouldn't be disturbed and happily opened the chest to see what was inside. The earlier look of fatigue on his face was completely gone. This time, he received a spike bracelet, a bronze-tier piece of equipment. The bracelet enhances magic, adding +1 to his spirit attribute. Its supplementary skill is Spike Assault, which can summon a number of spikes from the ground to deliver a heavy vertical blow. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Zile held the bracelet gingerly in his hand, suddenly so stunned he was at a loss for words. Holy cow, a piece of equipment with a supplementary skill. Is my luck really this good? He immediately slipped it onto his wrist, eager to test out the new weapon right away. The door finally gave way to the pressure from outside and collapsed. A few people who were pushing against it tumbled to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billowed out. Zile just stood back, quietly observing the situation. Through the dense smoke, he could see a group of uninvited guests. With one hand in his pocket and the other clenched in a celebratory fist, he let out a smirk. They've arrived at the perfect time. The ravenous zombies from outside poured in, followed by an entire horde. This group looked even more gruesome than the ones he just fought. There were both males and females, their faces horribly mangled. Zile took a running start and vaulted high into the air, flying right over the advancing horde. No matter how they reached for him, they couldn't touch him. The bracelet on his wrist flared with light, like an aura shining down on the zombies. Large cracks started to spread across the ground, causing the zombies to panic. Of course, the only one smiling here was Zile. He was thrilled to see his new toy in action. And this was just the beginning. From the cracks in the floor, massive thorns erupted. They grew in a dense, tangled mess, shooting straight up toward the sky and impaling everything wildly. Zile stood to the side, watching intently. He was so surprised by what he had just unleashed that a curse escaped his lips. Damn, it's that powerful. The damage from this skill is probably on par with what a level 20 mage could do. One remaining zombie that had been hiding in some corner suddenly leaped out. Zile just gave it a cold glance, his expression unchanged. It met the same fate as its brethren before it, getting slashed right across the neck. Suddenly, he realized a thorn was sprouting right where he was standing. He quickly leaped back to dodge it. The scene before him was one of absolute chaos. The thorns were tearing through the zombies. He just stood there, completely silent. Killing so many zombies, the system began to spam notifications. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing 2 zombies. You have obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing 3 zombies. You have obtained 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing 2 zombies. You have obtained 2 experience points, 3 gold coins, and countless other congratulatory messages. Zile's face lit up with excitement. Now full of motivation, he laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. He knelt before the pile of unopened chests on the floor, surrounded by the bodies of zombies. He tapped on the item attributes option. The first was a short-range catapult, a one-time use, bronze-tier prop. It could launch a loaded object to a designated location. The location cannot exceed a range of 30 meters. Next up was the Gale Shoes, a skill type, bronze-tier piece of equipment. The shoes can summon a gale, provide +1 to Constitution, +1 to Agility, and can reduce the sound of footsteps. Its supplementary skill is Swift Run. For 10 seconds, the user's movement speed increases by 20%, with a 1-hour cooldown time. Zile immediately pressed to equip the shoes, and the system responded. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully equipping the Gale Shoes. Basic attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 18, Constitution 12, Agility 18. Zile's eyes widened in amazement. Unless they successfully changed their class, a normal person couldn't have stats like this even at level 10. This is just too good. Seeing the situation turning in his favor, he felt his confidence soar. He clenched his fist in determination, setting a new goal for himself after his class change. That's already double a normal person of the same level. And he's still facing a massive army of zombies roaring like hungry tigers. Luo puts his plan into action, using zombie virus-soaked meat and a short-range launcher, his hands moving swiftly. He raises the device and fires several consecutive shots as the zombies keep charging forward. They see the piece of meat laid out before them, and they turn into savage beasts. The whole horde scrambles for that single piece of meat, growling inhumanly. Roar, roar. Luo stands silently, observing their squabble from a distance. He opens his system, selects the Gale Boots superpower, the swift movement skill, and activates it. His feet move with incredible speed. Inside, the room is chaotic. Once the zombies saw the meat, they paid no attention to anything else, scrambling over each other for it. Luo seizes the opportunity and darts out of the room. After finding a place that could be considered relatively safe, by the stairwell, he stops, panting for breath. The time is exactly 7 p.m. In another hour, it will be 8. After nightfall, the zombie's attributes will be greatly enhanced. He drags his heavy feet up the stairs, his mind racing with calculations. Dealing with zombies like this isn't beneficial. It's better to find a place to rest and wait until morning. Entering a room, he shuts the door tightly. Luo shows clear frustration after the long chain of events, rummaging through his pockets for something. He takes out the key he found earlier and tries to open the door. The two don't fit. Luo grows even more confused, realizing something is wrong. Why is the door locked? He uses his knowledge to deduce the situation. When the apocalypse began, it was 7 o'clock, and the sports complex hadn't closed yet. But the medical room is usually locked after closing time. That's when the staff would go home and lock up. This door must have been locked after the apocalypse started. Looking through the keyhole, he sees light shining through. He stubbornly inserts the key anyway and jiggles it. Finally, the lock to the medical room clicks open. Luo steps inside, thinking, I hope whoever's inside is cooperative. The room is half in pitch darkness, while the other half has just enough faint light to make out faces. He steps inside with a grimace, his footsteps slow and deliberate, trying not to make any loud noises. Suddenly, the door slams shut, right before he can react. Someone from behind holds a knife to Luo's throat and asks in a stern voice, Who are you? How do you have the key to the medical room? He doesn't answer right away. Waiting for the person to finish speaking, Luo lets a small smile form on his lips. You're very cautious. That's good. His hand quickly grabs and neutralizes the hand holding the knife. It's the guy who was peeking from outside earlier. Without hesitation, Luo grips the man's hand so tightly that the knife automatically falls out, his expression turning grim. But you've picked a fight with someone you can't handle. His leg coordinates smoothly, kicking the knife back up. With one hand, he twists the guy's arm behind his back, and with the other, he holds the knife, causing the man to scream in terror, almost bursting into tears. Ah! Luo clamps a hand over the man's mouth and nose. The guy resists, but it's insignificant, and he's quickly subdued. Luo searches his system's inventory. He takes out an apocalypse-grade item, a piece of polka-dotted fabric. His face shows clear disappointment. Luo stretches the fabric over the areas around the room to cover them. Seeing this, the nurse speaks up. If you turn on the light, it'll attract zombies. He orders. Can't you see I've already covered all the places where light can get through? Turn on the light. The guy, kneeling on the ground trembling, hesitates but still does, as Luo says. He flips on the room's light switch. There are now a total of 6 people in the room, including him. Everyone watches Luo, trembling in fear. The man in the red shirt grinds his teeth. He's furious but doesn't dare to say anything. It's him. So many zombies, and he didn't die? I was even waiting for him to die, so I could scavenge his stuff. Luo, as if reading his thoughts from his face, looks at him with utter contempt. I've seen that look in people's eyes many times before. Tell me, why did you have to pretend to be so crazy? He squats down in front of the man. He taunts him. Let me teach you something. In the apocalypse, never, ever look at someone with hatred in your eyes. This leaves the man completely confused about what's happening. A second later, Luo makes his move, treating this guy no differently than he would a zombie. He exudes an unpredictable aura. You'll die. The other people in the room, witnessing this, huddle together in a corner, their faces pale with fear. Only the brown-haired female doctor shows no reaction. He glances over and notices something sticking out of the man's sleeve. Another small knife. It seems this guy was well prepared. If he hadn't dealt with him just now, he'd likely be the one who got dealt with. Luo senses the heavy atmosphere and scratches his head. offering a sheepish smile to clear the air. Everyone, please don't get the wrong idea. I'm a good person. The group couldn't be more stunned, their minds flashing back to the sounds of screaming. If you're a good person, then we must be absolute saints. A strange atmosphere envelops them. He continues to offer reasons to justify his recent actions. You all saw it. He provoked me first. I was just forced to retaliate. I'm a very reasonable person. As long as we all get along lovingly, there won't be any problems. With a clack-clack on the floor, the female doctor approaches, looking a bit uneasy, with much she wants to say. Unexpectedly, the first thing she says is in his defense. He got what he deserved. We all saw it. Though she, too, looked completely stunned. But she still had to ask the others in the room. Don't you guys feel that way? Upon being mentioned, they were startled, awkwardly scratching their heads as they answered in unison. We feel that way too. Only then did Zile truly relax, smiling in relief. That's good. He walked past them, and the group fell silent, standing rigidly, as if holding their breath. He paid them no mind, lost in his own thoughts. Today's fight in the table tennis room was a bit sloppy. If I'm at peak condition tomorrow morning, I can definitely do better and complete the mission faster. Zile found a spot, sat down, and let out a long yawn as he ordered, You guys dispose of the body and hide the blood. Hearing this, the group was terrified, their faces turning pale and breaking out in a cold sweat, but they still had to do as he said. Yes, sir. They split into pairs to handle the body, carefully. Some covered the man with a cloth and carried him away, while others scrubbed the bloodstains clean. Zile looked at the woman's silhouette, and a thought popped into his head. This doctor. Why do I feel like I've met her somewhere before? He pulled up her information. Nickname, Zhang Yexue. Temporary title, none. Level, none. She pouted, reluctantly cleaning up the blood, and that's when it dawned on him. He was stunned. Zhang Yexue. So it's her. In my past life, I met her in the late stages of the apocalypse. By then, she already had the hidden class Divine Doctor. In a brief flashback, an injured Zile had sought out Yexue for help. I know your hidden class is Divine Doctor. Heal my wounds, and I'll do anything you want. Yexue at that time was wearing the exact same outfit as now, the only difference being her hair was tied up high. She glanced at him briefly before turning her head away coldly. This wound of yours is related to your soul. It's fundamentally unhealable. After that, I suffered several other serious injuries and also sought her out for treatment. Although the Divine Doctor class was respected in the late apocalypse and wasn't in danger, to put it bluntly, she was just a tool. She lacked sufficient strength and could be killed by others at any moment. Zile rested his chin on his hand, feeling nostalgic. Back then, she wasn't someone who had to suffer the ravages of the apocalypse, was she? She's so different from how she is now. Fate is truly wondrous. In this life, just 2 days after the apocalypse began, I've managed to meet an acquaintance. At this thought, he closed his eyes, his mind in a tangle. Moreover, now they have a doctor, a nurse, and a mechanic. The lights suddenly flickered on, and a loud noise came from beyond the door. Everyone in the room trembled and looked in the same direction. They already had their weapons ready as large cracks appeared on the door. They grew even more terrified, their faces drained of all color. Everyone stood motionless like statues. Only Zile sat calmly, cracking one eye open, to check his watch. It was 8:30 in the evening. He took out his items, laying out a spread of food with a diverse menu, full of nutrients from meat to vegetables, and it was all steaming hot. Zile casually put the food in his mouth, ignoring the confused stares directed at him. The nurse's stomach growled with hunger, and the young men drooled as they watched. Yexue was in the same predicament. She took a risk and asked, Where did you get this food? Is there any chance we could get some? Zile smirked internally but kept a straight face. She took the bait. He held out a bowl of rice with a condition. Want to eat? It's simple. Just do one thing for me. The nurse behind her was so scared, she was trembling uncontrollably. She moved closer to Yexue, who was more resolute, and asked Zile, What is it? Her mind raced with thoughts, worry clear in her eyes. Could he possibly want? He was suddenly standing right in front of her, holding out a piece of paper with a smile. This paper lists some medical supplies I need. You and that nurse find them. For me. Then pack it all up for me. Yexue stared at him, stunned, then clarified his words. You want us to help you find medical supplies? Zile pretended to look away innocently. What else? Yexue was bewildered. This person is so strange. But outwardly, she had to take the paper with a cheerful and eager smile. No problem at all. We'll find it for you right away. The nurse beside her also peeked at the list. Zile then went to the 2 technicians and instructed them. These are the items I need. I want you to work hard tonight and craft these things. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'm leaving. Before I go, I'll give you food based on how much you've made. They accepted the offer. Deal. Our tool bags are all here. Zile fanned out some precious material cards. You can use all of these. After delegating the tasks, he left, waving his hand as he instructed. Since that's settled, you all can pull an all-nighter. I'm going to sleep first. Remember to find me at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to get your food, he thought to himself. That place was too close to ground level. Zombies. Running back and forth would disturb my rest. Zile found a place to rest and activated a protective barrier around himself. It was always better to be cautious. He carefully reviewed the treasures he had collected, smiling with satisfaction. I'm not missing anything. Information appeared, 22 experience points remaining until level 6. 1 against 100. The elite host needs to demonstrate their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace. No level restrictions or requirements. Mission progress, 45 out of 100. Mission rewards, 1 random normal clue, 1 piece of bronze-grade equipment. Mission deadline, 24 hours. Zile's eyes were heavy with sleep, and he couldn't stop yawning. He had a total of 6 hours this morning, which was plenty of time. He lay down on the soft bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after getting enough rest, Zile returned to the infusion room to check on the situation. Inside, the 4 of them, having stayed up all night, were starving, and gaunt, they barely looked human anymore. Zile smiled and walked over. Not bad. You did a great job. Yishui and the nurse, Kuang Shen, looking worse than pandas, shook each other awake. He gave them the food he had promised. You guys don't need to fight. 1 card is enough to sustain you for a day. 1 for each of you, fair and square. The group accepted the items with glee. Thank you. The nurse held the card to her chest and hesitated. Thank you. Yushui's expression brightened considerably as she smiled. I really thought he was going to kill us and then take all this stuff. I had already planned my escape, but I can't believe he actually kept his promise. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth spread around her. Maybe he's not as cruel as I thought. Zile whistled as he carried a box of medicine. We only keep what we need. Yi Yishui asked, boss, how do we use this card? He was so shocked he dropped the medicine box in his hands, freezing. On the spot, he screamed internally, realizing this apocalypse game didn't even come with a beginner's tutorial. In my past life, it took me days just to learn how to open the storage space. I remember screaming and crying because I couldn't get it to work. Zile patiently explained everything, bit by bit. All right, watch this. He might as well do Zhang Yishui a favor while he was at it. Zile pointed to the smart screen and selected the food. Instantly, fried chicken and soda appeared on the table. Zile sat with his arms crossed, looking arrogant under the admiring gazes of everyone around him. Zhang Yishui beamed and exclaimed, Thank you, boss. Now, everyone held different food cards in their hands. A lavish feast was spread out before them. The group enjoyed the meal in pure bliss. On the side, Zile sipped his soda and thought to himself, I should still give Yishui a heads up. She helped me so much in my past life. If I don't build a good relationship with her in this one, I'll lose a valuable connection in the future. Without further hesitation, he stood up, cleared his throat, and warned them. Around 12 noon, leave this place immediately. A moment later, Zile snapped his fingers and pulled open the curtains, letting the warm sunlight stream into the room. By then, I should have cleared out all the zombies in the sports stadium. Zile turned toward the door, his face devoid of any emotion. Before grabbing the doorknob, Zile frowned and shot a final warning glance at Yishui. Remember, don't get the time wrong. Yishui looked terrified, her voice trembling as she stammered. There are zombies outside. It's dangerous. Zile smirked and replied casually, You just worry about yourself. He left immediately after, closing the door as carefully as he could. Lin Zile scanned the hallway. Once he had identified his target, he quickly charged forward to attack. Zile swung his sword, decisively stabbing the zombie right in the neck, killing it instantly and receiving a fishing rod as a reward. He used his other hand to support the corpse, constantly telling himself, Gently, gently. I absolutely cannot alert the zombies outside. Seizing the right moments, Zile took out the ferocious monsters one by one. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, emitting a nauseating, metallic stench. The hallway subsequently fell silent. Zile strode forward, his senses on high alert as he observed and listened. He kept his sword at the ready for self-defense. Zile shoved the door hard, creating a loud bang. But the scene inside made him jump in shock. Holy crap, do zombies just walk around without pants now? It turned out to be a restroom. The zombie was in the middle of relieving itself when the loud noise from behind startled it. The two of them stared at each other. Why let a perfectly good meal get away? The zombie bared its sharp teeth and lunged forward. It didn't even bother with the most basic task of pulling up its pants. The wrinkled trousers, a complete mess, bunched up with the force of the zombie's lunge. The zombie fell flat on its face in front of Zile. If it still had any consciousness, it probably should have considered buying a bigger pair of pants. Zile stood there like a god, and the atmosphere supported the image, being extremely quiet. He waved his hands a few times and muttered some nonsense. Can't we just fight normally? You just had to rush out like that. I'm a very upstanding person, you know. The zombie was then sent on a one-way trip to hell. Zile lifted one of its arms to examine it. A few eyeballs were scattered on the sink. Zile came to his own conclusion. The survival rate for people in this sports stadium was incredibly low. Besides, most people who could get to the sports stadium had pretty good physical fitness, so their attributes increased sharply after becoming zombies. For an average player, this was a complete disaster. The sign on the adjacent room caught Zile's attention. It was a women's restroom. He scratched his head, his expression a little awkward.
There are zombies in there. So there probably aren't any living people, right? Zile clenched his fist.
His cheeks flushed red and he squeezed his eyes shut. He encouraged himself. It's just the women's restroom, right? It's the apocalypse. For the sake of the mission, I don't need to sweat the small stuff. He slowly pushed the door open. There was really nothing inside. Zile scanned the room and noticed that the stall at the far end was closed. Soft, moaning sounds were coming from inside. He thought excitedly to himself. From the sounds of it, there are two zombies. Zile sliced his sword straight down through the wooden door. The door swung open, revealing two zombies locked in a romantic embrace. Zile's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell? They're getting this freaky? The two zombies, annoyed at being interrupted, became agitated and charged at Zile together. As luck would have it, there was a soda can right under her feet. The female zombie slipped and fell, pulling her ally down with her. Then, by some miracle, they both stumbled right onto the blade of Zile's sword. While he was still baffled and trying to process what had just happened, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to player Yi Che for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You've gained 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. Zile reached into his pocket and fumbled for something. He pulled out his phone and started snapping pictures furiously, even taking the time to casually assess the scene. As expected, zombies are just transformed humans, except for their brains. In other ways, they're not so different from people. For example, these peculiar hobbies. He zoomed in on the photo and realized something wasn't right. Shanghai, the sports palace, 2 zombies, the male zombie's height, the female zombie's height. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Zile exclaimed in surprise, aren't these the legendary zombie husband and wife? He recalled that, based on his past life's experience, the zombie couple was first discovered in the Shanghai sports palace. They were inseparable, perfectly in sync, and their power was that of zombie royalty. If the zombie couple joined forces, they could go toe-to-toe with a god of war or even a zombie king. Zile grimaced. I can't believe they had such a pathetic end in this life. Taken out by me on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The box opened to reveal something called a fusion stone. According to the system, it was a bronze grade, single-use item that could fuse 2 bronze-grade items of the same type. It would create a new piece of equipment, and there was a high chance it could upgrade the item's level to silver grade. After hearing this, Zile smiled with great satisfaction. He turned to leave the women's restroom, but after just a few steps, a strange sound stopped him in his tracks. Zile pointed his sword forward and carefully approached the stall that was emitting a faint light. He calmly peeked inside. The glittering box made Zile incredibly excited. My god, I've hit the jackpot today. I even found a wild bronze treasure chest. System detects that player Yi Che has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reward, plus 10 reputation. Would player Yi Che like to open the bronze treasure chest? This will take 30 minutes. Lin Zile didn't hesitate and immediately signaled to open it. The system began its countdown. 25, 2019, 18. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A smart card slowly floated up. Zile grabbed it, his heart pounding with anticipation. I hope this one increases strength or agility. Bronze-grade constitution fruit. A single-use item also known as an immortal fruit. Attribute after consumption, constitution plus 2, permanently. A rare type of item, one of the few items that can permanently increase stats. After a level 6 player like Yi Che consumes the fruit, their constitution can increase by a maximum of 2 points. The attribute increase for players of other levels is unknown. If a 2-person party uses the fruit, each person gains 1 point. Lin Zile smiled. Even though it's a constitution fruit, a permanent 2-point increase isn't bad at all. He quickly washed the treasure under the faucet, then brought it to his mouth and took a big bite. A delicious flavor spread through his mouth. making Zilluo feel refreshed and pleased. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Zilluo shouted with joy, "So delicious. It's exquisite, a true delicacy. I can't believe there's so much good food in the apocalypse." At the same time, another notification appeared. Player Yi Che has consumed the Constitution fruit. Constitution has permanently increased by 2 points. Player Yi Che's attribute panel. Base stats. Strength, 18. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 14. Agility, 18. Not only that, but he also received a thick, heavy carpet. Zilluo whistled as he walked, clearly in a very good mood. "This sports palace has given me so many surprises," he thought. "I'm actually looking forward to the zombies up ahead." Outside in the main hall, the number of zombies was several times greater. They immediately noticed Zilluo standing in the distance. As the zombies swarmed toward him in growing numbers, Zilluo waved his hand and summoned the carpet he had just received. The monster's footsteps became much quieter as they stepped onto the carpet. Zilluo grinned, pleased. "This way, I won't alert the zombies in other areas." He swung his sword and slashed mercilessly as the system announcements rolled in one after another. "Congratulations to player Ye She for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6 and gained 1 free attribute point. Player Yi Che is 200 experience points away from the next level. Congratulations to player Yi Chi for obtaining a supply card and a bronze-grade piece of equipment, the Super Flashbang." At that moment, Zilluo lowered his sword. He gently touched the system screen. A message appeared. "Congratulations, player Ye Che. Opening. A new bronze-grade item has been equipped. Player Ya Se's strength attribute increases by 1 point. 19 points. The elite host must demonstrate their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace with no level restrictions. The mission completion rate is 62 out of 100. Zile reached out and took the Yang Baowu floating in front of him. The Lion's Wrist Guard, a bronze-grade item enhanced with Lion's Might, has a suppressive effect on others. It adds +1 to Strength, +1 to Constitution, and attacks have a 10% chance to inflict a suppression effect on the opponent. For 1 minute, the suppression effect reduces the body's coordination ability. If a skill is used to clear the status effect, it will directly interrupt the skill. Zile looked at his own image in the information panel. For the head, he could only wear a helmet and a mask. Wearing both would only grant the effect of one. For the neck, he could only wear jewelry. For the upper body, a chestplate and a jacket. For the lower body, pants. For the feet, a pair of shoes. On his arms, he could wear arm guards, gloves, bracelets, and rings. Only one item of each type can have its effect active. Extremely rare equipment might not increase attributes. Each piece of equipment has a different effect, so players can choose what to wear based on their needs. His current strength attribute is 18, +2. Zile walked into another dark corridor, a refreshing drink in his hand. Zile glanced around. The long corridor was filled with scattered human corpses. Tensely, Zile thought to himself, a normal zombie doesn't have this ability. At most, they only know how to bite humans and turn them into one of their own. He speculated that only when in a particularly frenzied state would they choose to eat humans and suck out their brains. Only 2 types of creatures could create a scene like this. One is a boss among the zombies. A boss, compared to a normal zombie, of the same level, has much greater strength. They prefer to treat humans as food, and even when there are no humans, they will eat their own kind to satisfy their hunger, Zile considered. The second is a zombified animal. The probability is quite small. The stronger the animal, the easier it is to zombify. The weaker ones are much less likely. For example, 1 in a million, or even 10 million or a billion might successfully zombify. Zombified animals hold a special interest in humans. Their favorite food is human brain marrow, but they won't pass up on other zombies either. Something caught his eye that made Zile's face turn pale. He was shocked to realize, is this a zombie cat? Zile looked at the marks left on the corridor ceiling. The most troublesome thing for me is a zombie cat. Zombie cats have sharp hearing and senses. It definitely knows I'm here. His footsteps became more cautious. Zile used his scouting ability. Now, let's see if the zombie cat plans to ambush me or attack head-on. Where is it? I have to sense its position first and seize the initiative. And it seemed he had found it. Zile's eyes widened in a stare. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he quickly dodged the zombie cat's dangerous attack. Zile leaped backward, maintaining a safe distance, while simultaneously using his strength to fling the cat away. It was called Sharp Claw, or Zombie Cat, a level 9 bronze-grade boss. Basic attributes: Strength 21, Spirit 10, Constitution 9, Agility 20. After image, counterattack, instantly increases speed by an additional 30%, charging towards the enemy and dealing 120% of strength attribute as damage. During the afterimage state, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Zile pondered. An animal zombie with a prefix represents a boss-level enemy. And that's not all, the sharp claw talent. After injuring an enemy, the wound will be in a torn state, reducing its healing speed by 40%. The wound's bleeding speed is increased by 40%. Cat's eye gaze can pull enemies into a terrifying illusion created by the cat's eye, inflicting a fear status that reduces all of the opponent's attributes by 20%. This effect will also continue to impact the opponent's combat state. Zile felt a bit excited. This type of boss is naturally of a very high rank, surpassing me in both strength and agility. Truly worthy of being on the front lines of this apocalypse game. Reduced healing speed, increased bleeding rate. This attribute means that as long as an opponent takes damage once, that part of their body will basically be impossible to heal during this battle. He rubbed his chin and smiled lightly as a plan formed in Zile's mind. I just need to use my terrifying combat experience to kill you, zombie cat. An information panel suddenly appeared, detecting that player Yese has encountered the bronze grade boss, the shark claw zombie cat, and has triggered the kill the zombie cat mission. The zombie cat's requital. A stray cat with a special talent was a frequent guest on the 3rd floor of the sports palace. A few cat lovers would bring it food every day. But after the apocalypse arrived, the cat was infected with the zombie virus and immediately went on a killing spree. Its sharp claws swiped across the bodies of the very humans who once helped it, causing them to die in agony. Mission requirement: kill the zombie cat. Reward: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a bronze grade item. Time limit: 8 hours. Penalty: lose 1 level and all attributes are permanently reduced by 1. Abandoning the quest means the quest fails. Zile looked utterly confused. The system detected that the host had triggered the zombie cat's repaying kindness with malice quest and was now optimizing the related quest parameters. Once the progress bar hit 100%, Zile carefully read repaying kindness with malice. The quest objective was to kill the zombie cat. The rewards were 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze tier plunder item. The rewards have been optimized. The time limit is 24 hours, with no penalties. Abandoning or failing the quest is exempt from any punishment. Zile clutched his head in disbelief. My god, is this the same apocalypse game I know? Is this the same quest system that has screwed me over countless times? He instinctively recalled his past life, where every quest he undertook was incredibly difficult. Whether he failed or refused, the game's punishments were always severe. For a normal person with only a 1% item drop rate, the rewards might look decent. But a level 9 bronze boss in the early days of the apocalypse, without a party of several dozen people, completing this quest would be impossible. Even after completing it, the party's reward would only be 50 gold coins. Lin Zile's lips trembled. That was practically nothing. Staring at the lines of text on the screen, he saw that what was once a stingy quest had now turned into one with a generous reward. A sweet deal with no punishment whatsoever. Without a second thought, Zile quickly hit the Accept Quest button. System announcement: player Yazi has successfully accepted the quest repaying kindness with malice. Please complete it within 24 hours. The zombie cat was slowly licking its tiny paws. It lay down, flicking its tail, as if to provoke Zile. He mulled it over based on his experience. If a player provokes the boss first, they're sure to lose. You have to force the boss to make the first move. The cat's crimson eyes widened when it saw Zile sit down instead of attacking. He casually pulled out his phone to scroll through it, even letting out a joyful ha, which infuriated the cat. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, coiling its hind legs to pounce. Just as planned, the zombie cat initiated the challenge against Lin Zile. Surprisingly, a raspy, jarring voice came from the zombie cat's mouth, cursing Zile, die human. Zile gritted his teeth and leaned back to dodge the attack. He instantly summoned his weapon. The cat landed, its eyes still locked on Zile. It lunged a second time with a shrill screech that echoed through the cold hallway. Roar. Zile focused intensely, using the hilt of his sword to strike the spirit cat with a powerful blow. The zombie cat let out a low growl. It spun 180 degrees, shouting, "You cunning human! You didn't expect me to be able to talk, did you?" Zile saw his chance and immediately took a stance. He swung decisively, the sharp blade flashing as it severed 3 of the spirit cat's claws. The cat collapsed from the blow, tensing its body and groaning continuously. A human injured me. Truly unforgivable. Zile looked down at the zombie cat arrogantly. You've lost your claws. Come and get me now. The cat's fury reached its peak. It looked up to the sky and used its zombie cat skill, cat's eye gaze. The spirit cat's pupils turned into pools of blood, engulfed by a thick black mist. Zile realized the situation was serious. He had been pulled into an illusion. Before him now stood a colossal figure. From its eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth, decaying human arms squirmed. Behind Zile, a multitude of wrong souls screamed in agony. He calmly asked a question. 10 years in the apocalypse, and you think a mere zombie illusion can scare me? You're not worthy. Hearing this, the spirit cat was stunned. Its entire body froze, and its spiritual energy dropped significantly. The colossal figure shattered into pieces. The helpless cat could only stare at Zile, its eyes filled with hatred. With its limping legs, it tried to flee. Zile raised his sword high and used spinning slash. The blade shot out in a straight line, aimed directly at the escaping zombie cat. The spirit cat was killed. A series of dings rang out from the system. Congratulations, player Yazi, for completing the quest, repaying kindness with malice. Successfully killed the bronze tier boss, the sharp-clawed zombie cat. Gained 50 experience points and 100 gold coins, and level up to level 7. Gained 1 free attribute point. 400 experience points needed for the next level up. Became the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a bronze tier boss. Obtained the unique global title, Spear of Bronze. Now proceeding with a server-wide announcement. A young man with blue hair leaned against the bathroom door, a look of annoyance on his face. Yazi. It's Yazi again. Who is this guy? Why are all the world announcements about him? Another girl with orange hair looked extremely excited. Wow, big brother Yazi is so cool. When will he ride a 5-colored cloud to come and marry this princess? A bald guy who had just killed 2 zombies saw this and got annoyed. Phoomf, just a show-off. I couldn't care less about this announcement. In the quiet of the night, a figure sat by a large window. He swirled a glass of red wine in his hand and remarked thoughtfully, a name so steeped in Dragon Country mythology. He must be one of our own people from the Dragon Country. A luxurious apartment. In an area far from the city center, a red-haired man casually took a sip of wine before speaking. A powerhouse like that. If you were willing to join us, our strength would increase dramatically. His subordinate understood and obediently replied, yes, master. Meanwhile, Zile smiled with satisfaction as he received a notification. All players in the area, player Yaise has defeated the zombie cat boss. He rubbed his chin and nonchalantly murmured, hey, the shockwaves I created this time were a bit much. It seems I'll have to be more careful about hiding my handsome face from now on. Zile tapped on the selection bar and pulled a small chair out of his inventory. Zile sat down, feeling a bit tired. The zombie cat's attributes were higher than mine. It took a lot of spiritual and mental power to defeat it, but to think I cleared a bronze-level boss without a single scratch is quite a breakthrough. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if the next time I encounter an even higher-level zombie cat boss? 2 notification panels popped up unexpectedly, surprising Zile. Congratulations to player Yai C for earning the global announcement Bronze Spear. The rewards are 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an additional 1 cubic meter of inventory space. Zile opened the game's control panel. Inside was the information on the rewards he had obtained. Reputation, 2,000 points. Gold coins, 5,000. Free attribute points, 4. Inventory space, backpack expanded to 2.4 cubic meters. Congratulations to player Yaise for reaching level 7 and earning the achievement. Bronze Spear. Stamina Potion, a single-use item. Upon use, it instantly restores 20% of your stamina and continues to restore 5% of your stamina every minute. This effect lasts for 5 minutes and has a 30-minute cooldown. Bronze Spear, the most valuable title. Only the first player to kill a bronze-level boss in the Apocalypse game can obtain this title, which grants +2 to all attributes. It also weakens the basic attributes of bronze-level bosses or lower, and other common entities by 5%. Zile chose to equip the new title, praising it. This skill is amazing. Greetings, esteemed player Yaise. Would you like to replace your First Blood title with the Bronze Spear title? He firmly chose to swap. Immediately, a notification came through. Congratulations to player Yazi for equipping the Bronze Wound title. The Bronze Wound will take effect in 1 hour. The player's basic attributes have changed. Strength, 23. Spirit, 19. Constitution, 16. Agility, 21. Zile massaged his shoulders. With these stats, even if the zombie cat came back to life, I could still string it up and beat it down. I wonder how high my stats will be after I change my class. Half. An hour later, Zile approached the spot where the zombie cat had died. A rather large treasure chest had appeared there. He opened it and received the zombie cat's command horn. Blowing the horn summons 1 sharp claw zombie cat. The player can command the zombie cat in battle for 30 minutes. The cooldown is 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit the player's basic attributes. All experience and gold coins go to the player, but kills made by the zombie cat won't drop any items. Zile shouted in excitement. Is this a summoning item or a growth type 1? I've hit the jackpot. This means I've just gotten a permanent sidekick out of nowhere. He grabbed the creature's corpse, sizing up its fur, meat, and claws. I remember all of these can be crafted into non-attribute clothes, food, or weapons. Man, this thing really is a treasure from head to toe. After that, Zile tossed the cat's corpse right into his inventory. Once that was done, he calmly walked away. Standing in front of the locked door, Zile thought to himself, I remember the silver treasure chest is in this very warehouse. The sound of a soft creak echoed. The scene inside was absolutely horrific. Human eyes and skulls were scattered everywhere, and the metallic smell of blood wafted up, strong enough to make anyone gag. Zile was utterly shocked, realizing this cat's tastes were definitely not normal. Zile drew his sword and sighed to himself. This scene would make anyone's hair stand on end. Huh. Good thing. It's the apocalypse. A cat that can collect this many eyes. That would have been a global shock. He rummaged around the room. What if the zombie cat hid some treasure in here? It'd be a waste not to take it, right? While he was lost in thought, a cat teaser wand suddenly caught Zile's eye. He imagined himself turning into a little kitten, happily playing with the wand. Realizing how much of an idiot he looked right then, Zile cleared his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment. Aside from the cat teaser, which is kinda new, everything else is junk. And to think I actually had some expectations for you. What a waste of my time. He touched a large piece of cloth and sighed. Oh well. I've come this far, might as well finish the job. There's only this one. Last thing left. As he pulled back the white cloth, a dazzling light erupted from a chest, making Zile gasp in surprise. You've got to be kidding me. A system notification popped up. Player Yazzie has discovered the silver treasure chest. Reputation plus 20. Does player Yazzie wish to open the silver treasure chest? It will take 60 minutes. Zile immediately gave the command to open it. Player Yazzie is opening the silver treasure chest. Please wait patiently. The countdown will now begin. At last. After what felt like an eternity, the notification finally sounded. Player Yazzie has successfully opened a silver treasure chest. Player Yazzie successfully found 360 gold coins in the silver treasure chest and received a boost. Inventory space expanded by 0.4 cubic meters. Obtained 50 experience points. From the chest emerged a treasure called the White Wing Cape. Ziluo exclaimed in shock, Oh my god. Getting both equipment and a skill book from a single silver chest. I've really hit the jackpot. The description said, Rending double slash is a warrior-type skill that can instantly deliver 2 attacks. The power of each slash is 70% of your base attribute. If both slashes hit a single enemy, they will cause an explosion. The damage is equal to 70% of your own strength attribute. Ziluo smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. This is exactly the kind of warrior skill I need. However, this type of skill is extremely difficult to execute. A novice would be completely unable to land 2 consecutive slashes in the blink of an eye. They also wouldn't be able to trigger the explosive critical hit that follows. But in my hands, I'm confident this 2-hit combo will be absolutely flawless. System has detected the special skill, double slash. Does player Yazzie wish to learn this skill, rending double slash? Lin Zile accepted immediately. A ding sound rang out. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully learned the skill, rending double slash. On the smart display, there were a total of 5 small equipment slots. Ziluo gently touched the White Wing Cape. It was a silver-grade item, woven together from the feathers of various rare birds. On the back of the cape, there was a special rune that allowed the wearer to glide for a short period of time. Attributes: Constitution plus 2 and Agility plus 2. Additional skill: Air Stall. During a jump or a fall, you can perform a short-term air stall. The cooldown is 20 minutes. Ziluo was astonished. Holy crap, a cape that comes with a skill. Player Yazzie's base stats: Strength, 23. Spirit, 19. Constitution increased to 18. Agility, 23. Lin Zile swished his cape, ready for a fight with the zombie cat. I really hit the jackpot this time, he added. I was originally just thinking of sending Li Haobo off tonight, but it seems that goal is a bit too small now. Ziluo glanced behind him and suddenly asked, How about I send your whole family off instead? Lin Zile slowly walked down the stairs, thinking to himself, Now for the final mission, to complete the 1 against 100 quest that the system assigned me. Up ahead, a male zombie was shambling along. Ziluo grinned. He knocked on the door twice, knock, knock. the echoing sound attracting all the zombies inside the room. Feathers fluttered down from Ziluo's cape. He got a running start and shouted excitedly, "This time, I'm going on the offensive." His cape billowed in the wind as Ziluo charged forward without a hint of fear. The zombies, having starved for a long time, became extremely aggressive upon seeing fresh prey. Ziluo summoned his holy sword and leaped high into the air. Above the zombies' hungry gazes, he gripped the wooden hilt with both hands and began to channel his strength downward. The first strike pierced right through the zombie's head. Ziluo retracted his attack. Pulling the blade out sent the monster's blood splattering everywhere as he moved to a safer position. Thanks to the magic from the cape, Ziluo's entire body hovered in mid-air like a bird. His second target was gradually approaching. Ziluo said calmly, "Help me test the effectiveness of rending double slash." "You'll do." He aimed his sword forward, then quickly swung it at a 90-degree angle to build momentum. The force erupting from the blade was immense. Even Ziluo himself was surprised. Damn, is rending double slash really this powerful? The old zombie was dead. A blinding green light shot out from the wound on its neck. At the same time, a huge flame erupted, creating a terrifying explosion. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened. The sudden event caught him completely off guard, and he was thrown back with a blood-curdling scream. Arg! Ziluo shoved his sword forward, his face visibly tense, raising both hands high. Ziluo violently stabbed the sword into the ground and planted his feet firmly, preventing his body from being thrown into a dangerous situation. As the force of the blast subsided, he let out a sigh of relief. A zombie with stats 30% higher than the others couldn't even withstand the explosion damage and was already down. The thick smoke gradually cleared. Ziluo looked at the aftermath and came to a conclusion. The swing speed of this is similar to when I use Whirling Slash, but its effectiveness is more than just a little better than Whirling Slash. And finally, he said, "Experiment complete." The loud noise from the explosion attracted more zombies to the area. Ziluo grinned viciously. Time to get serious. 15 minutes into the fight, and notifications were ringing out nonstop. Congratulations, player Yai Se has successfully killed a level 2 zombie. Obtained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yai Se has successfully killed a level 3 zombie. Obtained 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Ding! The host has successfully killed 100 zombies at the Shanghai Sports Palace, completing the mission. 1 against 100 reward. A random draw for a normal guide and a piece of bronze-grade equipment. May I ask the host? Host, do you wish to claim your mission rewards now? Ziluo sat silently amidst the corpses. He didn't rush to answer, as soon as he retrieved his sword. Looking at the desolate scene before him, Ziluo was startled and asked himself, is it over so quickly? He pulled the cards out from inside the wooden box, counting them over and over. The result was truly disappointing to Ziluo. Sigh, did I get too many good drops before and use up all my luck for today? Why are they all supply cards? He stretched his tired muscles and said warily, since they're all just supply cards, there's no rush. I'll rest a bit before collecting them. Ziluo sat on a chair, staring intently at the prompt the system had sent him earlier. He pondered for a moment, then decided to draw for equipment first. Get the equipment first, and then save his luck for the instruction draw. Save the important, good stuff for last. That's the order to get the best results. Ziluo pressed the draw button. System signal, drawing for bronze tier equipment. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a bronze tier item, the Leeching Ring. An evil ring that can drain the opponent's stamina during combat. Attributes, Strength +1, Constitution +1. Ability, 5% of the damage you deal to an enemy can be converted into stamina and transferred to your body through your weapon. Ziluo was overjoyed. It drains damage and converts it into my own stamina. Such a rare attribute actually exists. He carefully placed the ring into his weapon inventory. Ziluo's brows furrowed together. He worried, thinking, I got such a powerful piece of equipment. What if the instruction I draw turns out to be bad? A note appeared as soon as Ziluo finished his thought. Every one of the common instructions is fundamentally practical and effective. It can provide great assistance to the host. Although still a bit hesitant, Ziluo resolutely gave the command. Draw an instruction for me. He poured all his hopes into this game of chance, drawing common instruction. Complete. Ziluo stared, his mouth agape. The smart screen displayed, congratulations, host, you have drawn the common instruction, auto loot level 1. Can collect items dropped when the host kills zombies and place them into the storage space. Range is a 0.5 meter radius around the host. If the storage space is full, looting cannot continue. After hearing this, Ziluo whispered, then let's start now. His eyes lit up. A happy expression appeared on his face as he imagined the prospect. Doesn't this mean I can enjoy a 100% item drop rate from killing zombies while continuously collecting items at the same time? Ziluo jumped down excitedly. He clenched his fist, a wide, joyful grin on his face. I used to worry that a high drop rate would attract trouble, but now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Then, he asked curiously, System, does this level 1 refer to the level of the common instruction? The familiar voice replied, Level 1 represents the level of the auto-loot instruction. If the host has the opportunity to draw an instruction in the future and draws auto-loot again, it will be upgraded. After leveling up, auto-loot's range will increase, and it may even have other additional effects. The instruction system's missions are randomly triggered based on the host's circumstances, status, and actions. The host cannot specify the circumstances or events. Zile felt a sense of anticipation. The first one is already this powerful. I wonder what skills the other instructions have. What type of instruction will I draw next time? He glanced towards the corpses of the zombies lying scattered everywhere. Zile slowly walked around, enjoying the feeling the reward gave him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a supply card, 1 packet of barbecue seasoning, 1 power bank with 50% charge, a bronze tier prop, the scout's eye, and a delicious guinea pig feast. System detects that the host has looted many types of items. Auto-loot has been optimized. From now on, it will only announce when the host obtains equipment and props. Supply cards will be automatically sorted into categories within the host's storage space. Zile exclaimed excitedly. Not a bad experience at all. He opened his inventory with his hand. Inside, food, drinks, tools, scraps, and other special items were all arranged in perfect order. Zile exclaimed in admiration. Not bad. This sorting is very detailed, very thoughtful. He suddenly remembered fighting the zombie cat earlier, plus the instruction draw. I wasted quite a bit of time. I wonder what time it is now. Looking at the hands of his wristwatch, he saw that so much time had passed. Zile ran in a hurry. There's no time to eat. I have to get to the Lee family manor first. He leaped out of the large window frame and vanished. Meanwhile, in a large villa, Halbo was cheerfully playing around with 2 beautiful girls in the living room. His expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze sharp. The grandfather clock showed that it was currently 10 past 12. Ignoring the bewildered and confused expressions of the 2 girls, Li Haobo said nothing and sat bolt upright. He viciously slapped one of the girls across the face, causing her to fall backward. Li Haobo snarled, his tone filled with anger. Why aren't they back yet? Was feeding them all a waste of food? Does it take a whole day just to find 2 people? Zhao Kai Guang approached and called out politely, Young master, the hunting mercenary group only arrived at Shanghai University at 7 in the morning. Shanghai University is swarming with zombies. The situation is complicated, so of course, searching will be a bit difficult. Upon hearing this, Halbo gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, zombies again. I'm so sick and tired of these zombies. He couldn't accept it and roared. What the hell kind of game mechanic is this? I'm obviously the one who killed the zombie, so why didn't I get any experience? Li Haobo recalled thinking that leveling up in this godforsaken game could make up for his own weak body. I had my bodyguards beat the zombie half to death so I could land the final blow, so how come I only got a measly few experience points for it? Just then, the large door swung open and a tall figure appeared. Halbo angrily questioned Uncle Vin, You're back. Did you find that bitch and that orphan? Vin Qian slammed a large bag onto the ground. He coldly announced, Young master, we found the woman, but we couldn't find the man. Hearing this, Halbo could no longer contain himself and roared, You found her? Where is she? Tell her to get her ass over here to see me. How dare she sneak away? Vin Qian pointed down at the bag and said, She's been killed. She's in here. Li Haobo's face turned pale, unable to believe what he had just heard. What? Vin Qian explained calmly. Following the clues you provided, young master, we found Yao Jinghan's roommate. We finally found Yao Jinghan in the school's warehouse. He bent down and began to unzip the bag. The zipping sound echoed in the cold space, revealing a stiff corpse with mottled red stains soaking its collar. Vin Qian then recounted. After she was killed, she was stuffed into a large container. We also found a set of men's clothing covered in blood inside. Halbo stared at him, now seemingly falling into a state of extreme panic. Vin Qian continued. Before this girl died, she was brutally tortured. The wounds were all located on the most painful nerve clusters of the body. The smell of blood made Halbo cover his mouth and gag a few times, while Vin Qian continued his analysis. The killer seems to have an extremely deep understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's knowledge of pressure points. Every one of his cuts was precise. He used a very special type of concussive weapon to shatter the surrounding tissue at specific locations. He knelt on one knee, his hand lightly touching the bag. A torture method of this level. I'm afraid even the world's #1 assassin, Zile, couldn't pull this off. Vin Qian frowned, speculating. The person who killed Yao Jinghan must be her enemy. That killer could be a threat to you, young master. Hao Bo frantically wiped his mouth and said, "She was just an ordinary campus beauty, if it weren't for her and that useless trash." The words caught in his throat as his eyes widened in realization. He stammered, "Useless trash. Lin Zile. It couldn't be." Li Hao Bo threw his arms wide, trying to argue. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just an orphan, with no father and no mother. How could he possibly be as strong as you say? Hao Bo stumbled forward. Besides, I haven't even sent him the big surprise I prepared. There's no way he could have known that Yao Jinghan betrayed him. Ving Qian seemed somewhat surprised and pressed the young master. "The Lin Zile you're talking about, is he Lin Jian's son?" Hao Bo didn't deny it at all. "Yes, that's him." Ving Qian closed his eyes. "You're right, young master. But we can't rule out that he had an accomplice. Something the world's #1 assassin can't do. His accomplice can. This enemy is terrifying." The man's worry was evident. "And facing a top-tier assassin like this, I'm not sure the 100+ men I brought with me will be enough. We'll need even more security guards." This stunned Li Hao Bo. "What, Uncle Vin? You guys aren't enough. You're one of the top 10 masters in the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the fact that you brought a complete mercenary squad with you." He slammed his hand on the man's shoulder and urged, "Then hurry to the back of the mountain and find more bodyguards for me. Even if they haven't finished their final training, it's fine. I don't want to die. I absolutely cannot die. I will not die." Vin Qian smiled reassuringly. "All right, don't you worry, young master. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you with my life." His loyalty was clear even in his thoughts. As long as he could protect the young master, he wouldn't hesitate even if it cost him his own life. The evening shadows appeared in the vast sky as the server congratulated player Ziluo for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points, 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 8 and earning 1 free attribute point. Ziluo was overjoyed. "Leveled up this quickly. I thought I wouldn't reach level 8 until the evening of the 4th day. I'm half a day ahead of schedule," he mused. "But this is good too. Leveling up faster means I don't need to grind dungeons anymore. Dinner tonight is a nutrition bar." Ziluo looked towards the villa district. "Li Hao Bo, I'm coming for you." The corner of his mouth curved into a sly smile. "Are you ready to settle your debt with me?" The manor was vast. Its owner had clearly spent a pretty penny on this place. The dispatched soldiers were divided into small groups and 2 vertical lines. In their hands were assault rifles, always ready for combat. Ziluo hid behind a large tree branch, safe enough not to be easily spotted. He waited for the squad of soldiers to move farther away before landing on the ground. Ziluo searched for something among the dense bushes. There's one. The secret button was hidden, painted the same color as the grass and trees. A staircase opened up, leading down into a deep, dark space. Zile smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "I remembered correctly. It really is here." Before heading down into the basement, Zile turned back and pressed the secret button once more. The garden returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Zile thought arrogantly, "Li Hao Bo, I'm leaving you one way out. Just when you're at your most hopeful, I'll wipe you out in one fell swoop." His expression darkened, filled with malice. This move is besiege the relief, one of the famous military strategies of the Dragon Country. You have so many idiots by your side. I wonder if you can beat me this time. Zile followed the path, moving deeper into the critical area. The guards here were a bit more numerous. On the backs of their jackets was a symbol that Zile recognized at a glance, the Hunter Mercenary Group. The mercenary group that Li Hao Bo trusted the most. Old enemies from his past life. Prey that was already in the palm of his hand. "I know you guys all too well." Zile paused for a beat. However, he hadn't carefully observed the Li family's layout in his past life. He focused on the large door where 2 soldiers stood guard. The path here and its layout seemed to have no issues. In reality, the flaw isn't small at all. It's just, from a distance, a voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Rong," startling Zile. "Is that Rong Zhan?" He looked at the man's back. It really was him. Rong Zhan, one of the Dragon Country's gods of war. The Hunter God of War. Before the apocalypse, he was the leader of the Hunter Mercenary Group, frequently fighting in the war-torn zones under the Li family's control. He was skilled in all types of close-quarters combat and leading squads to hunt down targets. Zile recalled that after the apocalypse game began in his past life, Rong Zhan started hunting him on Li Hao Bo's orders. After his subordinates failed to assassinate him multiple times, he decided to take action himself. Zile was cornered, with no way to escape. Rong Zhan had raised his gun with glee. He had pushed him into desperate situations many times. You could say he was his greatest enemy. But Zile had used an invisibility card, and just like that, he escaped the life-or-death situation. I am Rong Zhan's greatest shame. He left Rong Zhan standing alone, filled with an indescribable hatred. Word was, It was because I had escaped from right under his nose so many times. Shattering his hunter god mythos earned me this title of his greatest shame. Zile laughed. We truly are enemies who see red the moment we meet. A strange killing intent made Rong Zhan instantly aware. He quickly searched his surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Zile's heart skipped a beat, but thankfully, he reacted quickly. As Zile was deep in thought, he suddenly remembered something. Zile quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This time, in our confrontation, Rong Zhan, you will die without a doubt. As long as he dies, I'll have cut off one of the Li family's important right-hand men. My chances of winning will be much greater. Not wanting to hesitate for another second, he took out the invisibility mask and put it on. Just as Rong Zhan stepped forward to investigate, Zile's figure was nowhere to be seen. A subordinate approached with a respectful call. Mr. Rong, the young master requests your presence. He replied coldly, fine. Zile watched their backs as they left, telling himself, I absolutely will not let such a good opportunity slip by. He turned and ran in the opposite direction. Based on his combat experience and skills, Rong Zhan couldn't help but have doubts. There's nothing here? I clearly felt someone was there just now. Could it be that I'm just being overly cautious? He raised his voice to give an order, strengthen the patrols and defenses of the manor, then thought to himself, I don't care who you are. As long as you sneak in here and dare to harm the Li family, I will absolutely not let you leave this place alive. The subordinate obediently replied, yes, sir. Time flew by, and soon it was exactly 12 o'clock at night. Halbo yawned widely and pestered, Brother Rong, can I go to sleep? It's 12 o'clock already. The zombies outside are so active. How could anyone possibly come to kill me? Rong Zhan replied calmly, young master, it's still better to be careful. My intuition tells me we are definitely being targeted. Halbo furiously threw his watch to the ground, shattering it, and roared, I'm bored to death, making this young master stay up late for some useless trash who doesn't even dare to show his face. Zhao Kaiguang smiled benignly. Young master, if you're feeling bored, you could find some entertainment. After hearing this, Halbo clapped his hands to signal Tong Shun, and replied with a smirk. That's right, I can find some fun, he said excitedly. Oh yeah, Uncle Rong, didn't you guys catch a zombie during the day? The man quickly explained, yes, young master. I wanted to bring it back for research, to quickly develop anti-zombie weapons for you. Li Halbo suggested slyly, there are plenty of zombies outside. Let me play with this one first. Rong Zhan showed clear concern. If the young master wants to play, you certainly can. But I'm afraid if the zombie goes berserk, it might injure you. But in his heart, he had another plan. Using a zombie to calm the young master down wasn't a bad option. Halbo excitedly reassured him. Don't worry, this game of mine will absolutely not get me hurt. Besides, even if the zombie goes crazy, I'm not scared. There are plenty of other people in this manor. Rong Zhan gave the order, go. Bring the zombie we caught this afternoon here for the young master. The subordinate hurried off. Understood. Yes, Mr. Song. The zombie, with its huge, muscular body, was restrained with iron chains and a muzzle. It struggled violently, growling incomprehensibly. Hao Bei, looking exceptionally sinister, gave an order. You people, move my large iron cage over here. Inside, a total of 6 girls were being held captive. Every one of their faces was sad, mixed with exhaustion from prolonged hunger. Hao Bei gave a wicked smile and pulled out a large golden bell from somewhere. The moment the sound rang out, all 6 girls snapped awake. They suddenly went berserk, rushing towards the iron bars. Their hands flailed around frantically. Li Hao Bei leaned back on the sofa, carelessly tossing the bell aside. He stuck out his disgusting tongue and gestured with his finger for some kind of action. One of Hao Bei's feet stomped hard on the floor. He moved toward the girls, who were raging like wild animals. Li Hao Bei, with his excited expression, said nothing. He bounced up and down, looking sickening. 2 soldiers standing nearby understood his intention and smirked slyly. The skinny one volunteered to go first. He brought Hao Bei a key and received an order from him, hurry up and open it. A clanking sound echoed, signaling that a tragic scene was about to unfold. The zombie was stimulated by the delicious scent of fresh flesh. It became even more aggressive. The skinny man cautiously approached and quickly removed its muzzle. The ferocious zombie bared its sharp teeth at the young man. Hao Bei, in an excited tone, said, You too, hold it down. Wait until its handcuffs and leg cuffs are off, then throw it into the cage. Suddenly, someone who didn't know any better ran up and started begging. Young Master Li, this is too cruel. Please, spare them. Before he could get angry, the manager quickly knelt beside him. He frantically explained, I'm sorry, young master. His name is Wang Dahu. He's a new replacement for a guard who died last night. He was born with great strength, but he has some issues. Young master, Please don't hold it against him. Hao Bei put his hands on his hips and asked in a low voice, "Are you telling me what to do?" Wang Dahu just repeated his earlier plea. "Please, young master, spare them." The manager was speechless, stammering in fear. "I wouldn't dare. It's my fault." But Hao Bei looked extremely amused and let out a cruel laugh. "Ha ha. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge my authority." He glared and asked, "Wang Dahu, is it? You can fight, can't you? Guards, seize him for me." One of Wang Dahu's arms was twisted behind his back. The soldier took a stance and clenched his fist, intending to land a direct blow. Wang Dahu didn't even flinch, blocking the attack with just one hand. The entire room fell silent. Hao Bei thought in astonishment, "Huh? He actually managed to catch his punch?" Rong Zhan, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, now smirked and uttered two words, "Interesting." The soldier's arm was trembling from the pressure. The two stood facing each other, ready to fight. The soldier's mind reeled. "I lost to him in terms of strength." He lowered his head slightly as resentment surged within him. "You've made me lose face like this. Pay for the dignity I've lost with your life." The soldier glanced back and shouted an order. "You two, help me hold him down." They approached, though they didn't seem too enthusiastic about it. "I'm telling you, Hey Xing, have you been spending too much time with women lately?" "Yeah, how could an untrained guard push you back?" But everyone understood that Wang Dahu's strength was not to be underestimated. They were determined not to let this guy get noticed by Mr. Rong. Quick as a flash, the two of them grabbed one of Wang Dahu's arms and pinned him down forcefully. He Xing seized the opportunity, rushing forward arrogantly. Dahu was helpless and could only take the blows. He Xing showed no mercy, treating him completely like a punching bag, pummeling him at will. Hao Bei, standing nearby, reminded him, "Don't kill him." He Xing obediently complied. "Yes, young master." Hao Bei said viciously, "Weren't you the one who wanted to protect these women? Then you can watch them die with your own eyes." The rest of the subordinates chimed in. The young master really knows how to have fun. Wang Dahu was forced to look at the cage. The girls inside seemed to have completely accepted their fate, just sitting there motionlessly. The skinny man smiled cheerfully and untied the tall zombie. The men used poles to push it towards the iron bars. The zombie looked around, seeming to choose its first prey. It targeted a long-haired girl huddled in a corner. Hunger made saliva drip uncontrollably from the monster's mouth. The zombie lunged forward, aiming a fatal bite right at her neck. It was the first time in his life that Wang Dahu had seen such a gruesome sight. He was crying, but because his mouth was gagged, he couldn't make a sound. Wang Dahu struggled to break free, but all his efforts were in vain. He fell into despair, his body going limp. At that moment, the soldiers let him go. Wang Dahu fell to his knees on the cold tile floor, but Hao Bei was even more cruel. He ordered, "Throw this Wang Dahu into the cage. Doesn't he have great strength? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombie." The soldiers cheered in support. Young Master Li is truly on another level. He knows how to have fun so much better than us uncultured brutes. How could we ever think of such a great game? As expected of the young master. But there were still those who thought differently. Even though it was the apocalypse. "So, you can't just treat human life like it's worthless, can you?" Wang Dahua was hauled up as the iron cage door swung open again. The zombie was frantically gnawing on the corpses of the girls. Wang Dahua was thrown inside, and the zombie paused for a moment. It smirked upon realizing it had been given new prey. The zombie slowly shambled closer. A woman's voice echoed in the young man's mind. "Dahuo, be safe. I'll be waiting for you at home." He sobbed, calling for his mother. "I won't be able to make it back to take care of you." Suddenly, Wang Dahuo's eyes flew open as he forcefully rallied his spirits. "No, I can't die. Mom is waiting for me at home." Wang Dahuo put one hand on the ground, getting into a fighting stance. The zombie roared and dragged its heavy body forward in a run. Wang Dahuo threw a punch aimed right at its head, successfully knocking the monster backward. He seized the opportunity, grappling the zombie's torso to lower its defenses. Wang Dahuo roared and used all his strength to slam the monster against the iron bars, despite its constant struggling. The impact created a loud bang that echoed throughout the entire villa. Suddenly, Wang Dahuo coughed up blood, a hand filled with sharp claws. From the zombie had stabbed him in the stomach, but Wang Dahuo stubbornly refused to let go, trying his best to resist. More and more fresh blood poured from his body. Hao Bo, watching as if it were a good show, exclaimed excitedly, "How thrilling!" Wang Dahuo braced himself and took a few steps back. He decided to use one final, fatal attack. And then, Wang Dahuo clutched his bleeding wound. He collapsed from exhaustion, gasping for breath. Wang Dahuo knew he wasn't going to make it. He could only silently send words of regret to his mother. "I was wrong, Mom. I shouldn't have listened." Ying Zhan remained silent. He sighed, lamenting what a pity it was. But inwardly, the soldiers were very satisfied, thinking that this threat had finally been dealt with. Hemph, he died pretty quickly. Suddenly, something strange happened to Wang Dahuo's corpse. It began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes slowly turned blood red, his skin darkened, and his canine teeth gnashed loudly. Zile waited outside the villa. The opportunity has come. He smiled faintly. While a soldier wasn't paying attention, Zile carefully crept closer. He slit the man's throat with a knife. Blood spurted out, spraying onto the courtyard. Zile proceeded to swap clothes, considering his next move. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Hey, Dai, what are you doing here?" Zile bluffed. "I just saw a guy dozing off. I came to wake him up." The chubby soldier yawned widely and replied, "All right then, man, this sucks. The captains and commanders are in the main hall having fun while we're stuck out here guarding the door." Two other guys appeared and chimed in. "That's right. We spent all night dealing with the losses, and then we didn't even get to rest during the day. They really don't see us as human. You got it good. I haven't slept in nearly 24 hours. I'm beat. If they really wanted to ensure security, why don't the captains come out here and stand guard themselves?" Zile pointed out bluntly. "To put it plainly, it's because they don't see us as people. We're just cannon fodder." The chubby soldier finally noticed something was off and asked, "Hey, Dai, since when did you get so tall?" Zile looked at him and gave a wicked smile. A few minutes later, Zile had quickly taken care of the group of soldiers, cursing, "You idiot. The moment you figure out a secret, you blurt it out. You don't deserve to live in this world." Moving deeper into the center of the manor, Zile took down another person. He noticed someone trying to escape in the distance. Zile moved with incredible speed, appearing next to the subordinate in the blink of an eye. Before falling to Zile's sharp blade, he managed to fire a signal flare into the sky. Following the object's trajectory, he powerfully threw a knife. The flare, having only flown halfway, was destroyed by the sharp point. It fell to the ground in front of Zile. He pulled out his knife and said coldly, "Good thing I thoroughly studied the Li family's ammunition in my past life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. System check. All security outside the Li family manor has fallen. The host's path of revenge has opened. Issuing the special quest, Yazi Bi Bao. The vengeance of Yazi, no one who offends can leave alive. After angering the host, tonight the host shall become the god of death and collect every life within the Li family manor. Requirement, kill the remaining 296 people. Reward, 1 random common guide draw and 1 piece of bronze tier equipment. Time limit, 12 hours. Does the host accept this mission?" Zile pressed the accept button and smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Li Haobo, you just gave me one more reason why you can't be allowed to live. Information. Ya Zibi Bao quest has been accepted. Activating revenge barrier. Should any one of the 296 people in the Li family manor escape, the host can track the escapee's location in the search tab. We wish the host success in completing the mission." Zile was curious. "A revenge barrier? This thing tortures a person's mind until they die. I remember it first appearing in my past life. It was used in the war between the Long Country and the Wa Country." He recalled that after the Long Country cast the revenge barrier on the Wa Country's capital, the people of Long Country hunted down those from Wa Country who fled the capital for days, and the barrier's duration was at least a month. For a reward like this, Zile rubbed his chin. They ended up crushing the entire Wa Country, screaming for their parents. He looked excitedly towards the building. "I have to make good use of this opportunity today to see just how effective these items really are." Before he could take more than a few steps, the system's second announcement surprised Zile. "Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the mission and completing it early. Not only that, the kill count kept rising. 7, 8. Zile was bewildered. "What is this situation? I haven't even made a move, and people are already dying?" He ran with a sense of urgency. "I have to go see what's going on, just in case." The people inside the building were chatting boisterously. "Ah, Crocodile, what did you do? You ended up playing the last woman to death. How embarrassing. My grip was too strong. I snapped her spine. I've cost you guys a toy. The last one's gone. What do we do now?" Suddenly, a ghastly voice echoed through the air. "Then why don't you play with me instead?" Vin Qian frowned, listening intently. The voice kept repeating 3 words. "Play with me." Vin Qian shot to his feet, his face expressionless. He was clearly tense. "I've never seen anything like this before. Someone who can unleash such a thick killing intent without even showing themselves. Comparing my aura to his is like a novice witch meeting a grand sorcerer." Haobo, terrified, collapsed onto the floor. He kept wailing, "It's here. It's really here. Someone really wants to kill me." Zhao Kai Guang rushed over to comfort him. "Young master, calm down. With the men from the Gu Yong mercenary group and Mr. Vin here, you'll be fine." Halbo stammered. Right. Uncle Vin, kill them. Vin Chien stood up straight and proposed loudly. I wonder what purpose brings you to the Li family's residence, friend. Can we sit down and talk? A guest formed in his head. To get here, he must have dealt with all the men I posted outside. The strange voice replied, I may be human, but right now, I'm the Grim Reaper, here to take all of your lives. Vin Chien immediately waved his hand, signaling Tong Ming. 3 thugs began to search the area, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. Suddenly, a bomb fell from above, startling them with fear. The object shook for a moment, and a blinding light erupted, sending everyone into a panic. Ah, my eyes are blind. Am I blind? What is this thing? Am I going to die? Help! Somebody help me. A pair of legs, shrouded in power, slowly stepped forward. The 3 thugs were in no state of mind to notice. Zile created sharp spikes that shot up from the ground. Earth Spike Assault. The sharp objects pierced straight through the thugs' bodies. Zile then used Cyclone Slash to sever their necks. Just as Vin Chien managed to spot him, Zile vanished into thin air. He left another bomb for him as a welcoming gift. A huge fire erupted instantly, and Zile disappeared. Vin Chien was barely affected, gritting his teeth in fury. Damn it. This time, I didn't even see the enemy's face, and I lost so many subordinates. He stood amidst the scattered corpses, a heavy feeling in his chest. A subordinate called out worriedly, Boss, his earth spikes are like magic. It seems all of young Master Li's guards and mercenaries have been killed. The blade behind him never stopped slashing. The ones who were killed were our brothers from the mercenary group, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Hearing this, Vin Chien roared in anger. Enough! Just tell me directly. How many usable men do we have left? The subordinate panicked. Besides the young master, you, boss, and Uncle Zhao, there are 66 brothers, including 10 heavily injured allies and a dozen whose vision still hasn't recovered. Halbo was practically losing his mind. Who did this? Who the hell ruined my plan and spoiled my fun? Uncle Vin, you have to avenge me. Dice him into 100 pieces. Vin Chien growled an order. Search for him. He can actually take on 100 men by himself. Vin Chien quickly instructed Uncle Zhao to take the young master, Skinny Monkey, and the others and escape through the secret passage. The rest of us will stay outside and hold off that assassin. Kai Guang had no choice but to obey. All right, that guy hasn't left. I feel like he's watching us. Vin Chien gently placed a hand on the old butler's shoulder. It was as if he was placing all his hope in him. Zhao Kai Guang looked up at the sky. He had spent his entire youth here. If he were to die now, he would have no regrets. Zile found a safe spot in the luxurious building. He thought to himself, this was truly unexpected. I didn't think this butler was also a master. Currently, his life points earned were at 200. Zile pondered. Just as I thought, they have to split their forces in half to protect and escort Li Haobo away. If I deal with the remaining ones first, I'm still confident I can escape in one piece. He lightly touched the system button. 2 clear information panels appeared above. Zile exclaimed in his mind, as expected of Vin Chien. He managed to obtain 3 bronze-tier items in such a short time. A shout came from the room he had just left. Come out and face me. Hiding like this is an insult to your status, don't you think? Seeing this, Zile sneered. Trying to provoke me again. You want to stall for time so Li Haobo can get away. I won't let you have your way. Open inventory. I want control of the zombie cat's command bugle. First, it can designate a target. Second, it can be controlled by my consciousness. And finally, the spirit cat inherits 60% of its host's basic attributes. Zi Luo decided to press use. The cat appeared like a god. In Zi Luo's hand was a small dagger. He threw it with force, aiming straight for the ceiling. The blade sliced through the chain of the large chandelier. It fell right where Yingzhan was standing. Luckily, he managed to dodge it, saving his life. Countless glass shards from the chandelier flew out, stabbing into the eyes, mouths, and necks of the soldiers behind him. While Yingzhan and his trusted subordinate were in a state of panic, the zombie cat suddenly lunged and attacked the young man. He screamed in agony, Arg! Zi Luo seized the opportunity, swiftly taking care of the remaining soldiers. The perfect combination of man and beast left Yingzhan watching helplessly. The server couldn't find even the most basic data. Yingzhan exclaimed in shock, Why can't I find any information on you? What in the world is going on? He clenched his fists, looking impatient. Enough! Who the hell are you? Yingzhan, almost, driven mad with anger, screamed, Arrogant bastard! Zi Luo tilted his head and looked at him, sneering inwardly. Poor skills, low stats, and even his personality hasn't matured like it will in a few years. He didn't even plan on killing these mercenaries. As expected, The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Then he replied softly, "Watch closely. I'll show you what true despair is." In the blink of an eye, Zai Luo easily took down the surrounding grunts and appeared right in front of Ying Zhan, causing his face to turn pale. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his mouth felt as if it were gagged, only able to let out a choke sound, "Ah," and the next second, his body went rigid and collapsed to the ground without a sound. The cat glanced at Ying Zhan and said, "Go after Li Hebo's group." Then it leaped away, leaving Zi Luo standing there, dagger in hand, looking at the system display that read "Vengeance Barrier" and mumbling to himself. They probably haven't escaped the manor yet. He nudged Ying Zhan's shoulder with his foot, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Get a move on, commander of the Predator Mercenary Corps." The man replied with a stone-cold face. "The Predator Mercenary Corps has been all but wiped out. Am I even worthy of being called its commander?" At that moment, Zi Luo broke into a triumphant smile, thinking gleefully, killing all his subordinates right in front of him, slowly crushing any thought of resistance. This is the highest form of revenge. Like a dam breaking, Ying Zhan shot up and screamed repeatedly, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Tell me, or I won't be able to die in peace." But no matter how much he screamed, Zi Luo gripped his dagger and walked towards him step by step, saying, "Not dying in peace? Is there really such a thing?" Ying Zhan trembled in terror, scrambling backward until he hit a wall, with nowhere else to go. With a single slash to the neck, Zi Luo swiftly sent him on his way, but the man's eyes remained wide open. Even so, Zi Luo wasn't finished. He stomped on the man's chest repeatedly, relentlessly voicing the deep-seated hatred in his heart. "Even now, I still remember your face that day. You stomped me to the ground, called me a worthless punk, called me an orphan, a piece of trash. You asked how I had the audacity, the courage to challenge the authority of the Li family. But thanks to your actions, you taught me a valuable lesson. Before you kill someone, don't waste your breath on useless words. If you can act, don't just talk. Look at you, lying there and talking to me. Doesn't it feel great? This is what will truly make you unable to die in peace." Satisfied, Zi Luo let out a long breath, turned, and walked away, already plotting how to deal with the next ones. Ying Zhan is dead. This is like cutting off one of the Li family's right-hand men. Dealing with the rebel, Li family will be much simpler now. He pushed the door open, put his hands in his pockets, and casually walked out of the room filled with corpses. In a secret room of the Li family estate, Li Haobo stood beside Zhao Guangkai, his face pale, running his hands through his hair in frustration. "Uncle Zhao, they won't follow us here, will they?" The man quickly reassured him, "Of course not. Mr. Ying will take care of those people." But before the young master could let him finish, a loud noise from outside cut him off. He quickly looked towards the door and saw the silhouette of a person imprinted right on it. Fear surged in Haobo's heart, and he started screaming. It must be Lin Zile's people. He killed Yao Jinghan first, and now he's come to kill me. Butler Zhao, seeing him lose control, tried to comfort him. "Young master, don't panic just yet. We've already arranged for others to go to the secret passage. He won't think to look for us here." Hearing this, he calmed down a little, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, cursing through gritted teeth. I have no idea how he knew about my relationship with Yao Jing Han, or where he found such a powerful assassin. Suddenly, the butler seemed to realize something and said, "Could it be that? Did that Lin Jian leave any way out for Lin Zile?" As soon as the words were spoken, he shot to his feet and quickly refuted it. "Impossible. When we killed Lin Jian back then, our Li family nearly wiped out the Lin family, root and stem. There's no way Lin Jian could have left a way out. If it weren't for that superior insisting that we spare one of the Lin family's bloodline, that brat Lin Zile would have been dead long ago." At that same moment, Zile stood outside, separated from the two by only a door, having heard the entire story. A cold aura began to emanate from him as he thought. So that's how it was. Inside, Haobo seemed to have recognized the voice. Fear began to consume him, and he screamed, "Lin Zile! That's right, that's Lin Zile's voice. How did he get here? How did he find this place?" Zile let out a deep breath, leaning his back against the wall and looking up as he said, "So you've had your eyes on me from the very beginning. So there was this much going on with me." Suddenly, from the other side of the door, Haobo's voice called out with a strange smile, "Lin Zile, let me tell you something. You're going to die by my hand. I should have just arranged for someone to kill you from the start." Zile reacted in time, turning and raising his knife defensively as he asked, "I'm truly curious. Who is Lin Jian? And what is this about the Li family wiping out the Lin family?" Hearing this, the man burst out laughing and replied mockingly, "Ha ha ha, you damn orphan. You don't even know your own father's name. You deserve this." Back when my father was about to get a promotion, Lin Zile reported him, throwing our Li family's years of planning into chaos. For that alone, your entire Lin family deserved to be annihilated. If the superior hadn't spoken up, do you think a bastard like you deserves to be the sole survivor of the Lin family? I'm actually curious, where did you find your helper? If it wasn't for them, based on your own strength, I could just send any one of my bodyguards to kill you. Ziluo wasn't one to be outdone and immediately retorted, "Everything you're saying now is completely useless, because whether you talk or not, I will turn your entire Li family to ash." As he spoke, he slammed his fist on the door, causing Butler Zhao to rush forward and shield his young master. Haobo seemed to not realize the danger Ziluo posed, still talking tough. "You? Destroy the Li family? Don't overestimate yourself." Before he could finish his sentence, Ziluo kicked the door clean off its hinges. Seeing this, Butler Zhao immediately threw a punch straight towards him, but with his pathetic skills, Ziluo dodged it with ease. Just then, the cat leaped up to attack him, but unfortunately, it was spotted. The butler immediately changed his target and landed a powerful punch on it. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing that the 30-minute summon time was up and the cat vanished into thin air. Seeing this, he thought to himself, exactly 30 minutes. Heh, how did I manage to time that so perfectly? Without any hesitation, he reached up and took off his mask, revealing his true face. Butler Zhao looked at him and said, "You're Lin Zile. The assassin from before was you. From beginning to end, it was all you." On the side, Haobo was drenched in a cold sweat, screaming, "Lin Zile, it really is you." Even the butler seemed unable to believe his eyes, continuously muttering in doubt, "Impossible. The strength to kill Rong Jan. The strength to break into the manor. That's absolutely not something a wet-behind-the-ears kid like you could do." Ignoring their astonishment, he smirked and said slowly, "Old relics have no place in the apocalypse. The 7-day newbie protection period for the Doomsday game is over. The decades of hard training you guys went through can't even compare to a random zombie you'd find on the street." Haobo, still refusing to accept it, said, "Impossible. It can't be just him. How could Lin Zile have gotten so strong?" Ziluo's brow furrowed. He raised his knife into a ready stance and replied softly, "Just me is enough to kill you all." Ziluo drew back his fist and advanced on Butler Zhao. The butler hurriedly raised both hands to block, but was still sent stumbling backward, crying out in pain. Ugh. This, however, made his eyes light up. He raised a hand to his chin, thinking with great interest, "This old butler's physical constitution is pretty good. If a punch like this had landed on Rong Jan, it would have taken him down instantly." In contrast, the butler's heart was burning with anxiety. He narrowed his wrinkled eyes and silently made a decision. At this point, this is the only way. Then, he clenched his fists, and the shirt on his body was instantly ripped apart by his rippling six-pack. But this alone wasn't enough to faze Ziluo. He swung his knife and slashed forward. The man dodged and said, "You have no martial honor." Ziluo's expression didn't change as he replied, "Right now, I want to take your head. Do I need your permission first, or do I need the permission of 18 generations of your ancestors?" Without waiting for a reply, he immediately threw his knife, unleashing a skill. Explosive double slash. The knife slashed across the man's arm, and it didn't stop there. It suddenly reversed its course and attacked again, making Butler Zhao cry out in pain. Suppressing the pain in his arm, he managed to look at him with disbelief and say, "How is this possible? I've trained in martial arts for 50 years, so how can I can't accept losing so quickly." Suddenly, an explosion went off. Seizing that opportunity, Zile quickly used his knife to stab him straight in the neck and said, "You can never afford to leave any loose ends. Only by killing all your enemies can you truly be at peace." Looking down at the corpse at his feet, he said, "What a pitiful and stubborn old fool. The apocalypse is already here, and you're still stubbornly clinging to the idea that a martial arts duel has to follow certain forms. The truth proves that it's not enough to just be strong. You also have to be sharp and precise in controlling the situation to keep up with the times. Otherwise, death is the only path." He turned his head and saw Jing Haobo with a terrified, dazed expression on his face, his limbs trembling so much that he collapsed to the ground. This made him say with contempt, "Are you that useless?" His expression unchanging, he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it straight into his leg, making him clutch his leg and scream in pain. "Ah." The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, "Awake now? Done playing dead?" As he spoke, he stabbed him a few more times. His eyes widened as he let out a blood-curdling scream for help. Lin Zile, my parents won't let you get away with this. Hearing this, he chuckled softly and brought the sword down again. This torture seemed to have reached his limit, and he hurriedly said, I'm begging you, kill me. Please, just kill me now. Zile replied, kill you. Of course I'm going to kill you. Oh, that's right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. He opened the system panel and selected a weapon, a dull knife. The duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. He gave Halbo a taste of it without hesitation, and another scream rang out. Ah. He pretended to scratch his head and said, Ah, my apologies. This knife is too dull. It won't go in. My bad. But in the next second, his attitude changed, and he said in a cold voice, This stab is for myself. As he spoke, he forcefully stabbed him, making him turn pale and scream, Arg. But it didn't. Stop there. Zile continued, The path this knife is taking represents what I had to go through for 10 years, hiding in the east and dodging in the west, my life hanging by a thread. What a pity. The pain you're suffering isn't even 1% of mine. Hearing this, he looked dumbfounded and asked, 10 years? What 10 years? Halbo retorted with a blank expression. It was obviously 3 years ago when I found out about this that I started thinking about torturing you. Zile's face darkened, and a mocking smile appeared as he stabbed him again and said, This stab is for myself. This one is because it makes me happy. The overwhelming pain made him beg, Stop it. Ignoring his words. This time he aimed for his left chest, stabbing down with all his might and said, This stab is for my Lin family. Even though I've never met them, it's only right for a son to avenge his father. As for the other stabs, no matter who they're for, as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. A moment later, he opened the system panel again and activated a weapon, a pristine pair of metal tongs. Seeing Zile approaching him with a grotesque smile while holding the tongs, Halbo was terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably as he said, What do you want to do? He didn't hesitate to reply, I should be thanking you. This is a punishment I invented. With this hand of yours, you've tortured countless people to death. I have to give you credit. When it comes to torture, you truly have a gift. Hearing this, he seemed to have a sudden realization, and his eyes rolled back as he screamed nonstop. This is what I went through. Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, Zile cut off a piece of his flesh and quickly used the tongs to shove it into his mouth, ignoring his screams of, No, no. After the struggle, Halbo was covered in injuries, lying limply against the wall with a soulless gaze. Looking at his pathetic state, he let out a sneer. Is that all it takes to break you? In your past life, you researched so many forms of extreme torture and harmed so many people. This isn't even 1% of what you did to others. Suddenly, he rubbed his chin and said cheerfully, Forget it. Seeing you like this, just wanting to die, torturing you further, isn't fun anymore. It's just a pity I can't use all those things you researched on you. Even so, Zile had no intention of letting Halbo off. He stabbed him repeatedly in the neck while saying, You're not pretending, are you? Fine, I overestimated him. Based on his acting skills, he could never fake this state. Whatever, I've managed to shatter his spirit to the absolute limit his body can withstand. Zile's finishing slash. With that said, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from his body, followed by a shocking explosion. But it seemed Zile had already seen through it. He calmly opened an umbrella to shield himself. As night fell outside, Zile gazed into the distance, unable to help but remark, enjoying the night view from the Lee family's villa. It's still not bad. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Player Lin Zile's mentality has been detected to have undergone a change. Successfully activated the talent, Heart of Vengeance. Seeing this, he was stunned and blurted out, Huh? The system displayed Heart of Vengeance. Zile said in shock, So my talent has been activated. He then clicked to inspect it. A system prompt appeared, Talents and talent skills in the Trav. Apocalypse game are two different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books, while talents can only be unlocked by the player themselves through various conditions, such as attributes, thoughts, mentality, experience, abilities, and so on. It reaches a certain optimal attribute level. It can be actively triggered. Activating skills can be based on skill books, but activating a talent is purely based on luck and strength. Talent skill, Heart of Vengeance. Lin Zimu's hatred ensures that all debts are paid. Against your enemies, you will possess even greater attribute power. After you identify someone as an enemy, your own attributes will be enhanced based on your level of hatred. The greater the hatred, the greater the boost to your basic attributes. At its highest, it can increase your basic attributes by 20%. After reading it, He thought gleefully. I can't believe this. Heart of Vengeance is so good. It can boost my basic attributes by 20% at most. Then he muttered to himself, the higher my base stats in this game get, the bigger the boost from this talent will be. So, this is basically a talent that grows indefinitely. What a steal! Suddenly, the system popped up with a new notification. Host has successfully killed 269 people in the Lee family manor, successfully completing the Lin Zile's Certain Vengeance mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward. One random common directive draw and a piece of bronze-grade equipment. Would the host like to draw now? He quickly clicked on draw. A piece of bronze-grade equipment appeared along with a description. Congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze-grade equipment. Lesser magic. Staff. Lesser magic staff. Bronze-grade equipment. A profession-exclusive item that can enhance magical power and increase magic casting speed. Skill power increased by 5%. Magic skill casting speed increased by 5%. And spiritual power recovery rate increased by 20%. After staring at the stats for a long time, Zile rubbed his chin and said with a hint of disappointment, I can't use this thing. Still, for a mage, this is a top-tier item. I can probably sell it for a good price in the shop later. With that, he tossed it into his inventory. Looking at his bag, he couldn't help but think, this auto-loot directive is really amazing. I don't have to worry about missing any equipment at all. But I have to say, the killing mechanics in this game are truly twisted. Recalling the rules, he couldn't help but sigh. In this apocalypse game, once you kill someone, their storage space disappears forever. You can't get anything inside. Players can only loot the corpse to see if there are any items on it. However, you only get a chance to loot the body right at that moment. After a while, when everyone learns about the death mechanic, they'll often choose to go down fighting, taking their killer with them. It's the game's way of discouraging players from killing each other. Suddenly, he discovered an item dropped by Rongjian. His curiosity piqued, he reached out and inspected it, thinking, a purification necklace. Instantly, the system explained, purification necklace, bronze-grade equipment, a necklace with the ability to purify, mental attribute +1, attached skill, purify. Instantly removes one negative status effect you are suffering from, such as petrification, stun, blindness, and so on. Cooldown, 12 hours. Comparing the two necklaces on the selection screen, the purification necklace and the meditation necklace. He frowned, deep in thought. The stats of this necklace aren't as good as the meditation necklaces, but its attached skill could be a lifesaver in a real fight. He finally made a decision. The other two are useless to me. I'll just throw them in storage for now. Zile let out a long sigh and said, System, draw the common directive for me. The system received the command and began processing. Drawing common directive. Draw complete. Congratulations to the host for drawing the common directive. Absolute Enslavement Level 1. Absolute Enslavement Level 1. Allows you to enslave one zombie whose strength does not exceed the host's, turning it into your slave. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any of its master's commands. It will see the host as its master and will protect the master's safety even unto death. Note, the zombie will have a partial player attribute panel, which can grow along with the zombie, and it may also have some player privileges. Once the bound zombie dies, this directive's function will disappear. As if grasping the key point, he was so stunned, he shouted, Oh my God, enslaving a zombie? I never heard of anything like this in my past life. Am I dreaming right now? He pinched his own cheek, and the very real sensation made him exclaim, Ow, holy, that is freaking badass. If this zombie is truly loyal to me. Zile laughed with delight, saying to himself, Then I won't have to do any of the hard work anymore, right? Sigh. Ever since I found out Yao Jinghan betrayed me, I've been wary of everyone. I thought I'd be alone in this life. But if I have a zombie that can endure hardships, follow me, maybe it could heal my wounded heart. A second later, as if a thought struck him, he quickly, seriously asked the system, What kind of effect will I get if I upgrade this absolute enslavement directive? He quickly saw the answer. After upgrading absolute enslavement, the number of zombies that can be enslaved will increase. Each level increases the amount. A childhood memory, along with a piercing scream, suddenly flashed through his mind, jolting him awake. He kept shaking his head, telling himself, Don't do it, don't do it. But he really wanted to reach that level. How high do I need to level up absolute enslavement? I'll have to figure this out slowly. But what kind of zombie would be best to enslave? Those guys who eventually become zombie kings wouldn't be a bad choice. They have a lot of potential, but they don't feel quite perfect. Most importantly, I don't even know if they'll still develop the same way as my past life after I enslave them. Forget it. I'll deal with that later. In my past life, I heard the Leaf family's basement had a lot of treasures. I'll go see if there's anything I can use. As he said this, he headed straight for the basement. The moment he opened the door, his eyes lit up like stars, but he quickly snapped out of it. Looking at the pile of gold and jewels, he tossed them aside, saying, "In the apocalypse, this stuff is worthless. Using this as toilet paper would just be uncomfortable." So, Ziluo turned his attention to other items, saying excitedly, "I remember these portraits are useful for something, but I can't recall the specific details. I'll just take them first and figure it out later." He shamelessly stuffed them into his bag and then turned to check out another weapon. Of course, only the Leaf family would do something like this. This knife is encrusted with jewels. Are they afraid people won't know they're rich or something? After a bit of a struggle, he happily hummed a tune and left, having looted everything. Wandering around the Leaf family manor, he decided that in his 2 lifetimes, he'd never stayed in such a luxurious villa before. "I'll just sleep here tonight." As he entered one of the rooms, a figure appeared, startling him. He took out his light to get a better look, thinking, there's no way a living person could be in this manner. When he got closer, he realized it was a zombie that had been locked up. The system displayed the zombie's information. Level 4, Basic Attributes, Strength, 25, Spirit, 3, Constitution, 26, Agility, 18. Attributes are boosted at night, Talent, Innate Super Strength, and Epic Grade Talent. Your strength grows as you level up. All strength-related items and equipment you wield will have their effects enhanced. You only consume stamina when using skills, not spirit energy. Skill, Full Power Strike. Concentrates all strength into a single punch. This punch deals damage equal to 150% of your strength attribute. Feeling like he'd struck gold, Ziluo said excitedly, "This zombie is ridiculously strong, and it even gets an attribute boost at night. It's just like a bronze-level boss. What a coincidence. I just got absolute enslavement, and now this zombie shows up." Suddenly, the zombie opened its bloodshot red eyes and stared right at him. The two faced each other in silence. Noticing how unusually peaceful it was, Ziluo spoke up, "Hey, big guy. I'm a human. You're a zombie. Aren't you supposed to bite me when you see me?" Suddenly, the system displayed Spirit 3. This baffled him. He put his face in his hands and said, "No wonder its spirit is only 3. If you let this thing loose in human society, it'd be considered intellectually disabled." But then he changed his tune, laughing. No, it's unique. System, this zombie's attributes are so high. Can I choose to enslave it? The system replied, yes. Due to this zombie's mental deficiencies, its total combined attributes are not higher than the host's. He fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, "Sigh, this zombie really isn't bad. I'm kind of jealous of its talents, except for the whole spirit thing. All right then, system. I want to enslave this zombie." He decided internally, whatever, a little dumb is good. Dumb ones are obedient. The system confirmed, "Host, are you sure you want to use level 1 absolute enslavement on this zombie?" Yes. He didn't hesitate to confirm. A red light burst from the zombie as it seemed to resist with all its might. Ziluo's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it trying to fight back?" he said, shocked. But in the blink of an eye, the zombie's face went back to its original dazed expression. He was completely taken aback by this sudden change. "You call that a struggle? Is it too late to take it back?" The moment he finished speaking, the system announced, "New zombie successfully enslaved. Host, please name your new zombie." Great, another headache. He scratched his head, thinking, well, this guy is so big and imposing, and his strength is off the charts. Plus, he has an epic grade talent, innate super strength, so I'll call him Big Dummy. The system registered the information and responded, "Successfully named zombie, Big Dummy. Congratulations, host, on successfully taming Big Dummy. Big Dummy will absolutely obey any of its master's commands. He will protect his master's safety, even unto death." Level 1 Absolute Enslavement has now bound Big Dummy. Generating character sheet for Big Dummy. Player, Big Dummy. Level 4. Experience, 32 out of 50. Reputation, data lost, cannot be opened. Gold, inventory, data lost, cannot be opened. Basic attributes, strength, 25. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 26. Agility, 18. Titles, none. Talent, innate super strength. Skill, full power strike. Equipment, none. A reminder to the host. Dan Gok's player analysis panel was forcibly implanted by the system, so he cannot inherit renown, or the item's storage function, nor can he gain experience from the rewards of zombie-killing quests. Dan Gok's leveling method and progress are similar to that of a zombie. Killing zombies can earn gold coins with a 1% chance of dropping items and equipment, Zile looked at him in the iron cage and said excitedly, "All right, Dan Nook, prove yourself. I don't believe this cage can hold you with your current stats." Just as he predicted, Inja grabbed the two iron bars in front of him, forcefully pulled them apart, and slowly walked out towards him. Once out, Danda grinned happily, while Ziluo could only sigh in frustration and say, "What on earth was I thinking?" Expecting him to do something different. The fact that he can understand my commands is already good enough. Opening the system panel, he selected the leather wrist guard's Constitution +1, Strength +1, then clicked on the equipment to review the base stats. The system displayed Dangok's base attributes: Strength 26, Spirit 3, Agility 18. A reminder popped up. This zombie does not have a nighttime stat boost. It wasn't much of a surprise. He yawned, turned, and walked away, saying, "I guessed right. His stats are already this heaven-defying. If he also had a nighttime boost, that would be just too broken." He walked without looking back, but still waved his hand to give an order. "Dangok, I'm going to get some sleep. You stand guard at the door and don't let anything disturb me," he roared in response. The next morning, after waking up, Ziluo stretched and opened the door, stepping out of the room. The first thing he saw was the tall figure of Dangok waiting there. He didn't hold back his praise. "Good job, my friend. Not bad at all." Hearing this, the big guy laughed with delight. Hey. Ziluo pointed to the ground, asking curiously, "You still won't eat the corpses of other zombies?" Dangok shook his head as if with all his might. Ziluo chuckled lightly and said, "You really are a one-of-a-kind zombie." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the dining room, using a few talismans to conjure a table full of delicious, fragrant food. But just as he picked up his bowl and chopsticks, the continuous sound of dripping water caught his attention. Ziluo turned his head to look, and it turned out to be Dong Jok, his eyes shining brightly, drooling non-stop, wanting to eat. Seeing this, he invited him over. "How about you come have a bite too? Come on in." Hearing this, Dangok nodded eagerly. Ziluo then continued, "Come on, let's eat together." He was utterly stunned, thinking that in his 2 lifetimes, he had never met a zombie as strange as this one. It didn't eat zombie flesh or human flesh, but preferred hot food. He pointed to a chair and said, "Sit down and eat." Dangok happily ran over and began to eat ravenously, ignoring Ziluo's judgmental gaze. Before, I was worried about having no place to store so many supply cards that dropped, but now having Dangok to share the burden isn't bad. My original plan was to wait until level 5 or 6 to seek revenge on Li Haobo, but now all of that is over. I've already reached level 8, so I don't need to find dungeons to level up anymore. As he said this, he opened the system, took out a map, and continued to plan. Based on my current equipment, and with the help of Dangok's strength, looking at the map in his hand, he couldn't help but say, "Perhaps I can directly attempt the illusionist class change." Looking at the Shanghai Museum, he said, "The next destination is the Shanghai Museum to find the class change scroll." Ziluo silently thought to himself that he remembered the ancient scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum was the key to the class change. Suddenly, he remembered something crucial about being in the class change space. After activating it, the player needs to complete 3 class change trials to obtain the class change scroll designated for them. If not completed within the specified time, the class change will fail, and the player will be killed instantly. At this point, memories of his past life began to replay in his mind like a movie. In my past life, it was all thanks to Li Haobo. In my past life, my roommate and I heard there was a treasure in the Shanghai Museum, so we wanted to go look for it. But unexpectedly, on the way, I received news that Yao Jinghan was cheating on me with Li Haobo. I originally wanted to find Li Haobo to get revenge, but it turned out that Li Haobo had already bribed my 3 roommates. They tricked me into entering the class change space. They wanted me to fail the class change, using it as an excuse to kill me. Unexpectedly, I succeeded. That wound stayed with me for 10 years. Thinking of the Shanghai Museum, Ziluo thought to himself, "In my past life, this happened on the 8th day of the Apocalypse game. Now it's only the 4th day. The Shanghai Museum area will definitely be empty of people." After thinking it through, he said with satisfaction, "This time, without that stumbling block, Li Haobo, it should be much smoother." Just then, he glanced over at Dangok, who was still engrossed in eating, and an idea suddenly struck him. "It's just that your appearance, my friend, is a bit conspicuous. I've got it." A short while later, the 2 of them stood right in front of the villa's gate, with Dangok completely covered up, and a large blade slung over his shoulder. This made Ziluo think with satisfaction. This is perfect. At the Shanghai Museum, many other zombies were loitering around outside. Ziluo and Dangok hid in a concealed corner. He quickly came up with a plan. It seems someone's already here. I'll have to be careful. And just like that, he took down 3 zombies all by himself. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time use bronze level item. He tapped on his inventory. Instantly, an analysis of the one-time use bronze level fireball scroll appeared. After use, it can unleash a fireball spell with a fixed amount of energy. The player can control the fireball to attack an enemy, or choose to detonate it to cause massive damage. He said cheerfully, not bad at all. Suddenly, he sensed something. He whipped around to see Dan Yu being pawed at by other zombies. Luo hid behind a wall, secretly observing Dan Yu. He couldn't help but think Dan Gu doesn't actively attack the zombies, and the zombies don't attack him either. That's really interesting. Dan Gu can get close to zombies for a sneak attack, and he can even open a Yang treasure without attacking. This way, we might be able to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. The only downside is if Dan Gu opens the Yang treasure, we won't get rewards like experience, reputation, and inventory space. We'll assess the situation and decide then. Suddenly, a memory from his past came flooding back. He couldn't help but worry, thinking, in my past life, on the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies here were almost completely wiped out by other players. It's going to be a little difficult for just me and Dan Yu to handle this now. Luo used his binoculars to observe the situation inside the museum. Looking at the people inside, he said, well, the class change scroll can't be in there. Otherwise, I'd just have Dan Gu go into the museum and get it. That would be much simpler. No, wait. He suddenly noticed something was off and thought. To round up and wipe out these zombies inside the museum, we don't have enough people. The way these guys talk is so amateurish. They need more practice. It's making it hard for me to tell if my guess is right. The signs of fighting I saw earlier were probably left by them. If I could just join them, following them into the museum would save me a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, at the Death God Club in the Xiao Ruan Fa shopping center, Cao Dong stood on a high platform, looking down at the crowd below and shouted, all right, it's decided then. We'll move out once we gather 200 people. Everyone is responsible for their own weapons. However, the people below weren't having any of it. They shouted in protest. I can't wait any longer. Waiting for 200 people is an insult to our strength. Let's just charge in now. The others roared in agreement. Yeah, this old man wants to eat a whole roasted goat. That's right. Our supply cards have been empty for a while now. What are you being so cautious for, Cao Dong? Are you trying to let us starve to death here? You'll just end up taking all our supplies. Smack. A slap sent Yellow Hair staggering to the ground. Ting Ningjing looked at him furiously and said, Yellow Hair, calm down. He struggled to his feet, wiped his mouth, and said in a taunting voice, listen here, Ting Ningjing. Don't get all high and mighty with us just because you have some big bronze-level iron rod. So what if you manage to slap me? If you just listen to me, I can let this slide. How about it? Huh? Want to think about it. As he spoke, he reached out to stroke her face. Her expression darkened, her grip tightened on the iron rod, and she spoke in a cold voice. I know exactly what you're worried about, Yellow Hair. And listen to you? I'd rather spit. As if you're worthy. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, he immediately shouted back, What? Don't be in such a hurry. For now, I'm being a gentleman and leaving you alone. But just wait until I get my chance. I'll mess you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you. She furiously shouted back in his face. You think you can lay a finger on me? Why don't you go take a piss and look at your own reflection? You're killing me. The surrounding crowd erupted in mocking laughter, humiliating him further. He quickly pulled out a wooden club, ready for a fight. Don't blame me for what happens next. Seeing this, the crowd began to egg him on. Go on, Yellow Hair, hit her. Don't be scared. How can you be afraid of a girl? Yeah, TNU. Hit him hard for us. We want to see how your body moves when you fight. Seeing the chaos erupting, Cao Dong quickly stepped in to intervene. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me for a second. Suddenly, a sound from behind the door drew everyone's attention. A moment later, a masked Lin Zile appeared, with Dan Gu standing protectively behind him. Recognizing the people there, Luo was a little surprised, thinking, it's him. As Luo stepped into the club, he saw a familiar figure. In my past life, on the day I activated the scroll, I think I met him. His name was Cao. Something. Right? A girl dressed in an all-pink outfit spoke up with an incredibly annoyed tone. Who are you people? What are you doing here? After she spoke, all eyes turned to him and Dan Gu. Cao Dong stepped closer and asked politely, May I ask for this brother's name? What brings you to our Death God Club? From a distance, a young man was staring intently at them. The man repeated his question. May I ask for our brother's name? They tried to scan his information, but nothing came up. What the hell is with this information? He asked, turning to the person beside him. Beside him, some basic information appeared. Nickname, Dian Gok. Title, None. Level, 4. I couldn't help but wonder, who on earth would name themselves Dying Noke? Ziluo gestured to Dying Noke and introduced them. I'm here with this brother of mine. We saw that you guys have a lively group here, and we were wondering if we could join. As soon as Gao Dong heard that, his expression changed, and he dropped all his previous wariness. So you want to join our Death God Club? Huh. Of course, we welcome you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the president of the Death God Club, Gao Dong. He immediately put on a welcoming face, extending his hand as if greeting a friend he hadn't seen in ages. The fact that he was the president made Ziluo pause for a second. Ziluo scratched his head. Me. My name is Lin Luo. He glanced at the guy next to him, who was carrying a huge blade on his shoulder, and continued. This is my brother, Dying Gok. He's a bit slow, and he's mute. He used to be a bodyguard for a wealthy person. Gao Dong went with it immediately, grabbing his hand with both of his eyes crinkling into a smile. Great, great. Brother Lin Luo, on behalf of the Death God Club, I welcome you both. Inwardly, he was gloating. This guy's a bit dim-witted. Doesn't that mean he'll be easy to fool? Ziluo played along perfectly. Great, that's great. We're finally part of an organization now. Behind his ugly mask, he smirked to himself, thinking it was surprisingly easy to join them. He and Dying Gok sat down with Gao Dong in a private room to chat and get acquainted. Brother Lin Luo, Brother Dying Oak. I feel like we hit it off right from the start. Tell me, do you two have any particular hobbies? As your new brother, I'll take care of you. Ziluo began to fabricate a new backstory for them. Well, elder brother Gao, my brother and I love to fight. Our biggest goal is just to get stronger. Whenever we have free time, we like to go out and kill zombies to level up. That's the main reason we came here, to find more opportunities. Gao Dong started to sweat a little but tried to act calm. Ah, you want to get stronger, eh? Well, I happen to have a lot of skill books. I suppose I can part with one of my favorites for my new brothers. Hearing this, Ziluo immediately sensed something was wrong, putting on a confused expression. A skill book, and he's just giving it away for free? He waved his hands, shaking his head frantically. A skill book. That kind of thing must be incredibly valuable, right? Gao Dong waved his hand with a smile. We're all family here. What's value between brothers? Come on, Brother Lin Luo, just take it. Gao Dong pushed the book closer to him. Ziluo examined it carefully, his mind racing. My God, it really is a skill book. Was I just opening them the wrong way before? Are all the players in this life this generous? He opened the book, and the Berserker's Fury skill card popped out. It was a warrior-type skill. Upon activation, the user would enter an uncontrollable state, losing all consciousness, becoming a madman who only knows how to attack any living creature nearby. All stats would increase by 20 to 50%, depending on the user's level of rage. The effect lasts for 2 minutes. After the 2 minutes are up, the user will fall into a state of confusion based on the level of the boost. The higher the stat boost, the longer the confusion lasts. The side effects of this skill are huge. Use with caution. Use with caution. As Ziluo read these lines, he pouted and his face fell. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You completely lose consciousness for 2 minutes. How is that any different from being a zombie? Besides, a person who isn't conscious can't fight as effectively as someone who is. Gao Dong scratched his face and let out an awkward laugh. Although the side effects of this skill are pretty major, he hesitated for a moment before finding a way to salvage the conversation. But a skill like this can be a lifesaver when you're in a desperate situation, you know? But his inner thoughts were completely different. You think I'm an idiot, that I have a skill book I don't use? But then again, is this skill even meant for people to use? Still, I didn't expect this kid to catch on so fast. Ziluo closed the book and clasped his hands together, feigning immense gratitude. I can really feel your sincerity, elder brother Gao. I love this skill book, thank you. Then he delivered a final line that left Gao Dong gaping, unable to react. Elder brother Gao, was there anything else you wanted to say? If not, my brother and I are going to head out and level up. The two of them quickly stood up, preparing to leave. Gao Dong still hadn't snapped out of it. Was I mistaken about that smile from before? Just as Ziluo turned to leave, he was called back. Brother Lin, wait. He asked, is there something else? Elder brother Gao. Gao Dong fumbled in his pocket. He hurriedly held out a golden card and added, I feel I've wronged you, Brother Lin. How about this? I have a supply voucher for KFC fried chicken here. Why don't we share it? He thought to himself, since I tried to trick him with that skill book first, I should probably give him something as compensation. Seeing this, Ziluo again waved his hands in refusal. Ah, no need. Dying Gok and I have to go find some zombies for experience points. Under his mask, he felt conflicted, stuck in an awkward position. Taking the guy's skill book was making him feel guilty. Sigh, If I take the supply card too, I'll feel a bit guilty myself. But Gao Dong pressed the card into Zai Luo's hand, insisting he take it with utmost sincerity. Just take it, brother. If you need anything to eat or drink, just grab it from the warehouse. Don't be shy. He felt extremely awkward but had no choice but to accept. Well then, on behalf of my brother, thanks in advance, Brother Cao. The two of them finally left. Inside, Cao Dong waved goodbye. Go on, if you need anything, just find us anytime. Brother Lin. He smiled and watched them with affection. Brother Lin Luo really is a good guy. I gave him such a useless skill book, but he didn't complain. What a good brother. Zi Luo and Dan Gok had left the room. There was the sound of footsteps approaching from the opposite direction. The man in the lead had his arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He brushed past him, not even bothering to look as he spoke. Brother, I don't want to threaten you. I just want to give you a piece of advice. Don't get too close to Cao Dong. He even placed a hand on his shoulder, turning his head to threaten him. Otherwise, even if your brother hits hard, Zi Luo didn't have time for more talk. He shoved the man's hand off him. Then he turned to his friend and said, Dan Gok, what are you spacing out for? Get to work. The arrogant group of men burst out laughing. His subordinate even pulled out a gun. Ha! So what if you're big? You're only level 4. Let me tell you, the guys behind me are all level 4. As soon as Dan Gok was mentioned, he stomped his foot hard. The ground shook and cracked, stunning everyone. With a casual swing of his hand, one guy was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. The leader was knocked to the ground, flying a great distance. At this point, the subordinates holding guns couldn't even keep their hands steady, trembling with fear and not daring to look up. Zai Luo then inquired, "Is there anything else you'd like to add?" The two men, shaking like leaves, quickly dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. They stammered, "No, nothing." Dan Gok quietly stepped back behind Zi Luo. People passing by saw the blood on the floor and gasped. Damn. One slap sent his head spinning several times. Ugh, that's disgusting. Everyone knew that Jia Tai had always wanted to fight Cao Dong for the position of club leader. Their overthinking went into overdrive, creating 49 different scenarios. What if this was an enforcer that Cao Dong had found? Using this simple and brutal method to silence dissent and conveniently warn everyone else. The person next to him replied in a daze, "It's not impossible." Unbeknownst to them, Cao Dong was already standing right behind them. It was unclear how much he had heard. What's the gossip? Are you all out of things to do? The group jumped, startled by their guilty conscience. One of them stepped out to whisper the news to him. Looking at the man on the floor, whose head was tilted to one side, he still had questions. Was it really Brother Lin and his brother who killed Jia Tai? The person who had just informed Cao Dong solemnly recounted the situation. We don't know the guy, never seen him before. He brought a brother with him. What was his name again? Dan Gok. Upon hearing this, he burst out laughing. Looking down at the ground, Brother Lin Luo, this is quite a gift you've given me. Cao Dong placed his hands on his hips, his eyes fixed on the corpse. He reasoned, killing Jia Tai in front of so many people. He must be helping me establish my authority. For a short while, no one will likely dare to covet the position of club president. He crossed his arms and gave orders to his subordinate. Go find a few people to bury Jia Tai. Make the funeral look decent. If he has any good equipment on him, share it among the brothers. The other man nodded in obedience. Yes, boss. After losing a major rival, Cao Dong skipped and sang happily. Zi Luo and Dan Gok had now found a quiet room. He rested his chin on his hand in frustration, studying the skill book while Dan Gok sat enjoying his food. Zi Luo glanced to the side. System, let me ask you something. Will Dan Gok attack me? Will he do anything to harm me? An immediate response came. Under no circumstances. Protecting the host is an instinct the system has set for Dan Gok. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether he is rational or not. He closed the book and pressed his lips together, understanding now. Dan Gok, who was in the middle of gnawing on his food, was startled when Zi Luo approached. He held out the book, trying to speak loudly. This means I can also control Dan Gok's behavior. That means after Dan Gok activates his dazed berserk state, I can get a free stat boost. Nice. Even though he was in the middle of a bite, when the book was presented to him, he still obediently took it. Zi Luo patted his shoulder, encouraging him. With a smile that held no warmth, he said, "Study hard." But who would have thought that Dan Gok would let out an unbearably foul burp right in his face? Zi Luo reluctantly sat right beside him to supervise. Dan Gok began to learn the new skill. Watching him, he felt a shared happiness and smiled unconsciously. Dan Gok is truly a blessed fool of a zombie. I need to work hard and seize the time too. Level up to 10. At the very least, my power will double after the class change at level 10. Dan Gok was in the middle of his meal when he was forced to move again. Let's go, Dan Gok. We're going to level up. And while we're at it, we'll test out my new skill, see if it's any good. I remember a good spot at the Shanghai Library, and there's an arcade too. The scene shifts to the street outside, where people were still walking around normally. The two of them strolled leisurely under the bright sunshine. When they reached the emergency exit door, he stuck close behind him with his familiar sword. In front of them, at the end of the hall, was a glowing door. Inside was the arcade Zile had just mentioned. He had put on a mask that covered his entire face. The two of them moved closer. Zile placed his hand on the door handle. The system interface appeared. Player Zile, welcome to the arcade. We wish. Enjoy your shopping. The door slowly opened, releasing a cloud of smoke. He stepped into a room filled with system screens, like a three-dimensional space. Each screen corresponded to a choice, from types of weapons, to types of accessories, to types of masks. Zile stared intently for a long time, his eyes narrowing slightly. He thought for a long while before deciding, right now, I still have 6,000 gold coins in my account. At 2,000 gold coins for a set of good quality, bronze-grade equipment, I can definitely buy the pants, gloves, and armor that I'm missing. Zile was pleased to have found the door he was looking for. But while he was happily browsing and shopping, a sound echoed nearby. From one of the screens, a hand in a pitch-black glove reached out. Its razor-sharp claws were getting closer and closer to Zile. He was shocked to see it was the hand of a zombie. Zile swiftly dodged to the side, luckily getting away. Faced with this situation, even someone as capable as him broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. That was too close. I was almost hit. Danger was lurking everywhere. Zile stood still, calculating his next move. The shop didn't have any glitches or openings, so it seemed the zombie was from within. First, only an arm came through, but now, half the body of a female zombie was crawling out of the screen. It let out a terrifying roar. Zile had no choice but to draw his sword. So, this zombie lives inside the game shop. What was he thinking? He grinned and nodded to himself. Had he ever encountered a zombie like this in his past life, one that was favored by the game? The woman had completely emerged from the game and was trying to stand steady. She lunged forward with her arms outstretched, drool dripping from her wide-open mouth. A single basic strike was all it took for Zile to deal with this zombie that didn't know its place. He turned, glanced at his target, and struck swiftly and cleanly. The woman fell to the ground at his feet. Her status was now deceased, so let's not bring it up again. Zile smugly crossed his arms and gave a command. System, auto-loot. A large item chest appeared. Zile's whole being lit up, his face beaming with hope. Could it be an explosive attribute weapon, or maybe some equipment with a unique attribute? He opened the chest. Before he could see anything, a blue light flashed. The ironic result, a toilet paper card. Congratulations to the host for receiving one supply card, one sheet of toilet paper. Zile was unbelievably disappointed, his face scrunching up slightly. He fell into a moment of silence. This shopping trip cost a total of 6,000 gold coins, with 0 gold coins remaining. Shopping complete. Preparing to close the game shop, the surrounding scenery changed into an ordinary place displaying merchandise. It took Zile a moment to get his bearings. Around him now was a clean, sparkling room, with items neatly arranged on the shelves. He glanced around, not feeling very excited. Zile casually grabbed a bag of items. Whatever. Let's see what Dong Gok managed to get first. When he stepped outside, he saw that Dong Gok had already taken care of all the zombies, their bodies lying scattered in front of the door. Zile immediately gave him a thumbs up in praise. The two of them exchanged a strange smile. He then walked over to the muscular zombie that was still moving. The floor was covered in long streaks of blood. The system notifications began to chime continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time use, bronze-grade item, dilapidated scarecrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze-grade equipment, combo gloves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze-grade equipment, ring pommel saber. Zile collected them all. Congratulations to player Zile for obtaining a new item. The new item has high compatibility with the Tang horizontal saber you are currently wielding. You can use a fusion stone to fuse and upgrade them. He turned his head to look at something, his brow furrowing slightly. The experience bar appeared. He still needed 40% more experience to reach level 9. Zile followed it with his eyes, stroking his chin, smiling, and nodding in satisfaction. Auto-loot is amazing. This way, you basically won't miss anything. Then he pressed the button to inspect the attributes of the newly acquired items. The dilapidated scarecrow card appeared. A one-time use, bronze-grade item. After the player places it on the ground, it can transfer the aggro of any creature hostile to the player onto the scarecrow. The creature will only resume attacking the player after the scarecrow is completely destroyed. Not bad at all. A real lifesaver. The next item was the combo gloves, bronze-grade equipment. After equipping the gloves, there is a chance to perform a combo attack. Attributes: Strength +1, Constitution +1. After each attack, there is a 5% chance to add an extra attack. Zile himself couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This skill's attribute is almost like explosive double slash. It just doesn't have the explosive effect, and its power isn't higher. But still, not bad. He happily examined his new toy, the ring pommel saber, bronze-grade equipment. A long-bladed saber crafted from steel that has been repeatedly forged and tempered. Attribute: Strength +3. Zile drew the saber, his eyes lit up. If I max out strength, getting rid of all other supplementary effects, and just focus everything on power, this could be considered top-tier, bronze-grade equipment. He browsed through his other equipment, making his choice. Combo gloves equipped. The system spoke up. Does player Zile wish to use a fusion stone to fuse the Tang horizontal saber and the ring pommel saber? Equipment created through a fusion stone has a certain probability of being one grade higher than the original equipment. Unless you're extremely unlucky, you won't end up fusing a worse piece of equipment than the original equipment. Zile held the supply card in his hand, suddenly feeling confused, tense, and sweating bullets. Although he had a cheat system, it could only guarantee the item drop rate, not anything else. He took a shallow breath and made his decision. Zile mustered all his courage and decisively shouted, "Fuse." He thought to himself, the worst that can happen is I lose one piece of equipment, but what if it succeeds? The system quickly activated. Player Zile has activated the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the ring pommel saber and the Tang horizontal saber. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusion, these two items will disappear permanently. Beginning fusion, please wait for 30 minutes. At that moment, a lavish feast was spread out before them. Just looking at it made their mouths water. He and Don Jock each found a spot and started devouring the food. The moment the boy sat down, he'd already gnawed everything clean, leaving only bones. He was halfway through a bowl of rice when a notification popped up. Congratulations to player Zile for a successful fusion. You have obtained the silver-grade equipment, head-slicing demon blade. He paused, completely bewildered. When the system's message finally registered, Zile stammered in stunned disbelief. A silver-grade weapon? He immediately rushed over to check, looking more panicked than ever. Head-slicing demon blade, a silver-grade item, successfully formed by combining the Tang horizontal saber and the ring pommel saber, combined with the user's frequent past successes in beheading enemies. The demon blade has a resonant reaction to beheadings. Attributes: Strength +3, Constitution +1. Cracks on the blade can slowly recover after combat ends. Passive skill: Head Slicer. During the act of beheading, slicing speed is increased by up to 20%. After a successful beheading, strength is increased by 1 point. This effect lasts for 3 minutes. Maximum of 2 stacks. Zile screamed with excitement, "Oh my god, these stats are insane." He immediately took out the new weapon to test it. This was just ridiculously overpowered. Truly god tier. The boy, who was still inspecting the clean bone, was called out to Don Noak. "Let's go. We're storming the library to get that scroll." As the two left, Zile was checking the map to find the way. While pointing, he explained the plan to the boy, Don Gok. This time, no holding back. Just charge straight in and fight our way to the library first. We'll talk later. The boy stared blankly, then did exactly as he was told. The moment he entered, he wiped out an entire horde without a second glance. Zile also charged forward with his new demon blade. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. He roared with every swing of his blade, showing off his extraordinary power. Zile dropped to one knee and threw the demon blade towards a cluster of zombies. It spun around like a whirlwind before returning to its spot. He smiled, brimming with vitality. Congratulations to player Zile for reaching level 9. You have obtained 1 free attribute point. Player Zile needs 1,000 experience points to reach the next level. That last attack had left 3 of them bleeding out, face down on the floor. He rested the blade on his shoulder and let out a breath. Phew. Suddenly, he saw something so strange it startled him. Zile almost fainted at the sight before him, utterly confused. Huh. Holy crap, what is he doing? By now, Don Jock's clothes were torn to shreds from the fighting. His long trousers were now shorts, his face was ferocious as he growled, and smoke was even rising from his mouth. Zile glanced over, completely exasperated. He was speechless. Stunned, bewildered, and completely floored, he thought, don't tell me Don Gok's original humanoid setting was a humanoid beast. With that, Zile turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct his brother-in-arms, "Hey, Don Gok, my man, you hold the fort here for a bit. I'm going to clear out the restrooms. Head to the rooftop in 10 minutes. I'll wait for you there." The boy just let out a low growl in response. Half an hour later, as planned, the two of them gathered on the rooftop with a horde of zombies. Zile stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the world with his head held high. Dan Gok activated Sevenfold Rage. Instantly, the beast within him was summoned. Sevenfold Rage. His muscles swelled, bulging until they tore right through his shirt. At this point, Zile just casually gave the command. Dan Gok, those dozen or so zombies in front of you ate all of my roasted chicken. Now I won't have any to eat tomorrow. It was as if his rage button had been pushed. Dan Gok's power buffed to the max level, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Dan Gok had barely started to move, and the zombies were already scared stiff, frozen on the spot. Zile sat back leisurely, sipping his tea, a cup of premium Longjing tea, as if he were chilling at a coffee shop. Who would have thought a storm would break out right after? The fire in front of him blazed towards the heavens. Is Sevenfold Rage really that strong? Dan Gok threw a relentless barrage of punches, taking on the entire horde by himself. Zile clicked his tongue in amazement. Dan Gok's stats had doubled under the stimulation. The boy seemed to be enjoying this violent game. He was overjoyed. This combat power is just insane. He really lives up to being born with monstrous strength. He let out a loud roar as he prepared to enter his cooldown phase. Dan Gok's muscles gradually shrank back to their original size. He collapsed onto the ground, his whole body covered in a network of bruises and scratches, his face contorted in pain. His body was slowly recovering as hot steam escaped from his wounds. He watched, speechless. Oh my god, an apocalypse game has a skill this freakish. The system displayed a notification. Energy supplement, your eating speed is increased by 30%. While in an eating state, the food you consume will be rapidly converted into energy to heal your wounds and restore your stamina. Zile couldn't help but be impressed as he watched. Couldn't believe his eyes. Sigh, big dummy, you're straying further and further down the wrong path. He casually tossed a supply drink into the creature's mouth and gave a command. System auto-loot. Everything was automatically collected. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an equipment enhancement scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a stamina potion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a spirit potion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received protective armor. Here is some information about these items. Protective armor, a bronze tier item. A lightweight metal armor with protective capabilities. Attributes, Constitution plus 1, Agility plus 1. Protective skill, based on the user's will, it can form a transparent shield around the body. The shield's duration lasts for a few seconds. If it takes a hit that exceeds a certain threshold, it will shatter prematurely. The skill's cooldown is 1 hour. After the shield is broken, the cooldown increases to 12 hours. Spirit Potion, a single-use bronze tier item. After consumption, it instantly restores 10% of your spirit power, and, at the same time, restores 5% of your spirit power every minute for 4 minutes. After use, it has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Zile looked fondly at the system screen and selected the new equipment. The screen displayed 2 enhancement items. I hope that after enhancing it, the stamina absorbed by the lifesteal ring in combat can offset my own stamina consumption. And with my godly luck, I might as well go all in. His emerald green eyes flashed as the ring floated and settled into his palm. Zile smiled faintly, his eyes glued to the system screen, where enhancement successful was displayed. Congratulations, player Zile, on obtaining the Lifesteal Ring plus 2. Lifesteal Ring plus 2. A sinister ring that can absorb an enemy's stamina during combat. Attributes, Strength plus 2, Constitution plus 2. He pressed his lips together, momentarily satisfied. Phew, it was a success. As he spoke, he was already pressing the equip button. In his head, Zile had already imagined 49 different ways to fight, using this precious treasure. Lifesteal Ring plus 2. Player Zile successfully converts 12% of the damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina via the Lifesteal Ring. Lifesteal Ring plus 2. Player Zile successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina via the Lifesteal Ring. Phrases like these repeated in his ears. At this thought, he rubbed his chin, his gaze distant. Basic attributes, Strength 28, Spirit 19, Constitution 20, Agility 2%. Zile and his companion moved on, his hands stuffed in his pockets. We've rested long enough, big dummy, let's head upstairs. The door was far from intact, covered in scratches. They opened it to reveal a dilapidated and ruined room, with ledgers scattered all over the place. The dark, hazy room puzzled Zile, but then he smiled as he realized that whatever could do this, and with this much power, it had to be a boss. The two of them slowly stepped into the room. In my past life, the boss here was already killed by the time I arrived. I can't believe I made it in time. His steps suddenly halted. I'm really curious to see just what kind of boss this is. He was standing before a door with a sign that read Shanghai Store. He reached out and turned the handle, which made a soft click. The room inside was spacious, resembling a pre-apocalypse game shop. Congratulations, player, for successfully finding the Shanghai Store. You have been awarded 10 reputation. The amount of time each player is allowed in the store per day may not exceed 30 minutes. Once you exceed the 30-minute limit, you will be subject to a massive fine. In the corner of the room stood a cylindrical machine. If you refuse to pay the fine, the game system will log you out directly. He cut the voice off coldly. I know. Dear player Zile, welcome to the Shanghai Store. As you are the first customer to arrive, you've earned the right to a one-time purchase with a 50% discount. He immediately turned his head to give an order. Something this good actually exists? Big dummy, watch my 6. The creature let out a growl in agreement. Grr. Zile stepped inside as the machine began to close the door, leaving Big Dummy to stand guard outside. The interior was quite spacious and filled with system screens. With his hands in his pockets, Zile glanced around, his eyes landing on the words, "The Shanghai Store welcomes you." He scoffed. Zile tapped the text to view the merchandise, and a large screen materialized right in front of him. It showed the rules for shopping at the Shanghai Store. Physical altercations between customers are not forbidden within the store. Should any fist or magical attack strike the metal walls, you will be charged a repair fee, regardless of whether any damage is visible. Should a conflict with another customer result in the store's walls or floors getting dirty, you will also be charged a cleaning fee. All fees will be calculated based on the actual situation. We hope you have a pleasant and peaceful shopping experience. Zile mused to himself. The setup is exactly the same as in my past life. Hopefully, no one else shows up while I'm shopping so I can avoid the cleaning fee. He pressed the items button. 4 screens appeared, displaying 4 options. Superb flashbang. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 100. Short-range emitter. Price, 500 gold coins. Stock, 100. Ice spike spell scroll. Price, 3,000 gold coins. Stock, 0. Great strength pill. Price, 1,000 gold coins. He felt a bit awkward, not yet fully accustomed to the situation. Hey, am I rich or something? What is all this stuff? There's a red dot in the right corner of the screen. The system chimed in, ding. Detecting that the host is unsatisfied with the items in the Shanghai Store, access to purchase hidden items is now unlocked. He didn't take his eyes off the screen. Ding. Every city's store has a hidden shop exclusive to that city. Ding. Only players who have made significant contributions to the city can purchase items from these hidden stores. Purchase authority has now been granted to the host. Zile was speechless with surprise. He scratched his head, lost in thought. Have I really made that many contributions to this city before? Zile preened at the praise. Let's see what amazing treasures are in the Shanghai Store. His eyes widened at what he saw. Welcome, esteemed contributor to the city. The words appeared, large and clear. Zile began to doubt himself. He asked sternly, System, are you absolutely sure you haven't made a mistake? The system replied instantly, Certain. Host, you will understand once you enter the store. Before his eyes were incredibly valuable items. Shanghai Honorary Replica Badge. Price, 200,000 yuan. Stock, 1. Shanghai Order Replica Uniform. Price, 12,000 gold coins. Stock, 10. Shanghai Guardian Replica Seal. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. Zile scratched his chin in frustration, glancing at his balance of 6,545 gold coins. It was just enough to buy the second item. He selected the Shanghai Order Replica Uniform, thinking that with the discount, it was a good time to buy something so expensive. The system confirmed, you are purchasing the Shanghai Order Replica Uniform for 6,000 gold coins. The original price of 12,000 gold coins was crossed out below. Do you wish to pay? Yes. Zile quickly brightened up, telling himself he'd come back for the Shanghai Guardian Replica Seal next time. The system continued. Does player Zile wish to purchase any other items? He turned away and gave a short reply. No. Then he calmly walked out of the Shanghai Store. Thank you for your visit. Please come again. The machine hissed out gray smoke. With his new prize in hand, Zile felt much more secure. The Shanghai Order Replica Uniform, diamond-grade special equipment. An extremely precious uniform, exquisitely crafted, with outstanding effects. Only those with outstanding contributions to Shanghai are qualified to possess it. Virtualization ability. After equipping the Shanghai Order Replica Uniform, all of your other clothing-type equipment can be hidden within it, while their effects remain fully active. The uniform has a self-cleaning function, as well as other functions like partial temperature regulation, auto-repair, and blood repulsion. Dignity. As long as you are in Shanghai, any player with a lower reputation than you who attacks you will have their stats reduced by 10%. This effect lasts for 5 minutes. Order, you can set the rules of Shanghai. Each day, you can issue one system-approved quest to any player other than yourself. The rewards and penalties for the quest will be determined by the level of your reputation. The quest's content is determined by its difficulty, and you are not required to provide the reward. As expected of city-exclusive gear, this isn't half bad. Zile unequipped all his gear, revealing his toned, six-pack physique. He stood still, waiting. I really want to see how this thing performs in a fight. He activated the Shanghai Order replica uniform. Instantly, the new outfit appeared on Zile, fitting him perfectly. He looked down at himself, excited to test the virtualization attribute first. Detecting attempt to equip protective armor. Activate the virtualization effect of the Shanghai Order replica uniform. Zile raised his hand and replied immediately. Activate. The suit changed color. He narrowed his eyes, overjoyed with his new loot. Zile kept changing his outfit back and forth, causing Gok, who was standing nearby, to stare in amazement. The system announced, Player Zile, you have been in the store for nearly 30 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. He smiled, paying no mind to the warning. The virtualization effect is pretty good. This means from now on, I can just wear this uniform to maximize my agility, mobility, and stealth. He pulled Gok along. Gok, let's go. Suddenly, Gok knelt before Zile, with no idea why he did it. He grinned, showing his teeth, and used the order function on Nok. Destroy the entire world. Gok huddled on the ground, waiting, whether from cold or fear. Ding! Quest failed system verification. The two stared at each other in displeasure. Zile, clearly annoyed, kept issuing commands. Go kill a legendary grade boss. Quest failed system verification. Punch the Shanghai Museum. Quest failed system verification. Spy on a girl changing her clothes. Quest passed system verification. Do you wish to issue this quest? As soon as it was accepted, his eyes lit up and his cheeks flushed as he quickly tried to explain. I was just messing around. It's not real, not real. Gok, who had been sitting there the whole time, still had no idea what was going on. As if remembering something, Zile's eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated the command, Go kill the boss in the Shanghai Museum, just as he thought. Quest passed system verification. Do you wish to issue it? He pressed yes and then looked at the rewards screen. He smiled to himself at the thought of the quest. From now on, I can use this feature to check for nearby bosses. The two of them set off again. Gok, let's go. We're off to hunt a hidden boss. Night fell. Inside a metal container, a brother and sister were huddled together. The younger sister whispered, her eyes wet with tears. It won't find us in here, will it? Her brother turned to reassure her, trying to sound confident but unable to hide his own unease. I don't think so. But the girl's sixth sense told her something was wrong, and she glanced to the side. Through a crack in the container, a piercing red light flashed, causing her to freeze in terror. All the color drained from her face, and tears streamed down uncontrollably as she let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Her brother quickly clamped his hand over her mouth, whispering urgently, Don't make a sound. They pressed close together, the girl unable to stop her muffled, heartbroken sobs. Her brother instinctively looked in the direction she was staring. A humanoid zombie flicked out its horrifyingly long tongue, like a gecko's, sending a shiver of pure fear down the brother's spine. The slimy tip of the tongue slid across his face. His sister's sobs grew more intense, but she bit her lip to stifle the noise. They clung to each other as she began to shake uncontrollably. They had to get out of that monstrous place. He screamed, Xiao Mei, run. The door was right in front of them, a beacon of hope for the two. But they were too late. The zombie's tongue shot out and wrapped tightly around the girl's leg. It ripped her from her brother's grasp, both of them stunned with shock. Blood splattered across the door and the walls. The only thing left in the room was a chilling scream. Xiao Mei. The zombie was holding her down tightly. Her brother trembled, feeling completely helpless until his eyes landed on a broom in the corner. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of courage he had, grabbed the broom, and charged at the monster. You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. The moon was high now, perfectly full and bright. Zile and Gok arrived at the door, ready to take care of the zombie. But unfortunately, both siblings were already lying lifeless on the floor. The zombie flicked its tongue out, acting as if nothing had happened. Zile was at a loss for words. He said coldly, forget it. These types wouldn't have lasted long after the newbie protection period ended. Dying now is just a release for them. He added, if it hadn't been for that scream, I wouldn't have even known you were hiding here, would I? The monster seemed confused as to why he was speaking to it. Congratulations to player Zile for killing a class-changing zombie for the first time. The class change process is similar to that of humans. Zombies are in the process of evolving, and they have their own development paths. The evolution speed of bosses is the fastest. Various types of mutations can appear even in the early stages of the game. Its form resembles a human assassin, with extremely high movement speed and incredibly strong attack power. It likes to eat human brains. They can increase their own intelligence by consuming human brains. Crawler Zombie, a bronze rank boss, level 10. Basic attributes: Strength 23, Spirit 15, Constitution 8, Agility 23. Its crawler talent allows it to freely crawl on smooth surfaces like walls. Its skill, Backstab Strike, can unleash a claw strike, dealing damage equal to 17% of its strength attribute. If it hits an enemy's back, the damage dealt is doubled. Phantom Ambush allows it to instantly merge into the ground or walls to attack, or to follow an opponent's movements. When it attacks, it will launch a charging attack at the opponent, dealing damage equal to 80% of its strength attribute. Ziluo smiled. Its talent and skills were a perfect combination. He put his hands on his hips and stared at the zombie. It also noticed the two of them moving at the same time, while Dan Nok, standing beside him, looked even more confused. Ziluo crossed his arms. Analysis detected that player Ziluo has encountered a bronze-ranked boss, the Crawler Zombie, issuing the quest. The Crawler Zombie's Hatred. Ding! The Golden Finger system has detected that the host has triggered the quest, the Crawler Zombie's Hatred, and is now optimizing related issues. The Crawler Zombie stared straight into his face. The Crawler Zombie's Hatred. A museum administrator was framed for stealing the Advent secret manual. While being scolded by his supervisor, he turned into a zombie and killed him. He wants revenge. He wants to kill every book lover in the world. Quest requirement: Kill the Crawler Zombie. Quest reward: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, 1 set of bronze rank equipment. Time limit: 12. I can't believe an apocalypse game even has a feature for getting revenge for people. It's just a shame it came too late. Ziluo waved his hand. Dan Gok, you go kill it. Just don't let any other zombies get over here. He coordinated perfectly and moved closer. Roar. As Dan Gok faced the Crawler Zombie one-on-one, he raised his weapon high above his head, preparing to strike. Roar. But somehow, the creature dodged. Phantom Ambush. As a result, Dan Gok's attack missed. It had vanished without a trace. The Crawler Zombie was clinging to a corner of the wall, mocking him. While Dan Gok looked around in a daze, it began to stick out its venomous, snake-like tongue. A second later, the zombie lunged down from above. What would happen next? The Crawler Zombie lunged towards Dan Gok, who still hadn't realized the imminent danger. But there was someone else in the room, Ziluo. He seized the opportunity, leaping up with a cunning smile. Scared already? You're nothing special after all. Ziluo brought his blade down as they both landed on the ground. The monster raised its hands with all its might to block. A flurry of slashes followed, which sliced off both of its arms. Seeing this, the Crawler Zombie started crying, its whole body trembling like a child. He stood behind, watching the little thing. The monster ran for its life while crying a river of tears. Gao 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 gao, which roughly translates to, "Help, someone's killing zombies." Ziluo covered his mouth as he yawned and said, "This is your chance. I'll count to 3, then I'm coming after you." He flicked his blade down, a smirk playing on his lips, and activated Gale Flower's Swift Step, then activated White Wing Flying Cape's Brief Air Stagnation. Ziluo flew into the air to chase the zombie. "I'm coming for you." He approached the little creature at lightning speed. Ziluo swung his blade back and forth several times with all his might, shouting, "Explosive twin slashes." All of those slashes were aimed at the Crawler Zombie's head. It stuck out its tongue and ducked forward to dodge. The result was a fiery whirlwind erupting. Ziluo casually turned and walked away with his achievement. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully killing the level 10 bronze tier boss, the Crawler Zombie, receiving 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Ziluo for completing the quest, Grudge of the Crawler Zombie. Congratulations to player Ziluo for receiving the quest reward, 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 piece of bronze tier equipment. Congratulations, the player has reached level 10. Received 1 free attribute point. Player Ziluo has reached level 10. Without a class change, you cannot level up further. All experience points will be accumulated. Please wait patiently for the class change channel to open. Ziluo gave a profound smile. He squinted at the system panel. Looks like I need to find that scroll quickly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10. You have received 1 chance to draw for a super golden finger. Would the host like to draw now? Ziluo scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said, "The newbie phase is almost over. If I'm the first player on the entire server to successfully change classes, I'll even get a server-wide announcement. He opened his eyes. Draw. The screen shows drawing in progress. Ding! Drawing the second super golden finger. The words that followed made Ziluo's jaw drop. Congratulations, player, you have drawn the super golden finger yin-yang twins. The host can possess 2 classes. When the host has 2 classes, the first one obtained will be the one displayed to others. There are no restrictions on the 2 classes. However, if they share the same fixed attribute boost, the one with the higher value will be applied. The free attribute points from the second class will only provide 50% of their value. Rounded up. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a dual class. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a dual class. He was truly frozen stiff. When he regained his confidence, he grinned mischievously. A heaven-defying dual class. In the apocalypse. Are you implying that I'm destined to rule the world in the future? After pondering this, Lin Zile burst out laughing, looking goofy as he pointed at his own face. That's not very nice, is it? Isn't it unfair to the other players? Suddenly, at that moment, he seemed to hear something. His ears twitched a few times, then he angrily clenched his fist and shouted, "Earth Thorn Ambush!" Boom! From the ground, sharp spikes of earth and rock erupted through cracks, piercing the ceiling. The zombies that couldn't dodge were impaled, while the few that managed to evade got trapped between the newly formed rock spikes. At that moment, his gaze lowered to the ground as if he had spotted something. He ignored the zombies and headed towards a glowing, silver-white box. He knelt down and placed a hand on the box's lid. Then he picked it up, immediately started walking, and strode past Ngok. He told Ngok to head straight upstairs. He remembered the previous reminder that a dropped silver treasure chest could be moved, but a wild treasure chest could not. He and Ngok gradually made their way to the 5th floor using the staircase. He had now reached the 5th floor. In front of the staircase door, 3 zombies were growling and slowly moving down the hallway. Seeing them, he thought to himself, they're all low-level zombies, so there's no need for me to act. He looked at Ngok and told it to handle them. Ngok responded to his command with a roar. Then he turned and walked away. As he walked, he thought, according to this Golden Fingers prompt, the illusion will increase strength and agility. Does that mean I also need to find a class that increases physique and spirit? He brought a hand to his head. It's not that there isn't one. It's the hidden class. Holy Sword Knight, the best of its kind, only found across the ocean. It seems there really aren't any particularly good classes in the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, he was standing in a corner of the hallway, his hand fiddling with the system's virtual screen, when suddenly his finger stopped. After a long moment, his hand moved slightly on the screen, and then a hammer appeared in his hand. A lightning bolt symbol appeared on the face of the hammer. He gripped it tightly, looking at it with amusement. Ngok seemed to sense something unusual was happening and turned its head to look at him. Seeing the hammer in his hand, Ngok was delighted. It then took the hammer and tried to bite it, while he continued to manipulate the system's virtual screen. A small rectangular box appeared on the screen, displaying the words Scout's Eye. He thought, just as I expected. No problem. Behind him, Ngok was trying with all his might to bite the axe, while he looked at the chest with an expectant expression. A hand was slowly opening the chest. After it was opened, a system notification appeared. Player Yadi has successfully opened a silver treasure chest. When player Yadi opens a silver treasure chest, he will receive a buff from the treasure chest. Personal inventory space increased by 0.3 cubic meters. An item appeared, named Tough Battle Greaves. The system continued to announce. After receiving the buff from opening the silver treasure chest, player Yadi has obtained 50 experience points. Player Yadi searched the silver treasure chest and successfully found 270 gold coins. He picked up the item, and its information immediately appeared. Tough Battle Greaves, silver rank equipment. The pants have high elasticity and can be of great help to the player in combat. Constitution attribute increased by 3. Agility increased by 1. Function. Reduces the duration of negative effects on the player by 20%. After reading the Greaves information, he pressed the Equip button on the screen. Character attributes, Yadi, Special Forces class. Basic attributes, Strength 28, Spirit 20, Constitution 23, Agility 25. After receiving the items, he turned to Ngok, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to go pick up the items dropped by the zombies he had just killed. Meet me downstairs later. Receiving the order, the other roared in response. Then, he left, lost in his thoughts as he walked. The newbie protection period isn't over yet, and the class transfer system hasn't opened. First, I need to prepare for the Phantom. As for the second class change, I'll think about that after I've researched it thoroughly. I hope the people from the Death God Club have gathered. That way, we can clear out the museum soon. On the afternoon of the 8th day, just before the newbie protection period ended, the sky was clear and blue, with sunlight streaming through every window. Ding! The elevator chimed, and he and Dan Jock stepped out. His powerful aura radiated from him. He walked step by step towards Da Huang Mao, asking as he went, "When can we attack the museum?" Hearing his question, the man replied, "We've recruited all these people over the last few days. The club has over 200 members now. This afternoon, we can enter the Shanghai Museum." He said, "Since Brother Lin is here, I'll go mobilize the men." Hearing this, Yu agreed. Hearing your answer, he laughed to himself. He thought that as long as this operation succeeded, no one would be able to compete with him for the position of chairman anymore. I have to find a way to keep this useful pawn by my side. Just then, an announcement blared from the speakers. "Dear members, today is an important day for our Death God Club, as we are about to embark on a major campaign." You heard the announcement and felt a little suspicious. A simple mobilization. All our members are about to set off to deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. Ahem, in short, everyone assemble. Prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum. Hearing this, the members of the Death God Club shouted, "Charge! I have to kill the zombies in the museum. I want a bronze-grade item to drop." The day has finally come. I, Yellow Hair, am about to rise up, and I'm not just bragging. I will definitely reach level 5 this time. I want to kill 10 zombies this time. You let out a sigh, looking at the scene before you and thinking, they're really treating this apocalyptic game like some boring grinding game. Grinding monsters is easy, and killing them makes you stronger. Once the newbie protection period is over, I wonder how many of these unlucky fools will die a miserable death. Suddenly, a strange object flew towards you. Just then, a brawl broke out in the crowd. Screams rang out. Someone yelled, "Where are my shorts? Who stole my shorts?" And then, "My shoes, my shoes." Yellow Hair was speechless at the sight before him. Outside the building, hordes of zombies were slowly advancing towards the building, accompanied by guttural groans. At that moment, a lens was observing the zombies as they shuffled and pushed against each other. Holding a pair of binoculars, Yellow Hair looked at you and called out, "Brother Lin, are you sure your strategy will work? There are way too many zombies in there." You heard him and replied calmly, "It will work. As long as the people you've arranged are fast enough, there will be no casualties." You placed a hand lightly on his shoulder and said, "It's almost 7 o'clock. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Besides, everyone has already agreed to this plan, so of course it's fine." He seemed a little nervous, but still replied, "All right, let's give it a try." He glanced behind you, then gave a slight nod to the members of the Death God Club, as if giving a command. The Death God Club members who received the order nodded back at him. However, at that moment, a piece of meat appeared, hovering over your hand. This was raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. You said, "My agility is considered quite high in this club. Leave the luring of the first wave of zombies to me." You turned your head and said, "Elder Cow, I'm leaving Big Dummy with you." The man called Elder Cow replied, "You can rest assured." At that moment, Big Dummy was enthusiastically playing with the mace you had given him earlier. I immediately thought, why is he always playing with that mace everywhere he goes? Is it really that fascinating to him? Thinking this, he let out a small smile. Still, he did quite like this mace. It seemed to suit him well. Then, whoosh, he swept past Yellow Hair like a gust of wind, leaving only an afterimage of his robes. Seeing this, Yellow Hair mumbled, "He's so fast." The others excitedly commented, "The first wave is always the most dangerous. Brother Lin is really taking on a tough job." Another person said, "With that kind of dedication, no matter how high his status or rewards are in the club later, I'll never be jealous." At that moment, he and a few others rushed out of the zombie horde, a piece of meat in his hand. The aroma of the meat spread everywhere. At the same time, the others took the opportunity to move toward another gate. The zombies, smelling the scent, started moving toward him. Just then, he tossed the piece of meat to a member of the Death God Club. With a righteous and heroic look, he told them, "Take this meat and keep running. I'll help you guys deal with the zombies." He ran toward the zombies while waving at the 2 members of the Death God Club. He said, "When we get back, tell the club president that this reward is all yours." The 2 club members looked at him, one of them catching the meat and staring intently. Then both of them looked like they were about to cry. They gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. This Brother Lin is such a good person. As he ran, he laughed to himself. Too easy to fool. Go kill zombies? Why would I do that? I'm going to find the scroll before someone else snatches it. The 2 club members, now outside the encirclement, watched with their jaws dropped as zombie bodies were sent flying one after another. They shouted, "Oh my God," as expected of a master. It turns out he was just slowing himself down for us before. At the entrance to his secret room, his figure appeared behind the door. The class change scroll is mine. Just then, a scroll appeared inside a transparent box. Seeing what he was looking for, he whispered in awe. So this is the thing that makes so many people flock to their deaths for it. It really does have a certain demonic charm. Then, he approached it while cracking his knuckles. His fist smashed violently toward the glass box protecting the scroll. A sound rang out. Crash. The warning light, detecting an intruder, immediately blared, "Wii-U, Wii-U, Wii-U." It was accompanied by a flashing red light. Hearing the sound, he glanced up at the warning light. Then, his fist accelerated, striking the glass box, holding the golden scroll with even more force, making a thump-thump sound. Then came a crack-crack sound. Fissures appeared on the surface of the glass box. His final punch caused the glass case to give way, shattering into pieces that flew everywhere. After smashing the case, he pulled his fist back and gently blew on his slightly stinging knuckles. He reached his hand toward the glowing golden scroll, and the system's voice immediately rang out. Player Yasi has discovered a strange scroll. It seems to contain a great secret. Player's reputation increased by 500. The system reminds you that the scroll is calling out to the player. Does player Yashi wish to accept the scroll's call? Hearing the system's command, he replied, "Accept." A beam of light radiated from the scroll, illuminating his entire face. At that moment, 2 lines of text appeared on the scroll's surface. The text read, "Player Yashia accepts the scroll's call." Preparing to enter the scroll. He was a little confused by this. Then, his entire body was enveloped in a golden light and pulled into the scroll. His body fell into another dimension. The system announced, "Player Yashia entry program into the scroll is complete." He slowly opened his eyes, his feet gently touching the ground. He was now surrounded by flames. He touched a wall that was emitting a blue light. His hand slowly sank deep into the spatial gate. "I remember correctly, this is the place." The system announced, "Congratulations, player Yashi, you have successfully activated the trial." His body gradually passed through the wall. The system displayed a long message in front of him. Mysterious trial. Trial description. It seems there are several secrets hidden within this scroll. It has always waited here for someone who can inherit its power. Trial requirement. Clear 3 trials. Trial restriction. During this time, all equipment, skills, and abilities are disabled. Trial reward. Level increases by 1. Special profession. Phantom. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please pay it no mind. Trial punishment. Failure in the trial will result in the host's immediate death. After reading the series of notifications, he felt it was just as he expected. As cruel as it was in my past life. The system's notification sound rang out once more. Ding. The golden finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial. Initiating program modification. Ding. The host will not suffer any punishment for failing the mission. The system will protect the host and allow them to leave the trial space. Ding. Detecting that the host is undergoing a trial. Detecting that the host is undergoing a trial. Successfully activating Lao Gu's trial mission. You were confused after hearing the series of system notifications. In front of you, another notification appeared. This trial of Lao Gu is a legacy passed down for thousands of years. It is waiting for a human with enough power to inherit it. Trial requirement. Pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Trial rewards. A random draw for a common grade golden finger. 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please pay it no mind. After reading the series of system notifications, you raised a hand to your chin and thought, several thousand years? Have enough power. Although the Phantom class can be called a top-tier class, it doesn't quite fit that description. It's true that this Phantom class came from a legendary assassin in the ancient Dragon Kingdom, but that's only 1,000 years of history. Moreover, a level 50 Phantom will have a second class change into a Phantom Assassin, and at level 80, a third class change into a Phantom God. That doesn't really fit this description. After a series of deductions, you turned and asked the system, Golden Finger System, what is this all about? The system remained silent, making you feel that asking it was completely pointless. Then the system disappeared, leaving you alone, dazed, as a flock of black crows flew past. You put a hand to your forehead and cried out in exasperation. Forget it, accept mission. The system received the command and notified you, accepted. You were utterly speechless. At that moment, a piece of cloth appeared before you and a cave opened up. The system announced the opening of the first trial gate. On the surface of the cloth, a shimmering golden orb appeared. The system announced, player, please place your hand on the lead pearl quickly. Hearing the system's announcement, you did as instructed. You slowly placed your hand on the lead pearl. Your hand touched the orb. A powerful movement began to stir within the pearl, and a golden light started to flash. Then, red chains gradually radiated out from the orb, wrapping around your hand and the pearl. You opened your eyes wide, staring intently at the orb, and shouted inwardly, "It's coming, model." Then, his entire body was enveloped by a red and gold power, and he began to float. Rays of light emanated from the sphere, surrounding him and causing his eyes to ache. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly peeked his eyes open, looking around in astonishment. He was now surrounded by a space that was entirely red. A transparent platform supported his body. He knelt down and scooped up some of the red liquid with his hand. He then clenched his fists, letting the liquid drip through his fingers. He stood up and gazed into the distance. A vortex appeared above his head. At its center was a faint pink hue. His body was racked with excruciating pain. His face darkened as he trembled, curling up and clutching his head. In my past life, I relied on my hatred for Yu Jinhan to get through this gate. Passing it that way was so cowardly. Back then, both of my hands were covered in blood as I gritted my teeth and endured the pain. He silently resolved that in this life, he would absolutely not be so cowardly. At that moment, a purple light emanated from above his head once more. It radiated immense power, forming a vortex. The red liquid also began to churn violently. This time, he stood up straight, puffed out his chest, his hands relaxed at his sides, showing none of the fear he had in his past life. His hands, body, and clothes were gradually covered by the red liquid. His face was slowly submerged in it as well. But unlike his past life, his expression was now one of exhilaration. After enduring the sensation caused by the formation, he slowly uttered each word. I passed. Then he laughed happily, clenching his fists and shouting with joy, I finally proved myself. Just then, a voice boomed from above. Good, good, good. Time to go back. Hearing the voice, he looked up. He looked at the faint pink light above him and took a defensive posture, raising his hand to shield himself. A flash of light streaked past his eyes, and he instantly returned to his starting point. The system announced, Congratulations. The player has passed the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial gate. His hand reached for a round object on a flat surface. He tossed it a few times, then looked at it and remarked, Wow, I can't believe such a small bead could put someone in such a terrifying situation. A blue portal opened. The system immediately prompted, The second trial gate is opening. Player, please proceed forward quickly. He stepped into the portal, thinking as he walked, The second gate in my past life. I used hatred to push forward, but in the end, I couldn't hold on and passed out. When I woke up, I was already at the third gate. But this life, Ming will definitely see the dawn at the very end. At that moment, a series of ominous voices echoed, Give up. After all, you just have to pass out to go directly to the third gate. Give up. Give up. With every step he took, ghastly voices tried to hold him back. Give up. Give up. Give up. But with each step, his footing became firmer, and his resolve grew stronger. Determined. No, how could I even think that? Absolutely not. Why should I give up? I've already been through this once in my past life. His expression darkened, but he gritted his teeth and endured. In this life, I must see this through to the very end and wash away the shame of my past. I have a second chance, so why wouldn't I persevere? Then, he closed his eyes and calmly walked forward. An image appeared, a man with a scruffy beard, standing with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance. He slowly recognized the figure. That's me, from my past life. He looked to be middle-aged back then, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. Seeing that image, he thought about his current life. His body swayed, but he clenched his teeth, his fists tight, and his foot rose powerfully and stomped down, moving toward the crevice that was radiating a brilliant golden light, as if it were beckoning him to come closer. He fought to steady his staggering body, moving towards the light ahead. He stared at it in amazement. A glowing rectangle. He asked doubtfully, Is this the final point? I've actually persevered to the very end. He couldn't believe his eyes, but then overwhelming happiness washed over him, and his eyes welled up with tears. Did I finally do it? I finally proven myself. Then, he strode boldly through the door in front of him. This is the true meaning of rebirth. He walked briskly forward. A new scene materialized around him. The system's voice announced, Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the second trial gate. Please proceed to the next trial gate. His eyes filled with hostility as he said, Next is the final gate. You're all that's left. An image of him, from his past life, appeared. Back then, he had endured the pain, foolishly fumbling against the enemy's attacks, and then ran away in despair. He clutched his head, his expression grim. The mark you left on me in my past life. I'm here to settle the score this time. It's not too late. With that thought, he pushed his arm through the next gate, his body once again passing through. The wall. The system announced. Third trial gate opening. Player Nash, kill the guardian beast. He gripped the blade in his hand and pointed it forward. He was on full alert, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a sound whizzed past his head. A vortex appeared in midair, and his expression darkened. From the vortex, a black, long-tailed creature shot out. It landed lightly on the ground and then looked at him. Its eyes were filled with contempt. He now stood with his eyes shut tight, his sword aimed at the black cat. It looked at him and thought, after waiting so long, all I get is a weakling. An image of his past self appeared. He was blocking its attack with his eyes squeezed shut. One of his eyes had been struck, leaving a long, red scar. Nevertheless, he had struggled on, fighting with various other tools. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his head, detecting player Nash's realm. Breakthrough potential confirmed. Epic grade talent, all-around expert, is evolving into the legendary grade talent, omniscient and omnipotent combat. The system began to explain omniscient and omnipotent combat, a legendary grade talent. In terms of combat, you will reach an unimaginably high level. In all aspects, such as fighting styles and weaponry, you can perform with masterful ease. A blue square appeared around him. He shifted his feet into a ready stance. Flash! A golden light shot up before him. With his eyes still closed, he gripped his blade tightly and attacked. His blade clashed with the black cat. The sword struck its face, leaving a deep gash. Blood sprayed everywhere. The wound he had received in his past life, he now returned to it in this one. He then slashed a few more times. The creature slammed hard against the stone wall, blood splattering everywhere, before falling to the ground, crying out in pain. The system immediately announced, Player Nash has successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations to Player Nash for successfully passing the third trial gate. Congratulations to Player Nash on receiving the trial rewards, 1 level up, and the job change scroll for Illusionist. The scroll appeared before him, floating in midair. Because the player has not yet completed the job change, the 1 level up reward will be applied upon its completion. He gave a slight smile, then reached out and took the scroll. Confused, he looked around and said aloud, I've clearly completed the trial, so why? Am I still here? He began to analyze the situation. In my past life, after I killed the cat, I was teleported out of the trial. This time, there's been no activity at all. Could it be that I'm stuck inside the trial? He walked over to the cliff wall, placing his hand on it to inspect it. He then pondered, unless the thing that brought me here wasn't the apocalypse game, but a cheat system. Just then, the system appeared, stating that the quest requirement to overcome the trial came from the scroll, and inheriting the scroll's true power was not yet complete. After reading the notification, I just realized, horrified. Does this mean that from the very beginning, I never truly inherited the scroll's real power? He cried out in anguish. The class-changing scroll. Could it be that obtaining the scroll was only the first step? The second step. Do I have to activate the scroll to obtain the power within it? A bold idea then popped into his head. He slapped his fist into his palm. Let's give it a try first. The system announced once more, ding. It has been detected that the host has successfully passed the trial. Host, please continue to advance. Having received the true power of the scroll, he touched his head and sighed in relief. Good thing I didn't die in that mountain cave. He clenched his fist, looked up, and asked, So, which way do I go now? The system gave him no response, continuing to play dead. Meanwhile, he kept a forced smile on his face as he waited for a reply. Then, his expression turned serious as he thought, what kind of scroll is this that it can silence my golden finger system? Or could it be that this golden finger system is an old acquaintance of the scroll? Or maybe it knows what I went through in my past life and is deliberately staying quiet? Whatever. I'll just follow its last instruction and keep moving forward. He then started to push against a stone wall, cursing as he did. Damn it. I really didn't expect this crack to be here. If it hadn't told me to go straight, I never would have figured out how to use this crack. The way the cracks connect. It almost looks like a pattern. He reached out and lightly touched the fissure, which immediately flashed with light. Seeing this, he took a few steps back, watching as a golden glow spread out. He was amazed to see the images of an ox and a bird appear on the rock. Aren't these the 2 patterns recorded on the scroll? Then, the 2 patterns let out a loud cry. Rocks began to crumble and fall away, revealing a gate. After a tremor, a stone door adorned with patterns appeared. He reached out and gently pushed the door. Creak! The sound of the door opening echoed. In front of him was a stone table, and on it were the scroll and the glowing pearly bead. He walked in, looking around, then placed his hands on his hips and approached the stone table. He then reached out, picked up the scroll, and unrolled it. Streams of light shot out from the scroll, crackling with energy. One of the streams touched his hand and then wrapped around his wrist. At this moment, the entire scroll lit up, as if it were about to suck him in again. However, something changed. The 2 words civil appeared on the scroll. He read them aloud in confusion. CV? He felt a bit hesitant. Are they really going this big? Despite his words, he thought the key information in the scroll was CV, which always appeared with patterns of an ox and a bird. Could it be the ox totem and bird totem of the Nine Li tribe? Words gradually appeared inside the scroll, and he read them as they formed. Civil was killed by the emperor, who cut off his head and buried it. The severed head turned into the blood maple forest. According to legend, the ghost cat can preserve souls. It was because Civil's soul encountered the ghost cat that it was preserved. As he spoke, the words began to float out of the scroll, hovering in the air. Civil knew his soul would eventually dissipate. So, before it vanished, he created this trial scroll. The final gate of the scroll is guarded by a cat that carries the bloodline of the ghost cat. What Lord Civil wanted to test was indomitable will, eternal perseverance, and perfect combat. You have met the highest requirements in all three trials. You have earned the right to inherit the ultimate power of the Nine Li tribe. Please place your hands on the totem. After he finished reading the words, his hands unconsciously moved toward the scroll. He finally understood its true power. He placed both his hands on the scroll. The system's voice rang out, detecting that player Aiden is receiving an unknown inherited power. Analyzing unknown ability. The power source from the scroll is now emanating. It enveloped his body. System analysis successful. The ability originates from Blue Star. The Apocalypse game system is now integrating the unknown energy with Blue Star's culture. Along with the system's announcement, the power radiating from the scroll grew even stronger. Integration successful. Gamification successful. Player Aiden will now Time passed, and he finally finished absorbing the power. His body stumbled back a few steps. The system continued its announcement. Congratulations, Player Aiden. Class change successful. Based on Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game has named this profession War Chief. Player Aiden, please conclude the trial. The War Chief profession requires datification. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. He looked up and smiled. I just wanted to get the Phantom Profession scroll, but I ended up passing Civil's trial unexpectedly. Isn't this a double blessing? Player name, Aiden. Player profession, War Chief. He reached out and touched the virtual system screen. This War Chief class is quite interesting. A line of text appeared that left him stunned. Huh? Then he let out a chuckle. Arm. A panicked expression on his face. Now, looking closely at the back of his hand, the yellow gem was stuck to it, refusing to let go. The system simultaneously announced, Julie Pearl, a bronze-grade item, the ultimate treasure of the Julie tribe, the most important item for a weapon master. Chio is the weapon of the weapon master. The player can inherit the power of the scroll after passing Chio's trial. Chio will be bound to the player, existing within their consciousness. Function 1. It can freely change its form according to the player's thoughts. It grants the player the class abilities of that form. 2. It can devour energy to enhance the equipment's attributes and abilities. He held the gem while listening to the system announcement, then observed it intently. Does this also mean this item can grow infinitely? Suddenly, the gem flew from his hand, heading straight for the center of his forehead. He sat down in agony, clutching his forehead with his eyes shut. His entire face was now drenched in sweat. However, when he saw the system notification about finishing the trial, he still reached out and pressed it. As he pressed it, he thought, as expected of Chio's weapon. Is even the way it exists this special? The space around him completely changed. On the ground below, several zombies lay scattered about. He looked at the shattered glass case. The scroll was still lying inside. He walked over and reached his hand towards the scroll. The system chimed in, Player Yache. The trial has ended. Player Yache's Weapon Master class is undergoing digitization. Player Yache's base stats, without any equipment or title bonuses, are: Strength is 18, Spirit has increased to 16, Constitution is 12, Agility is 19. Class digitization for Weapon Master is complete. Player Yache, each time you level up, you will gain 3 points of Strength, 3 points of Constitution, and 3 free attribute points. Based on all the experience the player has previously gained, and the mission rewards, your level has increased by 1. Calculating. The player has successfully advanced to level 10. Player Yache's attribute panel. Base attributes, Strength is 49, Spirit is 24, Constitution is 46, Agility is 36, free attribute points, 9. After hearing the series of system announcements, his jaw dropped and he yelled, These stats are insane. From now on, I can just walk right through a horde of zombies. Congratulations to the player for being the first to successfully change classes in the Apocalypse game. You have obtained the unique global achievement, the Trailblazer. He raised his hand and touched the system's virtual interface. A class analysis is about to be broadcast server-wide. Class, Weapon Master. Introduction. The master of 10,000 weapons, the god of war, formed by the unimaginable power of the ancient Julie tribe's ultimate treasure, creating this extremely terrifying class. It cannot be controlled by anyone who has not undergone the fearsome trial. Attributes. Each level up grants 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 free attribute points. Abilities. 1. Master of 10,000 weapons. You can manipulate the Zile Pearl to transform it into any warrior-type weapon. By doing so, you will obtain the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Zile Pearl. You can enhance the attributes and rank of the Zile Pearl by injecting power into it. When it got to the third ability, the system didn't continue, only displaying a notification. Specific ability not yet activated. After reading through this series of system announcements, he instinctively reached up and pulled hard on his own cheeks. He rolled around in pain, shouting, "So painful. I'm not dreaming." He stood up, clenched his fist, and yelled, "This isn't just normally badass. This is seriously, insanely, boundlessly badass." With that, he raised his hand and said, "Let me test the power of this Zile Pearl first." A long staff appeared in his hand, with the Zile Pearl hovering above it. At that moment, the virtual screen displayed the word devour. The surrounding life force was being forcefully drawn into the Zile Pearl. After a series of actions, the Zile Pearl sparkled brightly, and a twinkling star shape appeared above its top. He stared at it intently, as if deep in thought. Just then, the system announced that the Zile Pearl had absorbed enough energy, successfully evolved into a silver-grade item. The pearl began to radiate a powerful energy. The power within the pearl fluctuated intensely. He reached his hand towards it, and suddenly, his eyes shot open in amazement, his pupils contracting. The pearl in his hand transformed into a red liquid, then solidified into a saber that rested perfectly in his hand. Zile Saber, a silver-grade weapon. Strength +4, Constitution +2. Attacks have a 10% armor-piercing property. Zile Slash fires a blade of energy forward, dealing damage upon impact equal to 130% of your strength attribute, and the pain inflicted by the blade energy can reach up to 200%. Zile Heavy Slash, a single strike towards an enemy that can deal damage equal to 200% of your strength attribute, but it will inflict a stun state on the user for 2 seconds. Finally, a system reminder, the player's main body cannot gain skills through the Weapon Master class. These skills will change according to the transformation of the Zile Pearl's form. He finished reading the information provided by the system. Internally, he was screaming, "This isn't just amazing, this is insanely OP. So OP, it's off the charts." His curiosity got the better of him. He held the saber in his hand and said doubtfully, "Bow and arrow." The saber in his hand gradually transformed into a bow named the Bow of 9 Li, a silver-grade item. Attributes. Strength +4, Agility +2. Can condense mental energy to form arrows. Flame Arrow. Shoots a flame arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow is equal to 120% of the user's strength attribute. Upon hitting an enemy, it inflicts a continuous burning status. Frost Arrow. Shoots a frost arrow forward. The power of the frost arrow is equal to 120% of the user's strength attribute. Upon hitting an enemy, it inflicts a temporary slowing effect. Seeing this, he shouted, "Assassin." The weapon immediately transformed into a throwing dagger. Getting more excited, he declared, "I want a shield." With his every command, the Zile Pearl transformed into the weapon he desired. Swordsman. A sword appeared. Bow of 9 Li. The Zile Pearl, exhausted, fell heavily to the ground. It was smoking, tired from following all of his commands. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Oh my god. Oh my god. Player Aiden's mental energy has been completely depleted. Forcibly continuing to change the item's form will result in a stunned state. Does changing its form consume that much mental energy?" He clutched his head, thinking, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Then he picked up the pearl and let out a long yawn. A world announcement broadcasted. Congratulations to player Aiden for being the first player to reach level 10 and successfully change classes in the Apocalypse game. He started walking towards some unknown passage with astonishing speed, obtaining the unique global achievement, the Pioneer, and a massive amount of rewards. We hope other players will continue to work hard. Elsewhere, members of the Death God Club cursed in annoyance. "Can this world announcement shut up already? I'm trying to sleep here." Another person holding an item heard the announcement and said, "Aiden. That name sounds familiar. It's him again. Will he ever give it a rest?" While other players who just reached level 6 gritted their teeth, vowing to try harder after hearing the announcement, he was sitting in a corner, chugging potions one by one. The lesser magic staff, the meditation necklace. As he absorbed their power, he thought, "Good thing I have these mental energy recovery potions. Getting stunned is so annoying. Congratulations to the player for triggering a global announcement, the Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward, 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 3 free attribute points. Storage space has been increased by 2 cubic meters. The system screen displayed Pioneer. Pioneer. A unique title, obtainable only by the first player to change their class in this apocalypse game. All attributes increased by 2. It also grants a 5% attribute suppression against other players with a class. After reading the announcement, he thought disdainfully, "Is that it? What a useless effect." Then again, it seems I did things backward. Most people change their class before fighting a bronze-level boss. Thinking this, he let out a long yawn and commanded the system, "All right, there's nothing else to do. Draw a silver-grade item for me." Upon receiving the command, the screen changed. A gift box appeared with the text, drawing 1 silver-grade item. At the same time, he reached into his bag. Just as the gift box on the screen opened, a mask materialized in his hand. "Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a silver-grade item. The Mask of the Evil Phantom. Mask of the Evil Phantom. Silver-grade equipment. A mask imbued with the power of a wicked demon. Be warned, do not succumb to its corruption and become the demon's slave. Spirit +3. Phantom Visage. When worn, it conceals the user's basic information from anyone who isn't at least 5 levels higher. Otherwise, they cannot see through it. Demon's Gaze. After activating for 3 seconds, anyone who looks at the mask will be afflicted with a fear status. Enemies afflicted with fear will have their attributes and physical coordination reduced when they attack the wearer. The Phantom Visage can transform into a concealing mask. Do you wish to change its appearance? He tapped the change button. Then, the system displayed another notification. Activate Uniform's illusion effect. Accept or decline. He hit decline. He then placed the Mask of the Evil Phantom on his face. A faint light gleamed from the mask's demonic eyes. Standing by the window, he commanded the system, "Now, let's draw for the golden finger." Clad in a black cloak, he gazed outside. Just then, the system announced, "Equipment restriction breakthrough. The 1 ring only limit has been broken. The number of rings that can be equipped has increased by 1. Wait, this means I can wear 2 rings at the same time, and both of them will be active? This is basically like having an extra equipment slot over everyone else. That's insane. I'll leave the slot empty for now and wait for a better ring to drop." So, he tapped the X to close the window. The system then notified him that he had 12 free attribute points to spend. Seeing the notification, he wondered, "Now, how should I spend these 12 attribute points?" Then, as if an idea struck him, his fingers began tapping rapidly on the screen. System illusion. My attribute panel shows strength at 52, spirit at 33, physique at 49, and agility at 36. I'll head back for now and we can talk later. After finishing everything, he calmly walked out of the building. Elsewhere, on a rooftop, everyone was partying, happily shooting paper poppers all over a high platform. Cao Dong and Don Gok walked towards that platform. Seeing this, the crowd cheered joyfully. The Death God Club's operation to clear the Shanghai Museum today will go down in history. Let me introduce everyone to our great hero, Dan Gok. After Cao Dong introduced him, an awkward silence fell. There was no reaction from Dan Gok, other than the clear sight of him holding a chicken leg, drooling with desire. This was Dan Nok's adorable side. Seeing this, Cao Dong called out, "Brother Dan Nok." Dan Gok, thinking he was about to take his chicken leg, let out a yell, then turned away and glared at him as if he were an enemy. Seeing that, he remarked, "That chicken leg is Dan Nok's life, isn't it?" Just then, a man walked in wearing his mask. When Cao Dong saw him, he called out, "Lin Zile." He said cheerfully, "We finally found you. You have no idea, we've been looking for you for half the day. These kids here even thought something had happened to you." When the members of the Death God Club saw him, their infatuated expressions were obvious. He, however, paid no attention to their stares and just looked at Cao Dong, asking, "How did the battle go today?" Cao Dong reported that it wasn't bad. In total, they killed 1,000 zombies, recruited quite a few people, and obtained a lot of supplies. Then he gestured towards Dan Nok, who was holding the chicken leg, and said, "Today, Brother Dan Nok alone took down over 100 zombies. His contribution was huge. Brother Lin, come with me." He and Cao Dong went behind a door. Behind the door was a storage room. He said, "This is our hall for today." He looked at him and said, "Brother Lin, many new brothers joined today, and this operation was tough on you. Are you free in a bit? How about you say a few words to the brothers later?" He then whispered to him, "Let me tell you, there's strength in numbers. With these brothers in hand, things will be much easier to handle in the future." Hearing this, he thought, "More people. Doesn't that mean I can find more equipment? There's hope for the Jiuli Pearl to break through to the diamond level. The club has so many members, so they can gather more resources, and I have more supply cards than I can use. Maybe I can use these supply cards to trade for their gold coins or even equipment and props. After all, the Jiu Li Pearl needs these things to upgrade. After thinking it over, he looked at Cao Dong and said, "Let's talk business." Hearing this, Cao Dong looked at him, confused. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder. He said, "Business? What do you mean by that?" Brother Lin and Brother Dang Gok made breakthrough contributions for us during this sweep. Just tell me what you need. He looked at him and replied, "I want equipment." Hearing that, he said, "Ha, and here I was wondering what it could be." He placed his hand over his and said, "This is a surprise I prepared for you." When he lifted his hand, a silver ring appeared in his palm. He said, "Equipment. I didn't expect you'd need some right now." Cao Dong put a hand on Ziluo's shoulder and said with a reassuring smile, "From now on, if you need anything, just say the word to us brothers. We have so many people in our club, we can surely get anything done." He agreed. "Since it's a kind gesture from old brother Cao, I'll accept this ring. I'll be back tonight at 8 p.m. Cao Dong let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "With this equipment, he'll probably stick with me for a while." Cao Dong showed his surprise, asking, "Tonight at 8? He calmly explained, "That's when the novice protection period ends. I need to figure out the new rules." Lin Zile added, "Around 8 o'clock, I'll come by to do some trading with the members of the Death God Club. You'll be in charge of gathering everyone then." But in his heart, he already had a plan. "I'll just say this much. Around that time, he probably won't go out. I guess this counts as saving his life. Thanks for the help at the museum and for giving me this ring." Cao Dong ruffled his hair and gave a reassuring smirk. "I'd forgotten about the novice protection period. But don't you worry, Brother Lin, we stopped being novice players a long time ago. We can handle it." He then put on a curious expression. "Besides, Brother Lin, don't worry. I'll definitely have everyone prepare well for what you want. So, Brother Lin, what do you plan on trading with us?" Ziluo replied in a low voice, "Mostly various supply cards. You'll see when the time comes." He thought to himself, "Forget it. I'll just say this much. I can't worry about the rest." After hearing this, Cao Dong was bewildered. Supply cards? The club isn't short on those. Ziluo turned towards the door, pulling Dang Gok along behind him. "Let's go." He left the group of people in the building, who were still cheering loudly. Back at the shelter, Ziluo took off his mask and leaned back leisurely on the comfortable bed. A system notification appeared. The Jiu Li Pearl has absorbed enough energy and has successfully evolved into a gold-grade prop. He smiled faintly, satisfied. Ziluo looked at the small pearl and remarked, "I can't believe this evolution went so smoothly. I thought, shouldn't you have to be around level 30 and kill a silver-grade boss to even get a shot at this item?" The 9 Li Saber, Strength plus B, Constitution plus 3, 20% chance to inflict armor break on hit, with an additional chance to cause a rapid bleed effect. Zile was overjoyed. His stats felt like they had jumped up a whole tier. While he was resting, the sounds of moaning and scratching echoed from outside the window. Zile peeked out at the horde of zombies and muttered to himself, "Well, speak of the devil. You guys showed up at the perfect time." He quickly used the 9 Li slash. With a powerful swing, the blade split in two, unleashing a small arc of lightning. Zile was a bit surprised, his eyes widening as he watched the blade move with incredible speed, decapitating a whole row of zombies. Blood sprayed from their bodies. Zile's excitement grew as he shouted, "Big guy, get to work." The hulking zombie charged into its own kind, attacking them relentlessly, while Zile joined the fray. In less than 10 minutes, the entire horde was lying in a heap on the ground. Zile reached level 15. He glanced at his wristwatch and realized it was almost time. Zile started running, growling at Big Guy to fall back, but their retreat wasn't going smoothly. They hadn't gotten far before they ran into another zombie horde. Zile and Big Guy were forced to take refuge in a nearby abandoned house. The bloodthirsty zombies clawed at the door, trying to break their way inside. Zile looked down at his smartphone. The time was exactly 7 p.m. The world around them began to shift to a deep crimson, signaling the end of the newbie protection period. This time, a grand voice echoed from the server itself. "Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Based on the principle of absolute fairness, once started, the game runs autonomously. There is no way to interfere. The easy times are over. I trust all you newbies have gotten used to this warm and cheerful environment, haven't you? Well then, the real apocalypse begins now." A series of new updates followed. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly increased. Their senses of smell and hearing have been optimized. 2. Certain zombies will now spawn with special types such as Hunter, Berserker, Toxic, Juggernaut, and Cursed. 3. Zombies may now form hordes at any time to launch large-scale attacks. The infection effect is now only effective against players with low total attributes. 4. Nighttime is synonymous with death. Zombies will actively seek out players. 5. The geological structure, architecture, building materials, and natural environment of Blue Star have all been reinforced in terms of hardness and other aspects. 6. To ensure the game experience, all food not dropped by the game will have an accelerated rate of spoilage. Rotting and toxification have increased significantly. Consuming these foods and drinks for a long period will gradually reduce a player's basic attributes. This is permanent and irreversible. 7. Supply cards have been fully upgraded. The higher the zombies' level, the more satiety the food they drop will provide. 8. The climate will experience a large-scale deterioration. 9. The class change channel is now fully open. 10. The national rankings feature is now online. First, based on level, reputation, and equipment, players will receive great rewards and can participate in the regional tournaments that will be open later. 11. The dungeon system has been completely adjusted. 12. All cities are now partitioned and cannot be crossed. 13. Future updates will be unlocked when specified conditions are met. Zilak frowned and sighed softly. Sigh. Just like my past life. So ruthless. The real apocalypse has finally begun. The lines of text vanished one by one into the void. Zilak stood motionless, listening to the final words from the server. Please, try your best to survive. The zombies outside quickly mutated into different forms. They gathered, shuffling forward. It was either live or die. The scene was chaotic, completely cutting off the player's temporary lifeline, forcing them to go outside and fight for their own lives. The stored food began to reek, and this was an extremely critical issue as it directly affected the survival of the human race. A few terrified screams rang out. Help! Don't eat me! Ah! Zilak clenched his fists. Live or die, this game really is one of two extremes. He glanced over to call for Big Dummy, but then froze in fear. He cursed. Oh hell, how could I forget that Big Dummy is a zombie too? The mutation process happened in a rush. Big Dummy let out a deafening roar, forcing Zilak to stumble back a few steps. He panicked and called out to his cheat system. What's going on? A notification appeared in response. Due to a conflict between the player's analysis panel and the zombie evolution occurring in Big Dummy, the system is currently undergoing a permission repair. After the repair, Big Dummy will not take on a new form, but his zombie attributes will receive a 50% enhancement effect as compensation. He will also not be bound by the instincts given by the Apocalypse game, such as participating in zombie hordes, and will gain a new talent. At the same time, he can undergo a class change. An idea suddenly sparked in Zilak's mind. If he can change his class, I'll set him up with a top-tier hidden class, one that's even better than a 100% inheritance. After scrolling through Big Dummy's talent analysis panel for a long time, Zilak's face went pale. Damn, this level of toughness is no joke, was beyond description. The server also sent him a few other notifications, such as reaching the Dragon Country level based on his 3,720 reputation points. The 2 Shanghai Order Keepers uniforms and the 9 Li Blade had successfully topped the list, and it asked if he wanted to hide his name. Zilua didn't even have to think about it and refused immediately, not hiding a single thing. The level ranking leaderboard now had 4 names. Yazi was first, Zhang Yuanzhang was second, Dangok was third, and Po Jun was fourth. Zilua looked at the zombie's name in utter disbelief. He actually got 3rd place. On the reputation leaderboard, he was still sitting comfortably in the top spot, followed by information about other players and their equipment. Zilua felt a bit conflicted, wondering if he should hide his information and be a hidden master, or become like a masked panda, surrounded and stared at by other players. He thoughtfully recalled that the reason he hid his identity in his past life was because the Li family had cast such a long shadow over him. He wanted to secretly take down the Li family step by step, but right now, they hadn't matured yet and posed no threat at all. Ziluo puckered his lips and whistled. Not hiding wasn't so bad, it just meant people would stare at him like a panda in a zoo. What's there to be afraid of when I'm wearing a mask? I can even use this opportunity to recruit a few underlings to help me get more equipment, which would be perfect for feeding the 9 Li Blade, so many titles. And the stats seem pretty damn good. He smirked, just. With these things alone, I could support a small squad. Ranking rewards. Respected player Yazi. Based on your current rank, waiting in a specific position for 24 hours will grant you experience, gold, coins, and reputation, all of which will increase over time. The next notification stunned him even more because he was consistently at the top of the rankings. Not only that, but Ziluo also received an epic grade title, Peerless in the World. All stats and rewards were increased by 10%. He also got discounts at all shops with a cooldown of about 24 hours. Dan Gok was bewildered when he saw Ziluo cheering wildly. This is insane, beyond measure. Oh my god. For this 1 second, even if a level 90 God of War showed up, They couldn't even harm a single hair on my head. This title is mine for the taking. I just have to stay in the top 3. He put on an arrogant air, having equipped Peerless in the world, but it would take an hour for the effect to activate. Zile reviewed the information, puzzled. Drop rate increased by 1%? That can't be right. Doesn't the system already give me a 100% drop rate? Increasing it further is pointless. A notification popped up. When the 1% drop rate increase is triggered, it will drop 2 items. Zile was astonished. It can do that? He waved his hand and called to Dan Gok. Come on, we're going to go harvest some easy pickings from the Death God Club and see if the system is telling the truth. Zile slowly turned the doorknob. Just as he leaned, halfway out, a zombie lunged at him. Zile jumped back to dodge, drawing his sword with an emotionless expression. The zombie was quickly dispatched, its head dropping and rolling away. Zile paused for a moment to survey his surroundings. He chuckled and said, "We really don't have to go far. We've got a hunter-form zombie with the talent for hiding right outside the door." The sky was a gruesome blood red, and hordes of zombies were running rampant on the street ahead. Zile realized something was wrong and hastily ordered Dan Gok. "Oh crap, these zombies are highly toxic. Fall back." He looked genuinely scared, thinking to himself, "Damn, these things can't fight for shit, but they're number 1 when it comes to being disgusting. Their saliva is corrosive. 2. If we keep running like this, it's not a solution. I have to deal with this nauseating horde, and fast." As they moved out of the small alley, something caught Ziluo's eye. There it is. He signaled to Dan Gok and took off running. The zombie horde was truly massive. You could see them on every single street. Zile climbed down from a second-floor window of a building. Below, there were continuous, mournful groans and wails. Human corpses were strewn everywhere, and the added stench of blood made the scene more horrifying than ever. As Zile stood before a door, he suddenly heard a pained, bitter laugh. "Ha ha. What's the use in trying?" A young man stood there in despair. "I struggled for half a day, only to get a notification that the zombies we used to kill so easily can now fight back." The girl beside him clutched her head in panic. "What else can we do? After all this time, all our supplies are gone. All we can do is sit here and wait to die." Some were so scared that they had lost their minds, shouting incessantly, "It's delicious. Everyone, come and get some. You won't be able to eat again later." Suddenly, Zile realized this was an opportunity. He quickly moved to a suitable position. Zile raised his voice and announced to everyone inside the house, "To help you all live better and not lose hope." He pulled out countless supply cards. "You didn't hear me wrong. Just give me a few gold coins, equipment, and props are also fine. In return, you can get a whole day's worth of food. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy." Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. "I want some. Boss, look over here. I have a bronze weapon. I want the roasted chicken." Zile smiled, satisfied. Today's earnings reached 1,000 gold coins. He and Dan Gok left right after. Before stepping back outside, Zile put on his mask. Then he warned, "Keep it down. It's late at night now. A loud noise will attract zombies, and don't blame me if I have Big Dummy smash your head in with one hit." The group trembled like leaves in the wind, and the room became a bit quieter. Gao Dong nervously peeked his head out to look. Zilak asked in a low, threatening voice, "Brother Gao, do you know who I am?" Gao Dong stammered fearfully, "Please, boss. I should be the one calling you big bro. From now on, please take this little brother with you. I'll do whatever you say." Zilak leaned in close and whispered. Gao Dong understood and quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll definitely do as you say." Zilak placed a hand on his shoulder and gestured for him to go. Watching the young man's frantic figure, Zilak thought to himself, "I hope Gao Dong is a smart guy. However, even if this fails or if he doesn't follow through, I won't lose anything." He locked the door securely. Zilak gazed into the distance. So the 1 day of protection after the newbie period is over. Just like that. Tomorrow, I'll go meet some mutated zombies and get some more gold coins and equipment. He gripped the item in his hand, full of anticipation. Now we'll have to see if Gao Dong has what it takes to survive and find equipment to trade for that supply card. Zilak and Big Dummy stood in the middle of the national highway. With their keen sense of smell, the zombies soon caught the scent of their prey. A horde of them, including adults and children, charged aggressively to attack. Zilak stood his ground, showing no fear or worry. With just a single move, he wiped out the entire zombie horde. Zilak glanced coldly and ordered, "Let's go, Big Dummy. We'll clear out more zombies. Might as well let the other players get some fresh air." This is now the 5th floor. Zilak smiled. If you ask me, we should just set up camp right here. A man's voice came from the emergency exit ahead. There's a wonder shop here. When people come to buy things, we'll charge them a toll. We'll definitely get rich. Don't worry. That's right, all the zombies are dead, so there's no safety issue anymore. Boss, if we collect supply cards, we'll be eating and drinking like kings. Zilak cautiously approached while the group continued their discussion. But who killed all the zombies here? They're scattered all over floor 34B. Who could have possibly done this? It must be a very strong team. There's no way they wouldn't have discovered the Shanghai store. We've taken over this place. What if they show up one day and cause trouble? The loud voice immediately caught the bald young man's attention. The leader struck a defensive pose and irritably asked who they were. Can't you see there are people here? The bald young man rushed over to cover his mouth, stammering, Boss. Wait, I think the one in the back. Isn't that Don Gak? It took a moment for the situation to sink in, and the whole group's jaws dropped in shock. Oh my god, isn't that the second-ranked player on the Dragon Country's level leaderboard? It's really him. Ziluo was just as confused. Second on the ranking board. He gave a forced smile, thinking to himself that it wasn't a big deal. Dan Jok has the zombie's automatic growth experience, so it's normal for him to surpass that Zhang Yuanzhang guy. The other group's attitude changed in a flash as they all shouted, Welcome, distinguished guests. Don Nok, brandishing his hammer, advanced menacingly. To the terror of the group, Ziluo had to gently soothe him. It's all right, Don Nok. Let's go in and buy some things. Don't pay any attention to them. Watching the two of them leave, the bald young man looked tense. He told his leader that there was nothing they could do. This Don Gak guy is clearly a big shot. Even though he's strong, there are a lot of us. The leader, having come to his senses, explained, Do you think getting second place on the Dragon Country's ranking board is normal? More of us? The number of zombies he's killed is more than we've ever seen. He could wipe us out with a flick of his wrist. Them sparing us this time was a great act of mercy. Ziluo exclaimed, An item at this price must be incredible. If I work a little harder, maybe I can gather it all before the city opens. I absolutely can't let anyone else get it. He decided to buy it. A notification arrived, successfully purchased the Shanghai Guardian's seal. 9,000 gold coins have been paid. There were 754 remaining, now packed into the card. Ziluo excitedly pressed the activation button. According to the information panel, this seal seems to be a special type of prop. Ziluo attached it to his chest, successfully activating it. Introducing the Shanghai Guardian's treasure, an extremely precious diamond-grade prop. Only those with great contributions are allowed to possess it. It increases the automatic recovery speed of equipment. Unless damage exceeds 40%, it can summon a mechanical human to assist in battle for 10 minutes. Ziluo's eyes widened. Damn, this thing is powerful. Not like my own seal. Another warning appeared. Player Yazi, please be aware, you can only purchase one seal. Be careful not to acquire identical props. Ziluo pondered. And here I thought I'd buy out this entire stock of seals once I had enough gold coins. He walked slowly toward the door. It seems I won't be able to summon an army of mechanical guardians after all. But this store didn't say it calculates based on the player's attributes, nor do I know what it's based on. Whatever, I'll find out when I buy the next item. The two then left the 5th floor. The scene outside gave off a creepy feeling. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in the city center. In the city, some characters shaped like swords or axes were carved. Suddenly, in midair, two streams of power clashed. A young man holding a weapon stood on high ground, observing the situation. It seemed all the zombies here had been killed, so it was relatively safe. He pointed at the glowing object and said to his allies, This must be the class change altar from yesterday's game update announcement, right? I have no idea what it does. Another guy suggested, How about we look around? We might find some useful supplies. The red-haired girl beside them added, I think so too. We might even find some good weapons. The innocent pink-haired girl curiously asked everyone, What's this crystal orb for? It's the most unique thing around here. The red-haired girl was startled and screamed in panic, Xiao Fei, don't touch it. But it was too late. A dark aura had already enveloped the pink-haired girl's body, suddenly exerting immense pressure. It summoned a massive gust of wind out of nowhere. The entire group was thrown back, letting out terrified screams. The explosion lasted for a few seconds before starting to dissipate. A noise that loud would definitely attract a horde of zombies. An ally scolded her in frustration. Xiao Fei, can't you ever break that habit of touching things randomly? How many times do I have to tell you? Xiao Fei retorted defensively. How was I supposed to know it would open a gate? I'll be more careful next time, all right. As tensions rose, the young man with the weapon calmly intervened. All right now, stop fighting, he said calmly. Let's find a way out first. But he was unaware of the danger closing in. His ally panicked, shouting about something behind his shattered oil lamp. It was being crushed by the terrifying power of a giant zombie. It was an 18th level bronze boss, but its other basic attributes were unknown. The entire group froze on the spot, their limbs stiff and their faces pale with fear. The zombie seized the opportunity, lunging forward and attacking relentlessly. When it was finished, it casually walked away, leaving behind a pool of blood. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the crimson sky. The giant zombie watched intently, grinding its teeth. It raised its hand, which was dripping with fresh blood. It seemed to be contemplating something. Suddenly, it let out a roar of frustration. A flame-like aura appeared behind the giant zombie, and a thick black smoke began to spread out. This sacred flame only covered a specific area, forming the shape of a cube. Not far away, a voice spoke out. "See that? That's what happened to Lu Mang." He snorted coldly, warning his allies in a menacing tone. "The next time any of you mess with something you shouldn't, this will be the result." Ziluo's voice echoed from a distance. "Dan Gok, over here." The other three-person party noticed the intruders and quickly looked for a place to hide. Ziluo and Dan Jia carefully entered the class change area, but first, they needed to make sure they were alone. The three-person party watched and remarked, "Tisk, Tisk, look at these two new idiots. We didn't get a clear view of how the last group got wiped out. Let's watch carefully this time." "Did you hear what the guy in black called the other one? Dan Gok. He's an incredibly powerful player on the Longguo server rankings." The only girl in the group asked, "Do you guys think Dan Gok can actually kill that zombie?" The team leader replied coolly, "It's not that big of a deal," he added. "But those guys from before were some of the best players here, and they couldn't even scratch that zombie's skin. Even if Dan Gok is stronger, he still won't be able to defeat it." The other member laughed scornfully. "Who knows? Let's just wait to pick up the loot. Imagine if all of Dan Gok's gear belonged to us." Before he could finish, the zombie's roar cut him off. It could smell fresh meat but hesitated to act. Ziluo coldly signaled, "Dan Gok, let's go." He thought to himself, just 3 more naive players. No need to waste time on them. Ziluo approached the Gate of Power, musing. If I remember correctly, the gatekeeper boss for the Shanghai class change altar is a berserker-type zombie. It's also protected by the Apocalypse Games system. In my past life, I was killed by the Lai Sha Guild, so I never found out how strong this thing truly is. In front of Ziluo now was an instruction panel detailing how to activate the mission. With a few hidden conditions, Ziluo rubbed his chin, a worried look on his face. "I remember from my past life, there were gatekeeper bosses in 4 of the smaller cities. They were eventually buffed to level 40-something, and as a result, no players were able to successfully complete their class change. Players couldn't reach other areas until the level cap was raised." He looked at the blue orb floating in midair. Ziluo noticed a few supply cards lying abandoned nearby. He rushed over to inspect them. "Well, it seems that as long as you don't activate the mission and there are fewer than 30 people around, you can just walk into the area and pick up loot." Perhaps his excitement made him careless, because Ziluo casually leaned against the orb. Meanwhile, the 3-person party still hadn't taken their eyes off the area. System. Player Yache has touched the Mage class change spirit orb. Mission forcefully accepted. System. Current party size is 2. Rewards have been significantly increased. System. The guardian boss of the Shanghai class change altar is awakening. Please prepare. Ziluo fell silent. With a ding, the class change altar was activated. The system is now optimizing mission-related issues. According to the description, to cope with the terrifying zombie attacks, each city has a class change altar for a portion of the players. However, to proceed, an elite talent must be brought to prove their worth. The rewards received are 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1,000 experience points, with a time limit of just over 10 hours to complete. If you fail, there will be no penalty whatsoever. Ziluo grinned and said to Dan Gok, "I'll choose the mage profession, and you'll be a warrior." On command, the giant zombie woke up from its short afternoon nap. Only now was there clear information about it. 56 strength and constitution, 30 spirit plus agility, and an extraordinary body as a talent. Its epic level ability can transmit sound waves after a roar, increasing its own attributes and lowering the enemies by 10%. Ziluo held up a few fingers in excitement, praising, "That's impressive. My brother, this ability completely tramples over the word Titan. It's no ordinary creature. But in comparison, wouldn't someone like him, who has killed countless zombies and possesses the 9-Li blade, and countless other enhancements, be even stronger?" Just imagine the scene of Ziluo easily taking down the zombie. Just then, the system unexpectedly sent a notification. Host detected facing a Titan. Zombie. Mission successfully activated. Requirement. Kill the giant zombie to protect the class change altar. Reward. 1 random. Common golden finger and silver grade equipment. With a 24-hour time limit, Zile drew his bow, signaling his acceptance. The Titan zombie looked at him and licked its lips. What a delectable meal. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from the arrow Zile was about to fire, rushing toward the zombie at incredible speed. The Titan zombie, caught by surprise, was unable to act in time and had to block it with both hands. Seizing the opportunity, Zile roared an order for Daengak to smash it. Daengak obeyed, gripping his hammer tightly and leaping high into the air. He began to attack his own kind, which was several meters taller than him, without a hint of fear. The Titan zombie's left arm gradually became covered in ice, its nerves turning numb. Before it surprised of it, Big Dummy suddenly stopped fighting. Zile, standing in a defensive stance behind him, murmured, "Not bad. My aim is as good as ever." The giant zombie seemed absolutely furious. The roar that erupted from its throat shook the heavens and earth, shattering the very space around them. Zile wasn't prepared for this and was momentarily overwhelmed. He dropped to one knee, his head throbbing with intense pain. Zile tried to think, but everything before his eyes started to blur. This unusual ability uses sound waves as an attack, triggering the stun effect of a Titan's body. He looked up, and Zile cried out in alarm when he saw Big Dummy being counterattacked by the giant zombie. The zombie Titan violently grabbed the arrow and snapped it in a fit of absolute rage. The giant zombie went on a destructive rampage, while Zile was forced to keep moving. He smiled confidently and drew his bow again. 6 arrows were fired, split into 2 types, fire and ice. The giant zombie thrashed about as every part of its body was hit, finally taking a direct shot right on the crown of its head. The giant zombie rubbed its bald spot, whimpering incomprehensibly. Suddenly, it burst into tears. Wah! Zile was clearly bewildered. Was this guy a construction worker when he was alive? Can't win the fight, so he's falling back on his old job. He took aim, his tone contemptuous. Turning your back on the enemy. The consequences for that are terrifying. The arrow was enveloped in a powerful, sacred flame. The giant zombie mercilessly used a huge boulder to attack. Zile was speechless, at a complete loss for words. Left with no other choice, he ordered Big Dummy, activate Godless Fury. Zile pointed forward, taunting him. While I was out cold just now, this big dark dummy ate 5 of my roasted chickens. Hearing this, Big Dummy became even more enraged and fully activated Godless Fury. He charged into battle like a bloodthirsty wild beast. The 2 ferocious zombies pummeled each other. Meanwhile, Zile quietly found a suitable vantage point. Realizing the giant zombie was no longer paying attention to him, Zile began to execute his plan. Right here. The arrow flew in a straight line, but something seemed a little off. A sharp pain made the giant zombie's eyes water. Zile's face turned pale as he unconsciously clutched his own butt. The giant zombie went berserk, knocking down Big Dummy first, its body trembling. It bent over at a 90-degree angle. The zombie glared at Zile with pure hatred. He stammered defensively, "I really didn't mean to. I swear." Of course, his explanation was not accepted. The zombie roared, and Zile was its new target. Determined to protect his master, Big Dummy leaped up and grabbed the zombie's head. He used all the strength he had, trying to wrestle it to the ground. The giant zombie struggled violently, twisting around to grab one of Big Dummy's arms. The tables turned quickly, but Zile remained perfectly calm. He just held his bow and took aim, the arrowhead once again plunging right into the giant zombie's butt. Zile despaired, imagining an angel descending from the heavens. The zombie stared at him with an indescribable expression. Zile had no choice but to explain, hitting the same spot twice. "I really didn't mean to. You believe me, right?" The zombie titan roared and angrily pulled out the bow. Suddenly, it collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, Blockhead's berserk rage also entered its cooldown phase. Zile pulled out 7 more bows and quickly signaled his ally. "Blockhead, get out of the way." He obediently complied, finding a way to retreat before his body shrank back to normal. Before the giant zombie could even get up, it was hit again. Zile staggered back slightly from the force of the explosion. A warning sound echoed. "Player Zile, please be advised. Your despicable fighting style has humiliated the zombie titan. Its rage has successfully broken through its limits. Bloodline fully activated, evolving to Silver Tier." Upon hearing this, Zile looked surprised and thought to himself, "I knew the boss would transform, but to get this much stronger right before dying, that's insane." The zombie was now several meters taller than before. The stats it generated also showed a change. 70 strength, 30 spirit, 65 physique. Its agility had increased significantly. It took reduced physical and magical damage, had increased recovery ability, could generate shockwaves, and attack relentlessly. Ziluo's jaw dropped in shock. A legendary talent? This is completely illogical. With stats like these, you're telling me it's only a silver tier boss? Even a gold tier one would be similar. The cheat system detected that the zombie titan had successfully evolved. Mission difficulty has increased. The rewards are now being upgraded. Ziluo sat there, pondering, how am I supposed to beat this thing now? The giant zombie was losing its patience. Ziluo snapped out of it. He realized he didn't have time to check the rewards. He would have to rely on his instincts and fight first. His weapon of choice was still the bow and arrow. The giant zombie gritted its teeth as it was attacked, but the wounds on its body began to heal instantly. Ziluo took his stance, wielding the blade of Julie. He leaped and spun in midair. He used the momentum of the slash to cut off a part of the zombie titan's body, but it seemed to have little to no effect. The situation was much more difficult now. Ziluo felt a bit of pressure. It seemed he couldn't rely on Blockhead anymore. He pulled out a few supply cards, but that's not all I have. A robot appeared at his command. Ziluo continued his summons. His other ally was a zombie cat. Then, Ziluo pointed his blade to the sky and unleashed Julie's heavy slash. Faced with the giant zombie's absolute power, Ziluo showed no signs of faltering. He chose to attack head-on, swinging his blade in an upward arc. The zombie titan was instantly knocked back several meters. At the same time, a red warning appeared from the server. The skill has entered its recovery phase. The player will enter a 2-second stunned state. The zombie's heavy body slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. As it struggled to get up, Ziluo's robot appeared. A painful blow landed right on the giant zombie's neck, but it didn't stop there. The zombie cat wanted in on the action, too. With its small, nimble body, it moved like a flash, disappearing from sight in an instant. The zombie cat raised its claws and slashed fiercely at the giant zombie's arm. Because its claws had a corrosive property, blood gushed from the wound. Ziluo broke free from the stun. He aimed right for the zombie's shoulder and attacked. The force of the blow was so strong he had to use his sword to brace himself immediately after. Ziluo watched the zombie walking aimlessly and said, "Controlling these two with my consciousness is a bit tiring." Now, the zombie titan finally unleashed its true power. Ziluo was heavily affected, momentarily unable to keep his balance. Blockhead's body had returned to normal. He was startled when he realized something was approaching and was promptly knocked unconscious. Ziluo dropped to one knee. He calmly assessed the situation. It's going all out, not caring about its own life anymore. To activate the Titan's rage skill in this condition, Ziluo began to calculate how to counter its effects head-on. According to the skill description, the power of its fists will keep increasing. I won't be able to block it for long. Escaping is also difficult because its pursuit speed is increased by 50%. However, one of the zombie's arms is already severely injured. Its attack speed can't be at its peak, so my counter strategy will be to dance on a razor's edge. The giant zombie's fist was right in front of him. Ziluo successfully dodged it and channeled all his strength into one arm. Then, following the zombie titan's movement, he sliced off its arm with a single slash. 4 identical notifications were sent to him. Detected an additional player in the current party. Mission completion rewards have been reduced. Ziluo was confused, unable to understand what was happening. Not wanting to hesitate, he quickly left the area. When he reached a higher vantage point to observe, he heard voices from a distance. "Get down there, quick!" The other party had realized that Ziluo had actually won and now wanted to come and leech some benefits. The party leader urged them on. "Hurry up and get in there. We can really get a ton of mission rewards." He was visibly excited. "Oh my god. The activation of the first-class change altar will definitely be announced to the whole world. I'm about to become famous." The only girl in the group suggested worriedly, "Everyone, we should get out of here." "Go? That master is having a hard time killing that terrifying zombie. What can we possibly do?" Before he could finish, the team captain cut him off harshly. "Shut up, you bitch. I've been putting up with you for too long. It's the apocalypse. What's the point of acting all high and mighty? Just you wait. Once we're out of here, I'm going to break you." The terrified girl cowered and could only whisper a single word, "I." Ziluo's tall figure was silhouetted against the setting sun. His entire body was enveloped in an incredibly powerful aura. The captain put on a fawning tone. "Master, you must be Yazi, right? You're so incredibly strong. I've always been your loyal fan." The other two chimed in with smiles. "I saw your battle, so I decided to bring my brothers over to help." "It's nothing, really. We all admire you tremendously." Ziluo asked coldly. "Admire me? So you came to help?" He said bluntly. "Weren't you guys hiding around here for a while now? Why didn't I see you come down earlier?" The captain, knowing he couldn't talk his way out of it, stammered. "Ah, well, about that." With a single, decisive strike, Ziluo cut him down. He commented nonchalantly, "Hypocrite." Seeing the blood gush and splatter everywhere, the remaining people couldn't help but scream in terror. Luo stood perfectly still, but his words echoed slowly. The one thing I hate most is hypocrites. As he turned his face, a giant eye appeared, radiating a bizarre purple light. The other team members felt their minds being drawn deep inside that strange object, and they began to change. They started to tear each other apart. It's all mine. Stay away, you zombie. Luo was annoyed, disgusting and unscrupulous, trying to join the mission just to share the rewards. The system detected that the player team had been reduced by 1, and the completion reward increased. Luo pondered. Letting them join would not only split a large portion of the profits, but if we encounter a quest where the difficulty scales with the challenger's strength, this bunch would get me killed. One of them shouted angrily, Yazi, you're known as the hero of our dragon kingdom now. He seemed to believe that as a hero, helping people was a matter of course. We just want to follow you and get some scraps. We have no other intentions. The man standing beside him quickly cut in, you need to think this through. If you kill us, people won't see you as a... The two words great hero were cut short, severing his last chance of survival. The rewards continued to increase. Luo waved his hand, recalling his sword. He warned in a low growl, remember this. My name is Yasei, and my principle is to repay every grudge, and I'm not your great hero. I don't care for moral obligations or doing things for humanity. I simply want to live. The other team trembled, quickly looking for a way to escape. Luo shouted, anyone who touches me, gets in my way, or disgusts me, will die. The server announced, this mission can now be joined by an additional 25 people. Please make arrangements. Luo cursed in frustration, useless trash. You want to lecture me about morals? First, take a look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy. He swung his sword, filled with resentment. Back when the Lee family was hunting me down, why didn't anyone tell them to think about all of humanity then? They're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites who kiss up to the strong and kick down the weak. Congratulations to player Yassi for successfully defeating the level 19 silver rank boss, Titan Zombie, obtaining 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. A world-first achievement, Silver Spear, will now be announced server-wide. You have been awarded 2 golden hands and a random piece of equipment. Luo was thrilled. Double rewards? Is there really such a good thing? A large chest suddenly appeared. Luo flew over to claim it. Immediately, a black pedestal rose from the ground, bearing 2 sparkling treasures. The first item was a scroll. It stated that after the city's class change altar was activated, player Ye would receive the following benefits. 1. A statue of Luo will be erected to commemorate his outstanding contribution, to be admired by future generations. 2. Zombies will not increase in difficulty. 3. As long as you pay a fee, you'll receive a commission. Luo quickly signed his name. Blood-red text appeared on the page. The system displayed, congratulations to player Yasei for completing the mission to activate the Shanghai class change altar. You have obtained 500 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 100 experience, and the Overlord scroll. You have leveled up to 15, gaining an additional 3 points in strength, constitution, and free attributes. 2,800 experience is needed for the next rank. As the first player to activate it in Blue Star City, you have obtained the world first title, Master of Class Change. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Luo was overjoyed. So this is the enhanced reward from the system? A series of loud noises from behind caught his attention. Luo considered his options. Tisk, how could I forget about you guys? I need to find a quiet place to collect my rewards. He was in no mood to teach them a lesson right now. Luo slapped Don Gok's face a few times to wake him up, then gave a slight nod. Let's go. Time for chicken legs. And just like that, the two of them left. Over here, the survivors were in a state of utter confusion. What's going on? Didn't Yasei already defeat the zombie? A few of them panicked. Could it be that he activated a higher level mechanism and intentionally left us here as bait for the zombies? How could he be so cruel? We just wanted a piece of the pie, but to him. But that was just the beginning. The server congratulated Chuer on becoming the first player in the solo apocalypse game to kill a silver grade boss, activating the class change altar. With his heroic power, he shook the entire world, achieving a unique accomplishment and earning a massive reward. It is hoped that other players will be inspired to follow his example. Because Shanghai was the first place to activate the class change altar, all players in the city received a city-wide reward. For the next 24 hours, killing zombies will have a double drop rate, with a 10% increase in experience and gold coins. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, and the whole group stared wide-eyed at 2 girls who looked overjoyed. We really leveled up. That's right, from now on, Chuer is my idol. The others started fighting amongst themselves to claim the benefits. The boy looked out the window and said softly, if I remember correctly, the class change altar only appeared late last night, and inside, there was an incredibly tough bronze-grade boss. We lost 30 people and still couldn't beat it, and they managed to clear it this afternoon. Chewer's fans shouted excitedly. I knew it. He just wiped out countless other players. The master is no longer satisfied with simple world announcements. He triggered all 3 types. He's a god forever. In a dark meeting room, a leader spoke. I'm telling you, this player named Chewer is a true talent for our country. However, before the apocalypse, Jiang Lin came to Shanghai to visit and got trapped there. He smirked, but his loyalty still belongs to this land. Sooner or later, he'll have to return to the embrace of the motherland. In the quiet of the night, Don Gok sat alone, working in the outer room. Zi Luo was carefully examining the rewards he received today. He now possessed over 12,000 gold coins and a 7 cubic meter inventory space. Zi Luo put on an arrogant expression. Tisk, level 16 already. This speed is even faster than it was before the newbie protection period. It's impossible to be humble anymore. Same old rules, claim the game rewards first. There were a total of 3 scrolls in the drawer. Zai Luo calculated. Class progression. It increases automatically when I level up, so the free attribute points. I can distribute them into spirit and agility. This is equivalent to a hidden boost to my power. He finally, slowly, folded the scroll. Since Zi Luo already had the level 1 auto-loot gold in hand, receiving another one would enhance it. He suddenly let out a chuckle. These 2 aren't bad. It'll be much more convenient to fight zombies and bosses from now on. Zi Luo suddenly remembered. Oh, right. What was that about the double drop rate the world announcement mentioned? Everyone gets a 1% increase. He was visibly stunned. Which means... Zi Luo clutched his head and screamed. I have a 201% drop rate. The system congratulated the host for drawing silver-grade equipment, the Shadowhide battle armor and trousers. He was overjoyed. It's an outfit. My good luck rituals really worked. Each treasure gave Zi Luo different effects, like resistance or counters. He tapped the equip button with his finger. After looking everything over, Zi Luo made his decision. My agility and spirit power have fallen behind a bit, so I'll just put the points into those. He rested his chin on his hand and assessed himself. This isn't bad. Zi Luo happily requested to draw from the 2 golden hand systems at once. He pulled a supply card from his bag. This thing looked ordinary, but in reality, at a critical moment, it could decide the outcome of any battle. Zi Luo elegantly brushed his hair, but overall, the 2 items in this chest aren't that useful. It must be because I'm too rich. Next up are the titles. Zi Luo frowned, considering them. None of them are as good as Unrivaled in the world. Did unlocking the Overlord class use up all my luck? These rewards are all pretty average. Luckily, that agreement can soothe my wounded heart. Thinking too much gives me a headache, Zi Luo decided. Now, golden hand system, draw me some silver-grade equipment. He squeezed his eyes shut and began to pray. Infinite Heavenly Lord, Amitabha Buddha, may the Lord protect me. Amen. Introduction to the Butcher class. Inheriting the skills of his father, he specializes in butchering pigs, buffalo, and cattle to make a living. Attributes. Each level up adds 2 strength and 1 constitution. Zi Luo pursed his lips. This one's a bit ordinary. It's not useful for me or Day and Guk. I'll just hold on to it for now. Maybe it'll be useful later. With nothing better to do, he organized his inventory. Zai Luo then opened the golden chest, receiving a blessing and countless experience points. The last treasure was an item with a rather interesting name, Roadside Melon Slicing Knife. Activates a 2-minute intimidation effect, lowering the opponent's attributes by 10%. Zi Luo exclaimed in confusion. The knife is good, but saying this line during a fight would be so cringe. Forget it. I'll just feed it to Zhu Lizhou. Zi Luo walked to the outer room. He clenched his fists, showing his determination. What rest? There are only 24 hours. I have to seize this opportunity. In his hand was now a stamina potion. Zi Luo downed it in 1 gulp. Dagnak was a little startled when he realized his master was standing right behind him. He just smiled and gave a wink. Time to work. We're taking care of all the zombies today. Leave them to me. Zi Luo beckoned with his fingers. For every 20 zombies, I'll give you an extra roasted chicken tonight. Hearing this, Dagnak immediately perked up and trotted after him. Zi Luo waved his hand to summon the holy sword, always taking the lead. Outside, zombies had been waiting for a long time. The sound took Zi Luo by surprise. He scanned the monster from head to toe. He assessed it silently. My God, how many enhancements did this thing take? Zi Luo decisively slashed at it, repeatedly praying, drop 2 items for me. No, wait, 3 pieces of equipment. The system announced, congratulations to player Yazse for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy zombie. Motivated, Zi Luo yelled to his ally, hey, lure a few zombies over here. Smash your hammer on the ground to make some noise. Dying Gok obediently did as he was told. Attracted by the sound, the zombies swarmed in, their numbers growing larger and larger. The server notifications rang out continuously, signaling that today's profits were substantial. Ziluo paused for a few seconds. A cocky grin spread across his face. Heh, now that's more like it. At the same time, in another part of the city center, a large screen displayed the rankings for essential items. A man with glasses from the Yun family spoke slowly. It seems the new equipment appeared because Yesi defeated a silver-rank boss. The young man sitting next to him, who was much younger, added, "Is that even a question?" "Of course it is. I'm just curious. Who is this guy, really?" Li Haobo's father spoke coldly. "That little brat from the An family. If your father hadn't been unlucky enough to turn into a zombie, you wouldn't even be qualified to be here. We are discussing official business right now. Be a little more serious for me." Jiming sneered, "Haha, family head Li, do you really think I'm like those two useless sons of yours?" He added casually, "I recall that Li Haobo fellow is in Shanghai, isn't he? You see, being so far away won't help him at all. Based on his personality, I doubt he'll even last a few more days." The situation grew tense, and the man with glasses had to step in to calm them both down. "Old brother Li, let's not forget our topic today is Yase, not other people's family matters." Family head Anne, "If you have no further questions, then don't ask." He recalled, "I was in Dragon Country before, and I've never heard of this character. It's unbelievable that a quiet, ordinary person could become this strong in just a few days." Li Haobo's father came to a conclusion. They had to find him. With his reputation and influence, if he joins our alliance, it will be a huge help to the plans of all three families. Jiming didn't seem to care, but he didn't refuse either. That's right, the apocalypse is a golden opportunity. It seemed he already had a plan in his head. The whole world is in chaos. Why don't we strike out on our own and become the masters of this world? The man in glasses appeared contemplative. If we can't get Yai Xe to work with us, then we'll just take his gear. Then, Jiming drew a hand across his throat, signaling a kill. The two men looked at each other, seemingly understanding, and said nothing more. The scene outside was still incredibly chaotic. Some players were reviewing their rewards. Today's haul is amazing. I need to kill more zombies. He had no idea he was being targeted. At the hotel Luo had chosen as a stop, he stood alone in his room, diligently casting spells. Looking through the window, he could see a fierce battle raging below. Luo realized that Zhang Yuanzhong seemed to be the name ranked right below him. For his previous level, he's working really hard right now. Luo rubbed his chin, thinking, I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuanzhong was still level 8 around this time. He only hit level 9 tomorrow and completed his hidden class change the day after. In this life, he doesn't have those world announcement rewards, so his leveling will be much slower. He let out a big yawn. However, looking at the current situation, my rebirth has really affected the world quite a bit. Luo chuckled to himself. But no matter how far events stray from their original path, as long as I have the strength, I can face anything. He fumbled around, looking for something. As the system indicated, he was in the process of leveling up. Luo retracted his hand. He accidentally caught a whiff of a strange scent in the air. Luo curiously asked Dongok, Is that you? Do you stink? The zombie grunted in response, but the direction he pointed was towards Luo. Only then did he fully realize where the problem was. Luo quickly grabbed new clothes, complaining, This is killing me. Oh, I used to go a whole month without showering. Dongok scratched his head in confusion, watching the steam rise. Luo scrubbed himself clean with satisfaction, and as he walked out, he saw Dongok about to take off his pants to shower. Luo threw the towel straight at his face and said, Time for bed. He collapsed onto the soft mattress. Luo gradually drifted into a deep sleep. In his past life, everyone eventually got used to these conditions and had long forgotten what bathing was. The moon reigned over the vast sky as Luo's soft snores filled the air. Suddenly, something strange emerged from the bathroom. Water gushed out torrentially. A pitch-black hole revealed a single, large, hateful eye, and a foul, mutated rat slowly crawled out. Luo was suddenly jolted awake from his daze, only to find the mutated rat standing right beside him. It stared at him with furious eyes. Its speed was astonishing, 10 times faster than the normal ones. Luo observed calmly, thinking to himself, Well now, are all zombie rats this big? He turned and swung his sword, cleaving the monster's body into 2 halves. While Luo was contemplating his next move, the ground suddenly started to shake. Hordes of rats swarmed into the city from out of nowhere, in numbers so great that no one could have possibly imagined. They gathered, forming a tidal wave that flooded every nook and cranny. The people's terrified screams echoed through the night. They were completely helpless against the mutated rat's attack, falling one after another. Soon, they had swarmed past the hotel where Zile was staying. He and Dan Jacques took a defensive stance in the room, ready to fight. Zile looked at the large monster's corpse and guessed that this sound meant one of two things. Either a zombie wave had appeared, or mutated creatures were gathering. However, the game system hadn't sent any notifications, and considering the thing that had just attacked him, it seemed they were simply zombie rats. He cautiously checked the hallway outside, wondering if his reincarnation had caused a butterfly effect that had influenced the entire zombie world. It would be better to investigate the surrounding situation, just in case something unexpected happened, he'd be able to respond. From the window frame, a continuous hissing sound was heard. Zile frowned and concluded, "It seems there aren't that many zombie rats. Am I just overthinking things?" His initial plan was to scout the situation first. A loud echo reverberated nearby. Zile was confused. No, a few zombie rats wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. He felt a little scared. For the sound to be this loud, the zombie rats must have gathered into a horde. The commotion was immense, meaning they must be nearby, perhaps even on the floor below. Could they be targeting me? Even more monsters emerged from the sewers below. They moved in a straight line, very methodically. Zile deduced from their orderly formation that there was definitely a gifted boss-level zombie rat commanding P for them. It looked like a fierce battle was about to break out tonight. He couldn't stay here for long. He coldly ordered Dangak, "We're going," to the rooftop. Breaking the door's lock, Zile strode forward confidently. He and Danno quickly reached the edge of the pressed rooftop. Zile put on his mask, silently observing the events unfolding through the iron bars. Something caught his eye. Zile couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many, but thankfully, they're not targeting me." A surge of excitement rose within him. If he killed this boss, wouldn't that mean he'd make a fortune? But Zile then sighed in disappointment. Forget it, there are too many of them. Staying alive is more important, and I don't even know why the boss of these zombie rats has gathered its subordinates over there. It's best not to act recklessly. He quietly warned Dangak, "Stay here, and protect yourself. Don't run around." Zile opened the system panel and equipped the Nightfall Ring, then leaped to the adjacent building to find a better vantage point. There seemed to be fewer rats on this side. Suddenly, the wailing scream of a person rang out. Zilua's face was filled with ridicule. "The apocalypse has been here for 7 or 8 days already. Just how naive can you be? Do you really think you can survive just by hiding?" He slowly looked back toward his original hotel. He could use the combination of swift run and time lag to get to the opposite rooftop, but using 2 useful survival skills like that here would be a bit of a waste. Zile told himself, "Forget it. I'll observe first and then decide." About an hour passed, and Zile sat perfectly still without moving. He worriedly thought, "I don't hear anything. They vanished without a trace. Could it be a hidden instance dungeon has appeared, like the class change altar with its protective barrier separating it from the outside world?" Zile rubbed his chin. "I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain today. Not bad. My luck isn't so terrible." He used his mind to call Dangak, "Come quickly. It's time to work." The zombie obeyed, appearing instantly. Dangak, right behind. Zile quickly noticed something was wrong. Countless black feathers, belonging to a flock of crows, were falling from the night sky, circling a specific spot for no clear reason. Zile whispered a reminder, "Dangak, don't startle those animal zombies. There are too many of them. We might not be able to handle it." Zile looked down at the street. A few crows were calling their flock to eat the corpses. His face turned pale. My God, how could something so strange happen? The 2 types of zombies, rats and birds, were not only coexisting peacefully, but also obediently lining up to enter the villa. What on earth is inside this place? Zile used a rope ladder and carefully approached the area. He landed safely. It was dead silent all around. Zile led the way, his sharp sword at the ready. The number of different zombie species flocking to the villa was even greater than before. Zile was terrified. Regardless of the past or present, this bear's destructive power could not be underestimated. There was an intermediate gate right in front of the main hall, through which the zombies were entering. They formed a long line like that, with no end in sight. The sun began to rise at dawn. Zile sat collapsed on the spot, exhausted, thinking that it was finally, "It's over." After waiting for the zombies to disperse, he began searching the area. "They're all gone, right? Nothing here either." A look of joy spread across Ziluo's face. "They're really gone, for sure." He called out loudly to Dangak, who was in hiding. Suddenly, a portal door appeared right in front of him. The system asked if Ziluo wanted to enter. He wondered, why isn't there any hint for an unknown instance? Additional information: instances in the Apocalypse game are divided into two types. First are the player versus player duels, where combat is the main focus. The scenery and difficulty are mostly fixed, but they will adjust according to the character's level. Next are the quest-based ones, which give appropriate reminders. Ziluo recalled that he had encountered many instances in his previous life. His experience could be considered rich and a good match for his current strength. Besides, I even have my cheat ability. Clearing this shouldn't be a problem. He wondered, after entering a copy, in this Apocalypse game, will there be a protection mechanism like in the Mysterious Trials? A ding sound rang out in reply. The essence of the system is to provide the best experience for the character. If you are not satisfied with the content, you can end the mission at any time. Ziluo was thrilled. Doesn't this mean that anytime, anywhere, I can retreat without any penalty whatsoever? What am I waiting for? Let's do this. He agreed to enter. Ziluo pressed the accept button for the instance, and the server announced he had successfully activated it. Ziluo turned to look at his ally. After all, I have my cheat ability, but Da Nok doesn't. He pointed at the zombie, gesturing, "Stay here and await my command." Ziluo silently observed him squatting so decisively. Why do I feel a little unhappy about this? The instance quickly opened. Ziluo gripped his sword tightly and took a deep breath for courage. The space inside was surrounded by 4 walls. A few flames floated in the air. Ziluo tapped the wall a few times to test it, then channeled his strength into his treasured blade and slashed decisively. The cut created a long crack. The system chimed. "Congratulations, player Yai XE. You have activated the special instance, the Labyrinth of Despair." On the screen was a stream of data about the legendary grade Labyrinth. For over 1,000 years, no one has ever left this place alive. Will you be one of them? Requirement: find the exit. Reminder: kill animal zombies, avoid traps. Inventory has been sealed. Time limit: 3,650 days. Warning: detected player chewer using a special method. Entering the opening dungeon. Parameters require readjustment. Ziluo worriedly thought to himself, it's not even open yet. Was that teleportation gate from earlier the special method? He pursed his lips, guessing that gate wasn't part of this maze. They must have used it to bring in more animal zombies, right? Then they finished up and closed it, just as I happened to see it. I have to jump in there with that horde of zombies. Ugh. Ziluo imagined himself diving headfirst into a pit of fire and was at a loss for words. He dismissed that ridiculous thought. Ziluo mused, the maze isn't even open yet, which proves the danger level is extremely high. It's not suitable for ordinary players, but that doesn't apply to me. Besides, most of the animal zombies were probably just added. Completely useless. He looked at his weapon. The mission restrictions said items would lose their effects, but I still have the 9 Li blade to unleash skills. It seems like a bug, but I can't rule out the possibility that it's because I'm soul-bound to the sword. That doesn't matter. As long as I have it in my hands, that's enough. Server adjustment of parameters successful. The dungeon's conditions have been appropriately calibrated based on the player's strength. The space quickly turned blood red. Ziluo was delighted. This apocalyptic game is more humane than I thought. It even knows to lower the difficulty for me. Due to player chewer entering the dungeon ahead of schedule and disrupting the normal order, the difficulty will be increased by 50%. Ziluo panicked and yelled, "Just pretend I didn't say anything. This trash game is as unreliable as ever." Penalty for mission failure is being modified. If the host wishes to quit, teleportation is available at any time. This maze has witnessed much despair. Success will be rewarded with 2 random, ordinary golden fingers. Ziluo accepted. He gradually moved deeper into the area, surrounded by stone walls. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from a small recess. Ziluo wasn't ready, but luckily, he managed to raise his blade to block it. The force of the impact pushed him back several meters. The arrow fell to the ground. Ziluo thought nervously, no wonder this dungeon wasn't open yet. He assessed the arrow's attack power. I guess it's equivalent to a player's strength attribute of about 30. How many people could possibly block that? While Ziluo was distracted, countless more arrows were suddenly launched, their sharp tips whistling through the air. Ziluo hastily leaped to the side to dodge. The path ahead widened, but there was absolutely no sign of life. Ziluo let out a tense sigh. Phew, that scared me. I was even thinking I could pick some of them up to use as weapons. He tried swinging his sword to test the area, but nothing happened. Ziluo felt a bit relieved. Looks like it's really over. He carefully scouted the surroundings. A fork in the road appeared ahead. Ziluo told himself, on to the next. Relying completely on intuition and memory. What's with this sudden excitement? He smirked. The right path seems promising. Let's go check it out. Ziluo cautiously held his sword, when he suddenly stepped on something, startling him. Human bones? Zile bent down to inspect them, calmly concluding that they held no clues, served no purpose, and were just there for a scare. The heat from inside the cellar drenched Ziluo's body in sweat. There was a door nearby. Ziluo knocked lightly a few times, but there was no response. He had no choice but to crack the door open. The mutant rat detected a stranger and let out a shriek. It charged at Ziluo, who decisively swung his sword in an arc. The system congratulated player Yazi for successfully killing the zombie rat, earning 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. Ziluo accepted it and shouted excitedly, "Beef fried rice." He shoveled spoonful after spoonful into his mouth, looking like he was about to die from starvation. The bowl was empty in no time. Ziluo leisurely dusted off his hands, wiped the remaining grains of rice from his lips, and sighed. This is ridiculous. All it knows is how to exploit loopholes. The least it could do is give me a napkin to wipe my mouth. Ziluo then continued his journey. It's a good thing I went through that warlord class change trial. Otherwise, I'm not sure I could have persevered. He chuckled softly. The old rule, right at the second turn, finally appeared. Ziluo tapped the stone wall with his treasured sword. He carefully observed everything behind him. He was now standing between 2 different paths. Ziluo quickly escaped the acid trap. He cursed out loud in frustration. What terrible luck. Ziluo opened the second door and encountered a zombie dog, and he dealt with it instantly, then tried searching a few more rooms. Ziluo scoffed coldly, 10 wooden doors just for one boss zombie rat. He mercilessly cut it down, retrieving an Imperial Grade 9 Li pearl from the rat's body. Ziluo decided to stop and rest for a bit. The few forks in the road he had encountered all looked the same. He started drawing symbols with blood. 3 paths, 2 dead ends, one of which was filled with all sorts of traps, while the other had nothing. Behind the doors were random animal zombies. Killing them would drop supply cards or weapons. Ziluo realized the number of zombies corresponded to the number on the door, but there were still many other questionable points. He let his arm hang limp. Ziluo frowned and thought, I guess I finally understand why this maze drives people to despair. He left the room thinking that the animal zombies he encountered would only get stronger, and who knew what traps lay ahead. I have to be more careful. Ziluo forced open the wooden door, revealing 2 bronze-level bosses inside. He thought to himself, looks like it's just as I suspected. The fight broke out instantly, and with just a few basic slashes, Ziluo successfully defeated them and simultaneously leveled up to 18. The system congratulated player Yazi for finding the agility fruit. He received 2 additional points. Ziluo opened his mouth and took a huge bite. He eagerly used the supply card he had just obtained, called Trap. Any animal zombies that entered were taken care of instantly, without Ziluo even having to lift a finger. He rested his chin on his hand confidently. Next up, day 3 of the maze. The next day, the power of his treasured sword had been upgraded to its complete form, reaching diamond-grade equipment, plus 10 strength, 4 constitution, and 25% armor penetration. It also modified the damage from accompanying skills, and significantly increased their lethal efficiency. Ziluo couldn't help but be amazed. It's unbelievably powerful. This is a complete transformation. He stared intently at the weapon. Looks like from now on, my movements will be even faster when I'm cutting down low-level animal zombies. From then on, Ziluo could be seen on a continuous killing spree. Even mid-tier bronze levels were nothing to him now. The maze was no longer as terrifying as the rumors claimed. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, a girl was basking in happiness. Mom, I've reached level 10, the server then announced. Congratulations to the player for a successful class change. A group of young people were whispering amongst themselves. Hey, do you guys have any news about our idol, Yazi? Nothing at all. It's like he's vanished from the face of the earth. I think Yazi found a nice place to retire early. He's probably not planning to kill zombies and level up anymore. Looks more like he was assassinated to me. Well, I guess Yazi was probably found by some organization and locked up to be studied like a lab rat. The next piece of information that appeared shattered their baseless rumors. No way, he's still on the leaderboard. Don't they say your name disappears from it when you die? That big fool guy hasn't made a move either. He's stuck at level 10. Ziluo unleashed the 9 Li slashing strike. Before him stood 3 zombies of different forms. Ziluo moved with lightning speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The bull zombie stood dumbfounded and motionless. Ziluo sneered, "You guys have some skill. It's just a shame I'm in a league of my own." He pulled his blade from the corpse, and an anomaly immediately occurred. Faced with the pressure, Lin Zile had to shield himself with both arms. Server, congratulations player Yazi for successfully killing the level 9 boss, the gluttonous zombie rat. You have gained 50 experience points, 100 gold coins. A treasure chest appeared from behind. It was a bronze-grade treasure. Just then, the beasts charged forward together. Ziluo simply pivoted on his heel, watching impassively as they slaughtered each other. The stench of blood filled the room. Ziluo and Bao took down the last zombie. The rewards from it increased astronomically with no signs of stopping. Ziluo also received a chance to draw a golden finger, which he of course accepted. This time, the item was called the Eye of Omniscience. It allowed Ziluo to look up all information on creatures he didn't understand. Ziluo looked hesitant. He tried tapping on the system screen, and the wealth of information it provided made Ziluo ecstatic. When the host inspects a creature-based zombie, its weaknesses can be identified. He suddenly grew pensive. But that second point is really vague. Just how far do these strengths and weaknesses go? I'll just have to wait until I encounter another animal zombie to see its specific effects. Ziluo rummaged through his inventory bag. He took out a composite pill and then absorbed it into his body. Ziluo calmly strode out of the dark room. He approached the next door, number 41. A foul stench wafted out from the chamber within, making Lin Zile extremely uncomfortable. He hurriedly activated the Eye of Omniscience. Using the fire attribute will counter the zombie birds. Ziluo thought to himself, so this is what it meant by weakness. It seems pretty useful. Facing thousands of blood-red eyes, he quickly unleashed the 9-Li slash. Ziluo single-handedly decimated the flock of zombie birds. He sheathed his precious blade and drew a Bagua diagram on a white piece of paper. Ziluo coldly realized, there are still 14 doors left. He changed direction, leaving the foul remnants behind. As he moved slowly, Ziluo discovered a strange object blocking his path. It was a large boulder, his face filled with confusion. This path didn't have a wooden door. Ziluo used his sword to etch a few lines on it for examination. He referred to the diagram he had drawn earlier, trying to find a way through. A creepy feeling began to seep into his mind. Ziluo started to doubt whether his calculations were even correct. He grew anxious. The path I just took was far too smooth. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm almost out. I need to be more careful. There's a light up ahead. This is the way. Zile quickened his pace, then suddenly froze. This area was completely different. A large dragon was imprinted on the door. Zile's expression was determined, but that aura was incredibly alluring, drawing him deeper inside, step by step. After standing before the wooden door for a long time, Zile sighed in frustration. He pushed, and a wave of power materialized in the air. Zile's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a pocket dimension? System. Congratulations to player Yazzie for finding the exit of the Maze of Despair. You have successfully cleared the legendary dungeon. The rewards this time are unique products and cultural items from Blue Star. Status. Integration in progress. A few seconds later, another notification arrived, randomly drawing 2 common cheat-like abilities. But Zile wanted to postpone it, so he declined. The remaining gifts included the barrier-breaking key, the origin of the Li trigram, and the origin of the Can trigram. Zile took the key. It was a special single-use item that could open a barrier for 10 seconds. He examined it seriously. It doesn't look difficult, but I shouldn't let my guard down. Zile subconsciously recalled that in the 8 trigrams, Li represents fire. It seems this reward is related to fire. As for the origin of the Can trigram, it's obviously connected to water. System. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the dungeon challenge. Your weapons and inventory space can now be used normally. Zile thought silently. The rewards for this dungeon are a bit strange, and the 2 orbs don't have specific descriptions. It seems there's still something else I need to find in this room. Missing out on the benefits would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? He moved to another part of the chamber. A treasure appeared, making Zile a bit suspicious. It was another scroll. He opened it. Fuxi. The progenitor of the Dragon Kingdom civilization, one of the 3 sovereigns, known in ancient texts as the creator god. This maze was single-handedly created by Fuxi, located at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Those who enter through the gate will have a chance to inherit the power of the 8 trigrams left behind by Fuxi. Since the maze appeared, no one has ever reached the end. The rest have all turned into dried bones. Zile exclaimed in fear, so this place could also be a class change station. And I can even obtain the attributes of the 8 trigrams. How could a power passed down from Fuxi possibly be weak? This surprise came way too suddenly. He happily guessed, this must be one of the Nether Emperor's worries, right? Ask and you shall receive. I was just thinking about a second class. Isn't this the perfect time? The Jade Ring was surrounded by a power barrier. Zile used his consciousness to retrieve it. When the Jade Ring touched his skin, it suddenly flared with a brilliant light of various colors, making Zile gasp in surprise. His entire body was blown into the air. Zile's jaw dropped in shock. This stream of power had solidified into a large object, shaped like a cocoon. Lin Zile was relentlessly attacked by 3 sources of energy, causing him immense pain. It pierced through his body, taking him by surprise. More and more blood trickled from Lin Zile. The stars in the sky twinkled and shone, when suddenly, a huge source of energy beamed straight down onto the cocoon. The colorful streams of energy now surrounded him. Lin Zile focused on absorbing the energy, and the cocoon began to crack. Energy started to leak out from it. Filled with power, he shattered the cocoon and opened his eyes. Full of determination, Lin Zile gently wiped the bloodstains from his face. The system notifications began to ring out continuously. Detecting player Yazi is receiving an unknown legacy energy. System is analyzing the energy. Unknown. System has successfully identified the unknown energy as originating from Blue Star. Lin Zile stepped forward. Marking point for system analysis. Integrating unknown energy with Blue Star culture. Apocalypse game system. The system's voice echoed in his ear. Integration successful. Gamification successful. Player Yazi is now undergoing a class change. The system continued to update. Its voice hadn't stopped yet. Congratulations, player Yazi. Class change successful. Based on Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game has named the profession Green Emperor. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the instance. The Green Emperor class requires one more step of data conversion. Lin Zile looked at the system screen, full of questions. Green Emperor? Lost in his thoughts, a green jade pendant suddenly appeared before his eyes. It swirled with two sources of power, red fire and cyan fire, hovering in front of him. Lin Zile was completely astonished. He reached out and gently touched the jade. Immediately, both streams of power were unleashed, enveloping Lin Zile. His eyes filled with curiosity as he watched it. The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining the ability to control flames and water currents. Other abilities are waiting for player Yazi to unlock them. Lin Zile immediately formed a hand seal. In turn, both water currents and flames condensed in his hands. Holding them, he smiled, proud and happy. Just these two abilities alone are already so badass. If I fully unlock them, what can the Apocalypse game even do to me? He clicked his tongue in anticipation. TSK, I'm actually kind of looking forward to what happens next. Lin Zile strode forward confidently. He opened the stone door. All around him were cracked walls that were beginning to collapse. Lin Zile looked around, bewildered. It seems this room was supported by the 8 trigrams power of Fuxi. He observed, sweating. As expected, it's a real shoddy piece of work. Lin Zile opened the system, and a question immediately popped up. Do you wish to exit the instance? He immediately selected yes. The system quickly transported him out. Lin Zile smirked to himself confidently. Finally out, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Holding it in his hand, Lin Zile was completely surprised. He frowned, a worried and confused expression on his face. Lin Zile checked his notifications and saw the time displayed was 2 weeks later. He was shocked to realize he had been in the instance for 2 whole weeks without even feeling it. Lin Zile felt a sense of urgency. I need to get out of here, fast. Just as he turned around, a pale face appeared right in front of him. It made Lin Zile jump back in fright. Realizing it was Big Dummy, he let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the person approaching him. Have you been standing here this whole time since I went in? Big Dummy just stared blankly and nodded, letting out a roar in response. Seeing the drool dripping from the corner of his mouth made Lin Zile a bit speechless. He asked Big Dummy, aren't you hungry? Seeing the guy nod dumbly, Lin Zile helplessly patted Big Dummy's shoulder. All right, once I'm done here, I'll take you to get some chicken legs. Hearing this, Big Dummy roared happily. Lin Zile looked at the system panel again, checking the current rankings. First place, Yazi, level 20, class, War Master. Second place, Zhang Yuanzong, level 17, class Military Soul. Third place, Wraith, level 16, class Flame Manipulator. Fourth place, nickname Po Jun, level 16, class Po Jun. Fifth place was Simon Chu Feng, level 16, class Wind Warrior. After looking at the leaderboard, Lin Zile sighed. It's been 2 weeks, and you guys have barely made any progress at all. Then he said to Big Dummy, come on, Big Dummy. It's time for the two of us to make our presence known again. He roared and opened his character panel at the same time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the familiar system voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Zhang Yuanzhong for successfully reaching level 18. He had just finished a battle and was standing majestically on his spoils, resting his blade over his shoulder. Zhang Yuanzhong wiped the sweat from his face. Finally, I've surpassed Yazi by 1 level. I guess this saves some face for our army. With that, he opened the system. Zhang Yuanzhong's face turned pale when he saw the result. Damn it, is this guy using cheats? How did he jump to level 20 in the blink of an eye? In contrast to the disgruntled mood of Zhang Yuan Zhang, two girls elsewhere cheered with joy when they saw the rankings. Yazi, he's back. He's finally back. Our idol has returned. On a rooftop, a white-haired young man also checked the results, scratching his head. Big Dummy was never on the rankings before. Now he just got on and shot up to 5th place. What on earth happened these past few days? Many people who were eating were even more shocked. Oh my god, in just 1 minute, the rankings changed so drastically. Heavens, how did that master reach level 20 in the blink of an eye? While everyone was in an uproar, the person in question was sitting leisurely in a corner, eating. He was shoveling rice into his mouth, watching the continuous notifications pop up on the system panel. Player Lin Zile has cleared the maze of Despair Dungeon, digitizing the Azure Emperor class for player Lin Zile, optimizing the player's basic attributes based on the War Master and Azure Emperor classes. Then, another message appeared. Player Lin Zile's current basic attributes at level 10 are Strength, Spirit, Constitution, and Agility are all 40. Free attribute points, 50. Azure Emperor class digitization complete. Each time player Lin Zile levels up, he will receive a +3 increase to all attributes and 5 free attribute points. He then checked his new basic attributes. Strength 90, Spirit 80, Constitution 80, Agility 80. After reviewing his stats, Lin Zile stroked his chin and checked his new class. Class: Azure Emperor. Introduction: the Azure Emperor, one of the 5 directional heavenly emperors of the East, symbolizing the Azure Dragon. The most mysterious class, created by the combination of Taihao Fuxi's Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Star Formation and the Bagua Pendant, which contains the attributes. Each level up grants 3 points to Spirit, 3 points to Agility, and 3 free attribute points. Abilities: Heaven and Earth Stars. Your strength can receive the blessings of the celestial stars. The brighter the stars shine, the greater your strength will become. Power of the 8 trigrams. You can collect origin orbs to replenish the missing energy of the Bagua Pendant, thereby controlling the abilities related to the attributes of the origin orbs. A power so great the universe cannot contain it. As Lin Zile read this, he was shocked. The Bagua Pendant. He had actually received the Bagua Pendant item. Hurriedly putting down his empty rice bowl, he reached out to catch the item that dropped. It was a tool. Special. Unranked. A jade pendant containing the power of the 8 trigrams. Ability: Li. You can consume mental energy to control the power of flames. You can consume mental energy to control the power of water. Skill: after possessing the corresponding attribute, you can, based on your aptitude, comprehend skills related to that attribute. Looking at the spinning jade pendant in his hand, Lin Zile was overjoyed. This basically means I have infinite skills. Even without formally learning them, I can control these elements however I want. TS key, so this is what it feels like to be powerful. Being so much stronger than them is almost embarrassing. He then began to practice according to the system's instructions. All his attributes were perfectly balanced, with peak dual-class combat methods combined into one, allowing him to learn many skills. Suddenly, a faint groan was heard. It was Dan Yu, and he wasn't in a normal state. He wondered what was wrong, but unexpectedly, Dan Yu suddenly stood up, shouting, tearing his shirt, and roaring. The level bar above his head also broke past level 16. Seeing this, Lin Zile opened Dan Gu's class analysis panel, and a series of familiar characters appeared. Overlord. Ability: Mountain-toppling strength. A single strike that shatters all techniques. Strength is the source of all power. With enough strength, you can use your own attacks to break through many restrictions, curses, control effects, limitations, and so on. He was stunned as he read it. There was absolutely no change at all. An idea then popped into Lin Zile's head, and he turned to Dan Gu, saying, "Try using that one strike to shatter all techniques ability." He dazedly complied. Dan Gu lowered his body and touched the floor. His ability shook the ground, causing the floor to shatter, and the rock fragments were drawn by an attractive force, firmly onto Dan Gu's hand. Seeing this, Lin Zile smiled slightly. Not bad. With your current strength attribute, being able to do this is already excellent, he thought to himself. It seems the conversion rate of the Overlord class for the strength attribute isn't bad. Remembering something, he crossed his arms and said, "System, directly draw 2 common golden fingers for me." The system immediately received the command, drawing common golden fingers. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully drawn Absolute Enslavement Level 1 and Breakthrough Rate Level 1. As the host already possesses the Absolute Enslavement Golden Finger, at Level 1, the level of Absolute Enslavement has increased to Level 2. Lin Zile said happily. This buff is insane, it can even stack. Who could possibly stand against this? It seems there's a pattern to drawing these golden fingers. Next time, if I draw two at once, I might get one new one and one old one. I'll follow this rule from now on. Afterward, Lin Zile and Longguo went outside, and the system made an announcement. Attention, Shanghai players. Attention, Shanghai players. The Shanghai Personal Combat Power Tournament has now officially concluded. The player who took first place in the Shanghai Personal Combat Power rankings is Mu Yun. Based on the city's combined strength, the reward is 2 random pieces of elite silver-grade equipment and a large amount of gold coins, experience, prestige, and free attribute points. The player who took second place on the rankings for Shanghai's individual combat power is the Chunabu Boy. The player who took third place on the rankings for Shanghai's individual combat power is the Great Swordsman. Lin Zile thought to himself that the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament was already over. It seems that while I was in the maze, they were all seriously leveling up. The system displayed the specific settings for the day. Combat Power Tournament. The condition to start a city's individual combat power tournament is that 30% of all players in the city must surpass level 10. During the designated period, all players who arrive at the specified location will be considered registered for the individual combat power tournament. The rewards for the individual combat power tournament are exclusive rewards based on the player's contribution. Then he instructed, "Big dummy, we've leveled up. We should go kill some zombies and join the fun. Use your hammer to smash the ground and make them come to us." He roared, and immediately, Big Dummy transformed into a hammer wielder with a huge sledgehammer and armor, smashing it into the ground. As numerous zombies charged at them, Lin Zile immediately attacked with a 9-li slash. That attack shot towards the zombies, wiping them all out in a single blow. Then Big Dummy launched forward, leaping high and slashing them down one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Zile was searching the system for a fireball jutsu scroll. A fireball jutsu scroll appeared from the flames. A large fire erupted in Lin Zile's palm, but thankfully, he had the 9-li pearl. I never expected it to actually be useful now. His expression was extremely serious as he condensed the fire in both his palms. Lin Zile closed his eyes and focused with all his might. Flames erupted around him, engulfing his entire large body. Lin Zile smiled happily, looking at the fire, radiating from his hands. Suddenly, a fireball flew out of nowhere, nearly smashing right into his face. Lin Zile quickly tilted his head back, dodging the incoming flame. The spot where the fire hit created a terrifying explosion. Lin Zile wiped the sweat from his face. Again, he practiced until nightfall, with thick smoke rising all around him. Lin Zile panted heavily, his face now covered in cuts and bruises, but large flames still burned brightly in his hands. Lin Zile's eyes were unusually serious. He continued to condense the fire in his palms when a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully comprehending the skill Fireball Jutsu through the Azure Emperor class trait. Lin Zile smiled as he tapped on the skill description on the system panel. Success. The system displayed the detailed data. Fireball Jutsu, a mage-type skill. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to condense a fireball. After the fireball hits the designated target, it will create an explosion. The power of the explosion will be equal to 170% of the spiritual power consumed because the nature of consuming spiritual power is different from that of using physical attacks. The damage from mage-type skills receives a very high buff from spiritual power. Lin Zile extinguished the fire in his hand, watching the system panels slowly fade away. He was satisfied. Trading one scroll for one skill was totally worth it. Lin Zile slowly stood up. However, the shop in Shanghai has many scrolls, so the shops in other cities are probably similar. I'll go check them out first and buy a few, to prepare for when I need them. Lin Zile said to the person behind him, "Big dummy, go find some chicken legs." The person behind him acknowledged. Then Lin Zile went outside, looking thoughtfully at the sky. The Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament is over, so the ones in other cities are probably about to start. I can't guarantee there won't be any formidable newcomers elsewhere. This time, I can also go and scout out their forces in advance. In another place, this is the Li family estate in the capital. At the conference table, the person at the head of the table, who was presiding over the meeting, spoke up. Being in the top 3 isn't appealing enough. I want you to take first place to build a reputation for our Li family so that the players who haven't joined an organization yet can see the strength of our Li family. Hearing this, Shi Jingshan stood up. If it's for the top 2, I can still try. But first place is held by that guy, Zhang Yuan Zhang. I can't be sure I can win. Li Lixuan propped his chin up with a serious expression. Who said, you have to fight? To the death in combat? Shi Jingshan quickly waved his hands. Family head, Zhang Yuanzhang is backed by the military. It's not convenient for us to make a move. Li Lixuan raised a hand to cut him off. Don't worry, he explained. Our three great families have already formed an alliance. If the other party knows what's good for them, they won't turn against us. You all can go and do your work with peace of mind. Li Lixuan's expression was resolute as he shouted, bring back first place by any means necessary. Hearing the order, everyone replied in unison, yes, sir, we will die to complete this mission. Li Lixuan commanded, all right, all of you, get out. Hearing this, everyone left one by one. Li Lixuan suddenly called out to Shi Jingshan. Shi Jingshan turned back in surprise. Family head? Li Lixuan sat on his chair with a majestic air. Go and investigate why Rongjian isn't on the rankings yet and acquire some more equipment, good items. As for that Zhang Yuanzhang fellow, you need to deal with that matter soon as well. There's nothing else anymore. You may leave. Li Lixuan respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, family head. Shi Jingshan walked out under the gaze of Li Lixuan. Once he was gone, Li Lixuan sat in the room, his expression hardening. I have a feeling something isn't quite right. He thought to himself as he walked, Haowen is gone, and the Li family was thrown into chaos once. I absolutely cannot let it happen. A second time. I must take this opportunity to push the Li family to the top. Also, I need to find Haobo. After walking for a while, he pushed open the door to a room and stepped inside. Li Lixuan moved a porcelain vase, and a secret door in the iron cabinet slid open. Li Lixuan stepped inside, and the door immediately closed automatically behind him, making a soft clicking sound. Meanwhile, Lin Zile was still, training diligently with 2 fireballs in his hands. This was the outskirts of Shanghai, right at the city's border. Lin Zile was using flames to incinerate zombies. A zombie lunged at him, and at the same time, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, player. Yazi, you have obtained 12 experience points and 14 gold coins. Lin Zile used the Julie slashing strike to kill the ambushing zombie. The system panel appeared again. Congratulations, player Yazi. You have successfully killed a level 2 zombie, obtaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. A series of notifications appeared before him. Congratulations, player Yazi. You have leveled up to level 21. All attributes +3, and you have received 5 free attribute points. Lin Zile pressed the button to increase his spirit stat on the system panel. Player Yazi is 3,633 experience points away from the next level up. Once that was done, he started walking leisurely. Dangu followed behind him. After walking for a while, a sign appeared on the road. City border. 500 meters ahead, Lin Zile arrived and looked up at the crimson sky. There was an incredible number of zombies gathered here. The system displayed an explanation. The inner city has been completely sealed by a barrier. Players are advised to wait until the city seal is lifted before traveling to other cities. Zile then received an item, a key. The moment Zile took the key, a small spatial gate appeared, asking if player Zile wanted to consume the boundary-breaking key to open the city shield and enter the capital city. He immediately responded, yes. Zile then inserted the key, and the gate instantly grew larger. On the other side of the gate was a black dimension. Zile frowned in suspicion. Shouldn't the blackness behind the shield be the start of a street? Could it be that this place also has a checkpoint? Immediately, Zile gave an order for Big Dummy to follow. Big Dummy. Behind him let out a Gao in response. Just as they stepped inside, the gate slowly began to shrink, and after a moment, it closed completely, just as it was before. Zile and Big Dummy proceeded into the endless dimension. At the end of the path, he saw a small, cube-shaped room. After entering the room, Zile assessed his surroundings. There was nothing in the room, but then the system displayed a notification that left Zile utterly bewildered. Player Zile and player Big Dummy have violated the game rules for this stage. Traveling between cities is not permitted. In 10 seconds, both players will be teleported back to 198. Zile hurriedly explained, wait a minute. Big Dummy and I already applied for a transfer to the capital district. He frowned, calculating in his head. After the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament ends, the next place to hold one would probably be the capital. Teleporting directly to the capital to catch the tournament would save a lot of trouble. Zile clenched his fists, staring nervously at the system notification panel. The 2 players' application has been approved, now teleporting both players to the border of the capital city. Only then did Zile let out a sigh of relief. Zile and Big Dummy continued towards the end of the room. A moment later, Zile was suddenly at a loss for words. Both he and Big Dummy had been teleported right into the middle of a zombie horde. Zile immediately drew his sword and cut one down. Big Dummy also raised his hammer and smashed another. They coordinated perfectly, eliminating the zombies that came to attack them. A while later, Zile and Big Dummy were exhaustedly sitting on a pile of zombie corpses, drinking energy potions. The system displayed another notification. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing a level 11 zombie, obtaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Zile wiped the sweat from his brow as the system continued. Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 22. All attributes increased by 3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Player Zile is 3,845 experience points away from the next level up. Suddenly, Zile sensed something was wrong. He immediately turned and fled, not forgetting to yell, "Big Dummy, run!" Zile and Big Dummy scrambled to escape, running non-stop from the pursuing horde of zombies behind them. Soon after, Zile quickly jumped down into a sewer. Big Dummy followed him down and didn't forget to close the manhole cover. Zile landed swiftly on the ground below, not realizing he had startled Big Dummy, causing him to slam his head on the manhole cover. He then tumbled to the ground, knocked out cold, right in front of Zile. Zile bent down and looked helplessly at the unconscious Big Dummy, who now had a large bump on his head. Might as well let him rest for a bit before we set off. Zile then helped Big Dummy sit up against the wall and opened the system panel to take a look. Able to teleport once playing around in a horde of zombies. He's clearly trying to intimidate me and Big Dummy. It seems this trip to the capital is going to be full of challenges. Zile smirked as he looked at the system panel. Player Zile's basic attributes: Strength 96, Spirit 96, Constitution 86, Agility 86. Looks like I've regained some confidence in myself. Right after, he clicked on his inventory. Inside, each item was displayed one by one with an accompanying illustration. Wolf Fang Bracers. Wolf Fang Bracers, a silver-grade wrist guard forged from 4 cursed wolf fangs. Attributes: Strength +2, Constitution +2. Skill: Cursed Strength. After activating the skill for 1 minute, each of your attacks will have a 10% chance of unleashing a cursed power, randomly inflicting negative effects on the opponent, such as fear, terror, or disgust. Cooldown: 24 hours. Not bad stats? I'll take it. Bloodthirsty Ring. Bloodthirsty Ring, a bronze-grade lifesteal ring. Blood is the source that ensures its normal operation. Attributes: None. Passive skill: Blood Siphon. After killing an enemy, strength increases by 1 with the 5 attribute points, lasting for 10 minutes. Can be stacked up to 5 times. This attribute can be considered maxed out. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, for me, it might not be a problem. Thorn Claw Bracelet. Thorn Claw Bracelet, a bronze grade piece of equipment that can quickly make the opponent pay the price. Attributes: Strength +2. Skill: Thorn Claw. Suddenly shoot out a Thorn Claw to attack the enemy. The Thorn Claw's damage is equal to 150% of the Strength attribute. Cooldown: 12 hours. For now, it seems decent. I'll use it for the time being. With that, Zile picked up another ring and looked at it intently. The system panel displayed its information again. Small spatial ring, a bronze-grade item. A ring that contains a small storage. Attributes: Strength +1. Storage space, 0.5 cubic meters. Not bad. Finally, Big Dummy will have his own storage space. Zile smiled, looking at Big Dummy, who had yet to wake up. Although the space is a bit small, it's enough to give Big Dummy some food supply cards. They sat there in silence, leaning against the sewer wall for a long time. A while later, they left the sewer pipe and walked onto the main road. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, catching Zile's attention. "Master Big Dummy, excuse me, are you Master Big Dummy up ahead?" A man with yellow hair walked over, asking uncertainly, "Are you Master Big Dummy?" Zile replied, "Yes, what is it?" Hearing this, the man began to inquire, "Masters, are you also heading to the Capital Sports Palace to participate in the individual combat power tournament?" Zile smiled without denying it. That's right. He thought to himself, I was just looking for a way in, and here it is, falling right into my lap. Zile immediately understood and said, "Then let's go together." The man was overjoyed. Really? But, Master Big Dummy, Zile put his arm around Big Dummy's shoulder and said, "Big Dummy can't talk." His silence means he agrees. Zile glanced at Big Dummy and said, "We were asleep and didn't hear the system announcement. This is a good time to find someone to learn more about this individual combat power tournament." Immediately, the yellow-haired man waved Zile over to him. He looked around furtively, then leaned in close to Zile and whispered, "I heard that this individual combat power tournament is the decisive battle for the capital's power structure." Zile asked in surprise, "Huh? What does that mean?" "Who said that?" The man just shrugged. "My younger brother. He's a guard for the An clan, one of the three great families. Yesterday, when he came back to pick up our family, my sister told me and told us to do our best." Zile frowned and thought, the ranking can decide the right to speak. Could it be that the government, the three great families, or other organizations have reached some kind of peaceful agreement? He remembered his past life in the capital, listening to someone give a speech. In his previous life, the capital was the first city to be pacified in the Dragon Country. He recalled the areas outside the capital, where people in other cities were being attacked by zombie hordes. While other players were still fighting for their lives, the players in the capital had already started thinking about how to effectively hunt zombies. Zile thought about the cooperative relationship between the three great families, the military, and the government. And this ranking method to determine who has the most say was the condition negotiated by the three great families plus other organizations with the government and the military. Zile crossed his arms, deep in thought and calculation. The time is almost here. It seems the situation in the capital is temporarily the same as in my past life. If that's the case, there will be many mysteries to uncover. Seeing Zile still lost in thought, the man felt confused. How could a mere security guard know such classified information? There must be something fishy going on. I can't completely trust his words. He then said to the man, "All right, this information of yours is very useful to me. I should repay you." Zile immediately pulled out a card. "You know about supply cards? I'll sell them to you for 90 gold coins apiece. You can have as many as you want. How about it?" The man was instantly thrilled. "Really? Are you serious, master?" He answered confidently, "I'm serious." The man happily took out his storage bag. Own people. Good heavens, everyone knows that supply cards in the shop cost 100 gold coins each. For a big shot to sell them at 90 is basically a charity act. Then that person pulled all the money out of his pocket. Big shot. I trust you. I happen to have 270 gold coins. Can I get 3 cards? Luo replied, "Sure." What followed was a simple exchange. One person handed over the cards, the other handed over the money. As soon as Luo turned around, he saw it. Sometime while he was busy, 2 long lines of people had formed there. Their eyes were shining as they looked his way, leaving him speechless. A girl stood up and asked, "Big shot, I'd also like to buy some supply cards. Could you sell a few to me?" Luo immediately pretended to be in a difficult position and pointed to the guy behind her. "But this young brother here already answered my question. That's why I gave him this special offer. As for the rest of you." Hearing this, everyone there looked dejected, thinking they weren't worthy. Seeing this, Luo gritted his teeth and made a decision. He pointed at the man and said loudly, "How about this? As long as this young brother agrees, I can sell supply cards to everyone for 95 gold coins each. You'll all save half a day's time traveling to the capital's store to buy them." Instantly, all eyes turned to that man, causing him to stutter in confusion. I agree." Immediately after, a basket full of supply cards appeared before them. Luo squatted nearby and laid out his terms. "For the next hour, I'm selling supply cards for 90 gold coins each. The quantity is unlimited." Immediately, everyone lined up to buy. Looking at the scene before him, the man couldn't help but feel admiration. He never expected the big shot he randomly met to be such a good person. He's using the supply cards to help me connect with other players. In the capital, I won't have to fight alone anymore. But in reality, Luo was calculating that in Shanghai, he had missed out on the Shanghai Medal of Honor because he didn't have enough gold coins. This time, he was determined to obtain the capital's Medal of Honor. A while later, Luo and Big Dummy were once again strolling down the street. The young lady holding the supply card reported, "Boss, that guy selling supply cards seems to be in trouble." Looking at their departing figures, another person asked, "In trouble?" The person standing next to him is in the top 5 of the Dragon Country rankings. Is someone else trying to cause trouble for him? The young lady also looked towards them and said, "Bao Zi already sent people to find those 2. The 3 of them together can gather at least 20 to 30 top-tier players who have already class changed." Immediately after, the young lady happily turned her head to talk to the hooded person. "No matter how strong that big oaf is, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Let's make our move too. We might be able to get a piece of the action." But just as she finished speaking, a dagger appeared. Just like that, the hooded person plunged the dagger into the young lady's body. "Oh, young lady, you truly disappoint me." And just like that, the young lady collapsed onto the ground. The pool of blood beside her reflected his image as he wiped the blood-stained dagger. "I really want to see just how many fools will follow Bao Zi onto this doomed venture." He smiled as he saw the dagger was now completely gleaming. "However, I am also very curious." The dagger's reflection showed Ziluo laughing and talking happily. "Just who in the world are you to make Dan Gok willingly follow you?" From a distance, a person suddenly appeared, chasing after the two of them. He called out as he ran, catching Ziluo's attention. Big boss, wait up." As soon as he arrived, he asked, "Big boss, are you heading to the city center at night?" Ziluo crossed his arms and looked at him, asking, "What's up?" The man glanced back warily. Although the zombies on this road have been dealt with, there are still quite a few of them around. Right after, the man tugged on the corner of Ziluo's shirt, urging him, I know a place to rest on the outskirts of the city. You and the big boss should come with me." Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind them. Ziluo glanced over indifferently. What's meant to come can't be avoided. The man looked nervously at Don Jock, who was on guard, while Ziluo casually stretched. "Come on out. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Don't make me late." Immediately, a group of people walked up to them. To the man's surprise, Ziluo calmly counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he looked towards two people, a bald guy and a man with glasses. 32 players who have class changed. Quite the show of force. The bald guy asked angrily, "You think you can just come out here and do business because you have Dan Gok as a bodyguard? Have you forgotten something?" The man with glasses added, "To be able to get so many supply cards, I know you must have a powerful group behind you. But this is our territory. Doing business without giving us a heads up is going too far." Ziluo cleaned his ear and asked, "So?" The bald guy, relying on his numbers, stated his terms. "How about this? We won't make things difficult for you. Leave half of the gold coins you earned today, and split the remaining supply cards evenly among my brothers, and I'll pretend this never happened." The crowd immediately raised their weapons in excitement, flashing wicked smiles. "Don't even think about resisting. We're doing this for your own good. Dan Gok is just one person. He can't protect you." "That's right, big brother. Our boss letting you leave alive is already a show of his mercy. Hand over all the gold coins now, kid. If you're not careful, you might just lose your life." Ziui pulled a knife out of thin air, as if nothing had happened. Holding the knife, he stated nonchalantly, "You people have delayed my journey." The system panel popped up, introducing the item, Decaying Dagger, a bronze tier weapon. The dagger has been worn down from long use. Its uneven blade is covered in rust. Attribute: Pain inflicted by this dagger is increased by 200%. Any wound inflicted by this dagger will gradually rot if left untreated. Ziyu then sent a thought to Big Dummy, causing him to become completely enraged. He then grabbed his hammer and charged at the group of men, letting out a roar. Immediately, one of them took a hammer straight to the face. The man with the glasses quickly grabbed the furious bald man as he saw his underling fall to the ground. "Damn it, he's asking for it." The bald man shouted angrily, "Get him. Don't kill him, just cripple him. I want to teach him the true meaning of torture." His men received the order and charged forward. "Yes, boss." Big Dummy blocked them from the front with his hammer, while Ziue stood calmly behind him. "Humph, even though you're all top 10 players who have changed your classes, you might stand a chance of survival fighting zombies." Gripping the knife in his hand, he smiled. "Too bad for you. You ran into me today." Without hesitation, Ziue swung his hand and cut one of them down. From the sky, a barrage of weapons appeared, about to strike him. A water orb quickly condensed in Ziyu's hand. With a wave, he easily collected all of the enemy's weapons and left the orb floating in the air. The orb containing the weapons floated above the group's heads. Seeing this, Ziue clenched his fist. Instantly, the water orb above them exploded, spraying water everywhere. They were soaked to the bone, unable to believe their eyes. Ziue stood opposite them, arrogantly crossing his arms and asking, "Still want to fight?" The bald man, completely enraged, gave an order. "Damn it, beat these two bastards to death for me." His men immediately followed his command. "Yes, boss." The men moved forward again to confront Zio. Ziue then condensed power, enveloping his knife. Then, he spun around and threw the knife. Wherever the knife went, it swept away anyone in its path. Zio watched everything indifferently. Meanwhile, the other two leaders watched in shock as their men fell one by one. The man with the glasses, his face pale, shouted, "One knife. Just one knife. He's too strong, way too strong. How is this possible?" Immediately, the man with the glasses turned and fled. The bald man turned to look and panicked when he saw that his companion had also been struck by the knife. The knife spun through the air and returned to Ziue, making the bald man even more terrified. Ziyue gripped the hilt of the knife and asked with a terrifying smile, "Why the scared face? Come on, keep fighting." Instantly, the remaining henchman grabbed his legs, crying out in fear, "We were wrong, we were wrong. Sir, please be merciful and spare us." "Yes, yes, yes, please spare us. We are too blind to recognize your greatness. Great one. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I'm begging you, please show mercy." Just then, Ziyue smiled and rested the knife on his shoulder. "Spare you? Not a problem." The men asked joyfully, "Really? You're not tricking us, are you?" Ziyue turned his head and raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Everyone knows that I, Lin Zile, have never tricked anyone. I once swore that if I, Lin Zile, ever tricked anyone, my entire family would die a horrible death." Then he stated his condition. "However, shouldn't you all pay a price to buy back your life?" After that, Ziyue stood with his hands on his hips, watching as the men hurriedly knelt on the ground and took out all their assets from the system. Without turning his head, he asked the bald man who was about to sneak away, "Are you looking to die?" The bald man immediately knelt and said, trembling, "What do you want? I'll give you anything I have." Ziyue turned around and said, "Take out everything you have." A moment later, Ziyue took all the items from their systems, while the group behind him helped each other escape. Then, he stepped forward and commanded grimly, "Big dummy, leave no one alive." The bald man turned his head just in time to see a hammer swinging down at him. Big dummy raised his hammer and smashed it down repeatedly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Screams and curses filled the air. "Your entire family will die a horrible death." A short while later, the street was covered in bodies lying in pools of blood, and the families of the victims began to appear. Some clasped their hands in prayer, others held their heads and cried, "Father, even though I couldn't avenge you, a benefactor has wiped out that heartless Baozi gang. Your spirit in heaven can finally rest in peace. Xiao Hui, I was useless. It was because of my uselessness that you were killed by the Baozi gang. They stole my supplies and starved my son to death. You all deserved it. You deserved it." From atop the city walls, a hooded figure had witnessed everything. He speculated, "It seems the power balance in the capital is about to change." Right after, he took out a gun and fired it into the sky as a signal. A glowing orb appeared, dazzling Ziyue. He and Big Dummy glanced over, and he said with a smile, "Humph. Looks like we've alerted someone we shouldn't have." In the capital's safe zone, the busiest trading hub for players on the server. All transactions are conducted here. Please cooperate with the inspection. Everyone entering must be checked. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Ziluo crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. As expected of the Dragon Country's capital, the safe zone was built in just 1 month. He leaned against the wall, watching the bustling crowd pass by. "I remember you have to verify your real identity to enter the safe zone, so Dangok and I would be exposed. I still haven't figured out the power and scale of the Li family, so I can't reveal myself yet." Zi, Luo, and Dong Jok turned and left. For a safe zone built in such a hurry, as long as I can find a way to sneak in, the other problems will naturally be easy to solve. 1 hour later, at an AF area with a sign that read, "Caution, do not enter," a sly look appeared on Ziluo's face. He licked his lips and took out his tools. Here and here. With just a few strokes from the tweezers, the lock became loose. Ziluo and Dong Nok had put on masks, and he operated the system with his hand. The two of them tiptoed cautiously, step by step, like thieves. They tried to stick close to the edge of the wall and slowly closed the door. He whispered, "Dangok, listen to me. Quietly go find a map of the capital." Ziluo broke into a sweat as Dangok left and returned as fast as the wind, the map already in front of him. He looked at the map, calculating. The capital's individual combat power tournament is held at the Capital Sports Palace, so let's head to the Sports Palace. First, the two of them quickly headed back to the main street. They saw a group of people chatting excitedly. "Hey guys, who do you think will take first place in our capital for this individual combat power tournament? Is that even a question? It's definitely the pride of our capital, Zhang Yuanzhang." General Zhang was just recently promoted to the rank of general. Ziluo clenched his fist as he heard them continue. "But I heard that General Zhang's health hasn't been too good lately, so it's not a sure thing." He remembered him. Something's wrong with Zhang Yuanzhang's health. No wonder in the previous life's capital individual combat power tournament, Zhang Yuanzhang, who was number 1 on the level rankings, ended up only getting 3rd place. The group with brightly colored hair up ahead continued to gossip cheerfully. "Nonsense. Those are just rumors. I bet those rumors were intentionally spread by the people running the betting rings." "That's possible. So, did you place a bet? Who'd you bet on to win?" The green-haired guy grinned. "Of course I placed a bet. I bet on General Zhang to take first place. Cost me 500 gold coins, you know. His blue-haired friend exclaimed, "Damn, you're filthy rich man." At this moment, Zile approached to inquire, "Excuse me, about this casino. Where is it located? Who's the owner?" The group turned to look at him in surprise. "Huh? Hey buddy, you want to place a bet, too?" The green-haired guy pointed, "It's inside that red building up ahead. This casino is run by the three great families. Of course, it might not be just the three great families, but it's considered a relatively official channel." Having gotten the information, Zile turned and waved. "Thanks." As quick as a flash, he and Don Gok shot off like the wind, leaving the group far behind. Before them was a tall building with a somewhat ancient architectural style. Zile rubbed his chin and made a decision. "The individual combat power tournament is in 3 hours. Let's go place our bets." As Zile and Don Gok stepped inside, they saw a large crowd standing in front of a gate with a sign that read Individual Combat Power Tournament Betting Point. Don Gok moved forward like a machine, pushing his way through the crowd. He bumped into quite a few people. A woman he shoved past looked back at him with an annoyed expression. "Hey," but Don Gok just kept going. A casino employee saw the two of them and approached. "Hello, sirs. How would you like to place your bets?" Zile smiled. "What are the odds on General Zhang Yuanzhong?" The employee looked at the statistics board. The odds for Zhang Yuanzhong to take first place are 1 to 12. Hearing this, Zile scoffed. "Ha! They're taking advantage of people's trust in Zhang Yuanzhong to inflate the odds. The people running this are going to make a huge profit." The bookie asked again, "So, how would you like to bet?" Zile held up 3 fingers, his face full of confidence. "I want to bet on Zhang Yuanzhong for third place." He took out his money pouch, but the bookie seemed to be in disbelief. He had to ask again. "You want to bet on Zhang Yuanzhong for third place?" The General Zhang Yuanzhong, Zile, poured out a huge pile of glittering gold coins, stunning the onlookers. "That's right, 20,000 gold coins, all in. Betting on Zhang Yuanzhong for third place." The bettors behind him looked at each other suspiciously. 20,000 gold coins? Is this guy here to cause trouble? Spending 20,000 gold coins to bet on General Zhang for third place. If he wins, based on the odds, he could walk away with over 60,000 gold coins. Don Gok also took out his money pouch, ignoring the whispers and gossip from the people behind him. "General Zhang is so powerful. There's no way he'll win that bet. He's just throwing money away." Don Gok placed his gold coins straight onto the table. He was being controlled by Lin Zile's consciousness. "Oh my. Another 20,000 gold coins on Zhang Yuanzhong for third place." The bookie broke out in a cold sweat looking at these two spendthrifts. He stammered, You too, are you sure? That's 40,000 gold coins in total." Zile urged impatiently, "Stop dawdling." "I'm absolutely sure," he pouted. "Hurry up. The individual combat power tournament is about to start." Don Gok leaned in close with a threatening glare, making the bookie turn pale. Right then, he handed 2 tickets to Ziluo. The fighting stage was still empty, with no contestants in sight. As he stepped inside, a system notification appeared. Player Ziluo has entered the Gold Coin Capital's individual combat power tournament hall. His face showed a clear look of triumph. Ziluo blended into the crowd, watching everyone lining up at the spectators' entrance. Ziluo immediately turned and headed for the contestants' entrance. The system scanned him again, confirming that the player met the level 10 requirement and was eligible to participate in the individual combat power tournament. Players entered the battle preparation area. While waiting for the tournament to start, the two of them just casually strolled in. The surrounding whispers and chatter made him very happy. Ziluo looked at one person and muttered, "Zhang Yuanzhong." Another announcement appeared. Capital time is 2 p.m. The individual combat power tournament has officially begun. A red notification screen was enlarged for all the spectators to follow the match. Everyone stared intently at the announcement. The preliminary stage will select 32 players for the finals from the 1,546 players currently in the preparation room. Other announcements popped up one after another. There are a total of 32 rings on the stage before them. Each player can choose to attack or defend. The process takes a maximum of 5 minutes. If it exceeds 5 minutes, the attacking side will be defeated. Players who fail on the attack or defense will be eliminated from this match. As time passed, the outcomes of the matches were decided. A defending player who successfully defends a ring for 1 hour is considered successful, and the ring will be permanently closed. A player successfully advances to the finals, provided the ring doesn't have a player who has met the conditions for a successful defense. In that case, after 4 hours, the last player remaining on the ring will be granted the spot to advance. During combat, players are responsible for their own safety. If a player wishes to surrender, Press the surrender button on the control panel or say the 3 words, "I give up," to be successfully teleported out of the ring. All rings are made of a special material. Players, please rest assured and feel free to fight with all your might. Now, will all contestants please enter the arena? Zai Luo, once again, looked incredibly arrogant. With one hand in his pocket, he thought to himself, isn't this just a free-for-all? When the other contestants heard the command, they charged forward with a loud roar. Their spirited shouts sent the entire arena into a frenzy, but Ziluo and Don Nok just continued to stroll along at a leisure. Player Ziluo, please enter the preliminary area. Contestants who do not enter the preliminary area within 5 minutes will be considered eliminated. He and Don Gok looked at each other. The audience gasped in awe as they looked at the rings. A pale blue shield appeared, surrounding the rings. His hand was still holding a card. The match time can be used via the control panel to claim a spot on a ring. Ziluo and Don Gok sat on chairs, legs crossed, like rich bosses watching a play. During this time, players who have not yet entered a ring will remain in a peaceful state and cannot attack anyone. Any attempt to attack will result in being teleported to the spectator area, forfeiting the right to compete. Looking at the massive Don Gok sitting with his hands on his knees like a child, and then at him, he looked more like a rebellious teenager. The competition will now officially begin. Players, please select a ring you wish to attack. He smirked triumphantly, looking at the system panel as it made a random selection. Ding. When a battle is in progress on a ring, the button will turn red. When the time is up, it will return to white. Ziluo looked up at the stage, a little stunned. That was fast? On the stage was a man carrying a very long broadsword on his shoulder. He looked like he was on a completely different level. As expected, the only one who could choose the first ring was him. Zhang Yuanzhang looked down at the others. They were like ants in his eyes. He's the first one to take the stage who would dare challenge him. Challenging him up there is just asking for death. That's Zhang Yuanzhang. Looks like there won't be much of a show today. The female players were completely smitten. Their eyes all turned into heart shapes. You must be Shi Jingshan, Mr. Shi, right? When we get out of here today, could you teach me a move or two? Ziluo glanced at Shi Jingshan, the wind demon war god, one of the 3 great war gods of the Li family in his past life. He pressed his lips together. He never expected to meet him here. This trip wasn't a waste after all. Just then, someone else stepped into a ring. My God, so many big shots are here. He rushed forward with the mindset that just showing his face was enough. Since I can't pass the preliminaries anyway, just making an appearance is good enough. I'll go first. The crowd below cheered him on relentlessly. Fight! Fight! Why are there only 2 people? It's not enough to watch. Go, General Zhang. Kill him. Go on, go on, go on. Did all those people from before run home to their mommies? Humph, pathetic. Zhang Yuanzhang was seen swinging his blade once, and the other guy was immediately left panting heavily. To have been able to exchange blows with General Zhang, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Below, another round of thunderous cheers erupted. General Zhang is amazing. General Zhang is incredible. Seeing this, the other contestants also began to choose their opponents. At that moment, mysterious figures in black appeared in the arena. An annoyed expression crossed Zile's face. The Li family's death squad. Zile clutched his pounding heart. In arena number 18, 2 contestants were facing each other. On one side was Shan Bao of the Special Forces, and on the other was Li 76B, a member of the death squad cultivated by the Li family, and also the core strength of the Li family, ranked 76th in the death squad rankings. His designation was Li 76B, part of a numerical naming sequence. He calmly watched the match. Li 76's equipment was clearly much better than Shan Bao's. Looks like before getting on the stage, he sought out quite a few people to gather equipment, coming well prepared. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Shan Bao landed a punch on Li 76. The man immediately retreated. Zile, who had put on a mask at some point while watching the fight, thought, Shan Bao is definitely going to lose. Even though he's a by-the-book fighter, Li 76 is just too vicious. In the arena, Li 76 scowled, wiping away a trickle of blood with his hand. Hidden behind his back was a knife. His face twisted into a cunning expression. He lunged past the Special Forces member. The moment his opponent let his guard down, he struck with the knife. But the soldier was no pushover. He immediately kicked Li 76 hard, using the momentum to retreat. Li 76 began to attack again. But just then, the Special Forces member flash-stepped behind him. He covered his wound with one hand and threw a punch with the other. But what he didn't expect was for a gash to appear on his neck, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Li 76 spun around and stabbed him in the neck, then kicked the Special Forces member straight off the stage. The others in the crowd instantly turned pale, erupting in protest. The Li family doesn't treat people like human beings. This is clearly The Li family showing no respect for the government or the military, daring to kill someone at the individual combat power tournament hosted by the government itself. If we don't protest today, we'll be the ones getting killed next. Everyone roared in fury. Li family, get off the stage. Li family, get off the stage. We protest. We protest. A government official watched the match from above. Shui, the chief's face darkened. What is the Li family trying to do? He Mu frowned. Chief, are they planning to tear away all pretenses? Chief Shui was furious. I've shown them enough respect. Every day, I have to listen to those old geezers talk about maintaining the big picture. Look at them. Now, what big picture is there left to maintain? Once today's tournament is over, we'll immediately execute the plan. Target the 3 great families. He Mu bowed. Yes, Chief. Having received his orders, he immediately left. In the meeting room, a chair was thrown across the floor, and Jiming roared in anger. Do you have any idea what you're doing? You've pushed them to their limit. Li Lixuan just listened and smiled calmly. Ha ha, he said, raising his cup. So what if I have? Do you people think you can still hide it? Or that you can escape? Facing his opponent's fury, Li Kishiliu said calmly, my apologies. My hand slipped earlier and I killed your teammate. It's my fault. I concede. The other side was silent. A murderous aura radiated from him. He was Chen Shuo, leader of the Mountain Leopard Squad. Chu Jing, who was behind him, quickly tried to stop him. Team leader Chen, don't be hasty. He held out his hand, his expression resolute. I will be your opponent. Zi, Luo, and Da. Dummy grew excited at Su Jing's challenge. He leaned back in his chair and said, no way. This one's mine to kill. You'll have to wait. He turned to look at Big Dummy, thinking that aside from roasted chicken and pork knuckles, only the allure of that hammer could make Big Dummy's IQ skyrocket. He then reassured Big Dummy, don't worry, that hammer will definitely be yours. He looked down at the matchboard for arena number 18. When their fight was over, it would be his turn. Up in the stands, the crowd started cheering excitedly again. It's Captain Chen of the Mountain Leopard team. I've heard of him. The other guy is Su Jing from the Li family. He's a powerhouse too. Sigh, Chen Shuo is definitely going to lose this time. He's not on the same level as Su Jing at all. At that moment, the people in the stands were continuously shouting, fight, just fight already. Hurry up and fight. Why is that guy being such a coward? He looked up at the shouting crowd and felt a sense of helplessness. As expected, the audience is so easily distracted by anything new. The herd mentality is too strong. The two opponents faced each other, their equipment vastly different. Chen Shuo gritted his teeth, then charged towards Su Jing with all his might. Su Jing's eyes glinted sharply as he lifted the hammer in his hands and used Falling Star Strike. He slammed the hammer down, creating a massive ring of fire that sent Chen Shuo flying. The force was so immense that he had no time to react. Su Jing was heard sneering, too weak. He lifted his foot off the ground, raising his hammer high with a cold expression as he faced him. A purple mist emanated from Su Jing's mouth, accompanied by a system notification. War Demon Body, Epic Grade Talent. Once you enter a battle ready state, you will become bloodthirsty and brutal. The stronger your emotional waves, the greater the increase in your attributes. Prolonged combat will cause you to slowly lose your sanity. He immediately smashed his hammer down on the spot where he was standing. When he lifted the hammer, Chen Shuo was gone. He stood there, stunned. While Su Jing was distracted, Chen Shuo snuck up behind him. He somersaulted through the air and stabbed his sword into Su Jing's back, but it had no effect whatsoever. He was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Not a scratch. Su Jing's eyes instantly flashed red, and he slammed the hammer straight into his face. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and as blood splattered everywhere, he was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. Trembling, he tried to crawl back up. Su Jing had no intention of letting him off easy and raised his hammer, preparing to strike again. Suddenly, a voice shouted, that's enough. Yuan Zhang, his face pale, yelled, Chen Shuo, I order you to surrender. Lying on the arena floor, Chen Shuo weakly said, I surrender. He was then immediately teleported out of the arena. Now, only Su Jing remained on the stage. He threw Chen Shuo's weapon down below and arrogantly asked, are there any other fearless pieces of trash who want to come up here and get revenge for your team leader Chen and that stupid leopard of his? Over on his side, Zi Luo immediately pressed the screen for arena number 18. He was instantly teleported in front of Su Jing. The other players were completely bewildered by this. Why would he dare to challenge Su Jing? He's just looking for death. He just wants to get on stage to show off in front of everyone. But he picked the wrong opponent. He doesn't know his own strength. The audience on the side couldn't stop murmuring. It's him. That's the guy who bought a 20,000 gold coin betting ticket before the tournament. Not only that, his bodyguard also bought a 20,000 gold coin ticket. Oh my god, 40,000 gold coins. What kind of person has that much gold? Isn't the point why he wants to challenge Su Jing? If he gets killed, he'll lose everything. Meanwhile, Ziluo summoned his weapon from his inventory space. Su Jing was still incredibly arrogant. Looks like I'll have to break every single one of your bones to make you stop putting on this act. Behind his mask, Ziluo felt extremely annoyed. Immediately after, Su Jing was startled to discover a demonic, murderous aura radiating from behind Ziluo. Su Jing's face paled with fear. He subconsciously took a step back, but then quickly composed himself. He couldn't retreat any further. If this keeps up, I'll probably lose my will to fight. I'll lose. He then grit his teeth and decided to risk it all. Immediately, Jing Shan grabbed his axe and charged forward, screaming. As he got close to Ziluo, he raised his axe and yelled, unleashing his crimson skill. Weaponization. The audience watched the match with bated breath. In the end, Ziluo easily parried the attack with a single swing of his sword. He swung his arm, striking the axe and sending it spinning through the air, landing far behind Jing Shan. At that moment, Jing Shan completely lost his composure and charged forward with his fists raised. You're asking to die. But his body was instantly slashed into several pieces. From a distance, Ziluo turned his back and casually swung his sword, unconcerned as Jing Shan's body parts were, tumbling to the ground. Right after, Jing Shan completely collapsed onto the arena floor, while Ziluo remained perfectly calm. The audience at this point erupted in an uproar. This can't be happening. Am I dreaming? How could someone that strong be killed just like that? Just how strong is he to create such a massive gap in power? This isn't just a beatdown anymore. The two of them aren't, even in the same league. Suddenly, someone let out a gasp, confusing the person next to them. Huh? That person then abruptly shot to his feet and pointed towards the arena. Whoa! Everyone, look. Ziluo was now smiling as he slowly removed his mask. Quick, look at his basic info. The system panel above Ziluo's head displayed his information. Basic info, nickname, Ziluo. Profession, armorer. Title, unrivaled in the world. Level, 22. He stood on the arena stage and confidently introduced himself. My name is Ziluo. I always repay my debts. From the stage, Ziluo observed the other players, defeating Jing Shan. I'm sure it won't be long before someone figures out who I am. It's better if I take the initiative. It seems the effect is even better than I predicted. He gave a mysterious smile. Li family, are you ready to face my revenge? From the stands, another person was also watching Ziluo intently. Section Chief Shui crossed his arms, a glimmer of hope in his eyes after hearing I always repay my debts. It seems our chances of winning against the three great families have just increased. At this time, the other players were still endlessly discussing. Did you hear? The news from the sports arena just now. My idol wants to take on the Li family. No kidding. I was just about to join the Li family's recruitment drive, but now there's no way I'm going. Me neither. The Li family? Who cares about them? They're nothing compared to my idol. In a corner, another person was overjoyed. Great God, Ziluo, bless me. Please let 2 more pieces of equipment drop for me today. Meanwhile, at the Li family's residence, someone was furiously taking their anger out on an armchair. Jiming angrily questioned Li Xuan while the head of the Yun family sat there, lost in thought. Li Xuan. Is this the surprise you were talking about? It's a huge surprise, all right. While Jiming was still grilling him, he continued, pissing off the officials. Wasn't enough for you? Now you've added Ziluo to the mix. If you want to die, do you have to drag us down with you? Just then, the head of the Yun family finally spoke up. Well done, Li Xuan. We were just discussing how to pull Ziluo over to our side. The Yun family had glanced away, and you went and pushed him directly to the opposing side. Nicely done. Li Xuan hesitated and said, then tried to explain, now, there's no need to rush. Right now, Ziluo is just one person. He can't cause that much trouble. At this stage, we need to deal with the officials. Li Xuan frowned, thinking angrily to himself, how was I supposed to know that lunatic would come looking for revenge against our Li family as soon as he arrived? Could it be that Haobo made an enemy of him outside? He tried to calm the atmosphere. I've already arranged enough manpower in the sports arena to cause some chaos. As soon as the tournament qualifiers are over, we'll immediately return to reorganize our forces. Don't worry. At this point, the officials are in no state to deal with us. Just then, Jiming pulled out a chair and slumped down into it. I'll trust you one more time. Ziluo is your family's problem to handle. Our family wants no part in this. The head of the Yun family beside him also chimed in, "Brother Li, things are difficult for us too. We've cut our entire family's profits to support you. Our Yun family is the same. Don't let us down." Li Xuan immediately replied, "Of course." Back at the sports arena, Ziluo was standing proudly on the stage, holding the axe. He looked at the axe's information displayed by the system. Blood Demon Maul. Silver-grade equipment. A large, curse alloy maul. Please be sure to use with caution. Attributes. Strength +5. Constitution +3. Spirit -5. The longer it is held, the more chaotic the wielder's mind will become, eventually leading to a complete loss of reason. Ability. Bloodlust. After killing an opponent, one layer of blood essence mark can be added to the axe's surface. Each layer of blood essence mark increases the damage dealt by 2%. A maximum of 15 layers of blood essence marks can be stacked. The power of skills channeled through this axe can be increased by an additional 20%. Ziluo thought with satisfaction, perfect for that big idiot. Then, he read the information on a bracelet. Mana bracelet. Silver-grade equipment. This bracelet can continuously replenish energy, resupplying mental power in a timely manner. Attribute, Spirit, +3. Current stored Spirit, 20 out of 100. Equipment type, Mana system. Ziluo was instantly delighted. It was an extremely common yet useful piece of equipment. Right after that, Ziluo took a chair out from his spatial storage. Then, he simply sat right in the middle of the arena, under the watchful eyes of countless people. Immediately after, Ziluo glanced over at the fight in the adjacent arena. A person's information panel instantly appeared. Basic information. Nickname, Li, a warrior of the Li family. Profession, beast tamer, able to summon wild beasts to aid in combat. Title, none for now. Level 16. Rank 2. From the Li family's Death God Squad, a warrior trained by the Li family since childhood. He is also a powerhouse of the Li family in the capital district. His strength is ranked below Shi Jingshan, and he excels at close combat. The beast tamer is a summoning type profession, able to summon different beasts to aid in battle depending on the player's mental strength. In the early stages, this profession is relatively weak when mental strength is insufficient. In the later stages, one can rely on high mental strength to summon a large number of beasts to swarm the enemy. Ziluo observed the battle from a distance. Li. This is the Li family's TNG's horse race tactic, used specifically to target official players who are weaker than them. Ziluo rested his chin on his hand, wondering what on earth the Li family was planning. As the member of the officials charged forward, Li immediately summoned his spirit beast. Just as his opponent was about to swing his sword down, Li pulled a sword from his spatial storage. He managed to block the opponent's attack just in time. Li was knocked back a short distance by his opponent, but he still wore a cunning smile as he saw his spirit beast appear from behind to attack the official's member. Li's spirit beast attacked the official's member, who immediately spun around and sent the beast flying with a swing of his sword. Waiting for just that moment, Li immediately cast a spell, creating streams of black mist that shot towards him. It instantly flew over and completely covered the man's face, blinding him. The deadly black fog skill releases a stream of black mist. It envelops the head of the nearest opponent, causing them to lose their sight for a period of time. This skill can be learned by reading a skill book. The official's member began swinging his sword wildly in the air. As the fog gradually dissipated, Li had, at some point, appeared behind the man and gently sliced across his head. The man's entire body quickly collapsed to the ground. Li kicked the corpse away and feigned regret. What a pity. I could only kill one. Looking at the corpse, lying in a pool of blood with its eyes wide open, Li complained, "It's all because that damn Ziluo killed Shi Jingshan. That's what put us on the back foot like this." Hearing this, the entire audience was utterly furious. Nearby, Yuan Zhong also gritted his teeth in anger. He slammed his fist into the wall behind him, causing it to crack completely. Suddenly, Yuan Zhong saw a big oaf appear in Li's arena. Good heavens, this guy is brave. He actually dares to challenge Li. Another one courting death, he thought, looking at the big oaf before him. Li asked scornfully, "Ziluo, you want to send your subordinate to kill me?" Right after, he summoned a giant bear. "In that case, I won't hesitate to take your subordinate's life." But what Li didn't know was that Dangok was secretly looking at him through 2 chicken legs, while his body was being controlled by Lin Zile's consciousness. The bear, without a word, charged forward and sent Dangok flying. Li spoke to Ziluo, who was watching the show from another platform. "Ziluo, this subordinate of yours." He gave a contemptuous smile, turned around, and flipped him the bird. "Is so weak." Dangok stood between the past, bear and a wolf, trembling uncontrollably. Instantly, the wolf opened its mouth and lunged at him. Dangok suddenly panicked, flailing his arms and legs. Just as the wolf was about to pounce on him, Dan Nok slipped, not wanting to fall. Dan Gok did a somersault and accidentally kicked the wolf, sending it flying high into the sky. Meanwhile, Dan Gok continued his somersault, using the momentum to charge and attack the startled bear. Right after, a part of the platform exploded right before Li Er's eyes. His face went pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. He was hiding his true strength. If this keeps up, I'm no match for him at all. Terrified, Li Er raised his hand and said, I surrender, but before he could finish, Dan Gok rushed forward and sent him flying with a kick. Li Er then tumbled to the ground, his feet pointing to the sky. The system panel appeared. Surrender or not? Not. Li Er weakly reached out his hand to press the button, but Dan Gok appeared and smashed the axe down on Li Er's hand, making him scream in pain. Dan Nok then swung his axe and sent Li Er's head flying. At that moment, a puff of smoke escaped from his body along with a notification. Lin Zile has ended consciousness control. The mask on Dan Gok's face also disappeared. He scratched his head and gave a silly laugh. Basic information. Nickname, Dan Gok. Class, Overlord. Title, Zombie Executioner. Level, 17. At that moment, the entire audience erupted. Oh my god, that's Dan Gok, ranked 5th on the Dragon Country rankings. As expected of the great Zile, even his underling is a famous, top tier name on the Dragon Country rankings. Boo hoo hoo, I want to be the great Zile's underling too. My standards aren't high, just get me a spot in the top 10 on the rankings and I'm good. So it was Dan Gok? Huh, that explains everything. I was wondering how someone as strong as Li Er could be suppressed so easily. On the neighboring platform, Zile leisurely watched with his legs shaking. He leaned back in his chair, satisfied, counting the last battle. Plus Shi Jingshen today, the Li family has already lost 2 future gods of war. The only one left is Li Yikong in the capital. Zile yawned out of boredom. Now the Li family has also offended the military. Their future looks bleak. At that moment, he continued to watch the fights on the other platforms. Some fights were a constant back and forth of moves. In some, a player stabbed another without hesitation. In another, 2 girls stood trembling on the platform, holding their weapons. Ah, don't come over here. A long while later, a system notification appeared. The capital's individual combat power tournament, preliminary stage, has officially concluded. 1,546 people participated in this preliminary round, and a total of 32 people have advanced. The advancing participants are Zhang Yuanzhong, Zile, Da Nok Bai Tian. Will the advancing contestants please proceed to the combat preparation area to save your current attribute information? The finals will be held at 2 p.m. tomorrow. We welcome all spectators to come and watch. The other players became cheerful. Ah, it's over. Zile, however, was still checking the system information. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Advancing contestants. 14 from the military, the An family, and the Yun family have 10 in total, and 6 are from other unknown organizations. Recalling the Li family's rewards in the capital's individual combat power tournament in my past life, their influence was also weaker. Tisk, the Li family is in even worse shape than I thought this time. Dan Gok suddenly appeared behind him, drooling, and asked Zile, He, where's my new axe? From his inventory space, Zile took out the axe he had collected, looking at Dan Gok reluctantly holding his old one. The boy immediately reached out to take the new axe. Dan Gok was instantly overjoyed, hugging the axe tightly. Roar, roar, roar. Ah, my new axe. This left Zile speechless. A while later, Zile was standing in front of a room. Players are invited to enter the small room, ahead to save your information. He reached out and opened the door. As soon as he entered, Zile saw an information-saving orb. He then placed his hand on the sphere. The system then announced, Congratulations, player Zile, for successfully saving your information. In this tournament, the information saved this time will be used as the standard when you participate in the finals. Player Zile may now leave, but just as he turned to leave, another system popped up with a notification. Detecting that the host has successfully entered the finals of the capital's individual combat power tournament, a special mission. Capital's number 1 has been issued. Mission requirement. Obtain first place in the capital's individual combat power tournament. Mission rewards. 1 random draw for a golden finger system. 1 piece of silver grade. Equipment. Mission time limit. None. This made Zile turn around with some interest. Oh, right after, the system continued to speak. The Golden Finger system assigns missions and assesses their difficulty based on the host's own strength. This determines the mission's reward. After assessment, the difficulty for the host to become number 1 in the capital is as easy as turning over a hand. Therefore, the mission reward is quite low. Zai Luo immediately smiled, tapped the system screen to accept the mission, and then left the room. And someone was already waiting for him. Yuan Zhang immediately introduced himself. "Hello, Zai Luo. I'm from the capital's first army." But Zai Luo coldly cut him off. "If General Zhang sent you, there's no need for introductions. I know more about you than you can possibly imagine. If you have something to say, just say it." Yuan Zhang hesitated for a moment. "Ah, well, there are mainly 2 things I came to see you about today. The first thing is this. With the arrival of the Apocalypse game, our nation is in crisis. We urgently need powerful warriors like you to serve the country. As long as you agree, we are willing to offer." Zai Luo turned around, cutting him off again. "General Shang, you're becoming impatient. If you're just going to waste time, let's not talk anymore. That's better for everyone, isn't it?" Only then did a sweating Yuan Zhang state his purpose. "Chief Sue admires your talent and would like to meet you." At this, Zai Luo finally smiled and said, "Oh, so that's what this is about." This made Yuan Zhang sigh in relief. Right after, he moved closer to Zai Luo, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, "The thing is, we officials want to confront the 3 great families. We want to cooperate with you. Let's talk for a moment." Zai Luo led the way for Yuan Zhang, and they arrived in front of a room. Zai Luo waited for the other players to leave. When he saw the door was completely closed, Zai Luo turned to Yuan Zhang and asked, "What exactly does this cooperation entail?" Yuan Zhang replied, "The officials have wanted to make a move on the 3 great families for a long time. But before the apocalypse, the 3 families were incredibly powerful, and they controlled many high-ranking national leaders." Yuan Zhang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "If we move against them, we fear it will lead to chaos in society and among the top leadership." Zai Luo frowned impatiently. "I already know all of this. Tell me something I don't know." Yuan Zhang immediately said, "After the apocalypse, many of the leaders controlled by the 3 great families turned into zombies. They have far fewer obstacles now." He hurriedly explained, "But the situation is unstable right now. The officials' main focus is on establishing the capital's safe zone and clearing out zombies. However, everything the Li family did today has completely infuriated the officials." Zai Luo cut him off. "So you've decided to launch a plan targeting the 3 great families. And you want me, using my identity as Zai Luo, to help you recruit players to target the Li family." Yuan Zhang said cheerfully, "Exactly. The officials will also support you. If the Li family resorts to using force, the officials are hoping you'll step in and help us. As for you, the main benefit is that we can help you get your revenge." Zai Luo pretended to think. But just a moment later, he refused. "No deal. You people are too slow." Yuan Zhang was stunned. "What?" Facing the man's astonishment, Zai Luo put his hands on his hips and stated his conditions. "General Zhang, I have seen your sincerity. How about this? You go and consult your superiors. Just tell them I can completely wipe out the Li family in 1/4 of the time. Furthermore, the losses will be kept to a minimum. What kind of reward can you offer me?" Yuan Zhang asked, bewildered. 1/4? Zai Luo turned as if to leave. "Yes, General Zhang. I'll be waiting for your news." Then, he glanced back with a smile and said, "I only give one opportunity to people I trust." To Yuan Zhang's amazement, Zai Luo called Dan Jok, and they left together. "Let's go, Dan Gok." Outside, hordes of players were running around frantically. As Zai Luo stepped out, he heard them shouting as they ran. "The city wall at the southeast corner of the safe zone has collapsed. We need a large number of personnel there for defense, urgently. A lot of zombies are breaking through from the southeast. Everyone, get over there and stop the zombies from entering the safe zone." He watched 2 people up ahead who were chatting as they ran. "Every zombie you kill will be recorded as a kill credit. Then you can get a 50% commission from the zombie kill." Zai Luo frowned as he watched them, not noticing someone running up from behind. "If you can go, you should hurry. This is a great chance to earn gold coins." Without hesitation, he reached back and grabbed someone. The person turned around angrily and said, "Why don't you go yourself?" But as soon as he saw who had grabbed him, the man panicked. "Boss Zai Luo." The man hurriedly clasped his hands, flustered. "Boss Zai Luo, although I'm a fan of yours, some matters are rather confidential." So, before Zai Luo could even speak, someone else said, "It's all right." Yuan Zhang appeared from behind and said to the player, "I'd like to hear as well." Seeing him, the man was even more startled. "General Zhang." Only then did he stand still to salute and report. Reporting. "General Zhang, the assembly has just ended. We were notified by the commander to intercept the head of the Li family. but we haven't been able to find him yet. The entrance to the sports palace became chaotic because some people started a loud argument and a riot. It's a complete mess now, Ziluo asked. And what else? The man hurriedly continued. We barely managed to suppress the chaos. But by then, the Li family's people were already long gone. We were preparing to give chase. But then we received a report from the city wall that the section the Li family was responsible for had suddenly collapsed. Ziluo listened in silence as the man explained everything. Moreover, after the wall collapsed, a huge number of zombies appeared, so we had no choice but to gather manpower to first deal with the zombies entering the safe zone. Hearing this, Ziluo couldn't help but sigh to himself. As expected of the head of the Li family, truly ruthless. Immediately, he began to speculate, could it be that the Li family dared to provoke the officials at this individual combat power assembly because, regardless of whether his plan succeeded or not, he could escape completely unscathed. As for the lives and deaths of others, they were never part of his consideration. At that moment, Ziluo spoke up, causing Yuan Zhang to turn and look back. General Zhang. He gestured towards the players, who were running with the crowd, and voiced his theory. It's possible that all of the Li family's people have already fled. Yuan Zhang frowned, looking at him with eyes full of doubt. What do you mean by that? Lin Zile didn't answer right away, just stood silently for a moment, as if he were observing or considering something. Now is not the time for a detailed explanation. After saying that, he turned to look at Yuan Zhang and gave him a suggestion. Right now, it would be best for you, General Zhang, to send someone to check on the head of the Li family. Perhaps you'll find a pleasant surprise. Hearing this, the general gave an order to his soldiers and then warned the protagonist, don't act rashly. First, do not go looking for the head of the Li family. Wait for my news. He readily agreed. All right. With that, the general and a few soldiers departed. Seeing this chance being handed over, Lin Zile turned and walked away. This opportunity to earn gold coins. I guess I'll sit this one out. In a prosperous city center, rows of towering buildings gleamed with a golden light. Shops displayed fine silks and brocades. On that bustling street, a group of people had gathered by the roadside. The sound of cheerful chatter was endless. Let me tell you something, Boss Yachi is so cool. That black robe of his gives off such a dignified aura, and the demon mask on his face, though exaggerated, is full of malevolence. The closer one got, the clearer the sounds of laughter and conversation became. A group of young men gathered on the roadside, their eyes filled with admiration as a golden longsword materialized in his hand. That aura, that stance. I almost dropped to my knees and worshipped him. One after another, they praised him nonstop. Enough. Oh my god, what a bloodbath. And here I thought it was just a normal match. No way. I absolutely have to. Go see the finals. Isn't Yesier in Shanghai? Are you trying to fool us? You're just taking advantage of the fact that we can't go see the match. As if to prove his point, the guy turned and looked around. Watch. I'll just grab a random person and ask them. And then, he chose our protagonist. Hey, you. Take a look at those two passers-by. Do they look like the main characters from your buddy Yashi's story? Looking back, his friend's jaw dropped and he screamed at the guy in front of him. That is Boss Yaxi. Then, he quickly ran back, grabbing his two friends and dragging them away. Don't look directly at Boss Yaxie. If the boss notices us, our heads will be gone in a single strike. Though he had no idea what was going on, Lin Zile simply ignored them and kept walking, leaving the group of men cowering in a corner. When they saw that he had finally walked out of sight without saying a word, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Against the vast, open sky, a colossal skyscraper suddenly appeared, bathed in a brilliant golden light. It radiated an aura of nobility and immense power. In front of the capital store, our protagonist was being eagerly greeted by everyone, but despite their warm welcome, their eyes betrayed a sense of fearful reverence for someone with such immense power. What they feared wasn't just his own strength, but also the massive being standing behind him. It started mimicking human gestures of showing off, which left Lin Zile at a loss. Looks like I'll have to teach Big Dummy to be a little more civilized in the future, as a way to return everyone's warm welcome. He offered a word of thanks to the representative. My thanks. Seeing this, the man panicked. The great master is speaking to me. With that said, he began to enter the shop. As soon as he walked through the door, the voice of an automated system welcomed him. Dear player Xie, welcome to the capital store. A menu with a wide range of essential equipment then appeared before him. Looking at the prices of the items, he couldn't help but frown. Why are things here more expensive than in Shanghai? The system answered immediately. Due to factors such as the area's size, player population, zombie strength, and many other regional differences, the prices of special items in each shop vary. If only I had known, he thought. regretting that he hadn't stockpiled gold coins. I really should have stockpiled gold coins if I'd known. Oh well, this money is being paid for by the officials and the three great clans anyway. At that point, I'll still have to grab a Shanghai uniform and insignia for Big Dummy to wear. No sooner said than done, he tapped the purchase button. Instantly, all the necessary items were purchased, accompanied by the system's incessant chiming. After finishing his shopping, he stepped back outside. It was already dark by the time he left the store, and he couldn't help but stretch his tired body. Once he was done, he pulled out his device to check the time. Whoa, it's already 10 o'clock. The perfect time. Lin Zile grinned and turned to his companion. Hey, Big Dummy. Let's go, Big Dummy. Time to get some chicken feet. They casually strolled past two guards on patrol. Hey, don't you know there's a curfew? Let me tell you about the fine and the jail time. You're in big trouble now. As Lin Zile and Big Dummy turned around, the blonde guard next to him saw who they were and panicked, smacking the brown-haired one on the head. Damn it, can't you see who that is? Smack. Are you insane? How dare you mess with Yaxie? I didn't see anything. There was no one here. No one at all. Lin Zile heard what they said but decided to let it slide. Later, at the An family manor, An Jiming was smashing things to pieces. He was furious. Li Lixuan set me up. He had everything prepared, and in the end, he threw me to the officials to take the fall. He turned and cursed at his men. When we allied with the Li family, every single one of you was talking so big. What? Are you all mute now? Huh. Losing his mind with rage, An Jiming grabbed a subordinate by the collar and lifted him up, but his anger still wasn't appeased. How are we supposed to deal with the officials now? Speak up. Don't you call yourselves the An family's advisory board? Cat got your tongue? Huh? Breaking the tense atmosphere, a maid came to report, Master, Yaxie has come to pay a visit. This got An Jiming's attention. What? Yaxie? Impossible. He has a grudge against the Li family, not me. Why would he come looking for me? She replied. He said, the An family is on the verge of collapse. Don't you wish to ensure its survival? Despite this, An Jiming patiently listened and calmed down. He lowered his voice. Bring him in. Have someone clean up the meeting room. Yes, Master. He thought to himself, I'd really like to see what his purpose is in coming here. He sat down arrogantly, casually propping his feet up on the table. Master, he has been brought in. Lin Zile said cheerfully, family head. You're quite the cautious one, aren't you? You set up quite a few surveillance devices. I bet you have plenty of life-saving artifacts on you as well. In response, An Jiming said, as far as I know, our An family and the renowned Yaxie have no conflicts. So why have you come to the An family at a time like this? Lin Zile replied, I have no quarrel with you people, but your family has a quarrel with the Li family. And Jiming then stated firmly, Yaxie, if you've come here to drive a wedge between the An and Li families, you can see yourself out. You've misunderstood. I came to see you about a certain person. He continued, the one currently in charge of your family's food and provisions is named Pan Gouchi, correct? Hearing that name stunned An Jiming. He thought back. This man had been with the An family for decades and was usually quite efficient in handling matters. In all the years of handling food and drinks, there had never been a single mistake. Could it be? Then, he put on a calm expression and said, you don't suspect he's a man sent by the Li family, do you? You might not fully understand the internal affairs of our three great families, Lin Zile replied. Internal affairs? You mean the secret brainwashing technique? Is it true that from birth, a certain medicine is used, and then through a specific dark art, you can cultivate death warriors who are absolutely loyal to the family? It was as if he could read his mind. And Jiming was startled. But Lin Zile continued, how I know is not the important part. What's important is where you got the secret technique you rely on. Suddenly, An Jiming's face darkened. This was a secret technique that had always been maintained within the three great families. How did he know? And Jiming said, why should I have to tell you? Lin Zile continued to hit a nerve. It doesn't matter if you tell me or not. Right now, press 3 fingers on the area below your abdomen, then press on your heart's position. Next, tap gently 4 times. Although he wanted to ignore his words, and Jiming couldn't help but want to try. He tried to follow Lin Zile's instructions, and surprisingly, that exact sequence made him cough up blood. His body trembled. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this be? Lin Zile's voice turned serious. You bought this secret technique from the Li family. There's no problem with the technique itself, but the Li family has a secret art that can control the brainwashed individual. So, is there a problem or not? And Jiming covered his mouth, but his voice still trembled. How can this be? We have used this technique for hundreds of years without a single error. How did it turn out like this? This is absolutely impossible. Lin Zile recalled the An family head, An Jiming, from his past life. In the end, he became a great Earth Archmage. By the final stages of the apocalypse, he had become a great Earth Archmage. Only when his body successfully transformed did he escape the threat of the Li family's secret art. But it was already too late. Most of the Yin family's power had been seized by the Li family, and his wife and children were taken hostage by them. He could only continue to work himself to the bone for the Li family. In this life, I will not allow such a thing to happen. He is a person with a special talent for being an archmage, worthy of my use. And Chimin wiped his mouth and asked, "So, what's wrong with my body? How long do I have left to live?" Lin Zile replied, "You should go ask the Li family about that. Perhaps the Li family still has the antidote. Moreover, how long you want to live depends on when you can get the antidote from the Li family." And Chimin replied, "My business is none of your concern, driver. You should go." But Lin Zile proposed, "I have a big business deal for you. You don't think the Li family is only controlling Pan Gouchi, do you?" And Chimin was suspicious. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Zile then placed the paper on the table. This list might not include everyone arranged by the Li family, but everything written on it is the absolute truth. And Jimin contemplated the paper. "What do you want?" "The final price is 200,000 gold coins." He slammed his hand on the table. "Huh, 200,000 gold coins? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Lin Zile asked. "Then how much can you give me?" And Jiming replied resignedly, 80,000 gold coins, and not a coin more. Strangely, Lin Zile just gave a cold laugh. The scene changes to another location, where Lin Zile stood with his arms crossed, a cunning look on his face. He looked at the person opposite him. 80,000 won't do. You see, this list actually contains someone who could have a huge impact on your family supplies. When that happens, your losses won't be limited to just 80,000. The person opposite him, Li Lixuan, slammed one hand on the table in a panic. 100,000. 100,000 is the max, not a single coin more. Lin Zile happily slammed his hand down on the table to seal the deal, then coolly walked out with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, Li Lixuan's face had turned completely pale. An image of a building appears under a dark, crimson sky. Inside, someone was opening a fire element scroll. Lin Zile held the scroll and looked at the text within. Flame Vow, a one-time use, bronze-grade scroll. It uses the power of flames to form a contract with a weapon. It grants the weapon an effective flame attack ability. After use, it can envelop the weapon in flames. Each time the weapon is used, its attack power will be enhanced, and it will also carry a burning effect. He opened the scroll completely. He raised the scroll high. It was now as large as a huge carpet. Lin Zile sat on it, conjuring large flames from both his hands. Time passed. The next day, at noon, the sky was now bright. Lin Zile let out a breath as the system interface appeared. "Congratulations, player Yi Shi. Through the special class Azure Emperor, you have successfully comprehended the skill Flame Vow." He retracted his hands. The system displayed the Flame Vow skill, a mage-type skill. By consuming spiritual power, you can create a flame seal. Attaching the flame seal to a weapon allows it to gain the ability. The duration of the flame attack is determined by the amount of spiritual power consumed when casting the skill. He immediately fused the Flame Vow with his weapon. The sword he took out was enveloped in raging flames. The fusion was complete. Lin Zile swung it once, and flames followed the blade's path. He noticed the table beside him. He threw the sword straight at it, lightly touching a corner. A large part of that corner was instantly burnt to a crisp. This skill is amazing. Lin Zile walked ahead, with Big Dummy following behind. "Let's go, Big Dummy. It's time to head to the finals." At a certain building, countless people gathered outside, their voices buzzing with excitement. "I wonder if we'll get to see Ye Si today." "Oh my god, you haven't heard? You know, last night, some guy glanced at Ye Si and had his eyes gouged out. If you run into Ye Si on the street, you absolutely cannot look him in the eye." Inside the building was the competition hall, where the announcer's voice echoed. "Will all contestants participating in the final round please enter the room immediately to review the attribute results from yesterday's preliminaries." The scene shifts to a contestant area. Lin Zile was standing inside, looking out, when someone called his name. Yi Si. Zhang Yuanshang appeared behind him, walking over. "I've already told the leaders about your request. They hope to meet and speak with you after the combat power tournament is over." Lin Zile turned around and smiled. "All right, I'll have to trouble General Zhang then." Inside, he thought, this is a good opportunity to exploit their weakness and squeeze some benefits out of the officials. Lin Zile walked up to a blue orb in front of him and placed his hand on it. Beside it, a red panel was reading his information. After a moment, the panel displayed the match rules. Lin Zile looked at the board with a confident expression. Teleport. He mentally prepared himself for battle. Lin Zile was teleported to the contestants' lounge. Zhang Yuanzhong and Big Dummy were already there. Outside, the arena had been set up with competition zones for each pair of contestants. The announcer's voice rang out again. Player Ye Si, your match number this time is 001. We will now begin the draw for your first round opponent. Lin Zile confidently pressed the draw button. The number 013 appeared before him. Congratulations, Player Ye Si. The draw is complete. Your opponent's number is 013. Lin Zile seriously pressed the red box on the display panel. He smirked without a hint of worry as the system teleported him. Lin Zile confidently looked at the person before him, his expression full of anticipation as he summoned his weapon. The person in front of Lin Zile appeared. The man held a dagger and stared at him with a sinister face. This dagger of mine is coated in poison. Lin Zile looked at him cheerfully. A few seconds later, the man's face turned deathly pale, and dripping with sweat, he cried out in fear, "Yixie!" He immediately slammed his head on the ground. I forfeit. Lin Zile stood there, stunned, just looking at him. A system notification appeared. Congratulations to number 001 for defeating number 013 and earning 2 cumulative points. He held his sword and looked down at the audience. The people below looked at each other and began to chatter. When I yelled surrender, I was 0.1 seconds faster than you. That proves my reaction time is better. The person next to him laughed and replied, "Ha ha, what's the use of being fast? You've got guts. The great driver will surely remember me." After speaking, they both looked at the flashy man in front of them. He confidently stroked his chin. None of you stand a chance. When I shouted earlier, I used an extremely low voice. Didn't you see that quite a few female audience members were giving me goo-goo eyes? Lin Zile was speechless, listening to them talk under the scorching midday sun. Lin Zile was so bored from waiting that he felt like mushrooms were sprouting on his head. He picked his nose as he waited for the group fighting on the stage. Lin Zile turned around, observing intently. He leaned forward, extremely interested in the current match. Zhang Yuanzhong calmly wielded his sword, dealing with the Li family's man. Lin Zile immediately opened the system to check this person's profile. Zhang Yuanzhong, level 18. Title, supported by the masses. Basic attributes, Strength 60, Spirit 60, Constitution 55, Agility 40. Class, Army Soul. Only players with a sincere affection for the military and extremely strong capabilities can inherit this class. Class Ability 1. Army Soul Unification. The more allies from the same faction are nearby, the higher the attribute boost gained. At the same time, a portion of attributes can also be granted to teammates of the same faction when the number of teammates reaches a certain level. It can trigger an extra bonus effect. 2. Immortal Army Soul. The Army Soul is eternal and indestructible. After activating this effect, you can enter an immortal state. During this time, all damage taken will be reduced and willpower will be significantly increased. However, after the immortal state ends, the damage previously taken will be dealt to your body. Talent. Great physique. You have an extremely deep understanding of yourself. When encountering a suppression-type skill, the suppression effect is weakened by 30%. The duration of suppression is shortened by 50%. Skills. Floating Triple Strike, Long Saber Earth Splitter, Army Soul's Blessing, Army Soul's Rally. Lin Zile silently commented. Danok's agility and spirit attributes are a bit weaker, but thankfully, his overall attributes are not that far off. He can fight. He looked towards the stage, where Zhang Yuanzhong quickly charged forward. His sword was full of energy, aiming straight for Dangok with a slash. Dangok immediately used his axe to block the blow. Lin Zile watched them fight and analyzed the situation. If the Li family hadn't used that drug in his past life, Shi Jingshan and Li might not have been able to defeat Zhang Yuanzhong. He smirked, raised his sword, and quickly used his skill. Earth-shattering Longblade. The great axe in Danzok's hand was no match. He stumbled along with his axe and slammed face-first into the ground. Dangok quickly regained his footing. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him with a weary sigh. As expected of one of Yao Che's subordinates, he was clearly 2 levels lower than him, yet he could withstand his earth-shattering Longblade. He frowned, looking tiredly at the man before him, and thought to himself, I absolutely cannot lose to him, or my prospects in the army will be greatly diminished. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him and suddenly realized something. Dangok was currently receiving information from Lin Zile. He was sitting behind him, using a reminder skill. If you can't beat Zhang Yuanzhong, then for 3 days, you won't get any roasted chicken or pork knuckles. Upon hearing that, Dangok's eyes lit up, his face filled with rage, and he let out a furious roar. Arg! Unforgivable. Dangok gathered energy from his surroundings and channeled it into his axe. He yelled at Zhang Yuanzhong, then lunged down from above, slamming his axe straight at the man in front of him. Zhang Yuanzhang raised his sword to block. With a grimace, Zhang Yuanzhang quickly dodged, letting Dan Gok's axe crash straight into the ground. He bent down and used Army Soul's blessing. While the blessing is active, he gains a 20% damage immunity. At the same time, it increases his own recovery rate by 20%, including stamina and mental energy recovery. Furthermore, his next attack will carry a one-time damage immunity. The duration of the blessing is related to the amount of mental energy consumed. He gripped his sword and charged forward. Zhang Yuanzhang gathered his magical power and aimed straight at Dan Gok. He was immediately sent flying by the man's axe. Zhang Yuanzhang struggled to block with his sword and retreated backward. His eyes were sharp and cold, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yuanzhang looked at him and gave an undying smile. His body was quickly enveloped in available energy. It formed a suit of armor around Zhang Yuanzhang, making him look incredibly majestic and powerful. He held his sword behind him, raising his head confidently. Skill: Unified Army Soul Assault. Behind Zhang Yuanzhang, dozens of soldiers appeared. This skill of his was truly impressive. Zhang Yuanzhang took his stance, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Zile's jaw dropped in astonishment when he saw this. Oh my god. I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuanzhang used the Unified Army Soul Assault to suppress a zombie over level 80, just one step away from becoming a zombie king. I can't believe I'm seeing the primary form of the Unified Army Soul Assault in this life. Dan Gok, completely unafraid, looked at him and let out a mighty yell. Dan Gok stomped his foot hard on the ground, sending tiles and stones flying everywhere. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Dan Gok gripped his axe and charged toward Zhang Yuanzhang. Seeing him coming, he frowned, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a technique. Poof. Triple non-consecutive strike. The flames from his skill burned relentlessly, creating a dramatic, fiery impact. A powerful light erupted, blurring everything. It stunned everyone nearby, forcing them to cover their eyes and cry out. The arena was filled with lingering particles of fiery dust and smoke. Zhang Yuanzhang was in a miserable state, his entire body covered in blood. His eyes were squeezed shut in pain and utter exhaustion. His opponent, Dan Gok, wasn't faring much better. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, blood smeared everywhere as he struggled. Dan Gok quickly regained consciousness and stood up. The system's voice immediately rang out. Number 03 has defeated number 24, obtaining 2 accumulated points. Next match, number 001 versus number 029. Dan Gok stood proudly after facing a powerful opponent like Zhang Yuanzhang. He watched the man struggling before him. Zhang Yuanzhang bit his lip, leaning heavily on his sword to force himself up. Dan Gok looked at him and gave a goofy smile. The arena around the two of them was filled with roaring cheers. The crowd looked at them and shouted nonstop. Now this is a real competition, a battle of true experts. Another person cried with joy, saying, "Oh my god, compared to them, I feel like I'm just a monster." Everyone cheered and applauded. A true competition means risking your life, using all your strength, and relying on yourself to defeat the opponent, not picking fights with weaker people. Just using my own advantages to kill people at will. Yes, well said, well said. General Zhang is amazing. Dan Gok is amazing. Lin Zile watched the two men with satisfaction. Dan Gok and Zhang Yuanzhang were taken to the medical room. Zhang Yuanzhang looked at the doctor before him and shook his head, refusing. Check on my brother Dan Gok first. I'm not in a hurry. The doctor nodded. Yes, General. Over here, Lin Zile also politely declined with a smile. Thank you, General Zhang, but there's no need. He looked at Lin Zile, puzzled. Why? Are you worried about supplies? He glanced toward Dan Gok and smiled cheerfully. It's all right, our medicine is sufficient. Besides, due to his class, Dan Gok's constitution is a bit special. He just needs some nutritional supplements. Zhang Yuanzhang looked at him and accepted it. Is that so? Well, if you guys need anything, just let me know. Lin Zile gave a thumbs up. No problem. He was sweating nervously, thinking to himself, yeah, right. If they treat Dan Gok, his zombie body will be exposed. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Attention, Capital City players. Attention, Capital City players. The capital's individual combat power tournament has now officially concluded. The system announced the city's ranking. Capital City's first-place player on the combat power rankings, Yazi. Based on the city's combined strength, one set of elite gold-grade equipment has been awarded. The rewards include a large amount of gold coins, experience, reputation, and free attribute points. The capital city's second-place player on the combat power rankings, Dan Gok. Based on the city's combined strength, 2 sets of silver-grade equipment have been awarded, and the other second-place player on the combat power rankings, Zhang Yuanzhang. The group of people in the stands started discussing. Haha, as expected. The great Yazi is number 1. Another person cut in. You don't have to state the obvious, but I really didn't expect Dan Gok to get second place. I feel bad for General Zhang. The person next to him also spoke up. Hemph, Dan Gok is one of the great Yazi's subordinates. It's not that surprising that he's so strong, right? That person immediately opened the system to check the gold-grade equipment. Right now, there's only one set on the equipment leaderboard. And now the great Yazi has another one. Someone else chimed in, what's gold grade? I might not have any, but Yazi has 2 sets of diamond-grade equipment, the uniform and the Julie's blade. They were laughing and talking cheerfully, completely unaware of the dark figure watching them from behind. He bent down, pulling his hood lower. Li Lixuan, with his face completely covered, slammed his fist into the wall, using his other hand to pull down his hood as he thought angrily. Damn you, Yazi. Damn you, Dan Gok. His eyes widened with resentment. If it weren't for those 2 nobodies popping out of nowhere, the one everyone would be talking about, the one everyone would be respecting right now, would be my Li family. Li Lixuan glanced towards the arena and was startled. The people looked at him, confused. Huh? What's wrong? He looked at them, then quickly bowed his head, pulled his hood down, and turned to leave. The crowd continued their joyful conversation. Lin Zile reached out with his chopsticks to grab some food. He put the food in his mouth and chewed noisily. A system notification appeared. Congratulations to player Yazi for achieving first place in the capital's individual combat power tournament. Lin Zile stared intently as the system drew for the elite gold-grade equipment. A notification immediately popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining gold-grade equipment. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining 5,000 experience points. The system notifications kept popping up. Congratulations to player Yazi for reaching level 23. All attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points have been awarded. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining 2,000 gold coins and 500 reputation points. 5 free attribute points. Lin Zile was thrilled. First place in the capital's tournament. Are the rewards really this generous? He stared at the system panel, completely astonished. Boots of Dimensional Step, a gold-grade item. A pair of battle boots containing spatial abilities, an item that countless heroes could only dream of obtaining. Attributes: Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 5, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces footstep noise by 30%. Attached skill: Flash Step, moves forward a distance of 1 to 2 meters. During the movement, you can resist 90% of incoming damage. The cooldown is 4 hours. Lin Zile exclaimed in amazement. Battle boots with spatial abilities. No wonder this apocalyptic game is labeled as elite. Lin Zile looked at the system panel. It displayed his base stats without equipment. Strength 99, Spirit 99, Constitution 99, and Agility only 89. Below that were his stats with equipment. Strength 121, Spirit 113, Constitution 114, and Agility 99. The system sound continuously chimed, ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully winning first place in the capital's individual combat power tournament. Mission: Capital's number 1, completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mission reward. 1 random common golden finger, 1 silver grade item. Lin Zile looked at the system with a happy expression and chose to draw for the item. The system chimed, ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the silver grade item, Magebane Gauntlets. A pair of gauntlets appeared on the screen. Magebane Gauntlets, a silver grade item. Gauntlets crafted specifically to counter mages. An existence that gives every mage a headache. Attributes: Strength plus 2, Constitution plus 2, Magebane. Magic damage taken is reduced by 5%. Lin Zile looked at the notification and gave a wry smile. Another Magebane item? It's the same set as the clothes I'm wearing. He sighed and thought to himself, does this golden finger system have something against mages? Is it determined to make me collect the full set? Lin Zile reached out and pressed confirm. The system announced, congratulations to player Yao Che for successfully equipping the Magebane Gauntlets, activating the 3-piece Magebane set effect. With 3 Magebane items equipped, all attributes are increased by 2, and you can reflect 15% of magic damage taken. He looked at the system, his face filled with satisfaction. This will do. And this is just from 3 items. It seems there's still plenty of room to improve the equipment's attributes. Big Dummy sat to one side, happily munching on a delicious chicken leg. Lin Zile turned to look at him and smiled mysteriously. Dan Gok just stared back at him in confusion. Lin Zile slapped Dan Gok hard on the shoulder, making him turn in surprise. Dan Gok looked at Lin Zile in front of him, confused. He tapped on the system, then pouted. Silver, soft-plated armor. Soft material. Dan Gok looked at him, speechless. The system screen showed a glowing orb displaying a level of 40%. Dongok curiously glanced in another direction and saw 2 chicken legs. He brought a hand to his mouth, thinking. Lin Zile cheerfully got ready to leave the room, then looked at Dongok and offered, "Come on, I'll take you to get some bigger chicken legs." He thought to himself, "I bet on Zhang Yuan Zhang. This time, I should be able to earn a reward of 120,000 gold coins." The more Lin Zile thought about it, the happier he became. After all, this was a matter controlled by the 3 great families from behind the scenes. TESK using the Li family's money to buy a fake capital city Medal of Honor. Isn't that just perfect? Lin Zile and Dongok stepped out of the house. In front of them was a bustling street. Suddenly, a soldier appeared out of nowhere. He ran up, shouting, "Boss Yache, I knew you'd be here." He stopped in front of Lin Zile to report, "Boss Yache, all the leaders in the safe zone are attending an emergency meeting. General Zhang sent me to invite you to join them." He said that after the meeting, he wants to begin implementing the plan targeting the Li family. Lin Zile calmly asked, "What happened?" The soldier looked exhausted and flustered. He looked at Lin Zile and said hastily, "It's the Li family. Those bastards from the Li family. While the combat power tournament was happening, they sent several hundred death warriors, carrying over 100 pieces of raw meat. Somehow, they managed to lure several thousand zombies to charge toward our safe zone." Lin Zile put on his mask and smirked. "What?" The soldier lowered his head, gritting his teeth. At that time, most of the city's powerful players, including the top experts in our army, were at the sports palace. He continued, his voice trembling. "News from the outside couldn't get in, and the people inside couldn't get out." The soldier explained, "We really had no other choice. To keep the zombies away from the unfinished city walls, we could only use the defenders stationed outside the safe zone." Lin Zile's face darkened, and he glared at the soldier angrily. He stammered, "In the end, no zombies breached the safe zone, but nearly 1,000 of my brothers, every single one of them, they all died." Lin Zile lowered his head and thought. It was certainly possible that, with the Li family's power, they could lure a portion of the zombies using raw meat. He frowned, annoyed. But the Li family couldn't have gathered several thousand zombies in such a short time. Lin Zile looked at the soldier and ordered, "Didn't you say there was an emergency meeting? Take me there." The soldier immediately complied. "Yes, boss, please follow me." Just then, an announcement echoed in his mind. Or is there someone else behind the Li family, or have I missed some crucial detail? At the conference, they gathered around a rectangular wooden table. Commander Xue slammed the table. "Is there still a need to discuss this? The Li family has already dropped all pretenses. What happened today is a declaration of war against us." Himu looked at him and carefully reminded him, "Commander, please calm down first. Aren't we all still in the discussion phase? What they're saying isn't entirely without reason." Li Shishiliu looked at Zhang Yuanzhang and offered his opinion. "That's right, Elder Xue. It's not that we don't want to punish the Li family. Right now, the safe zone is in a rebuilding phase. Our main task is to complete its construction. If we focus on dealing with the Li family now, we will suffer unnecessary losses." Someone in front of them also agreed. "That's right, I think so too. At this stage, we can expose the Li family's misdeeds. We can use public opinion to ruin their reputation, and then, after the safe zone is built, we can strike and annihilate them in one fell swoop." The person next to him also expressed agreement. "Exactly. Commander Xue, the bigger picture is what's important. As long as we complete the construction of the safe zone, we'll have the most solid rear support. We're only thinking about what's best for the safe zone, for all of Longguo. If both sides go to war, it will only consume a great deal of our human resources. This is not a good thing for our entire capital region." Zhang Yuanzhang stood up in anger, trembling as he slammed the table. Zhang Yuanzhang shouted furiously, "Still talking about building the safe zone? Do you people really think the Li family will just stand by and watch us finish building it? Do you think the Li family won't pull something like this a second time? When that happens, we'll still have to use lives to defend it. Use the lives of our soldiers to defend it." He glared at them with immense resentment. Zhang Yuanzhang gritted his teeth. "For the greater good. I'm really quite curious, just how many benefits have you people received from the Li family? To be speaking on their behalf like this?" Himu immediately stood up to explain, "General Zhang, our loyalty to Longguo is in no way less than yours." "You can't say that." The elders present also spoke up. "That's right, General Zhang. You've gone too far with those words. We are truly just considering things from the perspective of the greater good." The old man who heard this also exclaimed, "General Zhang, perhaps because you are always fighting on the front lines, you don't realize that our supply situation in the rear is far from optimistic." A familiar voice came from outside the meeting room. "I, on the other hand, completely agree with what General Zhang is saying." Everyone was taken aback, staring in shock toward the entrance of the conference room. Lin Zile appeared before them, confident, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Himu shouted unhappily. During such an important meeting, how can you just let someone else in? What are the security guards outside doing? Someone took the initiative to introduce him. This person's name is Lin Zile. He just won first place in the individual combat tournament. His reputation is very high. Himu, you haven't been out for the past 2 days, so you wouldn't know him. Himu clenched his fist, using his other hand to push up his glasses. He gave a very reasonable excuse. It doesn't matter if it's Lin Zile. This is a top secret, high-level meeting for Longguo. Why should we let an outsider in here? Is the entire Longguo government now making compromises with others? Himu pointed and commanded, soldiers, escort this person out. Zhang Yuanzhang stood in front of Lin Zile. Compared to the frantic Himu, he appeared much calmer. I invited Lin Zile here. Is there a problem? Himu looked straight into Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes. General Zhang, bringing someone who, until now, is a complete unknown into the conference room. Aren't you being a bit too careless? Since Lin Zile was wearing a mask, no one could see the expression on his face. I don't know if the general is being careless, but I do know that all of you are being far too careless in your dealings with the Li family. Pausing for a moment, Lin Zile stared intently at Himu. Besides, while you may not know who I am, I know who you are. Himu. He stood opposite him, every piece of information he revealed, striking him like a blow to the heart. Your wife died young, and your daughter turned into a zombie. You disregarded your great family tragedy and still stood on the front lines to build the safe zone. With this contribution, you successfully earned the qualifications for a promotion, reaching the position you hold today. His next question made him choke on his words. However, I'd like to ask you, do you know a person named Lin Kui? Himu's face turned pale. He looked around in disbelief, his voice stammering, could it be? Seeing this reaction, Lin Zile immediately pressed his attack, as if sneering at Himu. When the people from the Li family told you that you still had a son in this world, just how happy were you then? Better yet, just by secretly helping the Li family, you could provide Lin Kui with a massive amount of resources. At that time, you couldn't agree fast enough. After hearing this, Commander Xue was so furious he slammed his fist on the table. He gritted his teeth. Himu, you too. Sweat was already pouring down Himu's face. Commander, I. Just then, a bright red notification panel appeared in front of everyone. Attention. Players in the capital city region. Attention. Players in the capital city region. The next piece of information made Ziluo's eyes widen. A zombie horde will attack the capital city region in 5 hours. It was an announcement for the bloody battle that lay ahead. Due to recent large-scale zombie activity, the capital city region's zombie horde has been triggered ahead of schedule. In 5 hours, it will attack the capital's safe zone. The capital's safe zone and certain surrounding areas will now enter a full lockdown phase. The lockdown will only be lifted after the zombie horde has ended. During the lockdown, players inside the safe zone cannot leave, and players outside the safe zone cannot enter. We urge all players within the capital's safe zone to prepare their defenses for the coming zombie horde. Upon successfully defending against the zombie horde, the capital's safe zone will be recognized by the system and will be granted certain safe zone privileges. After reading the announcement, Himu couldn't help but rant deliriously. A zombie horde. There's actually a zombie horde. He was like a madman. Haha, the Li family really has some nerve. Like a clown, he pointed at the others and screamed. This time, I refuse to believe this pathetic safe zone can withstand it. You're all going to die. You're all going to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was slapped across the face by Chief Xue. You animal. Himu clutched his bruised cheek, gritting his teeth. I've groveled before you for so long, just waiting for this day. I'm going to die anyway, and my son has already escaped with the Li family. With all of you to cushion my fall, what do I have to be afraid of? Ziluo stroked his chin, thinking. So the zombie horde was triggered early because of what the Li family did. Looking at the bright red warning panel, he began his analysis. To trigger a zombie horde in a region, 3 conditions must be met. First, the construction level of the safe zone must reach a standard recognized by the system. Second, the cumulative number of zombies must reach a certain threshold. Third, a royal zombie capable of commanding the others must have emerged. He then recalled the large base that was nearing completion. But now, the capital's safe zone, which was only half built, had managed to trigger the zombie horde ahead of schedule. Although the scale of the zombie wave won't be normal, it will still far exceed the current capabilities of the safe zone. Ziluo adjusted his mask. It was going to be another brutal fight. Then, he grabbed Himu by the collar. General Zhang, I've exposed this spy for you. Consider this information a freebie in exchange. There's no problem with me taking this man, is there? Zhang Yuanzhang crossed his arms. No problem at all. I just hope this kind of traitor dies a miserable death. Ziluo agreed. Done. He glanced at the others in the meeting room. If anyone else has a problem, you can come talk to me directly. The others remained silent. Zhang Yuanshang took the initiative to speak. No problem. With that approval, Ziluo dragged Himu out by the collar. Please, continue. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. He dragged him straight to the front courtyard. Ziluo forced Himu to kneel on the ground. Young people carrying guns were training nearby. Seeing this, they started talking amongst themselves with mocking tones. Isn't that some kind of minister? Himu. I just saw him giving a speech a few days ago. My God, a minister is being carried by Ziluo like a baby chick. Has Ziluo really gotten that strong? All I know is, I don't care what minister he is. To fall into Ziluo's hands and dare to directly confront the Li family. How pathetic. Himu wretchedly lifted his head to look at him, and was immediately grabbed by the shirt. Ziluo threw him away like a bag of garbage, causing his face to become intimately acquainted with the ground. In the middle of the crowd, a terrified Himu began to beg. Just kill me already. Wait until the zombie wave arrives. The safe zone will completely collapse, and all of you will be going down with me. Hearing this, the young soldiers finally understood everything. What? The zombie wave is connected to Minister He, so he's a traitor. Someone tried to rush forward. This is the bastard who got my brothers killed. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. His friends had to hold him back. Calm down, calm down. Let's see what Master Ziluo has to say. Ziluo took out a purple scroll. It was a single-use, bronze-grade soundproof barrier item. It can form a soundproof barrier with a 5-meter diameter. The barrier has no defensive capabilities. Once it's broken, it's shattered forever. However, it's extremely effective at isolating sound transmission. The barrier lasts for 30 minutes. He crushed the scroll, activating it. Instantly, a pale blue barrier enveloped the space around him and Himu. To be safe, Dongok stood guard outside with his hammer, watching in all directions. But the man was still fearless, continuing to curse everyone. The safe zone has been sealed off. Not a single one of you can escape. You're all going down with me. To reward his madness, as Himu continued his threats, Ziluo landed a punch that balanced out the earlier slap from Chief Sue. We're all going to die together. 2 teeth clattered to the ground. In contrast to the trembling man, Ziluo remained perfectly calm. He calmly stuck his hands in his pockets and asked, Where's the head of the Li family? Li Lixuan. Now. Himu wiped the blood from his mouth. Because of the rush of air, his voice was unclear. You want to find Li Lixuan? I'm not telling you. Ziluo took out a rusty gang mu, his face twisting into a perverse grin. Stubborn, are we? I love it when they're stubborn. Ziluo pressed the blood-stained knife to his neck and chuckled softly. How about now? Himu remained stubbornly silent. The knife plunged straight into his hand. Himu screamed in agony. Ziluo was still smiling brightly. Still not going to tell me what benefits the Li family gave you? Though smiling, he increased the pressure on the knife handle. The man couldn't bear it and screamed continuously. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. I'm begging you, just kill me. Ziluo ignored him. No can do. I haven't heard where Li Lixuan is yet. At this point, Himu started to act pathetic. I don't know. I really don't know. Just do me a favor and kill me. He pulled the knife out. Ziluo frowned. Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending? He feigned stabbing the knife into the man's other arm. Himu was so scared, his tongue lolled out. Ziluo's face was grim. Then I'll change the question. What did Li Lixuan ask you to do? Thinking of his son, he finally broke down. Tears were already streaming down Himu's face. He slowly began to recount the events. Before, he told me to secretly help the Li family move resources from the inside or to arrange difficult missions for the Fang army, using the opportunity to get their people killed. After questioning him for so long and getting no useful information, Ziluo was getting a little annoyed. Who asked you about that? What message did he leave for you when he ran away yesterday? Now, Himu didn't dare to hide anything. He stammered as he confessed everything. Yesterday, before he fled, he sent someone with a message, telling me to stall for time, targeting the Li family. That's all. Ziluo smiled. So, where's the method to contact Li Lixuan? He wouldn't just abandon a good pawn like you here. Seeing Ziluo's face up close, he became even more terrified. There's the Xi'an assembly point. That place was secretly established by the Li family. He told me to go there. Ziluo frowned, repeating the words, the Xi'an assembly point. Ziluo looked at Himu's pathetic state. Anything else you want to say? The man stammered in fear. No, nothing. Himu's face was bruised and battered, but he thought to himself with joy, I've already told you everything. What do I have to keep you here? If I don't keep you here, how will I find a chance to escape? Ziluo patted his shoulder. Well done. He pulled out that knife again. Without another word, Luo delivered the finishing blow. Useless people don't need to live. After speaking, he deftly opened an umbrella and jumped back. It was clear Luo had plenty of experience handling this sort of thing. Himu's blood splattered all over the umbrella, while he remained completely clean. The bloody scene, complete with an eyeball that had popped out, made everyone else tremble in fear. But he and Dan Gok left nonchalantly, looking incredibly cool, at a skyscraper, which was the exchange point for the individual combat power tournament betting pool. Luo placed a ticket on the wooden counter. Cashing in a betting ticket, the female employee picked up the ticket and read the information. Yes, please wait a moment. She placed the ticket back on the table. Mr. Luo, because you correctly predicted Zhang Yuanzhang would place third. According to the odds, you can collect a total of 123,556 gold coins. Sunglasses couldn't hide the two hearts in Danguk's eyes. He was imagining himself bathing in a mountain of chicken drumsticks. The employee quickly operated the system. Please wait a moment. Luo smiled, satisfied. Ding. Dear player Luo, 123,556 gold coins have been transferred to your account. Satisfied, he tossed a glistening chicken drumstick to Da Nok. Let's go, Da Nok. The sky was clear blue, with clouds drifting gently by. At the capital city store, the people around were quite surprised by the sight of Don Jock gnashing his teeth as he bit into a chicken leg. They were even more surprised when they heard the system's purchase announcement. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the capital city's mock medal of honor. Due to the special 10% purchase discount from the peerless privilege, the required payment is 225,000 gold coins. People started whispering to each other, spending that much money. My god, is the person inside a whale? That much money? I feel like only Luo could have that. I think so too. Look, Dan Gok is here too. We should stand a bit further away later. Yeah, have you heard? They say if you look directly at the great master Luo, you'll be killed. Luo, however, paid them no mind and continued to spend money like water. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the Capital City Order Keeper's uniform. The Capital City Order Keeper's insignia, due to the special 10% purchase discount from the peerless privilege. The required payment is 256,500 gold coins. The three onlookers huddled together, cowering in fear. Only after spending so much money did he feel a sliver of satisfaction. Luo smiled, looking at the medal in his hand. The medal now had 3 stars. Capital City's mock medal of honor, a special epic-grade equipment. The system panel provided a brief introduction. This is proof of the supreme, unparalleled honor in the Capital City region. Only a talent who has made unimaginable and unprecedented contributions to the Capital City region is qualified to use it. When this badge is equipped, it can never be dropped. To enhance the player experience, the system even provided cute illustrations. 1. Honorable announcement. This ability can be used once every 2 days. It can issue an announcement that all players within the capital region will receive. 2. Place of glory. As long as you are in the capital region, after activating this function, the emotional reactions you cause in others, such as intimidation, shock, and fear, will be enhanced. The effect will be enhanced by 100%. 3. Glory and riches. As long as you are in the capital region, the experience and gold coins received from killing zombies, completing quests, and clearing dungeons will all be increased by 30%. At the same time, the drop rate will also increase by 5%. 4. Body of Majesty. As long as you are in the capital region, all players who attack you will have their own attributes reduced by 15%. This effect lasts for 5 minutes. 5. Divine Beast Protection. This function can be used once every 7 days. As long as you are in the capital region, you can summon a phantom of the capital's guardian beast to fight alongside you. The guardian beast phantom can be maintained for 2 minutes. The phantom's strength is determined by the overall prosperity of the capital region. The player will receive 10% of the benefits from zombies killed by the phantom. Luo and Dan Jock walked out of the trading area. He stared intently at the medal. This epic level title was not worthy of this medal at all. Even a diamond grade 1 would be a stretch. Luo seemed most pleased with the 5th function, the Divine Beast's Protection. However, the phantom could only exist for 2 minutes. The conditions are a bit harsh. I wonder if it'll be possible to extend the summoning time later. With that thought, he looked at Dan Gok. It's also a good time to get Dan Gok a new set of equipment. He activated the clothing item in the system. Instantly, both of them were wearing new cloaks. A bright red system notification appeared above Luo and Dan Gok's heads, updating their equipment information. A new epic grade item has appeared. Owner, Luo. In the cafeteria, people were shocked as the system panel suddenly appeared before them. Quick, look, the equipment rankings. The equipment rankings, what's going on, has another new item appeared. Someone clasped their hands in prayer, tears streaming down their face. Oh my god, don't tell me a silver grade item has appeared again. Of course, it's my idol, Zile. Others can only look on with envious sighs. Sigh, when will I ever get a platinum grade item? The person next to him, who had already seen the info, chimed in. This time it's gold grade equipment. If you don't believe me, go look at the leaderboard. The red announcement spread to every nook and cranny. First place, Epic Grade Capital Medal of Honor, owner, Zile. Second place, the Blade of Nine Rights. Diamond Grade owner, Zile. Third place, Diamond Grade Capital Order Uniform, owner, Zile. Fourth place, Diamond Grade Shanghai Order Uniform owner, Don Gok. Fifth place, Flash Step Boots. Gold Grade owner, Zile. Sixth place, Platinum Grade Phantom Mask of Evil, owner, Zile. A few soldiers on patrol were chatting about the recent announcement. It's not just a hunch. Trust me, this is definitely happening. It'd be great if we could be that powerful someday. They continued to walk forward. All right, let's get back to patrolling. Doing our own jobs well is more important, anyway. The sky was still blue, clouds drifted by, and a blue flag fluttered on a rooftop. Just then, in the conference room, a young officer rushed in to report, General Zhang. General Zhang Yuanzhang saw him and immediately asked, "What's the situation outside? Have you gotten to the bottom of it?" Reporting. We've conducted a thorough inspection. Every location within a 1,000-meter radius of the safe zone's walls is now blocked by a seal from the Doomsday game. They're all transparent walls. We tried everything to test the barrier's strength. No matter what we do, it has no effect. We can see through it, but we tried numerous methods and still can't break the barrier. Hearing his report, Chief Shui became lost in thought. The officer continued, "Furthermore, we haven't seen any signs of an impending zombie wave yet, so we have no way of knowing the scale and intensity of the zombie wave." The core military leaders joined the discussion. This is a tough situation. Fortunately, because of the combat power tournament, most players haven't left the safe zone. But the Li family took quite a lot of people with them. Zhang Yuanzhang added worriedly, "With our current combat strength, we can defend two directions at most." Someone immediately concluded, "So now we just have to gamble on which direction the zombie wave will attack from." Zhang Yuanzhang immediately gave the order. Stroking his chin in thought, he said, "All right then, let's first set up defenses in the two directions they're most likely to attack from." Knowing an attack was imminent, there was a sense of urgency. If zombies appear from the other two directions, we'll have to dispatch emergency personnel. General Zhang, don't just stand there spacing out. Get to it. But that idea was quickly shot down. We can deploy an emergency response team, but without any defensive infrastructure in place, our casualties will skyrocket. General Zhang, don't just stand there spacing out. Get to it. But that idea was quickly shot down. We can deploy an emergency response team, but without any defensive infrastructure in place, our casualties will skyrocket. Seeing everyone, unable to reach a consensus, Chief Shui shouted, "Enough." He rested his chin on his hand and looked at everyone. There's no time for hesitation. We have to decide which two directions to defend now. The situation is urgent. He could only take a gamble. General Zhang, you have extensive combat experience. I'll listen to you. Zhang Yuanzhang was also tense. East and west, he thought, considering where the heaviest losses would be. The walls on all four sides of the safe zone were still incomplete, and the wall on the east side had a huge gap because of the Li family. If these two directions were really attacked by zombies, they would suffer the greatest losses. We're out of options, Chief Sui sighed. Go. The military personnel received their orders and quickly carried out their mission. Meanwhile, Ziluo was lounging comfortably on his large bed. He looked at the system notification with annoyance. A zombie wave was coming to attack. If the safe zone's defense failed, players would be punished. Safe zone defense failure, the following consequences may occur. All players within the safe zone will be demoted. The rewards for killing zombies in the capital district will be reduced, and the prices of items in the shop will increase, and so on, with no limit to the penalties. Ziluo rested his head on his hands. This is basically useless information. I can just leave by myself. But if the safe zone's defense fails, these consequences are just too severe. At that moment, he tapped on the megaphone icon in the system. Ziluo typed while grinning gleefully, and his final action was to hit send. Ziluo stretched out, feeling incredibly relaxed. What a pity. This thing has a word limit. Otherwise, I could have cursed him with 1,000 unique insults. He began to enjoy a book while waiting for the notification to blare out. Attention, players of the Capital District. Attention, players of the Capital District. Player Ziluo has sent a district-wide announcement. Below was the content of the message. Li Lixuan, You are the so-called head of the Li family, so why are you running like a rat? I'm afraid you've lost all your dignity. You even lured the zombie wave here. You are truly the scum of humanity. You're a real coward hiding in your shell. It's pathetic. Why don't you just go die? Standing in front of a certain house, one could hear the enraged voice of a man. Damn it! Li Lixuan's face was contorted with rage as he took his anger out on a chair. Ziluo, don't you dare give me a chance. The day you fall into my hands, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces. Li Lixuan roared. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. I will kill you. But just then, his butler knocked on the door with a terrified expression. Patriarch, it's terrible. Something terrible has happened. Li Lixuan's face, already dark, grew even darker. What is it? The butler trembled with fear seeing his master's expression. Patriarch, just now, Ziluo sent out an announcement saying the zombie wave was lured here by our Li family. This has caused many people to despise our family, and they're even talking about getting revenge on us. The more he heard, the more his face twisted in anger. In the large gathering areas we publicly control, according to statistics, at least half of the people have chosen to leave. They're only staying for now because it's nighttime. There have also been several places where conflicts have broken out. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Li Lixuan looked like he was about to explode. Is there anything else? Spit it out. Seeing his master's terrifying state, the butler's voice grew quieter. Besides the public areas, in the gathering areas we secretly manage, if people find out that the Li family is the one controlling them, they will probably also choose to leave. All because of one person named Ziluo, the Li family's entire enterprise is ruined. Li Lixuan stumbled, unsteadily. He seemed not to hear the butler's next words. This time, because of Ziluo's announcement, our Li family has suffered a severe loss. Patriarch, as it stands. Li Lixuan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The butler hurriedly caught him. Patriarch! Someone, get over here! The patriarch fainted from anger. Two people rushed in from outside and also shouted in panic, Patriarch! Patriarch! Night was falling over the capital's safe zone. In the southeast corner, at 8:30 p.m., Zhang Yuanzhang was observing the soldiers as they made preparations for the worst-case scenario. He was personally directing everyone to equip the necessary gear. Zhang Yuanzhang looked at his subordinate. Have the personnel numbers been tallied yet? The man saluted while also reporting on their progress. Reporting, General Zhang. Currently, we have a total of 50,000 people with combat capability. Personnel from other central military units number around 20,000. The A and Yun families have sent a combined 15,000 fighters. The rest are recruited volunteers, mercenary groups, and small organizations, totaling around 15,000 people. Seeing him pause, Zhang Yuanzhang asked, Is that all? His subordinate sighed. The remaining 100,000 are logistics personnel, but their strength is extremely weak. They can't be considered a fighting force. Hearing the report, he grew even more worried. Furthermore, time is too short. The 100,000 player and military joint teams responsible for exploring outside and killing zombies might not make it back. Zhang Yuanzhang closed his eyes, his thoughts seemingly far away. It's not enough. If they were inside the safe zone, we would have nothing to fear. The zombie wave. The soldiers all showed their determination. General Zhang, don't worry too much. With us brothers here, the zombie wave won't break through that easily. No matter what happens, we will fight, to the very last moment. Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes glistened with tears. Now that things have come to this, there's no other choice. He crossed his arms and stared straight ahead. The south and west will be guarded by 20,000 military personnel. The east is assigned to the An family and the Yun family. If the zombies attack from the north, call for reinforcements from the eastern front. They are all brave people, but be wary. Remember this? Keep a close watch. The people from the An and Yun families might not be easy to command, so the authority to command scattered personnel must remain firmly in our hands. Yes, General. Just then, another system announcement appeared. A zombie wave is about to attack the capital region. The zombie wave will last for 5 hours. The long announcement, like a death warrant, appeared. The capital's safe zone is advised to make proper defensive preparations. The conditions for the safe zone's collapse are now being declared. In the area beyond a 10-meter radius of the game building within the capital safe zone. Once a sufficient number of zombies enter, that building will be considered collapsed. After a building collapses, it will be rebuilt after 7 days. If the number of collapsed game buildings exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be considered to have fallen. If the total number of player deaths within the safe zone exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be considered to have fallen. An energy crystal will appear in the central plaza of the capital safe zone. If the crystal is touched by a zombie, The safe zone will be considered to have fallen instantly and completely. Attention! Once the safe zone falls, all players within the safe zone will lose 3 levels. All players in the capital region will have their level reduced by 1 for a period of 1 month. Rewards obtained from killing zombies, completing quests, and so on will be reduced by 30%. The gold coin cost for purchasing items and entering dungeons and undergoing class changes will increase by 50%. After the safe zone falls, the surrounding seal will disappear. Surviving players will be able to leave the safe zone. If the zombie wave retreats or all zombies are killed, the safe zone is considered a successful defense. A successfully defended safe zone can obtain many benefits during the defense process. Players who kill zombies will receive a certain amount of merit points based on the zombie's strength. Merit points can be exchanged for a wealth of rewards in the merit point shop. A merit point leaderboard appears after the safe zone is successfully defended. Players on the leaderboard can obtain extra rewards and merit points based on their ranking. After reading this, Zhang Yuanzhang turned his head to look behind him, where the solid defensive fortress stood. The sky over Capital Square was growing darker. For some reason, everyone was gathered around the giant primal energy crystal, and notifications continuously appeared above their heads, showing the merit point leaderboard. No matter where anyone was, they received this notification, which even Zhang Yuanzhang hadn't expected. He urgently ordered his subordinate, "Quick, didn't we tell the high-ranking experts from the combat power leaderboard to stay here? Send the strongest ones to protect the primal energy crystal in Capital Square, and have the rest take charge of protecting the other buildings." The subordinate's face turned pale. "General Zhang, what about Zile and Daingok? Should we call them?" Zhang Yuanzhang's face went blank at the thought of those 2 monsters. "Are they people I can command?" He coughed lightly. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, just go and relay my orders." Fortunately, the subordinate was easily persuaded. "Yes, sir." The 2 of them went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Zile was playing with a blue circle. He seemed to be in complete control of the battle. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully comprehending the skill Water Ripple through the special class Azure Emperor. The skill's special functions were displayed. Water Ripple, a mage-type skill that consumes mental energy to form a water disk. After being thrown to a specific location, it will form a whirlpool-like water current on the ground within a certain range. The water current will deal a small amount of damage to enemies within range, while also having a slowing effect and pulling them toward the center of the whirlpool. The system even meticulously recreated that powerful blue whirlpool. Zile was extremely pleased, as he was just in need of a large-scale crowd control skill, and it was a great tool for dealing with hordes of zombies. While he was having fun, another mission was issued. Ding! A special mission has been issued, All-Out War. The system then explained the details of the All-Out War. Mission Introduction. The capital safe zone has encountered a zombie wave before its construction is even complete. Moreover, there is a huge power disparity between the 2 sides. Mission Requirement. The capital safe zone must successfully defend against the zombie wave, and the host must rank first on the merit point leaderboard. Mission Reward. 2 common golden finger draws, 1 gold grade equipment. Mission Duration, none. Zile looked at the whirlpool. A small puddle of grape juice in his palm. He muttered, "The power difference between the 2 sides is just too great." An unbelievable thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the cheat system included me in its calculations? It even said that the strength of this zombie wave was beyond imagination. He didn't care about any of that. Ziluo grabbed Big Idiot, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, and pulled him away by the hood of his shirt. "Big Idiot, time to work, stop eating." They walked down the stairs and went to a small door, which Ziluo pushed open. Inside was pitch black, with countless system fragments floating in the air. The blue square had now turned red. The zombie wave is about to attack. All players, please strive to survive. Ziluo's face darkened as he read the system panel. It seemed like the atmosphere changed in an instant. A red sphere was revealed amidst the dark, gloomy clouds. A horde of zombies emerged from the fog. Their target was the skyscrapers right in front of them. Lines of text indicating they were being manipulated appeared above their heads. The zombies' eyes were both blood-red and lifeless. Just a moment after the dark clouds dispersed, the zombies became extremely agitated. They relentlessly charged forward, attacking the city walls. Standing high above, Zhang Yuanzhang gave the signal to prepare. As Zhang Yuanzhang waved his hand, a brilliant golden orb appeared on top of the wall. An explosion went off right in the middle of the zombie horde. Sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, impaling the zombies, while vines also blocked their path. He commanded the army, second squad, advance to the second line of defense. The young soldiers all wore expressions of grim determination. They shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Although they had different classes, they were united in their goal to repel the attacking zombies. The battlefield was a blaze of blue, yellow, and orange colors. But the zombies felt no pain and continued to advance like pre-programmed machines. They quickly broke through the first line of defense. The soldiers, refusing to give up, charged forward with their weapons to fight back. As Zhang Yuanzong observed the situation through his binoculars, his subordinate rushed over. General Zhang, our brothers on the front line, they have temporarily halted the zombies' attack. He continued to give orders. The third defensive line will temporarily fall back. Rest up first and prepare for the next round of battle. Yes, sir. As one person left, another arrived, reporting. General Zhang, the situation in the northern part of the safe zone is critical. A large number of zombies have appeared in the north. Estimated zombie count is between 6,000 and 7,000. Requesting reinforcements. Zhang Yuanzhong didn't expect trouble to arise so quickly. He hurriedly asked about the other areas. What about the west? What's the situation in the west? The very thing I didn't want to happen has happened. The soldier was out of breath. Because it all happened so fast, there's been no report on the battle situation in the west yet. Only the north sent a soldier here to report the situation. The soldier from the north also said, he continued, panting. Zai Luo has appeared on the northern city wall, but Big Idiot is nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yuanzhong clenched his fists. Is he planning to fight the zombie wave all by himself? There's no other news from the north for the time being. Therefore, your subordinate is not sure. After hearing this, he waved his hand. Get back to your post. Report any news to me immediately. Yes, sir. Zhang Yuanzhong stood high above, looking down at the chaotic scene below. All around, only giant blocks of ice and flashing lightning were visible, but those soldiers still held their weapons firmly, smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, brothers, we're definitely goners, but we have to die in a blaze of glory. Even if we fight to the very last moment, you must protect this wall for me. I've already sent Xiao Wang to report the situation to the general. Reinforcements will be here soon. Our job is to prevent the zombies from breaching the wall before they arrive. A soldier ran over frantically to report. 2nd Battalion Commander, Zi Luo just charged out of the city. He went out on his own. At that moment, Zi Luo was stepping through the air, moving at incredible speed. The others shouted in fear. Holy crap, Master Zi Luo, come back. It's dangerous out there. Their faces turned pale as they watched him with worry. That's right, Master Zi Luo. That's a dangerous zombie horde. Before they could finish their sentence, the two soldiers hastily waved their hands. Their faces turned ashen. We take back what we just said. They saw Zi Luo wielding his sword, slaughtering everything in his path, aiming straight for the zombies. Every time he swung his sword, a shockwave of dazzling golden light erupted, seemingly incinerating all the zombies. In the dark night, the brilliant golden sword slashes stood out even more. When the dust settled, the zombie corpses on the ground became visible. Zi Luo, wearing a mask, charged back into the center of the battle. The soldiers behind him couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, Zi Luo has charged ahead. How can we be such cowards?" They felt a surge of new strength. Brothers, let's go too. Every single zombie we can kill is a win. Everyone cheered each other on, and soon their morale was soaring. They relentlessly increased their attacks on the zombies, while Zi Luo casually waved his hand, combining fire and water to create an unparalleled power that crushed them. Of zombies, the onlookers, who only had a fleeting moment to gain strength, were speechless. As expected of Master Zile, a master is truly a master. Even his way of dealing with zombies is so refined and otherworldly. The crowd turned into a mob of crazed fans. Then Zile took out a chair and a teacup, stuck his sword in the ground, and leisurely enjoyed a cup of steaming hot tea. A zombie ran up and spat out a cloud of green smoke. The poison gas was getting close, but he just calmly lifted his mask to enjoy his hot tea. He slowly and leisurely drank his tea as the poison gas closed in right in front of him. When he placed the lid back on the teacup, Zile leaped up and kicked the giant zombie. The flavor is quite pure, and the temperature is just right. He drew his sword and stabbed it right in the gut, his voice as if he were chatting with an animal. You're pretty easily provoked, aren't you? Am I not just drinking tea on the side while fighting your zombie horde? You've already sent a special type zombie to attack me this quickly? Behind Zile was a horde of zombies with various shapes. He waved his hand and used water ripple. The whirlpools of water blocked the zombies' path, gradually forming and surrounding them. This caused their movements to become sluggish. Then, flames spontaneously appeared, leaving them completely stunned. In that instant, an explosion occurred. Debris from the zombie corpses flew everywhere. The soldiers who were just watching were now completely dumbfounded. The notification board popped up again. Congratulations to player Zile for reaching level 24. All stats +3, and 5 free attribute points awarded. Looking at the dismembered zombies, the controlling zombie had a thought. How can such a powerful human exist? If this drags on, my zombie wave will probably lose 1/4 of its numbers. Only then can I completely kill him. The zombie commander made up its mind. If this took too long, and he had to wait for the human commanders to arrive, this operation would most likely end in failure. I absolutely cannot let my operation fail because of one human. Zile observed the scattered group of zombies. Since the special type zombie couldn't find a way to injure him, the horde continued to surround him. Ziluo was still perfectly calm, but what if the number of regular zombies became too great? If this kept up, the defense line would be breached very quickly. At that point, the main gate of the safe zone would be directly smashed by the zombie wave. The entire northern defense of the safe zone would be declared a failure. I have to end this quickly. He glanced again at the horde of zombies slowly approaching him. It seems the number of zombies in the north is about to reach its limit. Ziluo braced himself and leaped into the sky. He stood above the zombie horde. Ziluo put on the medal. Come on, it's time for you to show your might. The medal immediately unleashed the power of a guardian divine beast. A purple light enveloped the area. That small medal. Ziluo amplified its power by drinking a spirit potion, and the purple light expanded continuously. As if it had a mind of its own, it kept emitting that strange purple light. Streaks of golden lightning shot straight up into the sky. Light from the sky shone straight down, paralyzing the zombies. They didn't dare to move, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A particularly bright ray of light pierced through the pitch-black clouds. Ziluo absorbed it, then unleashed it upon the zombie horde. The entire zombie horde was engulfed in that purple light. Even the nearby skyscrapers were affected by it. Even the humans and zombies fighting there were stunned. None of them knew what had just happened. What's going on? I have no idea. Just then, patches of green moss appeared on the ground. It dispersed into the air like dust particles. Flowers also bloomed upon it. Everyone could feel a golden light that refreshed their spirits. It was a heavenly omen. They only saw Zilu run past, but as he paused for a moment, a purple Keelan appeared and trampled the zombies under its feet. That purple power left everyone in astonishment. That's a Keelan. Seeing this, everyone scrambled to flee. What are you spacing out for? Retreat. That's a Keelan. If that thing unleashes its power, this battlefield will turn into hell. Only Ziluo remained standing there, casually putting his hands in his pockets. He touched the introduction for the purple gold Thunder St. Keelan Phantom. Class unknown. Grade legendary. Introduction. One of the auspicious divine beasts in the mythology of the Dragon Country, and also the guardian beast of the capital region. The Phantom of the Purple Gold Thunder St. Keelan possesses a fearsome attack power, just as in the myths. The Phantom inherits a portion of its power and can only exist for 2 minutes. Skills. Annihilating Lightning Ray. Unknown. Heavenly Purple Thunder. Unknown. Myriad Thunderbolts. Unknown. Divine Punishment. Keelan's Wrath. Conditions not met. Cannot be unlocked. Restricting Lightning. Void Shattering Thunder. Shadow Lightning Technique. Thunder Roar Technique. Looking at the powerful Keelan, Ziluo praised it inwardly. The thing I summoned really isn't bad. A mere phantom is already legendary grade. He stroked his chin, staring at the system panel. Did I see that right? What kind of heaven-defying existence is this? This Keelan is just insane. Looking straight at him. This Keelan understood humanity and even possessed consciousness. Was this truly the illusion I once knew? But in a situation like this, he didn't have enough time to calculate every step. Ziluo snapped his fingers and dismissed the thought. Time was so tight that there was no time to overthink it. He'd study it slowly when he got back. In front of him was a horde of zombies trying to flee. Ziluo paid them no mind. He wanted to control the Keelan before him. It shattered the shield in front of it with its hooves. Now, it was under the control of Ziluo's consciousness. Lightning continued to strike the zombies, leaving them with no strength to fight. Ziluo just stood to the side, observing the situation. The lightning galloped wildly, so powerful it made the heavens and earth tremble. The Keelan stomped its hooves, leaped into the air, and continued to unleash purple lightning bolts, once again attacking directly at the zombies. Its eyes glowed brightly. Myriad Thunder Cauldron. After it used that skill, the group of zombies became even more unstable. The zombies now clutched their heads and fled in chaos, their expressions mirroring that of the zombie emperor. The Keelan's golden eyes flashed again. It once more created the purple thunder heaven's pole. Perhaps because the zombies had been beaten so much, they were also furious, but that purple light struck the last group of zombies once more. In the blink of an eye, that zombie horde vanished without a trace. Congratulations to player Ziluo for reaching level 25. All stats +3. And 5 free attribute points obtained. Congratulations to player Luo for reaching level 26. All stats plus 3 and 5 free attribute points obtained. Upon receiving this notification, he looked at his palm in disbelief. To think it could make him level up twice in a row. This overpowered divine beast, this overpowered skill. Its power was truly boundless. When he looked again, the Qilin was standing on a cloud, relentlessly attacking with annihilation lightning. It just moved its legs slightly, and the zombies below took another beating. Luo was stunned in amazement. At that moment, the shield shattered and countless fragments fell, but another notification popped up. Congratulations to player Luo for reaching level 27. All stats plus 3 and 5 free attribute points obtained. Wisps of smoke continued to spread through the air. A young man looked at this aura happily. I knew this aura felt familiar. It made me personally run over here to check it out. Turns out it's the aura of the Azure Emperor. How nostalgic. The people standing in front of the energy crystal kept wondering, why is the aura of that fool also here? What's going on? Good heavens, the legacies of these two are combined in one person. This is hilarious. To think I could see such a spectacle in my lifetime. I can't. I'm going to die laughing. I have to get out of here. So, a Qilin with consciousness really does exist. A girl marveled when she saw Luo's level. Luo went from level 24 to 26 in the blink of an eye, and then to level 27 in another instant. This is just too heaven-defying. Before Luo now were two items: the original scale of the purple gold lightning Saint Qilin and the origin of the thunder hexagram. The item information appeared. The origin of the thunder hexagram possesses extremely high lightning power and can be integrated into the 8 trigram steps. The player can control the lightning power of the origin of the thunder hexagram. The original scale of the purple gold lightning Saint Qilin is a special epic grade portable item. Description: the original scale of the purple gold lightning Saint Qilin once received the blessing of the purple Qilin. It has an auspicious ability that can exert special effects in certain situations. The ability can increase the player's luck. Base stamina recovery speed increased by 20%. Base spiritual energy recovery speed increased by 20%. Negative status effects received are reduced by 20%. Damage received from all attributes is reduced by 10%. After reading the scale's information, even Luo had to exclaim. Its power was simply indescribable. He retrieved the items. Luo stared at the purple scale in his palm. He scratched his head in a daze. If I want to get more of these original scales, do I have to pluck the Qilin bald? Can its scales even regenerate? I'll have to research that later. The zombies screeched again, drawing his attention. Luo, completely unguarded, turned his back to the zombies. Scared already? He opened his skills on the system to check. The auto-loot skill from his golden finger had lost its effect. System: why can the auto-loot skill pick up items that drop when I kill zombies, but not the items that drop when the killing kills them? The system replied immediately. Because the dropped equipment and items were all turned to dust under the destructive, rampant power of the Qilin. They no longer exist, so they cannot be collected. Hearing this answer, he was a bit stunned. Its destructive power was even stronger than I expected. Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if gold-grade equipment and items, or even higher-quality supply cards, can survive. I'll have to find a chance to test it. He looked at the scale again. Given the Qilin's status as a divine beast, the quality of these things must be god tier. This thing is so small, where should I keep this? What if I keep it in my pocket and it falls out during a fight? Just then, the system made another announcement. A special item has been detected. The purple gold thunder Saint Qilin item has a special ability. Do you wish to activate the virtualization effect? When Luo finished saying activate, the scale immediately vanished. A purple light appeared on his chest. A miniature Qilin appeared. Attributes: none. Player Luo's stats after adjustment are Strength 113, Spirit 108, Constitution 108, Agility 108. Everyone stared at him, stunned. They couldn't believe everything had been resolved with just a simple move from him. Luo left coolly. The crisis at the North Gate has been completely resolved. I'll go check on the other areas. Though their faces were covered in dirt and grime, they were still smiling. Was that the great Luo just now? Does this mean we can say we fought side by side with the big boss? I have to work harder, too. I need to follow the example of the great Luo. But there were also tears falling. We lost hundreds of our brothers. It's okay. We successfully defended the gate. The souls of our hundreds of brothers can finally rest in peace. All right, everyone, spirits up. We absolutely cannot let our other brothers' sacrifices be in vain. Clean up the battlefield first, then prepare for the shift change. Just then, a soldier hurriedly ran over to get an update on the situation. What happened? The battle in the north is over already. The soldiers on this battlefield were all cheerful now. Tell them to help clean up the battlefield first. I'll tell you what happened. Then you can report it to the head general. Got it. They began to tell the story. Let me tell you, just now, it was Zile. The big boss suddenly appeared. The others looking at the system panel were also amazed. Oh my god, as expected of Zile. My idol, the great Zile, is just too fast. A boss is a boss. He leveled up directly to level 27. He's a full 8 levels ahead of the second-rank head general. That's just abnormal. Even his contribution points ranking makes people jealous. What's with this contribution points ranking? This is too exaggerated. Are you sure it's not a mistake? First place on the merit board is Zile, with a total of 80,470 merit points. Second place, Zhao Qiang of the 3rd Company, 4th Platoon, with a total merit score of 473. Third place, Can't Quit Cigarettes, with a total of 449 merit points. Fourth place, I Don't Like Cilantro, with a total merit score of 440. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, white streaks appeared in the sky. It was a group of zombies, flying through the air like bats. Below them was another horde of zombies. Mage players attacked the flying zombies in the air. Everyone quickly condensed fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning bolts. Continue the next wave of attacks. The commander observed from above, giving orders through the radio. Has the intel from this side been sent out yet? The news from the other end wasn't good. Report. Commander, the intelligence officer can't break through the zombie blockade outside, so specific intel cannot be transmitted. But the news of the zombies attacking the crystal has been sent out through the warning system. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. That'll have to do. Our remaining mission is to protect our defensive line. Yes, Commander. We will definitely complete the mission. At that moment, the railing shook. The soldier himself felt it. He looked around. In the distance, plumes of black smoke appeared. He couldn't believe what was happening. How did so many frenzied zombies appear in just a moment? Where on earth did they come from? A hand burst out from the ground, followed by hordes of zombies with bodies as hard as rock, appearing on the ground. Everyone attacked while creating shields to protect themselves. But this time, the zombies' bodies were many times tougher than in previous waves. They had to struggle fiercely to hold them off. It seemed like everything was becoming futile as a new horde of zombies appeared before their eyes. Seeing the bewildered faces of the soldiers, the commander above yelled relentlessly, "Hold on for me. We absolutely cannot let these frenzied zombies break into the square. Behind you is the crystal. Once the crystal is destroyed, the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines will all be in vain. Do you hear me?" Hearing this, the soldiers gritted their teeth and pulled themselves together. Yes, Commander. The massive zombie horde continued to charge forward. The soldiers stood their ground, forming a shield wall. A fireball flew in from somewhere. The fireball hit a zombie, but the zombies were in a frenzy. They furiously punched and kicked at the soldiers, but the soldiers refused to give up, standing firm. Charge. With every punch the zombies threw, the humans seemed powerless to fight back. The determined cry rang out again, "Block them." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Their speed is slowing down." The commander continued to encourage them. "Brothers, keep it up. I've already sent people to call for reinforcements. They'll be here to support us soon." Someone stepped on a thick, viscous liquid. That person reacted immediately. "Be careful. The transparent zombies are here." The system displayed related information. The transparent zombie, an extremely rare and terrifying type. Its body is in a state of transparency, allowing light to pass through it without obstruction. Even if you douse it and die, the liquid only temporarily reveals its form before it quickly returns to being invisible. The sounds it makes while moving are also incredibly faint. Normally, you can only hear it when it gets close. They immediately poured water on the ground. "Everyone with water, pour it out now." The only way to track the transparent zombie's movement is by its footprints. Under the effect of the water, more and more of the zombie's footprints appeared. That soldier was warning everyone, but he forgot about his own back. Don't let your guard down. Watch where the transparent zombies appear. As soon as you see a depression in the water, shout out. Before he could finish his sentence, a transparent zombie attacked him. He collapsed just like that, causing those around him to panic in terror. "Ah, the zombies can turn invisible. No. A hammer spun through the air, then slammed straight into the ground, creating a shocking impact. That hammer had smashed right into the zombie's head. Only then could everyone see the zombie's revealed form. They looked in the direction the hammer came from. Donggok now looked just like a hero as he retrieved his hammer. In reality, Donggok's consciousness was still being controlled by Ziluo. Hiding in a corner, Ziluo crossed his arms and smiled. Donggok charged forward like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, zombies would slowly fall. Donggok is here. Does that mean Ziluo is here too? The people couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. Ziluo is here. If he's here, we have a chance to survive. Charge. Just as their morale was boosted, a zombie brazenly leaped into the middle of the road. It jumped with such speed that they could only see an afterimage. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, it rushed straight for the energy crystal. The zombie's hand reached out. Just as the zombie leaped up to touch the energy crystal, its fingers were mere inches away when a hammer suddenly slammed into its back, sending it flying. Donggok retrieved his hammer. He continued to attack any zombie that tried to get near the energy crystal. The square was now packed with both humans and zombies. Donggok was at the vanguard, relentlessly swinging his hammer at the zombies. Behind him were the soldiers, constantly encouraging each other. Brothers, hold on. We're here to back you up. Donggok always stood guard in front of the energy crystal. Hang in there, everyone. The sky grew darker and darker, and the wind began to pick up. The only sound in the air was the rustling of withered leaves. They were checking the number of casualties. They let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. And Qiaoyang held his blade, its power still enveloping the edge. Someone patted his shoulder, advising him, "Old Anne, you should rest for a bit. You've been fighting this whole time." The people around them began to chat. That was him just now, wasn't it? The one who charged into the zombie horde without a care for his own life. Master Anne is so strong. I saw him rush into the horde by himself, and then I lost sight of him. I remember now. He's the one who made it into the top 10 of the combat power tournament. Incredible. Yes, that's right. I also saw him fighting the zombies until the very last moment before emerging from the horde completely unscathed. They looked over at Qiaoyang. Master, you're being way too humble. Yeah, that's right. I want to be just like you. But you don't have to be so modest. With skills like yours, if you join the army, you could probably do great things. Exactly, Master. Just get some rest. Who knows when the next zombie wave will hit? And Qiaoyang heard their words of encouragement but showed no sign of arrogance. He found a corner to sit down in, staring intently at his dagger's blade. Just then, he was surprised to see a figure suddenly appear. The onlookers were incredibly curious. Donggok, is he trying to get to know Master Anne? As expected, great minds think alike. Donggok raised his hammer, and the others' faces went pale once again. Hey, but why do I feel like something's not right? Why do I get the feeling Master Donggok wants to smash? And Qiaoyang, what is going on? Good heavens, what is this situation? Even he himself felt confused. But by now, Donggok had already swung his hammer down, and Qiaoyang's body was instantly obliterated. Donggok let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead in front of the stunned eyes of the crowd. Suddenly, someone pointed at An Qiaoyang's remains. Everyone, look at Master An's body. The flesh and blood had now vanished, leaving only his clothes behind, splattered with red blood. At that moment, everyone could clearly see a white creature in the pool of blood. It had a grayish-white body and sharp claws. Oh my God, this An Qiaoyang was a zombie. The system then displayed information, illusion, zombie deceased, known as the most insidious and vicious trump card in the zombie wave. By absorbing someone's corpse, it can transform its appearance into that person's. Things like the equipment and jewelry on its body have no real function, but from the outside, you can't see any difference at all. The unique scent of a zombie also completely vanishes compared to a normal one. Their expressions and demeanor were still relatively stiff, but the biggest thing was that they couldn't speak. Everything happened so fast that everyone was stunned. No one expected zombies to have so many different forms. We need to set up a test. We must make them speak after this battle is over. That's right. Who would have thought that the comrade fighting shoulder to shoulder with you would stab you in the back? Zile clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked away, with Donggok following. He received orders to head east. Just then, Lin Zile used his consciousness to end the control, causing Donggok to shrink back to its original form. Then, Donggok watched the direction Zile was heading. At that time, in the safe zone of the eastern battlefield, the corpses of zombies were piled up on the road. Yuan Zhang was observing everything through his binoculars. He was stunned and trembling as he listened to his subordinates' continuous reports. Reporting to General Zhang, the 5 defensive lines we previously set up have been breached one by one. Only the last one remains. Reporting to General Zhang, our soldiers' combat strength is about to reach its limit. Our defenses have weakened significantly. General, there aren't many brothers left. We can't fight anymore. General. Yuan Zhong could only sigh helplessly. He gave an order to his subordinate, retreat for now. We'll fall back to the architectural area. With these buildings as cover, we can get a chance to rest. The subordinate hurriedly said, General, we absolutely cannot. If we pull back the defensive line, the zombies will be completely unrestrained. He said worriedly. At that point, if the zombie wave chooses to attack from another direction, we'll be forced into a passive position and just have to take the hits. There are also a large number of non-combat personnel hiding in the architectural area. Yuan Zhang waved his hand, cutting him off. I know everything you're saying, he said seriously. But right now, there are no other options. We can't continue fighting anymore. It's better to enter the building complex to get a chance to survive. The subordinate could only bow his head in silence, but then he suddenly saw the masked Zile casually walking over. At that moment, the subordinate became overjoyed, patting Yuan Zhang on the shoulder and pointing, General, troops, we don't need to retreat anymore. Zilak, he's here. Yuan Zhang suddenly called out, but he walked right past him without a word, then climbed the wall and jumped down right before Yuan Zhang's eyes. He couldn't help but crack a small smile. Then, Yuan Zhang raised his sword and gave the order to prepare a counterattack. His subordinate happily accepted the order. Sir. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, down on the ground, another man was still fighting, his sword trembling. We can't fall back, he muttered, not noticing something land behind him. Suddenly, Zilak placed a hand on the man's shoulder. He asked, What's the current situation on the battlefield? The man turned his head, overjoyed. You're the great master Zilak. Zilak held up a hand to quiet him. That's me. First, tell me the situation here. Hearing that, the man quickly turned to give his report. The entire defensive line was originally breached, but then a good number of reinforcements arrived at the west gate and managed to stabilize the situation. Right now, we can still hold on against the zombie wave for a bit longer. However, the man continued to explain. After that, General Zhang sent a lot of men to reinforce the Crystal District and another unit to the gate to provide fire support. The man suddenly couldn't hold back his tears. Right now, we have less than 10,000 soldiers left on defense. We're about to reach our limit. Zilak immediately began to think. Zombies were endlessly pouring over the barricades. The situation for the humans was not looking good. Looks like my timing is perfect to turn this whole situation around, he thought. Just then, another group of people appeared behind him. Master Zilak, the general sent us to fight alongside you. Zilak then pulled a spear from his dimensional storage. The system interface appeared, displaying the information. Spear of Julie, a diamond-grade weapon. Attributes, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 6. Attacks have a 30% armor penetration attribute. There is also a chance for attacks to deal damage equal to 150% of the user's strength. After the spear pierces an enemy, it extracts a portion of their stamina. Attached skill, Earthshaker. Spear. When the spear is thrust into the ground, it will cause a powerful shockwave at the point of impact. The shockwave deals damage equal to 100% of the user's strength to all enemies within range. Skill 2, Heaven-Shaking Spear. When the spear is thrust forward, it deals damage equal to 17% of the user's strength upon impact and has a force knockback effect. After knocking the enemy back a certain distance, it detonates the residual spear energy left inside the enemy's body, dealing area of effect damage equal to 70% of the user's strength. Zilak then created a small flame in his hand. Then, he coated the spear with the flame, causing it to burst into fire. Immediately after, Zilak leaped high into the air. From midair, he aimed the spear and plunged down into the horde of zombies. Rarg! Zilak slammed his spear into the ground, sending the zombies flying. His attack created a circular crater in the ground, drawing the attention of all the nearby zombies. The body of one of the zombies began to bubble violently, and then it immediately exploded. The spot where Zilak had planted his spear flared brightly, igniting a fiery power. Suddenly, Ziluo pulled his spear from the ground, then took a stance and began spinning it in the air. As Ziluo swung his spear, a blazing red flame erupted, rushing forward in an instant. It immediately engulfed and incinerated the horde of zombies. From within the inferno, one zombie tried to escape, but just as it was about to attack him, the spear pierced through it, and it was declared. Ziluo was now crouching on the ground, holding the same spear-throwing posture. The zombie's body, splattering blood, slowly fell to the ground, and a moment later, it exploded, and the spear flew back to him. Ziluo effortlessly caught the spear. Everyone nearby was utterly stunned as they witnessed everything. Ziluo once again charged forward with his spear to attack. A moment later, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to player Ziluo for reaching level 29. All stats have increased by 3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ziluo casually rested the spear on his shoulder, standing amidst a pile of zombie corpses. While the others were still frozen in shock, Ziluo casually walked past them. I feel like we're totally useless. Yeah, me too. What should we do next to not feel so awkward? The group still hadn't recovered from their shock, their minds racing with awe. Leveling up in 4 hours. A master is truly a master. Fighting a horde of zombies all by himself, there's never been anyone like him. Is this a one-sided massacre? He's a true game changer. Ziluo was now opening his system panel to check it. Player Ziluo's stats without equipment after adjustments. Strength, 124. Spirit, 119. Constitution, 114. Agility, 114. Ziluo fell into deep thought. He never expected this wave of zombies to drop so many skill books. I'll have to check them carefully when I get back. My inventory is almost full. For now, my spiritual power isn't enough to let the Julie Pearl absorb these things, so I'll have to use the simplest method. Right after, he clicked on the system to temporarily disable auto-looting, then squatted down and, with a wave of his hand, tossed the other items away. A moment later, he walked over from a distance. Yuan Zhang and the others immediately saluted him in a military fashion. Thank you. If you ever need me, Zhang Yuan Zhang, I will do everything in my power to help. The others spoke in unison. Us too. Ziluo walked over and said to Yuan Zhang, it was nothing. There are still some weapons on the battlefield that might be useful for you guys. After saying that, Ziluo turned and left again. Now, in a small room, Ziluo was examining the book in his hand with extreme seriousness. He pleaded out loud, Purple Gold, Thunder's Holy Kailin, please bless me. Let me pull a powerful skill. A certain Kailin somewhere suddenly sneezed. A moment later, Ziluo nervously opened the book. As he opened the book, a purple light emerged. The moment he saw the contents, Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Holy cow! Inside the book was a card with an eye on it, the Crimson Eye. The system's description appeared at the same time. Crimson Eye, an epic grade skill, a very special ocular technique. Once it takes control of the player's eyes, it will produce irreversible effects. Passive ability. Your vision is significantly enhanced and can be adjusted for distance based on your thoughts. Active ability. 1. X-ray vision. When activated, you can see through certain obstacles to observe what is behind them. 2. Illusion casting. After use, you can create a specific illusion in the opponent's mind based on your own spiritual power. 3. Illusion breaking. After use, you can use your spiritual power to see through any illusions or phantasms you encounter. Ziluo's eyes immediately lit up. This is absolutely top tier. So the Keilin's blessing is this good. Next time, I have to bring the Keilin along to do amazing things. Wouldn't that make me famous in no time? That certain Keilin sneezed again. Just then, the system asked him. The system has detected the Crimson Eye skill. Does player Ziluo wish to learn the Crimson Eye skill? Ziluo joyfully held the book and said, learn it immediately. A surge of energy flooded his eyes, causing Ziluo immense pain. He clutched his head and grimaced as tears of blood began to stream from his eyes, dripping endlessly onto the floor as a system notification appeared. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully learning the Crimson Eye. Ziluo opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Bloody tears were still flowing from his eyes. He could clearly see his own blood-stained hands. Ziluo looked around joyfully and exclaimed, oh my god, my vision just went from 360p straight to 1080p. Right after, he took out a mask and a mirror. Ziluo looked at his reflection and tried using the Crimson Eye's ability, X-ray vision. Immediately, he looked up. Through the ceiling, Ziluo could see the figure of Yuan Zhang approaching. Zhang Yuan Zhang, how is he so fast? He's back already. Ziluo crossed his arms and looked at the system notification. Time remaining until the end of the zombie wave. 15 minutes. After the zombie wave ends, the counterattack battle vote will begin. Did it really take me that long to learn a skill? He wondered. Immediately after, Ziluo took out a medicinal pill. He stood up and walked away. Later, Yuan Zhang was waiting outside when suddenly, a door opened and Zilek appeared, calling out, General Zhang. He immediately turned towards Zilek. Then, Yuan Zhang bowed deeply and said with gratitude, this time, if it wasn't for you, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. Zilek, thank you for everything you've done during this zombie wave. But Zilek simply waved it off. General Zhang, don't worry about that. I actually came to ask you something. Regarding the top 10 on the contribution rankings, do you happen to know more than 4 of them? Yuan Zhang looked puzzled. I know basically all of them. Is there a reason you're looking for them? Zilek said. If you can, General Zhang, I need you to gather all of them here. I'll explain once everyone is here. Yuan Zhang frowned slightly and replied, "They're all nearby, but calling so many high-level players at the same time. I'm afraid it might attract unwanted attention. Give me a moment." Zilak nodded in agreement. "All right. Thank you for your trouble, General Zhang." A short while later, Zilak stood in front of the other players and asked a question. "Were all of you aware that the zombie waves have always been controlled by a zombie king working from behind the scenes?" Everyone was immediately astonished. "What? A zombie king? I thought it was the work of other humans." At this point, Zilak continued, "If you figured that much out, then you should also understand who is responsible for the devastating number of casualties today. Besides the Li family, there's also the zombie king," he said, calculating his next move internally. General Zhang's words reminded me that this is the perfect opportunity. He thought, a chance to give the Li family a very special gift. The other players immediately erupted. "If that's the case, why don't we make that zombie king pay a heavy price, too?" "Zilak, tell us. How do we make them pay? My little brother died in this last wave. I want revenge for him and for all our fallen comrades." Zilak stood before the crowd and began to explain. "The zombie wave has just ended. The apocalypse game will now activate a special counterattack measure." Zilak began to explain how this particular system worked. "This requires the top 10 players on the contribution leaderboard to cast a vote. Here's my proposal. Once more than half of us vote to counterattack, the counterattack battle will be initiated." At that moment, a system window appeared, providing an explanation with accompanying illustrations. A small-scale counterattack, a showdown between the top powerhouses of both sides. A victorious counterattack will eliminate the zombies participating in it, and you will also earn rewards, reducing the strength of the zombies in the capital. If the counterattack fails, all participating players will die. Although the safe zone can still be established, it will be delayed by 1 month before you can enjoy its functions. Ziluo continued, "If you don't believe me, you can go check the Apocalypse game's introduction to the counterattack battle later." The other players immediately became hesitant. "Sir, it's not that we don't believe you. Just tell us what to do, and we'll definitely follow your lead." "Sir, if it's really like you say, then if we join the counterattack, won't we just die?" The other players also chimed in. That's right. We've only just recovered and haven't even gotten our bearings yet. I feel the same way. These zombies are not easy to deal with. After all," Ziluo continued. "So, to be safe, I'll participate in the counterattack alone. I'm confident I can win. You all just need to cooperate with me." Yuan Zhang, still a bit hesitant, glanced at Ziluo, but Ziluo just gave a slight nod, which silenced him. Then Yuan Zhang turned and raised his hand, saying, "You all cooperate with Ziluo." All the players there looked at each other, and then they also made their decision. "Yes, General." "Sir, whatever you need us to do, just say the word." "Sir, can I learn to fight from you? I promise I won't be any trouble at all." Another player thought to himself that he had misjudged a great man with his own petty standards, and that he definitely had to help Sir Ziluo later. Just as Ziluo was about to say something more, the system notification popped up right on time. The 5-hour time limit has expired. The zombie wave is about to retreat. The number of collapsed buildings in the capital safe zone is currently. The number of deaths has not yet exceeded the standard, and the energy crystal has not been touched. The other players listened in silence. The system has determined that the capital safe zone has successfully defended against the zombie wave. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the capital safe zone. At this moment, outside, the zombie hordes suddenly stopped moving, and the other players could easily finish them off with their weapons. One person shouted with joy, "Everyone, let's go. These zombies won't fight back." Hearing this, the others immediately grew cheerful. They all advanced in unison, shouting, "Charge." Meanwhile, where Ziluo was, the system was still speaking. Congratulations to player Ziluo for achieving first place on the contribution points leaderboard for this zombie wave. As you have successfully defended the safe zone, you can now initiate a revenge battle against the zombies that entered the safe zone. Ziluo looked at the question posed by the system. Do you wish to initiate a counterattack against the zombies? Yes or no? He pressed yes without a shred of hesitation. Ziluo watched as the system continued. Announcement. Currently, 10 out of 10 players have chosen to initiate the counterattack battle, meeting the conditions to begin. The counterattack battle will now begin. Please prepare yourselves. Ziluo led the other players and set out. Yuan Zhang walked at the rear, thinking, I remember someone once bought regional information from the hidden shop and even opened a platinum treasure chest. He continued to speculate. Could it be that Ziluo also bought related intel from the hidden shop? Otherwise, how would he know about the existence of the zombie emperor, and even have information that a counterattack battle would occur after the zombie wave ended? Yuan Zhang stroked his chin, planning. After this is over, I must focus all my efforts on gathering intel related to the hidden shop. Only by grasping more intelligence can I fight the zombies more effectively. A moment later, on a major street in the city center, the system continuously announced, "Attention, all players in the capital's safe zone, the zombie wave has ended." Following a vote by the top 10 players on the contribution leaderboard, a counterattack battle against the invading zombies is about to begin. All the players saw the system announcement and burst into excited, joyful cheers. A counterattack? We can finally fight back. Hell yeah, we should counterattack. We've been on the defensive for too long, always getting beaten. It was so damn frustrating. Some players were still skeptical. A counterattack, there's a function for that, but it doesn't seem like we're in any condition to fight back, are we? Just then, someone pointed to the sky. Everyone, look at the sky. Isn't that the great Zile? They all looked up in unison, some even pointing. At that moment, a group of people quickly appeared. The group led by Zile was now in full view. Suddenly, Zile, behind his mask, was stunned, looking at the zombies led by the zombie monarch and Kuang Feng. Zile couldn't help but be surprised, not expecting to meet an acquaintance here. Ziluo's smile behind his mask, phantom joy, imperial zombie shadow. In my past life, you killed me. Looking at the mutated zombie before him, he thought, I can't believe we've met here so soon in this life. At this point, we get an explanation about Kuang Feng. In the later stages, zombies that surpass level 90 are called zombie kings. They are the equivalent of humanity's war gods and magic gods, possessing extremely powerful strength and incredibly high mental attributes. Combined with the special attributes of their zombie bodies, their overall strength is even greater. Kuang Feng can easily control other zombies like puppets. When a zombie's strength reaches a certain level, their thoughts and consciousness are also enhanced, becoming part of their own strength. They even develop their own preferences. They even give themselves a name, starting with the word corpse. They have immense suppressive power over other zombies and can control some of their actions, and in turn, they earn the loyalty of these zombies. They believe that zombies are the next step in human evolution, a superior race. Zile was lost in thought. In his past life, he and 9 other war gods had all agreed to sign and join the Joint Combat Alliance. He recalled his past self, holding the registration form with his name attached. Of those 9 war gods, 3 belonged to the officials, 3 belonged to the Li family, and the other 3 appeared to be unaffiliated with any faction. Zile recalled his past life. The entire alliance was very loosely managed, with no rules and no requirements. Being in it was no different from being a free agent. He remembered standing from a distance, watching someone charge in to fight zombies. At most, if you saw a fellow alliance member, you might choose to lend a hand or offer some guidance. But afterward, that person would cautiously look around before accepting payment from someone else. In this alliance, as long as the price was right, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Later, the Li family paid a very high price to hire 2 war gods and this zombie emperor to kill me. The present-day Zile gave a contemptuous smile behind his mask. As expected, any creature with self-awareness will always put profit first, so what if your skills counter my phantom shadow class? Today, you will definitely not leave this place alive. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared, displaying the match rules. This counterattack battle will be a death match. For each round, both the human and zombie sides can send 1 combatant into the arena. There is no time limit and no restriction on fighting methods. The battle only ends when one side is dead. After the fight ends, the victorious combatant cannot leave the arena and must continue to the next showdown. The counterattack battle will only end when all combatants from one side have died. The zombies looked towards Zileo's group, whispering amongst themselves. Kuang Feng glanced at one of his subordinates, who was trembling uncontrollably. Both sides, please send a combatant to the arena promptly. If no combatant is sent within 10 minutes, one will be chosen at random. The randomly chosen combatant will die instantly. Zile immediately leaped into the arena. His opponent is the frenzied blood-burning zombie. The system announced, battle, begin. Zile immediately pressed the inspect button. The system provided the zombie's information. Human blood berserk zombie, bronze rank boss, level 18. Reading this, he was surprised. This weak? Instantly, Zile drew a sword from his storage space. Seeing this, human blood turned and fled, which confused him. Zile immediately charged forward. Was he stalling for time or just a coward? Just like that, human blood was cut down by Zileo's diagonal slash. As he swung his sword to finish it, the system announced. First round of the counterattack, 8.36 seconds, humans win. Kuang Feng, watching silently from behind, witnessed the whole scene. He haltingly gave an order to his subordinates behind him to change the plan. No more hesitation. The longer we delay, the smaller our chances. Begin the ritual now. Immediately, another zombie appeared in the arena. Zileo's next opponent. Its information panel also appeared. Bedrock, adamant bone, stone armor, zombie, silver rank boss, level 21. Base stats. Strength 40, Spirit 25, Constitution 90, Agility 35. Talent, Bedrock. When you are not moving your body, your defense attribute will increase significantly. Adamant Bone. Your bones are reinforced with metallic properties, significantly increasing their hardness. Skills. Solid as bedrock, immovable as a mountain, ultimate defense. Weakness. Once it moves, its defense attribute will drop significantly. Attacking it from behind will be quite effective. The zombie before him made Zilluo exclaim in his mind. A dual specialization zombie. How abnormal, how insane. Instantly, Zilluo swung his sword and rushed towards Bedrock. He managed to leave a gash on its body, but Bedrock had already activated its skills, solid as bedrock and immovable as a mountain, making the cut completely ineffective. Right after, a sword plunged directly into its stone body. Zilluo stabbed the sword into its chest, causing Bedrock to cry out in complete shock. Roar. A contemptuous smile formed on Zilluo's lips beneath his mask. Then, he twisted his sword, driving it deeper. Pan Shi immediately retaliated with a punch, but Zilluo dodged it with ease. Then, Zilluo channeled energy into his sword. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in a red aura. He leaped up to continue his assault on Pan Shi. Just then, Chang Feng transmitted a mental command to his underlings. The zombies quickly dropped to the ground, raising their hands to cover their eyes. Even Qiang Feng shut his eyes and shielded them with his hands. Suddenly, the zombies' heads began to explode. The top of one zombie's skull cracked wide open. As its head slumped forward, blood poured ceaselessly onto the ground. Just then, Qiang Feng stepped forward. He spread his arms wide and shouted, "For the zombies." Then, without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his hands into the heads of his underlings. He violently ripped out 2 brains and began to devour them. Just then, a system notification appeared. Ritual exclusive to the Zombie King. Requires sacrificing the lives of qualifying zombies. The zombie performing the ritual will experience a significant increase in power. This ritual consumes a vast amount of energy for the sacrifice, and its effects are temporary. Once the duration ends, the zombie will lose all abilities and attribute buffs gained during this time. Furthermore, their base power will be permanently diminished, and their body will sustain severe injuries. Zilluo was taken aback, sensing that something was wrong. He immediately gathered his strength and focused his mind. Something's not right here. I need to finish off this pest in front of me, and fast. Immediately, Zilluo unleashed his skill on Pan Shi. Explosive Twin Slash. Pan Shi instantly braced itself, activating its ultimate skill, Extreme Defense. It lowers its own strength and spirit power to the absolute minimum, converting all of it into physical defense. During this process, as long as its body remains stationary, it gains an additional 20% damage reduction. Pan Shi took the full brunt of both slashes. An instant later, its body exploded. Without pausing, Zilluo unleashed another skill. Pan Shi was still struggling to its feet amidst the attack's aftermath. Zilluo charged forward again, running his sword through its body. With a final flick of his blade, he turned to see the system notification that Pan Shi had been defeated. He then checked the new item drop. Zilluo had obtained the Pan Shi necklace and its description. Pan Shi necklace, a silver-grade item forged from an incredibly hard stone, possessing immense defensive power. Attributes: Constitution, +3. Spirit, +2. Reduces incoming physical damage by 10%. Passive skill: Pan Shi Shield. Can form a Pan Shi shield that surrounds your body. The shield's defensive power scales with your constitution. When the shield breaks, it petrifies nearby enemies for 1 second. Cooldown: 18 hours. He mused, as expected of a rare mutant zombie. Even its item drop is directly related to its abilities. These stats aren't half bad. I'll keep it. Just then, another opponent appeared behind Zilak. A green mutated zombie, its entire body oozing pus, emerged. It tilted its head and shambled forward, its body constantly emitting a toxic green gas as its information panel appeared. Silver rank boss, level 19, pustulant cadaver. Its body is filled with a highly toxic pus that has extremely corrosive properties. It can cause immense damage to the human body and can even destroy the walls of buildings. It will also degrade the durability of equipment. Its weakness is an extreme fear of high-temperature fire. Its left leg is not very agile. Zilek observed it and judged it to be weaker than the previous one. He immediately got into position, continuing to channel energy into his sword. No other way. If you want to clear this place out, you'll have to go through me first. Immediately after, he rushed forward, swinging his sword and slashing the zombie's body. Then Zilak raised his shield to block its highly toxic attack. He instantly used the Insightful Eye skill and successfully targeted the weak point on the zombie's left thigh. So that's your weak spot. The zombie's leg, its weak point, was continuously slashed. Zilak quickly backed away, looking at the zombie's mangled left leg as the system confirmed its death. Zilak obtained an item, a bottle of potion. Sigh, as expected, the quality of the dropped equipment is proportional to the zombie's strength. Then, Zilak looked at the system, waved his hand, and stored the potion. Immediately after, he walked over to where Gale stood with his back turned, performing a ritual. Zilak silently watched him and thought, he's even eating his own kind, just like your style. By now, Gale knew he was behind him. He stood up and said haltingly, today, even if I have to pay a greater price, I will kill you. Zilak looked down on him. If it weren't for the shield on this arena, I would have come down and lopped your head off long ago. Right after that, Gale took a step towards him. When he was just a short distance from Zilak, he stopped. Gale unleashed his power. The system appeared, displaying information on Gale, the Zombie King. Peak Gold Rank Boss, level 24 plus 8. Basic attributes, Strength 50 plus 30, Spirit 100 plus 45, Constitution 60 plus 20, Agility 80 plus 40. Talent, Majesty of the King, Enhanced. Epic Rank Talent reduces all attributes of creatures with a lower level by 10% and allows control over all zombie races below your rank. Creates suppressive and fear-inducing status effects during combat. Body of the Gale. You can control the wind element very well. Furthermore, the power of all wind element skills you cast is increased by 10%. Temporary Illusion. You can briefly transform into the target's shadow and follow behind them. Temporary Penetration. The damage dealt by all your attacks can reduce the opponent's defense effectiveness by 5%. Temporary Curse. Your attacks can apply a stack of a curse effect on the opponent. Once a certain number of stacks is reached, the curse will activate, affecting the cursed person's status. Skills. Eye of the Gale, Berserker's Descent, Aegis of Wind, Swift Wind Movement. Weakness. The Zombie King has just completed the ritual. He does not yet have complete control over his power, and his attacks may be flawed. The Zombie King's current state is only a temporary enhancement. All of its increased attributes and abilities will diminish and disappear over time. Zilak held his sword and remarked, strong enough, impressive enough. It's been a while since I've faced such a strong opponent. The system appeared again. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to engage in a life-or-death duel with Gale, the Zombie King. A special quest, Peak Confrontation, is being issued. Looking at Gale, who was enveloped in a massive aura of energy, he didn't hesitate. Accept quest. Gale growled angrily, spitting out each word. Human. Zilak. I never would have expected it. The plan to attack the safe zone was completely ruined by you. Lilik Swan. He set us up. He gave us intelligence on the strength distribution of the teams in the safe zone, but there was no information about you. Hearing this, Zilak was instantly stunned. The Lee family is working with the zombies. Looking at Gale's power erupting before him, he suddenly understood. No wonder the zombie wave came so early. But what method did the Lee family use to contact these zombie kings? As long as they can sow discord among humans, the zombies can reap the benefits. As for the deal discussed with Lilik Swan, that foolish human doesn't even know he's being used as a pawn. He hypnotized the players there and introduced himself. All you humans, listen up. My name is Gale. Gale condensed a source of power in his hand and declared, the zombie race will eventually infect and slaughter every last one of you humans. He lifted his hand, creating a giant sphere, including you. And Zilak. On the opposite side, Zilak also condensed a ball of energy in his hand. Just as Gale launched his powerful attack towards him, Zilak easily dodged while simultaneously charging forward to attack. Gale was suddenly taken aback. The energy ball in Zilak's hand was easily siphoning away the power that surrounded him. The attack enveloped Kuang Feng. Then, as Ziluo retracted his energy sphere, he looked at him and asked scornfully, is that all you've got? Kuang Feng gritted his teeth, gathering the wind element and slammed both palms onto the ground. The wind element erupted from the ground to attack his opponent. The two forces clashed, but his power was weaker and was instantly repelled. A sword tip emerged from the blast, followed by a scornful voice, so, that's really all you have. And just like that, the sword pierced Kuang Feng. He clutched his wound and scrambled backward, swinging his arm to cast another skill. The skill, Aegis of Wind, quickly formed a towering wall in front of Ziluo. According to the system's explanation, Aegis of Wind forms a wall of wind in front of the caster, created from the wind element. This shield has extremely high defensive power and can effectively block incoming damage. Ziluo simply sidestepped, avoiding the skill entirely. Meanwhile, Kuang Feng was slowly retreating, planning to fall back and recover. But suddenly, Kuang Feng's eyes widened in shock. Ziluo was already charging at him with his sword, unleashing 9 Li/strike. Just as Ziluo slashed, Kuang Feng leaped into the air. From above, he sneered, "You think you can hurt me with that?" From the ground, Ziluo retorted sarcastically, So sorry, but I already did. And it looks like I forced you to use one of your trump cards. At that, Kuang Feng clutched his head in confusion. Why did I use my most critical life-saving skill after just a few exchanges? The system appeared with an explanation. Gale Walk, one of the Zombie King's life-saving skills. Upon activation, the wind grants you the ability to float. You can walk on air for a short duration. Immediately, Kuang Feng resolved to keep using the wind element. If there's no way out, I might as well go all in, he thought with a frown. As long as Ziluo is dead, the others are no threat. From below, Ziluo continued to use his whirling slash strike, throwing his sword upwards. Kuang Feng also used a massive amount of wind element to counterattack. His technique quickly knocked Ziluo's sword back. Kuang Feng's nose suddenly started bleeding, and he roared as he unleashed the skill, Storm's Descent. Open for me, the system appeared again. Storm's Descent, one of the ultimate skills of a zombie monarch. It creates a storm centered on the user, protecting them from all damage within its range. Outside the storm's range, it continuously inflicts massive damage on the opponent. Ziluo was taken by surprise. He raised his hand to defend himself from the destructive gale skill that Kuang Feng fired at him, while the system continued to provide information. Destructive Gale, one of the ultimate skills of a zombie monarch. It summons a tempest that blows in a specific direction. The more mental energy consumed, the more powerful the storm becomes. The storm also has various abilities like knockback, corrosion, and destruction. The skill forced him back a considerable distance. Ziluo looked up and wondered, a dual ultimate skill combo. Is it really this powerful? But in just a moment, Kuang Feng slowly fell to the ground, his mouth still muttering incessantly. Ziluo, Corpse Clan, Human Monarch. The Eastern Crystal District will not lose. Seeing this, Ziluo was speechless, holding his sword and thinking to himself, I'll take that back. Ziluo walked closer to where Kuang Feng was lying and said, using two ultimate skills at once, and you're still alive. Looks like your mental talent is quite high, he said. Except you've played yourself to death, and now my reward is gone with you. Before Ziluo could finish his sentence, Kuang Feng floated back into the air, his eyes now closed. Blood trickled from both his eyes and mouth. Ziluo knew immediately. He's lost consciousness, huh? The other players below watched the battle where Ziluo stood, looking at the floating Kuang Feng as he spoke. Forget it. Considering you struggled for so long without even injuring me, I'll send you on your way for the sake of the reward. Immediately after, Ziluo used the skill Bedrock Aegis, creating a barrier between himself and the wind element. Then, he casually walked towards Kuang Feng, sword in hand. Ziluo looked at the wall of wind before him and brazenly stepped 1 foot inside. Then, Ziluo stomped hard on the ground, completely destroying the source of the wind element's power. Ziluo then activated another skill, activating the clairvoyance of his crimson eye. He could clearly see Kuang Feng right in the center of the power source. Seeing him writhing uncontrollably, Ziluo thought, he's about to turn into a dried-up husk. I'd better hurry up. Behind his mask, he took a deep breath. Then, Ziluo dashed forward, shouting, Flash, Step Boots, activate Flash Step. Instantly, Ziluo appeared inside the whirlwind, facing the already unconscious Kuang Feng. Ziluo swung his sword and effortlessly sliced off Kuang Feng's head. He then sheathed his sword and stepped forward. Touching the mask on his face, he said, Deactivate the clairvoyance function of the Crimson Eye. Just then, a series of congratulatory messages popped up from the system. This made Ziluo turn around to look. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully slaying the zombie monarch with the zombie emperor enhancement ritual and obtained 10,000 contribution points. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to 30, all stats increased by 3 and obtained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Ziluo for becoming the first person in the Doomsday game to kill a gold rank boss, obtaining the unique global title, Golden Spear. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. The system notification quickly spread over the heads of all players. Detected that the entire zombie faction has been eliminated. In the Battle of Revenge, the human faction has achieved the final victory. The human faction's victory in the Battle of Revenge grants them the following benefits. 1. The evolution and leveling speed of all zombies in the capital region will be reduced by 30%, and all their stats will be reduced by 15% for 7 days. 2. The experience and gold coins obtained from killing zombies in the capital region will be increased by 30%, and the item drop rate will increase by 2% for 7 days. 3. All system buildings in the capital region that require fees, including shops, will have their fees reduced by 10% for 3 days. 4. Some special treasure chests, hidden shops, and extra special buildings will appear in the capital region. All players are invited to explore. Reading this, Ziluo was delighted. Nice, I'm famous again. Right after, he continued to listen to the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 30 and obtaining one super golden touch lucky draw. Would the host like to draw now? Ziluo watched as his system continuously sent notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the zombie emperor, winning the counterattack battle, and completing the peak showdown. Ding! Based on the host's speed in killing the emperor. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mission rewards. 1. Ordinary golden touch, and 1 piece of excellent gold rank equipment. Behind his mask, Ziluo was a little thrilled. A super golden touch. Right now, I have absolute drop rate, yin-yang twins, and the eye of insight. What will the 4th one be? Never mind, there are too many people here. I'll deal with it when I get back. The scene changes to a bustling area with other players who are discussing non-stop. We won. We won. I knew it. With Ziluo here, we were bound to win. Oh my god, the zombies' leveling speed is slowed for 7 days, and all their stats are down 15%. Isn't this a massive opportunity for us? Not only that, the experience and gold drops are up by 30%, and even the item drop rate has increased. Starting today, I'm going to grind zombies like crazy. Anyone looking for a team, I'm a level 11 warrior with 2 pieces of bronze rank equipment. They chattered on endlessly. Hee hee. The shop prices are down 10%, and I have just enough gold to buy that broadsword. The class change fee is covered now too. Brothers, let's form a team, but I suggest we look for treasure chests along the way. If we open a silver rank piece of equipment, we'll be rich. Finding a hidden shop would be great too. We could even report the information to the military and get a huge reward. This is our chance to get rich. Suddenly, the surroundings fell strangely silent. The group of players led by Ziluo appeared. Seeing him, the other players' eyes lit up as they crowded around, calling him Big Boss. Big Boss, but Ziluo just said curtly, Dongok, get to work. Immediately, Dongok raised his hammer and charged forward to clear a path. Their group managed to escape into an alley, away from the enthusiastic pursuit of the other players. Where did the Big Boss go? Ziluo finally let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we escaped. Another player approached him. Big Boss, your fame has reached a new height. He turned his head to see the top 10 players addressing him. Big Boss, thank you for this. Big Boss, this time, we were the ones who judged a gentleman by our own petty standards. Yeah, we're sorry, Big Boss. If you need any help in the future, just say the word. I'd follow you to the death. Me too. Me too. Ziluo lowered his head, his expression hidden behind the mask. They only heard him say, you've all worked hard for so long. Go back and rest. And thank you all for trusting me today. At that moment, Ziluo turned and left with dying Gok, and the system panel appeared before his eyes again. Ziluo watched it continuously display congratulations on the successful establishment of the capital safe zone. Congratulations to the capital safe zone for achieving victory in the counterattack battle, obtaining 1,000 safe zone prosperity points. Congratulations to the capital safe zone for upgrading to a level 2 safe zone. The scope of the safe zone has been expanded. A series of system notifications followed. 1. The capital safe zone has obtained a permanent energy crystal. As long as the energy crystal exists, the mental power and stamina recovery speed of all players within the safe zone will increase by 10%, and each day the energy crystal will generate a certain amount of energy based on the safe zone's level. This energy can be used in various game buildings. 2. The specific range of the capital safe zone has been determined. All hostile races, such as zombies, will have all their stats reduced by 10% upon entering the capital safe zone. 3. The safe zone's information function has been unlocked. All players within the safe zone can now spend a certain amount of gold coins to speak in the chat interface. The amount of gold consumed depends on the length. 4. The safe zone's mercenary hall has been established. All players can now enter the mercenary hall to form mercenary teams. Team members will receive certain benefits, and the mercenary hall will post a large number of mercenary quests daily. For specific rules, please visit the mercenary hall to check. 5. The capital city shop will now stock zombie virus serum. After being infected with the zombie virus, injecting this serum before full zombification can prevent mutation. 6. Auctions will be held periodically within the safe zone. All players can participate in the auction or sell their own items. 7. The functions of various game structures within the safe zone have all been optimized. A portion of the game structures will be hiring staff. Staff members can earn a certain amount of experience and gold coins daily. As the capital city's safe zone is the first successfully established safe zone in the entire world, a global announcement will now be made. Zile turned his head and saw a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Following the pillar of light with his eyes, he thought, the first wave of zombies is over. It's time to go talk to Zhang Yuanzhang. Standing in the night sky, Zile turned his head and saw a source of power slowly spreading out. The other players were stunned as they felt their energy being replenished. The energy spread throughout the entire city. Then, all the players looked up as the system issued an announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zile for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to single-handedly defeat a gold-rank boss. With his immense power that shook the entire globe, he has obtained the unique global-level achievement, Spear of Gold. There are also a large number of rewards. We hope other players will follow his example. As the capital city has established the first safe zone, it has obtained citywide rewards for all. The reward is, all players in the capital city region gain 1 level, and for the next 24 hours, the drop rate from killing zombies is doubled. Experience and gold gain are increased by 20%. At the same time, the capital city safe zone's perks have been successfully unlocked. Each perk brings new benefits to humanity. We hope the remaining players in the region will learn from this and strive to establish their own safe zones. A player exclaimed in shock, did Zile just slaughter that gold rank boss? At this rate, even a legendary diamond rank or a mythical rank boss won't be a match for Zile. Some people just felt lucky to have gotten through it. Others were full of admiration. As expected of Master Zile, I've been completely won over by his sheer power. Ha ha ha, I wonder if the master has a girlfriend. The scene changes to a small room. Big Dumb was sitting below, endlessly gnawing on some meat. Zile was lying on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. But then, he suddenly sat bolt upright. This won't do. I have to tell Zhang Yuanzhang I need a house. It's uncomfortable not having a permanent place to stay. Zile crossed his arms and made a decision. No sooner said than done. First, he'd draw his golden finger, then he'd go find Zhang Yuanzhang. Draw a super golden finger. The system appeared, confirming the draw of the 4th super golden finger. Draw in progress. Immediately after, the system announced, congratulations to the player for drawing the super golden finger, spatial expansion. Spatial expansion. The host will gain an additional storage space. The size of this storage space is equal to the original storage space. Looking at the information from the system, Zile felt confused. What is this? Spatial expansion. He propped his chin on his hand, examining the information with doubt. Something you can get just by leveling up can also be considered a golden finger. The system then provided more information below. This storage space will expand as the original storage space expands. This storage space possesses rich spatial energy and can produce special effects when the host comes into contact with space-related items. The host can enter this storage space. Reading this, Zile was stunned. Oh my god. This is amazing. Insanely amazing. My good little system. I totally misjudged you. While eating, Big Dumb glanced at Zile, who was cheering excitedly behind him. Just a moment ago, he was talking about finding Zhang Yuanzhang to ask for a house, and now he had a mobile one. Immediately after, Zile opened the system panel again. Can produce special effects on space-related items. The only space-related piece of equipment I have right now seems to be the Blink Boots. With that, he clicked the link displayed on the system. The system then provided more information. Cooldown time reduced by 50%, movement distance doubled. Blink Boots enhanced, gold rank equipment. A pair of combat boots with spatial abilities, a piece of equipment coveted by many heroes. Attributes, agility +5, spirit +4. Movement speed increased by 10%, footstep noise reduced by 30%. Attached skill, blink. Move forward a distance of 2 to 4 meters. During the movement, damage taken is reduced by 90%. Cooldown, 2 hours. Zile cheered with joy, making Dumbo so startled that he fumbled and tossed the piece of meat away. Whoa! Upgraded to epic grade. I take back what I said about underestimating this cheat ability. From now on, I'll definitely need to collect more space-related equipment and items. Just as Dumbo caught the piece of meat, Zile stood up from the bed, hands on his hips, preparing to enter the extra-dimensional storage. By the time Dumbo turned to look, Zile was already phasing into the space. He closed his eyes and was teleported away. In no time, he was teleported and was now standing in a vast space. Zile immediately did a few stretches to loosen up. While he was at it, he looked up to read the rule panel projected by the system. Rules of the extra-dimensional storage space. 1. Opening the portal requires a short amount of time, so the host can't use this storage space to instantly dodge an attack. However, you can teleport away if you maintain the activation for a certain period. 2. Air supply. The air inside the storage space is only replenished each time the portal is opened. Once the air is depleted, you must leave the space or you will die. Based on the current air supply, the host can stay for 3 to 4 hours. 3. The exit location. When the host enters the extra-dimensional storage, a spatial marker is left behind at the entry point. When you leave, you will always exit at the spatial marker's location. This position cannot be changed. 4. The host will continuously consume mental energy while inside the storage space. 5. Summoning skills are useless inside this space. Looking at the system's rules, Ziluo just folded his arms and smiled. It might not be a place to live in, but it's safe enough and powerful enough. He then held out a small card with the word sofa on it. A sofa immediately appeared, and Ziluo sat down comfortably. He browsed through the items in his system, then took out a bottle that the system identified as a mutated zombie virus extracted through a ritual. The system provided more information about the item Ziluo was holding, a grade 0 item. Special description: a mutated virus left behind by the zombie king, Qiong Feng, after performing a ritual. Because it contains a virus that can strengthen zombies, it has an intense attraction to them. Looking at the item in his hand, Ziluo immediately shot to his feet. Good heavens, this thing again. He remembered from his past life when humans made deals with zombies. In his previous life, during the later stages of the apocalypse, quite a few people had managed to get this item as a drop. However, it was mostly used to attract zombies or to trade with them. He thought about the mutated zombies. Just like how Li Jia initially persuaded the illusory emperor to hunt him down, the illusory emperor had brought along many mutated zombies. Thinking back, it was very likely he had used a large amount of the mutated virus to trade with the illusory emperor. Thinking about items similar to the one he currently had, he knew there was a huge difference between these two types of zombie viruses. For humans, anyway, it was like a poison. If human skin came into contact with it, there was a high chance of being infected. Even if they weren't infected, their basic attributes would be reduced. Thinking about the zombies that were strengthened because of it, Ziluo understood. But for zombies, this thing was a super tonic. After a zombie uses it, not only does its strength increase, but it can also inherit the talents of the zombie from which the virus was extracted. Holding the item, Ziluo smiled happily, knowing this was perfect for Dumbo. Then he spoke into the air, teleport out of the storage space. Immediately, a pillar of light appeared and enveloped Ziluo. He was then sent back to the room where Dumbo was sitting. By this time, Dumbo had finished the meat and turned to look at Ziluo. He held the bottle out towards Dumbo, making the zombie smile happily. Here, drink up. Ziluo then opened the bottle himself. Dumbo took it and drank it in one gulp, and as he drank, his body began to change. Dumbo's power erupted, and just like that, he leveled up to level 21. The system then appeared next to Ziluo and announced, "Congratulations, player, you have reached level 31. All attributes plus 3 and 5 free attribute points obtained." Ziluo happily reviewed the notifications from the system. "Congratulations, player, for receiving the Golden Global Announcement Award. Congratulations, player, on receiving this reward. 2,000 reputation points, 5,000 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, and a 2 cubic meter increase in storage space. Congratulations, player, for achieving rank 1 on the contribution points leaderboard in the recent zombie wave confrontation. Congratulations, player, on receiving the rank 1 reward, 5 free attribute points, and 1 elite hidden class, 1 piece of elite gold grade equipment, and 1 vial of zombie virus serum." The system continued to display his information. Player Ziluo's base attributes without equipment: Strength 130, Spirit 130, Constitution 130, Agility 125. The system then asked, "Make the draw." Ziluo smiled and replied, "Draw." The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, player Ziluo, for obtaining the hidden class scroll, Thunder Warlock. Congratulations, player Ziluo, for obtaining the gold grade equipment, Elemental Ring." Looking at the rewards he drew, Ziluo was a little disappointed. Thunder Warlock is a lightning skill for the mage class. It's useless to me. The other one, however, seems quite interesting. The system panel then displayed the information. Elemental Ring, gold rank equipment. A ring containing elemental power that can better unleash the effects of elements. Attributes: Spirit Power plus 8. Spirit Power recovery rate increased by 30%. Skill cooldown time reduced by 10%. Ability: when using any elemental skill, its power increases by 20%. The probability of triggering an additional effect increases by 5%. Ziluo clicked on the image of the ring in the system. This is a top-tier item. Immediately after, Ziluo yawned and said, "Golden Finger System. Now draw the 4th golden finger." He returned to his bed and listened to the system announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting in the establishment of the capital city safe zone and achieving first place on the contribution points leaderboard. Completing the mission. All-out battle. Ziluo then flopped back onto the bed while listening to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, 2 random normal golden fingers and 1 piece of silver rank equipment. Ding! As the host already possesses the Limit Break Golden Finger Level 1, the probability of a Level 1 breakthrough is successful. Therefore, the level of Limit Break and Breakthrough probability are increased to Level 2. The system continued to dish out rewards in front of him. Limit Break. Level 2. Breaks the equipment slot limit. You can now wear an additional ring and an additional bracelet. Breakthrough probability Level 2. For all related classes, talents, equipment, and skills, the activation probability of their effects will increase by 2%. Danger Sense Level 1. When an enemy with hostile intent appears within a 10-meter radius of you, you will be alerted. Conditional Dungeon Level 1. After entering a dungeon, if you encounter an obtainable condition, you can choose an additional reward item. Instantly, Ziluo sat up excitedly. Nice. The system then displayed 2 pieces of equipment in front of him. Ding. Excellent gold rank equipment. Silver rank equipment draw in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent gold rank equipment. Fang of Virulent Poison. Silver grade equipment, the Phantom Bracelet. Ziluo then took out a knife from the system and asked, "Is this the gold grade equipment?" Ziluo lay on the bed, resting his head on his hand as he looked. The system was currently displaying the information for the Venomous Fang, a gold grade piece of equipment, a dagger containing a potent toxin. Every swing is like a venomous snake's fatal strike. Attributes, +6 strength, +3 agility. Decreases the user's presence by 20%. Increases movement speed by 20%. 1. Potent toxin. After hitting an opponent, it leaves them with a layer of potent toxin, causing them to suffer from its corrosive effects. Within 3 seconds, it will drain their stamina and mental energy. Each layer of the potent toxin lasts for 3 seconds. 2. Fatal Strike. An active skill that, after consuming a large amount of stamina, allows the user to swing the dagger to deal 200% physical damage. Hitting an opponent also adds 3 extra stacks of the potent toxin. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Next, the system displayed the information for the Phantom Bracelet, a silver-grade piece of equipment. This bracelet was created to counter mages, an item that gives every mage a headache. Attributes, +2 Constitution, +2 Spirit. Phantom Veil. Reduces magic damage taken by 5%. Ziluo touched the Phantom Bracelet and thought to himself, why has this golden finger system been so fond of anti-mage equipment lately? Still, this bracelet is a pleasant surprise. Lying on the bed, he continued to look at the system notifications. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully equipping the Phantom Bracelet, activating the 4-piece effect of the Phantom set. Immediately after, information about the Phantom equipment set appeared. 4 pieces. All attributes, +3, can reflect 20% of magic damage taken. Active skill, Magic Immunity Shield. When activated, it grants a shield that can block magical damage. The shield's defense is determined by the number of Phantom equipment pieces worn. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 18 hours. Looking at the information provided by the system, Ziluo was completely stunned. My god, this is so powerful, it's indescribable. But his eyes were already growing heavy with sleep. Before he knew it, he had drifted off, while Don Gok sat in a corner of the room, resting with his hammer. Meanwhile, in another location, the officials were distributing supplies to the players. This part is for you. Many other players could only rest out on the streets. Some players who received their supplies left happily. The scene changes to the afternoon of the next day. Yuan Zhang sat on a chair, leaning forward and asking, "You mean the Li family has another place called the Blazing Flame Gathering Point?" Ziluo, wearing his mask, sat opposite him and replied, "That's right. If General Zhang helps me, Don Gok and I will leave the safe zone to destroy that gathering point." Yuan Zhang was still worried. "Although I know you're very strong, the Li family is not to be underestimated. How confident are you about this mission?" Ziluo stated frankly, 100%. He then raised his hand to stop what Yuan Zhang was about to say. "General Zhang, you don't need to persuade me." He could only nod in agreement. Sigh. "All right, what do you need me to do?" Ziluo rested his hand on the table and stated his request. "Gather your men and prepare supplies. I'll go find the Li family's hiding spot first. I also want to make a deal with you, General Zhang." I wonder if General Zhang would agree. Yuan Zhang was surprised. "What kind of deal?" Ziluo replied. Luo leaned over and pushed a piece of paper toward him. 100,000 gold coins for 1 piece of information. "General Zhang, you definitely won't lose out on this." Yuan Zhang said without hesitation, "Deal." He completely trusted him. This was someone who could get intelligence from the hidden shop. "I definitely won't lose out on this deal." Just as Ziluo stood up to leave, Yuan Zhang immediately opened the paper to look. Seeing the information on the paper, he was stunned. Then, a smile spread across Yuan Zhang's face as he gave an order. Inform everyone below. In half an hour, we'll hold a commendation conference in the meeting room. A while later, in a high-rise building, a meeting was being held that made everyone present restless and curious. Didn't old Zhang say he was going to hold some kind of awards ceremony? Where did he go? That's right. How late is he? He really did perform a great service during this zombie wave, but he can't start putting on airs with us just because of that. But you're slowly losing your patience. That's right. Old Zhang is really losing his sense of time more and more. At that very moment, Yuan Zhang kicked the door open and appeared. Without a word, he walked toward the furious Chief Sui with the paper in hand. The man took the paper, turning his head to see Yuan Zhang gesturing for him to read it. As soon as he read the contents of the paper, Chief Sui was startled. Scum, scum. They're all a bunch of scum. Then Chief Sui announced in a loud voice, "This afternoon, we will gather the soldiers who rushed back from outside the safe zone. Prepare to search for the Li family's hidden location." Then he turned his head and asked Minister Liu, "Tell me, why did you say the intelligence department couldn't provide support?" Minister Liu bowed his head in confusion. Chief Sui, the intelligence department's personnel suffered heavy casualties during the zombie wave. The entire department's operations have been affected. Then, he looked up with a smile and reported, "Also, the zombies that broke in through the south gate destroyed the intelligence archives, so we've lost a lot of intelligence related to the three great families. Right now, we really can't risk our soldiers' lives by giving them unverified intelligence." Immediately, Chief Sui threw the papers in his hand at Minister Liu, raising an eyebrow and asking in a loud voice, "Do I need to give you some face?" Only then did the man pick up one of the papers and push up his glasses to read it. Instantly, he was stunned. The paper in Minister Liu's hand trembled uncontrollably. On the paper was written, "Blue Star Calendar, May 16th, 473, an overseas bank card received a large sum of 21,400,000 yuan, which your cousin withdrew from a United States bank. Blue Star Calendar, June 19th, 474, the Rose Building, which the Li family was in charge of constructing, collapsed. The number of casualties at the scene was as high as 345 people. After Minister Liu arrived, the death toll changed to 0. Minister Liu really has a golden touch. The art exhibition Stampede, the disappearance of the village women. Chief Sui looked angrily at Minister Liu and asked, "Do you have anything else to say now?" Minister Liu was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Yuan Zhang restrained him and asked angrily, "Has your conscience been rotted away by this money? Do you have any idea how many of my brothers you've killed?" Minister Liu, lying on the ground, still tried to make excuses. "No, I didn't. I was forced by them. They forced me to take poison." Yuan Zhang grew even more furious and grabbed him by the head. "You're full of crap. You drank that poison willingly. Because of that, you even requested that the Li family help you become the minister." Immediately after, he gave Minister Liu a stinging slap. "I have even more evidence right here. Do you still need it?" Under the gazes of Chief Sui and Yuan Zhang, Minister Liu lay on the ground, muttering, "Impossible. Impossible. The Li family wouldn't sell me out. Impossible. I always did everything they said. This can't be happening." Yuan Zhang immediately pulled a stack of documents from his storage space, then slammed them on the table in front of everyone's eyes. Yuan Zhang picked up a document and stood behind Chief Sui, reading out each person's name. Director Huang. The people he named and accused sat below, trembling like leaves. "In the year 454 of the Blue Star Calendar, your transfer of 10 million yuan. Care to explain that? Including the whereabouts of the 47 newborn babies who went missing inside Mood Hospital." The meeting proceeded with only the sound of Yuan Zhang's voice reading out accusations echoing in the room. "Director Tong, in the year 472 of the Blue Star Calendar, your son lost a 40 million yuan bet overseas. A week later, he cheerfully reappeared at home. Was he just that lucky?" A long time later, when the last person's name was called, Deputy Director, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became grim. Chief Sui placed his hands on the table and said grimly, "These are just the traitors who survived the apocalypse. Are there any more? Step forward yourselves. I might be able to spare your lives." Yuan Zhang reported from behind. "Before the meeting, I sent people to arrest a large number of secondary officials, who make up a significant portion of the army." He added, "According to the intelligence provided by Ziluo, the N family and the Yun family have also voluntarily stepped forward." Chief Sui turned to ask, "The N family and the Yun family? Is the Li family starting to regret it now?" Yuan Zhang nodded toward Chief Sui. "It looks like it. Dealing with the Li family is an extremely urgent matter. Otherwise, the Dragon Country will be destroyed." Yuan Zhang clenched his fists, making his decision. "Chief, What we need to do now is coordinate with Luo and wait for news from him. Chief Xue held his head, wondering to himself, is the future of an entire nation really resting on the shoulders of one person? Then something occurred to him. Chief Xue immediately issued an order. Summon half of the 100,000 soldiers who were previously in charge of dealing with zombies and rescuing civilians, and have them return to me. The moment we get the Li family's location, mobilize immediately. Yuan Zhang acknowledged the order. The scene shifts to the Qian gathering point, where players are engaged in a lively discussion. Man, that was so refreshing. Today's haul was incredible. I even got an equipment drop. You're telling me? I got here first thing in the morning. I started hunting zombies the moment I arrived and only came back after nightfall. I was already coasting to another level, and today I gained a full one, all in just 24 hours. It's too short. As they walked and talked, one said, have you guys heard the rumors? The great Luo waved his hand, and the shield protecting the safe zone was shattered. Aquilin descended from the sky, unleashing its divine power, and completely annihilated the zombies in an entire battle zone. I'm telling you, the great Luo must be a reincarnated immortal. I'm not afraid to say it. My dream is to meet the great Luo just once. I heard he wears black robes, a demon mask, and wields a golden longsword. One of them suddenly pointed ahead. Speaking of which, your description perfectly matches that guy walking up ahead. At that moment, Luo and Don Nook appeared, startling them all. Luo stood there and announced, from this moment on, no one is allowed to leave this place. If you want to find out the consequences of leaving, you're welcome to challenge me. The others immediately froze in their tracks. One of them even fainted on the spot, leaving him a bit speechless. Why do I feel like I become the captain of a cleanup crew? Then Luo continued, from now on, everyone on this floor will go downstairs through the passage. The faster, the better. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked him, who's this? I heard your big talk before I even made it up here. The tattooed man in the center looked at Luo with contempt, making everyone go downstairs. Who do you think you are? Do you think our Qian gathering point is such a pushover? The tattooed man said, putting his hands in his pockets as he faced Luo's group. Since its founding, our Qian gathering point has never feared anyone. I'd really like to see who this guy is. But before he could finish his sentence, the subordinate next to him whispered in a panic, boss, look at his clothes. That's Luo. The tattooed man raised an eyebrow, still not recognizing the name. Luo. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, he dropped to his knees. Which great lord has graced us with his presence? Seeing this, Luo simply said, Lord is a bit of an overstatement. Then Luo tilted his head. Seeing as you're a person of importance around here, I'll entrust you with the task of taking them downstairs. The tattooed man, helped up by his men, stammered, my lord, rest assured, I will. I will definitely complete the mission. Luo looked at them with a warning. From now on, anyone who comes up from downstairs will pay the price. The tattooed man and his cronies trembled like leaves, stammering, rest assured, my lord, we will absolutely not let anyone come up here. We'll listen to the boss, too. Then, Luo turned his head to look at the people behind him who were still in a state of shock. You all, hurry up and get moving. The tattooed man followed behind them, shouting, did you hear me? Everyone get downstairs and tell the people below that no one is allowed to come up here. Those people scrambled away, shouting, yes, yes. Luo leaned against the wall, watching each person go down, automatically activating his special ability to sense for danger. A moment later, seeing the last person descend, he thought, the last one is gone now. If there were any Li family members, they would have likely already received their orders, right? It's impossible for them not to show any hostility toward me. Then, Luo gave an order to Dongdok, who was behind him. You stay here and keep watch. If anyone tries to come out of this passage, smash their head in with your axe. Dongdok nodded from behind. He continued to ponder, although I can't rule out that the enemy is just too good at hiding their intentions or their status in the Li family is too low to have received orders from above. Then Luo headed down into the basement, while Dongdok stood guard above with his axe. I'll go down and take a look first. A moment later, he walked further inside. In the distance, he sensed a lively atmosphere. They had hung up banners and were laughing and chatting happily. A warm welcome to the great Luo, visiting the Qian gathering point to guide our work. Seeing the scene before him, Luo suddenly felt a little awkward. Meng Mingliang stepped forward, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Great Master Luo, I am the current leader of the Qian gathering point, Meng Mingliang. May I ask what brings you here? Luo walked over and asked, if you are the leader, then you must know the members of this gathering point well, right? Meng Mingliang smiled humbly and said, I wouldn't dare claim to know everyone, but I know 90% of the people here. Just then, Ziluo continued to ask, He Mu, do you know Minister He? Ming Liang started to sweat and said, Minister He, I know him. Hearing this, Ziluo told him to explain in detail. Ming Liang immediately confessed. Because of his status, every time he came, I would have my men greet him, but most of the time, I was the one who personally attended to him. Ziluo continued to ask, Besides you, did he meet anyone else when he came here? Ming Liang rested his chin on his hand, trying to recall. Meet anyone else? Behind his mask, Ziluo glanced over at the other people. All of them were intently listening to their conversation. No, every time Minister He came, he told us he was here to inspect the situation at our gathering point. Within the scope of his authority, he would arrange for supplies to help us. Other than that, nothing else really happened. Ziluo frowned in thought. The people around him showed no unusual signs. It seemed the information wasn't being passed through a contact person. Could it be that what Mu originally said about the Qi Yan gathering point belonging to the Li family was a false accusation to frame them? Was his goal to make me clash with the people of the faith? Qi Yan gathering point. Ziluo then cleaned his ear and turned around. So, when was the last time Mu came here? And did he do anything special? Ming Liang quickly said, 5 days ago. Mu came here 5 days ago also to do an inspection. As for anything special, then he seemed to remember something. Yes, he played billiards for a while in the billiard room in the 3rd basement level, and then he left. Ziluo turned his head, a spark of interest in his eyes. Billiards, you say? Then take me there to have a look. Ming Liang immediately agreed. Of course. Great Lord Ziluo, please follow me. He then led the way, taking him as all the other players watched. Behind his mask, Ziluo broke into a smile. He knew the fish was about to take the bait. Ming Liang turned to look at Ziluo and asked, Great Lord, since we're going to the billiard hall downstairs, should I send some men to stand guard up here? Ziluo replied, No need to worry. I've already told Dongok to watch the entrance to the passageway. Anyone who tries to leave this place is to be killed on sight. After that, Ziluo urged him on. Let's go. Ming Liang continued to lead the way. This way, please, this way. The other players on the side couldn't help but wonder, what's the deal with that guy named Mu? It's all because of that person that our gathering point is being targeted. But he's a minister. We can't afford to mess with him. Someone else scoffed. Mu's nothing. When Ziluo glanced at me just now, I felt like my life was about to end. Who cares if he's a minister or not? That makes sense. I was asleep and got woken up for this. On another side, 2 men, Old Luo and Old Zhu, had overheard the entire conversation among the players. I hope Great Lord Ziluo achieves his goal soon, because just having him stand here is putting immense pressure on us. I feel the same way. The scene changes. After leading Ziluo to the location, Ming Liang turned, waved goodbye, and left, while Ziluo continued to walk inside the billiard hall. Elsewhere, the surroundings suddenly shook, and a nearby brick was quickly pushed out. Old Luo and Old Zhu appeared from behind it, pushed the brick open, and shone a light into the secret room inside. Old Luo, taking the lead, looked back at Old Zhu and said, Old Zhu, we need to report to the family head immediately. Mu has been exposed, and Ziluo is investigating our hidden location. Old Zhu came forward to help Old Luo move the stone slab. Wondering aloud, who knew? I thought Mu was pretty good at hiding. They then pushed the stone back into place, blocking the entrance. While Old Luo was dusting off his hands, Old Zhu was inspecting the position of the stone. 5 days ago, he even left us the location of some hidden supplies, and the location was real. Old Luo turned, shone his flashlight ahead, and urged, All right, let's hurry. Immediately after, he was killed. Old Zhu, who was following with a flashlight, complained, Old Luo, what's gotten into you? Why are you always so? Suddenly, a robot appeared, startling Old Zhu. A moment later, he was knocked unconscious by the robot. Ziluo appeared from behind the robot, assessing the 2 men before him. Humph, I thought there was only 1 fish, but it turns out there are 2. Too bad only one of them can talk now. The Li family's people are unreliable. They confessed after just a little questioning, not very steadfast. Immediately after, he patted the robot's shoulder. You did well this time. The listening devices you planted gave me a lot of useful information. Go get some rest. Then, Ziluo walked over to Old Zhu, grabbed him by the collar, pried open one of his eyes, and used the crimson eye of ultimate illusion. At that moment, someone suddenly called his name, startling him awake. Old Zhu, Old Luo. was holding a flashlight and reached out his hand towards old Zhu. Old Zhu, are you all right? Old Zhu was a bit bewildered. Me, old Luo, urgently prompted him. Old Zhu, don't just stand there dazed. We're running out of time. We have to get this information out quickly. At that moment, old Zhu snapped back to reality. Ah, right. Z Luo is on his way. We have to report this to the family head. Old Luo also quickly pulled old Zhu to his feet, and old Zhu immediately started running ahead. Let's go. We might run into night-buffed zombies on the way. We can't afford any delays. Old Luo ran after him, not forgetting to ask, Old Zhu, I saw you pass out just now. What's wrong? Hearing this, old Zhu jumped. Old Luo frowned and said to old Zhu, don't stay up so late next time. If you pass out unexpectedly like you did today and mess up the master's mission, neither of us will be able to handle the fallout. Old Zhu, who was in the lead, glanced back nervously. I know. Let's just hurry. They moved together, hugging the wall. Old Luo watched their surroundings from the back, while old Zhu led the way, fraught with anxiety. This won't work. There are too many zombies on this path. We're running out of time. Immediately, old Zhu grabbed old Luo's wrist and said, follow me. We're taking a shortcut. A moment later, they were running deep into the mountains. Old Zhu gasped for breath as he ran. Huff, huff. Everything before his eyes started to blur. Unable to go on, old Zhu collapsed to his knees. Old Luo, he panted, I'm not doing so well. Old Zhu turned his head to look at old Luo, who was also bent over, gasping for breath. According to our intel, the hidden location is inside the cliffs of this mountain range. If you still have the strength, jump down the cliff and deliver the message first. I'll be right behind you. Old Luo finally spoke up. So the hidden location is in the cliffs of this mountain range. No wonder Jun Fang couldn't find it, even after mobilizing so many people. Old Zhu, still on the ground, was confused. What Jun Fang? Old Luo, what are you waiting for? Old Zhu kept urging him on. If the master blames us for this, you and I won't be able to withstand his wrath. But then old Luo suddenly vanished, startling old Zhu. Old Luo appeared behind him, holding a knife to his throat with a smile. Thanks for leading the way. As for the rest of the journey, old Luo swung his blade. You can go join your good brother, old Lu, on the road to hell. Old Zhu was killed instantly. The imposter held the knife and said, Crimson Pupil. The red illusion all around him began to fade away. Deactivating the illusion ability, he immediately reverted to his true form, Z Luo. Following the directions, Z Luo quickly ran to a cliff. Standing on the high ground and looking down at the surrounding scenery, Z Luo remarked, the Leaf family really knows how to pick a spot. The view here isn't bad. He then began his journey to the Leaf family's hideout. A short while later, Z Luo was standing on another mountain, looking down. He suddenly spotted a lone flower on the cliff face. Looking at that flower, Z Luo guessed, this must be it. He then sat down cross-legged and took out a zombie cat horn from his storage space. He blew into the horn. Seeing a zombie cat appear, Z Luo put the horn away. Then, Z Luo began to control the zombie cat's consciousness, giving it a command, jump towards that protruding rock. Instantly, the cat leaped down below. Under Z Luo's mental control, it easily landed on a distant rock. The cat sat upright as a voice from within the cliff asked, Password? Z Luo immediately sent a mental command for the cat to charge. It instantly unleashed its power and lunged forward, smashing through the rock wall where a person was hiding. It continued its attack, but the other person managed to press a button in time. One man started unloading his gun on the zombie cat, while the other, his face pale, shouted into a walkie-talkie. Get the security team, now. It's a boss. A bronze-level boss. One of them screamed, just before he was killed, too. Help, help me, help. The man with the walkie-talkie was still desperately reporting, trying to negotiate with the butler. Change the location and the intelligence personnel. Immediately after, seeing the cat raise its claws, the guy turned and fled for his life. Ah! A massive spray of blood erupted. The cat then proceeded towards a nearby door. It charged again, smashing the door. The door shattered into pieces. A lavishly decorated hallway gradually appeared before it. The cat turned its head and saw many people had come out, drawn by the noise. It immediately leaped up, claws extended, and slit the throats of all the onlookers. The cat continued on, breaking down the door of another room. Inside, only 3 people were screaming at the sight of it. A bronze boss. Aha! Help! Seeing this, the cat turned and left. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared before it, blocking the way. Z Luo sighed. Damn it, there are too many of them to fight. A rough estimate suggested the Leaf family had at least 5 or 6,000 people hiding in here. Zai Luo was still meditating on the cliff, controlling the cat with his mind. The cat leaped up and attacked again. In a flash, it had killed everyone blocking its path and now sat upon their corpses, observing 3 rooms containing longswords, shields, and guns. Zile also observed and made an assessment. It seems the rooms in this hallway are all used to store weapons. Just then, the cat heard more people running towards it from a distance. The boss is at exit number 4. Let's go. At that moment, Zile also directed the cat to leave. So this is the assembly point the Li family controls. They keep all their supplies here. I bet the supplies those officials secretly transported are here too. It continued down another wide hallway. Suddenly, it stepped on a mechanism, and flames erupted all around, illuminating the entire corridor. Zile instantly recognized this place. Outside, Zile himself shot to his feet in surprise. The Hall of Inheritance. Through the cat's eyes, he observed everything around him, which helped him form a theory. The flames illuminating the walls look exactly like the ones in the legendary maze. Model, Hope of the Death Soldiers. That was something only the Legacy Ground possessed. It continued forward to a bend in the corridor. The cat turned its head and saw 3 figures chasing after it. The cat continued running down the stairs leading to the basement. A person at the top blocked the others and gave an order. 5th rank Death Soldiers cannot enter the 2nd floor. Let's go back. The guards below already know what happened here. The people behind them began to gossip. What rotten luck. This is the 3rd zombie boss to break in, and it's abnormally strong. Who would have thought that after the capital safety zone was destroyed, the military would be so severely weakened? Our days would have been much easier. Who knew we'd have to be on defense here, forcing us to stay in this place? It's all that Zile's fault. He keeps targeting our Li family. I really don't know what grudge he has against us. Another person was still thinking about the zombie cat, with all the chatter buzzing in his ears. Shh, I heard that the 2nd young master in Shanghai offended him, so the guy traveled 1,000 miles from Shanghai to the capital just to get revenge. Cough, cough, just pretend I didn't say anything. Right, we need to arrange for people to quickly clean up the ground on the 1st floor. All the bloodstains and severed limbs must be dealt with. All the death soldiers scratched by the zombie cat should just kill themselves. There's no point in saving them. Also, the hidden exit was damaged by the zombie cat. It must be repaired quickly. We absolutely cannot let our location be exposed. The cat continued to dart through the corridors, letting out constant whimpers. It started to slow down at a corner, and both it and Zile outside witnessed an indescribable scene. The woman underneath was being forced. She could only scream in fear. The man on top was no longer in his right mind. Seeing this, Zile was helpless. Oh, for crying out loud. This time, I've really become the captain of the anti-pornography squad. Suddenly, 2 people approached a man brewing a concoction. He scooped some out of the pot and handed each of them a bowl of the liquid. The 2 of them drank the entire bowl in one gulp. Then they continued to rush forward and attack the girls. The scene startled Zile. Could the offspring these guys are producing be the death soldier seeds that the Li family wants to cultivate? Damn it. Such a perverted cultivation method really fits the Li family's image. Just then, another group of people rushed in, shouting loudly, everyone, on high alert. The 1st floor reported that a bronze-rank boss broke into the teleportation channel. Its power is extraordinary. One by one, they all poured into the room. Every door and every connection to the upper floor had to be watched. Zile was still outside, watching everything inside with his arms crossed. The Li family's preparations are quite thorough, but too bad you ran into me today. Inside the room, other people suddenly appeared. They were shirtless, holding weapons, and walking towards old Joe. They kept moving forward, even if it meant trampling on their own comrades. The man brewing the concoction turned pale and shouted angrily, Old Joe, what the hell do you think you're doing? This month's pregnancy quota was already reduced quite a bit due to the supply shortage. If we don't meet the standard, the steward will come after me, not you. Old Joe stood opposite him with his arms crossed and retorted, This is no joke. The upper floor has already lost over 400 low-level death soldiers, and they still couldn't catch that thing. You tell me, should we be on alert or not? If you don't understand the situation outside, don't act so recklessly. The brewer was stunned by what he heard. What? Old Joe didn't care anymore and started giving out orders. 5 people, search 1 hallway. The moment you spot a cat the size of a lion, sound the alarm immediately. The 4 death soldiers with no combat ability will be in charge of observation. The zombie cat was currently hiding in a corner, silently watching everyone disperse. Then, it immediately dashed out, to everyone's surprise. It's here. It appeared in the main square. The zombie cat landed gently on the ground, as loud shouts erupted from behind it. Damn it! It wants to break into the breeding room. Don't let it get there. But the cat easily dashed past, using its claws to slash through anyone blocking its path. It slowly approached a room with a slightly ajar door and peeked inside. The sight before it was utterly astonishing. Behind the door was a huge hospital. Through the windows, countless pregnant women and medical staff could be seen. The Lee family actually managed to build a hospital inside the gathering point. That's insane. The other men also quickly ran over, requesting backup. The boss is heading towards birthing room number 3. We're not sure if we can hold it off. The zombie cat turned its head in anger and immediately unleashed its power. The Lee family members' faces immediately went pale with fear when they saw the cat radiating a threatening aura toward them. The Lee family members, now terrified, screamed as they ran away. The cat continued to dash through the crowd, knocking them to the ground. Following the direction it was heading, someone quickly shouted, "This is bad. It's trying to get into the 3rd floor's teleportation channel. Don't let it break into the critical area of the 3rd floor." The zombie cat had now run towards the stairs leading down. The men continued to give chase helplessly. Damn it, how is this cat so smart? So much stronger than a normal boss. At this moment, the cat seemed to be heavily injured. It staggered step by step down to the lower floor. Suddenly, another room appeared in front of it, greatly surprising the zombie cat. The zombie cat simply ambled forward. Through the cat's eyes, looking at the characters on the door, Zile was delighted to realize it was the archive room for the Zile tribe's texts. Could this place also be related to the Zile tribe and civil? Wow, I've really hit the jackpot today. The cat happily stretched and jumped around. What a coincidence. I'm the one who obtained the inheritance of the Zile tribe's patriarch, Civil. What can a mere mechanism do to me? Right after that, the cat used its paw to press and open the mechanism on the wall, and then it directly destroyed it. The room then opened, and a light from within shone out to welcome it. The cat just boldly stepped inside. The door behind it slowly lowered. Just like that, the cat walked deeper into the room. In front of it was an entire bookshelf filled with books. Almost all the written records and documents were here. It went directly around to the back of the bookshelf. It continued on to the last bookshelf, placed right against the wall. Suddenly, Zile saw a book on the shelf that was placed by itself. This book was set apart, seeming quite important. Then the cat used its paw to take out a book titled Inheritance of the Sorcery Tribe. The cat used its claws to read through the pages of the book. The Sorcery Tribe was a branch of the Zile tribe, and its members all wielded sorcery. In particular, each person had their own area of expertise. For example, manipulation, race training, curses, weather manipulation, and so on. The Sorcery Tribe, after the Zile tribe was defeated in battle, was forced into exile. The descendants of the Sorcery Tribe developed various strange arts like insect magic, poison, and head-lowering sorcery later in the Dragon Kingdom. Zile was surprised as he learned this through the cat. It turned out that thousands of years ago, everyone was one big family. The book recounted how, in the past, the people of the Zile tribe had to wander everywhere. The historical documents recorded in the books in this secret chamber belonged to a tribe skilled in concocting medicine. The members of this tribe concocted various medicines that possessed special abilities. They endured a long life on the run and finally found Kuishi Mountain in the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range. The book continued to describe the most difficult period for the Zile tribe, during which they used various secret arts to create a space where they could settle here. From then on, they were essentially cut off from the world. However, every so often, they would send a few people out of the mountain to observe the situation outside. But all the people of the tribe were constantly dying, and it became increasingly difficult for even a child with a complete sorcery tribe bloodline to be born. All the knowledge of the Zile tribe was preserved and recorded in a book. Finally, the last person in the tribe preserved the inheritance related to the tribe's sorcery and compiled it into this Inheritance of the Sorcery Tribe book. Previously, the tribe's Qiying soup was used by the Li family to cultivate death warriors and was renamed Soul Slave Soup. The cat collapsed onto the book, and at the same time, a system notification appeared. Entering disappearance countdown, 1 minute and 42 seconds. The book described the production method and effects of Soul Slave Soup. The steps to create a soul slave were based on the Li family's foundation. A baby in its mother's womb can have its aptitude assessed. After the baby is born, it is given Soul Slave Soup and will transform into a soul slave. Control will be in the hands of a staff member who has drunk another medicinal soup. Note, if more than 48 hours pass after birth, the Soul Slave Soup will completely lose its effect. Side effect: soul slaves who have drunk Soul Slave Soup will have a very short lifespan. The grades of soul slaves are specified. A grade 5 soul slave is the lowest level. Their physical constitution is equivalent to that of an ordinary person, but their mental faculties may be slightly deficient. Their lifespan is the shortest, and they can be used as a labor force. For a grade 4 soul slave, Their physical constitution is slightly weaker than an ordinary person, but their reproductive ability is very strong, and their lifespan is also extremely short. Grade 3 soul slaves are rare. Their physical constitution is superior to an ordinary person, and aside from a short lifespan, they have no other defects. Grade 2 soul slaves are incredibly rare, and their physical constitution far surpasses that of an ordinary person. After training, they possess astonishing combat power. Grade 1 soul slaves are a rarity. Their physical constitution far surpasses that of a Grade 2 soul slave. After training, their combat power is comparable to a god's. Reading up to this point, Ziluo furrowed his brows in deep thought. The book then closed, and the zombie cat officially disappeared. The scene switches to another location, where Li San was still pacing back and forth, searching for the cat. He searched and searched, but still couldn't find the zombie cat. Li San turned to his subordinate and asked, "Have you found it yet?" One of them immediately reported, "Not yet. My subordinates have been searching in shifts for an hour, but we haven't found any trace of it." Li San frowned in anger. Ridiculous. A bronze-level boss managed to break into the 3rd floor, where our Grade 2 and Grade 3 death warriors reside. If it were a silver-level boss, wouldn't it be able to get down to the 4th floor and disturb the family head? He calculated in his mind. Jingshen and Li are dead, which means I've just become the Li family's strongest combatant in the capital region. Just became the important person in charge of this safe camp. His subordinate voiced a guess. "Third brother, you don't think that cat went into one of the restricted rooms, do you?" The library pavilion, the alchemy room, the cultivation garden were all possibilities, but Li San immediately dismissed the idea. "Are you an idiot? How could a zombie cat possibly get into those places? Those places are protected by the stronghold's power. Anyone who could open those doors with magic could also wipe us out with a flick of their wrist." Then, Li San continued to give orders. "Hurry up, call the level 3 death warriors. Continue the search for me. I'm going to see the Patriarch to confess my failure and discuss our next development strategy." The subordinate immediately accepted the order. "Yes, third brother." The scene changes to the secret chamber on the 4th floor. The final level of the Kueishi stronghold was built like an incredibly luxurious city. Li San pressed his fingerprint to open the door, then stepped inside. Butler Qiu was already waiting for him at the entrance. From a distance, Li San bowed and reported, "Butler Qiu, I have something to report to the Patriarch." A bronze-level zombie cat boss appeared at the cliffside contact point. Butler Qiu's face darkened, and he cut Li San off before he could finish. "Are you telling me you still haven't found the cat that caused us to lose several hundred men?" Li San didn't dare to look at him directly. He could only lower his head and reply, "Yes, that's why I came to see the Patriarch, to ask if there's any way to handle this." But Butler Qiu had already turned to go inside, refusing him. "No, the Patriarch just received a huge shock. Hearing about this now will only make him angrier. The Patriarch must not know about this. Keep sending people to search." Just then, a voice called out, "Butler Qiu, come in for a moment." With his back to the door, Butler Qiu warned, "For now, I won't tell the Patriarch about this. You send more men and speed things up. If the Patriarch is subjected to another shock." He turned his head and made a threatening gesture with his hand. Li San could only bow his head from a distance. "I understand." Then, Butler Qiu proceeded inside. In the bedroom, Li Xuan was angrily cursing at 2 nurses. Get out, all of you. Useless. All of you are useless." Butler Qiu entered the room and asked with a smile, "Patriarch, how are you feeling today?" Li Xuan gestured with his hand to the 2 nurses. "All right, you 2 may leave." Both of them bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, Patriarch." Only then did he turn to Butler Qiu and ask, "Is Li San here? I just heard him mention some kind of boss outside." Butler Qiu immediately lied. "Li San was reporting to me. The news from the scouts today had a small surprise, but it's still within our control." At this, Li Xuan seemed satisfied. "I trust your abilities. Just let me know when you have the results." Butler Qiu bowed. "Yes, Patriarch." He then continued to ask, "How is the young master's situation?" Hearing this question, a look of horror immediately appeared on Butler Qiu's face. Seeing this, Li Xuan's face darkened as he ground his teeth, but this caused him to start coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Butler Qiu worriedly stepped forward to support Li Xuan and reported, regarding the young master's situation, "That person said it can't be resolved. According to Blue Star culture, there is simply no cure for a creature called a zombie." Li Xuan lowered his head, clutching the blanket and muttering, "There's really no way." Seeing him like this, Butler Qiu quickly bowed and said in a hurry, "But that person said the zombie virus serum mentioned on yesterday's notice board might be the breakthrough we need to solve the problem. However, it said that it can only treat humans who are in the process of turning into zombies. But if the ingredients were altered slightly, it might be possible to turn a zombie back into a human. Hearing this, Li Xuan immediately saw a glimmer of hope. He looked up and asked, "Really?" Butler Chu wasn't very certain. "Perhaps. It's possible." Li Xuan instantly grabbed Butler Chu's arm, filled with hope. "Then what are you waiting for? Send someone to the safe zone to buy it immediately. How, when? We must." Butler Chu nodded happily and reported, "I've already sent someone. They should be back by tomorrow." At that, Li Xuan threw off his blanket to get out of bed. "Good. You go on now. I need to take my medicine first. What if Hao Wen comes back and I'm still this sick?" "No, no way." Butler Chu rushed forward to support him. "Patriarch, don't get agitated. It's not good for your recovery." Hearing this, Li Xuan smiled and urged him on. "All right, I won't get agitated. I won't. You go on now." Butler Q bowed and said cheerfully, "Yes, Patriarch. I'll go right away, right away." Now, only Li Xuan was left, sitting alone on the bed. Butler Q watched him, wondering if he should tell the Patriarch that he had used the young master's zombie body for experiments. He then frowned, sighed, and decided against it. It's better not to say anything. Even if I told the Patriarch, there's nothing he could do, and he would only get angrier. I can't afford to offend either of them. The scene changes to the outside of the cliff. Ziluo is lying on the grass, using a portable oxygen tank. As he breathed from the tank, he mused. As expected, in this trash game, not a single supply card is useless. I've been in this apocalypse game for so long, I almost forgot that humans get oxygen deprivation when climbing mountains. Immediately after, Ziluo opened his system panel to check on Big Dummy, who had been moving towards the designated location for 5 hours now. Outside the capital safe zone, a person was approaching. Seeing who it was, the guards at the gate became overjoyed. "It's Boss Danak. The boss is back. Quick, open the city gates." They immediately headed towards Danak, welcoming him continuously. "Dangak, boss, you're back." The boss suddenly stopped. Dangak stood before the city gate and said all at once, "Go inform Zhang Yuanzhang that something important has come up. I'll wait for him at the contribution point shop in the East District." The guards immediately agreed cheerfully with Dangak. All right, boss. Rest assured, we will definitely pass the message on for you." In reality, Dangak was currently under the control of Lin Zile's consciousness. After saying what needed to be said, Dangak turned around. He simply left under the gazes of the two soldiers. A while later, at the contribution point shop, Dangak was standing in front of the information board for the items the shop had for sale. Standard issue Jianhua Saber, price 180 points. Contribution stock 5,772. Tang Emperor Blade, price 230 points. Contribution stock 4,556. Standard issue Battle Armor, price 200 points. Contribution stock 5,684. Bronze Grade Equipment Enhancement Scroll, price 300 points. Contribution stock 986. Dangak used the system panel to browse the shop intently. He stood there continuously, examining the information of the items as the system panel continued to display them. Swordsman Class Change Scroll, price 5,000 points. Contribution stock 5. Taoist Class Change Scroll, price 5,000 points. Contribution stock 6. Blazing Dragon Fist Skill Book, price 5,000 points. Contribution stock 2. Through Dangak, Ziluo also observed some of the items displayed by the system. An Equipment Quality Upgrade Scroll. From Silver to Gold, price 10,000 points. Contribution stock 2. Item Quality Upgrade Scroll from Silver to Gold, price 10,000 points. Contribution stock 1. Diamond Grade Item Treasure Chest, price 50,000 points. Contribution stock 1. He wondered, this isn't right. Where's my rare pet egg that costs 100,000 contribution points? Ziluo was currently on a cliff, holding an oxygen tank to breathe with one hand while counting on his fingers with the other. Right after, he realized, how could I forget? The pet system hasn't even been unlocked yet. Without the pet system, where would a pet egg come from? Forget it, I'll buy something else first. Then, Ziluo pointed at the screen to calculate the items. 2 Equipment Quality Upgrade Scrolls, 1 Item Quality Upgrade Scroll, and 1 Diamond Grade Treasure Chest only add up to 80,000 contribution points. Over on his end, Dangak's fingers were also dancing across the system panel. All right then, let's round it up to 100,000 contribution points. The remaining 20,000 contribution points will all be used to buy status-restoring items like MP potions and HP potions. At this moment, the system showed that the contribution points had dropped to 0. Dangak looked at the system in front of him, then reached out to close the panel. Just then, a voice called from outside the room, "Don Gok, brother, are you there? I heard you were looking for me for something very important." Don Nozak opened the door and saw Yuan Shang. He then turned his head to look around to make sure no one was there. Seeing this, Yuan Zhang also hurried inside. Lin Zile, still controlling Don Gok's consciousness, turned and closed the door. Don Gok turned his head and said, "We found the Li family's hiding place. We'll wipe them out tomorrow." Yuan Zhang was extremely surprised to hear this. "What?" Dan Gok crossed his arms, facing Yuan Zhang, and repeated, "You heard me right. We found the Li family's hiding place." Yuan Zhang still couldn't believe it, saying in confusion, "But from the time you two left the safe zone until you returned just now, it's only been a dozen or so hours. It hasn't even been a day yet." Dan Gok cut him off, asking back, "Is there a problem?" Yuan Zhang held his head, still in shock. "No. It's just that you guys are unbelievably fast." He couldn't help but sigh and think, "It's not that we're too weak. It's that Ziluo and Dan Ngo are too monstrous. No one else could have found the Li family's nest in just over 10 hours. Yuan Zhang then said, "The higher-ups of the safe zone were all dealt with tonight. Even if there were some slip-ups, it won't be more than 5 people. Tomorrow's operation should be fine." He frowned and covered his mouth as he recounted. Starting from yesterday morning, Commander Sue recalled the soldiers who were previously responsible for scouting and exploring outside. As of now, nearly 20,000 soldiers have returned. Dan and Jock simply grunted in acknowledgement. Yuan Zhang continued, holding up 3 fingers. "Right now, excluding the soldiers needed to protect and build the safe zone. If we move out tomorrow, we can deploy at least 30,000 people." Dan Gok then asked, 30,000 people? What's their combat strength like?" Yuan Zhang replied, "Their combat strength should be fine. Although half of them only joined us after the apocalypse. But they've always been responsible for clearing out zombies in the capital district, so their strength is among the top tier of players." Yuan Zhang was calculating nonstop. "The only thing is, we don't know what the Li family's combat strength is like. If 30,000 people aren't enough, then we can wait one more day. I'm confident I can gather a team of 50,000. Don Gok nodded and said, "That's enough. The actual number of the Li family is over 20,000 people." He then talked about the people there, including the experts, the average, and the weak of the Li family, 10,000 of whom have almost no combat capability. Combat effectiveness is quite low, and the fighting strength of the others is close to the mainstream level. Hearing this, Yuan Zhang was even more surprised. "You even know the Li family's specific strength." Lin Zile wore a mask covering his face, and his sunglasses also hid part of his face, mysteriously giving orders to Yuan Zhang. "Strike directly tomorrow to prevent the Li family from having time to react and do something. Besides, they have several assembly points outside." He said that, but seeing Yuan Zhang's expression, Lin Zile thought, "Is he this shocked by just a little bit of information? If I were to tell him that all of the Li family's possible escape routes have been exposed, would he start to question his own existence?" Yuan Zhang chuckled, waved his hand in agreement, and said, "All right, I'll go. Contact my commander and prepare right away. Sorry for asking so many questions just now." Lin Zile stood there, clenching his fists. Yuan Zhang raised an eyebrow and smirked confidently, but he was thinking to himself, as a big shot, he probably has many tricks that outsiders can't know about. It's like in those old TV dramas where outsiders who know too much get silenced by the boss. Yuan Zhang smiled and asked, "Brother Big Idiot, is there anything else? Do you need me to find a place for you to rest?" But he thought to himself, "I better not ask any more questions." Lin Zile put his hands in his pockets coolly. "Nothing else. No need. I have to go find the garage." Yuan Zhang raised his hand to say goodbye, opening the door cheerfully. "All right, Brother Big Idiot, you've worked hard. I'll be on my way then." Lin Zile responded with a grunt. Then, his temporary consciousness ended. His body jolted against the wall, his hand pulling out a chicken leg. His eyes turned into heart shapes as he looked at the chicken leg, and he immediately took off his mask and began to eat frantically. At this moment, outside the city walls, there was a silent space, with only fog creeping through the air. Several neatly dressed and armed soldiers stood, guarding the area. One of them reported to Yuan Zhang, "Reporting, General. This time, we've gathered a total of 48,865 people." Yuan Zhang nodded. He walked over to the city wall, standing on top and looking down into the thick fog. Yuan Zhang said, "The Li family colluded with the zombies, leaked intelligence, and betrayed humanity, leading our safe zone to suffer a zombie wave, causing us to lose tens of thousands of our brothers." The 2 soldiers behind him listened silently as he continued. "This time, both gods and men are furious. This is an irreconcilable feud. Today, On behalf of the Longguo government, I declare that we will dispatch our troops to punish the Li family and make them pay the price for their foolish actions. Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand and shouted resolutely. This time, we must annihilate everyone in the Li family, from top to bottom, leaving no one behind. Remember, those people are no longer worthy of being called our kind. They should be treated the same way we treated the little Tao kingdom back then, with no sympathy whatsoever. Zhang Yuanzhang stood on the wall and declared boldly to the soldiers below, if we do not avenge this blood debt, we swear we will not return. The entire army below raised their hands and chanted in unison, if we do not avenge this blood debt, we swear we will not return. If we do not avenge this blood debt, we swear we will not return. Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand high, signaling them to move out. In the dark, foggy night, the army below moved off into the distance as ordered. At Kui Snake Mountain, Lin Zile sat cross-legged on a rocky outcrop amidst the vast mountain range as a white dove flapped its wings and flew away. He stood up, stretched refreshingly, and shouted, time to move out. Beneath Lin Zile's feet, a map suddenly appeared, the map of the Kui Snake Catacombs. Lin Zile put on his mask, picked up the map, and stroked his chin, calculating. Next, I have to find all of your exits before the officials get here. By then, it'll be like catching turtles in a jar. Not a single one will escape. On the map, there were 2 points that caught Lin Zile's attention. They were a cave entrance hidden behind some weeds and another entrance blocked by a boulder. He used a pen to circle the 2 points on the map of the Kui Snake Catacombs. While he was busy with that, Lin Zile was suddenly startled when he spotted 2 people passing by in the distance near his location. The 2 were talking as they walked. I thought the officials were just making a show of force. I didn't expect them to actually come to Kui Snake Mountain. The other person nodded. It's fine, no need to panic. Our progress is faster than theirs. We need to report this news as soon as possible so the butler can completely seal off the Kui Snake Mountain catacombs. That way, they'll have no way of catching us. Lin Zile sat in the bushes, eavesdropping on their discussion. They continue their debate. That's true. With so many people on their side, they can't afford to get tied down with us outside the catacombs. Once we have a chance, we can deal with them too. What I want to know now is how the catacombs location was exposed. It absolutely couldn't have been leaked by one of our own. One of them agreed. Exactly. Everyone who knows this location is a death-sworn retainer, willing to die for the Li family. They would never betray us. The other one put his hands in his pockets. Of course. Let's get to work first, see if this place is being ambushed. Who knows? After we eliminate the officials, the higher-ups will have a way to catch the traitor. The 2 of them zipped away and disappeared. Just then, in the bushes, an eye was silently observing Lin Zile. Zile, with a quick slash across the man's throat, blood spurted out as he instantly collapsed, and Tulak pinned him down, his hand still clutching the bloody knife. Just as he finished off that one, he saw another person with their back turned to him. Tulak quickly stabbed him as well. After killing the men, he dug a pit and buried them. Once he was done, Tulak dusted off his hands, thinking to himself that the Li family was surprisingly vigilant. The speed at which their scouts relayed information was impressive. 106 scouts had been sent out in a single night. Tulak ran towards the mountain, stood at its very peak, and gazed into the distance. He then took off his mask, looked at it, and sighed. This day has finally come. Elsewhere, Zhang Yuanzhang was using binoculars to survey the distance, with Dai Ngok behind him. The rest of his men were wolfing down their food. Then, as if sensing something, he lowered his binoculars and turned his head. When he turned around, Tulak was already standing there. He walked over and handed him a scroll. Upon receiving it, the joy on Zhang Yuanzhang's face was unmistakable. The 2 of them then moved elsewhere to talk. After hearing his report, Tulak nodded slightly. The Li family only has about 20,000 people. Right now, it seems we have a surefire victory. Then, Tulak held up 2 fingers. However, we can't let our guard down. First, we must block the gathering points that the Li family secretly controls to prevent reinforcements. After that, the 20,000 plus new players can be arranged at the foot of Mount Kui. To intercept the Li family's reinforcements, but they'll need a unit from the main army to lead them. Hearing this, he quickly replied, that's not a problem. Hearing that, Tulak raised his hand. The remaining 50,000 people are perfect for the 5 exits of the Kui Shi underground fortress. We can assign 10,000 people to guard each exit. Besides, the distance between each exit isn't too great, so the teams can quickly reinforce one another. When he heard this, he smiled. You're thinking the same thing I am. If they're already inside that Kuishi fortress, can't we just set it on fire, flood it, or fill it with knockout gas? Tulak immediately shook his head at the suggestion. No. Those methods of attack are completely useless against the terrain of Kuishi. In his mind, the system's voice rang out. Ancient civilizations possess superhuman power. Functions include fireproofing, smoke-proofing, fog-proofing, shock absorption, temperature control, air purification, and so on. Then, he spoke aloud. The Kuishi fortress has a comprehensive lockdown function. Once activated, unless you have the ability to break through the massive stone gates or have special protective abilities, it's basically impossible to attack from the outside. Here's what I'm thinking. General, you station your men at the exits first. I'll go in through the entrance on the cliff face and sabotage their lockdown system. After that, you guys can attack from the exits. After grasping the plan, he smiled and replied without hesitation. Got it. As if remembering something, Tulak looked toward Dying Noke. Wait, I'm leaving. Die in Jock in your care. He also glanced in his direction. No problem. Having made his request, Tulak looked up at the sky. If you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, they'll just grow back in the spring. We can't spare a single member of the Leaf family. He followed his gaze and said, Don't worry, not a single member of the Leaf family will be left. Then Tulak waved his hand. I need to talk to Dai Nukok for a bit. I'm leaving the rest to you. He raised his hand in a salute. All right, stay safe. After that, Tulak led Dyingok to a spot, hidden by the trees, and handed him another scroll. Then, he summoned a few cards and activated the silver to gold. Item quality upgrade scroll. Instantly, a stream of light gathered in Tulak's hand, and a scroll fell from it. Silver to gold, item quality upgrade scroll. A gold grade item that can upgrade. A silver grade item to gold grade, granting the item a more powerful effect. He then unrolled the scroll and took out another card, while Dyingok stood to the side, completely confused. The system's celebratory voice rang out. Congratulations to player Ye Yan for using the silver to gold item quality upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade Cat Zombies Command Horn to gold grade. The Cat Zombies Command Horn. After blowing the horn, you can summon a horde of golden-eyed cat zombies. The player can command the cat zombies in battle for 40 minutes. The horn's cooldown time is 36 hours. The cat zombies inherit 70% of the player's basic attributes. All experience and gold from killing zombies belong to the player. However, the cat zombies will not drop any items. Tulak excitedly held up the card. It gained the golden-eyed prefix. The summon duration increased by 10 minutes. The cooldown time was reduced by 12 hours, and the inherited attributes also increased by 10%. How powerful, my scroll. He then summoned several more cards. The sound of system congratulations rang out continuously. Congratulations to player Yi Yan for using the silver to gold equipment quality upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade. White Wing Flying Cloak to the gold grade equipment. Golden Wing Flying Cloak. Congratulations to player Yi Yan for K, using the silver to gold equipment quality upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade Mask of Evil Illusion. Gold rank equipment, the Demon's Phantom Face. The Golden Wing Cloak, also a piece of gold rank equipment, is a cape woven from golden feathers. The back of the cloak can transform, allowing the player to perform simple flight. It adds 5 to agility, 8 to spirit, and increases movement speed by 10%. It comes with the skill Power of Flight, which allows the player to fly freely in the air for 2 minutes after activation. It's best not to fly too high, or you'll fall to your death when the flight ability wears off. The Demon's Phantom Face is another piece of gold rank equipment. If you look closely, you can see a demon smiling at you. It adds 8 to spirit, and its Phantom Face skill hides the player's basic information when worn. No one can see your info unless they're 10 levels higher than you. It also has the skill Demon's Gaze, which is active for 5 seconds after use. Anyone who looks at the mask will be overcome with fear. If someone in this state of fear attacks the player, their stats will be significantly reduced. Plus, their body's coordination will also be impaired. The cooldown is 2 hours. The Demon's Smile affects opponents who are already in a state of fear. It inflicts a sharp mental pain, causing the target excruciating agony. He excitedly held up the item card, his eyes gleaming. So badass, absolutely badass. But he quickly composed himself. It can directly attack an opponent's mind. Man, there are no words to describe how OP this is. Then, Ziluo put on the mask. The system announced, Demon's Phantom Face equipped. Then he took out a box and held it towards Dangok. Big bro, you've got the magic touch. You have to bless me this time. Dangok looked confused and pointed at himself, then walked around to stand behind him. As Dangok stood behind him, Ziluo opened the box. This is a 50,000 coin treasure chest. If I don't get a super useful treasure from this, I'll be speechless. When the box opened, even Dan Gok was shocked to see a few coins inside, with spiritual energy enveloping the entire container. Luo reached in and took out a coin. The system immediately displayed a notification. Coin of Fate, a diamond rank item. When you toss this coin, fate is sealed. Method of use, toss the coin. When you catch the coin, its effect will activate. It can be used once every 48 hours. Effect, Angel's Blessing. For 10 minutes, your body will receive an Angel's Blessing, or the Demon's Curse. For 10 minutes, all damage you inflict will carry a Demon's Curse. He held up the coin and examined it. A reusable status type item doesn't seem too bad. I'll check out the effect later. Then, Luo turned to the other guy and said, "It's almost time, Dan Jock. Go down the mountain now and meet up with Zhong Yuan Zhang's group." Dan Mok nodded obediently and then ran straight down the mountain. The moment Dan Gok left, Luo tossed the coin high into the air and caught it. As soon as the coin landed in his hand, a system notification popped up. The Demon's Curse. Anyone injured by you will be afflicted by the Demon's Curse. Furthermore, the injured target will be continuously corroded by the cursed energy. Their mental pain will be magnified by 200%. While cursed, the effects of all negative statuses they suffer will be increased by 30%. The duration of these statuses will be extended by 40%, and the length of the curse itself depends on the severity of the wound. Luo clenched the coin. The demon's face. I like it. Let's hope the effect doesn't disappoint me on its first use. He then used his movement skill to quickly reach the foot of the mountain. He landed with a huge impact, emerging from the cloud of dust while channeling his spiritual energy. He drew his sword, pointing it at the men ahead. Li family, your demon has arrived. He swung his blade, spiritual energy crackling around it. Seeing him, the two guards didn't say a word and immediately charged at him. But they couldn't even get close. All they saw was his afterimage. A look of utter confusion spread across the guards' faces. Before they could even react, he had already cut them down with a single slash. He glanced back at their bodies and remarked, "Looks like this demon's curse effect isn't half bad." With that thought, he summoned flames that engulfed his sword. He aimed his sword at the crowd of people rushing toward him. With every slash, more bodies fell to the ground. The remaining men seemed to recognize him and began to shout in panic, "It's Yazi! He's Yazi!" That's right, look at his outfit. It's definitely Yazi. Yazi came in through the hidden entrance. "Quick, go inform the masters." Hearing them try to send a warning, he delivered a death notice of his own. "You won't get the chance." He then drew his sword and cut them all down. But as soon as one wave fell, another took its place. Still, none of them were a match for him. In just a short while, the ground was littered with mangled, bloody corpses. Having dealt with the mob, he calmly walked toward the entrance to the next floor. Inside, people were shouting in a panic. "Main force, 3rd rank warriors, fall back. 5th rank warriors, move up and conserve your strength. Hurry, report that Yazi has reached the 2nd floor. Urgent news, Yazi just blew up the armory." On the 4th floor of the Kuishi camp, Butler Chu was pacing back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the room, making him even more worried. The old man knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is your experiment finished?" "Ah, the family head wanted me to come and ask about the young master's condition." A confident voice echoed from inside the room. "His condition? It's excellent. But wasn't he just screaming a moment ago? Have you brought what I need?" The old man stammered. The zombie serum. I sent someone to buy it yesterday. It might be because the road is too long, so they haven't returned yet. Please forgive me." The person inside heard this and shouted angrily, "It's not done yet. So how dare you come to my place?" The old man trembled subserviently. "It was the family head who told me to come check on the young master." He then wiped the sweat from his forehead. The young master is very well. I understand now." Seeing his state, the person inside gave him a way out. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. This zombie specimen is truly marvelous. I'm about to run out of test subjects here. Send your men to capture some more for me." Butler Chu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yes, I'll send people to capture them right away." The other person urged him on. "All right, now go. Don't bother me anymore." The butler walked down the hallway, thinking to himself, being the middleman stuck between two people you can't afford to offend. It's so difficult. I hope that zombie virus serum thing really works. Butler Chu, it's great to see you here. It's truly a relief. Ya Xe has broken in through the 1st floor entrance. He's too strong, we can't stop him at all. Hearing this, the old man asked in disbelief. "What?" Butler Chu asked blankly. "Ya Xe. Who's that?" A subordinate from the Li family helplessly explained. "He's the one who killed Jingshan and Lier. The one who forced the Li family to flee the safe zone. The one who issued the announcement that made the family head faint from anger. He's the man who could wipe out our entire Li family. It took him a moment to process the information. Then he suddenly remembered. He panicked, grabbing his subordinates by their collars and shaking them violently. Yaxi. He came alone. They winced as they replied, "For now. It's just him. But we couldn't resist." Butler Chiu clasped his hands, pacing back and forth as he worriedly analyzed the situation. "I remember the intel on Yashi said he had another subordinate. That subordinate hasn't appeared yet, so it's very likely. He has already met up with people on the outside. Could it be that Yashi's initial attack was just a probe to check the base's layout, transmit information, and then coordinate an attack from both inside and out?" A smirk appeared on his face, revealing his contempt, trying to be a hero and take on the mafia all by himself. He didn't even bother to ask if our Li family would allow it. His thoughts began to surface. This base is our Li family's trump card. How could one person so easily gather intel? Then he ordered his subordinates, "Get to the control room on the 3rd floor immediately. Change the base to a complete lockdown state. I want to trap a turtle in a jar." They shouted in unison. "Yes, sir. When that happens, I really want to meet this hero who's taking on the mafia alone. Let's see what kind of skills he actually has to be so arrogant, daring to challenge the authority of the Li family." Butler Chu stood with his arms crossed, completely confident of victory. At that moment, on the 2nd floor of the Kuishi base, the fearless Lin Zile strode right in. He used his crimson, penetrating vision to scan the base's structure, but it was neutralized. This base had the ability to block his sight. Zile quickly closed his mask's visor and looked to his left. He launched himself forward in a burst of speed, dashing deep inside. A prophetic flame immediately dissipated on its own. As he was running, a voice came from one of the rooms. "Quick, get your team over here." Zile stopped to observe the source of the voice. It turned out to be a group of Li family subordinates discussing the need to search the entire 2nd floor, and they needed manpower. The person opposite him asked doubtfully, "Search for what? It's not another one of those zombie cats, is it? Last night, because of that cat, I had my guys work an hour of overtime. I bet they're not even awake yet." The other guy replied in a troubled tone. "This time, it's a much bigger problem. That's what the big bosses said." Outside the door, as Zile was listening intently, a sudden, ominous tremor shook the building, as if warning him. Fortunately, he managed to duck into hiding just in time. 2 subordinates were gossiping as they walked. My God, who the hell broke in? To force the big bosses to lock down the entire base. The other guy glanced over and replied, "Doesn't matter who it is. Just hurry up and get your men. I have to. Go get someone else." Hearing this, Zile quickly dashed away. A complete lockdown of the base followed by a full-scale search. "Are they planning to catch me? Nice idea. But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time." In no time at all, Zile reached the base's exit, only to unexpectedly run into the Li family's henchmen. Spotting him, they quickly alerted the others that Yasi, the suspicious individual, was here. In an instant, they had fully assembled just to capture him, Yasi. But contrary to what everyone expected, Zile just flashed a confident, contemptuous smirk, thinking, "I was found this quickly. Huh." Zile used the 9 Li slash technique strikes the minions. The spinning blade creates a cutting edge that slices through them one by one. He grabs his sword and threatens, "If you want to stand in my way, find someone who can take a punch next time." Bodies lie scattered all over the grassy field. Suddenly, his eyes catch something, an arrow flying straight for his chest, but luckily, he manages to dodge it. Pretty impressive, but it's nothing special. Is that because he's the main character? A sneak attack? His voice is calm, yet filled with killing intent. Zile's hand creates a bright aura, shooting it straight at the person who shot the arrow at him. But he didn't expect these guys to fight so dirty. A whirlwind of rocks flies straight at Zile from behind. Thinking fast, he thrusts his palm out behind him, creating his own bedrock shield for defense, then agilely leaps into the air and dashes forward. Wherever he goes, blood is shed. Zile uses a boulder that was thrown into the air to jump to another side. The boulder cracks and shatters, exploding into pieces. Zile remains calm as he is, surrounded and attacked by countless people. He gathers his strength to swing his sword. Not a single one of his slashes is wasted. Then, Zile uses his ultimate skill, the power of flight, on all his opponents. He soars into the air. Golden, shimmering feathers carrying terrifying power appear one after another. Oh my God, he can actually fly? The minions scream, their faces pale with fear. No one dares to move upon seeing his form at that moment. One of them speaks up to calm the others down. He's only getting that effect because of some item from the Apocalypse game. Don't you stand there trying to deceive us. Ziluo remains silent. Hidden behind his mask is an ice-cold face with blood-colored pupils, as brilliant as a sun phoenix. Some are so terrified they start hallucinating, stumbling, and collapsing to the ground as blood begins to gush endlessly from their internal organs. They scream in agony, even starting to kill one another. It might look like a healing ability, but this technique is utterly cruel. Ziluo gently lands, witnessing the scene of corpses lying everywhere in front of him. Suddenly, a sharp, dizzying pain pulses through his head. After the battle, Lin Zile had gradually consumed all his mental energy. He pauses, takes a drink of water, and exhales heavily. Even in his unstable condition, he managed to suppress this horde of death warriors. My mental energy is almost gone. I need to quickly secure the entrance. Even if I can't find it, I need to find a place to rest first, to recover my stamina. A blue aura radiates from where he stands, with a crowd of motionless bodies behind him. Lin Zile has now reached the 3rd floor of the Kui Snake Earth camp. The system displays a notification, detecting that the host has successfully reached the 3rd floor of the Kui Snake Earth camp and initiated the final battle with the Li family. Special quest issued, End the Past Life. Whoa, that gave me a scare. He looks at the system panel. The mission has no time limit. Lin Zile confidently strides to the end of the corridor, where a door appears at the very end. The sign on the door reads Body Tempering Room, a place used for enhancing one's physical prowess. He's surprised. This is just what I needed. I'll go inside for a look first. I might just find an unexpected reward. Lin Zile pushes the door open. In front of him is a passage that looks like an entry into the system. The scene shifts to another room on the 3rd floor of the Kui Snake Earth camp, the control room. A terrified young man is being held by the collar, while a loud voice bellows, "Say that again. Say that to me one more time." The man grabbing him is Butler Chiu. With a dark expression, he looks at the young man and says, "Lord Li Shi ordered me to give an urgent report. Yashi has already passed through the tunnel to the 3rd floor of the Earth camp. I ask all the lords to please be careful." Butler Chiu shouts in panic. How could he have reached the 3rd floor? That's impossible. I already closed the gate to the Earth camp. Not only that, but I also dispatched nearly all the level 4 and level 5 death warriors to find him. How could he possibly break through an encirclement of over 10,000 men? That was more than 10,000 people. You're telling me they couldn't stop a single Yaxie? The young man's face is trembling. He's terrifying. He squeezes his eyes shut, nodding repeatedly. He's truly like a demon, incarnate. A mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Unfathomably powerful. Over 10,000 men. Over 10,000. And not one of them dared to even look at him. There were so many level 4 and level 5 cultivators who died the moment they approached. Hearing this, Butler Chu's eyes go wide. What? He freezes, his hand dropping. He's stunned and terrified. The one who brought the news is a level 3 death warrior raised by the Li family. They've drunk the soul enslavement decoction, which makes it absolutely impossible for them to lie. The only explanation is that Yaxia's strength has far surpassed their imagination. Butler Q yells, having come to a sudden realization, this isn't us trapping Yaxi in a cage. This is him, surrounding all of us. Quickly, assemble all the level 2 and level 3 death warriors on the 3rd floor. We can't let Yaxi advance any further. Behind him, Li San appears. He says, I just went outside for a look. The situation is not looking good. Butler Q says gravely, things have already escalated to this point. We can't keep this hidden any longer. I'm going to report what's happened to the clan head right now. Hearing this, Li San can only let out a sigh. We'll split up and take action. Butler Chu departed immediately. Li Lixuan, sitting on his hospital bed, looked on worriedly and asked Butler Q, is there an update on Haowen's condition? The butler replied respectfully, Master, please drink your medicine first, and then I will tell you. He looked at the cup of medicine with an uneasy heart. Li Lixuan quickly took the cup of medicine and drank it all, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Butler Q. The butler looked at Li Lixuan, frowned, and said, the matter I came to report today, Master. It's not about the young master. It's about Yazi. Li Lixuan clenched his teeth. What did you say? Yazi? What about Yazi? Butler Qiu gestured with his hand to explain. Yazi has stormed the compound, causing us serious losses. It all started last night. A bronze-level cat boss appeared in the compound. Li Lixuan immediately knocked over the water glass. He pointed at Butler Chu and shouted, "Then why haven't you found a way to stop Yazi? Where are all those death warriors we've been training? Where are they?" Butler Chu clasped his hands respectfully and explained, "We truly can't hold him off any longer. We had no other choice but to disturb you, Master. We await your decision." Li Lixuan was serious and somewhat angry. "Lock down the compound and summon all the death warriors from every level." He looked at Butler Q and reminded him, "Do not engage Yazi head-on. Just monitor his every move and report back to me at all times. For everything else, observe and await my orders." Butler Chu bowed respectfully. "Yes, Master." With that, he turned and left. Li Lixuan shivered just thinking his name, Yazi. Meanwhile, in the Kui Serpent compound, 3rd floor, training room, Lin Zile looked around and thought to himself, "This is the training room? What do you train with? Or has everything been moved out already?" He touched his mask, thinking for a moment. Lin Zile squatted down, reaching out his hand to touch the cool stream of water. "What is this for?" he wondered. "It's shaped like a bath. Is it for people to bathe in?" He walked around the pool and concluded that these stones were the only things left in this stone room. Looks like the quality isn't bad. He glanced around and thought, this place is clearly labeled as a training room, but there's no training equipment, just these strange white stones embedded in the walls. He shook his head, looking around. Could it be that the Li family has developed some kind of bizarre training method? Well, since I have nothing better to do, I might as well investigate. Lin Zile activated his clairvoyance, observing his surroundings. He rubbed his head, then quickly reached for the stone block in front of him. After feeling it for a moment, he discovered a mechanism. He used all his strength to lift the stone, but it exerted a strong suction force and wouldn't budge. He frowned in frustration. "Tough little thing, aren't you?" Lin Zile cast the 9 Li shovel spell, and a shovel appeared before him. He continuously dug at the stone with it. Lin Zile was getting exhausted, but he tried to focus on creating a new skill. I refuse to believe it. Lin Zile raised his fire sword, powerfully amplifying its strength before striking down with a mighty blow. Lin Zile then brandished his sword in a series of swift, nimble slashes, and the blade suddenly began to glow with a fiery aura. Suddenly, a golden orb appeared in front of him. Lin Zile held the orb in his hand, startled. There was some kind of special fluctuation inside the orb. He brought it closer to examine it. This stone also had a restorative function. Lin Zile shifted his attention, looking up at another orb floating in the air. That orb was the same color as the stone, a gray sphere of enormous size. Inside that orb, there were shifting fluctuations. The contents within were like a gray current, slightly darker than the orb itself, and they were gradually dissipating. Suddenly, behind him, something activated that looked like a bathtub, steaming profusely. Lin Zile turned to look, speechless. After all that work, it really is just a bathroom. He had already added a few mysterious-looking black beads into that bathtub. With just a few small drops, the water in the tub had turned pitch black. Lin Zile recalled the function of that black liquid he had added. Spiritual essence liquid is an extracted substance container. Because the extraction technique consumes a massive amount of resources, the extracted essence is perfectly suited for each soul slave. It's an enhancement elixir prepared by the clan for its soul slaves. On average, each container can extract 1 drop of spiritual essence liquid every 10 years. Its effects are 1. To supplement spiritual deficiencies, and 2. To enhance physical constitution. He also remembered images of the strongest death warriors with the best potential being selected. Every 2 years, the Li family would choose 1 death warrior with the best aptitude and use a drop of spiritual essence liquid to cleanse their body. In Lin Zile's hand, the golden orb from before had been put away. It was replaced by his original sword. Tisk, so this is the precious treasure that you Li family scrimped and saved for ages just to leave for me. In that case, I won't be polite. He ran here and jumped there, swinging his sword in every direction, slashing at the walls. After a while of relentless slashing, drops of spiritual essence liquid trickled into the bathtub, making the black water even darker. Lin Zile stood to the side, looking at his results, then pressed a button to retract all his equipment. By then it was nighttime, with stars shining all over the night sky. As he took a step forward, the bathtub. Lin Zile was comfortably soaking in the refreshing warm water. He let out a long yawn as drowsiness washed over him. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, jolting him awake. Ding! Player Yazi has received a special energy that is cleansing their body. Body attributes enhanced. All stats +1. Hearing this, Lin Zile felt a surge of pleasant surprise. Holy crap, it works like that. He sat in the bathtub, accumulating energy from the effects of the spiritual fluid. On one hand, he was listening to the system's attribute-boosting announcements. As dawn began to break, the water in the bathtub started to stir. Lin Zile stood up, got out of the water, and put on his mask. After tidying himself up, he walked out with confidence. Another system notification popped up. Player Yazi has completed the cleansing ritual. Lin Zile turned his gaze toward the system notification. By absorbing a large amount of energy from the spiritual fluid, he successfully activated the epic grade talent, Pure Body. The system presented Lin Zile with a panel displaying the functions of the epic grade talent, Pure Body. Your body has now become incredibly pure, and your lifespan has been significantly increased. The effects of all illnesses on the body are reduced by 50%. You are now immune to the effects of some harmful toxins. All damage from poison-type attributes is reduced by 30%. The body's speed of absorbing and utilizing energy has been greatly enhanced. The rate of energy coordination and usage has significantly increased. Wound recovery speed is increased by 50%. Stamina and mental power recovery speed are increased by 20%. Seeing this, Lin Zile couldn't help but exclaim, "This is seriously powerful. Absolutely top tier." Using the Li family's own skills against them, he pushed the door open and stepped out without a moment's hesitation. He was incredibly eager and full of anticipation. Suddenly, he noticed something. From a distance, Zile spotted two masked men talking to each other. The two masked men started walking towards Zile. Zile raised a hand and waved a greeting, which made them both panic. Zile waved with a smile. Seeing this, one of the guys shoved the person to his right towards Zile. That guy started screaming, while the one who was pushed stumbled and lunged towards Zile. Right there in the hallway of the body forging room, Zile simply flicked his hand. The sword in Ziluo's hand sliced the man in front of him into two pieces. Following the other guy's scream, many more masked men came running. The man who had just screamed saw that his comrades had arrived in time. Meanwhile, Zile raised his sword to face level, preparing his fighting stance. But then Zile drew his sword back, slung it over his shoulder, and smirked at the swarm of insects in front of him. Sometimes, having more people really isn't better, and it certainly doesn't mean you have the advantage. The masked man grew angry upon hearing Ziluo's words, his hands clenching into fists. "Yazi, don't get cocky. We came prepared this time." Zile sneered as three enormous hands made of frozen bone ice materialized around him, each one reaching to attack his head. But Zile had already conjured a fire spell, which immediately appeared in his hands. Zile flung the flames in his hands straight behind him, incinerating one of the attackers in a blaze of fire. Zile turned to look at the man he had just burned, who lay flat on the ground, bleeding, dead with his eyes wide open. On the other side, the masked man from before was grinding his— "Is this all the preparation you were talking about?" Zile turned back to the group in front of him, his smile sending a chill of fear down the leader's spines. The entire mob charged forward, screaming, "Kill him!" But in the blink of an eye, blood sprayed from them, making their eyes go wide in shock. Zile, one by one, with a single slash for each, dismembered those men. The leaders were sliced into tiny pieces, and then Zile launched himself forward. Behind him, the rest of the mob just stood frozen, not daring to move. Only one man pointed towards Zile and screamed, "This is bad. He's breaking into the infirmary." The people inside the infirmary quickly shut the stone door. Beneath his mask, Lin Zile's lips curved into a smirk. "So, your little infirmary is here too, huh?" They gathered in front of the door to block him. Zile raised his sword again. "Talk about walking right into it. Looks like I'll be teaching you all a lesson today." He leaped into the air, raising his sword high, ready to bring it down. A man below stood glaring up at him. In just a flash, he swept past them with ease. All of them lost their lives, falling into a pile below, but they had been dismembered into pieces. Zile opened the door with a cold laugh. A group of people were lying scattered on the beds, and one of them was struggling to sit up. "Ah, it hurts, hurts, hurts." He once again unleashed his skill, and a raging fire blazed in the palm of his hand. "What a shame. You barely managed to survive just a moment ago. Now, you're all about to experience your second death." He unleashed the flame skill, sending it straight toward the group. Zile calmly walked out, quickly closing the door behind him. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. He leaned his back against it, a cold, sharp smile on his face, before cracking the door open again to peek inside. Inside, there was nothing but a sea of raging fire. He watched as white smoke seeped through the crack in the door and drifted outside. As expected of a great family with such a long history, they even have their own built-in fire suppression system. He walked step by step, surveying the area, and it seemed Zile had discovered something. What he found was a door covered in many secret symbols. Chamber. Curious about what was inside, he touched the door. The moment he did, a stream of light immediately burst forth from the strange patterns. Looking at those patterns, he couldn't help but analyze them. While he was pondering it, behind him, a mysterious man was also observing him. He gave an order, "Go, dispatch 1,000 death warriors to surround it from the other side." After a moment's thought, he added another task. "Also, report the situation with the punk here to the ninth butler." At the same time, the ninth butler was fearfully muttering to himself, "This is impossible. How could this be? This is absolutely impossible." Before him was a scene of complete ruin, and he couldn't believe his eyes. No one should be able to break the mechanism on the door and just walk in. He tried to comfort himself. "It's fine, as long as the spiritual essence fluid is still here. I'll find someone to clean this place up." With that, he looked up, only for a shock to leave him. Speechless, as he collapsed to the ground, he screamed for his years of accumulated effort. "It's ruined. It's all ruined. 30 years. The spiritual essence fluid the Lee family has accumulated for 30 years is gone." He broke down thinking about the punishment awaiting him, a thought that seemed to age him by a decade. "I have no way to explain this to the family head. He's going to kill me." While he was in a daze, a man named Jano ran in to report, "Ninth butler, I finally found you. The punk. That punk has broken into the secret chamber." The old man paid him no mind, just sitting there, devastated and hopeless. "It's ruined. It's ruined. Everything is ruined." That Jano fellow kept calling out to him, "Ninth butler, I found you. Please, follow me to the secret chamber. Quickly." Suddenly, the old man stood up, startling him. After composing himself, the butler adjusted his clothes and said to Jano, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Lin Zile suddenly found a clue. And so, he applied it to the secret chamber, just wanting to try his luck. To his surprise, the door suddenly rumbled and opened before his very eyes. When the door closed again, a pair of feet landed right where he had just been standing. It was the mysterious man from before. He stood observing the secret chamber and gave orders to his death warriors. This secret chamber only has one exit. That punk couldn't escape now even if he grew wings. "You all, stand guard here. Don't wander off." After a moment's thought, he continued, "I'm going to find out what happened. Wait for my return before doing anything. All of you in the front, hold your skill scrolls in hand, ready to activate them at any moment." After giving the necessary reminders, he left. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Zile was admiring the Lee family's enormous fortune. Good heavens, isn't this the Lee family's largest secret chamber? With all this stuff, the Lee family must have been hoarding for ages, right? Then, he had a narcissistic thought. "Well, if the Lee family insists on gifting this to me, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it." Having gotten what he needed, he summoned his system panel and expanded the space within it. In the blink of an eye, all the gold, silver, and jewels vanished, leaving behind 4 empty walls. To be sure, he opened the system and checked everything one by one. This underground base even has a spatial teleportation restriction ability. All right then, I guess I can only try the extra-dimensional space of my golden finger. Then, he expanded the space once more. Unexpectedly, the item's unusable skill disappeared. Both surprised and feeling like he'd found a God-sent treasure, his joy was written all over his face. "My God, this skill can actually absorb the golden finger." Lin Zile appeared. Entering the system, he saw an entrance. He thought it was a restricted dead end, but it turned out to be a desperate survival scenario. He turned invisible using a stealth skill and entered the system. Through a passage, he saw the screen light up. "Teask. You can search high and low for something with no luck, and then find it when you least expect it. It's the main control console." Lin Zile had returned to his normal state, approached it, and said, "I'd really love to see the look on the Lee family head's face when he finds out their control room has fallen into my hands." He pressed it without hesitation. "Too bad you won't get that chance." Meanwhile, it was quiet outside where Zhang Yuansheng stood guard, with Dong Gok, who was eating a chicken leg. Suddenly, his consciousness was controlled by Lin Zile, causing Dong Gok to lose control of his body. He immediately jumped down in front of Zhang Yuanxion. The man asked, "Brother Dong Gok, what's wrong?" Dong Gok said, "The 5 entrances into the underground base are about to open. There might not be many people on the first level, but the second level probably has more than 10,000 people blocking the way. Those people are more familiar with the environment inside the base, so we can't be careless." Zhang Yuansheng seemed pleased. "Really?" He replied that it was certain. The man nodded and smiled lightly. "Brother Dong Gok, I believe you." After that, Zhang Yuansheng announced to the Legion, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Next, we will face those Lee family traitors head-on. Remember, we have the advantage in numbers, but we absolutely cannot be careless. We Must use the smallest possible losses to annihilate all remnants of the Li family. They shouted, understood. Constant intel reports. The 8 people in the front row proceed to the other 4 entrances. Understood. They followed Zhang Yuanshang's lead. Stay safe. They turned back. Yes, General Zhang. Suddenly, he sensed something strange under the water. Zhang Yuanshang immediately drew his sword and got into his stance, ready to fight. He lowered his sword, shocked as the water level by the lake surged up to the gate, catching them off guard. Inside, a voice called out, "What's going on?" Didn't the butler say the entire compound was on lockdown? Could it be that the brothers from outside the assembly point have returned? That's great, let's go welcome them. Just then, someone attacked from inside, while Zhang Yuanshang roared powerfully, "Charge! Kill every last one of them for me. Leave no one standing. Avenge our brothers." The army charged forward like a hurricane, easily slaughtering them and conquering more ground. Inside, it was chaotic. Butler Q, it's terrible. The soldiers from the safe zone have brought their forces here to slaughter us. They've captured all 5 of our entrances. He panicked, realizing he had to find the head of the family immediately. At that moment, Lin Zile got to work again. He had pretty much disabled all the basic fire and water countermeasures of this compound. Anything resembling a lockdown has been deactivated. He looked at the computer terminals. Now, it's your turn. Lin Zile gently manifested a blue flame and vanished. This feeling of wreaking havoc in the Li family's home, it was truly exhilarating. The stone armory is locked tight. We can't open it no matter what we do. Why is this stone room so big? If our soldiers hide in there and lock the door, it'll be a little problematic. So, open it. But the dissection room must absolutely be locked. We can't let anyone barge in. If they accidentally damage those extraction tanks, the losses will be catastrophic. Outside, a member of the infiltrating group quietly tried the door. They said, "The armory's mechanism is disabled. I can't get it open. The override method for the lock shouldn't have failed. If we can't get these weapons, what are we supposed to do?" Right now, besides the group that went to surround Yazi, everyone else is unarmed, and the safe zone soldiers have already stormed the place. Are you telling us to fight them with our bare hands? Then let's hide in the largest stone room for now. Suddenly, they were spotted. "Brothers, we've got unarmed ones over here. Get them." So they scrambled to get away. They're running. The mechanism is disabled. Quick, block the stone door. We absolutely can't let the safe zone's soldiers find us in here. But they were overrun, leaving nothing behind but pools of blood and agonizing screams. Li Yongsheng struggled to pick up a large chunk of meat and threw it straight at the zombie crying out in hunger. "If I wasn't being considerate of the Li family, blood flowing through you, I would have ripped out your vocal cords already. Still, this one is better. It truly is my most perfect masterpiece." Suddenly, he grew quiet. Li Yongsheng let out a sinister laugh. "It wasn't a waste of my efforts, killing your parents to take you. You haven't disappointed me. I used the most mystical techniques of our clan's grafting arts to implant countless organs from other zombies into you. I even infused a portion of Li Haowen's blood into your body, allowing you to inherit their innate talents." His gaze fell upon Yu Weitong. "You will become the most gifted zombie in existence. You're so much stronger than this useless piece of trash. You lack vocal cords, which are completely useless to a zombie anyway. This way, you can kill without making a single sound. A perfect killing machine, understand? It's just a shame that Bunch hasn't brought me any new zombies yet. Looks like I'll have to go out and capture a batch myself." Li Yongsheng gently touched Guitong's cheek. "Trust me, I can make you even more perfect. You are my greatest work of art, the king among zombies." Then, its eyes shifted, piquing his interest. "Good, very good. I was originally planning to restore all of your damaged nerves, but now I see this is far more fitting for the domineering aura of a dark king." Just then, a powerful killing intent emanated from nearby. Li Yongsheng sensed the compound's protective barriers were vanishing. There's a problem with the compound. That Li Lixuan. He doesn't have the guts to defy the ancestral teachings and mess with those things. That means someone has broken in. Our Li family truly gets weaker with every generation. Anyone who can break into the Li family's compound must be quite formidable. Their innate talent must be extremely high. If I turn them into a zombie and harvest their organs, they'll surely make for some top-tier materials," he said. "My king, you wait here. Wait for me to bring back some new organs." With that, Li Yongsheng pushed the door open. While the others were keeping watch for soldiers outside, a man reported, "Third Master Li, the second level of the compound is about to fall. Only a few of our brothers are left buying us time." "What? They said they can't open the armory on the 3rd floor? We can't get any weapons at all. All the exits have been blocked. Over 300 men sent out to scout, none have returned. What's the word from Butler Chiu? They said someone saw Butler Chiu heading to the dissection room earlier, right before everything went wrong. We wanted to go in and find Butler Q to ask him for a solution, but the door to the dissection room won't open. We don't know if Butler Q is in the dissection room or if he's already dead. Take me there. I want to see what's happening. First, leave a few men behind to make some noise. Make Yazzie think we're still holding him back. You go organize the other senior members. Have them lead their men to block the passages leading down. Buy us some time. He also ordered, all members, the rest of the death squad, follow me to the 4th floor. Your mission is to get the Patriarch out, fight your way out, and risk everything for this last chance to survive. Even if it means we all die, you must carve a bloody path and protect the Patriarch as he escapes. As long as the Patriarch lives, our Li family will not fall. Understand? They followed Li Haoshuan's orders. You, take the scroll. The moment he gets out, release it immediately. What does that scroll do? Don't worry, just activate the scroll the second he appears. Then, they slowly crept out, only to immediately see the last person they wanted to see. Long time no see. Zile said with feigned regret to the group, who were still in shock. It's just a shame that we have to say our final goodbyes right after meeting. Zile immediately swung his sword, then took out a dart and continuously threw it forward, hitting his marks. The men from the Li family were killed one after another. One by one, they suffered fatal wounds and died. Zile stood near the corpses and sighed. Ha! If I didn't have my clairvoyance skill to see your moves ahead of time, I'm afraid you guys might have actually gotten the best of me today. He feigned regret as he turned to the bodies sprawled on the ground. You were so close to winning. Too bad there are no what-ifs in this world. Suddenly, Zile noticed that 2 of them had quickly slipped away, but he just stood there, letting them run. A moment later, Zile appeared in another location. He was standing on the roof of the 4th floor of the Kui sector, looking down at the miniature city built by the Li family. Entering a building, Zile almost ran into a female nurse, but he managed to hide in a corner to observe. The nurse, however, didn't notice him at all. Suddenly, the door to a room opened. Li San was in the lead, while Li Xuan was being supported by 2 others from behind. Seeing this, a doctor immediately became worried. Given the Patriarch's current health condition, something could happen if he goes out so recklessly. Li San shot back. Then what choice do we have? Are you going to go stop the army outside? The doctor was immediately speechless. At this point, Li Xuan spoke up. All right, all of you, go to my hospital room and act as decoys. I'm still in my hospital room. Then, he stepped forward and gave out the orders. Li San, you carry me. Otherwise, at my speed, I won't be able to keep up with you all. Also, take passage number 3 on the 4th floor. After you reach the 3rd floor, you just need to cross 2 corridors to get to passage number 4 on the 3rd floor. Li San bowed his head in acceptance. Yes, Patriarch. Immediately after, Li Xuan climbed onto Li San's back to be carried as planned. Then, the group formed a protective circle around Li San and Li Xuan in the middle and began to move out. Zile, standing in the corner, looked up after them. Instantly, a sword flew through the air and took the life of the lead guard. Witnessing him collapse and die just like that, everyone was utterly stunned. Zile stood blocking the doorway, raising his hand to recall the sword. He easily caught the hilt in his hand. Seeing Zile in front of them, Li San commanded, "Quick, use the scroll." One of his subordinates hastily opened the scroll in his hands. A whirlwind burst out from within it. The whirlwind immediately engulfed Ziluo's body. Standing inside the whirlwind, he used his skill. In the blink of an eye, Ziluo had escaped the vortex, leaving everyone astonished. Where is he? Li Xuan, lying on Li San's back, continued to give orders. He's already left this area. Everyone, have your defensive skill scrolls ready. The moment you spot him, activate them immediately. Don't you dare hesitate. His subordinates replied in unison. Yes, Patriarch. Li Xuan furrowed his brow with determination. Even if I don't make it out today, I'll drag him down with me. Suddenly, someone turned and discovered him. Patriarch. He's back. The men of the Li family were completely bewildered. They immediately raised their weapons, cautiously looking in all directions. Suddenly, someone spotted them, a continuous stream of fireballs hurtling towards them. They immediately created a massive explosion that sent the group flying. Numerous small fireballs appeared, hovering in the air. Seeing this, one of the men instantly opened a scroll. A large boulder appeared and knocked a fireball away. It then crashed into a wall, creating a huge explosion. A wall immediately burst open, revealing another wall behind it. Another man swung his sword, trying to slash the fireballs. Looking at the arrow encased in the incoming fireball, a man shouted, "Damn it, it's a projection. We've walked into a trap." From the arrow at the center of the fireball, a barrage of other fireballs shot out towards the Li family's men, forcing them to use their scrolls continuously. Another massive explosion occurred. A different wall was destroyed, revealing a bow floating in the space behind it. Opening it up just sprung another trap. Spread out quickly. The men immediately became alert as they heard Zilu's voice echoing around them. "Are you guys looking for me?" Just before the explosion, something was seen spinning and moving through the air. "Ha! I gave you all so many hints, yet you still couldn't find me." Wherever it went, men were cut down one by one. Then it turned and flew back. Ziluo caught the hilt of his Zilak, but all the attacks were aimed directly at him, which made Zilak sigh. The Death Warriors Yu Li family trained are certainly loyal. Then, from his inventory space, Zilak took out a scroll. It seems the Li family isn't the only one with scrolls. He immediately opened the scroll in his hand. Ambush. Sharp rock spikes erupted from the ground, impaling and killing the Li family's men. Whoa! Ah! Lixuan immediately opened a scroll as well. Ambush. This time, all the sharp rock spikes were destroyed by an explosion. Zilak rested his sword on his shoulder and mocked him, wasting a scroll. Just to live a few more minutes? Should I call you stupid? Or should I say you're kind? Right after that, 2 rows of sharp vines wrapped tightly around his legs. Lixuan held up the open scroll, frowning as he asked, "Zilak, do you still think I'm stupid now?" Zilak held his sword, glanced down at his feet, and asked, "Is that all?" The man from the Li family holding the scroll heard him and explained, "It's a single target control skill that mages learn after their class change. Its most special feature is that it has a 1 to 100% chance to hit the enemy. However, although the skill has a 1 to 100% hit rate, the duration of the vine's control is still determined by the player's mental strength." Hearing this, the man gave a smirk of approval. As expected of the number 1 player on the leaderboards, you know quite a bit. The vine's binding. Zilak's legs soon began to snap one after another. He swung his sword, "But your mental strength is too weak." Suddenly, Zilak heard the man say, "It's a shame you're celebrating too soon." 2 swamps immediately appeared in front of and behind him. Looking at the thing constantly bubbling in front of him, Zilak asked, "A poison swamp?" Behind a Li family member, a source of purple energy appeared as the man laughed. "You figured it out again? Too bad. It's too late." The purple power suddenly struck Zilak's shadow. He turned his head to see it, pinning his shadow down, and thought, "All right, since you're so confident, I'll play along with you. It's still early, after all." Seeing his shadow restrained, the system information popped up. Scroll. Shadow pinning spear. A silver-grade item that materializes a dark spear. Once the spear hits an enemy's shadow, it will imprison the enemy in place for a period of time. At this moment, another group from the Li family appeared with scrolls and lit them. Zilak immediately understood their plan. First, use the 1 to 100% hit control skill to buy time, then use the swamp to reduce speed. It takes a certain amount of time for the spear to travel and hit its target. Finally, they changed the formation. Zilak looked coldly at the people in front of him and remarked, "No matter how many times I see it, such coordination is still astonishing." The Li family members continuously opened a series of scrolls to attack him. Roaring Water Dragon, Flying Leaf / Shadow Thorn. A barrage of skills from the scrolls rushed towards Zilak, but facing all of that, Zilak just gave a faint smile. Ha! Seeing this, both Li San and Lixuan were utterly shocked. In the next moment, a massive explosion occurred where he stood, but someone quickly shouted, "Zilak's name is still on the leaderboard. Keep attacking. He's not dead yet." Lixuan became even more frantic, unable to believe it. "No, it can't be. He must be crippled, just barely hanging on. That's why he's not dead yet." "Yes, that's right. He's barely holding on, with just a sliver of health left." Li San also raised his hand and commanded loudly, "The family head is right. Continue the attack." But all the skills were blocked by Zilak's barrier. Seeing him completely unharmed, enclosed in a circular shield, someone stammered weakly, How? How is this possible?" Zilak stood there and asked indifferently, "Is that all you've got? Then I'll grant your dying wish." Lixuan's face grew even paler when he heard, "For 1 second after activating my peerless title, I can resist any damaging skill. During that 1 second, I activated 2 steel shield scrolls, as well as the magic immunity shield from my 4 hidden magic items. These were just enough to block the skills of all your death warriors." Zilak looked at them grimly and asked, "Are you satisfied with that answer?" Li San quickly stood in front of Lixuan, spreading his arms to protect him. "Quick, protect the family head." Power began to erupt from Zilak's body. He stood there and asked, "You didn't run earlier, and now you're protecting him." Then he braced himself and charged forward. Too late. Zilak rushed forward, attacking each member of the Li family. They were all easily cut in half and killed by him. Then Zile dashed forward again. Soon, he was right in front of Li San and Lik Xuan, startling them. Zile raised his hand and said his farewell. See you in the next life. Li San was the next to be killed. Lik Xuan fell to the ground in terror as he saw Li San's head get severed from his body. Zile turned his head and looked back. Lik Xuan pleaded in fear, "Don't, please don't." Zile grabbed Lik Xuan by the collar and pulled him up, forcing him to face him. "Now it's your turn." Then, Zile used hypnosis. Lik Xuan just stood there, trembling as he faced him. Zile then let go, causing Lik Xuan to collapse to the ground, hugging himself and shaking. He began to see endless hallucinations, trembling. "Han Yushi, don't you come near me. It wasn't me who harmed you. I wanted to have you, so I killed your parents. But I wasn't the one who did it. If you want revenge, go find the death warriors who killed your parents." In front of Zai Luo, Li Xuan crawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably as he spoke. "Tan Liang Jun, why are you still alive? This is impossible. I clearly threw you into the meat grinder with my own hands. Who told you to dirty my clothes while you were speaking on the stage? Wait, don't you dare use that knife to flay my flesh." One by one, the people Li Xuan had killed flew and appeared before him. Li Xuan began to go insane, laughing as he said, "Zhang Yan, ha ha ha, you think you're worthy of coming for me? Let me tell you, no matter what your status is, if you dare stand in the Li family's way, you have to die." Then, he pointed his finger at each person in his hallucination. "Lin Jian, back then, it was because of your report that my promotion was blocked, ruining the Li family's grand plan for domination. Let me tell you, to vent my anger, I killed your entire family." Li Xuan kept backing away, turning his head to look around. The Lin family has no heirs left. Lin Zile, what Lin Zile? Hearing this, Zile was startled. Li Xuan, still trembling uncontrollably, shouted, "Are you talking about that bastard you brought back from the outside? Of course I let him live, because he's not your son." Zile immediately strengthened the hypnotic spell. Instantly, Li Xuan fell backward onto the ground, flailing and screaming, "Ah, don't bite me. Why are you biting me? And you, why are you tying me up? It hurts. It hurts so much, I'm dying." Zile watched coldly from a distance as Li Xuan's eyes bulged, tears streaming down his face. Don't come here. You all, stay away." He kept waving his hands, struggling as he spouted arrogant words. "So what if I killed you? It's your own fault for being stupid. You were just inferior to others." Then, Li Xuan couldn't hold it in any longer and wet his pants. "You can't blame me. You can't blame me." Zile watched as his body gradually contorted, blood pouring from his eyes and mouth. He walked up behind him, grabbed Li Xuan by the neck, and lifted him into the air. Zile looked at him and said his final words, "It seems you have nothing useful left to say." Then, he easily snapped Li Xuan's neck, leaving his dead body behind. Zile turned and walked to the window. Looking up at the clear blue sky outside, he wondered, "Is this what it feels like to finally get revenge? I feel relieved, but it also feels like something is missing." Immediately after, Zile turned to leave. But just as he placed one foot on the floor, he suddenly sensed something. He immediately drew his sword, silently using his powers of perception. Zile looked ahead, having apparently discovered an anomaly hiding nearby. As if sensing another presence, Lin Zile turned to search, always holding a sword in a defensive stance. He took step after step towards a corner and unexpectedly encountered a tattered old man hiding there. Li Yongsheng looked at him and laughed loudly. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Lin Zile looked at the person before him in surprise, silently assessing him. Strong combat ability, and his physical condition seems to have no flaws whatsoever. To think the Li family's camp has such a powerful old man. Li Yongsheng stepped closer to him. "I had concealed my presence, yet you were still able to discover me in such a short time. Your will to fight must be no less than mine." Lin Zile unconsciously took a step back, feeling both alarmed and angry. A qualified warrior would never waste time talking, giving the opponent a chance to think. He looked at the old man before him, at a loss for words. This man actually had the composure to stand here spouting nonsense. Li Yongsheng continued to approach, saying, "Before I met you, I always thought the king was the most qualified, most perfect existence. Now I see you are 10 times more perfect than the king." Lin Zile analyzed the situation while asking, either he's supremely confident in his own strength or his brain isn't working right. "Who are you?" He remained wary of the strange old man, observing him a little longer, stalling for time. "I can recover my strength, and maybe I'll even discover a fatal weakness of his." Li Yongsheng's face wrinkled as he looked incredibly serious and said, "Who am I?" He clapped his hands together, as if he just had an epiphany. Li Yongsheng smiled as he told him, "Li Xuan, whom you just killed, was the head of the Li family. He was my grandnephew. Now, who do you think I should be?" After hearing the answer, Lin Zile glared furiously at him. Li Xuan was over 50 years old, so if you do the math, doesn't that make this man over 200 or 300 years old? Is he kidding me? Li Yongsheng scowled and shouted, glaring at him, "You don't believe me." Lin Zile stood motionless, confused. The old man continued to advance. "The thing I hate most is when others doubt me." Lin Zile, isn't it? For his part, he didn't seem to pay much attention, thinking the old man was sick, schizophrenic, or had multiple personalities. But on the other side, Li Yongsheng had no idea what Lin Zile was thinking. He continued, "I can smell the scent of the Jiuli tribe on you, so you must also be a successor who has inherited the Jiuli legacy, right?" He pointed at him, his face a little sly and also a little smug. "Did you really think I didn't know you were stalling for time to recover your strength?" The sword in his hand was already ablaze with fire, but the old man seemed. He didn't pay any attention, just rambling on and on. "Don't rush. Just recover slowly. What I need is the most perfect work of art." Li Yongsheng was very animated as he spoke, his actions matching his words. With your organs, Wang's aptitude will reach a whole new level. He could see that the old man was beyond saving. A lunatic. Lin Zile smirked darkly. "No wonder the Golden Finger system hasn't given me a quest yet. Turns out there's a hidden boss here." Then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Because the host is aware of the mission's hidden information and has met this individual, now activating the Super Golden Finger ability, Prophet's Insight, to reveal this individual's information to the host. Following his gaze, the system displayed information about the old man in front of him, Li Yongsheng, 216 years old, with a physical age of 56. Due to his eccentric personality and repeated, serious violations of the family rules, all members of the Li family's direct line demanded his execution. Later, thanks to his father's pleas, his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment in the heavenly prison, 4th floor of the earthly serpent catacomb, until he died of old age. While in the heavenly prison, Li Yongsheng displayed an extremely high aptitude for combat and self-training. Reading Li Yongsheng's information, his jaw dropped in shock. 216 years old. Damn. This guy's an old monster who's lived for over 2 centuries. The system also provided him with a full visual record of Li Yongsheng's activities. Scenes showed Li Yongsheng training with the Li family's ancient texts. After Li Yongsheng had been imprisoned for 30 years, his older brother, Li Yongming, inherited the position of family head. Li Yongming saw Li Yongsheng's talent but knew he couldn't be released, so he shared a portion of the sorcery clan's ancient texts for Li Yongsheng to study. Li Yongsheng quickly mastered that part of the sorcery clan's secret texts. 20 years later, he discovered the Jiuli clan's sorcery clan inheritance hidden within the heavenly prison. He trained in that inheritance, mastering the key-sensing secret art within it that extended a person's lifespan. By cultivating this secret art, Li Yongsheng not only broke through the limits of his lifespan, but his power also grew rapidly. Practicing the secret art caused major problems with his mental state. Bound by his own circumstances, he could never easily leave the heavenly prison, spending his days using medicines unique to the sorcery clan to enhance his physical condition. It even reached the point where the Li family's descendants forgot he ever existed. Lin Zile watched him intently, thinking, he's mastered both the sorcery clan's inheritance and the Jiuli clan's inheritance, and he has an extremely high aptitude for combat. He stared motionlessly at the man sitting cross-legged before him. He thought to himself, the apocalypse has just begun. How can someone possess such terrifying strength this early on? And he's someone I never even heard of in my past life. So he was just forgotten here all this time. Li Yongsheng just sat cross-legged on the ground with a cheerful smile, while beside him, Lin Zile's mind raced. Even though I obtained the inheritance directly, I still need time to train. If it weren't for my Golden Finger system and my 10 years of apocalyptic experience from my past life, I wouldn't be confident I could beat him. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. The system displayed Li Yongsheng's detailed information. Li Yongsheng, level 11. Title, Zombie Butcher. Class, Master of Secret Arts. A powerful class obtained after the digitization of abilities related to the Sorcery Clan. The Jiuli clan possessed by the player. Class abilities. 1. Sorcery. You have mastered a large number of secret arts from the Sorcery Clan and the Jiuli clan and can use them flexibly. 2. Power of the Sorcery Clan. When using related Sorcery Clan arts, you can unleash an incredibly dazzling display of power. He studied the man's stats carefully, reading and memorizing every detail. Basic attributes. Strength, 270. Spirit, 80. Constitution, 200. Agility, 200. Talent. Combat instincts, epic grade talent. Your combat instincts have reached their peak, allowing you to maintain a top-tier fighting level at all times. Extreme comprehension, epic grade talent. Your comprehension has reached an astonishing level. Your learning and comprehension abilities are beyond imagination, allowing you to quickly understand and simulate knowledge related to your studies. Bizarre longevity. Your lifespan is significantly increased, but your mental state has become extremely unstable. Your differing mental states will affect your actions. Martial prowess. Epic grade talent. The unbelievable martial ability accumulated over 200 years can be used as a weapon for attack or to protect yourself, wielded freely at will. Gets whatever he wants. Skills. Julie's secret arts. Sorcery clan's secret arts. Lin Zile rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Except for strength, the other gaps aren't that big. This should be manageable. Li Yongsheng pushed off the ground and stood up, stretching and shaking his body out. Have you thought of a way to deal with me yet? Don't disappoint me. He stretched his arms behind him and started jogging in place. It's been over 100 years since these old bones of mine have gotten any exercise, but don't celebrate too soon. Li Yongsheng smiled cheerfully at him. Let me slowly savor the joy of battle. Lin Zile said nothing, one hand touching his mask. He rushed straight toward the old man at an incredible speed. Lin Zile tossed a pill into the air with one hand, a sinister, amused smile on his face. On the other side, the old man, Li Yongsheng, leaped powerfully into the air, cocking back his fist as he charged toward him. He was no slouch either. With lightning speed, he kicked off the ground and shot upward, dodging the incredibly powerful punch from Li Yongsheng. Lin Zile slightly lifted his mask, popped the pill in his mouth, and swallowed it, landing gently on the ground without a single wasted motion. Li Yongsheng didn't miss the opportunity and charged straight at him again, his power undiminished. Lin Zile leaped backward. 9 Li heavy slash. A terrifying beam of light shot toward the old man. Li Yongsheng couldn't react in time, he barely managed to turn and raise his fist to block. The immense power enveloped them both, creating a shocking tremor. Li Yongsheng shouted, "How perfect!" Lin Zile paid him no mind, focusing entirely on the force of his attack. Lin Zile strained with all his might to send Li Yongsheng flying, so much so that his sword began to tremble and waver. The old man was blocking with his bare hands, wearing no armor and wielding no weapon. Li Yongsheng looked at Lin Zile, thinking he himself was about to be overwhelmed. This kid's energy is almost spent, yet he can still fight me at this level. This boy is truly perfect. Lin Zile no longer wore that amused, arrogant expression from before. He was clearly struggling, his face drenched in sweat. If this keeps up, I'll definitely lose. I have to think of something. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he saw Li Yongsheng emit a blinding golden light, smirking sinisterly. Boy, stop struggling. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, sending Lin Zile flying. The blast grew larger, but luckily, he reacted in time and managed to regain control of his center of gravity. Lin Zile landed hard, skidding across the ground and leaving a long trench in his wake amidst a cloud of dust. Li Yongsheng still hadn't moved an inch, just standing there watching Lin Zile. As Lin Zile staggered to his feet, Li Yongsheng boomed, "Ha ha ha, perfect, perfect. You truly are just too perfect." He was completely unharmed, his hands still brimming with power. It's a shame that an attack like that is your limit. You can only unleash it once at most. Otherwise, you might have actually had a chance of defeating me. Lin Zile stared at him with a somber expression, thinking. He saw through the limitation of the 9 Li heavy slash so easily. As expected of an old monster who's lived for over 200 years. But it's a pity. He said to Li Yongsheng, "Are you trying to say that, as long as your energy doesn't run out, you can keep throwing punches like that indefinitely, and their power won't decrease even if you're injured?" Li Yongsheng gave a sinister laugh, his face darkening as he affirmed, "Precisely." Lin Zile continued, "But you see, perhaps there's a different answer to that." Li Yongsheng looked down in confusion at the power in his own hands, which was steadily diminishing. "Huh?" he shouted in alarm. "What? How is this possible? This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. I would never become this weak." Lin Zile stood to the side, smirking triumphantly. "That is the effect of the capital's medal of false honor. It reduces the strength attribute of anyone who attacks me by 15%. If you want to blame someone, blame the people of the Li family for not telling you. Then again, it's perfectly normal that they wouldn't." He sneered, his voice turning grim. "After all, they forgot about you a long time ago." Upon hearing this, Li Yongsheng's veins bulged, and his body began to tremble. "Very well. To think you could still give me such a huge surprise. I'm angry now, I'm truly angry. But rest assured, even with this, I can still defeat you." His eyes turned bloodshot as he gathered power in his hands and charged fiercely toward Lin Zile. "This time, I won't give you a single moment to rest." He shot toward him at an incredible speed. Lin Zile was slightly surprised, raising his sword in a defensive stance, ready to fight. He held his sword aloft as power erupted from the blade, radiating outwards. So what if I just use the 9 Li heavy slash and my strength can't keep up? His eyes locked. On to Li Yongsheng's movements. You're one of the Li family. Even if my strength isn't enough, my hatred is more than enough to sustain me. I'll fight to the last man. Lin Zile swung his sword, roaring. Not a single member of the Li family will be spared. The sword slashed through Li Yongsheng. He leaped and spun around. Lin Zile's sword slashed through Li Yongsheng once more. But by then, he had already jumped away to dodge. Li Yongsheng's hand was about to touch Lin Zile. Just as he was about to strike, Lin Zile spun around, his weapon now a spear in his hands, and thrust it straight through Li Yongsheng. Blood spurted from the wound as the old man landed and jumped back, glaring at Lin Zile with hatred and cursing. Damn you. Li Yongsheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Do you think this means you won? The wound in his abdomen throbbed, blood pouring out relentlessly. Lin Zile stood there, mocking him. You can only try to stop the bleeding. You can't stop the wound from widening. Let me teach you one more thing. This is the wound-tearing effect of the 9 Li's thorn. Li Yongsheng clutched the wound that was ceaselessly gushing blood, but laughed with excitement. A weapon that can continuously change its form. How magical. Your tricks are truly endless. Lin Zile said grimly, a pity. You won't live to see a move like that a second time. Li Yongsheng nonchalantly licked the blood from his hand. Well then, I'll have to broaden my horizons. They leaped forward, exchanging blows. Lin Zile didn't yield an inch to his opponent, and Li Yongsheng showed no mercy either. The spear in Lin Zile's hand reverted to its sword form. He swung the blade at Li Yongsheng's arm, but the man blocked it with his bare hand. His other hand conjured a dangerous-looking green toxin. Let me give you a taste of the most terrifying poison in our clan's secret arts. With that, he launched the toxin toward Lin Zile, but it didn't fly straight. It curved back to attack him. Unable to react in time, Lin Zile was hit by Li Yongsheng's attack. The moment it landed, the older man leaped down. Li Yongsheng's poison corroded one of Lin Zile's sleeves and seeped into his body. The poison seeped into his mind, making him suddenly dizzy. Lin Zile collapsed to his knees, his body feeling drained of all strength. What is this? Lin Zile was now collapsed and trembling on the floor. Li Yongsheng spoke with sinister glee. You've been hit by the one-of-a-kind, god-destroying toxin from our clan's secret arts. Slowly enjoy the sensation of your mind being destroyed. Lin Zile's expression grew grim. His condition didn't look good at all. The god-destroying toxin. He looked up at Li Yongsheng, impressed. This Li Yongsheng is truly a man of exceptional talent, to be able to create the god-destroying toxin. The god-destroying toxin is a special poison that inflicts mental anguish, causes hallucinations, and slowly destroys the opponent from within. The most crucial ingredient in the god-destroying toxin is the spirit fluid. The methods for creating both of these are extremely harsh, and very few within the sorcerer clan can produce them. The crafting technique is currently considered a lost art. Lin Zile mused to himself. This is quite a coincidence. His hands clenched into fists. Lin Zile's fingers clawed at the floor, leaving scratches as he struggled with all his might to move. But soon, Lin Zile collapsed motionless on the floor again. He couldn't believe his eyes, his expression dark. Just then, a system notification appeared, shocking Lin Zile, detecting that the player has undergone an unknown energy cleansing ritual. The effectiveness of the gift of the pure body has increased. Damage reduction from all poison-type attributes increased from 30% to 35%. He struggled to get up. The dark aura around him gradually dissipated, and the poison in his body subsided slightly. Lin Zile supported his trembling body. 35% poison damage reduction, plus 20% damage reduction from the Shadow Veil armor. The primal scale reduces the effects of negative statuses by 20%. With all that, there's basically no poison left. His hand reached for his sword. I guess I have to play along with your little act. I'll use this sword to prop up my performance for the Best Actor Oscar on Blue Star. Lin Zile got deep into character, gripping the hilt of his sword and trembling. As long as I have a single breath left, I will never admit defeat to a member of the Li family. Li Yongsheng still thought he had no strength left to fight, looking down on Lin Zile as if he were an ant on the ground. Fumph, you don't know your own limits. He lunged forward, swinging his fist. Lin Zile spun his sword. Only then did the man realize it was too late. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap. He leaped into the air and swung his sword. Julie slash. The blade cut through Li Yongsheng, forcing him back as he screamed in pain. Lin Zile rested the sword on his shoulder, standing firm as if he hadn't been hurt at all. I'm very satisfied with the poison you gave me. Defeated. Li Yongsheng couldn't believe what was happening. How is this possible? This is impossible. You were clearly hit by the god-destroying toxin. It has no antidote. He clutched his head, his face pale. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I couldn't have made a mistake. His eyes turned bloodshot, his reaction becoming erratic. Kill you. I just have to kill you. Li Yongsheng gritted his teeth, trembling. Then no one will know I ever failed. Kill you. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Zile activated his eye of insight to assess the situation. Before his eyes, Li Yongsheng suddenly started leveling up uncontrollably. The situation was taking a turn for the worse. Lin Zile was flustered. This is bad. He now found himself in a difficult position. Could this be the other ability of the forbidden life-extending secret art recorded in the Li family's books? The other ability of the forbidden life-extending secret art allows one to consume their own lifespan, drawing out their latent potential in a short burst. It rapidly enhances one's combat power. In the past, the Jiuli tribe used this very forbidden secret art to train a type of soldier that could extract a large amount of their own lifespan in exchange for immense combat power. It was eventually banned because it consumed too many lives and disrupted the harmony of heaven and earth. He sighed inwardly. This must be Li Yongsheng's final trump card. Lin Zile raised his sword. Li Yongsheng's power erupted. Die, 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 die. In an instant, he appeared right in front of him. Li Yongsheng threw a punch, but Lin Zile dodged back. The old man looked up at him. Lin Zile released his sword, and it transformed into an axe. He swung the axe down, sending a large chunk of rock flying right toward that spot of Li Yongsheng. But he had already leaped over, chasing after Lin Zile, who was flying above while carrying another huge boulder. Li Yongsheng was now driven mad, completely out of control. He tore his shirt open, shouting, I have to kill you. Lin Zile glanced back. Magical energy condensed in his hand, forming a water orb. It's already reached the second level. Not too bad. He turned back to attack Li Yongsheng below. It's time to end this. Li Yongsheng blocked with his hand, gritting his teeth and glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, chunks of ice shot up from under his feet, surrounding Li Yongsheng. In an instant, he was trapped in an awkward position. Caught off guard, Li Yongsheng was hit by another one of Lin Zile's attacks. Seeing that he was helpless, he launched even more attacks at him. Suddenly, something black slammed into Li Yongsheng's face. He immediately collapsed, completely motionless. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Li Lixwen and Li Yongsheng have been killed. Mission Sever, the Ting Tribulation completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission rewards: 2 random ordinary golden hands, 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. Lin Zile asked the system. So, they're really dead? The system confirmed, that is correct. He opened his inventory to check, wondering to himself, I barely used any of my items. How did he die so easily? After checking, Lin Zile closed the window. He then turned to look at Li Yongsheng's body lying in a heap on the ground, a sarcastic thought crossing his mind. Oh, Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng. Let's see if your name, Eternal Life, really holds true. Zile stood amidst a thick cloud of dust. On the ground, Li Yongsheng's body parts were scattered everywhere, staining a large area with blood. Humph, you can't blame me for this. It was that little punk from your family, Li Lixwan, who used a skill scroll on me first. This is what you call getting what you deserve. If you think it's unfair, you can go complain to Li Lixwan. Wearing a mask and silhouetted against the light, he looked incredibly handsome. I'll even provide you with a free cremation service. I'll scatter your ashes right here in the camp you lived in for over 200 years. The sky out there looks so clear, especially for the apocalypse. Tell me, where else would you find someone as kind as me? Perhaps because he had suffered so much in his past life, Zile still felt that everything was happening too quickly. It's only been 30 days since my rebirth, and the Li family is already destroyed. The ruins of stone and dust still surrounded him. He wondered why he suddenly felt so empty inside. After a brief pause, Zile moved on to the next step of his plan. He used the system panel to activate mental control. A blood-red eye appeared above Zile's head. His vision became like a celestial eye, able to see for thousands of miles. An image of a man appeared in his vision. The first and second floors have been cleared. You guys, head to the 3rd floor. The man ordered his subordinates. Check every single corner. We can't let a single one get away. Right away, Zile gathered useful information. Get away. He glanced at the gory mess of blood and finger bones beside him. He seemed to remember him mentioning something about sacrificing his organs to someone named Wang. After that, he deactivated mental control. From the pool of blood, he picked up the important remaining body parts. As expected of the Li family's main headquarters, it seems this place is hiding quite a few things. He decided to walk around and explore. Zile stored those items in his system. They didn't even break from all that. Maybe they'll be useful someday. Then, he took a book out of his backpack. As he walked, Zilluo read the book, which explained the witchcraft inheritance in detail. The other areas were almost completely destroyed, so there was nothing worth searching for. He closed the book and got his bearings. Ahead of him was a gate reinforced with iron. The place looked like a self-contained prison, very sturdy and not easy to escape. Zilluo searched all the rooms but hadn't found anything yet. He walked up to a door marked with the number 4. This was the last undamaged area. Before opening this final room, he had already noticed a peculiar smell. Zilluo slowed his pace as he entered, and the scent grew stronger. It was no surprise that the floor was covered in bones. They were severely decomposed. He quickly put on a gas mask. The small room was filled with an overpowering stench. This is where Li Yongsheng lived for over 200 years. How can it stink this bad? Damn, this place could be a biochemical weapon. Zilluo's eyes widened when he saw a zombie inside that looked just like a human. Looking at the growling zombie before him, his expression remained unchanged as he looked up its information on the system. Sharp-clawed zombie. Level 11. Basic attributes. Strength 26, Spirit 18, Constitution 26, Agility 25, Talent, Sharp Claws. Your claws become extremely sharp. Skills. None. Note, this individual's claws have been removed. He studied the system panel for a long time but still didn't recognize this zombie as Li Haowen. Zilluo wondered, why would he keep a zombie with its claws removed? His expression remained neutral as he looked at the zombie restrained by iron chains. Then, he froze as he realized the zombie looked exactly like Li Haowen. Holy crap, another one of Li Lixuan's sons. So Li Haowen turned into a zombie. He thought about Li Lixuan's strange actions. Your father was always offering rewards to players to find an item that could turn a zombie back into a human. It was all for you. The zombie, Li Haowen, saw a living person and began to stir. Furious. Too bad everyone from your Li family is already dead. In that case, let me send you on your way. Zilluo slowly walked towards him, sword in hand. But just then, he felt a very strange sensation. Zilluo turned to look in a certain direction, where another zombie was also chained up. This feeling made him glance to the right, then to the left. Finally, Zilluo's gaze landed squarely on that other zombie. It was very different from the crazed Li Haowen. This zombie sat in one spot, looking up at him. It was then that Zilluo realized the Li family's plan, suturing and replacing organs. This must be the most perfect king that Li Yongsheng spoke of. He wanted to transform this little zombie into a killing machine. The zombie Li Haowen tried to get Zilluo's attention again, but it seemed he wasn't nearly as captivating as the docile zombie in front of him. He used the system to check its attributes. Level 15, Ghost Shadow, Zombie, Basic Attributes. Strength 50, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 50, Talent, Body Control. Legendary Grade Talent. 1. Your body is extremely flexible and can bend to perform most super high difficulty complex movements. 2. You can control every part of your body with extreme precision, even slightly altering your appearance, physique, and physical qualities. 3. You can freely regulate your body's sense of presence according to your will. It can be increased by a maximum of 130% or reduced by a maximum of 50%. 4. You can quickly adjust your state. Unify the full power of your entire body and unleash it explosively. Sutured organs. Epic grade talent. Some internal organs have been sutured into your body by a special method. Because of this, you can control your body perfectly. These organs can also be manipulated at will. Ghost Shadow. You have a special affinity for shadows. If you are in darkness or shade, your attributes will be enhanced. Skills. Ghost Shadow Assassination. Bone Spike Assault. Weaknesses. 1. The zombie's vocal cords have been damaged. The vocal cord area is relatively weak. 2. The zombie's facial nerves are damaged. Facial movements are quite limited, making it unable to perform necessary expressions. Reading the information panel, even Zilluo was amazed. A legendary grade talent, this truly opened his eyes. It broadened his horizons. The zombie before him looked docile, but in reality, it was incredibly powerful. Even the highest level experts from the dragon country he'd encountered only had epic grade talents at best. Now he understood. Li Yongsheng had spent over 200 years and never obtained a legendary grade talent, yet this creature had one. No wonder he valued it so much. Zilluo used his skill, Crimson Eyes. X-ray. Let's see what other surprises you have for me. Streams of faint golden light seep into the zombie's body. In his eyes, every part of the zombie became crystal clear. Skills hidden deep within its body were revealed, showing that even its arm bones could freely extend and retract. He then looked at the surrounding body parts. When attacked, nearby scales could move to block the damage. Zilluo rubbed his wrist. How interesting. He jumped up, intending to touch the zombie. It remained sitting perfectly still, but upon closer inspection, its fingernails were silently growing longer. It also raised its fist, a fist covered in sharp spikes. Just as Ziluo's fist was about to meet the zombies, he suddenly stopped. He shook his fist. Not bad. Its reaction time and response capabilities are top tier for its current state. Ziluo began to ask the system. There shouldn't be any problem enslaving this zombie, right? Ding. The zombie's overall strength does not exceed the host's. The system asked again. Ding. Is the host certain about using slot number 2 of absolute enslavement, level 2, to enslave this zombie? After enslavement, slot number 2 will be permanently locked onto this zombie. Once the zombie dies, the level of absolute enslavement will decrease. He looked at the zombie one more time and confirmed, I'm sure. Immediately after, a conscious link formed between Ziluo and the zombie, but he realized it was resisting. Ziluo rubbed his temples with a slight headache. I knew it. Besides that honest, simple-minded idiot, every other zombie knows how to struggle. The zombie that had been sitting still was now resisting fiercely. He was a little startled when the system issued a warning. Ding. Host, please be prepared. Use your spiritual power to suppress the zombie and accelerate the enslavement process. An orange-red light erupted from the zombie's body. The light was incredibly dazzling. Ziluo held out his hand, and a strange object appeared in his palm. It slowly transferred over to the zombie. In an instant, all of the zombie's resistance crumbled. Its eyes became vacant, but it had now calmed down. The little zombie obediently placed its hands on its knees and sat back in its original spot. Ding. Zombie successfully enslaved. Please name your enslaved zombie. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A name? Huh. If Li Yongsheng called it King, and it has a legendary grade talent for body control, and its entire body can transform into a deadly weapon at any moment. Ziluo typed a name into the system. Then I'll follow that characteristic and name it Gui Tong. The experience system quickly completed all procedures. Gui Tong's analysis panel is complete. Please click to inspect. Player Gui Tong, level 15. Experience 1,280 out of 3,000. Reputation data lost, cannot be accessed. Gold coins, storage space data lost, cannot be accessed. Basic attributes, Strength 50, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 50. No title currently equipped. Talents, Body Control, Organ Suture, Ghost Shadow. Skills, Ghost Shadow Assassination, Bone Spur Assault. No equipment currently equipped. The system added another warning. Ding. Reminder to host. Player Gui Tong's analysis panel was forcibly implanted by the system. Therefore, he cannot inherit reputation or storage space functions. Additionally, he cannot accept quests or gain experience from killing zombies. His level is determined by the zombie's growth method. Ding. Gui Tong will receive gold coins for killing zombies, just like a normal player. Furthermore, there is a 1% chance of dropping equipment items. Lin Zile slashed several times with his sword to sever the iron chains. Gui Tong seemed surprised as the chains that had bound him for so many years shattered. The iron chains clattered to the ground, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Lin Zile called out, Gui Tong. Ziluo pointed at him. Starting today, you'll be friends with Dong Gok. He tilted his head, watching Gui Tong stand up. Good thing, this guy is the cold and silent type. If he were a dummy like Dong Gok, having a pair of idiots around would be exhausting. Gui Tong nodded in agreement, but with his red eyes, he looked exactly like a corpse. Still, looking like that is a bit creepy. I'll have to get him a fake capital city guard uniform to cover that up. Looking at Gui Tong, Ziluo thought for a moment, then took out a scroll. I can't use this Phantom Class Change scroll right now. You followed me for 10 years in my past life, so in this life, I'm passing it on to you. It synergizes well with your talents, so it won't be a waste. He held the scroll in his hand, and at Lin Ziluo's command, Gui Tong opened it. A cloud of black and red smoke emerged from the scroll, enveloping Gui Tong and initiating the class change. Lin Zile watched intently and nodded. All right, you go through the class change. I'm going to check out some other things. Then he went to another corner of the room. He saw jars containing human internal organs. Lin Zile picked up a nearby needle and thread, then went to inspect a cabinet. There's something else here. Lin Zile opened the cabinet door, finding it filled with bottles of potions. He took one of the bottles, opened it, and examined its contents. Lin Zile suddenly exclaimed in shock. God-destroying liquid. That old monster actually had this stuff. He looked up at the bottles on the shelf and gasped, holy crap, holy crap. That old monster was really something else, to have so many poisons. Lin Zile held up the bottle happily. All these meticulously crafted poisons, left for me. And the zombie he poured his heart and soul into creating was also left for me. He gave a thumbs up. Li Yongsheng, I'm willing to call you the only good person in the Li family. Just then, a system notification appeared over Gui Tong. Phantom class change successful. Lin Zile turned to look at him. He carefully read the system information. Class, Phantom. Description, please remember, everything is an illusion. You are the shadow that exists within the illusion. Attribute. For every level up, gain 2 points of agility, 2 points of strength, and 3 free attribute points. Ability 1. The Phantom can, according to its will, grant the virtualization attribute to any equipment it has ever touched, including its own body. 2. Shadow Body, adept at camouflaging in and existing within shadows. Lin Zile put his hands on his hips and said, still the same old recipe, still the same familiar flavor. He placed a hand on Gui Tong's shoulder. Once we get out of here, I'll teach you how to use this phantom skill. He obediently nodded. Lin Zile then handed Gui Tong a bottle. Drink this. He obediently complied, taking the magic liquid. Strange blue specks of light appeared around Gui Tong. A long time passed, and Lin Zile was frozen in place. He stood there, observing Gui Tong closely, wondering. No changes at all. Immediately after, a beam of light appeared and enveloped Gui Tong. Gui Tong was quite surprised as a system interface appeared above his head. Lin Zile was linking his consciousness. The blue light swirled around Gui Tong. He watched as his body gradually transformed. The stitches and scars on his wrists faded, and even his skin tone changed. After the transformation was complete, the system displayed a message. Congratulations! Player Gui Tong has entered the level rankings for Dragon Country players, currently ranked 7th. Immediately after, 2 blades suddenly sprouted from Gui Tong's elbows. The system displayed the results. Detected that player Gui Tong has received a special energy boost. Physical attributes have been increased. Lin Zile watched from the side and exclaimed, holy crap, a special energy boost. Meanwhile, Gui Tong was still staring blankly at his transforming body. The system continued to display results. Detected that player Gui Tong is compatible with a certain type of power within the unknown energy. Successfully inherited a new talent, Illusion. Checking the talent that player Gui Tong has acquired. Illusionary Ghost Shadow is compatible with the shadow ability of the Phantom class. Under the regulation of the special energy, the 3 abilities will be stacked. Congratulations to player Gui Tong for obtaining the epic grade talent, Illusionary Ghost Shadow. Illusory Ghost Shadow. Your epic grade Dark Shadow talent is the source of your power. As long as you are in darkness or shade, your attributes will be significantly boosted. Your presence will be greatly reduced. At the same time, you can enter another person's shadow for a period of time, existing as a shadow yourself. Lin Zile's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, you little rascal, you really don't disappoint. Isn't this a super-tier assassination skill? He thought to himself, if I had this talent back then, when I was ambushed by that corpse shadow and those 2 war gods, I might have even been able to turn the tables and kill them. With that, Lin Zile gave Gui Tong a wicked grin. But you've never killed anyone before, have you? He pointed at the zombie sitting on the ground and said to Gui Tong, that zombie right there. Use the killing method that Li Yongsheng taught you. Try it out on that thing. It'll help you master it quickly. Go on. After his words, the boy became incredibly brave. With his eyes wide, he gripped the knife and advanced towards the zombie on the ground. The system's voice also rang out, obtained fang of deadly poison. A green aura of spiritual energy appeared on the knife. Seeing this, he reluctantly summoned the system. System, draw a common golden finger. A mechanical voice rang out. Ding! Drawing 2 common golden fingers. Breakthrough information level 2, which could originally inspect attributes of zombies not exceeding level 5, can now inspect attributes of zombies not exceeding level 15. Super Surprise Level 1. After midnight every 3 days, you can choose to receive a surprise item. The item can come from places such as reality, anime, games, or fantasy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Breakthrough Information Level 1. Super Surprise Level 1. Ding! Because the host already possesses the Golden Finger Breakthrough Information Level 1, its level has been upgraded to Level 2. Upon seeing the upgrade notification from the system, he was incredibly excited and surprised. Oh my god! Breakthrough Information combined with the Eye of Insight was already an unbeatable combination. But now, I can get a new piece of equipment every 3 days. This is the rhythm for becoming invincible in the apocalypse. He immediately latched onto the information and asked the system how to use it. Can I use the effect of Super Surprise now? How do I use it? Ding. The host can activate its effect by silently chanting Super Surprise. He immediately chanted Super Surprise, and a stream of energy gathered into a ring on his hand. Then, a claw emerged from it. Seeing this, he got excited. Holy crap, it's a claw. After confirming it was a claw, he turned back to the system. So, What's the effect of upgrading the Super Surprise Common Golden Finger? The system immediately updated him with the information. Ding! Each time Super Surprise levels up, its cooldown time is reduced. Furthermore, the probability of drawing a rare item increases. Each level up reduces the cooldown time by 1 day. The lowest possible cooldown is 1 day. Receiving this information stunned him. It can even increase the probability and quality. This means it's not impossible to get an item that could destroy the world in an instant. It'll be the same once the level is high enough. He placed the claw on his shoulder. And for the final reward, draw the gold-grade equipment for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gold-grade equipment, Diamond Wrist Guard. A wrist guard appeared in his hand. Then came the system's introduction of its functions, Diamond Wrist Guard, equipment engraved with a diamond pattern. It can grant the wearer strength and destructive power that grows stronger with battle. Attributes: Strength +5, Constitution +4, Passive Skill, Enduring. You can gain bonus strength attributes. The longer the battle, the more it increases, up to a maximum of 6 additional strength points. Destructive. The amount of destruction dealt by all of your attacks against targets will be increased. After that, he began to think. A passive that increases strength in long fights. A passive that increases attack destruction. This item is perfect for Dangok, but I don't even have a gold-grade wrist guard for myself yet. I'll give it to Dangok after I get something better. When he finished and turned to look at the boy, he saw that he had already dealt with the zombie. Ha, this is a complete transformation. Then he turned to leave. Let's go. It's time to enjoy the fresh air of the outside world. Seeing this, the boy immediately teleported behind him, following him. He turned back to look at the boy. He thought, there are quite a few official personnel in this base. How should I hide you? Ziluo handed a cloak to Guiton. Put this on. He knew perfectly well the cloak wouldn't fit, so he acted nonchalantly. Ziluo put on a mask, and the two of them left the place together. Elsewhere, Jiming and the head of the Yun family stared in astonishment at the scene before them. There was a huge hole in the ceiling, through which they could see the sky. Fires raged all around, and the ground was still littered with corpses and bloodstains. And Jiming gritted his teeth in fear. Was this Siluo's doing? The Yun family head's expression wasn't any better. His face was covered in dark lines. A moment ago, we were all on the 3rd floor, right? His voice stammered. Why, yes, that's right. The two men looked at the scene again. This hell on earth. So, he's relying on the power of the person who sliced this place apart. And Jiming and the head of the Yun family both felt a chill run down their spines, sweat pouring down their faces. The head of the Yun family looked completely resigned. Besides, think about it. Just a while ago, we were outside watching that huge building get destroyed. Even now, and Jiming's face paled as he recalled that massive explosion. The head of the Yun family turned back to ask, we almost chose the wrong side, but the other man insisted, no, you almost chose wrong. Whatever. Now that things have come to this, it's not like you have a better option. And Jiming then made a threat. Last night, when the Li family's people who were hiding in the safe zone came looking for us, we still had a choice then, didn't we? We don't just need the antidote, we need supplies. If you're still planning to betray us now, you won't be safe anywhere. Of course, the head of the Yun family could only sigh. Forget it. I'm old. I can't grasp the current situation anymore. It's time to pass my position to the 3rd in line. He has always been loyal to the nation, so let him be the one to lead our Yun family to officially align with them. All around them, ash drifted through the air, and Jiming shoved his hands in his pockets. That's right. Who would have thought that the Li family, which suppressed the other 2 great families for so many years, would be overthrown just 1 month after the apocalypse began? He looked up at the hole in the ceiling. It looks like Zile is siding with the nation now. We should probably just go with the flow. Otherwise, the Li family's fate will be ours. The head of the Yun family followed his gaze and nodded in agreement. The 3 great families of Dragon Country must completely vanish into the long pages of history, and Jiming ordered his subordinates, search meticulously. Don't miss a single suspicious person. His men shouted in unison, yes, sir. Meanwhile, as Zile and Gui Tong casually strolled out of the detention area as if they were out for a walk, they saw a guy get sent flying. In front of them, Dongok had neatly taken care of the remaining guys. Zile pulled out a chicken. Dongok, come here. The air around Dongok suddenly turned pink. He held the chicken in his hands as Zile made the introduction. Let me introduce you. This is Gui Tong. From now on, he'll be traveling with us. You can consider him your little brother. And true to his name, Datnok was a big dummy. Hearing this, he started looking all around. Zile got so angry he yanked his head down and yelled, look down here. There was a dead silence. While Gui Tong acted indifferent, Dangok leaned in close, staring at him in astonishment. Lin Zile glared at Dangok, his face contorted in anger, and snapped, can't you just sit down? Hearing that, Dan Gok immediately plopped down without hesitation. Right after, he poked his purple finger close to Gui Tong's face, but Gui Tong reacted quickly, turning away with an icy expression. Seeing this, Zile smacked Gui Tong hard on the head. His voice was both mocking and scolding. Still, acting all high and mighty in front of your own people? Arrogant, my ass. Go on, interact with Dan Gok. Hearing this, Gui Tong reluctantly extended his hand toward Dan Gok, his heart not in it at all. The two shook hands, much to Zile's satisfaction. Immediately after, Dan Gok raised his hand, hesitantly offering the chicken leg to Gui Tong, as if offering him a taste. Seeing this, Gui Tong didn't act arrogant at all and simply took it, leaving both Dan Gok and Zile completely stunned. Zile placed a hand on Gui Tong's shoulder and said, "This is roasted chicken. If you want to eat, just take it. If you don't know how, just copy Dan Gok." Suddenly, a voice called out Zile's name, startling the group. They turned to see it was General Zhang. He had two soldiers with him and greeted Zile. "So, you were here." Seeing a familiar face, Zile turned to Gui Tong and Dan Gok, who were busy eating the roasted chicken. "You two take your time getting to know each other. I've got important business to handle." With that, he walked over to General Zhang to greet him. But suddenly, General Zhang bowed deeply and respectfully to Zile. This took him completely by surprise. The general said to Zile, "Zile, thank you. Thank you so much," he explained. "Our brothers have finally been avenged." At this, Zile helped him back up. He replied gently, "There's no need for thanks. I want to know what the situation is." Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes were filled with tears. He quickly wiped them away and reported joyfully, "The situation is excellent. From the first to the fourth floor of the encampment, not a single member of the Li family was spared. All were killed on sight. However, the situation at the foot of Mount Kuishi isn't great." Yuanzhang now stood tall, reporting to Zile. "It's been reported that after we laid siege to the Li family, several assembly points secretly controlled by the Li family all rushed up the mountain. He said that in total, their numbers are no less than 20,000. We almost couldn't hold back the 20,000 people at the foot of the mountain. Once the situation here is stable, I'll dispatch another 20,000 as reinforcements." Zile nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, this is a critical moment for the Li family's survival. The people who came are undoubtedly all part of the Li family's forces. He continued, "If we seize this opportunity, we can completely uncover the full extent of the Li family's power. We'll wipe them out, root and stem." Zile then proposed, "General Zhang, what are your thoughts on this Mount Kui, Shi encampment of the Li family?" Upon hearing this, General Zhang replied. He nodded in agreement, placing a hand on Ziluo's shoulder, his face full of confidence. "That's right." He turned to look around in all directions and made his assessment. "Isn't this place perfect for the military's people to live in? It would also be quite easy to defend against zombies." He thought it was a great place, warm in winter and cool in summer, bright and spacious. He told Ziluo that there might even be a chance to renovate this place into the capital region's second safe zone, a safe zone exclusively for military personnel. Hearing this, Ziluo's face lit up. "Exactly," he exclaimed. He confidently added that the most important thing was that it wasn't even crowded when nearly 30,000 members of the Li family lived here. However, a moment later, he hesitated, a flicker of worry on his face. "It's a shame. Controlling this place requires special methods and techniques. Without them, he worried, this place is nothing more than a drafty cave, exposed on all sides." As he spoke, he glanced back. Hearing this, General Zhang looked at Ziluo and agreed, pointing out that all the Li family members were now dead, restoring this place to its original condition. Well, that would be adding difficulty on top of difficulty. Hearing General Zhang's analysis, Ziluo remained firm in his plan and told him frankly, "I know you're just doing what's best for the safe zone and the army, but we can't force this." At the same time, to win General Zhang's trust, Ziluo revealed something to him. His expression grew incredibly mysterious as he said, "Luckily, I risked my life to keep a portion of the control method for this place." Hearing this, Yuan Zhang was utterly astonished. The sheer surprise was written all over his face as he blurted out, "What?" Yuan Zhang's eyes went wide. He was startled. Then he started trembling, stammering as he stared at Ziluo. He was pointing a hand at him. "Why you?" he stammered. But Ziluo suddenly explained, "General Zhang, I haven't said a word." This made Yuan Zhang break out in a cold sweat, unable to hide his shock and terror as he continuously backed away. Not giving General Zhang a moment to recover, Ziluo immediately made his offer with a resolute expression. His gaze was unshakable. "So, General Zhang, do you want to cooperate or not?" Hearing such an abrupt demand, the general's expression became hesitant. He remained silent, not rushing to answer. The two stood facing each other, each concealing their own thoughts. Every decision they made from now on would likely affect the fate of the Li family village, so neither of them dared to act rashly. General Zhang stared intently at Lin Zile, his face slowly breaking into a sweat, partly from fear and partly from the tension. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind, not keeping Zile waiting any longer. General Zhang held up 2 fingers, stating the price Zile would get for the deal. 200,000 in cash. No more, no less. But how could Zile pass up such a golden opportunity to squeeze General Zhang? This was a chance that came once in a blue moon. He thought to himself, if I don't bleed him dry today, I'll be letting down my reputation as Zile. Without a second thought, he held out 5 fingers, signaling that he wanted 500,000 gold coins from the general. This left General Zhang utterly stunned. His face turned purple with rage, and he jumped to his feet, facing Zile with his hands raised in disbelief. In disbelief at the number Zile demanded, he screamed at him, 500,000. Is this a robbery? In stark contrast to General Zhang's purple-faced fury, Zile replied with calm, smug arrogance. Is robbery even this quick? Zile then calmly and unhurriedly explained his demand. If General Zhang and the Dragon Country ask, I can help out with other things too. Just like this time. Hearing Zile say this, General Zhang trembled with rage, his teeth clenched tightly together. But he knew better than anyone that without Zile, nothing would go smoothly. He had no choice but to give in. General Zhang stroked his chin, pretending to ponder, before finally speaking. 450,000 gold coins. That's the absolute limit of my authority. Anything higher requires approval from my superiors. Hearing this, Zile didn't agree right away. Instead, he walked closer to General Zhang. Faced with the general's counteroffer, Zile remained utterly unfazed. He stuck his hands in his pockets and bid him farewell without a second thought. General Zhang, goodbye. I'll wait for you. The general seemed completely taken aback by Zile's resolve. He immediately turned around and desperately tried to stop him. Hold on. I'll come talk to you about the details later. But as soon as he turned away, General Zhang couldn't hide the look of frustration on his face. He thought helplessly to himself, this Zile isn't just a formidable fighter. He's a ruthless negotiator, too. Seeing the general concede, Zile couldn't hide a look of smug satisfaction. He turned to look back at his 2 friends and saw the 2 brothers, who were close, greedily enjoying a chicken leg. Completely oblivious to the situation around them, he couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a short while, and you 2 are already this friendly. But right now, a more important matter was still unresolved. Zile approached and advised, Stop eating. He ordered the other 2. You 2, go to the control room on the 3rd floor and help me open the stone doors of the other rooms. The 2 of them looked displeased, especially the more childish Gui Tong. He opened the data interface, but his face couldn't hide his forced sadness. Seeing this unenthusiastic work ethic, Zile spoke up to warn his 2 men. Gui Tong was still short on data space. When Dongok realized this, all his fatigue and boredom instantly vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot up and dashed off. Gui Tong clung tightly to his shoulders, just like before. Witnessing this scene, Zile was extremely satisfied. Dongok shot forward like an arrow towards the door. Zile couldn't help but wonder what was left after Zhang Yuanzhang's group had swept through. He also wondered if there would be enough to feed the Jiuli continent to level it up. Thinking this, Zile used his supernatural ability to open the Jiuli continent. The shimmering golden lights surrounding it combined with the reflecting green hues, making it look incredibly powerful and mysterious. Without hesitating or pondering any longer, Zile put his hands behind his back and walked towards the control room. There, Dongok and Gui Tong were intently focused on the data screen, knowing that even the smallest mistake could hinder everyone's plan. After a moment, Gui Tong decisively pressed his finger on the data screen. Immediately after, the words, All stone doors are about to open, appeared on the screen, signaling that the 2 brothers' operation had succeeded. Over here, with the help of the brothers Gui Tong and Dongyok, Zile successfully entered the stone doorway, his hands stuffed in his pockets. His posture was imposing and calm. In front of him, green-haired individuals were sprawled across the floor, lying on top of each other. Each and every one of them couldn't hide their fearful trembling. Seeing this, Zile calmly commented, Tisk. A couple of fish slipped through the net. With that said, he raised his sharp and majestic sword without hesitation and swung it down on the villains. The enemy couldn't react in time and could only accept his fate. It seemed that eliminating these 2 didn't cost Zile much energy at all. He sheathed his sword and gently picked up the stone scepter. Swiftly, he made several powerful leaps. He skillfully swung the scepter at 4 spots on the stone wall. From the places he struck, 5 round stones were retrieved one by one. Zile brushed his hair back, holding the 5 stones in his arm. He showed no signs of fatigue. his face filled with pride. With the job done, he walked out of the stone gate with a dignified and proud air. Meanwhile, General Zhang had returned after speaking with Ziluo. He was with his comrades. When they saw him, they immediately raised their hands in a salute. "General, what are your orders?" But Zhang Yuanzhang, under pressure from Ziluo, no longer had his usual imposing demeanor. On the contrary, he had to ask to borrow from the soldiers under his command, his tone somewhat hesitant. Do you guys have any money?" Hearing this question, all the soldiers present were stunned. They never thought their esteemed general would be in a situation where he had to borrow money. Fearing they had misheard, one of them spoke up to ask again. "General Zhang, you mean to borrow gold coins from us?" To avoid embarrassment, he coughed and said, "Yes, listen to me, men." After saying that, he made the situation sound more serious. "Don't worry, everyone. Your contributions this time have all been recorded. When we get to the safe zone, you will all be fully compensated. Furthermore, those of you who agree to give your gold coins will receive priority opportunities in the Koishi settlement." Hearing these seemingly sincere words, the soldiers wondered among themselves. In the settlement? Is the general planning to establish an army here? Could it be that the general has never deceived us on our journey here? Perhaps one of these comments triggered a herd effect. That's right. On the contrary, the general has always protected us, no matter what. He even avenged our brothers who were killed by the Li family. I trust the general. What about you guys? Hearing the confident words from one of them, they all agreed with the sentiment and shouted in unison, "General Zhang, we believe in you." Moved by the soldiers' spirit of unity and trust, Zhang couldn't hold back his emotions. "Thank you, my brothers." And just like that, one by one, the soldiers lined up in an orderly fashion and donated to their General Zhang. After the donation process was complete, that man Zhang looked at the amount in his account. It showed about 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons worth an estimated 1,000 gold coins. Wow, that was truly a significant sum. Looking at the gold coins, he couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, my brothers, for your help today. I, Zhang Yuanzhang, will definitely not forget it." Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder, and Ziluo's devilish voice rang out. It almost made him jump out of his skin. "General Zhang, are you ready?" Pulling himself together, Zhang couldn't lose face in front of his men. He quickly changed the subject. "You all, go and see if any areas were missed. After you finish the patrol, gather at the entrance of the settlement." Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly went to their duties. "Yes, General." After giving the order, he turned back to flatter Lin Zile. 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons worth another estimated 500,000 gold coins. "I have prepared everything for you. We can make the trade anytime. Is your side of the deal ready?" Our protagonist replied firmly, "Of course." As soon as he mentioned the price, that man, Zhang, felt a pang of regret. He had originally negotiated a price of just 500,000 gold coins, but then he threw in weapons worth another 500,000. As for our protagonist, he thought slyly, "If I haven't finished drawing the instructions to control the encampment, can I still come find you?" And so, the two of them made the trade. Naturally, the process went smoothly. After the deal was done, Lin Zile wasn't just happy. He also wanted to eliminate the person he had just traded with. "I never thought the Li family's encampment could be sold for such a good price. I'll consider this my fee for sending them all to meet their ancestors." As for Zhang, he was just hoping for a safe haven for his brothers. 500,000 was 500,000, but at least his men would have a secure place in the future. Just as he'd hoped, Lin Zile dangled a juicy piece of bait. "I'm handing this encampment over to you, General Zhang. If you need me for anything else in the future, you can contact me anytime." Overjoyed, he immediately agreed. "Be careful on your way. Although we've destroyed the Li family, we haven't completely eradicated their forces." After chatting for a while, Lin Zile took his leave, and they went their separate ways. After walking for some time, he arrived at a secret chamber. Before going inside, Lin Zile ordered the big oaf and the ghost child. "You two stand guard outside." After speaking, he waved his hand. Outside, the oaf and the ghost stood in silence, not even making eye contact. Meanwhile, inside, our protagonist began to summon the necessary items, hoping he had enough. Right now, Lin Zile was sitting cross-legged on the floor. In front of him was a pile of tools and a brilliant aura of light that blazed like a great fire. He was concentrating, contemplating, and considering which items were needed and which weren't to create a powerful weapon. Finally, after much consideration, he took a risk and threw a small knife and a hammer into the halo of light. Not long after he put them in, a burst of red light erupted. Then, the object began to crack, and finally, it shattered completely. At that moment, an extremely bright light burst from the cracks. It was so bright that it became a blinding glare, forcing him to shield his eyes. Eventually, the glare faded, leaving him sitting alone and lost in a blazing red space. A moment later, the broad back of a man appeared before him, silhouetted against the setting sun. He stood tall, holding a great blade with the confident and majestic air of a war god. Without turning back, he just shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a plume of white smoke seemed to emanate from him. Then, the ground where the man stood began to shake violently. Then a shocking sound rang out, and a pillar of fiery red light shot straight into the sky, carrying with it an immense pressure. The air around him twisted, as if space itself was being distorted by the enormous power. Faced with such overwhelming strength, all he could do was defend himself. He threw his hands up in front of him. He stumbled a bit but quickly regained his footing. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. His feet pushed off the ground forcefully, ignoring the waves of energy that continued to crash down around him. He shouted, his hands reaching for the back of the man who was gradually being enveloped by the brilliant pillar of sunlight. Brother! Suddenly, everything returned to its original state within the four walls. The brilliant yellow light vanished. The frantic energies around him also fell silent, as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving behind an unanswerable question. The entire explosion just now seemed to have crystallized into this pill. It was a small pill, only the size of a plum, but its surface was smooth and emitted a sparkling light like the sun. Rays of light seemed to dance around it, creating a mystical and captivating beauty. He muttered to himself, bringing the pill closer to his eyes to observe it. To possess such an aura, and to be able to summon a vision of the 9-Li continent like that, it can only be a super great item. Such overwhelming power. Even when I reached the state of a level 90 god of war in my past life, I didn't have even 1% of this. Lin Zile stared at the small pill in his hand, its sparkling light seeming to challenge him to do something. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to try infusing a bit of energy into it. Immediately, the light from the pill spread out like an overflowing current of water. Within that light, the pill's shape began to change. The rays of light condensed, growing longer and sharper. And in a brief moment, a sharp blade appeared in his hand. The blade was just the right length, its edge thin but glowing brilliantly, as if forged from sunlight, and its name was the Scythe of 9-Li. Looking at the blade's analysis, there was the 9-Li slashing strike and the 9-Li heavy strike. Then there was the 9-Li shattering cleave. Just looking at these skills was enough to make him ecstatic. Amazing! This is ridiculously amazing. Looking at the blade with unrestrained excitement, he had to try a few swings. Sure enough, after trying it out, it didn't disappoint him. Perfect. It's truly perfect. Turning to the two guards, Big Knock and Gui Tong, he announced, the Li family's business is finished. We've gotten our revenge. Let's head back to the capital's safe zone. Then, he led the way towards the exit, ready to start a new future and embrace our new life. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was heading back to the barracks, lost in thought as he walked. He wondered how he was going to explain the return of the 1 million gold coins to Chief Xue. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Forget it. I'll deal with it when I get back. That's what he thought on the inside. But to his men, he had to maintain the appearance of a dependable general. In the back, Lin Zile watched Zhang Yuan's soldiers and pondered. The Li family is gone. But where does my new life begin? He looked around as if searching for something, and his eyes met Gui Tong's, who was watching him. I shouldn't worry this kid. If I don't know where to go next, I might as well solve the immediate problem. First things first, get Gui Tong a cloak that fits. Worried the boy wouldn't be able to keep up. He had Big Knock carry the kid on his back so they could maintain their pace. A little while later, the three of them arrived at a shopping center and successfully bought some things that fit them properly. After getting their new things and leaving the store, Gui Tong was so happy he waved at him. He looked so adorable. With their task completed, the three of them were strolling down the street when suddenly, a voice called out, Elder Yazi. Hearing the call, he turned his head. As soon as they got a clear look at his face, the two soldiers ran over and announced, General Zhang sent us to find you. Curious about the summons, he asked, Does General Zhang need me for something? Seeing their idol speak to them, the two soldiers were ecstatic and practically fought over who got to answer. The gate guards reported to General Zhang that you had brought your two brothers back safely. General Zhang sent us to give you a key. They both said in unison, It's for building number 1 in the special villa district. We'll take you there. After saying that, they both started bickering over the key. So much enthusiasm. They both spoke and moved in sync. This way, please, this way. Seeing their over-the-top excitement, he was left speechless. The scene shifts to a high-end villa district. Each mansion has a unique design, blending modern and classic architectural styles. The villas are typically 2 or 3 stories tall, featuring either elegant domed roofs or sharp, angular lines, depending on their style. Notably, each one is surrounded by a spacious garden with a lush green lawn, meticulously trimmed ornamental trees, and stone-paved pathways leading to the main entrance. After a while, the two soldiers finally led our protagonist to his new home. Elder Yazi, this is it. Having said that, and before officially completing their mission, they both bowed deeply with immense gratitude and respect. Elder, you've worked hard, thank you. It's only because of you that we were able to avenge our fallen brothers. Instead of being arrogant, he simply waved back and said humbly, I was just lending a hand. I had my own selfish reasons too, so don't worry about it. Seeing that he wasn't arrogant and even returned their gesture made them admire him even more. Elder, if you need anything, you can find General Zhang at any time. With that, the two of them quickly departed, leaving two happy figures in their wake. Watching them go, he turned to his two companions and said, You two, stand guard at the door. I'm going inside to rest. Call me if anything happens. Receiving the order, the two of them nodded in acknowledgement. As for Lin Zile, after giving his instructions, he opened the door to the villa, revealing the scene inside. It was magnificent and modernly luxurious, yet it also had an old-world feel. Without even glancing around, he headed straight for the stairs. As he walked, he removed his mask and stored it in his inventory space. Yawning as he walked, he paid no mind to the numerous rooms lining the vast hallway, treating it as just an ordinary place to rest. Well, since I'm here, I might as well pick a decent room. He chose a room at random and opened the door. Glancing around, he noted that it wasn't bad. Too exhausted to care about anything else, he walked into the bedroom. He tossed his mask down and then collapsed onto the bed for a nap. In an instant, he vaguely sensed a voice calling to him. It echoed faintly, Rest easy. Go. Shi Shui. Perhaps it was the accompanying pain that jolted him awake, forcing him to sit up. On his chest, a fist-sized orb glowed with a deep crimson light, continuously swirling as it radiated a mysterious power. It repeated the same words over and over, as if trying to send him a message. Rest easy. Go. Shi Shui. At that moment, he snapped to his senses and became alert. He yelled out, Who's there? The moment he spoke, a shifting, multi-dimensional space appeared before his eyes. Before he could even analyze it, he was sucked inside. He was thrown back into the past, to when he was Shi Shui, the #1 assassin. Back then, he was unexpectedly and brutally murdered as part of a treacherous plot. The scene before him was of his hands being tightly chained. Then, his throat was slit, and he died in an instant. Just before his past self died, a sword named the Icy Soul Saber appeared before his eyes, an epic-grade weapon. Upon seeing it, his consciousness separated from his past body, floating away to watch the scene from a distance. His former body collapsed to the ground. Standing nearby, watching without a hint of pity, were Li Jianyuan and Han Changjian. He simply let out a sigh of relief. I was almost killed by his counterattack. As expected of Shi Shui, the world's #1 assassin. Looking at that familiar face, he couldn't help but remember someone, the giant spirit war god, Li Jianyuan, one of the war gods who killed him in his previous life. Then, he saw him sheathe his sword and say something with a smile to the man beside him. That's right. Luckily, the Li family went all out this time and used 2 legendary-grade items. The person standing next to him was none other than the Frostbone war god, Xiang Mingzi. Suddenly, a deep, gruff voice echoed, You humans are certainly a united bunch. Looking up, a massive, brawny, 3-headed monster had appeared before them at some point. The monster remarked to the two of them, Next time there's a good job like killing a powerful human for a reward, remember to call me. Seeing it, he became even more certain that this vision of the Phantom Emperor, Shi Ying, was the very scene of his death in his past life. That's right. Hearing him speak, the man named Li retorted, This has nothing to do with me. Who asked Shi Shui to have a grudge against the Li family? We're just getting paid to do a job for them, he replied nonchalantly, not seeming to care. So what does that have to do with me? I'm just like you guys. I enjoy working for a reward. Suddenly, the hearty laughter of a woman echoed from behind. She roared his name, Lin Zile, then charged forward to kill him. You're finally dead, and you still want to kill me. Let's see what right you have to kill me. The instant she was about to reach him, a sudden wave of power flew out and sent her knife flying into the distance. Following the knife as it plunged into the ground, she could only sit there, gaping at it. The one who had knocked the knife away was Li Jianyuan. He looked at her with contempt. Get lost. The body of a war god cannot be defiled. You are unworthy. Not giving up, she once again picked up the knife and tried to stab him. Before she could even act, she was slashed across the neck, ending her life. Xiang Mingji held his sword and coldly repeated the words, You didn't listen to the war god. Is considered a conflict with a war god. Anyone who defies the war god must be killed. Looking at the 2 corpses before them, the 2 men discussed how to dispose of them. A mere dog of the Li family really thinks he's some big shot. He'll make a fine offering to send Brother Shi Shui on his way. Exactly. Let's take care of Brother Shi Shui's body. After all, the man was a war god. After speaking, the man named Lee slammed his bare hand on the ground, creating a hole large enough for a person. Beside him, the man named Han was dragging his past self's corpse by the arm. After a while of digging and filling, the two of them finally finished the grave. With their work done, they planted a sword in the ground to mark their victory and sat down to mourn him. Watching this unfold, he was quite surprised by what happened after he died. So this is what happened after I died. But is any of this real? Lost in thought, he turned his back on the solemn memorial. Based on what he knew of those two, it was certainly plausible. But before he could get far, his path was blocked by something that looked like a wall. What in the world is going on? He wondered as he stared at it. Could it be that something else happened after I died in my past life? In the blink of an eye, 3 long years passed. The gravestones were now buried under a layer of ash. They were desolate, swept away by the wind as if they had never existed. Human bones lay, scattered about, bleached white under the scorching sun. Cubes were stacked upon one another, forming a suffocatingly sealed space, completely cutting off any connection to the outside world. No natural light, no sound, no smells, only a cold, blue hue that enveloped everything. Lin Zile sat listlessly inside the inescapable cube. After a moment, Lin Zile vaguely realized he was in this space. He wondered aloud, his voice echoing. In the empty space, like that of a stranger. Has it really been that long? Once again, Lin Zile slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he was rendered speechless by the sight. A dazzling light appeared before him, and a city materialized, a bustling, cheerful, and open space that left him utterly stunned. The light didn't just shine on him, it illuminated every corner of the city. The space before him gradually expanded, as if loosening the tight confines that had once imprisoned him. A brilliant golden glow spread out, coating everything in a magnificent yet distant beauty. Suddenly, a voice rang out, a sound unlike anything Lin Zile had ever heard before. It wasn't a human voice, it was deep and resonant, like an echo from the far reaches of the universe. Sigh. Am I still too late? The voice gradually faded, but immediately after, an entity began to materialize from midair. It was invisible at first, but then a sparkling golden light began to coalesce, forming the shape of a person, though not exactly a body of flesh and blood. This entity seemed to have merely borrowed a human form to communicate, but it couldn't hide its otherworldly nature. Dazzling golden lines floated in the air like liquid light, creating a fantastical form that was both familiar and strange. The entity descended from the sky, its steps were silent as it stopped before a lone grave. His own. It then knelt, touching the edge of the tombstone. It wasn't human, yet its voice carried a profound sense of regret. So, you've been dead for 3 years? After speaking, it stood up and gazed at the grave as if for the last time. Then, its voice, now filled with hatred, rang out once more. Don't be afraid. Just think of it as taking a nap. It roared, unleashing a colossal surge of power. Let time reverse. The space around Lin Zile began to shift, the very lines of reality seeming to lose their form. Golden cubes gradually distorted, as if twisted by an unseen force, stretching and contracting. It felt as though the entire world was melting and reshaping right before his eyes. What did this mean? Did it want to turn back time, or change history itself? His suspicion only grew as he witnessed the scene unfold. Could it be? I was reborn this way. Who is this person? How can they be so powerful? Why are they doing this? From that terrifying power, flashing golden rays emanated, shooting off in all directions. They flew past the grave, through all of creation, then soared alongside white birds in flight. At the very center of this explosive power, the figure said nothing, merely focusing. Gradually, the power gathered into a massive sphere. It detonated, creating a blinding light. As it slowly faded, he noticed something. That formless being was weakening, growing faint. Finally, as if to seal all its effort, its exhaustion took the form of a single word, reverse. As the word was spoken, a space opened up above the grave. Time was flowing backward. That formless being had sacrificed itself to bring him back to life. Witnessing the entire spectacle before him, all he could do was grit his teeth and absorb that power. I have to get stronger. I have to be like that person, able to reverse time. Yearning to find that being again, he could only make a wish. I have to find myself again, gritting my teeth to survive the Lee family's relentless pursuit, all to become stronger. Back in the present, when he was just a teenager, the being stood right by his sleeping form, while he himself was still just a ghost. He was anxious, confused, and desperate for an answer. You used your power to reverse time and bring me back, didn't you? Who are you? Why turn back time to before the apocalypse? Why did you choose me? It seemed the being couldn't hear his questions, only whispering quietly to his past self. Finally, you have a chance to change your fate. As it spoke, it took out something that glittered with a purple light. I'm returning this to you. There was no regret, no remorse, only relief in returning the item to its owner. At last, the object has returned to its rightful owner. With that, it placed the purple object on his chest. The moment it made contact, the item flared with a brilliant light. Seeing this, the power began to spread even further, while his future self could only watch in astonishment. Watching his body slowly absorb it, the being said with anticipation, "Get stronger." Only the powerful can control their own destiny. Otherwise, in this vast, primordial universe, everything you see is nothing more than a pawn. That which has returned to its owner can help you grow even stronger. Don't waste this chance again. Doubtful of its words, he wondered, "Help me get stronger?" A golden finger system? Before he could even question it, the formless being vanished before his eyes once again. "Hey, wait, you still haven't answered my questions." He immediately chased after it, trying to grasp it, but all that appeared was a space filled with death. Dejected, he was consumed by the desire to be that strong. "I must become stronger. I must surpass my past self. I have to find out who that golden figure is. Why do they feel so familiar? I want to surpass that person, to be able to reverse time. I want to know which god is treating this apocalypse like some kind of game. Whose pawn am I?" Along with these negative emotions, a fiery anger erupted within him. "I have to figure out what this golden finger system really is. And why did that golden figure say the object has returned to its rightful owner? One day, I'll use my own two hands to overturn this ridiculous chessboard of yours. I'll use my own strength to shatter these chains and uncover the whole truth." A deep resolve grew in his heart. "I want to know who I really am." In an instant, his surroundings seemed to shift, returning to their original state. The red membrane gradually disappeared, and once it was completely gone, he opened his eyes and sat up. "I wonder how long it's been. How are Big Dummy and Gui Tong?" Checking the notifications, he was stunned. A whole month has passed just like that. Well then, he scrolled through the level rankings to find himself. "I have no idea what's happened in the world during this time. Has the ranking changed? What has the capital safe zone become?" Looking at the ranking board before him, he sighed warily. "All right, it seems like there are changes, but at the same time, it's like nothing has changed at all." Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "The large amount of negative emotions in the host's body has been processed. Host, please." After the excitement passed, he became more determined about his future path and resolved to work even harder. As the system's voice faded, he asked again, "So, my death and my..." Instead of answering, it dodged the question. "It was an illusion I arranged for the host. The purpose was to reactivate the host's conviction. Because after achieving your great revenge, you'd fallen into a state of stagnation. Coincidentally, upon witnessing the terrifying power of the mountain-shattering skill, your body produced a massive amount of negative emotions, causing you to lose your conviction and fighting spirit. A reminder that emotions can greatly affect an individual's existence. Host, do not be so easily swayed by them." Hearing this, he could only laugh it off. "Thanks. I know what I want to do now. I'll work even harder." Suddenly, a red notification popped up, detecting current location of player Yazi. Loading current status of player Yazi. Why were there so many notifications? Was it because his mental state had changed? Heart of Vengeance talent has undergone a change. Congratulations, player Yazi's Heart of Vengeance has evolved into the legendary grade talent, Heart of Dominance. Staring at the series of notifications, he checked it again. Heart of Dominance. The talent leveled up, skipping the epic grade entirely and jumping straight to legendary. When he saw its effects, he couldn't help but grin. He was now immune to all effects that influence his mental state. "You've made me so powerful, it's indescribable." Hey. Once he was done, he put on his mask. "I should probably go find Big Dummy and Ghost Child to calm down a bit." As soon as he stepped out the door, he was greeted by the sight of those two goofballs. The two of them were sitting there pouting, looking at him with aggrieved expressions. Yazi walked out with a smile. Sorry for making you wait so long. We're heading out now." Just as they were leaving his area, he ran into a familiar figure. Seeing him, he had to ask, "General Zhang, why are you sitting here?" Startled by the voice from behind, Zhang turned around. After waiting for a whole month, he had finally found his leader, and he began asking questions nonstop. Seeing how anxious he was, Yazi got anxious too. What's wrong with me?" Seeing him, Zhang rushed over and looked him up and down. "What have you been doing in the villa for the past month?" Yazi didn't look at him, instead focusing on the two goofballs in front of him. "With brother Big Dummy and this kid protecting you, you couldn't get out, and no one else could get in. Do you have any idea how much things have changed outside this past month?" Hearing this, he felt a pang of guilt and rubbed his head, thinking, what's wrong? He had been so focused on his talent upgrade that he hadn't checked the world channel. Helpless, Zhang Zongyuan could only open the world channel for him, and said to the protagonist, "Look, With that, a flood of information appeared on the screen, starting with the fall of the Li family. Then came speculation about who that person was, whether it was Yazzie or not. It seemed there was nothing under the sun they wouldn't gossip about. The barrage of messages left him speechless. The most recent message in particular just made him trail off. In the end, he just laughed it off and turned back to General Zhang. I just overexerted myself in a fight and fell into a coma. The red light was from an item. He knew Yazzie was trying to explain, but Zhang knew it wouldn't salvage the situation outside. Yeah, but I don't think you need to explain it to me. You need to explain it to them. The view zoomed out to show a scene of soldiers fleeing in panic. The soldiers were shouting, "That man is out. Help us." Sighing, Yazzie could only facepalm. It's fine. Time reveals a person's true character. This kind of rumor only makes things worse. Zhang Zongyuan had to concede. All right, but try not to get into conflicts with others when you go out. Thanks for the reminder, he said, then turned back to ask. Okay, General Zhang, you were waiting for me here. Is there something you need? He was surprised that Yazzie would ask so directly. He fidgeted a bit. He had spent over 1 million gold coins to buy the camp's control map from him. The chief chewed me out for a long time, but that was a month ago. Despite that thought, he still turned back and said to him, "It's nothing. Some residents just reported strange activity at Villa Number 1, so I came to check it out. Since I couldn't get in, I ended up waiting here for a few days." Saying that would make him seem petty. Seeing it wasn't anything important, Yazzie replied, "Oh, okay then." Having said what he needed to, Zhang bid him farewell. "It's good that you're okay. It'll be easier for me to report back to the chief now." They said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Turning to his side, Yazzie told the two goofballs, "Let's go. Let's take a walk." He said it was a walk, but there wasn't a single soul around the three of them on the entire road. As long and wide as it was, there was only the sound of their footsteps and the whistling wind. As the famous one, he was the one to break the silence. "I'm a good young man. You guys can't just badmouth me like that, can you? Hey, look at this safe zone. Because of these harmful rumors, the prosperity rating is getting lower and lower." Instead of continuing their walk, he opened up a spatial portal that led to the shop. Seeing how convenient it was, he couldn't help but praise it. This door to the dungeon that lets you skip the line is pretty great. With that, he stepped forward and went in. As expected of a different space-time dimension, in just a moment, he had stepped through to the other side. Upon entering the shop, the three of them could only stand there, stunned. Then, a system announcement from the shop rang. "Out, dungeon waiting room. Please select the dungeon you require." Then, it displayed the player's information, and he clicked on the Join Chat Group section. After completing the joining process, a special world-type dungeon appeared. It once again reminded him of the danger as well as the amount of money required, asking the player to confirm. Without hesitation, he pressed Confirm. Receiving the player's confirmation, the system opened another three-dimensional space gate. Player Yaxi confirmed entry into the dungeon, preparing to scan the basic attribute data of the three players and initiating the spatial jump. A system panel appeared in front of them, scanning the player's basic information. The system panel displayed a series of lines matching the players with a world that had suitable basic attribute data. World matching complete, processing dungeon mode. This dungeon is titled The Second Crisis of the Wasteland. Player Yaxi and his squad are required to pay the entry fee for this dungeon for a total of 100,000 gold coins. Lin Zile was shocked. 100,000? That much? The system explained, this is a purely pristine dungeon of a rather high level, which no player has ever entered before. Therefore, a large sum of gold coins is required. If the player is not satisfied, you can pay 10,000 gold coins to immediately rematch. Otherwise, the three players will be unable to match for another dungeon for 10 days. Lin Zile chuckled. Once money was involved, the reminders became much clearer. He stroked his chin and thought to himself, the second crisis of the wasteland. Just from the name, it's obvious this dungeon is a place with extremely harsh conditions and a high potential for conflict. Lin Zile thought, based on the experience from my past life, this type of dungeon will have plenty of opportunities to find a great bargain. In front of him, the system panel updated again. Original price, 100,000 gold coins. Because the player possesses the unrivaled in the world title, you receive a 10% reduction on the dungeon fee. You only need to pay 90,000 gold coins. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zile finally pressed confirm payment. The system displayed, confirmed player Yaxi's payment for the dungeon was successful. We wish you a pleasant dungeon run. A long guide panel appeared. Dungeon name, The Second Crisis of the Wasteland. Dungeon background. Planet Tanmu was once a flourishing planet with a large human population and highly advanced science and technology. However, due to the effects of a large-scale war, this planet was devastated by weapons of mass destruction. The environmental system of the entire planet was completely destroyed. A large amount of radiation and special energy spread across the entire surface. Under such harsh conditions, humanity moved their survival underground and successfully built several large underground cities across the planet. Just when humans thought it was all over, a large number of zombies appeared, created from extremely irradiated creatures on the surface and humans who were transformed by the radiation. This situation caused humanity to fall into despair once again. Faced with this desperate situation, humans are now divided into three factions. The radical faction, which advocates for war against the irradiated creatures, even if it means mutual destruction. The conservative faction, which advocates abandoning the underground cities and moving deeper underground to avoid the irradiated creatures. The neutral faction, which currently has no solution and wants to assess the situation and adapt as necessary. The guide panel updated again. Mission reminders: 1. Please be aware of the radiation on the surface and the presence of special energy. If you are exposed for a long time, you will turn into a zombie. 2. Irradiated creatures and zombies are extremely interested in humans. Please protect yourself. 3. The long-term shortage of supplies has caused all humans to develop a dark mentality. Please be wary of mission limitations for this dungeon. The player's storage space will be completely sealed. Titles will also lose their effects. Mission rewards, determined by the main questline. Mission duration, 30 days. Lin Zile was startled. Holy crap, that's a surprise. He asked curiously. Does that mean these radiation-born zombies have a 1 to 100% drop rate? The system replied, scanning the dungeon world behind the portal for characteristics consistent with the basics of zombies. The absolute drop rate can be activated. Lin Zile nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I don't need to worry about supplies. Suddenly, the system prompted him to make a choice. Player Yaxi, you now have the right to choose. Please select one of the following 5 temporary conditions as your aid in the dungeon. The guide panel appeared with images, reminding him that the conditions are only effective within the dungeon and will be revoked upon leaving. 1. Body of Vitality can reduce the effects of radiation by 50%, extending your survival time in irradiated areas. 2. Extraordinary Status. You can obtain an extraordinary status within the dungeon. 3. Loyal Servant. You can get a servant who will absolutely obey your commands. 4. Wealthiest in the region. After entering the dungeon, you can obtain a significant amount of extra supplies. 5. Charm. A special force. Your body possesses a special charm that can easily win the loyalty of others. Beauties will throw themselves at you. Lin Zile decisively made a choice. Player Yazi has successfully chosen the Body of Vitality. The system interface appeared again. The golden finger system is activating its effects. Host, please select the second condition. Lin Zile complied and chose the second option. The system panel confirmed. Player Yazi has successfully chosen Extraordinary Status. Player Yazi, please select a support condition in the instance for your teammates, Guitong and Dong Nok. He scratched his head in confusion and said, Hey, Dong Nok and Guitong are both zombies. The system immediately replied, due to their zombie bodies, Dangok and Guitong are not affected by radiation that turns others into zombies. However, prolonged exposure to radiation will still reduce their basic attributes. Lin Zile then selected the second condition for his teammate Guitong and his teammate Dangok. The three of them stood with their hands in their pockets, looking ahead. They were lined up, surrounded by a grid-like network. Instance preparation is complete. Player, please proceed into the instance at your earliest convenience. The doorway ahead began to glow with a golden light. Lin Zile stared at the door. He scratched his hair, thinking, let me think. Lin Zile opened his system inventory. He took out a card, still in disbelief. Items stored in the game system's space can't be brought out, but I can hold it in my hand, the system announced. While teleportation is in progress, material cards will be destroyed by the teleportation energy. Warning. The player is advised not to rely on luck to exploit loopholes. Frustrated, Lin Zile put the card back where he found it. He and his teammates, Dangok and Guitong, walked into the teleportation gate. He stepped out of the portal. Sparks of electricity still crackled around the three of them, keeping them floating in midair. A notification panel appeared. Congratulations, Player Yazi, for successfully entering the second Wasteland Crisis instance. The player's body has been adjusted by the system, automatically adapting to the gravity of the instance world. You have grasped the basic language of this world. You've acquired a negative status effect. Radiation is constantly affecting your body. In approximately 60 minutes, you will succumb to the radiation and turn into a zombie. You can seek refuge in an underground city to reduce the effects of the radiation. The light surrounding Lin Zile gradually faded. The three of them appeared in a room, their clothes having changed as well. Lin Zile drew a flame sword, on guard. In front of them was a wall with a multicolored map hanging on it. A file materialized on the nearby wooden table. Da Sha was about to step forward and grab the file when Lin Zile held out a hand to stop him. Don't make any sudden moves. He opened his system panel and took out a bag of supply cards. Lin Zile opened the bag and was delighted to see that there were still cards inside. Perfect. I knew the extra storage from my golden finger wouldn't be affected. He then took out another file that had his name on it. Opening the file, he picked up his information sheet. Title: Slaughterer. Identity: member of the three-person Death Squad. Team leader. There was more information inside. The Death Squad was a legendary mercenary group. With a mission completion rate of 100%, they were a renowned force in the underground world. Your teammates: Da Sha, the demolitionist, and Gui Tong, the assassin. The mercenary group formed by the three of you always operates alone, never interacting with any outsiders. To date, no survivor has ever seen the true face of any member of your three-person team. Lin Zile opened his inventory bag and rummaged through it, finding a few miscellaneous items inside. He placed the bag back into the system panel, and all three of them stared intently at the map. Written at the top of the map were the words, "How beautiful the world was before the war." Lin Zile pulled the map down, sighing. "I'm speechless. We're starting on hell mode." He folded the map neatly and placed it into a slot in his system panel. Lin Zile walked to the door, pushed it open, and said to the other two, "Gui Tong, Da Sha, let's go." Beyond the door was a desolate scene, with piles of old junk scattered everywhere. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Looks like this place has been abandoned for a long time. It seems safe for now." Lin Zile snapped his fingers and ordered, "Da Sha, Gui Tong, you two check the other rooms to see if you can find anything useful." Both of them were obedient and immediately ran off to investigate. Lin Zile took a few steps forward, intending to look around. A puff of smoke drifted out from an alleyway by the wall, and suddenly, a system notification popped up. Lin Zile turned to see Gui Tong emerging. Understanding immediately, he followed Gui Tong into a room filled with debris scattered all over the floor. Upon entering the silent room, the first thing that caught Lin Zile's eye was a skeleton, slumped over a table. Its hand was clutching a piece of paper. He pulled the paper free. On it was written, June 27th, 10 o'clock, Sigu City, North. Yunhai City South. Ticket price, 298 yuan. Lin Zile was surprised. Sigu City. He unfolded the map to find the location. Gui Tong stood beside him, peering at it as well. Lin Zile pointed to a spot on the map, checking the subway station. Sigu, the underground entrance. It's right here. He held up the map and said, "It's not far. We can get there in 10 minutes. And it's an entrance to the underground city. This kind of place is usually a safe zone with favorable terrain." He folded the map and turned to Gui Tong. "Gui Tong, go get Da Sha. We're heading out." The three of them made their way to a desolate, dusty area. Each of the three held a sword. Lin Zile led the way, shielding his face from the dusty wind. "We should be there in about 6 more minutes." After walking for a while, the path ahead grew dark. Lin Zile turned and signaled for them to prepare to fall back and take cover. Suddenly, a vortex swirled near them, and a dark-colored foot emerged. The vortex transformed into a massive monster. Radiation zombie. Radiation level, 35%. Talent, blood spike. The blood in its mouth contains a small amount of toxins. Basic attributes, strength, 148. Spirit, 69. Constitution, 130. Agility, 116. Weakness. The zombie is extremely afraid of direct light. Lin Zile raised his sword into an offensive stance, thinking to himself, its basic stats alone are higher than Da Sha and Gui Tong's, but there's still a huge gap compared to me. I can take it. He leaped forward, confronting the monster head-on. The monster swung its bloated hand toward Lin Zile. He dodged, and with a single slash, severed its arm. Lin Zile directly used a flame slash on the monster. It began to glow red-hot as he swung his sword from behind. Lin Zile followed up with another blazing fire slash. After the strike, he retreated to avoid the blowback. The flames flared, growing more intense and causing the monster to roar in agony. Lin Zile remarked, "It doesn't know its own limits." Gui Tong followed up with a palm strike, causing the monster to explode in a cloud of dust and smoke. Da Sha looked up at where Gui Tong was standing. Lin Zile gave a thumbs up in praise, causing Gui Tong to turn away shyly. "Nice work." Lin Zile glanced around, observing. No wonder this place is so foggy. Turns out the zombies here can't go out into the light. As he was raising his hand, he suddenly felt dizzy and stunned. After the fight, Lin Zile leaned heavily on his sword and dropped to one knee, startling Dangu and Gui Tong, who were standing nearby. A system window appeared. Your physical functions are declining. Please proceed to a safe zone immediately. Lin Zile seemed to understand. No wonder he felt so weak. He quickly pulled a few cards from his inventory. An information panel popped up accordingly. Agility wrist guards, a silver-grade item that can increase wrist flexibility. Agility +3. Wrist flexibility increased by 10%. He couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a high-level zombie, it dropped silver-grade equipment right away. Lin Zile tossed a card to Gui Tong, who caught it between two fingers. Let's keep moving. At the Sigu Street Underground Station, the three of them approached a base in the middle of the desert, their footprints trailing behind them in the sand. Suddenly, Lin Zile called out, Gui Tong, use your illusory ghost shadow skill. Gui Tong immediately vanished. Lin Zile rubbed his chin, affirming, that's seriously impressive. He and Dangu continued walking towards the base. The sign in front of the entrance read, Sigu Street Underground Station, Tianlian City, entrance number 38. Lin Zile looked at the sign and remarked, no wonder they call it an underground station. They've converted a subway station into an underground entrance. As Lin Zile stepped inside, he noticed the steps were covered in many different footprints. Seeing this, he guessed, looks like there are quite a few people in here. He and Dangu descended the stairs into the underground city. They walked straight until they reached a tall wall with a large hole smashed through its center. It was unusually quiet all around. Through the hole was another long flight of stairs leading down. This dungeon is hidden pretty well. A normal person would never be able to find this place. Lin Zile lifted his foot and stepped onto the stairs. A skull-shaped badge appeared on both of their chests simultaneously. Deeper inside, they found a bustling city. The sound of lively chatter and laughter filled the air. Ugh, I really don't want to go outside today. I heard the radiation levels have gotten even higher. You'd be screwed if you turned into a zombie. I think you're just making an excuse because you're so attached to that little slave you bought. I was across the hall last night. I heard everything. You were at it for a full 3 hours. A group of 3 or 4 men were gathered, talking loudly. Old Wang, you lucky bastard, you should be gloating in secret. You managed to buy the most beautiful girl among the refugees from Tianchang City for a dirt cheap price. Who wouldn't be jealous of you? All? Come on, not at all. It's all thanks to my brothers here for looking out for me. How about this? Your brother Wang isn't a petty guy. That girl, Lu Ti. Any of you interested? I'll sell her to you at a discount. One of them piped up. Lu Tai? Isn't that the slave you bought last month, Brother Wang? With E-cup breasts like hers. How could you bear to part with her, Brother Wang? Tell you what, I'll buy her. Another man quickly chimed in. Hey, I'll let you guys in on some inside information. A contact at the slave market told me. There's another batch of refugees from Tianchang City being brought here to be sold, and there's some prime goods in that group. Lin Zile and Dangu walked past the group. One of the men was still rambling on, while the others turned to look at Lin Zile. Really? Then I'm definitely reserving one. Lin Zile turned his head and shot them an icy glare. The group shivered in fear, not daring to make another sound, whispered in shock. So dangerous. What bad luck, leaving the city today and running into the death trio. Good thing we reacted quickly. If we clashed with them, we'd be dead for sure. The death trio. Was that really the death trio just now? Hey, let me tell you. Why would only 2 of them dare to go out hunting? And why aren't they wearing radiation suits? They just keep running their mouths. Maybe they're too thick and heavy, making it hard for them to move. All right, let's stop talking about them. The S-rank mercenary group, Divine Spirit, isn't someone we can afford to mess with. Dong Gok turned his head to look at them, and Lin Zile thought angrily. I heard that. When you guys are gossiping, can't you keep your voices down? He sighed to himself as he walked. Living a life like this. What kind of people are these in this underground city, anyway? Plus, their imaginations are so vivid. They even think I'm ignoring the radiation suit because the system is trying to trap me by giving me faulty equipment. Still, before entering the underground city, running into them was actually a good thing. At least I now know how intimidating this identity is. Lin Zile turned his head slightly, glancing at the still noisy crowd. But the system definitely wouldn't have me meet these people for no reason. What information did their conversation actually give me? As he thought this, he seemed to realize something with a jolt. Fugitives from Sky Thuong City. Lin Zile rested his chin on his hand, pondering. In this world, for people from an underground city to start fleeing, besides irradiated creatures and zombies, there's probably nothing else. He looked at the people walking on the street. Some stared up at the sky, while others walked with their heads down, hands clasped behind their backs. This city has already fallen apart. The situation isn't optimistic, and the fact that people can be bought and sold so openly here means the management is also in chaos. I better be careful. I should figure out the real situation here before making any plans. As the two were walking down the street, they suddenly saw the figure of a ghost child flash by. Lin Zile and Dan Gok immediately reacted and gave chase. They weaved through the crowd, running forward in pursuit of the figure. The two of them chased it into an alley, where someone was waiting up ahead. Lin Zile and Dan Gok stopped in front of a door. Next to it, a shady-looking blonde man was sitting on a sofa. He leaned on a large staff between his legs and said casually, "Please proceed with the radiation level check." Lin Zile was completely confused, not understanding what the man was talking about. A radiation level check? Without another word, the guy grabbed Lin Zile's wrist and placed it on a panel next to the door. As his hand was placed on it, the system displayed the information. Radiation level, 24%. Mild. Passage permitted. The door opened, and Lin Zile walked in with his hands in his pockets. The guard gestured inside with one hand. "Please." As the two stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind them. Inside, an old man was slumped over a table. Lin Zile and Dan Gok walked past without paying him any mind. He stuck out his cane to block them. Still holding the cane, he frowned and said sternly, "Identity card." Lin Zile didn't hesitate and handed his ID card to the man. Seeing the information on the card, the old man blurted out in surprise, "A butcher." His eyes seemed to blaze with fire, and as if his whole body was aflame, he furiously wrote something on Lin Zile's ID card. Then, he bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle and returned the card to Lin Zile with a somewhat fearful expression. "Respected Lord Butcher, welcome back." Lin Zile continued on with his hands behind his back, followed by Dan Gok. He pushed open the next door, revealing a large crowd of people talking animatedly. Seeing someone arrive, the crowd swarmed towards Lin Zile like they'd struck gold, all of them hawking their wares. "Boss, just got back? Huh? 10 bars for a meal at my place." "Boss, don't listen to him. My place is only 9 bars, boss." A blonde, blue-eyed girl from Sky Thuong City with soul-stealing moves. "Just 20 bars for 1 session. Don't miss out." Suddenly, from behind, 2 hands slowly reached for Lin Zile. He immediately sensed the attack. A glint flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, 2 knives appeared, slicing cleanly through the air. The 2 thugs clutched their severed hands and fell to their knees, screaming. One of them gritted his teeth in anger. "You dare cut off my hand. You're finished." Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Lin Zile ignored the man and turned to look at the system panel. "Congratulations, player, for unlocking a side quest. The dissolution of the 5 Goats gang." The thug was still yelling. "Did you hear me?" Lin Zile looked up at the system panel. Quest: the dissolution of the 5 Goats gang. The system updated with more information. Background: the 5 Goats gang robs people in public, traffics humans, and forces them into prostitution. They are extremely cruel, but have unfortunately run into an iron plate U. Objective 1. Kill no more than 100 members of the 5 Goats gang. 2. Completely dissolve the 5 Goats gang. Reward: 1,000 bars, 2,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 1 silver grade item. Lin Zile thought happily, this reward is pretty damn good. The troublemaker was being helped up by 2 others. He asked, "What's your name? What gang are you from?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Zile swung his sword, slashing across all 3 of their necks. "State your name." The man's head rolled to the floor. Lin Zile held his sword and said, "You're not worthy of knowing it." Then he ordered Dan Gok to kick him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "How dare you!" He pointed straight at Lin Zile and Dan Gok's faces and said, "Are you trying to pick a fight with our Wu Yang gang?" Lin Zile's eyes flashed. The guy who had been talking tough just a moment ago was now cowering in fear. The fat man next to him was just as terrified. You dare challenge our Wu Yang gang? You got a death wish?" Suddenly, a hand covered his mouth. A short, fat man trembled and said, "A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding, sir. You must have business to attend to. Please, go right ahead. Please, go ahead." Lin Zile stared at them for a moment before ignoring them and turning to leave. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief. The other guy asked, "That guy just killed someone in front of everyone. Why didn't you arrest him? It seems he gave you quite a bribe, huh?" It turned out the fat man was the manager here. With his hands in his pockets, he snapped, "The Wu Yang gang, you guys are trafficking people, and I've already turned a blind eye, haven't I?" He pointed to his chest and said, "Didn't you see the medals those 2 were wearing on their chests? That's the death trio. If you're so tough, you go after them. Don't drag us into it. Hearing this, the crowd around them started buzzing with whispers. The death trio. My God, that's terrifying. We were just watching the show. We won't get dragged into this by him, will we? Besides, that bald old boss isn't even in the city right now. If this matter is left to that bunch of reckless fools to handle, it'll be complete chaos. A bunch of idiots with no real power, and they dare to mess with the death trio. That bald old boss has been recruiting a bunch of useless thugs to expand his territory lately. This time, he's really screwed himself. Meanwhile, Lin Zile was walking and looking at a map, followed by Dan Gok and Gui Tong. Damn it. Why did this crappy apocalypse game arrange for me to be in this Tianlian city? With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the paper, he said, even though your old man knows, you put me here because something's about to happen. Couldn't you have been more specific? Lin Zile put his hands on his hips in anger. You made your old man spend a ton of money buying intel from others, and I couldn't even get it right in one go. He looked back at the map, checking for the mercenary center where the information was most reliable. As the three of them walked forward, a foot blocked their path. A group of several dozen thugs appeared, and one of them stepped forward to ask, were you the one who killed our brother from the Wu Yang gang earlier? Lin Zile didn't hesitate to admit it. I was. The system panel displayed information about the man in front of him who was swaying back and forth. Ho Yu Cheng C rank enhancer. Basic attributes, strength 70, spirit 55, constitution 65, agility 80. Excessive desires, kidney functions are a bit unstable. The system also explained that an enhancer is a power system formed by human combat strength in this world. Because of the special energy that exists on this planet, all kinds of weapons are completely ineffective. Therefore, humans use enhancement drugs to strengthen themselves, gain power, and improve their abilities. Basic attributes from 0 to 20 are considered a normal person. From 20 to 50 is a D rank enhancer, and 50 to 100 is a C rank enhancer like the ones in front of Lin Zile. After that, every 50 points is another rank. Judging by a player's attributes, in this world, an A rank enhancer is extremely rare. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward. He raised his hand to introduce himself. My friend, allow me to introduce myself. I am the vice leader of the Wu Yang gang, Zile. Lin Zile couldn't be bothered to care and just cursed. If you have something to say, spit it out. If you have to fart, just let it rip. Your old man is in a hurry to get going. Daisy's eyes narrowed, showing his annoyance, but he kept a bright smile on his face. First, I'd like to apologize on behalf of our gang members who intentionally tried to rob you. It was truly due to their ignorance that they didn't recognize your identity. As part of an S-rank mercenary group, he put a hand on his hip and continued. However, surely you don't think that being a member of an S-rank mercenary group gives you the right to kill a member of our Wu Yang gang in public, do you? Lin Zile's face darkened. He thought his Slayer identity had been exposed, but this Wu Yang gang was nothing special after all. Their vice leader was clearly inexperienced. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said, I did kill him just because I felt like it. What can you do to me? Zile squinted one eye, a slight smile on his lips. You truly have a fiery temper. In that case, I'm afraid I must be rude. He gave a cunning smile and ordered his men, don't kill him. Find a chance to tie him up and bring him back. His men immediately obeyed, surrounding the three of them. Daisy glanced at a tall man standing next to him and said, Luo Yuan, I'm guessing. He's a B-rank enhancer, just like you. Keep an eye on him and be ready to strike at any moment. The man nodded. Understood, Vice Leader. Lin Zile leaped forward, quickly drawing his sword. Without another word, Lin Zile charged in and began slashing at the mob. Sword in hand, he turned to face Dizzy. The man staggered back a few steps in shock. This guy was powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant. He tried to compose himself, cupped his hands, and lowered his voice. Sir, we are willing to compensate you and apologize. What do you say? Lin Zile angrily raised his sword. Too late. Now, I want all of you to pay. Apologize with your lives. He swung his sword, unleashing a Julie slashing strike. With a single slash, Lin Zile sent the entire group flying, spurting blood and screaming in agony. They scattered and screamed, run for your lives. Lin Zile gripped his sword, preparing to attack again. Lifting the sword with both hands, Lin Zile unleashed the Julie shattering rift, slamming the blade into the ground and sending earth and stone flying everywhere. The terrified men froze in place as dust billowed around them. Lin Zile let go of his sword with one hand. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Quick, run. Luo Yuan, carry me and get out of here. Lin Zile put a hand in his pocket and turned his head. Looks like a few fish slipped through the net. He rested the massive sword on his shoulder, with Big Dummy and Gui Tong following close behind. Well then, let's try a different game. Lin Zile turned to Big Dummy. Big Dummy, head southeast. I'm leaving those stragglers to you. Don't let a single one escape. Hearing his orders, Big Dummy immediately shot off like a blur to hunt them down. Luo Yuan scrambled forward, dragging the terrified Zile with him. Just then, a dark shadow shot past overhead. Big Dummy landed swiftly, blocking their path. Zile was on the verge of tears as Luo Yuan yelled out, "Brother, we of the Wu Yang gang admit defeat. Please, spare us. Just let us go. We'll give you our gang's only A-rank enhancement serum." But Big Dummy paid him no mind and charged straight at them. As he barreled towards them, Luo Yuan leaned back, gritting his teeth in fear. While Daisy had already fainted from the sheer terror of it all, Luo Yuan carefully set him down on the ground just as Big Dummy closed in. He raised his arm to block Big Dummy's attack. Big Dummy brought his hammer down on Luo Yuan, raising several lumps on his head. Then, he sent Luo Yuan flying with one swing. Big Dummy raised his hammer over Zile, and his blood splattered everywhere. Leaning against a nearby wall, Lin Zile and Gui Tong watched with disapproval. His movements are too slow, clumsily going head-to-head with them. What a waste of time. He pointed a finger, his voice stern. Where are your skills? Why aren't you using them? That's it, no roast chicken for dinner tonight. Hearing this, Big Dummy looked utterly horrified. As the three continued on their way, all he could think about was roast chicken. Lin Zile glanced back at him. Look at you, all pathetic. Once you learn how to use your skills with some flexibility, I'll give you an extra roast chicken. At the mention of chicken, Big Dummy jumped for joy. Lin Zile sighed, you really are easy to please. Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead. Greetings, respected slaughterer. They looked up to see a group of people busy sweeping and cleaning up. A man who appeared to be the manager stood before them, bowing respectfully. I'm the captain of this street's patrol team. My deepest apologies that you had to experience such an unpleasant incident in my patrol district. We are extremely grateful to you for eliminating those pests from the Wu Yang gang and contributing to the peace and security of Tianlian City. To show our gratitude, we have transferred 2,000 mercenary guild points into your mercenary account. 1 guild point is worth 10 city credits. Lin Zile mused. So in this dungeon, it's really a case of might makes right. Killing people in broad daylight can be perfectly framed as rooting out evil for the public good. How absurd. He replied to the man, I accept your gesture. Is there anything else? The manager hesitated before speaking. I was wondering if Lord Slaughterer has had dinner yet. Our city lord would like to take this opportunity to invite you to a meal. Lin Zile considered it. Meeting a high-ranking official could lead to better quests. Might as well check it out. He replied simply, lead the way. The man bowed, gesturing with his hand. This way, please. The underground city was unusually quiet. Through a pair of binoculars, someone watched as Lin Zile, Big Dummy, and Gui Tong followed the manager to the rendezvous point. The man with the binoculars was Su Zhishang, the lord of Tianlian City himself. Su Zhishang lowered his binoculars and turned to Shang Yu. One of them has peak A-rank combat power, one is nearing A-rank, and the last one is an unknown. He crossed his arms and leaned back, musing. No wonder they're the death trio from the mercenary guild, rising to S-rank in just a single year. A team composition like this is incredibly powerful. Xiang Yu asked, looking confused, My lord, what do you mean? Stroking his beard, he frowned and said in a low voice, They haven't even shown their full strength. That near A-rank destroyer didn't use a single shred of energy. He relied purely on his physical strength to fly and hunt down Luo Yuan. That level of power is far greater than that of a typical A-rank powerhouse. Hearing this, Xiang Yu grew visibly alarmed. To think a single person could be that strong. Su Zhishang continued, but that's not all. He stroked his chin, thoughtfully recalling Lin Zile's demeanor. That slaughterer. From the looks of it, he seems to be unleashing his full power with every attack, and the damage he deals is certainly nothing to scoff at. But he's holding back his true strength. I suspect. He might even have S-rank combat power. Xiang Yu shot up from his seat in shock. What did you say, my lord? In all of Tianlian City, you're the only S-rank powerhouse. Are you saying another one has just appeared? Su Zhishang closed his eyes and said softly, Perhaps. It would be in our best interest to recruit them. A great benefit to Heavenly Union City. Xiang Yu quickly stood up, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, City Lord, I'll go prepare for tonight's banquet then. Su Zhishang also sat up and said, I hope they can become our new support. You should go and prepare. Then, both of them went inside to get ready. Below, the figure of Lin Zile walked with a relaxed stride. As the three of them passed through the gate into the city, Several skeletally thin people standing outside glanced at them. A blonde guide said with a bright smile, "Esteemed Lord Green Butcher, this must be your first time visiting our Heavenly Union City, right?" Lin Zile just gave a cold HMH, but the man continued. "Then allow me to introduce the situation of our Heavenly Union City to you." "All right," he said cheerfully as he began the introduction. "The place you entered earlier is the entrance to the square. Each entrance has a square, which is convenient for newcomers." He pointed in another direction and said, "Leaving the square, you'll reach the outskirts. That's also the road where you dealt with the members of the Five Sons gang earlier." Then the guide pointed straight ahead. "And further in is the outer residential area where we are now. 90% of the entire city's population lives in this residential area." Seeing someone approach, a few ashen-faced beggars turned their heads to look at them. Seeing the scene of people standing and sitting all over the street, Lin Zile thought to himself, "What kind of residential area is this? It's more fitting to call it a slum." The guide continued to ramble on. "These areas above are what we call the outer city of Heavenly Union City, taking up a total of half the area of the underground city." With his hands in his pockets, Lin Zile looked around, thinking there was something off about the setup of this instance. 50% of the land to support 90% of the people. The remaining 50% of the land is naturally for the top 10% of high-level personnel to live and use. This kind of extremely standard post-apocalyptic distribution system. Seeing a scene like this is no surprise. The guide cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. "The Five Sons gang that you taught a lesson to is a third-rate gang in the entire outer city. They have always been a rather troublesome presence for us, so we are truly grateful for your righteous action." Lin Zile turned his head and replied softly, "Don't mention it." Then they all continued walking. The man kept chattering on and on. For Ghost Child, who was hiding in Lin Zile's shadow, a system notification popped up. The Phantom Ghost Image skill was on cooldown. Ghost Child quickly darted into a nearby alley. Noticing the movement, Lin Zile turned his head to look. Ghost Child was huddled coldly in a corner of the wall. He and Big Dumbass continued to walk further in. Arriving before a large gate, the three of them stopped. The man introduced Lord Green Butcher. "This is the city gate to our inner city." The massive gate slowly creaked open, and the guide said with a smile, "My lord, opening the city gate is the highest form of etiquette in our Heavenly Union City. We only perform this ceremony when an esteemed guest of the city lord arrives." Lin Zile replied, "Not bad." The three of them walked through the city gate. The area inside was quite spacious and grand. The guide bowed and said, "This way, please." In front of Lin Zile was a luxurious horse-drawn carriage with its driver standing beside it. Lin Zile walked over, stroked the horse's head, and said, "This city lord is quite sentimental, even raising horses inside the city." Hearing him say that, the guide breathed a sigh of relief. He said respectfully, "Lord Green Butcher, it's because this place is quite a long distance from the city lord's tower. Therefore, the city lord has prepared a horse-drawn carriage for you to facilitate your travel." Lin Zile was startled and pointed at himself, asking, "Prepared for me?" The man replied, "Yes, Lord Green Butcher." Lin Zile very naturally stepped onto the carriage. "Then I won't be polite." Big Dumbass, carrying the hammer on his shoulder, followed him, preparing to get on. Suddenly, his hammer hit the carriage door frame, and the roof of the carriage popped off, flying onto the ground. The atmosphere became silent. The guide forced a smile, not knowing what to say. Big Dumbass still got into the carriage. The man then said, "These horses have all undergone professional training. They will take you directly to the foot of the city lord's tower." He raised his hand and smiled slightly. "The city lord is already prepared to welcome you." "All right." The horse quickly bolted off as commanded. The two sat silently in the carriage, which shook violently, causing them both to sway back and forth. The coachman held the reins, whipping the horse as they sped down the road. Upon arrival, the horse stopped, as it had been trained to do. The coachman stood in a corner, bowing. Lin Zile and Big Dumbass got down. Before them stood the massive, towering city lord's tower. The door opened, and the two walked in. Inside, Su Jishang was already waiting. He raised his hand and said, "Green Butcher, forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." Su Jishang ran closer to Lin Zile to shake his hand. "I have long heard of the great name of the Green Butcher. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you." Lin Zile said modestly, "Not at all, not at all. I have also long heard of your reputation as the Lord of Heavenly Union City. Meeting you today is a wish come true." The two shook hands. Su Jishang said magnanimously, "Now that we've met, don't call me City Lord." He introduced himself. "My name is Su Jishang. I am probably a few years older than you. You can call me Brother Su." Hearing this, Lin Zile thought to himself, "You're over 70, I'm over 20, and model, telling me to call you brother. Who's really taking advantage of whom here?" Su Jishang also introduced the person beside him. This is the Vice City Lord of Tianlian City, Xiang Yu. May I ask your name, brother? Greetings, traveler. I am the Vice City Lord of Tianlian City, Xiang Yu. Lin Zile politely pointed behind him and said, Brother Su, my name is Li Haobo, and the person next to me is my younger brother, Li Dazhuang. City Lord Su Zhishang pulled Lin Zile inside by the arm. Li Haobo, a fine name. Just from hearing it, I can tell you're a cultured man. Then I'll call you younger brother Li. Come, younger brother Li, and brother Dazhuang, this way, please. I have prepared a grand dinner to welcome you. Inside the banquet hall was a massive round table with two beautiful women standing beside it. Su Zhishang waved his hand, ordering the girls to leave. They bowed and walked out. He folded his hands under his chin and asked, Younger brother Li, I recall the deceased team of three had 3 members. I was wondering where the other brother might be. Him? Lin Zile immediately replied, Ah, you mean Xisha? He went somewhere else to handle something, so he's not with us. Su Zhishang let out a breath, a slightly troubled look on his face. Then I wonder, younger brother Li, you came from Tianhan City to our Tianlian City. Was it mainly because you disliked the environment in Tianhan City? Lin Zile continued. As a city lord, his methods were questionable, so he wanted to move to another city to start over. He picked up a wine glass, holding it with both hands, and said with a cheerful expression, In my capacity as the Lord of Tianlian City, I invite younger brother Li to stay. Lin Zile tilted his head and asked, Invite us to stay? Su Zhishang's face also turned serious as he said, Yes, I will arrange the most luxurious house for you. Furthermore, I will list your mercenary group's information at our mercenary center, giving you the best possible treatment. Lin Zile turned to look at Dan Gok and said, I don't have a problem with it, but my 2 brothers are used to being free and unrestrained. I'm worried they won't be used to a restricted life. Su Zhishang considered this seriously. I understand, younger brother Li. He then promised, I can guarantee this for you. As long as you are within the jurisdiction of my Tianlian City, you and your brothers can continue to live as you did before, without any restrictions. You can also freely enter and exit Tianlian City. If you want to do anything, just tell me beforehand, and I will definitely make all the preparations for you. The 2 happily raised their glasses for a toast. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, older brother Su? I'll thank you in advance then. Not at all. After clinking glasses, they both downed their drinks, while Dan Gok sat, quietly watching them. Su Zhishang put on a sorrowful expression and confided, Ah, younger brother Li, to be perfectly honest, the things I promised you can only be fulfilled if you stay in Tianlian City. Lin Zile thought to himself, no wonder he was making me such a grand offer. So this is what he was waiting for. But he said aloud, Older brother Su, what do you mean by that? Su Zhishang said with a worried tone, I'm afraid our Tianlian City will be destroyed before long. Hearing this, Lin Zile was shocked. How could that be? Su Zhishang recounted how people were fleeing in all directions. A month ago, Kang City was attacked by irradiated creatures and a massive army of zombies. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, only a few people managed to run towards the base. Some of the city's inhabitants were killed, while others were turned into zombies. Only a very small number escaped. They all fled to the nearest underground city, and our Tianlian City was one of them. A group of high-level zombies, covered in blood, stared ahead. Su Zhishang continued, but that group of irradiated creatures, after destroying Kang City, didn't disperse. Instead, they regrouped and are now charging towards Tianlian City. Lin Zile asked in confusion, why would that happen? He shot up from his seat and said earnestly, To be honest with you, younger brother Li, I had a selfish reason for recruiting you. I want you to help me protect Tianlian City. Besides the things I've already promised you, whatever else you want, I can give it to you. Faced with such words, Lin Zile couldn't help but think carefully. Seeing him remain silent, Su Zhishang thought dejectedly, I knew it. Faced with such a massive battle, anyone would choose to back down. Perhaps this is the fate of Tianlian City. Lin Zile rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I originally came here to get stronger. I should see if this is a winnable fight first. If not, we'll talk then. He didn't agree right away and said, Could I trouble you, older brother Su, to explain the situation in detail one more time? Su Zhishang was stunned. What? He asked in a low voice. Lin Zile nodded. Are you saying you agree? He held out his hand and added, But I have one condition. I want you, older brother Su, to tell me everything about the situation here. Su Zhishang said happily, Of course, Of course, that goes without saying. He waved his hand and ordered, "Go, quickly, bring out the top-secret documents we have sealed away." Xiang Yu also complied. "Yes, City Lord. I'll go at once." Su Zhishang said seriously. "After many years of research, we have come to understand irradiated creatures and zombies quite well. Humans have a special attraction for irradiated creatures. This attraction grows stronger the more people there are, which in turn will draw in more irradiated creatures to attack. That's why we have to limit the number of people on the surface," he continued. Lin Zile listened intently. With such a limited number of people, every top-tier fighter was obviously precious. He raised an eyebrow. Su Zhishang rested his chin on his hand, looking serious. "The most important thing is that the radiated creatures have evolved. Again, they don't just hunt for humans on the surface anymore. They started trying to find us underground. If they find the location of our underground city, this entire place will be annihilated. Tianlian City is in exactly that kind of danger right now." After hearing this, Lin Zile asked, "So, regarding these zombies, Brother Su, how much do you all understand?" "The files are all here." Xiang Yu walked over with a stack of documents. "Right now, the horde of radiated creatures that destroyed Tiankang City is heading towards Tianlian City. Among them is an S-rank powerhouse named Erdo. This Erdo has the ability to locate underground cities. It was the one who discovered Tiankang City." He placed the stack of papers in front of Lin Zile. He picked up a few pages to look at them. Su Zhishang raised a hand and said, "All the information related to it is in those files. Brother Li, you should take a look first." "All right." The atmosphere in the room gradually quieted. Lin Zile began to focus on reading the documents. A moment later, Lin Zile put the paper down and said, "Brother Su, I finished reading the files." Hearing this, Su Zhishang immediately asked, "Brother Li, do you have any thoughts?" Lin Zile raised his hand and asked, "Faced with this horde of radiated creatures, what should we do? Should we fight them directly or should we hide?" Su Zhishang crossed his arms and lowered his head in thought. "Hide? Only those cowards from the conservative faction would choose to hide." He slammed the table and shot to his feet, practically bursting with fighting spirit. "Even if we can't kill them, we have to tear a chunk of flesh off them." Hearing this, Lin Zile immediately guessed that Su Zhishang was from the radical faction. Wasn't this an opportunity to start the main quest line, served right up to his door? Currently, the instance was divided into 3 factions. The conservative faction. Their main quest line would likely be to command the humans to retreat and complete missions to construct new city facilities. It was the safest and most stable path, but also offered the fewest rewards. The neutral faction, their main quest line, was the most cumbersome, requiring interaction with a large number of people. Completing this type of main quest line largely relied on luck. You had to find the right team. The radical faction. Their main quest line was the simplest, completing combat missions. It all came down to strength. Lin Zile also stood up, echoing Su Zhishang's words. "I think so too. Brother Su is right. We absolutely cannot be cowards. We have to crush them. The fight against the radiated creatures must not stop. We must not retreat. If I fall alone, it's no big deal. Thousands upon thousands like me will rise up." Seeing that someone agreed with him, he pointed with delight. "Yes, those words from Brother Li are fantastic. Truly insightful." In a pink, flowery bubble, the two ran to shake hands. "Brother Su, Brother Li, it's a shame we didn't meet sooner." Xiang Yu and the Big Oaf both forced a smile. The City Lord hadn't met a kindred spirit in so long. Wasn't he afraid of scaring the guy away by being so excited? Su Zhishang said cheerfully, "Brother, I happen to have a spot for you here." He handed him a faction badge. "From now on, you are one of us in the radical faction." Lin Zile immediately pinned the badge on, and threads of energy began to radiate from it. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully joining the radical faction. And since the player obtained the radical faction's identity badge, you will gain a relatively high status within the faction." Another system panel appeared. "Since the player has confirmed their current faction, the main quest line has been officially opened. We hope the player completes the missions within the specified time." Main quest line, Radical Faction. 1. Join the Radical Faction and achieve a certain level of renown within the faction. Incomplete. 2. Kill over 1,000 radiated creatures and zombies. 3. Participate in the Radical Faction's operations no less than 2 times. After reading the mission, Lin Zile thought to himself, "Not bad, not too difficult." Then he turned, crossed his arms, and said to Su Zhishang, "Brother Su, now tell me your plan." Su Zhishang placed one hand behind his back and said, "Brother Li, our radical faction cannot just sit here and wait for death, nor can we let the radiated creatures come knocking on our door." He raised one finger, his eyes filled with determination. "I want to take the initiative and launch a decapitation strike." Lin Zile stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A decapitation strike." Su Zhishang added, "That's right, a decapitation strike. Our goal is to kill Erdo and the other radiated creatures at a location far from Tianlian City." Lin Zile agreed with him. "Brother's plan is excellent. So where is that Erdo now? How many radiated creatures are with it? Rest assured, brother, I've already investigated its location thoroughly." He pointed and continued, "And there's more good news. The main zombie army that was with it when it attacked Tiankang City has temporarily left." Lin Zile asked cautiously, "Really?" He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Without the zombies, there'd be a lot less trouble." Su Zhishang spoke with a confident tone, one hand on his hip while holding up four fingers. "It's true. As long as our Tianlian City's location isn't exposed, they won't come here. For now, we only need to fight the four S-rank radiated creatures led by Erdo." Hearing this, Lin Zile was startled. "What? 4 of them, and all S-rank?" Su Zhishang asked blankly, "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Sunlight streamed in from the doorway, illuminating Lin Zile, who had his hands behind his back. "The combat power of me and my brothers is A-rank at best. With our equipment, we can barely be considered S-rank. Brother Su, I genuinely want to help you, but this doesn't mean I can send my brothers to their deaths." Hearing this, Su Zhishang said hastily, "Brother Li, don't be hasty. Calm down, we've also made preparations." Lin Zile crossed his arms and said, "Go on." Su Zhishang gave a forced smile. "I have sent someone to find the lord of the nearby Tianqing City, Zhuang Feiyue. He himself is also an S-rank veteran. He understands the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, so he has agreed to join us." He regained his confidence, placing his hands on his hips, and continued, "He and I will take on one S-rank radiated creature. You and brother Da Zhuang will take on another one. Xiang Yu will lead 4 A-rank experts to fight the rest. We won't let you guys fight alone." After speaking, he looked nervously at Lin Zile. He let out a sigh, and then Lin Zile agreed. "As long as Brother Su isn't just using us, making us face Erdo alone, then it's fine." Su Zhishang bowed, respectfully. "How could I do that? No matter how you look at it, this is a matter for our Tianlian City." He smiled and said, "Brother Li, you are the reinforcements we invited from outside, not a suicide squad. If we encounter a dangerous situation, I will definitely prioritize your safety." Lin Zile also stated his own reasoning. "Brother Su, you have to be responsible for your Tianlian City, and I have to be responsible for my brothers. I hope you can understand." Su Zhishang's brow furrowed into a forced smile. "I understand, of course I understand." In his heart, he was relieved, thinking he had finally managed to reassure him. This guy really isn't easy to fool. At that moment, the system panel appeared. Player Yazi has successfully triggered the surprise attack mission. This mission is part of the Radical Faction's actions. Do you wish to accept this mission? The system also displayed more information. Surprise attack background. Once the location of Tianlian City is discovered, it will be plunged into disaster. The urgent mission is to successfully kill the radiated creature Erdo and stop the advance of the radiated creatures. Objective: kill the radiated creature Erdo. Reward: 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, and 1 gold grade item that will greatly increase the player's reputation with the Radical Faction. Lin Zile thought to himself, the reward isn't bad. Then he turned to Su Zhishang and said, "Actually, all I needed was a promise from you, brother. If you can agree to face the enemy with us, I am also willing to risk my life for Tianlian City." Both Su Zhishang and Xiang Yu were a little stunned by Lin Zile's words. He beamed and walked over to shake his hand. "All right, Brother Li. With those words from you, I can rest assured." Then he turned and ordered Xiang Yu to bring something over. Su Zhishang held a gift box and handed it to Lin Zile. "We met in quite a hurry. This meeting gift that I prepared for you was also a bit rushed." Lin Zile opened the gift box to take a look, and what he saw inside made him jump back in shock and horror. Inside the box was a severed human head. Su Zhishang said, "The head of that old bald man is the meeting gift I'm giving you." Holding the box that the Lord of Tianlian City had just given him, Lin Zile's hand trembled as he softly asked, "This is?" Su Zhishang quickly explained, Didn't that Wu Yang gang offend you before? This bald man was their leader. The Wu Yang gang has been wiped out. And this head is the meeting gift I'm giving you. Su Zhishang held his head high and affirmed with conviction, this is also me fulfilling my promise to you. Here in Tianlian City, no one can make things difficult for you. After hearing this, Lin Zile expressed his thanks. Thank you, Brother Su, for backing me and my brothers. Looking at the bald player's head lying in the box, Lin Zile thought to himself, I never expected the first quest in this instance would be completed in this manner. The system immediately displayed a notification panel. Player Yazi has successfully fulfilled all the conditions for the dissolution of the Wu Yang gang quest. Mission successfully completed. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the mission rewards. 1,000 city currency, 1,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1 silver grade item. Reminder, due to insufficient storage space, it cannot be opened. Please choose a suitable location to claim the rewards. After fully accepting the box, Lin Zile warmly shook his hand and said, Brother Su, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Zile and Dan Gok were led to their resting quarters. Upon reaching the door, a female servant turned around and invited them in with a polite voice. Just as Lin Zile and Dan Gok stepped inside, the servants were already lined up, respectfully welcoming them. Welcome, Lord Slayer. Lin Zile was somewhat surprised by this treatment and asked softly, What is all this? The female servant who had led the way quickly replied, All of this is the reception that the city lord has prepared for you. Whatever you may require in your daily life, we can fulfill it for you. Looking sleepy, Lin Zile led Dan Gok past them and instructed casually, All right then, just don't bother me. I have to get to sleep. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Lin Zile asked, What floor is my room on? The maid narrowed her eyes and replied with a sweet smile, You are Skylink City's most honored guest. All the rooms have been cleaned. You may choose anyone you like. Lin Zile walked on, his face expressionless as he instructed, All right, I don't need you anymore, you can leave. I'll call if I need anything. The maids replied in unison, Yes, sir. Lin Zile walked to a room at the end of the hallway and gently pushed open the door. After observing for a moment, Lin Zile couldn't help but remark, This instance is pretty well designed. The living conditions for players are decent. With that, he flopped onto the soft, comfortable bed. Lying on the bed, Lin Zile didn't forget to open the system panel to claim his mission rewards. 1,000 player experience points, 2,000 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining the silver grade item, Reinforced Scarecrow. Once that was done, he turned on his side and muttered, Time to sleep, time to sleep. There's a big fight tomorrow. When the sun was high overhead the next morning, Lin Zile and Dan Gok were already awake and stretching. Suddenly, Lin Zile's gaze fell upon Su Zhishang, who was standing at the foot of the stairs. Brother Su, are we leaving now? Su Zhishang chuckled and clapped his hands as a signal. Not so fast, Brother Li. I need you to wear this first. 2 maids immediately brought out 2 jet black protective suits. Lin Zile looked puzzled and asked, What's this? Su Zhishang smiled impatiently, explained, Brother Li, this is the most advanced radiation suit in Skylink City. After putting it on, not only can you move on the surface for longer, but it also weakens the effects of radiation, causing your attributes to decrease more slowly. Lin Zile and Dan Gok listened intently, examining the protective suits. Su Zhishang's expression turned serious as he gently reminded them, As long as your own physical condition holds up, you can last in the radiation for up to 12 hours. Seeing this, Lin Zile immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Zhishang pointed toward the 2 suits and said, Brother Li, you and Brother Da Zhuang should go get changed. It's almost time. We need to prepare to leave. I'm also going to get changed. Lin Zile quickly replied with an okay. Lin Zile and Dan Gok swiftly changed their clothes. When all 3 of them were changed and ready, Su Zhishang shouted the signal to depart. The scene before Su Zhishang's group was filled with nothing but debris and dust. Lin Zile was carefully scanning the situation, thinking to himself that the air no longer smelled of rust. It seemed the advanced isolation suits developed by Skylink City were quite well made. They even had an air filtering effect. From behind, Su Zhishang said softly, Brother Li, there's no immediate danger around us. We can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Su Zhishang gazed into the distance and said in a serious tone, This place is the exit from Skylink City that's closest to the irradiated creatures. It's also where large numbers of zombies and irradiated creatures gather. Everyone, keep your movements to a minimum, but you don't need to be so tense. Otherwise, you'll needlessly drain your stamina, which won't be good for the battle ahead. Lin Zile agreed. Brother Su is right. After speaking, Su Jishang continued to carefully observe the surroundings, before announcing to his group, let's keep moving forward. An hour later, as Su Jishang's and Lin Zile's group were cautiously advancing, a monster suddenly appeared, blocking their path. An A-rank irradiated creature. The monster charged uncontrollably towards Su Jishang's group. Su Jishang immediately used his powers to suppress the monster, letting it thrash and struggle as it pleased. Su Jishang quickly bound it tightly with chains. A beast is always a beast. It will always fall for this kind of trap. Su Jishang said with a cold expression and a firm voice, trying to run won't be that easy. You overestimate yourself. Suddenly, Su was startled for a moment, his eyes widening at the screaming, struggling monster. But a second later, his stern expression returned. Su Jishang threw out another long length of golden chain, his hand tightening around the chain binding the monster and pulling with all his might. The monster was instantly brought down, and fluids, secreted from its body, splattered everywhere. Su Jishang's team quickly surrounded the creature's corpse to examine it. Su Jishang spoke in a low, gentle voice. Brother Li, the research team has extracted a special fluid from the bodies of these irradiated creatures. This fluid is one of the key ingredients for creating the enhancement serum. Hearing this, Lin Zile nodded and replied, I know. Zombies have this fluid too, but the amount you can get from over 1,000 zombies isn't even as much as what you can get from a single A-rank irradiated creature. It was written in the instance's description. Lin Zile turned his head to look at Su Jishang with a hint of praise. I just didn't expect the Deputy City Lord's group to bring the tools with them. Su Jishang gave a humble smile in response. It's not often we get to come up to the surface city. Of course, we had to be well prepared. Su Jishang put on a smug expression and joked, so, Brother Li, wouldn't you say my performance just now was a classic case of an old blade still being sharp? Seeing this, Li Haobo also happily chimed in with praise. Brother Su's skill with that chain is not only incredibly fluid, but its power is also immense. Suddenly, a team member ran over to report, City Lord, we finished extracting the fluid from the irradiated creature. We can advance at any time. Su Jishang's face immediately turned serious. He turned and walked away, ordering, let's move out. After walking for a while, Su Jishang's and Li Haobo's group came across the Lord of Tianxing City, Zhuang Feiyu, leaning against a wall up ahead. Su Jishang recognized him at once and called out, Zhuang Feiyu. Zhuang Feiyu shrugged and began to tease him. Old man Su, you're getting old. Is your fighting strength not what it used to be? Or have you been spending all your energy in the bedroom? What took you so long to travel such a short distance? Su Jishang retorted helplessly. Old man Zhuang, you're a few years older than me and you have the nerve to call me old. Su Jishang walked over, lightly punched Zhuang Feiyu on the shoulder, and frowned. Last month, when you took your 99th concubine, didn't you take a bottle of A-rank enhancement potion from— Have you forgotten? Now you tell me, between the two of us, who's the one really neglecting his duties? Huh. Zhuang Feiyu laughed heartily. You're just jealous of my charm. I won't hide it from you. If Erder hadn't shown up, I would have been preparing to marry my 100th concubine, just to round out the number. Zhuang Feiyu clapped Su Jishang on the shoulder and turned to the group, saying, all right, let's get down to business first. Otherwise, the people you brought will have— Zhuang Feiyu turned to laugh at the group, who looked fed up with his jokes. Suddenly, Zhuang Feiyu walked over to Li Haobo and greeted him politely. The butcher. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I never thought the leader of a mercenary group would be an S-rank powerhouse. I'm Zhuang Feiyu, the Lord of Tianxing City. When you have some free time, you must come and visit me. The two men then shook hands warmly and continued their conversation. Butcher Li Haobo, City Lord Zhuang, I've admired you for a long time. Setting other things aside, you can have your pick of any of my concubines. Su Jishang immediately jumped in to interrupt. Stop trying to sweet-talk Brother Li. He's not one to be swayed by beautiful women. Su Jishang thought to himself, I've arranged so many beautiful women for him, and he hasn't been interested in a single one. Why would he be interested in Zhuang Feiyu's concubines? Zhuang Feiyu put on a helpless expression and tried to explain himself. Look at you. Wasn't I just showing some goodwill toward Brother Li? What are you getting so worked up for? Su Jishang put an arm around Li Haobo's shoulder, not letting go, and waved his other hand dismissively. Enough talk. Now is not the time for your jokes and trying to win people over. He's someone I had a hard time keeping, and I have no intention of letting you have him, he thought to himself. With that said, Su Jishang turned to his group and continued. In the nearby cities, there are only a few powerhouses like us, and now we are all here. Zhuang Feiyue immediately cut in with a reminder. Brother Su, I'm sure you understand what this means. If this operation of ours fails, it will mean the underground city here will be destroyed at the hands of the irradiated creatures. Su Jisheng clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. That's right, which is why we have no path of retreat. Zhuang Feiyu quickly provided information. Then I'll start by sharing the intel we've gathered. According to our intelligence, Erdor is near the Sigu City High School. Su Jisheng immediately gave an order after hearing this. All right, let's all head over there. He took out a detailed map. Su Jisheng and Li Haobo wore grave expressions, deep in thought. The very survival of several underground cities was at stake. I'm really looking forward to meeting you, Erdor. Su Jisheng pointed at the map, carefully checking it. Then he turned to everyone and announced clearly, according to intel, Erdor's group has found a place to hibernate within the Sigu City High School area. They are keeping their distance from each other to absorb more radiation energy. Su Jisheng then continued to delegate. The S-rank irradiated creature, Oda, known for its speed. I'm leaving that one to you, old man Zhuang. Zhuang Feiyue happily and immediately agreed. I've been wanting to challenge it to a one-on-one fight for a while now. We'll see who's faster, it or me. After settling that, Su Jisheng turned to assign a mission to Li Haobo's side. In the other lecture hall, on the right, is the S-rank irradiated creature, Supu, known for its destructive. We need to use strong close combat skills to suppress it. I'll leave it to you, Brother Li and Brother Da Zhuang. How about it? Li Haobo and Da Zhuang quickly nodded in acceptance. Yeah, Da Zhuang, and I won't have any problem. Next, Su Jisheng assigned a mission to the remaining members of the team. You all just need to suppress the S-rank irradiated creature inside, the Green Devourer King. It has the largest body, which is formed from plants. Its movements are quite slow. You guys can use your numerical advantage to carry out hit and run attacks against it. Just wait for us to deal with the others, and then we'll come and help you. Everyone shouted in unison, no problem. With that said, he folded the map and declared in a low voice, as for Erdor, who is in the most central academic building, I will deal with him myself. With that said, Su Jisheng held up a watch and instructed them carefully. This is to prevent us from starting the fight at different times. That would bring radiation creatures from other areas as reinforcements. Everyone must attack the moment the countdown hits 0. Then, he went around distributing the watches to each person, adding a final warning. The fight has to be fast. Don't give them a chance to react. There's a small station nearby where you can take shelter from the radiation. After the fight, you can recover there, and if needed, you can even take off your radiation suits. Everyone put their hands together in solidarity and shouted loudly. This battle concerns the life and death survival of the underground city. We can only win. Failure is not an option. Understood. Once that was settled, Su Jisheng smiled warmly and said in a deep voice, rest for a bit. Build up your strength, and then we'll move out. Everyone sat quietly, resting and gathering their strength. Soon after, they immediately set off. Su Jisheng waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quickly move to their assigned positions. Just like that, the group scattered in different directions to carry out their tasks. Lin Zile and Big Dummy cautiously made their way to their assigned location. Lin Zile silently scouted the area, finding his target with relative ease. He and Big Dummy remained completely still, observing cautiously. Lin Zile quickly stepped forward, thinking to himself, making all that noise. Are you afraid people won't find you? He carefully instructed Big Dummy, who was behind him. You stay here. Don't make any sudden moves. Gripping his sword, Lin Zile tiptoed forward to investigate. Before long, he reached the radiation creature's lair. He carefully hid behind a wall, observing in silence. As the giant beast slept soundly, completely unaware, the system interface appeared. High-level radiation creature. Basic attributes. Strength, 240. Spirit, 110. Constitution, 220. Agility, 160. Talent. Radiated body. When in a high radiation environment, its basic attributes will increase. Its evolution rate accelerates when it takes damage. Its recovery speed increases based on the radiation concentration. When dealing damage to an enemy, it increases their radiation absorption rate. Body composition. A chimera of bear, tiger, wolf, human, and dog parts. It can possess the abilities and characteristics of any of its grafted body parts, granting it a powerful physique. Its defensive capabilities are enhanced, allowing it to mitigate incoming damage. Skills. Giant bear pounce, mighty tiger claw, piercing wolf claw, howl of the biting hand. Weaknesses. 1. The joints connecting its different body parts are relatively weak. Precise strikes to these areas will inflict critical damage. 2. Due to its immense size, Lin Zile looked at the monster in surprise, wondering to himself, where's the dog part? Then, Lin Zile immediately got into a ready stance. He pulled out his watch and gripped it tightly as the timer counted down. Lin Zile's eyes darted around, carefully observing his surroundings. Spotting that the main corridor offered more space, he immediately and silently dashed over to it. Without making a sound, he stood still, carefully considering his strategy. Lin Zile quickly opened his system panel. To deal with such a massive creature, using a trap was obviously the best way to save time and energy. After scrolling through his options, Lin Zile made his decision. This is the one. A barrier-breaking trap. Lin Zile immediately activated the function of the barrier-breaking trap. At the same time, the countdown on his watch hit 0. It was time to act. With a grim expression, Lin Zile slammed his fist into the wall, jolting the sleeping monster awake. Immediately after, Lin Zile launched a barrage of fireballs at the beast. The monster was now completely enraged, its eyes bloodshot as it let out a deafening roar. Completely unafraid, Lin Zile stared down the beast and said with a smirk, Well. I was wondering where the dog part was. Turns out you were hiding it in your mouth." The monster aggressively swatted away Lin Zile's fireballs with one hand. Its arm was nearly burned to a crisp, smoke rising from the flesh. Suddenly, a stray ember flew out and landed right on the dog's head that was hanging from the monster's chest, setting a patch of it on fire. The dog's head immediately let out an infuriated howl. The two-headed creature instantly whipped around to glare at Lin Zile, its eyes blazing with fury. Seeing this, Lin Zile narrowed his eyes into a challenging grin. "You got a problem? Then come and get me." The monster let out a massive roar as it gathered its power. Then, it bared its teeth, looking at Lin Zile with pure hatred. Seething with killing intent and roaring nonstop, the beast charged forward. It raised its massive claws, preparing to strike Lin Zile down. Completely unfazed, Lin Zile just smirked and took a casual step back. Just as the monster slammed its claws down, Lin Zile vanished. The beast's missed attack only succeeded in shattering the nearby walls. As the beast looked around for him, Lin Zile's teasing voice rang out. "You who?" The monster's eyes blazed with fury as it searched for the source of the sound. Enjoying himself, Lin Zile continued to taunt it. "I'm up here, genius." The monster immediately snapped its head upward, and just as their eyes met, a massive boulder suddenly plummeted down towards the beast. The monster gritted its teeth, straining to hold up the enormous rock as its eyes turned bloodshot, with blood vessels. Its legs began to tremble, unable to hold its ground. But in the end, it refused to submit and flung the boulder far away. The beast growled, its eyes burning with rage as it glared up at Lin Zile. Just then, Lin Zile suddenly dove down, pointing the tip of his sword and thrusting straight toward the beast. The monster was startled for a moment but still managed to luckily dodge Lin Zile's strike. That thrust alone was powerful enough to shatter the entire floor. Lin Zile stood majestically with his sword in hand, ready for his opponent. The beast's eyes were filled with fury, and without hesitation, it quickly channeled its power. Lin Zile calmly watched as the agitated two-headed monster let out a loud roar, activating Giant Bear Pounce, Mighty Tiger Claw, and Canine Bite Howl all at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Zile was intrigued. Assembling its body allows it to activate 3 skills at once. How interesting. The system panel immediately displayed the detailed information. Giant Bear Pounce allows Kato's body to generate a powerful forward shockwave. Mighty Tiger Claw is when Kato's tiger-clawed arm swings forward, dealing high single-target burst damage. Canine Bite Howl is a debuff-type skill that weakens the enemy's basic stats while increasing its own. Lin Zile narrowed his eyes, thinking, "All right then, let's see what these skills of yours can do." The beast raised its claws and lunged at Lin Zile, unleashing its move, the Julie Heavy Slash. Lin Zile immediately swung his sword, slashing straight at the monster's hand. The collision between the two attacks was so immense that both Lin Zile and the beast were thrown back simultaneously. Lin Zile quickly channeled his strength to land safely. The floor behind him suddenly began to crack, and a large section instantly collapsed. This caused Lin Zile to fall unexpectedly. What followed was a deafening explosion as the beast, gloating, roared and lunged forward to take Lin Zile's life. "You human, I will make you pay for this." Using the Julie Heavy Slash skill enters a stunned state. Lin Zile calmly glanced over, signaling to Daengak. "Now's the time." Just as the beast was about to pounce on Lin Zile, Daengak burst through the glass window to rescue him. Daengak slammed his giant hammer down on the beast. With a serious frown, Daengak focused his power, putting the monster in a critical situation, using the skill, Overlord's Power. The pressure from both sides was too great, causing the floor to collapse once more, sending both Daengak and the monster plummeting to the level below. Seeing the beast lying unconscious on the ground, Daengak raised his hammer again. Daengak brought it down hard on the dog's head on the monster's body. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Daengak's eye as he looked down in surprise. The beast was writhing in pain, struggling to recover. In the next moment, its giant hand shot out and grabbed Don Jok's leg. Then, roaring, it ferociously lifted Don Jok high into the air. The beast mercilessly threw Don Jok into the corner of the wall. Believing victory was certain, the beast roared in triumph. Suddenly, Lin Zile appeared from behind, charging straight at it with his sword. Lin Zile's sword strike quickly made the floor tremble, leaving the beast no time to react. It immediately went into freefall along with the rubble. The only ones left were Lin Zile, observing silently, and Don Nok, slumped in the corner. Dan Gok quickly regained consciousness. Lin Zile immediately ended it with a massive explosion. He and Don Gok had both escaped safely. The two of them now watched the result intently. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, the ruined scene was revealed. Lin Zile quickly activated his crimson eye to survey the situation. I need to confirm if Kato is really dead. Looking at the monster lying in agony under a pile of large boulders, Lin Zile thought to himself, "This is not easy. Its will to survive is so strong." Suddenly, it whipped its head around to look at the two of them, its eyes blazing with fury. Lin Zile stood silently, wondering, did it realize I was looking at it? As the beast turned its head away and struggled to crawl out from under the rocks, Lin Zile let out a sigh of relief. I guess I overestimated its intelligence. Lin Zile then turned to Dan Gok and spoke. Dan Gok, go get your revenge. The beast, covered in rocks, was painfully dragging itself forward, bit by bit. Suddenly, a heavy blow came crashing down on its head. That strike from Dan Gok knocked the monster out cold. Standing beside him, Lin Zile could only remark, surprise. He then drew his sword, his eyes sharp. Now, it's time to settle our debt. He quickly swung his sword in an arc, severing the monster's head. Dan Gok swiftly brought his hammer down on the monster's head one more time. Once it was over, Lin Zile and Dan Gok wiped away their sweat, rolled their shoulders, and prepared for their next task. All right, next. Lin Zile said with a serious face and a deep voice, absorb the corpse. Hearing this, Dan Gok froze, not understanding. Lin Zile gently punched Dan Gok in the chest to reassure him, and Dan Gok nodded in agreement. You heard me right. Pull out Kato's corpse. I have a use for it. After saying that, Lin Zile climbed onto the pile of rocks, while Dan Gok remained below, trying to pull the beast's body out. Lin Zile then began the cleanup process. He cleared the rubble on top to reduce the pressure on the beast's corpse. After a while, Zile finished clearing the rubble off the body and calmly wiped the sweat from his face. Zile looked down at Big Dumb, watching him try to pull the beast out, but after a while, there was still no movement. Zile immediately jumped down in frustration, re-explaining the method to Big Dumb, then grabbed the beast's leg and tried to pull it out himself. With that said, Lin Zile moved away to observe, waiting while Big Dumb stayed behind, trying to pull out the beast's corpse. Big Dumb grabbed the beast's corpse tightly, using all his strength, and yanked the beast out from under the pile of rubble. Then, Big Dumb threw the beast to the side. The powerful impact caused blood to splatter from the creature. Seeing that everything was settled, Zile praised Big Dumb. Good job. The system interface appeared. Blood-colored pupil. X-ray vision closing. He walked towards the beast, opened the system panel, and clicked on it. Space expanded. Zile immediately collected the beast's corpse into his system inventory, keeping only its head. Seeing that the matter was resolved smoothly, Lin Zile thought for a moment, Big Dumb and I dealt with Kassop so quickly. This doesn't fit the public image I've built. I'll wait a bit before regrouping with them. It's a good thing to keep some of my strength hidden as a trump card. When Zile turned his head, Ghost Child had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The sudden appearance startled Lin Zile, causing him to step back in surprise. These past 2 days, I've been so focused on talking about radiation creatures with Su Zhiliang that I completely forgot about Ghost Child. He remembered telling Ghost Child before, I plan to hide our true strength, so starting tomorrow, you must conceal yourself. That wasn't all. Lin Zile continued to give instructions, afraid Ghost Child might forget. I have a mission for you. Go find the leader of the Five Sons gang and cause trouble for them. It just so happens you lack real combat experience. Then, find some useless items from their gang and bring them back here. Ghost Child not only followed his orders, but also brought him a strengthening potion. This method of self-enhancement could be used by humans in the world of the apocalyptic player dungeon. Lin Zile picked up the potion vial to inspect it. I didn't expect Su Zishang to directly finish off the leader of the Five Sons gang. It seems Ghost Child only ransacked the Five Sons gang. But then again, this Five Sons gang is really pathetic. A gang this large only has this many valuable items. Noticing Ghost Child wasn't wearing any protective gear, Lin Zile reminded him, you should put on this radiation protection suit first. Zile also put all the potions into his bag. I'll keep these for now. They might be useful later. Lin Zile then used the system to control Ghost Child's consciousness. While controlling his consciousness, Lin Zile agreed to join the radical faction. A moment later, a system notification popped up. Player Yazi, your teammate Wang Gitong's main storyline dungeon mission has been unlocked. Player Yazi, all main storyline missions for you and your teammate have been unlocked. Please complete them as soon as possible. With everything done, he told Ghost Child he could leave. You can go now. Returning to a safe place, Lin Zile looked at the ghost person for a moment. Then he urged him to hide. Ahem, you should go first, before they discover you. The ghost person shrank into a corner and activated its illusory ghost shadow skill. Zile and Big Dumb then went outside. Big Dumb, let's go. We'll go check on the other's battle. Over on the other side, a giant plant monster was wreaking havoc. The Vice City Lord was there trying to stop it, but he was sent flying by a lash from one of the monster's vines. He flew through the air, landing at Lin Zile's feet. Seeing a figure in front of him, the Vice City Lord strained to see who it was. It was Big Dumb and Lin Zile. Zile quickly updated him on the situation over on their side. We've already taken care of Kasop. We came to help everyone. The Vice City Lord stood up, utterly astonished. Are you two really that powerful? You dealt with Kasop that easily? You two managed to defeat an S-rank radiation creature in such a short time. Seeing the Vice City Lord's suspicion, Lin Zile felt that he had still arrived too soon. If I'd known, I would have dragged it out a little longer, he thought. Zile helped him up and explained. We got lucky and randomly found Kasop's weak spot. That's why we finished so quickly. The Vice City Lord was convinced by that explanation. So that's how it was. He chided himself for nearly misunderstanding them. I actually thought they were intentionally hiding their strength from the City Lord and me for some ulterior motive. Turns out it was just a coincidence. Lin Zile then asked the Vice City Lord to explain the current situation. Vice City Lord, you should probably tell us the specifics. Tell us what's going on. Just as the Vice City Lord was about to explain, the tree monster sent another person flying toward them. The Vice City Lord quickly flew over to catch the person. The tree monster roared, and Lin Zile drew his sword and flew towards it. He slashed hard, cutting the monster in two. But suddenly, he realized something wasn't right. This is one of the talents of the verdant plant king, plant regeneration. The plant parts of its body can instantly regenerate after taking damage. It uses its accumulated nutrients to rapidly heal its wounds. A large mouth then appeared where the flower bud was. Its healing speed is faster than our attack speed. We haven't found its weakness yet, which is why this is taking so long. Zile stopped for a moment to assess the situation. The tree shot out a barrage of leaf projectiles, which Zile immediately countered with a blast of fire. The flames shooting from his hands incinerated all of the leaves. Zile continued to unleash his fire. The flames grew, surrounding their entire group, and the monster, injured by the intense heat, roared in anger. Zile gave an order to Dangok. Dangok, buy me some time. Dangok charged forward, attacking the monster with his hammer. He swung down but missed every time, and the monster flung him away. Seizing the opportunity, Zile flew towards the monster, using his flames to attack. He held his hands wide behind him, concentrating the fire. Then, Zile raised his hands to the sky, and a powerful growth effect appeared around his body. The fire in his hands became more powerful than ever. Lin Zile then used that flame to incinerate everything in front of him. The monster, hit by Ziluo's attack, roared in pain. The system notification appeared, using skill Mucus Spit. Afterward, a system panel explained the mucus. Mucus spit consumes a certain amount of nutrients from the body. Mucus is spewed from the mouth. The mucus possesses formidable power and has extremely strong corrosive properties. The globs of fluid flew towards them. They began to corrode Lin Ziluo's flames. Zile clasped his hands together, surrounding himself with a barrier, equipping Arcane Stealth, Magic Immunity Shield, but it seemed useless as the fluid continuously ate away at his shield. Zile then took out a necklace with a red gem. Instantly, he activated another, sturdier shield, the Bedrock Necklace, Bedrock Shield. The corrosive fluid had already pierced through his first shield and was now on the next layer, but this shield could only hold for a little longer as cracks began to appear on it. He himself realized he couldn't hold out like this for long. Seeing this, the monster intensified its firepower, launching more corrosive attacks at him, but it didn't realize that flames had already surrounded it. Realizing it was surrounded by fire, the monster began to feel the pain. Parts of its body were continuously being burned away. To avoid taking too much damage, the monster severed all of its burning parts, but that wasn't enough to stop Lin Zile's flames. The fire continued to consume the monster, causing it immense pain. Seeing his chance, Lin Zile gave the order. Now's the time, go. Everyone charged forward to attack the monster. Meanwhile, Lin Zile watched from a distance. Just as Zile was able to breathe a sigh of relief, A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. City Lord Zhuang praised Lin Zile's movements. You and Brother Da Zhuang are fast. You even made it in time to help Brother Xiang Yu. City Lord Zhuang recounted, I had just finished my fight and came out to see a huge fire over here at the training grounds. I thought something else had happened, but I never expected it was Brother Li controlling the flames. After saying that, he asked Lin Zile, Brother Li, how on earth did you manage to control this fire? Ziluo was a bit stunned. How should I answer this? Faced with City Lord Zhuang's eagerness, Lin Zile hesitated. How am I supposed to explain this? Suddenly, the Vice City Lord collapsed. Lin Zile, who was nearby, rushed over to check on him. Vice City Lord, are you all right? They both turned to look towards the monster. The monster let out a roar. It seemed to have gotten angry and evolved. Zile said to City Lord Zhuang, Brother Zhuang, now is not the time to talk about these things. We have to deal with the Green Devourer King first. City Lord Zhuang agreed with Zile. You're right, Brother Li. With that, City Lord Zhuang charged forward. Meanwhile, Zile carried the injured to a safe place. Then he vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage behind. Zile appeared above City Lord Zhuang. Together, they charged in to fight the monster. Zile unleashed a flurry of flame slashes, inflicting countless cuts on the creature. Then he leaped out of its attack range. City Lord Zhuang praised him. Brother Li, you truly are skilled. At this point, everyone had gathered together. Lin Zile asked, Brother Zhuang, I think something might have happened. Brother Zhuang knew what he wanted to ask and said, I know what you're going to say. Something has definitely happened over on Old Man Su's side. Li Jianyuan stepped forward to object. No, we have to. City Lord Zhuang stepped forward, waving his hand to explain to Li Jianyuan. The good news is that there hasn't been a massive commotion from the academic building over there. Old Man Su is most likely holding his own against a door. Zile also began to think, it's a good thing we chose to kill the Green Devourer King first. Otherwise, not only would the Vice City Lord and his group have died. After killing everyone, the Green Devourer King would have rushed to join forces with a door. At that point, our strength. If we can't defeat them, this whole operation will be a complete failure. Another person in the group added, the group. Vice City Lord Shang is seriously injured and can't continue fighting. Zile also recalled when he created his character before. Based on his current character settings, he couldn't say too much. He only elaborated on the group's situation. Da Zhuang and I are fine. With Elder Zhuang, we should be able to kill Ardor. City Lord Zhuang then reminded everyone, you are all seriously injured and unfit for action. Going won't help. Seeing this, Li Jianyuan stepped forward, wanting to continue the fight. City Lord Zhuang, City Lord Zhuang reminded, Li Jianyuan, Brother Xiang, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the three of them. After the reminder from City Lord Zhuang, everyone fell silent. A moment later, Li Jianyuan compromised. All right, we'll listen to City Lord Zhuang. City Lord Zhuang then decided to go with Lin Zile and advised the others to stay. Brother Li and I will go see how Old Man Su is doing. Brother Da Zhuang, you stay here too. Help me keep an eye on them. Don't let them run around. After saying that, the two of them ran off. When they arrived, the scene was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Zile felt a powerful pressure. They both entered the building, but everything seemed normal. Zile scouted the 3 lower floors, while City Lord Zhuang scouted the 4th and 5th floors. The 4th floor doesn't have many signs of a fight, and he also reported on the situation. Downstairs, the 2nd and 3rd floors were the same. City Lord Zhuang thought Ardor ran away, so did Old Man Su chase after it. I don't know. Zile then added, but there's a very strange classroom on the 2nd floor. Since I was alone, I came back to get City Lord Zhuang to come with me. But I didn't dare to act alone, so I came to get you, Elder Zhuang. Seeing this, City Lord Zhuang urged Zile. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The two of them then ran quickly to the location. City Lord Zhuang opened the door first. The scene before him immediately horrified him. A person was crushed under a pile of rocks with only an arm sticking out. Looking at the marks on the arm, City Lord Zhuang realized it was Old Man Su, causing him to rush forward in fear, shouting, Old Man Su. Zile quickly grabbed his arm. That's not Elder Su. Zile explained, this is just a severed arm. It seems we can't find any trace of Elder Su or Ardor in this entire building. But City Lord Zhuang didn't think so. It must be Ardor. Its power is too great. It broke one of Old Man Su's arms, but Old Man Su himself is powerful. Enough. Ardor couldn't have killed him in such a short time. It must have sensed our presence and chose to flee. City Lord Zhuang became more certain of his own thoughts. Everyone knows how ferocious Old Man Su is towards radiated creatures, and since letting it escape would mean the plan failed, he definitely chose to go after it. Ziluo added, I think so too. Right now, our only choice is to follow the trail Elder Su left. We need to pursue them to see the specific situation. Hearing this, City Lord Zhuang seemed a bit helpless. That's easier said than done. This is a fog-covered area. How can we possibly find them? Ziluo stepped up to take on the task. Leave it to me. He had his own calculations. He was really curious just how powerful this S-rank radiated creature was, to be able to break the arm of an S-rank powerhouse. With that, Lin Zile turned away. The hallway was now empty. Ziluo then said to City Lord Zhuang, Northeast. They just left a few minutes ago. Let's go. Ziluo continued explaining to City Lord Zhuang, if we chase them now, we can still catch up. Elder Zhuang, we're here. They arrived at a very large building, surrounded by a thick fog. The two of them now stood before the entrance to the large building. Lin Zile replied, this place definitely has the aura of a radiated creature. Lin Zile gave a serious warning. Elder Zhuang, don't forget, I'm a mercenary. I've encountered quite a few radiated creatures, so I pay close attention to details. Lin Zile analyzed the situation. Elder Su and Ardor are currently in a standoff inside the factory. The time they stopped here was probably about 3 to 4 minutes. Zhuang Feiyue also checked the floor. This used to be a radiation factory for Sigu City. Then he followed. Although this place was abandoned before the Great War, the radiation levels are still significantly higher than outside. Lin Zile, with his hands in his pockets, said calmly, perhaps this is the reason Ardor chose to stay here and face off against Elder Su. The two of them were walking very close to the door. Lin Zile had already summoned his sword and asked Zhuang Feiyue, Elder Zhuang, how's your recovery? There won't be a chance for you to rest next. Zhuang Feiyue replied resolutely, Brother Li, don't you worry. Although I'm not in perfect condition, the long journey has allowed me to recover at least 70 to 80%. After confirming Zhuang Feiyue's condition, Lin Zile suggested, all right, then let's split up and act first. Whoever finds Elder Su first sends a signal. Zhuang Feiyue immediately replied, no problem. And so, the two men split up to search. Following a straight path, Lin Zile came to a room with some fresh-looking bloodstains. He observed them carefully, then used his skill, the Crimson Eye of Insight. Threads of blood clearly revealed the location of Old Su and Erdor. It turned out the people here had already assessed the situation and found their position. Lin Zile deactivated his insight skill. He looked around, sending a signal to Zhuang Feiyue without alerting Erdor. A moment after receiving the intel, Zhuang Feiyue arrived. He placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, Brother Li, what's the situation on your end? Are Old Su and Erdor in here? He nodded. Brother Zhuang, you guessed right. Zhuang Feiyue continued, I've been here before, so I'm pretty familiar with the place. A quick look around was enough to guess they were here. Lin Zile added, I found traces here and heard some movement, so I was about to signal. After their talk, Zhuang Feiyue reached for the door. Brother Li, are you ready? Lin Zile replied, of course. Just as they were about to enter, a voice came from inside, startling them both. Come in, you two. The door opened. Zhuang Feiyue and Lin Zile had arrived to back up Su Jisheng. However, instead of being happy, he looked terrified. Brothers Wang, Brother Li, you two have to get out of here. Erdor has evolved to SS rank. He's not something we can handle. Lin Zile immediately reassured him. Brother Su, don't lose hope. With us here, it's not certain he'll win or lose. Zhuang Feiyue actually agreed with Su Jisheng. Although he stood protectively in front of him, he also gave a warning. We can't underestimate a powerful enemy like this. Lin Zile added, Brother Zhuang, don't be so tense. And he approached Erdor, sword in hand, ready to fight. You knew we were tracking you all along. Answering the question, it replied, At first, I couldn't believe what I was sensing, but now I'm absolutely sure. Erdor sneered. Now I'm quite curious. What method did you use to track me through the fog? This was a question Su Jisheng and Zhuang Feiyue also wanted to know the answer to. They both stared at Lin Zile, making him feel awkward. I can't really explain this clearly. It's better not to explain. Erdor sneered. Not willing to talk, huh? No rush. Once you've experienced the joy of torture, you won't be able to keep your mouth shut. Its provocation made Lin Zile's blood boil. Knowing what he was about to do, Zhuang Feiyue and Su Jisheng quickly tried to stop him. Brother Li, don't go over there. Lin Zile ignored them and took A few more steps, then use a skill to appraise Erdor. Radiated creature, Erdor. Basic attributes, strength, 260, spirit, 255, physique, 160, agility, 270. Lin Zile read the information and was astonished. So it really has evolved to SS rank. After the attributes was a panel with information on its talents, skills, and weaknesses. It had 3 talents. First, super radiated body, epic rank talent. When in a high radiation environment, your basic attributes will increase. Evolution speed increases when the body takes damage. Recovery speed increases based on the radiation concentration. When dealing damage to an enemy, it will greatly increase the enemy's radiation absorption rate. Second, grafted body, human, bat, skink, snake, shark. You can possess the abilities and characteristics of any part existing on the grafted body. Furthermore, these abilities are enhanced and expanded by hyper-awareness, a talent born from the mutation of a bat's abilities. It can sense nearby enemies and simultaneously perceive the presence of humans. This effect is doubled. For skills. Skills: giant lizard arm slash, poisonous stare, raging sandstorm bite, flying wing strike. And of course, every creature has weaknesses. There were 2 notable ones. Weakness 1. The connection points between body parts of different structures are quite fragile. Direct hits to these points can cause increased damage. 2. Since the main body part is human, its stamina is relatively weak. It can be defeated by draining its stamina. Lin Zile thought, so it has hyper-awareness. No wonder it could detect me and Zhuang Fei Yue tracking it. And just as these realizations were flooding his mind, Erdor launched an attack. His 2 companions cried out in worry. Brotherly, Lin Zile skillfully dodged, redirecting the attack downwards. Then, using a skill, he landed beside Zhuang Feiyou and Su Jishang. Lin Zile instructed them both. Brother Zuan, attack above Erdor's elbow. The connection point is there. Brother Su, drain Erdor's stamina. Just make sure it can't hit you. Receiving their orders, both shouted, "Got it." Seeing the situation was promising. Lin Zile's eyes sharpened as he formulated a new strategy. Lin Zile made a snap judgment. Brother Zhuang, on the left, block its path. Brother Su, on the right, bind its arm. Immediately, Zhuang Feiyue struck with his sword, while Su Jishan used a chain to tie up its arm. This brought all of Erdor's movements to a halt. Unable to use its limbs, it had to rely on its eyes to observe, just as Lin Zile's flaming sword approached at incredible speed. In a flash, a sword strike sliced through Actioner's hand, severing it. Without stopping there, as soon as he landed, Lin Zile leapt up again, closing in on Actioner. Once more, he swung his sword, cutting off its arm and cracking the floor at the same time. Only then did Lin Zile pause. Acmear looked irritably at Lin Zile below. "I find you very interesting. I'll play with you." It grimaced, but that didn't mean Actioner charged forward in anger. "I will allow you to wound my body." Lin Zile raised his sword and shouted, "Now's the time." Acmear spread its wings and charged at Lin Zile. It launched an attack, piercing through before flapping its wings to fly up. But then it suddenly noticed something and glanced down. Zile gathered his energy, and countless magic circles formed around his arm. He blasted a fireball at Actioner, who couldn't react in time, its eyes rolling back as it took a nosedive to the ground from Lin Zile's attack. Su Jishang used a chain to pull the monster up. Actioner's limbs were bound so tightly it couldn't move. Old Su pulled the chain with all his might, dragging the demon across the ground as it groaned. Then, Zhuang Fei leaped up and brought his blade down, aiming for the demon's neck. Despite the danger, Actioner somehow managed to laugh. It turned out it had used a snake-like ability. So, when the attack came down, it easily dodged, causing a huge explosion. Zhuang Fei immediately looked to Lin Zile for his next command. Zile thought, Actioner only has snake eyes, yet it can even mimic the movements of a snake with its entire body. Before them, Actioner's body was slithering away in an attempt to escape. This made Lin Zile even more certain. It seems this is what Lin Jia's body mentioned, the enhancing and expanding effects that these abilities were talking about. Actioner smugly picked up speed, observing as it fled. The hardest one to deal with is the youngest one. I'll take care of these 2 old geezers first. Su Jishang clutched his arm and warned. Old Zhuang, Brother Li, this Actioner is an SS-class radiated creature. You absolutely cannot underestimate it. Zhuang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Old Su, I told you, you stayed in Tianlian City for too long. Now you're being so sluggish fighting a single radiated creature. You're injured, so just rest. On the side, Wait for me and Brother Lee to clean this thing up, and we'll take you back to get treated. Because they were busy talking, the two of them didn't notice that Axnir had vanished. Lin Zile shouted. Brother Zhuang turned back. Hearing the command, Zhuang Fei spun around and swung his sword down at Axnir. It was a decisive slash, but the attack was easily blocked. Without hesitation, as soon as he landed, he immediately drew his sword back and thrusted forward. Axnir took a defensive stance and continuously retreated, waiting for an opening and gathering its power. Fei took a full punch. He was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Axnir gloated, useless human. Lin Zile cursed silently. This useless teammate has lived for so long, doesn't he know that recklessness never ends well, especially when facing an enemy whose strength far surpasses your own. After taking down just one person, Axnir's morale soared. As expected, humans are all a bunch of weaklings. Only this one freak is anything to be concerned about. On the rest of the battlefield, both Lin Zile and Su Zhisheng were clutching their arms. In pain from behind, watching its movements, Lin Zile realized its next target. It wants to take out Su Zhisheng first. He slung his sword over his shoulder in a provocative gesture. Is that so? Lin Zile's thoughts were just as defiant. Have you asked for my permission? Lin Zile stepped forward to face the challenge, instructing Su Zhisheng, Brother Su, leave the rest to me. You take care of Brother Zhuang first. Lin Zile focused. He had to end this quickly. If this dragged on, these two old men wouldn't make it. Su Zhisheng held out a hand in protest. Brother Li, you can't. Lin Zile ignored him and tossed a coin in his hand, catching it and leaving it to fate. He opened his hand. It was heads. Angel's blessing. You have obtained the Angel's blessing. The player who receives this blessing will gain its protection. All stats increase by 10%. All damage taken reduced by 10%. Stamina and spirit recovery speed increased by 50%, and wound recovery speed increased by 40%. Debuffs received during the blessing's duration will be completely negated. Other negative status effects are reduced by 30%, and their duration is reduced by 40%. Clutching the coin, Lin Zile said seriously, Angel's blessing lasts for 10 minutes. Then I'll finish you in 10 minutes. How could Axnir allow itself to be insulted by a human? It immediately sneered arrogantly. But upon closer inspection, Axnir was stunned. No, how is this possible? It assessed the situation. What kind of trick did this guy use? To increase his stats so much in such a short time, it calculated its moves. If this drags on, the situation will become more and more disadvantageous for me. I have to end this quickly. With that thought, Axnir used his skill. The system displayed Mad Chariot's wrath. It looked ferocious and smug as it launched an attack on an enemy. After the enemy is locked on, they will be immobilized on the spot, unable to move for 2 seconds. Damage dealt upon a successful bite is equal to 130% of the strength attribute, and the resulting wound will inflict 200% more pain. Axnir struggled to its feet, its eyes gleaming. It turned around furiously and shouted, How can this be? Damage equal to 5% of his strength attribute per second, lasting for 10 days. Based on the information provided by the system, Lin Zile understood the situation. Coincidentally, the Angel's blessing happened to grant him immunity to this binding. This guy seems so easy to provoke. Ardor didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Lin Zile also got into position, ready for the attack. He activated the skill, 9 Li Heavy Slash. However, the blow didn't damage Ardor because he had dodged it by leaping sideways. After dodging the attack, he let out a nasty, contemptuous laugh, jumping to the side to gain momentum. But in the next instant, Lin Zile appeared behind him, giving him no time to react. Damn it, I fell for it. Using the big wolf's claw prop, he slammed it into Ardor's head, stunning him. His face contorted and spit flew from his mouth. It felt pretty good in his hand, and the prop was quite practical. A 1-second stun was enough. But he wasn't done yet. Lin Zile instantly appeared behind him with a flaming sword. Turn around. I'm behind you. He glanced back and turned to block, but it was too late. His hand was severed by the blade. At a disadvantage, Ardor wanted to escape, but he ran into blinding rays of light that surrounded him. Lin Zile sneered. Trying to run? Lin Zile observed his target and then brought his sword down, with a torrent of fire. Ardor's eyes widened in realization. He broke into a sweat after dodging the powerful attack, touching his claws to the floor, drawing up the magic he had just accumulated. Zile's blade pierced through, forcing him to abandon his spell to dodge the attack. Just as planned, he revealed a mysterious smile, landing gracefully in front of Zile. He then summoned hundreds of magical blades before quickly leaping high into the air. Ardor lowered his gaze, flicking his hand to send a chain flying at him. Ardor's leg was bound tightly by the chain, preventing him from moving freely. Zile punched him in the chest, making him cough up blood. Instantly, the immense pressure from both sides sent him flying. With a loud bang, Ardor slammed hard into the wall. After the impact, he collapsed to the ground, severely injured. He spat out blood, thinking to himself, those two old geezers were easy to deal with. But this young kid is both terrifying and bizarre. Ardor struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth in pain. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll die at his hands. But where there's life, there's hope. With that thought, he used his wings to fly up. Lin Zile watched intently. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. He closed his eyes to focus, concentrating his power, and in just a moment, from his back emerged a pair of fiery wings. Su Zhisheng, who was watching from the side, shuddered. Just what is the background of this young brother Li? Ardor panicked and tried to flee quickly. Following right behind him was Lin Zile, flapping his wings in pursuit, which made Ardor's eyes go wide. You're not the only one who knows how to fly. You think you can stop me? Ardor glared, revealing a pair of sharp, red, snake-like pupils. Venomous serpents. Gaze. Using his own serpent eyes to unleash a terrifying gaze, it could plunge the opponent into fear and terror. Once the opponent fell into this state, their body would be paralyzed for 2 seconds, and they would also take damage equal to 50% of their spirit attribute. His state changed from calm to terrified. The system notification made his face darken. Legendary grade talent, Heart of Dominance, is taking effect. At that moment, Ardor, thrilled with his evolution, charged forward. Little did he know that this skill of his had already been rendered useless. Lin Zile's eyes were sharp. I was just playing along with your little act. He played a psychological game with him. You think this talent of mine, the Heart of Dominance, which grants immunity to all mental states, is fake. Fear? I don't know the meaning of the word. Ardor panicked. How is this possible? Instantly, Lin Zile moved like the wind, disappearing and reappearing with the fire sword resting on his shoulder. He swung, slashing at Ardor's large wings, causing them to be set ablaze and turn to ash. The wings, separated from their owner, gradually burned away and vanished. Ardor could only scream in agony, losing his momentum and plummeting to the ground under Zile's judgmental gaze. He now lay motionless in one spot, his face filled with horror. Lin Zile seized the opportunity and rushed toward Ardor, who lay motionless, muttering, "If you all insist on killing me." Veins started to bulge in his bloodshot eyes. Ardor roared, "Then let's all die together." Lin Zile landed on his feet and backed away. In a flash, Ardor had vanished without a trace. As expected, he rushed to attack Su Zhisheng. The system announced, Super Cheat Skill, Earthquake Eye, is activating. Su Zhisheng jumped in fright. Ardor was charging toward him at breakneck speed. The system continued to announce, Ardor is currently burning his life force and strength. He can temporarily recover his power for a short time, but he will soon die from energy depletion. Lin Zile frowned. So, it's just a simple self-destruct move, that's all. At the same time, Su Zhisheng squeezed his eyes shut and cringed in fear. Ardor, with his bloodshot eyes, charged forward, baring his sharp teeth. Lin Zile leaped out and scooped up Su Zhisheng, startling him, and quickly moved him out of the way. Ardor, who was charging headfirst, couldn't stop and ended up kissing the ground. Even his chin scraped along the floor, drawing blood as he howled. He lay on the ground, trembling. Lin Zile hovered in the air, holding 2 chains. On one side was his clone, and on the other was old Su. He hadn't even had time to process what the hell was happening. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Am I dreaming? Lin Zile looked down at Ito with contempt in his eyes. You think you're worthy of taking me down with you? His head was covered in blood as he lowered his gaze. Ito was truly broken. This time, instead of fighting back, it simply lay on its back, waiting for death. Ito laughed loudly. To think that I, a mighty SS rank, would die at the— Lin Zile spoke coldly. It's time to end this. He lunged forward, and the chains vanished with him. Ito wondered why, on what grounds. It managed to utter its last words, I curse you. Before it could finish, its head was severed by Lin Zile, rendering the curse useless. As his feet touched the ground, the monster was dead. With the chains gone, Su Zhisheng and the clone also landed, and the fiery wings disappeared. The system sent a notification. Player Yazi has successfully killed the radiation creature Edo, satisfying the mission requirements. Raid battle mission successfully completed. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving a reward of 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, 1 gold grade item, and 1 cubic meter of storage space. Congratulations, The player has leveled up to 32. All attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points have been awarded. Congratulations, the player has leveled up to 33. All attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points have been awarded. Besides the rewards, Lin Zile's attributes also increased. Player Yazi's base stats without equipment had now reached Strength 151, Spirit 146, Constitution 146, Agility 146. He marveled, it's true, high risk, high reward. Su Jishang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. We actually managed to kill an SS rank radiation creature. Lin Zile confirmed. That's right, Brother Su, you're not mistaken. Su Jishang shouted with joy, we really did it. We killed Edo. Tianlian City won't be destroyed, and we can continue to be its city lords. Lin Zile then noticed Zhuang Feiyu lying on the ground, barely breathing. He's dead. Su Jishang continued, this time, old man Zhuang's death was not in vain. He traded his life for Edo's, which is a good deal. If we report his actions to the Federation, he might even be posthumously honored with the title of Brave. Lin Zile added, actually, Brother Zhuang sacrificed a lot this time. Brother Su, should we bring his body back? No rush. A moment later, Su Jishang began searching the body. He pulled out something that looked like a badge and asked Lin Zile, Brother Lin, do you know what this is? Lin Zile replied, judging by the words on it, it must be some kind of medal from Tianxing City. Su Jishang nodded. Correct. This is the City Lord's Medal of Tianxing City, a symbol for every underground city lord. With that, Su Jishang happily presented the badge. Brother Lin, in that case, I must congratulate you in advance. He looked at Zile and declared, you are the next city lord of Tianxing City. Lin Zile's calm expression turned to confusion. What? Su Jishang turned to face Yazi and asked directly, Brother Lin, is it that you lack confidence? But he just frowned slightly, standing still and continuing to ponder. Could it be that he won't agree? But now, the threat of Edo has been eliminated. For the peace of Tianlian City, there can only be one S-rank powerhouse. But if he doesn't agree, suddenly, Su Jishang's eyes grew deep with a decisive thought. Then I can only eliminate the future threat permanently. Looking at the other man, he asked himself, the city lord of Tianxing City? Is it that easy? That simple? A stream of thoughts flowed through his mind. He lost an arm in the battle, his combat power has been compromised. My existence is a threat to him, so he wants to use this method to get me to leave Tianlian City. However, if I can secure the position of Tianxing City's lord with his help, it could save me a lot of trouble. At the same time, it could bring me many benefits. After a long silence, Zile suddenly spoke up with an objection. But, Brother Su, the residents of this Tianxing City. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jishang cut him off with a sigh of relief. Of course, Brother Lin, you've made such a great contribution to the Federation. We naturally have to report it to them. With the Federation's support, Brother Lin, you can rest assured. Absolutely no one will dare to say a word against it. Hearing this, Zile replied, that's good, then. That's good. It's my first time being a city lord, so I have no experience. I'll still need your help, Brother Su. Don't you worry. You saved my life. Regarding you becoming the city lord of Tianxing City, I will definitely help you. He balled his hand into a fist and pounded his chest, his voice serious. If you need fighting personnel, if you need supplies, if you need management talent, just tell me. That includes the people in Tianxing City. If the Alliance has anything to say, leave all of it to me. I guarantee you won't have any worries later on. These words immediately put Lin Zile more at ease. Then I'm relieved. Next, he pinned the golden badge onto the right side of his black coat, outside. I really didn't expect to have the chance to become a city lord. He added, Old Brother Su, let's take Old Brother Zhuang back first. But he was met with a dismissive wave of the hand. No rush. I still want to ask little Brother Li a question. After saying that, he pointed to the person who had been standing silently to the side and asked, and this is? Lin Zile couldn't help but blame himself. How could he have forgotten about the ghost child? He quickly replied, this is the other member of our three-man team, the assassin Li Shizhu, who is also my brother. Hearing this, Su Jishang seemed to understand the situation and returned the courtesy. So that's how it is. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Shizhu. Then, his mouth moved faster than his brain, asking a question that made the ghost child break out in a cold sweat. While we were fighting just now, we didn't see Brother Shizhu. Where has he been all this time? And in another corner, Zile stood as still as a stone statue, thinking, just in case. Before he could even finish his thought, he spoke up to get the other guy out of the jam. The reason this brother of mine is called an assassin is because he likes to hide in the dark and give the enemy a surprise, he explained while waving his hands and feet. And brother Da Zhuang follows me for a frontal assault. The three of us have always coordinated like this. After listening, Su Zhisheng, standing in the middle, nodded repeatedly in agreement. So that's how it is, to have brothers who work so well together. It's truly the blessing of my life, Zile continued. Now that we've all met, we've lingered in this factory for too long. We should head back. I wonder how Vice City Lord Shang is doing. You're right, let's go back quickly. With that said, the three of them walked out together. One dragged the purple-bodied monster, while another carried a person on his back. The third carried its severed arm. Suddenly, the person on Su Zhisheng's shoulders unexpectedly slid down, so he could only turn his head back. He offered a reassurance. Old brother Xiang, let's go home. Xiang Yu and Da Zhuang surprisingly turned their heads back and quickly, one after the other, ran towards the three people in front. Only then did Xiang Yu show a worried expression and ask, City Lord, your arm. City Lord Zhuang, what's going on? Su Zhisheng quickly answered, Old man Zhuang sacrificed himself to kill Duoer. Before he died, he passed the position of City Lord of Tianxing City to little brother Li. My arm was cut off during the fight with Duoer, but it's nothing. Hearing this left Xiang Yu in a state of utter confusion. What? But a voice cut him off. Don't ask anything for now. Take old man Zhuang's remains first. We'll talk as we walk. After saying that, Su Zhisheng slowly transferred the lifeless body from his back to Da Zhuang's. He continued, turning to where Yaxu was standing, holding the dead monster's leg, and asked, This is? He received an answer from Su Zhisheng. This is the corpse of Duoer, an SS rank radiation creature. The remains of Duoer made Xiang Yu disbelievingly stammer once again. An SS rank radiation creature. Remains, but Su Zhisheng maintained a calm demeanor. Old brother Xiang, you didn't hear wrong. Duoer had evolved to SS rank. This time, if it wasn't for little brother Li, I would have lost my life. Hearing this, Xiang Yu seemed to want to say something but ultimately just went along with it. It's a pity about old man Zhuang. Old man Zhuang also witnessed little brother Li's strength, so when he was heavily injured, knowing he wouldn't live much longer, he spoke up, wanting little brother Li to inherit his Tianxing city. A moment later, both Xiang Yu and Zile began to bow politely, speaking one after the other. Greetings, City Lord Li. Hello, Vice City Lord Xiang. Yaxi then added, Old brother Su, we've been in this city for a long time, and our radiation suits were damaged during the fight. How about we find a hiding place to talk? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhisheng quickly turned his head and smiled in agreement. Right. Look at me, I was so caught up in my joy. I almost endangered you all. Follow me, follow me. In a different scene, a haze of opaque white smoke surrounds a tall building. Judging by the number and position of the feet, there is at least more than one person here. As expected, two people in black protective suits with full equipment walked towards the clock in front of them. Skillfully, one after the other, they slowly supported the two completely exhausted bodies leaning against the wall. Su Zhisheng turned his head towards Yakshe and asked, Little brother Li, do you have time now? It's a good time for me to tell you about the matters of Tianxing City. Yes. The two sat facing each other, and Yake placed his hand on the table and spoke first. Old brother Su, please speak. Without delay, Su Zhisheng began his story. Tianxing City, compared to Tianlian City in all aspects, from environment, population, resources, to layout, there isn't much difference because of the war situation. Our 36 cities have all been balanced to the same level in these aspects. Tianxing City has its strengths and weaknesses. That is, Tianxing City has many powerful experts. He continued to express his thoughts while imagining it. But that man, old man Zhuang, had a thing for beauty. He married many concubines and had countless close female companions. He recalled the other party's bad habits. He paid no attention to managing Tianxing City, and from time to time, he would even forcibly abduct young women. In truth, the residents of Tianxing City have long been dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for his immense power, someone would have risen up and rebelled long ago. Since he has an S-rank ability, I'm afraid he would have been driven out of his position as city lord long ago. Hearing this, Yazzie raised his hand to touch his mask. He asked thoughtfully, So, brother Su, you're saying I should suppress those with ulterior motives first. Meanwhile, Su Zhisheng placed the stump of his arm on the table, looked at Yazzie seriously, and asked, Brother Li, do you trust me? After hearing that, Yazzie quickly replied, Why would you say that, brother Su? If I don't trust you now, who else can I trust? Hearing this, Su Zhisheng replied happily, Brother Li, for this trust you've shown me, I will help you all the way. The two brothers, Da Zhuang and Tai Zhu, are quite strong, and your own power is formidable as well. The only thing left is winning the people's hearts and suppressing the dissenters. Just leave that to me. What do you say? Hearing his proposal, Yazzie trusted him completely. If Brother Su is willing to help me, then that would be for the best. Su Zhishang laid out the strategy. However, things might get a little complicated, so we'll split into two groups. Brother Li, you will suppress the people of Skywalk City. I will take some men to the Federation to confirm your status as City Lord from the officials' headquarters. After the conversation ended, Yazi and his two companions walked through the door and returned to their room. As soon as he entered the room, Yazi stretched out his arms and flopped comfortably onto the bed. Seeing his completely carefree behavior, Da Zhuang couldn't help but lean against the door and laugh out loud. Tai Zhu, on the other hand, chose to curl up in a quiet corner. Just as Yazi was relaxing, the game's notification screen popped up in front of him. Player Yazi, do you wish to claim your mission reward now? Claim. The system screen began to display the information. Player Yazi is claiming the mission reward, a gold grade item. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining a gold grade item. Gold grade refining liquid. Holding the reward, Yazi spoke, I can't believe I got this. Looks like I'm pretty lucky today. The reward he had obtained was the gold grade refining liquid. It can be used to refine the attributes of a gold grade or lower item one time. Choose one attribute to modify and randomly obtain a new one. Upon receiving this exciting information, he stared intently at the stats for his silver boots, the flash boots, gold grade equipment. A pair of combat boots imbued with spatial abilities, an item many superpowered individuals could only dream of owning. Attributes. Agility +5, Spirit +4, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces footstep sound by 30%. Attached skill, Flash. Move forward a distance of 1 to 2 meters. During this movement, you are immune to 90% of all damage taken. Cooldown time of 4 hours. The 30% reduction in footstep sound seems kind of useless. He quickly took out the silver boots. A notification screen popped up immediately. That reduces footstep sound by 30% attribute of the equipment. Flash boots has been refined into. Jump height increased by 30%. The flash boots equipment has obtained a new attribute. After each jump, you can perform another jump in midair. The height of the second jump cannot exceed 30% of the first. Seeing the information on the screen, Yazi was pleasantly surprised. Holy crap, am I really this lucky today? Then, he comfortably rested his head on his arms, relaxing on the soft bed. Time slowly passed, and on the second day, Brother Su calmly stepped out onto the top of a building. He announced loudly to the gathered crowd, Citizens of Tianlian City, I have gathered you all here today to make a very important announcement. He continued, raising his voice. Through the joint efforts of myself and the former City Lord of Skywalk City, Zhuang Feiyue, and by killing the imposter who was the City Lord of Skywalk City, we have successfully slain the SS rank irradiated creature, the one that has always been a massive threat to humanity. Erdor, along with 3 other S-rank irradiated creatures. Hearing his announcement, the people below looked at each other in disbelief. As if to prove his words were true, Brother Su turned around and ordered in a stern voice, bring it up. As soon as Brother Su gave the command, a series of footsteps echoed from behind. Then, his subordinates carried out the massive, headless corpse of a high-level zombie. While the citizens were still reeling in shock, a man in a hat couldn't help but exclaim, That's the SS rank irradiated creature. The man in the blue shirt was just as astonished. It looks absolutely terrifying. An SS rank creature, killed just like that. But contrary to those two, the young man in the brown shirt behind them felt differently. Of course it was. What's so strange about it? As long as our city lord is here, we have nothing to worry about. Immediately, all the citizens of Tianlian City began to cheer enthusiastically. All hail the mighty city lord! All hail the mighty city lord! Seeing how excited everyone was, Su Zhishang remained composed, calmly signaling for the crowd to quiet down. Then he spoke. We have already sent Erdor's head to the Federation. Today, there are 2 things I wish to tell you all. The thing is, Su Zhishang had made a public announcement about the former Lord of Tianxing City, Zhuang Feiyue, and how the current Lord of Tianxing City, Tu Lujia, had killed a radiated creature. Hearing Su Zhishang's announcement, a guy in a brown shirt below excitedly turned to ask the guy in the green shirt next to him, Have you heard of Tu Lujia? He immediately got a reply. Right now, who in all of Tianxing City, or even the entire Federation, doesn't know Tu Lujia? And because of this, in a wasteland in the city, a man holding a club was violently stomping on one of Zhuang Feiyu's henchmen. With a contemptuous challenge, he said, I follow Tu Lujia now, you piece of trash, a henchman of Zhuang Feiyu. In another room, Zhuang Feiyu's concubines were also chatting about this morning's news. The pink-haired girl sighed, I heard the new city lord is way cooler than that old man Zhuang Feiyue. Hearing this, the blonde girl couldn't help but wonder. I wonder what type of woman he likes. Back in Su Zhishang's office, Ye Zi opened the door and walked in. asking suspiciously, "Old Su, you were looking for me." Seeing him enter, Su Zhishang immediately said, "Brother Li, this is the list of support personnel I've arranged for you. What do you think?" Without needing to think or hesitate, Yeshi replied, bluntly, "All right." Then he picked up the book and began to carefully read the information on each person. When he finished, Yashi closed the book and said with a smile to Su Zhishang, "Old Su, with the talented people you've given me, I could rebuild Tianxing City." With that, he cupped his fist and expressed his thanks. "This generous gift from Old Su. I've accepted this list. You've gone to a lot of trouble, Old Su." Seeing this, Su Zhishang quickly waved his hands, saying it was no trouble. Absolutely no trouble. "Speaking of which, Brother Li, there is one thing I need to trouble you with." Hearing that, Yeshi said, "Old Su, just say it. What kind of relationship do we have?" Upon receiving that response, Su Zhishang immediately explained the situation. "I heard from that guy Xiang Yu that when you, Brother Li, were dealing with the Green Devourer King, you summoned a 10-meter wide wall of fire out of thin air. That firewall burned the Green Devourer King until it screamed endlessly. So I'm very curious, brother, how did you do that?" Hearing his question, he didn't rush to answer, but just said, "Old Su, have you ever considered that besides weapon attacks, there are also elemental attacks?" This new concept left Su Zhishang a bit surprised. He asked doubtfully, "Elemental attacks?" Yeah, she immediately clarified, "That's right. Because the environment we're in right now is extremely suitable for using elemental attacks, but we don't have the method to use the elements." Hearing about this method, Su Zhishang quickly said to Brother Li, "If you don't mind, could you explain it to me in detail?" He replied casually, "Of course, I don't mind." Then he began to tell Su Zhishang that he had once obtained a treasure called the Elemental Pearl while out on a mission. After hearing Yashi's explanation, he asked in surprise, "So this is a completely new generation of cultivation that you've summed up from your experiences on missions, a completely new method of combat?" Yashi nodded and replied, "That's right." He also let out a silent sigh of relief, thankful that his apocalyptic experience from his past and current lives was extensive enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fool this old fox. As if afraid Su Zhishang wouldn't believe him, Yashi continued to explain. "Moreover, it's not just fire. Everyone's constitution is different, so the elements they can master are also different. Water, ice, wind, lightning. As long as you, Old Su, meet the conditions, you can master one." As soon as he heard those words from Yashi, Su Zhishang unexpectedly became a bit quiet and contemplative. This made him a little anxious, thinking to himself, "Did I say something wrong?" After a long moment, Su Zhishang finally agreed, shaking his hand gleefully, and probed again, "Brother Li, is this for real?" He replied, "It's true, it's true." Only then did Old Su put on a serious expression. "Brother, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Can this cultivation method be passed on to me?" He pulled his hand back and said, "It can, but..." He slowly rubbed his wrist and then replied, "Old Su, if you want to learn, of course I'll teach you. It's just..." Old Su hurriedly asked, "It's just what?" From behind his mask, he continued, "It's just that my two brothers, Da Zuwang and Tai Zhu, are a bit weak right now. I was wondering if Old Su had any way to help." Hearing him say that, the old man took out an item. He feigned surprise and asked, "Old Su, what is this?" The man presented 2 vials of solution labeled with the letter S and answered, "Brother. Li's brothers are of course my good brothers. How could I treat my own brothers poorly?" After placing them on the table, he continued, "I have 2 precious S-rank enhancement serums here. As it happens, one for each of your brothers." He touched the serum and asked, "Old Su, 2 S-rank enhancement serums are equivalent to the entire reward for killing an S-rank radiated creature." The old man replied, "What are 2 S-rank enhancement serums? Are they more precious than the brotherly bond between you and me?" He held the serum in his hand, scratching his head with the other. 2 vials. "Old Su, you have no idea. My burly brothers are huge and rough. A full vial of strengthening serum for them is only as effective as half a vial," he slowly added. So, even though he said nothing, the old man understood, his face darkening as he thought suspiciously. "I've lived for 70 years, and this is the first time I've ever heard that the effectiveness of a strengthening serum is related to a person's body size." Although he knew Lin Zile was talking nonsense, he convinced himself to go along for his own purposes and also for the so-called attack element he mentioned. He endured it, gritting his teeth as he took out another such vial. "Brother Li has a point. So, for your brothers, I'll take out 1 more S-rank strengthening serum." He didn't take the vial right away but added 3 vials. "Brother Su, you might not know this. That Tai Zhu fellow is quite mischievous. He usually drinks half and spills the other half. So, to stop him from complaining further, the old man pushed the vial into his hand. Say no more. That's it. That's all I have. I'm only giving you 3 vials. Not letting him have his way, he pointed to his mouth and added, Oh, but usually after a meal, I like to use A-rank strengthening serum to gargle. Mr. Su was furious but still complied. Fine. I'll take out 3 more A-rank strengthening serums for Brother Li to gargle with. He stored all the vials in his personal space, then turned to Mr. Su with a smile. Then I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Lin Zile created a blazing fireball in his hand and said, Brother Su, this is a fire attribute origin orb. Looking at the orb, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The young man calmly continued, I will now begin the test for you, to see which attribute you are compatible with. The old man quickly replied, Okay. After a moment, the orb in his hand gradually disappeared, replaced by a stream of azure gas. He said, I have completed the test for you. You are compatible with the wind element. When I get back, I'll create a cultivation technique for you. He pointed at the old man and continued, Brother Su is very diligent. It will be very easy to summon the element. By then, your combat power will increase significantly. It might even be an opportunity for you to break through to the SS rank. Hearing this, all his anger turned to joy. He looked at the young man, who was rubbing his chin, and said, Thank you, Brother Li. He replied politely, Brother Su, actually, I'm also doing this for humanity. If more people learn the art of the elements, we won't have to fear those radiated creatures anymore. Lin Zile rubbed his chin and added, Brother Su, you have a wide network. If others are in need, you can introduce them to me. He continued to entice Mr. Su. As long as it's someone introduced by Brother Su, I will take out 1 A-rank strengthening serum from the gifts of the same level for Brother Su to gargle with. Really? He replied seriously. Yes. Mr. Su said, Why be so formal, Brother Li? This is our contribution to increasing humanity's combat strength. He began to relax and said, To be honest, in Tianli City and Tianmo City, I'm quite close with those city lords. At this thought, an excited Mr. Su hurriedly added, I'll send someone to deliver this good news right now. Lin Zile placed a hand on his shoulder to show his sincerity and said, Thank you, Brother Su. Meanwhile, the old man happily thought to himself, This Brother Li is quite righteous. Not only does he want to make money for himself, but he doesn't forget to bring me along. But Mr. Su had no idea about his scheme and walked right into the trap. He took the bait, just as expected. After the two successfully shook hands on the deal, Lin Zile said politely, Brother Su, it's a pleasure working with you. Su Zhishang also quickly replied, Brother Li, a pleasure working with you. At this point, the young man added, Brother Su, I plan to go to Tianxing City first to assess the situation. I won't be taking the talented individuals you've given me. When the time is right, I will still need to ask Brother Su to bring them to Tianxing City. Hearing this, Mr. Su was stunned and hurriedly said, but Lin Zile cut him off. Brother Su, no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. He leaned in to explain. What if Tianxing City isn't stable yet? It wouldn't be good if those talented people lost their lives. Completely convinced by him, Mr. Su replied with extreme cheerfulness. That's true. However, Brother Li, if you run into any trouble, you must come find me immediately. He also calmly replied, Of course. Thinking of something, the old man added another word. However, you've just become the city lord of Tianxing City and aren't familiar with it yet. After a slight pause, he said with a bright smile, How about this? I'll find a guide to go with you. The young man just replied faintly, I couldn't ask for more. Then he bowed to show his sincerity. Thank you, Brother Su. Brother Su, we'll meet again. The old man, on the other hand, laughed heartily and replied, You and I will have many more opportunities to meet again. At this moment, he offered some advice from his experience. This Tianxing City. Brother Li, you need to be careful. In another area, there were the sounds of hurried footsteps. Lin Zile was in the lead, followed by two other people. He walked into a cave entrance above which was a wooden sign that read Tianxing City. Xueqiu was the guide leading them into the city. Lord City Lord, this is the largest entrance to Tianxing City. I've already made arrangements for you in Tianxing City. You just need to follow me. Hearing this, he just faintly replied with two words, Thank you. And so, the group went deeper into the cave. After a long tunnel, an iron gate opened. Xueqiu continued to lead the way. Lord City, Lord, this way please. He walked to the desk, presenting a document to the ID inspector. These are my credentials, the man replied. Approved. You also walk up and hand over a piece of paper. But unexpectedly, the moment the inspector sees it, he immediately stops you, looking at the photo and the words Slayer on the ID card. He jumps to his feet and hastily asks, "Sir, are you truly the legendary Slayer?" You just answer flatly, "I am." The inspector immediately bows his head, presenting the paper back to you with both hands. "Respected Lord Slayer, welcome to Sing City." You, however, just take back your ID as usual and reply with a simple, You put the paper away, thinking to yourself, "He called me Slayer." It seems the news that I've become the Lord of Sing City hasn't reached them yet. Lin Zile turns and walks away, unable to help but think, this is rather interesting. It would be perfect if another group like the Wu Yang Gang showed up to cause trouble. That would be an excellent entry point. With the procedures completed, the ID inspector stands at attention, watching them enter another doorway. Shui Chu points the way, "This way, City Lord." He then pushes the door open, and just like that, the scene behind the door slowly comes into your view. The sight not only surprises you, but also shocks the two people behind you. As you step inside, Lin Zile can't help but be stunned. Didn't Old Man Su say that Sing City was more chaotic than Lian City? In that case, shouldn't there be more people here than in Lian City? I wasn't mistaken, was I? Looking through your mask at the dilapidated houses and deserted streets, you can't help but wonder, why isn't there a single person here? Could there be some other rule? Or maybe this plaza, being the main entrance, is just managed with extreme strictness. A voice calls out from below, "Hey, you on the plaza? Are you from the outside?" Two young men walk over to talk. "The assembly is about to start. You should hurry over here." As the two get closer, they recognize Shu Chu. One of them says, "I thought you were a newcomer. Turns out you're someone Brother Shu Chu brought." "Brother Jiang, what's going on? I was only out of the city for 3 days. Not only are the old foxes gone from the plaza, but now there's some kind of assembly." The man named Jiang replies, "You came back at the perfect time. Today, just for attending the assembly, everyone gets a pound of food." Shui Chu asks in surprise, "What? A pound of food?" The other man now speaks up. "You heard right, 1 pound. And all you have to do is show up." Still confused, Shu Xiu quickly asks the two of them again, "Brother Jiang, what is this all about? Do you have any inside information?" Brother Jiang replies, "You think I don't want to know?" The Deputy City Lord announced it suddenly. "Given our status, how could we dare to pry into the Deputy City Lord's business? But I guess we'll find out when we get there, won't we?" Brother Jiang says with a troubled sigh. "However, I can tell you what I do know." He pauses for a few seconds before continuing. At noon, the Deputy City Lord urgently announced that there would be an assembly tonight. All public officials who aren't on duty must attend. Everyone else gets a pound of food just for showing up. Just the promise of food was enough to get everyone excited. Right now, at least 100,000 people have gathered in the center of the Commoners District, and a huge portion of the city is heading over there. I have a feeling there might not be enough food to go around. Brother Jiang pats Shui Chu's shoulder as a reminder. "If you guys want to go, you better hurry. Like little brother Zhao said, if you're late, it might all be gone." Shui Chu turns to look at Lin Zile, seeking his opinion, then turns back and clasps his hands politely. "Brother Zhao, Brother Jiang, thank you. I have some business to attend to. I'll find you guys later." Brother Jiang also replies politely, all right, go on and do your work. Just don't forget to come to the assembly." "Got it." He then turns his head and quickly catches up with Lin Zile's group. On the road now, there are many people running towards the assembly location. From a distance, Lin Zile can see the crowd ahead growing denser, when suddenly, something catches his attention. The people were packed so tightly they were shoving and pushing each other, creating a loud clamor. "Stop pushing. Who the hell just touched my head? Who stole my bitter tea? Move it, let me through. Get out of the way. Stop pushing, stop pushing." Shui Chu's face also turned pale, frozen by the sight before him. Looking at the endless, shoving crowd, Shui Chu hurriedly explains, "Our Sing City isn't normally this chaotic. It isn't like this." Lin Zile observes the crowd, calculating in his head. There are about 20 to 30,000 people. Da Nok alone is enough. He then gives the order, "Da Nok, go." Da Ngok, carrying Gui Tong on his back, charges forward to clear a path. Anyone who blocks his way is sent flying from their spot. Lin Zile takes out a bag of melon seeds and offers some. "Want some melon seeds? My brother is going to be fighting for a little while." The two of them then slowly walk into the center of the circle. Many people who had fainted were scattered on both sides. Up ahead, Da Nok was enthusiastically clearing the way. As they walked, the other people instinctively moved to the side, creating a small path. Shui Chu watched Da Ngok's performance and turned. "Model." Shui Chu went over and asked Lin Zile, "Boss, is this simple and brutal method of fighting how you all normally operate?" "Pretty much." After speaking, he used his position at the very front to observe his surroundings, then looked ahead where there was still no movement. The people beaten black and blue at his feet thought to themselves, No wonder these residents don't dare to make a move even when they see food. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the front because someone was approaching his location. He stood before the entire gathered crowd and shouted, "Quiet! The Vice City Lord is here." Everyone bowed their heads in unison while he stood there, stunned. Suddenly, an arm from the person next to him pulled his head down. "Don't look at the Vice City Lord. It'll cost you your life." Lin Zile didn't resist, unable to help but think. So this was the catch for the free food. Footsteps were approaching the gathering spot. The man in the lead spoke first. "Dear residents of Skywalk City, thank you all very much for attending this assembly." After a brief pause, he continued, "I am Rong Jianbai, the Vice City Lord of Tianxing City. I trust that I am no stranger to any of you." The citizens below raised their hands and cheered. "All hail the mighty Vice City Lord." The Vice City Lord, however, continued speaking, "Everyone, please raise your heads. I'd like to introduce a few old friends to you all." Lin Zile observed from within the crowd, listening as Rong Jianbai introduced a man with brown hair and a woman with silver hair, one by one. "This is the person in charge of the Materials Management Department, Mr. Yi Qing. This is the person in charge of the Financial Management Department, Miss Gong Siwei." Each citizen wore an expression of anticipation. The Vice City Lord continued with his introductions. "The man with the twisted eyebrows, this is the head of the Livelihood Management Department, Mr. Zheng Feihong. And the man with the scar on his face, this is the captain of the S-rank mercenary group, Mr. Po Kong Ba Zhen." After the names were introduced by the Vice City Lord, the people at the front began to discuss animatedly. These figures represented the powers of materials, finance, and security, as well as the S-rank mercenary group of our Skywalk City. That's right, these are basically the figures with the ultimate power. In our Skywalk City, aren't they normally inside the city walls? Why the sudden act of charity today? Handing out food to us? Who knows? Let's just watch first. No matter what, we're not losing out. Ignoring the chatter from the citizens, he continued, "We came here today because we have an important piece of news. We want to tell every single resident of Skywalk City." Just one sentence was enough to make the entire crowd fall silent, listening for his next words. "You are the masters of Skywalk City. You have the right to know about every important decision made for Skywalk City." He became solemn. "According to intelligence from our agents in Heavenly Lotus City, our City Lord, Zhuang Feiyu." The Vice City Lord choked out two words. He, Mr. Yi Qing, beside him, patted his shoulder comfortingly and spoke on his behalf. When City Lord Zhuang was out on a mission, he unfortunately met with a disaster. Once again, the citizens erupted into an uproar. "What? The City Lord met with a disaster? Doesn't that mean our Skywalk City doesn't have a single S-rank expert left?" That's right. Then will we be taken over by other cities? What if radiated creatures attack next time? What are we supposed to do? The Vice City Lord frowned and roared. "Silence. The five of us have already found a way to protect Skywalk City." His face turned sorrowful. "We have already lost our City Lord. We cannot lose the peace of Skywalk City." He then pointed at the group of people, lying in a heap, and gave a direct order. "Starting from now, if anyone continues to discuss matters related to the City Lord's death, they will be killed on the spot." No one spoke a word, and the atmosphere fell silent. At this moment, the Vice City Lord was very satisfied. "We are not entirely clear on the cause of the City Lord's death, but even without him, everyone has absolutely no need to worry about the safety of our Skywalk City." Rong Jianbai pointed to Mr. Ba Zhen beside him and explained, "Because our captain, Mr. Po Kong Ba Zhen, is a man of extraordinary talent. He has already broken through to become a mid-tier S-rank expert, adding me, a low-tier S-rank enhancer. Our Skywalk City still has 2 S-rank enhancers." The citizens below heard this news and roared with joy. They all had the same thought. This is great. The Vice City Lord smiled, satisfied with the result, and then continued his performance. "On the contrary, I am not here today to praise the merits of the former City Lord." He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted, but to expose his brutality. Rong Jianbai clenched his fist and began to list his crimes. He was a tyrant, whose evil deeds were monstrous. He committed such heinous crimes that not even books could record them all. First, after he had had his fill of ranting, he summarized. "The former City Lord is dead. For the crimes he committed, we have passed a resolution to destroy his tombstone in the City Lord's cemetery, as punishment." The easily led citizens chanted in unison, "Support! Support!" Lin Zile couldn't help but scoff, internally, acting without even investigating the full situation. How stupid! That was his conclusion. And so, the full name of this assembly is the City Lord Selection Congress, but they were still thinking that no matter what kind of person Zhuang Feiyu was, the Alliance would still grant Zhuang Feiyu the title of hero for his achievements in the crusade against Ardor. Destroying Zhuang Feiyue's tombstone now is no different than slapping the Alliance in the face. The Deputy City Lord raised his hand, showing his determination. The irradiated creatures and zombies on the surface are becoming more active. We must have enough strength. Someone with the ability to protect the development of Skywalk City, for the sake of protecting Skywalk City, for the sake of protecting our people. We must select a new City Lord through this assembly. The people in the stands didn't understand his words and began to ask, "What? Brother Wrong, you organized this assembly just to choose a new City Lord." He replied, "That's right. Skywalk City cannot go a single day without a Lord." Then he turned and spoke to the four of them as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Rather than passively letting the Alliance send someone to take over Skywalk City, it's better if we choose one of our own. This will also be beneficial for the future development of Skywalk City. Hearing this, Mr. Ye Qing was the first of the four to speak. "I agree." With someone taking the lead, Miss Gong Si also made a nomination. "I believe Deputy City Lord Rong is the best candidate." Mr. Zhang Feihong added, "That's right, I feel the same. Is there anyone in all of Skywalk City stronger than Deputy City Lord Rong right now?" Mr. Ba Zhen also agreed, "Indeed." Then, all four of them clasped their hands and faced the Deputy City Lord. "Deputy City Lord Rong, please accept the position of City Lord." Rong Jianbai politely refused. I can't. With my meager talents, I've already been shameless enough to be the Deputy City Lord for so many years. How could I have the face to become the City Lord?" Mr. Yi Qing beside him replied, "I say, Brother Wrong, stop refusing. If we really hold a selection congress, how long will it take to choose a City Lord who is truly suitable for Skywalk City?" He started to refuse again. But Gong Si Yi interjected, "Deputy City Lord Wrong just said it himself. The residents of Skywalk City also have rights to participate in every matter concerning Skywalk City. Why don't we let the residents make the choice?" Zhang Feihong and Ba Zhen chimed in one after another. "That's right, the five of us can be considered the strongest in Skywalk City. The others are no match for us. I think we should just choose one of the five of us to be the City Lord." Everyone unanimously agreed with this idea. Miss Gong Si stepped forward and began to speak. "Dear residents of Skywalk City, I am the head of the Financial Management Department, Gong Sai. Today, I have invited you all to participate in the vote to select our next City Lord." She raised her hand to vote. "I cast my vote for Deputy City Lord Wrong. What about the rest of you? You can all speak now. You can discuss it." Hearing this, the citizens began to murmur amongst themselves. "I think the Deputy City Lord is qualified." "That's right. In other cities, isn't it normal for the deputy to take over when the City Lord dies? The Deputy City Lord becomes the City Lord?" "That's right. I support this decision." But Lin Zile remained silent. As if by unanimous decision, all the citizens shouted, "We support Deputy City Lord Wrong as our City Lord. We support Deputy City Lord Wrong as our City Lord." Hearing the voices pour in, "We support Deputy City Lord Wrong as our City Lord. We support Deputy City Lord Wrong as our City Lord." He quickly replied, "I never expected everyone to trust me so much." Miss Gong Si turned back and replied, "Deputy City Lord Wrong, look at how much the people adore you. Don't be so modest anymore. Hurry up and accept the position of City Lord." He acted as if he were accepting. "Since everyone trusts me so much, I will boldly take on the role of City Lord." Then he turned to face all the citizens and said, "If no one has any objections, then I." Someone in the crowd shouted, "I object." He turned towards the direction of the voice. He saw someone leaping up. It was Lin Zile, appearing on the platform with a majestic posture. From a distance, three figures approached. Lin Zile's group wore strange outfits and masks, causing a stir among the crowd. Who is that? Daring to object to the Deputy City Lord? Is this person insane? Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before his eyes. Player has successfully triggered the quest, Lord of a City. Do you wish to accept the quest? The objective of this quest is to successfully become the City Lord of Skywalk City. The reward is 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 1 cubic meter of storage space, and the activation of exclusive City Lord quests. Lin Zile didn't need to think for long. Of course, he accepted. After he made his choice, the notification panel disappeared, but another one popped up. It showed a new quest. No one can take what's mine. The requirement was to kill Rong Jianbai and the others with ulterior motives, and win this selection congress. The quest reward is a random, common-grade golden finger, along with 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. Lin Zile smirked. "I was just thinking that it's been so long since my golden finger gave me a quest. I thought it had disappeared and wouldn't come back." Activating 2 missions, monopolized the City Lord in Golden Hand. He couldn't help but reveal his smug expression. "This is incredible. Truly, out of this world." But to outsiders, the expressions on their faces screamed of triumph and contempt. Rong Jianbai, standing opposite them, flared up in anger. I'll ask you again. Was it you who objected? Ziluo shrugged, looking at the man. That's right, I object. Is there a problem? Rong Jianbai frowned, pointing a finger at him, provoking. This is a provocation against us, the Vice City Lords. Looking at your medal, you're merely a member of an S-rank mercenary group. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, an S-rank mercenary is untouchable, but you've gotten way ahead of yourself. He hissed through gritted teeth. Compared to an entire underground city, an S-rank mercenary is nothing. Rong Jianbai waved his hand and shouted, Guards. He ordered in a low voice, These three have disrupted the assembly. Kill them on the spot. A group of men appeared out of nowhere, immediately surrounding Lin Zile's group. He just let out a silent, contemptuous laugh. His right hand immediately began to emit a brilliant purple electric current. A fierce gale swept past along with his technique, causing the men to instinctively step back. Seeing this, Rong Jianbai shouted, Who gave you permission to retreat? Get them. The guards gritted their teeth and charged forward, but the small spark in Ziluo's hand instantly grew larger. It shot straight into the air and then rained down like a thunderstorm. The lightning precisely targeted those who intended to stop him. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by the groans of his enemies. The surrounding citizens stirred in commotion as they saw the bodies he'd sent flying land before them. Are they dead? The citizens turned their gazes towards him, filled with curiosity. Who on earth was this man? He could actually manipulate lightning in the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, Ziluo conjured a ball of lightning. Meanwhile, Rong Jianbai, standing opposite him, was terrified. How is this possible? This is a powerhouse with S-rank combat strength. The terrifying image of Lin Zile was reflected in his eyes. When did I provoke such a powerful enemy? Suddenly, Ziluo took a firm step forward. His entire being emanated a clear sense of overwhelming pressure, forcing Rong Jianbai to break out in a cold sweat. Rong Jianbai looked up at Lin Zile and swallowed nervously. In an instant, his attitude completely changed. My friend, I was in the wrong just now. However, today is very important to me. I hope you can give me a chance. He immediately made an offer. Once this matter is dealt with, I will give you a vial of A-grade strengthening potion as compensation. How about it? Lin Zile found this laughable. He reached for the sword on his back. An A-grade potion to get rid of me? Who do you take me for? He drew his sword, and lightning immediately crackled menacingly in all directions. Lin Zile calmly swung his sword once, but that single move was enough to make it difficult for Rong Jianbai to defend. In the end, the sword in his hand couldn't take it anymore and was sent flying by Ziluo's attack. The two swords clashed violently. Rong Jianbai's long sword was knocked into the air and then plunged straight down, right in front of him, causing him to collapse to the ground in fear. Rong Jianbai scowled and cried out. He looked at his sword, which was now covered in cracks, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. This is the B-grade longsword that's been with me for years, yet he destroyed it in one single strike. This man's strength is definitely not that of a normal S-rank. Trembling, he grabbed the hilt of his sword. On my own, I'm afraid I can't beat him. Rong Jianbai pleaded with the person standing next to him. Leader Ba, please, lend me a hand. Ba Zhen was the leader of the Skybreaker mercenary group, an intermediate S-rank combatant. He narrowed his eyes at Ziluo, who was radiating an oppressive and unsettling aura. Ba Zhen could only shake his head and reply softly, My apologies. Rong Jianbai exclaimed in astonishment. Leader Ba, if you can just help me kill him, I'll double what I promised you before. Ba Zhen firmly held up 3 fingers in front of Rong Jianbai. He demanded coldly, I want triple. Rong Jianbai was speechless. He gritted his teeth, hesitating. Suddenly, he spoke, Fine, triple it is. But before he could finish speaking, he was struck down by one of Ziluo's attacks. Rong Jianbai's entire body was sent flying into the air, but he was then caught by Ba Zhen. Ba Zhen landed gracefully, standing opposite Lin Zile. Ba Zhen looked at him calmly and said, My friend, you heard him. Today, my brother Jianbai is under the protection of our Skybreaker mercenary group. He raised an eyebrow. I wonder which mercenary group you belong to. Out of respect for me, let's just leave things as they are for today. But Ziluo immediately cut him off. Respect you? Are you even worthy? He instantly unleashed a sword strike. This attack was aimed straight at both Ba Zhen and Rong Jianbai. Ba Zhen struggled to raise his sword to block. The entire sky trembled, filled with Ziluo's powerful and furious lightning. Ba Zhen gritted his teeth. This is bad. This man is even stronger than I imagined. He had no choice but to toss Rong Jianbai aside. Using both hands, Ba Zhen poured all his strength into blocking the attack, sweat dripping down his face. He was simultaneously resisting Ziluo's killing intent while drawing his bowstring. Model. With a loud roar, all the members of the Skybreaker Guild charged forward. Anyone who joins this fight gets a reward of 50 mercenary points. Inflict any damage on one of those three, and the reward is doubled. The crowd immediately erupted. 50 mercenary points. You'd have to risk your life for half a year just to earn that much. A flood of people charged forward excitedly. All they had to do was inflict some damage to double the prize. We might not be able to beat the master up there, but surely we can handle that Big Oaf and the kid down below, right? But Big Oaf had already made his move, causing the crowd to freeze in their tracks, unable to move. Lin Zile glanced over at Big Oaf and Gui Tong, giving them a silent nod of approval. He curled his lips into a smirk and spoke to them. I'll leave these guys to you two. For everyone you beat, you get a chicken leg. Saliva immediately started drooling from the corners of Big Oaf's and Gui Tong's mouths. They looked excitedly at the charging crowd, who seemed like a swarm of bugs. The two of them charged forward at once, each taking a side and knocking down the attackers one by one. Meanwhile, on the platform, Zilluo sent Ba Chen flying. He braced himself with one hand on the ground to keep from falling. Ba Chen gritted his teeth in pain and used his skill to heal his wounds. Zilluo simply raised his hand to his right eye, and in that instant, a brilliant light flashed. After he used his Scout's Eye skill, the power levels of Ba Chen's group became crystal clear to him. From Shu Qiang CD and Ye Qing to Zhang Fihong and Hua Jiu, every single one of them was an A-rank elite. Only Ba Chen and Rong Jianbai stood out, being a mid-tier S-rank and a base-level S-rank, respectively. Lin Zile calmly watched, waiting to see what this group of old men would do next. Rong Jianbai then stepped in front of him and bowed respectfully. Your strength is indeed nothing to scoff at. But my Tianxing city is filled with masters. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his expression turning to one of contempt. You won't gain anything here. Get the hell out of Tianxing city now, and I'll forget this ever happened. Zilluo narrowed his eyes and replied in a grim tone. You're not wrong. The combat power of Tianxing city is truly not to be underestimated. There are 6 world-class masters and a group of unusually strong mercenaries. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. However, Zilluo suddenly unleashed a sword strike towards Rong Jianbai's group. The one thing I'm not afraid of is being outnumbered. Ba Chen reacted swiftly, immediately raising his sword to block the attack. Rong Jianbai didn't dare to be careless either. He quickly moved to help Ba Chen. But in the blink of an eye, Zilluo was already behind the 2 old men. He took them both down instantly. Enraged, Huo Jiu charged at him from behind with his sword. However, he just scoffed silently. Overestimating yourself. The moment Zilluo turned, his sword pierced straight through Huo Jiu's heart. The man looked down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zilluo pressed his advantage to finish him off for good. Huo Jiu knelt powerlessly on the ground before his whole body collapsed to the floor. With his last breath, he could only glare. How is this possible? Seeing this, the crowd below the platform began to whisper amongst themselves. That was an A-rank master. He killed an A-rank master in a single blow. What kind of power is that? Zilluo approached Yi Qing step by step. The sight of blood dripping from his sword made the old man's face turn pale. He pointed the tip of his sword at the man's face and gave a wicked smile. It's your turn now. Yi Qing's face went white and he hurriedly backed away. Then he turned tail and ran, stammering. Don't kill me. Lin Zile was suddenly a bit bewildered. He's already running away? I just glanced at you. Am I really that scary? He pointed at the fleeing Yi Qing and turned to Big Oaf. One slipped through the net. That's 5 chicken legs. Thrilled by the extra reward, Big Oaf raised both hands and let out a loud cheer. Rong Jianbai, watching from the side, cursed in disappointment. Damn it, what are you running for? Let's all attack together. We still have a fighting chance. If we run, he'll just kill us one by one. Ba Chen, standing beside him, agreed. That's right, we can't just keep defending passively. We have to attack. In a flash, Ba Chen shot forward. Skybreaker Guild, attack. Ba Chen's group leaped high into the air. They all unleashed their attacks towards Lin Zile at the same time. He just let out a cold snort, and the sword in his hand began to glow with brilliant flames. He swung his furiously burning sword, unleashing a devastating twin slash filled with killing intent. Su Qiang CD and Zheng Fihong were the unlucky ones who took the full brunt of the ferocious attack. Ba Chen had just turned his head when he saw both of his comrades struck down, but another blade of fire was already hurtling toward him at lightning speed. As it reached him, Ba Chen barely had time to deflect it with his sword. In that instant, however, another of his comrades was struck down by Zilluo. But on the ground below, Vin Qi and Bach looked up and trembled, saying, "Oh God, how? How are we supposed to fight this?" The moment Lam Tulak released his hand, the materialized arrow shot from the bow, heading straight for Vin Qianbok's group. A single flame spirit arrow flew through the air. This skill fires one flaming arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow is equal to 100% of the user's strength attribute plus 40% of their spirit attribute. After the flame spirit arrow hits its target, the enemy will suffer a flame explosion effect equal to 60% of the user's strength attribute. The explosion produced by the flame will cause a burn that lasts for 5 seconds, and this flame cannot be extinguished. Ba Tran was frozen to the spot, his eyes glued to the flame arrow. Then, his eyes turned red. He looked down just in time to see 3 arrows lodged in his body. Ba Tran turned to look at Vin Qianbok, as if he wanted to say something. But in an instant, his entire body was burned to ashes. Vin Qianbok stared intently at Tulak in the air. He landed leisurely on the ground, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing him approach, Vin Qianbok began to tremble uncontrollably. With a terrified expression, Vin Qianbok looked at Lam Tulak, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees. He grabbed the corner of his shirt and cried out, "Spare me. I'm begging you, please spare me. The position of City Lord, all the supplies in Skywalk City. All the treasures I've hidden, they're all yours. Please, just spare my life, will you?" Lam Tulak just smiled without answering as a longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Vin Qianbok's face immediately turned pale. "I know how to manage a city. I can be your subordinate. I can help you manage Skywalk City." Despite his continuous pleading, Lam Tulak calmly raised his sword high. "I can work like a horse for you." With one swift and clean strike, he cut off Vin Qianbok's head. "Please." He stepped over the body as the head rolled across the ground. Vin Qianbok's entire body collapsed in a spreading pool of fresh blood. Lam Tulak suddenly stopped in his tracks. He reached out and held an emblem up high. "I have accepted a request from Old Man Trang, who was your former City Lord, to become the new City Lord of Skywalk City. Does anyone object?" The crowd below immediately broke into a commotion. "This is the guy who can kill 2 S-rank experts. How could we dare to object? This guy also has 2 subordinates who can insta-kill A-rank experts. You'd have to have a death wish to object. Besides, this guy can fly." Finally, the chatter died down, and a wave of silence passed over the crowd. Lam Tulak showed a satisfied expression and nodded twice. "Very good. It seems I've won everyone over with my special charm. Since no one objects, then the motion passes with 100% of the votes." He raised a single finger towards the sky. "From this day forward, I, the Butcher Li Hao Bak," he announced in a loud voice, "am the City Lord of Skywalk City." Immediately, a mechanical system voice announced, "Host has successfully killed Vin Qianbok and Ba Tran, achieving victory in this grand assembly. Mission, it's mine, and no one can take, is complete." He stared intently at the system notification. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward. 1 random common sheet item, 1 gold-grade piece of equipment." The system asked if he wanted to claim the reward now. Lam Tulak calmly pressed cancel, deciding not to claim it for now. TQ rushed up from the crowd below, wearing a fawning expression. "Congratulations, my lord." "Ah, no. Congratulations, City Lord." He held out a wooden tray in his hands and said, "Shall this subordinate put the medal on you, sir?" Lam Tulak's lips curved into a slight smile as he grunted in agreement. He lowered his head to watch as TQ carefully pinned the medal on him. He instructed in a low voice, "Later, you and your men head back to Heaven's Lotus City and tell Old Man 2 to bring my people here." TQ immediately raised his hand in a salute. "I guarantee the mission will be completed." Lam Tulak glanced at the cheerful faces of Dai Jock and Kuei Dong and let out a small laugh. "Are you 2 done?" Kuei Dong threw the sack in his hand to the ground, revealing a human head inside. Lam Tulak stretched and let out a sigh of relief. All the loose ends have been dealt with. He turned his head and tossed a chicken leg to Dai Gok. "Here." Dai Gok and Kuei Dong followed behind him, cheering happily. "Dai Gok, Kuei Dong, let's go see our new home." The 3 of them stopped in front of a large mansion, unsure of what expression to make. Lam Tulak looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, this new house is way too luxurious." The doors of the vast mansion slowly opened, and Lam Tulak, along with Dai Gok, who was carrying Kuei Dong on his back, gradually walked inside. They stopped in the living room, and Lam Tulak thought to himself, "All these decorations look valuable. The old City Lord must have made quite a bit of money. Looks like Kulei Xiao will be getting some experience." A well-dressed servant bowed to them. "Thank you for coming, City Lord. You have protected the honor of our old master." The bald old man next to him also bowed and said, "If it weren't for you, sir, we would have all been cleaned up by now." Lam Tulak replied to their thanks. "No need for formalities. Just continue with your duties." Both of them responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Lam Tulak turned his head and said to Tiat Q behind him, Tai Q, take some men back to Heaven's Lotus City and tell Old Mantu to bring my people here. Tai Q smiled and greeted Q Quan. The team replied, we guarantee the mission's completion. Lin Zile instructed 2 servants, I'm going into seclusion for a while. Guard the master's tower well. Don't let anyone enter or disturb me. Oh, and make sure Dangu and Gui Tong get something to eat. Hearing this, the 2 servants replied loudly, yes, sir. Then the 3 of them set off, with Lin Zile heading into the city. After Lin Zile, Dangu and Gui Tong had been gone for a while. One servant asked the other, what does seclusion mean? Outside the large mansion, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Zile went up to his room and pulled open the curtains to let in the sunlight. Then, he flopped onto his bed to rest. As he lay there, he opened the system menu to take a look. System. Common golden hand draw. Then the system displayed a message, congratulations, host, for successfully drawing a level 1 super surprise. The system displayed a few notifications, and a smile spread across Lin Zile's face. 2 messages had appeared. First notification. Host is detected to already possess a level 1 super surprise golden hand. The level 1 super surprise has been upgraded to level 2. Lin Zile maintained a smug smile. 1 draw every 2 days, not bad at all, he thought. Let's try a draw right now. He then pressed the draw button. But when he saw the item he received, the smile on his face vanished instantly. A notification popped up, congratulations host, you have drawn a Yunbei Black Medicine Band-Aid. He held the Band-Aid in confusion and muttered, there's no special item description. Looks like it's just a normal Band-Aid. Nothing special about it at all. He shot up from the bed in frustration. Throwing the bandage on the ground, he yelled, what the hell is this? It's just a regular bandage. And here I thought today was my lucky day. Forget it, I'll just draw again tomorrow. Then, he said to the system, System, draw a gold-grade item. When the system's draw interface popped up, he hit the button. He wasn't feeling very optimistic, thinking to himself, I refuse to believe I'll be this unlucky today. The gear is probably going to be terrible too. Then, 3 notifications popped up in succession. The first one read, drawing gold-grade equipment reward. The second notification said, congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold-grade equipment, Elemental Spirit Ring. The final notification described it, Elemental Spirit Ring, a gold-grade piece of equipment. It's a ring that can enhance elemental effects. It's one of the pieces from the elemental set. Its attributes are Spirit Power plus 5 and Spirit Power recovery speed increased by 20%. When the wearer uses elemental powers, their effectiveness is increased by 20%. After reading the notifications, Lin Zile couldn't believe his eyes. Holy crap, did I just pull a piece of a set? Still a bit dazed, he continued to think. In my past life, how many years did it take me to get the Elemental Spirit Ring? He grinned slyly, thinking about his incredible luck. To get this item right at the start of this life. This is just too insane. It's ridiculously overpowered. He switched over to the new equipment screen. As he did, he thought, if I manage to collect the full elemental set, the attribute bonuses will be insane. He then replaced his +2 lifesteal ring with the gold-grade Elemental Spirit Ring. He gave a satisfied smile and then lay down on his bed. Looks like I'll have to start searching for the other elemental set pieces. Lin Zile tossed the ring into the air and caught it. He held it up, admiring it. I have the flame contract skill, and now I have the Elemental Spirit Ring in my hand. Does this mean I can use it to create a lightning seal? Looking at the ring, Zile said to himself, let's give it a try. He shot up from the bed and began to summon a flame in the palm of his hand. He gathered energy, making it burn brighter and bigger. But after a moment, the flame flickered out. Zile was lost in thought, confused. The effect is diminished way too much. This seal is far weaker than the flame seal. Observing the ring, Zile told himself, well, for better or worse, I guess you could call it a success. It seems it's possible to use the Elemental Spirit Ring to supply elemental power and create unique seals for each element. Zile gripped the ring with determination. I just need to keep experimenting until I find the best way to fuse them. He sat intently on the bed, determined to keep trying different kinds of magic. If I keep at it, I'm sure I'll find the best method. 10 days went by, and Zile was still tirelessly experimenting. Without a break, he once again created 2 flames, but after a moment, they too faded away. This time, he used water magic, condensing it to cast a spell, and a water dragon materialized, coiling around Zile. Seeing this, Zile smiled in satisfaction. It worked. He opened the notification panel to check. The notification read, it has been detected that player Ye Z, using the traits of the Azure Emperor class, has successfully comprehended an unknown effect, preparing to digitize the effect. The next notification read, congratulations to player Ya Z for utilizing the traits of the Azure Emperor class. to successfully comprehend elemental transmutation. Elemental transmutation is a unique trait of the Azure Emperor class. It allows for the rapid conversion between the different elements that you have mastered. This allows you to achieve effects across all types of elemental skills. Note, the Azure Emperor's legacy is similar to the CV legacy. It is not affected by the Doomsday game. After reading the notification, Ziluo was a little confused. What does that mean? Is it saying that even if the game... A notification window for skill upgrades appeared, allowing Ziluo to choose one of 3 options for his Fireball technique. Upgrade to Elemental Burst, Flame Pact upgrades to Elemental Vow, and finally, Water Wave Steps upgrades to Elemental Wave. Ziluo chose to upgrade Flame Spirit to Elemental Burst. The skill description read, Elemental Burst, a mage-type skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to condense a fire, lightning, or water elemental spirit. After the spirit reaches a designated position, it will explode. The power of the explosion is equal to 70% of the spiritual power consumed, and it will also have additional elemental effects like burn, paralysis, or slow. Ziluo rested his chin on his hand. In other words, the original Flame Spirit technique will now change into an elemental spirit. So, depending on my element, it will produce different kinds of explosions. Ziluo smirked as he thought to himself, I tried it just now, and I can almost condense the Flame Seal technique and the Lightning Seal technique at the same time. This means that as long as the attributes are different, this skill might not share a cooldown. Ziluo focused intently, channeling both fire and water energy at the same time. Let me try again. He merged the 2 elements in the palm of his hand. Ziluo unleashed that combined elemental energy, causing an explosion in front of him. Ziluo was stunned to see that he had dented a corner of the door. That's terrifying. But Ziluo smiled, because this skill meant that as long as he had enough spiritual power, he could become a mage fortress with infinite firepower. After testing his new skill, he opened the skill panel to check. Elemental Vow, through the Elemental Seal technique, uses different attributes to cast various elemental effects. Elemental Wave summons a vortex, a flame vortex deals damage over time. A lightning vortex deals instant burst damage, and a water vortex has crowd control abilities. Note, use caution when using vortices of different attributes. For example, fire and water vortices will evaporate and disappear if they coexist. Meanwhile, a lightning and water vortex will enhance the damage of the lightning vortex. After reading the skill description, Ziluo shouted, This is great. Then he pressed the button to learn the skill. As he selected it, he grinned mischievously. This means the skill scrolls in my storage space can finally bypass their elemental restrictions, and I can learn them all. After choosing the new skill, a manual appeared in Ziluo's hands. Upon receiving the manual, he thought, Strike while the iron is hot. I'll learn it right now. As Ziluo tried to move, he tripped and fell, dropping the manual. Sitting on the floor, Ziluo thought, That's right. I haven't slept for 10 days and 10 nights. My body can't take it anymore. I should get some sleep. So he decided to put the manual aside and learn it after he woke up. Then he jumped onto the bed and shouted in relief, Finally, I can rest. But as soon as he lay down and closed his eyes, there was a knock on the door. Extremely annoyed, Ziluo's eyes snapped open, and he shot up, hearing a voice from outside. Lord Commander, I heard an explosion in your room. Are you all right, sir? Ziluo remained silent for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke, I'm fine. Hearing this, the soldier outside replied, That's a relief. Lord Commander, you're finally awake. The soldier bowed politely and said, 3 days ago, officials from the Alliance faction arrived here. They need you to present the City Lord's token to officially confirm your status. For some reason, the soldier struggled to say the last few words. Do you think you could? Before the soldier could finish, Ziluo lay back down on the bed. He replied, They've already waited for 3 days, so tell them to wait 1 more day. From now on, don't bother me. I want to sleep. Hearing Ziluo's reply, the soldier froze in place, thinking to himself, he truly lives up to his reputation as the lord of our Skywalk City. The soldier turned towards the window, thinking, a normal city lord would be respectful and courteous to the people sent by the Alliance, but when it comes to our lord, waiting 3 days isn't enough. They have to wait 1 more. A day passed, and our Ziluo finally woke up. Stretching, he thought, that was a good sleep. Leveling up the 9 Li Pearl is getting so difficult now. Ziluo made his way to the reception hall, where a man greeted him. Greetings, City Lord Li. The middle-aged man who greeted him was Zhang Liang Qi, the captain of the S-Class Awakened Alliance, and the young, scholarly-looking man with platinum hair next to him was Jiang Qiji, the vice-captain of the A-Class. Dingchen Awakened Alliance. When he heard this, Ziluo thought, my subordinates told me that after the surface city on planet Tanmu is destroyed, elsewhere, 36 underground cities have been established. These underground cities formed an alliance. The alliance was centered around the city lord of Tianyang City from the central continent. This captain is an elementary-level enhancer. In Tianxing City, he's already considered a top-tier expert. Suddenly, Ziluo placed a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. I heard he's just a regular high-ranking official in Tianyang City, he thought. That really shows you how powerful Tianyang City is. Finishing his thought, Ziluo spoke up. Brother Jiang, please have a seat. He then sat down himself, but the other two remained standing. Liangqi handed Ziluo a booklet and said, City Lord Li, these are the documents from the City Alliance, confirming you as the City Lord of Tianxing City. With the booklet still outstretched, he continued. From this moment forward, you will officially be the City Lord of Tianxing City. You will enjoy all the privileges that come with being a City Lord. As soon as Liangqi finished speaking, Ziluo reached out and took the booklet. The moment he took it, a notification appeared. Player Yezi has successfully become the City Lord of Tianxing City. Mission requirements met. Mission: Lord of a City completed. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining the reward. 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1 cubic meter of storage space. Ziluo's experience bar inched up a bit. Then, Liangqi summoned 3 potions and said, City Lord Li, this is an SS-grade enhancement serum, extracted from the SS-grade radiation creature, Ardor. It's considered a priceless treasure. Its effects are far superior to the S-grade enhancement serum, and the cooldown period between uses is also much shorter. 3 S-rank enhancement serums. The first is a reward for killing the SS rank A duo heir. The second is a reward to thank you for suppressing the internal rebellion in Skywalk City. The third is a congratulatory gift from the Alliance for you, the new City Lord. After speaking, the man respectfully presented them to Ziluo. Upon receiving the 3 precious vials, he thought to himself, adding the 4 I already have, that makes a total of 8 enhancement serums. I'll try them out tonight. He responded to Liangqi's sincerity with a very simple phrase, thank you. Seeing Ziluo show no emotion, Liangqi was surprised. As expected of City Lord Li, to be so calm when faced with enhancement serums worth a fortune. God only knows how much temptation I had to resist, just to bring these enhancement serums here safely. Noticing Liangqi spacing out, Ziluo asked him, in that case, please help me convey my sincere greetings to the leaders of the Alliance, Captain Liang. Thank them for their generosity. Hearing Ziluo finally speak up, Liangqi said with relief, actually, you won't need me to relay the message. City Lord Li, you can tell them yourself, in person. Hearing this, Ziluo wondered what he meant. Liangqi bowed respectfully and answered, it's like this, City Lord Li. Due to a series of recent events, the Alliance is planning to hold a City Lord conference. Barring any important matters, all City Lords of the underground cities must go to Sunbeam City to attend. Still not understanding, Ziluo asked further. What series of events are you talking about, Captain Liang? Liangqi straightened his back, replying grimly, City Lord Li must already know that the destruction of Heavenly Wound City was a duoer's doing. And that was just what happened in the northern sector. The area Liangqi was referring to is currently overrun by zombies. Liangqi continued his explanation. In fact, Sky Tomb City and Sky Gold City in the eastern continent sector, and Sky Soul City and Sky Wind City in the western sector. These cities have all been besieged by zombies and radiation creatures over a period of time and have tragically fallen. Hordes of zombies swarm through the chaotic cities. During this period, due to some unknown influence, large numbers of zombies and radiation creatures have begun to riot. Massive hordes of zombies have gathered together, and, as Liangqi continued to explain, the typically sedentary radiation creatures have left their original locations. These events have led to the deaths of a great number of humans living on the surface. Somewhere on the ground, the corpse of a demon lies still. Not only that, but a problem has also emerged with the evolution of the radiation creatures. Researchers have discovered that many radiation creatures have developed a related ability during their evolution. They can detect the underground cities. This is the main reason why those cities were destroyed. It's highly likely that the current situation has reached a critical point. That's why the Alliance decided to call a City Lord Conference to discuss how to resolve this issue. After finishing his explanation, Liangqi kept his head bowed, waiting nervously. He waited for Ziluo's decision. Ziluo was still hesitant and said, So you're saying, I have no choice but to go, but I need to think about it. Seeing his hesitation, Liangqi said, The City Lord Conference in Sunbeam City is in 4 days, and it takes 2 days to travel to Sunbeam City. I hope City Lord Li will consider it seriously. Ziluo reassured Liangqi, Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer in advance. Liangqi thanked him. Then I'll thank you in advance, City Lord Li. Ziluo replied, It's nothing. As Liang Qi left, a notification appeared. Congratulations to player Yazi for activating the mission. An activity, a mission exclusive to the City Lord. He then pressed the button to accept the City Lord's missions. Zilluo was surprised when he saw the information about the mission. City Lord exclusive mission, the People's Plan, a long-term mission to increase the happiness of the people residing in the city and to enhance the residents' bond with Tianxing City. Mission reward. For every permanent resident whose favorability towards the city increases to a certain level, the City Lord will receive 1 point of experience. City security, a long-term mission to increase the strength of every combat personnel in the city. Build a sufficiently strong army. Mission reward. When the strength of each combat personnel reaches a certain level, the City Lord will receive 10 gold coins. For every 100 combat personnel who reach a certain level, the City Lord will receive 0.5 cubic meters of storage space. Reading up to that point, Zilluo grinned widely and said, "Holy crap, there are 2 long-term missions. This is basically a divine reward farm. Accept all." He continued with the remaining notifications. Deal with irradiated creature. A daily refreshing mission, 673 meters from Gate 16 of Tianxing City. An A-rank irradiated creature is hunting prey. The location has been marked. As the City Lord, you must proactively handle such threats. Mission reward, 500 experience points, 300 gold coins. After reading all the missions, Zilluo was rolling on the ground laughing, saying, "The reward for each resident's favorability. Reaching the standard isn't high, but the population of Tianxing City is huge. And what's more, the storage space reward I get can even be doubled. Isn't this an endless source of profit?" He then opened his inventory and selected 2 potions, thinking, "Perfect. I had no use for these enhancement serums. Not only can I reward the soldiers of Tianxing City, but I can also win their hearts and increase their favorability." He looked at the notifications that were popping up and thought, "Looks like I definitely have to go to Tianyuan City. I can use my teach and return supplies skill." As the notification board fully appeared, it read, "Resident Zhuo Xiang's favorability towards Tianxing City has reached the target. City Lord's reward, 1 experience point. Resident Duan Yingwu's favorability towards Tianxing City has reached the target. City Lord's reward, 1 experience point." After reading the notifications, Zilluo jumped up and let out a triumphant shout. He then ran outside and yelled, "Someone, get over here. I'm going to implement a drastic reform. I will make the advanced system of planet Tanmu shine brightly here." A short while later, everyone was gathered at the dining table. They all just sat there, while Zilluo sat and happily ate a chicken leg. Once he was full, Zilluo said, "First, immediately open up the inner city of Tianxing City. Except for a few designated buildings, all other structures are to be demolished, and the land will be divided among the people according to their level of contribution." Someone spoke up, "City Lord, you're not joking, are you?" Hearing this, Zilluo thought, "What do I gain from pleasing you higher-ups? Farming the residents' favorability is the only right way. If I didn't see you as a talent sent by Su Zhishang, I would have dealt with you directly." He then replied angrily, "Do I look like I'm joking?" The man was about to explain, but Zilluo cut him off. "No buts. Not only that, I'm also going to establish a contribution exchange system. Regardless of whether you're a commoner, a wealthy person, or a public servant, everything will be based on your level of contribution. As long as you contribute, you can exchange for food, supplies, and even housing." Hearing this, no one there dared to say a word. After he finished speaking, Zilluo glanced at everyone. When he saw no objections, he continued, "Starting now, you all will draft the fairest possible contribution exchange system. Have it on my desk by tomorrow." The people around him could only tremble and shout, "Yes, sir." After making his threat, Zilluo softened his tone and said, "There's one more thing, starting now. Thoroughly investigate the assets, supplies, land, and so on of all Tianxing City officials. If any violations are found, confiscate everything." Hearing this, one person questioned, "City Lord, the other matters are manageable, but if we do this last one, it's highly likely to cause a riot." Seeing the question, he shot the person a death glare and threatened, "I'm telling you all, this isn't a request for your opinions. If you can't do it, then you don't need to do your jobs anymore." Hearing that, they said in unison, "Rest assured, City Lord, we will give you a satisfactory answer by tomorrow." 2 hands clapped together forcefully. Then, Zilluo stood before a few people and said, "Good, I'll leave these matters to you." He immediately turned to leave, but was stopped by one of their voices, "City Lord, if we do as you say, our supplies will only last for a month. What happens then?" Hearing this, Zilluo remained completely unfazed. "It's fine. When the time comes, I'll have someone deliver them." he said, leaving the man behind utterly bewildered, thinking, how can he sleep so soundly at night with the risk of a riot? A moment later, as if remembering something, Yazi turned his head back and whispered, oh, right. Don't forget to build a supply warehouse. It's going to be very useful soon. This left the other person even more confused, but they exclaimed, huh? Yes, sir. At the same time, Yazi didn't hold back, covering his mouth with one hand, his voice extremely sleepy. No good. I really need to catch up on some sleep. Then, it immediately vanished into thin air without a trace. Yes, a crescent moon was clearly visible in the night sky. The system suddenly sent a few lines of notification while Yazi was still fast asleep. The favorability of resident Pan Yong'an towards Skywalk City has reached the target. Reward for City Lord Yazi, 1 experience point. The favorability of resident Xiao Ying towards Skywalk City has reached the target. Reward for City Lord Yazi, 1 experience point. It continued until another notification appeared from the system. Congratulations, player. You have leveled up to level 34. All attributes +3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. He snapped awake from his deep sleep, his eyes wide open, and asked himself in a sleepy, yawning voice, I leveled up in my sleep. Then, Yazi lightly touched his forehead, then moved his hand closer to his temple. At that moment, his face suddenly aged. He pointed his index finger at the red screen in front of him and commanded, System, turn off notifications. Then he smirked in satisfaction. Ah, leveling up feels so refreshing. People in the real world can only stay up late and get up early to hunt zombies. He touched the screen, which showed Strength 154, Spirit 154, Constitution 149, and Agility 149, and immediately assigned the 5 points. Yazi touched his chin and murmured, to have gained so much experience during this time. Woo, he must have implemented a new policy. These commoners are so easy to fool. It's clear they haven't even received their rewards yet. A thought flashed through his mind. I should research the enhancement serum first, see what kind of supplies I can give them. Suddenly, a vial of solution, a bottle with an A label, suddenly appeared in his hand, and without any hesitation, he gripped it tightly and brought it to his mouth. He thought, it's a little sweet, and the system didn't mention any side effects. Then, Jax quickly chugged it down. Once he drank it, he let out a happy sigh and praised, refreshing. Just then, a golden light appeared, constantly swirling around his body. With a thoughtful voice, he mused, it's not that effective for me, but it should be enough for ordinary warriors. With that said, another bottle containing a solution with an S label appeared. Jax didn't hesitate to drink this one too. Instantly, his face filled with deep satisfaction, his eyes captivating. He glanced at the red screen showing a notification. Player Jax has used the S-rank Thin Mao Tin Enhancement Potion. Body attributes have increased. All stats +2. He praised, now that's refreshing. He looked at the 4 S-labeled vials in front of him and immediately grinned mischievously. This way, isn't it much faster than increasing stats by leveling up? If I drink all of this, won't my stats just shoot up? After saying that, Jax didn't hesitate to open the first bottle, tilt his head back, and chug it down. After finishing the potion, Jax let out a breath, but when he looked down at the fading halo in front of him, he shouted in panic, oh my god, why does it feel less effective now? At the same time, a notification from the system appeared. Player Jax has used the S-rank Thin Mao Tin Enhancement Potion. Body attributes have increased. All stats +1, which made Jax unable to hold back his anger and yell. It was cut in half. System, you're so stingy. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately poured the remaining 3 vials into his mouth. Afterwards, his face and voice became ecstatic as he exclaimed, why does this stuff taste like alcohol? While his body was still lying in bed under the covers, another notification appeared. Player Jax has used 3 vials. S-rank, Thin Mao Tin Enhancement. Body attributes have increased. All stats +2. Reading this, he looked extremely dejected. He asked, so 5 enhancement potions only gave me 5 points to all stats. Then, Jax slapped his own head. He commanded, System, open the full attribute panel. Instantly, the stats appeared in a huge font. Right before his eyes, Strength, +0. Spirit, +0. Constitution, +0. Agility, +0. While Jax was nodding and murmuring, with this panel, even without Su Zhishang holding me back, I can fight an SS Rankador. Just then, there was a sudden noise from outside, along with an announcement. Lord, are you awake? Lord Su of Tianlian City has been waiting for you in the dining hall for a long time. Hearing this, he paused for a few seconds, thinking, Su Zhishang, why is he here? Then he grabbed his mask and replied, all right, I know. A moment later, seeing the man sitting at the table eating a chicken leg, Jack slowly spoke, "Brother Su, my subordinates are so thoughtless. I only just found out you were here." As soon as he finished, Su Zhisheng, still holding the half-eaten chicken leg, laughed awkwardly. "It's all right, Brother Li. I was just afraid of disturbing your rest." Then he pointed forward mockingly. "After all, Brother Li, you inherited old Zhuang's 99 concubines." But Jax remained calm. He asked back, "You mean them?" He sat down and continued, "I thought their skills were lacking, so I told them to go to the Lord's tower to grow vegetables and raise pigs." He pointed at the food in the other man's hand and added, "The meat you're eating, Brother Su, might have been from a pig they butchered." Hearing this, Su Zhisheng exclaimed, "Brother Li, you really are something else." Instead of a proper greeting, he was met with a rather unrelated question from Nai Che. "Brother Su, what brings you here?" Su Zhisheng immediately replied, "The city lord's meeting in Tianyang City. I figured it was on the way, so I came over to your place to mooch a meal." Hearing this, Nai Che thought to himself, "On the way just means you need something from me, doesn't it?" Then, he calmly rested his chin on his hand and spoke, "All right then, we'll head there together tomorrow afternoon." As soon as he finished, Su Zhisheng raised both hands to his chest in agreement. "Okay, let's go together. However, before we leave, I hope Brother Li can give me some pointers on how to use the elements." Instantly, an arm shot out. It was Nai Che's, wrapped in a long iron chain and surrounded by a blue aura, prompting Su Zhisheng to give a thumbs up in admiration. "Nice one. Brother Su, you've already mastered the basics." But just as he heard Nai Che's next words, "Brother Su, I have a skill that can quickly unleash elemental power. Are you interested?" At that, he immediately grew weary and muttered under his breath, "Since you're a regular, I can give you a 20% discount." Su Zhisheng thought warily, "Here we go again. That smile again. He's here to swindle me out of my goods again." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he asked shyly, Brother Li, what exactly is this elemental skill you mentioned? Specifically, how powerful is it?" Instantly, a blue orb crackling with lightning appeared in Nai Chi's hand as he answered, "This is an elemental skill." Su Zhisheng looked utterly terrified. But Nai Chi simply threw the orb in his hand, causing Su Zhisheng to panic completely. Staring at the smoldering spot, he said, "That power, it has to be 10 times stronger than ordinary lightning." As the blue orb in Nai Chi's hand gradually faded, he immediately replied, "That's right. This is the power of an elemental skill. It consumes the same amount of spiritual energy, but its power is multiplied many times over." Hearing this, Su Zhisheng bit his lips softly. Is it really that strong? How can I learn this elemental skill? But all he saw was Nai Che snapping his fingers. At this, Su Zhisheng spoke up again. Brother Li, didn't I give you 3 S-rank enhancement serums last time?" Before he could finish, Nai Che cut him off. "That won't do, Brother Su. This is a skill, which is different from your elemental cultivation. It has a different price tag." This made Su Zhisheng reply dejectedly, "Look, Brother Li, I really don't have any more enhancement serums." Despite this, Nai Che gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, trying to persuade him. "What are you talking about, Brother Su? As if I don't know your situation. How about this? I don't need enhancement serums this time. Give me supplies instead." Hearing this, Su Zhisheng couldn't help but let out a shocked "Oh," adding, "I get it now. Before I came, I was wondering how your Tianxing city could afford the massive amount of supplies needed for its reforms. Where did all those supplies come from?" Then, as tears streamed down his face, he realized. So it turns out I'm the fool being scammed. As soon as he finished, Nai Che immediately consoled him. "It's all right, Brother Su. If you don't have the supplies, our friendship still remains even if the deal falls through. We can wait until you have them." But Su Zhisheng hastily cut him off. "Say no more. I'm a sucker being scammed. Just name your price." And so, without missing a beat, Nai Che pressed his advantage, gesturing with both hands as he spoke in a solemn voice. "Food for 100,000 ordinary people for 1 month." This made Su Zhisheng yell in a panic, "Are you robbing me? 20,000 is the most I can do. Otherwise, no deal." Instantly, Nai Che held up his entire hand to bargain, 50,000. But Su Zhisheng, still not satisfied, held up 3 fingers to counter-offer, 30,000. The moment he finished speaking, his wrist was grabbed tightly by Nai Che, who announced in a serious tone, "Deal. Thank you, Brother Su, for valuing friendship over wealth." A moment later, Su Zhisheng's face darkened, and he turned to the person beside him, ordering, "Go. Take some men to Tianlian City and get the supplies." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Nai Che looked up to the sky and laughed heartily in approval. Brother Su is truly a straightforward man. He He opened his palm, materializing a green orb surrounded by a dense aura as he said, "Brother Su, this is the wind sphere technique." Naiche allowed the dense green aura to expand further and explained, "The thinner the wind blades, the sharper they are, and there's no rule that they have to rotate clockwise." After a long moment, Su Jishang asked a little anxiously, "Right, right, right. Brother Li, is there more?" But he only received a flat reply. "That's it. That's the entire principle behind the wind sphere technique." Suddenly, Naiche spoke up slowly, however, then looked at Su Zishang's bewildered face and continued, "I wonder if Brother Su is interested in an elemental skill that incorporates chains." Hearing this, it seemed he realized he had just been tricked. Su Zishang pointed his finger at Naiche's face, furious. "You were still holding back? How many more skills do you have? I'm turning around to leave, and I'm only going to say 3 words. I'm not coming back." Seeing that Su Zishang was genuinely starting to sulk, Naiche quickly tried to sweet-talk him. "Don't be like that, Brother Su." Then he dangled a temptation. "There's a move that can create a vortex. A skill to imprison enemies. Don't you want to negotiate for it?" But no matter what Naiche said, Su Zishang paid him no mind. He coldly turned and walked away. He walked away quickly, despite Jax running after him, saying, "Brother Su, I'll give you a discount, a super deep discount." Seeing Su Zishang walk faster and faster, Jax became so anxious that he started offering a discount. "Buy these 2 skills at once, and the second one is half price." Jax hurriedly added, "If that's really not enough, what kind of skill do you want? I'll create one for you." At that moment, at exit 6 of Tianxing City, in the afternoon, a group of people was standing in front of a tall building. And it was Jax's group. He was currently trying to persuade Big Strong Doofus, "Help me remember to deal with the small monsters near Tianxing City. You can eat all the chicken legs you want for the next few days." Hearing this, Doofus couldn't help but happily think of the delicious chicken legs awaiting him. Then Doofus happily nodded and agreed to Jax's request. Standing behind the two was a man in protective gear. He was looking around as if assessing the situation. Soon after, he stepped forward and said to Jax, "Lord Li, our people are all gathered. May I ask when we can set out?" Jax immediately replied, "I'm good to go. Ask Brother Su when he wants to leave." When face to face with Jax, the man in protective gear unexpectedly turned his face away quickly. He thought to himself, "I can't look at Lin Zile, or else I won't be able to resist buying something." He was trying hard to restrain himself as he reported to Jax, "My team is also gathered and ready to go." Seeing the man in the protective gear act this way, he couldn't help but fall silent, raising a hand to his mouth in thought. Then, Yazzie stepped forward and said loudly, "All right, let's move out." Yazzie's group calmly and confidently walked towards the meeting point. Just then, a sound suddenly echoed from somewhere, leaving many of them bewildered. Immediately after, a loud rumble echoed out, and through the thick dust and smoke, dark figures began to appear right in front of them. The sound of heavy, powerful footsteps thundered relentlessly from outside. Yazzie's group stood their ground, as if bracing themselves for a massive battle. Suddenly, the sky cleared. A beam of light shone directly down on him, as if heralding something to come. The area where Yazzie's group was standing suddenly lit up amidst the thick smoke. And then, one by one, dark figures began to appear before them. A horde of massive monsters gradually came into view as the dust and smoke dissipated. Just as they charged forward to attack, Yazzie began to activate his skill. At the same time, he shouted, "Old Su, don't you guys even think about stealing these from me?" Then, a stream of blue light emerged from his hand, forming a small whirlwind. And just like that, it grew into an orb of power with sparks of electricity crackling around its surface. Seeing this, the group in protective gear gasped in amazement. As Yazzie unleashed his skill to envelop the dark monsters, he thought to himself, the real surprise is still to come. And sure enough, with just a fraction of the power he unleashed, Yazzie successfully trapped and knocked them all down. But it didn't stop there. The whirlwind he created continued to grow, completely encircling them. This sight left the group in protective gear absolutely stunned. On top of that, the whirlwind began to spin even more violently. It lifted the entire horde of dark monsters, suspending them in midair. Seeing this, Yazzie thought to himself with confidence, "There's no way you guys aren't dying of envy right now." Then, he proceeded to form another orb crackling with electricity. He then hurled it towards the horde of dark monsters. The orb shot through the air with lightning speed, looking as if it could tear the very sky apart. Instantly, the dark monsters were all electrocuted so violently that their skeletons became visible inside their bodies. This left everyone else completely speechless. Suddenly, the head of one of the dark monsters dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. It was followed by the heads of the others. They rained down with sickening thuds all around where Yazzie stood. Just then, a notification screen appeared. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing 1,000 zombies and 3 bi creatures. Second objective of the main quest, Wasteland's Second Crisis, completed. The screen changed again. This time, it announced, congratulations to player Yazi for successfully completing all main quests of the Wasteland's Second Crisis instance. Do you wish to submit the mission and leave the instance? After reading it, Yazi thought to himself, don't submit, don't leave. Then he turned cheerfully to the group in protective gear. So, what do you think of my elemental skill? But contrary to his expectations, everyone replied in unison, we could never afford that. We could never afford that. We're not worthy. Their response left Yazi speechless for a moment. After finishing the battle with the dark monsters, Yazi's group continued on their journey. Yazi then asked, Captain Zheng, roughly how much longer until we reach Tianyang City? He replied, this is the outskirts of Qiwan City. It'll take roughly another hour to reach Gate 49 of Tianyang City. Hearing Captain Zheng's answer, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Damn it, if this goes on any longer, my radiation levels will hit their limit, even though I'm actually fine. Seeing this, Su Zhishang could only speak up. There's no other choice. This is the center of the entire continent, the place with the highest radiation levels. Meanwhile, Captain Zheng was surveying the area. He spoke up. Let's move forward for another 10 minutes or so. There's a lounge up ahead. Let's go there and rest first. Yazi completely agreed with this idea. Not bad, let's go. The group then continued on their way. When they arrived at the lounge, it was desolate, without a single soul in sight. As they moved slowly and quietly deeper inside, Yazi suddenly seemed to realize something. He raised his hand to stop everyone, speaking with suspicion. Something feels off. I think there's someone inside. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously looked in the same direction. There stood an enormous iron door. Captain Zheng slowly approached it. Just as he cracked the door open, a voice drifted out from somewhere inside. Murakami-kun, you're absolutely right. Messing with women is the way to go. The more women, the better, right? Inoue-kun, hey. It wasn't just one voice. There were others. Damn it, Jiro Tanaka, what are you doing? Didn't you hear the door being pushed open? Go check it out for me. Realizing the group inside had noticed the commotion at the door, Yazi's party exchanged glances. He nodded, signaling them, then said in a low voice, here they come. Stay on guard. Su Zhishang sighed in annoyance. Well, speak of the devil. It's those scum again. His tone made Yazi a little surprised. He asked suspiciously, Old brother Su, you know them. He immediately received an explanation. They're the conservative faction from Tianyang City, the surrenderist faction that advocates for handing over weapons to the radiation creatures. He added grimly, so our enemies aren't just the radiation creatures, but also these conservative factions. Hearing this, Yazi nodded confidently and said, got it. At that moment, Su Zhishang also gripped the chain in his hand and pressed down on it. Just as he was about to make a move, Captain Zheng stopped him. City Lord Su, the situation is critical right now. We can't afford to make more enemies. This is an order from the elders. Hearing that, Su Zhishang could only reluctantly lock his chain back up. He then put it down and could only reply dejectedly, I understand. Yazi's group didn't notice at all that, while they were standing there talking, a group of people was staring at them from a distance. That person was reporting back to Fukawa Yumi, a member of the progressive faction. I only see Su Zhishang from Tianlin City. Inside the spacious waiting hall, he replied coldly, understood. And the one standing there, replying so coldly, was none other than Fukawa Yomi, the city lord of Tiandao City, a peak S-rank powerhouse. He was angrily cursing. Those idiots from the progressive faction. What rotten luck. As Yazi's group stood there lost in thought, a figure approached them. The moment he saw this person, Su Zhishang couldn't help but curse. Son of a bitch. Luckily, Yazi managed to stop him in time. Then he hid the badge on his lapel and said to Su Zhishang, Old brother Su, don't get worked up. We have to think about the bigger picture. Seeing the smile on his face as he reminded him of this, old brother Su cheered up a little. There it is, that smile. Then he whispered into Yazi's ear, Brother Li, just help me vent this anger, and I'll buy both of those skills from you. No discount needed. Yazi immediately replied with certainty, Don't worry, old brother Su. Then he slowly walked towards Fukawa Yomi, making him look back with some suspicion. At that moment, Su Zhishang came to his side to explain. The leader is Fukawa Yomi, the city lord of Tiandao City, a peak S-rank powerhouse. This statement completely stunned Yazi, and he couldn't help but blurt out, What? Seeing this, Fukawa Yomi smirked to himself. He thought this would surely scare the boy to death. But strangely, what Yazi said next was not at all what everyone expected. So this is the pervert who doesn't wear underwear? This even made old brother Su burst out laughing. Seeing this, Murakami Kogoro roared in anger. You idiot. How dare you disrespect the city lord? What kind of trash are you? Seeing him, Su Zhisheng immediately said to Yazi, "That's Murakami Kogoro, a peak A-rank powerhouse." After hearing this, Yazi just grunted in response. As for Fukawa Yomi, who had witnessed the whole thing, he just chuckled, looking at Yazi with a challenging gaze. At this point, Murakami Kogoro continued his taunts, just as I thought. A bunch of filthy lowlifes with no manners at all. But suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence and stared, stunned, at Yazi. Because at that moment, an intense killing aura was radiating from Yazi's entire body. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out. "Player Yazi has been insulted. Mission activated. Punish Murakami Kogoro." Seeing this, Fukawa Yomi spoke up hesitantly. He asked him, "You're the Slayer, the one who killed the city lord of Tianxing City, the one who killed Ardor?" Yazi flashed a savage smile, like a predator about to pounce. Then, Yazi held out his badge and said to Fukawa Yomi, "City Lord Fukawa, your subordinate has insulted a fellow city lord. That's insubordination. I'll help you discipline him." That's not too much to ask, is it? At this, Fukawa Yomi could only agree. "City Lord Li, feel free to discipline him as you see fit." Then he hesitantly added, "But a small punishment will suffice." Before he could even finish his sentence, Yazi had already moved to stand right in front of Fukawa Yomi. This made him exclaim in awe, "So fast!" Like lightning. Yazi then swung his hand and struck Murakami Kogoro straight across the face. Blood from Murakami Kogoro's face splattered onto Fukawa Yomi's, causing him to freeze for a second as he touched the stain on his cheek. Fukawa Yomi was silent for a moment, then he exploded in anger, cursing at Yazi, "You're dead." But Yazi simply replied calmly, "City Lord Fukawa." He asked softly, "Are you satisfied with my method of discipline?" At the same time, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the mission. Punish Murakami Kogoro. Reward, 3 grade." Hearing Yazi's question, Fukawa Yomi furiously shouted, "You player, you're pushing it too far." He and all his men raised their swords at him. "How dare you kill the great general of our Tiandao city?" Yazi immediately drew his own blade and replied calmly, "Didn't you say I could punish him as I saw fit, City Lord Fukawa?" He raised his voice. "My brothers all heard you say it." Su Zhisheng also spoke up. "City Lord Fukawa, while we are currently in a truce, it was your subordinate who provoked our City Lord Li first. Even if you take this to the Alliance, there's nothing wrong with how we handle things." Hearing this, Fukawa Yomi gritted his teeth in fury. "You." But in the end, he had to accept the situation. "Fine, fine, fine. You've all made your point very well." He then angrily pointed at Yaxi's group and said, "I admit defeat this time, but I will still report this to the Alliance. You just wait for the wrath of our conservative faction." Fukawa Yomi then ordered his subordinates, "Let's go." Yaxi stood there, smiling as he watched their retreating figures. Su Zhisheng finally burst out laughing, walked over to Yaxi, and said, "So satisfying. You're truly something else, Brother Li. You took down the peak A-rank Murakami Kogoro in a single move, leaving Fukawa Yomi completely unable to react. Right now, his heart must be bleeding." Yaxi humbly replied, "It was nothing, really. Not worth mentioning." Su Zhisheng smiled and said, "Brother Li, you're too modest. I haven't felt this good in a long time. When I get back, I'll definitely have someone send supplies to your Skywalk City." Captain Zheng, standing beside them, agreed wholeheartedly. "That's right. City Lord Li is being too humble." After a moment, Su Zhisheng said hesitantly, "But Fukawa Yomi will definitely report this to the Alliance." Yaxi calmly spoke up, "No need to rush." He casually said, "Perhaps they'll have some very bad luck today. Get surrounded by radiated creatures the moment they step out and be completely wiped out." Hearing this, the people in protective suits burst into loud laughter. If that really happened, it would truly be divine justice. The others chimed in with support. "Yeah, that's right." Suddenly, Su Zhisheng seemed to sense something. They all stood still to listen more clearly to the sound. Then he turned to Yaxi in panic. Could it be? All he received in return was Yaxi's triumphant smile, which served as a clear confirmation. Outside, Fukawa Yomi was screaming in rage. "Idiots, you idiots." He just kept yelling, "Idiots." Seeing him like this, Oda Inukiba, the Vice Lord of Sky Island City and an S-rank powerhouse himself, couldn't help but try to intervene. "My lord, if you're too loud, you might attract zombies or radiated creatures." Hearing that, Fukawa Yomi shot him a furious glare. Instantly, he landed a powerful punch right in Oda Inukiba's face. The blow sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to get back up. He angrily cursed, "You fool! Are you trying to teach me what to do?" After taking such a heavy blow, Oda Inukiba could only struggle to push himself up from the ground with his hands. Coughing loudly, he trembled and said, This subordinate was presumptuous. Suddenly, Fukawa noticed something unusual. Radiated creatures. He quickly held Oda Inukiba up, then grinned savagely at him and said, "No, no, no, you were right." Fukawa said cheerfully, "We can find radiated creatures to deal with the green robes." Having just been beaten for no reason, Oda was completely baffled. With an eager look on his face, Fukawa asked him, "Bring out the thing that Elder Bai secretly gave you." Oda obviously didn't dare to, so he immediately knelt and refused. "I can't, my lord. This is something that can only be used on Elder Bai's command. It absolutely cannot be revealed beforehand." Hearing this, Fukawa immediately struck Oda again. He glared down at him in a rage, forcing Oda to apologize repeatedly. "You fool. You dare to defy my orders? I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After that, Oda immediately took out a vial of red liquid and gave it to him. Not daring to disobey, Oda could only offer it with both hands. Humph. As long as this succeeds, the progressive faction will lose 3 S-rank powerhouses. This is the reward Elder Bai will want to give me. After snatching the potion, he immediately turned to his subordinates. "Just apply this reagent to your body, and you'll be noticed by the SS rank earth-rending mad lion that roams this area. Now I need you all to go complete this great mission." His subordinates stared at the vial, a shocked look in their eyes. "Is anyone willing?" Just as Yomi finished. As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately scrambled to volunteer. "City Lord, I'll go." So, Yumi randomly picked one of them to be the one to use the potion. "All right, it's you, then." He repeated a few things before handing the potion to the man. "Remember, you absolutely cannot die, or this potion will lose its effect." The man immediately shouted excitedly and accepted the potion. "Yes, I understand." The moment Yumi handed him the potion, the man immediately sprinted towards his destination. Yumi watched him go, thinking about the near future, and broke into a triumphant smile. "Ha ha ha, the SSS rank earth-shattering mad lion is an existence that no one in all of Tianyang City dares to provoke. This time, I'd like to see how you bastards survive. Ha ha ha, the city lord is wise and resourceful. The Earthcrawler group is sure to be annihilated." A moment later, the lucky man who received the potion picked up his pace, running towards a large tree up ahead. He then reached out a hand to lean against the tree and slow down. He still felt quite terrified about what he was about to face. Up ahead is the lair of the earth-shattering mad lion. Can I really survive this? But even if he was scared, this was now an unavoidable task. I'll just risk it all. Just then, a hand chopped down hard on the back of his neck, causing him to fall, hit his head on the tree, and pass out. It turned out that Zilluo had appeared and launched a surprise attack and was now linking his consciousness with Lin Zile. Wow, the people from Tianbao City even have stuff like this. He decided to reveal himself and leaned in close to the man. Then, he took the red potion for himself. Zilluo observed it for a long while before doing anything. After that, he opened the cap and poured out all of the liquid. Then he grabbed the man's leg and began to drag him away. Zilluo dragged the man at high speed along the dirt path for a long distance, scraping his face raw and giving him a new complexion made of dirt. He ran like he'd never run before, kicking up a cloud of dust. And just then, black smoke began to emanate from somewhere. A lion with gleaming red eyes suddenly appeared. The lion sniffed the air and caught their scent. It immediately stood up and followed the scent to their location. "This smell is delicious." It began to speed up, roaring with blood-red eyes and a crazed expression. Meanwhile, back with Yumi, he was blissfully unaware of what was about to happen and was still in high spirits. Just thinking about that raggedy group dying miserably under the claws of the earth-shattering mad lion, I'm already overjoyed. This time, Elder Bai will definitely reward me. One of his underlings took the opportunity to step forward and flatter him. "Brilliant, City Lord. This time, you will surely cause the progressive faction to suffer a major blow. When that happens, our plan for submission will be much easier to execute. It's truly a blessing for all our people." Yumi was delighted to hear this, and his smile grew even wider. "Very good. You have a silver tongue. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Having achieved his goal, the man rubbed his hands in delight. "Thank you, City Lord. This humble one has 2 concubines in Tianyang City as beautiful as flowers. Their skills are superb. This humble one only asks for a single B rank enhancement potion." Yumi immediately granted the reward upon hearing this. "Very good. Self-disciplined men like you are a rare breed. All right, tonight I will pay a visit to your 2 concubines. Thank you, City Lord." He then boldly ordered everyone forward. Let's go. Pick up the pace. I can't wait to find those 2 concubines." Just as they were on the move, someone suddenly rushed towards them. Because of his sharp intuition, Oda quickly sensed that something was wrong. He drew his sword and swiftly slashed in that direction. "Careful. Enemy attack." Oda's sword strike immediately cut the person down. After Oda had taken down the opponent, Yumi walked up to take a look, kicking the upper half of the body with his foot. Unexpectedly, it was the very subordinate he had just sent out. What is this? Isn't this Sakata from before? They all gathered around to look at the body and fell silent. No one could believe what had just happened right before their eyes. Impossible! How can this be? Just then, a scent wafted into Yumi's nose, and he instantly realized the problem. Yumi turned and shouted a warning to everyone. This is bad. This is the lure potion for the SS rank mutated beast, the earth-shattering mad lion. Fall back. Oda also noticed something and yelled, "This is bad." Everyone, prepare to leave this place immediately. The scent grew stronger and stronger, wafting towards them. One man was so scared that his body tensed up and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Finally, terrified, the man turned and ran for his life. RG, hey you. The surrounding atmosphere was now dead silent. Soon, that man returned to the group, but the lower half of his body was missing. It turned out the earth-shattering mad lion had followed the scent and chased them all the way here. The earth-shattering mad lion, several times their size, was standing right in front of them. So, I've finally found you all. The earth-shattering mad lion was still chewing on the other half of the man from before. Yumi's entire group was so scared they were frozen in place. An SS rank mutated beast, the earth-shattering mad lion. One man was so terrified that he trembled and peed his pants on the spot. The whole group started to panic and scatter in all directions. Mom, save me. As Lin Zile's group continued toward Tianyang, a gloomy gray fog suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Everyone be careful. Conceal your presence. It looks like there are tracks of a radiated creature here. However, the footsteps didn't stop. He asked, I think I heard screams a moment ago. Is this really the way to Sky Sun City? The person behind him quickly answered, City Lord Lee, please trust me. Everyone in the group was wearing full protective gear, and one of them made a guess. These aren't the tracks of the SS rank earth-rending mad lion, are they? Then, two people from the group shouted in unison. Aren't these people from Fukawa's conservative faction? He also thought to himself, I wonder if Fukawa's dead. He coughed, pointing down at the corpses scattered across the ground. This is the destructive power of an SS rank radiated creature. Fukawa's group seems to have been completely powerless to resist. It's much stronger than Erduo. The person in the white protective suit mused. Could it be that Brother Lee's subordinates did this? Then he refuted his own idea. No way. Absolutely impossible. This was the SS rank earth-rending mad lion. Looking at the scene, he tried his best to suppress his laughter, but his trembling body betrayed his glee at their misfortune. It seems the earth-rending mad lion has finished its hunt. Let's go see if any unlucky soul managed to survive. The man with the scar on his face frowned and replied, That's too risky. He crouched down to observe for a long time before making a decision. Let's go take a look. Judging by the direction of these tracks, their depth, and the concentration of blood stains, it's probably been 9 minutes. He glanced back at his group, then intentionally stared at Scarface, putting pressure on him. Besides, isn't this the only road we have to take to get to Tianyang City? Holding the fur in his hand, he continued his analysis. Everyone, look at this fur and the depth of these footprints. This earth-rending furious lion must have been chasing them. The path it took is actually much longer than we imagined. After speaking, he glanced at Scarface again, as if by accident. All right, we'll proceed at a normal pace for 9 minutes. If we don't find anything, we'll drop it. Scarface had no choice but to agree. Since City Lord Lee has spoken, let's go take a look. 9 minutes later, a group of 9 people continued to advance through the fog. Scarface seemed to sense something and quickly shouted, Everyone, be careful. The smell of blood here is very strong, but the deeper he went, the more interested he became. Looks like this is the place. Seeing a severed hand on the ground, the white-haired man warned, Everyone, be careful. I'm afraid Fukawa's group has met with disaster. Following his lead, the group walked towards the sunset. With steady steps, they walked past blood-soaked bodies with severed limbs. The chipped swords and blades told a story of tragic loss. Suddenly, the white-haired man was stunned when he saw a sword stuck in the ground. This is Oda Inikima's katana. He was a mid-tier male enhancer. Then, feigning grief, he continued, I can't believe even he is dead. He deliberately glanced around. They're dead. They're all dead. Lin Zile began to search the pockets of a nearby corpse. After a moment of searching, he shouted, Ah! Then, with a professional air, he pointed at what he found. This is City Lord Fukawa's medallion. Could it be that City Lord Fukawa has died a heroic death? Seeing the medallion, Scarface's entire body began to tremble, and he feigned tears welling up in his eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to hold back his emotions. I will report the City Lord's contributions to the Alliance. The others also turned to express their feelings. This is so unexpected. I can't believe City Lord Fukawa died just like that. Yes, it's so tragic. They were true heroes. Boo-hoo. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Puffed, ha. As if on cue, the others started laughing too. Puffed, ha ha ha. The laughter echoed, unstoppable. In Tianyang City, a place of towering skyscrapers, statistics appeared on an electronic billboard. Radiation level, 39%. Mid-level. Passage permitted. The gate opened, and Lin Zile's group walked deep inside. Seeing them, a man in blue wearing glasses approached and asked, Captain Cheng, welcome back. And these people are? Captain Cheng adjusted his collar and replied, they're with us. He continued to explain. On our way back, we saw quite a few corpses. They were on Guanming Road. Upon investigation, we discovered it was City Lord Fukawa and his subordinates. The man in blue immediately turned and shouted, this is bad. You two, quickly report to Manager Jiang. Something major has happened. Then he pointed at a headless corpse and added, looking at the extent of the damage to the body. Could it have been an S-rank radiation creature? Captain Cheng replied, according to our investigation, it was an SS-rank radiation creature, an earth-rending furious lion. I don't know why an earth-rending furious lion would appear nearby. He looked back at the body covered with a sheet. But our city, Lord Fukawa. A somber and tragic atmosphere enveloped them. It took him a moment to finish the sentence, died heroically on the battlefield. From a distance, a man dressed in green from head to toe ran over. It was Manager Jiang. He looked at the corpse and quickly issued an order. You men, meticulously investigate the bodies of City Lord Fukawa's group for me, then return to your posts. He cupped his hands in greeting. Captain Zheng, City Lord Li, City Lord Su. On behalf of everyone in Tianyang City, I thank you for bringing City Lord Fukawa's body back, allowing us to prepare to face the earth-splitting Mad Lion. Captain Zheng immediately replied, Manager Jiang, we also deeply regret not being able to meet City Lord Fukawa. Otherwise, the 5 of us S-rank powerhouses could have fought the earth-splitting Mad Lion. Understanding the situation, Manager Jiang gestured for them to enter. I'm aware of the specifics. For now, please, come inside Tianyang City to rest. He then led the way. As they approached from a distance, a colossal statue came into their view. Noticing his gaze, City Lord Su said, Brother Li, this is the pioneer of our new era, the Epoch Emperor. If the Epoch Emperor had lived a few more years, we wouldn't be in such a perilous situation. The statue depicted the Epoch Emperor, an SSS-ranked powerhouse, the strongest on planet Tanmu. Hearing Su's introduction, he replied, I know. He was a respectable man, the first SSS-ranked powerhouse. However, a melancholic look filled Su's eyes as he spoke. That's right. We could talk about his story for days and nights. Brother Li, let's go claim City Lord Zhuang's inheritance and the Alliance's reward first. Upon seeing a large building ahead, City Lord Su called out, Brother Li, it's over here. Pointing to the house, he added, this is City Lord Zhuang's home. I've already sent someone to handle the paperwork. You can stay here as you please. Lin Zile replied calmly, all right. Just as he was about to go inside to rest, Su stopped him with his hand. Brother Li, wait. Seeing him stop, he continued, right now, you have 2 matters to attend to. He asked curiously, what is it? Brother Su, you can speak plainly. Su raised his index finger. The first matter is your business. Back when you taught me how to cultivate, I spread the word. He took a deep breath and continued. By now, quite a few city lords are interested in it. However, because you were in seclusion, I didn't let them go to Tianyang City. Instead, I arranged for them to meet you here in Tianyang City. They've probably already arrived. He then held up 2 fingers in a V shape. The second matter is that Elder Lei wants to see you now. He is the supreme leader of our progressive faction and also one of our 3 SS rank elders. Hearing this, he rubbed his chin and thought, so the elemental cultivation method is already gaining traction thanks to Brother Su's promotion. The money's about to start rolling in. As for this Elder Lei, I'll see what he wants first. He cupped his hands respectfully. All right then, Brother Su. I'll go meet Elder Lei first. As for the elemental cultivation method, I'll have to ask you to help me advertise it. I'll give you a discount when the time comes, Brother Su. Su replied courteously. That works. As for Elder Lei, I'll have Brother Dugu take you there. Dugu bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes, sir. Thinking of something, Su became extremely excited and determined. As for the other city lords, this is the perfect chance for me to use my elemental techniques to shut them up. Let's see if they still dare to mock my methods, or say I'm unworthy of being a city lord. At this point, he called out, Wei Tang, you go with Brother Su and assist him. And so, they split up and went in 2 different directions. A few minutes later, At the Elder's Tower, Du-gu looked at the magnificent high-rise and introduced it. City Lord Li, this is the Elder's Tower. On all of planet Tamu, only 3 SS-rank powerhouses can be appointed as elders. The leader of the progressive faction, Elder Lei, is inside the Elder's Tower. As for him, he only replied with a single word. A man saw them and stopped them. Please present your identification and proof of appointment. Du-gu immediately snapped back. City Lord Li is a newly appointed City Lord. He doesn't have proof of appointment because Elder Lei invited him personally. Go and ask if you don't believe me. The man remained firm. I cannot. I am not permitted to leave my post. From behind, a girl ran up and pushed the guard aside. My apologies, City Lord Li. This guard wasn't aware of the situation. Seeing her panting heavily made him raise an eyebrow. I'll have him apologize immediately. But he just said, it's fine, I don't mind. The guard also bowed his head. City Lord Li, my apologies. Seeing this, he even comforted him. It's all right, you did your job well. The girl observed his every action and came to her own conclusion. So this is the City Lord Li who killed the SS rank radiated creature, and he's so young and so easy to talk to. Returning to the matter at hand, she gestured politely. City Lord Li, this way, please. Elder Lei has been waiting for a long time. He didn't waste any more time, simply nodding and following her into an elevator. When they exited, she stood formally at a door and announced his presence. My lord, the City Lord of Tianqing City is here to see you. After she spoke, a voice came from within. Let him in. The secretary pushed the door open for him and gestured. City Lord Li, please enter. She watched him step inside. The interior resembled a conference room with a long row of chairs, and a man was seated at the head seat. That was the SS rank powerhouse, Elder Lei. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, releasing a murderous aura that enveloped him. He couldn't help but admire him inwardly. I didn't expect Elder Lei to be this old, yet possess such a powerful spirit. The room was slightly disturbed. At that moment, he moved with great speed, walking right up to the elder. He reached the chair beside him and swiftly sat down. He had to turn and look at him. Elder Lei couldn't help but marvel to himself. How interesting. He's completely unaffected. Then, Lewin let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. As expected of the City Lord Li who killed an SS rank radiation creature. Truly, youth knows no bounds. He picked up the teapot, poured a cup, and pushed it towards him. Come, come, try this tea. This is good stuff. Just by smelling it, he could tell the energy in this tea was no less than that of an S-rank enhancement fluid. Seeing Elder Lei's kind smile, he drank it all in one gulp. Only a fool would pass up a free benefit. Sure enough, the system panel appeared right on time. Detecting player Lin Zile has consumed the Star Mother Spirit Energy Tea. Divine Body Attribute +3. Seeing the numbers, he couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, it's that powerful? Noticing his reaction, Elder Lei voiced his thoughts. Those are the breakthrough waves of an S rank. Elder Lei continued. If I wasn't mistaken just now, City Lord Li has just broken through to S rank. He didn't hide it and replied, it was just a stroke of luck, thanks to the energy from Elder Lei's spirit tea. After pondering for a few seconds, he answered, it has nothing to do with my spirit tea. From the moment you entered the room, I could sense that your strength was already at the peak of S rank. Furthermore, you could break through at any moment, which is why I gave you the spirit tea. After a brief pause, he spoke again. But I've only just realized that your physical constitution has just broken through to S rank. It was as if he had realized something about his process. He quickly voiced his suspicion. Which means you have a method that allows you to fight above your rank and kill an SS rank radiation creature. Seeing him stay silent and just stare at the teapot, the old man scratched his head and replied, all right, all right, all right. Fine, fine, you little rascal, you're a greedy one. I can give you the spirit tea, but you have to tell me why. He answered bluntly, to be honest, I've already told City Lord Su about this method. He poured himself some tea and added, it's the method of elemental control. However, if you want to kill monsters above your level, you also need to learn elemental skills. Elder Lei laughed cheerfully upon hearing his words, while he just kept pouring tea, holding the pot tightly in his hands as he drank. Good, good, good. With young people like you, our human race has hope. Quick, show me what you can do. Lin Zile began to demonstrate. Blue streaks of light slowly appeared, gradually forming a small, dark blue orb. Seeing the orb floating in midair, the old man asked, what skill is this? Its power is amplified by more than 10 times, and the consumption isn't high. He didn't hide anything and replied, that's right, it's just like that. The old man then asked another question, but with just this, it would still be very difficult for you to jump 2 levels and kill a door. Instead of answering right away, he demonstrated with the orb as his response. Red streaks of light began to enter the center of the small orb. The orb seemed to absorb a massive amount of energy and began to glow on its own. It absorbed the surrounding light, creating a shell of lightning. This is the elemental skill. Falling Thunder Lightning Orb. Elder Lei's jaw dropped as he witnessed it. Is this skill difficult to learn? Hearing him ask, he clenched his fist, causing the orb to gradually disappear. Only then did he answer, "It's not difficult. It can be exchanged for supplies." Elder Lei grabbed his wrist tightly, trying to intimidate him. "Aren't you worried I'll force it out of you?" He answered calmly, "Because I'm not afraid." This was partly because a line of text appeared on his system panel. Level 1 danger detected, no hostile intent. Elder Lei let go of his hand, extremely satisfied. Good, good. For humanity to have a genius like you is truly a blessing. But as he thought of this, his mood turned somber. It's a shame. If we just had a little more time, returning to the surface wouldn't be impossible. But he wasn't paying attention, still looking at his system panel. Player Lin Zile has consumed Than Mao Tin Energy Spirit T. Physical attributes have increased, all stats +2. He thought with satisfaction, awesome. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, the old man said anyway, "You, kid. After a little while, this seat will be yours." He showed clear confusion and quickly replied, "How can that be? You are still so young, sir. Besides, I don't have your prestige. It would take at least a few more years." Hearing him say that, the old man replied, "You're being too modest. You don't need to be. I believe you can do it." Meanwhile, he continued to drink his tea, thinking to himself, "I am being modest. In reality, 1 month would be more than enough, but I can't stay here forever. I can only refuse." Just then, the system panel lit up again, detecting player Lin Zile has consumed Spirit Tea, then Mao Tin Energy. Physical attributes have increased, value is being calculated. All the while, he just poured tea, drank, and poured again. Elder Lei continued to persuade him, "You have no idea what kind of crisis humanity is facing right now. Irradiated creatures and zombies have started developing ways to find humans." A while later, when his teacup was completely empty and not a single drop was left in the pot, he stood up and cut the old man off. "All right, Elder Lei. You've gained some insight into elemental cultivation, and it's getting late. I should be heading back now." Seeing that he had completely ignored everything he'd been saying, the elder retorted, "It's getting late, or did you just finish all the spirit tea?" What a cunning young man. He just laughed cheerfully and replied, "Of course." Then he quickly ran off, leaving the old man leaning on his cane. Watching him leave, he smiled as his status window kept changing. The calculations for the energy boost from the spirit tea were complete. Basic attributes, 169 plus 37. Strength, 169 plus 37. Spirit, 169 plus 40. Constitution, 164 plus 33. Agility, 164. He mentally labeled the old man a good guy. All attributes plus 10. Dungeons are truly a great place. Elder Lei is a truly good person. In a room, Lin Zile was speaking with his arms crossed. "Elder Lei, I'm already aware of the situation you mentioned. The City Lord Assembly. The results will be out tomorrow," the man replied. "You handled the Fukawa matter quite well. Not a single trace was left behind, and you even managed to weaken the conservative faction's power." Hearing this, he couldn't help but think, he already knew about this? His intelligence network is pretty impressive. He immediately put on a pained expression. "Elder Lei, please don't say such things. I'm also deeply saddened by City Lord Fukawa's sacrifice." After speaking, he decisively turned towards the door. "I'll be going now." Watching him leave, Elder Lei couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He's extremely vigilant and his methods are flawless. You can't pry anything out of him. Then, the elder made his assessment. Perhaps he's the kind of hero born from chaotic times. The sky was clear and beautiful that day as he stepped out of the skyscraper. He wondered how things were going with old brother Su. Time to see what kind of show he's putting on. The scene shifts to a meeting room where a man holding a wine glass speaks. "Is that all you've got?" He addressed the 5 city lords. "You all actually dared to come here just to mock me? Didn't I just beat every single one of you to a pulp?" Looking at the faces of the 5 city lords, he set down his wine glass, pointed, and sneered, "You kid. You gave me a one-armed statue of a woman and called it a piece of art. So tell me, is your face a work of art now, too?" Someone couldn't contain their rage. "Old man Su, don't be so arrogant." The one who spoke was City Lord Qian Lo Shan. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "I admit, your wind element is quite powerful. But once I master this ability, I'll definitely wipe the floor with you." City Lord Sun Ji, beside him, chimed in. "That's right. If it wasn't for that chain skill of yours that can suddenly speed up, how could I have possibly lost to you?" Mr. Su leisurely took a sip of wine. "How ridiculous. You want to learn elemental powers? Did you even bring enough money?" City Lord Qian gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't worry. I'd pay any price just for the chance to beat you once." After finishing his wine, Mr. Su nonchalantly replied, "Is that so? Well, little brother Li and I are practically blood brothers. Even I had to pay a steep price for my elemental ability. If you lot want to buy one, I'm afraid you'll have to cough up even more." Insulted, two of them yelled at Mr. Su. "With the supplies from City Lord Nan, are you saying we can't afford an elemental skill? You just wait and see." The door opened, and Lin Zile slowly stepped inside, silencing the entire room. They all seemed to share the same thought. "I can't believe old brother Su is working so hard for this. Could a single A-rank enhancement potion really be enough to make him go all out?" He thought to himself, "All right, I'm here to make a deal." But out loud, he said, "Indeed, with the financial resources of 5 city lords, how could you possibly not afford an elemental skill?" The 5 city lords froze, all thinking the same thing. This is City Lord Li, the creator of the elemental skills. But he's so young. Seeing him, Mr. Su burst out laughing. "Ha ha." He quickly went over to greet him. "Little brother Li, you've arrived." The two exchanged a knowing glance, a silent conversation passing between them. "Everything's going according to plan. Don't worry, brother Su, I won't forget your cut." He walked to the center of the room and announced, "Esteemed city lords, I am here to teach you how to manipulate elements and use their skills. However, there is one rule. It's first come, first served. I will teach whoever prepares the enhancement potions and materials first." Sometime later, inside Lin Zile's house, he sat in a chair and spoke. "City Lord Qian, the enhancement potions you paid as tuition are just enough to cover the lessons up to this point. When will the rest of the supplies arrive at my Tianxing city?" Mr. Qian, sitting cross-legged on the floor, answered immediately, "Soon. They will definitely arrive in Tianxing city within 10 days. He replied calmly, "If that's the case, City Lord Qian, please take your leave. We'll meet again in 10 days. Mr. Qian quickly protested, "Wait, City Lord Li. I still don't quite understand how to imbue weapons with elements. Could you please explain it one more time?" He stated bluntly, "City Lord Qian, please come back in 10 days. Mr. Qian began to reply hastily, "City Lord Li, I'm not trying to cheat you." Mr. Su stepped in to escort City Lord Qian out. At the same time, City Lord's son rushed forward. "City Lord Li, it's my turn for a lesson now, correct?" he replied. "Of course." Sometime later, he said to Mr. Sun, who was meditating, "City Lord's son, the enhancement potions you've paid cover the lessons up to this point. I'm sure you understand what I'm about to ask, right?" Sunji quickly smiled and replied, "My portion will be delivered to Tianxing City within 5 days, guaranteed." City Lord's son then quickly got to his feet and waved goodbye. "Ha ha, well, I'll be off then. City Lord Li, see you in 5 days." He waved back. "Take care, City Lord Sunday." By now, it was evening at Lin Zile's residence, and a sound could be heard from inside a room. He opened his inventory to check and count how many supplies he had. Looking at the finished products on the table, there were 15 S-rank enhancement potions and 27 A-rank enhancement potions. City Lord Su, who was next to him, gently reminded him, "Brother Li, this is the resources from 7 city lords. Besides the 2 neutral city lords who came here secretly, tonight there might be one more conservative city lord who wants to buy some things." After listing everything out, he got to the main point. "Brother Li, it's about time you gave me my commission." He reached for the potions. "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." City Lord Su was stunned when he said, "Brother Su, you worked so hard earlier. Besides your commission, I'll give you an extra A-rank enhancement potion. That's 8 potions in total." He quickly swept them all into his bag, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Li, you're even giving me an extra one. Potion. Thank you so much, Brother Li." He replied smoothly, "You're too kind, brother. If you can help me bring in more customers, we'll share the profits." The more City Lord Su thought about it, the happier he got. He replied, "Deal, deal." Seeing him just dump the potions out, City Lord Su panicked, but he remained very calm. "Brother Su, you're being too careful. These vials for the enhancement potions are very sturdy." Seeing all the enhancement potions being tossed into the bag by Ziluo like that, he couldn't help but worry. "Hey, stop shaking them around, Brother Li. I can't bear to watch this." In the end, he still decided to remind Brother Li, "You're not from around here, so you don't know how high the cost of living is." He explained in detail. 8 enhancement potions. A-rank enhancement fluid can even boost the 2 peak A-rank experts of my Millennium City. If they get a chance to break through, they could become 2 S-rank enhancers. Hearing this, he just agreed to placate him. All right, I get it." Seeing he wasn't fooling around anymore, the city lord let out a sigh of relief, then added a reminder. "Oh right, Brother Lee, this time you have so much enhancement fluid. Remember to be careful." His entire demeanor turned serious. Wealth easily tempts the heart. These enhancement fluids are the kind of thing that would make even elder-level figures jealous, but a single sentence left him stunned. "Don't worry, old brother Sue. Today, I'm going to use this enhancement fluid to take a bath. By then, no one will even remember it." He was actually quite excited on the inside. "Causing trouble for me? Is there really such a good deal in the world?" Before leaving, City Lord Sue added, never mind. I'll head back first and contact a few other city lords. I'll try to reel in a few new customers at the City Lord Assembly tomorrow." He also waved goodbye. "Old brother Sue, I'll have to trouble you with the advertising then." After City Lord Sue left, he called for Gui Tong. The boy appeared quickly. He tossed the items to him. "This enhancement fluid is for you. Train hard." Then he added another sentence. "I'm going into seclusion again." He took off his mask and left, while Gui Tong began drinking the enhancement fluid. As he was soaking in the bathtub, he was thinking to himself that he's a man of his word. Time to start bathing. Then, seeing the bottles of enhancement fluid pouring directly into the tub, he thought again. Who's to say bathing can't be considered a form of seclusion? Soaking his entire body in the fluid, he felt completely refreshed, and the system popped up, detecting player Yi Che using S-rank enhancement fluid Divine Mother Star Essence. Physical attributes have increased. All stats +1. Then, he held a bottle in the gap between each of his fingers and poured them directly in. The golden streams were incredibly beautiful as the system continuously announced, detecting player Yi Che using S-rank enhancement fluid Divine Mother Star Essence. Physical attributes have increased. All stats +1. This repeated until it finally triggered a notification about accelerated absorption of the enhancement fluid. The surrounding silence made him notice that the system was no longer sending notifications, and he couldn't help but ponder. Looks like the effect of the enhancement fluid is about to run out. 10 bottles of S-rank fluid had increased all his stats by 5 points. The increases were getting smaller and smaller. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around his waist, and walked out, still calculating in his head. 5 points is 5 points. I kept my word. He looked at his status window. Basic attributes: Strength 174 plus 37, Spirit 174 plus 40, Constitution 169 plus 33, Agility 169 plus 15. He smiled happily at his own thoughts. I've been in this instance for 10 days, and all my stats have increased by more than 30 points. If people in the real world knew about this, they'd die of envy and jealousy. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Gui Tong squatting, holding a bottle of fluid without drinking it. He bent down, let out a chuckle, and asked, "Is it that precious? You can't bear to drink it all?" Then he comforted the boy. "Don't worry, there will be plenty more in the future." Watching the way the boy chugged it down, he felt helpless. After speaking, he stood up to go back to his room but didn't forget to remind him. "All right, you should go rest too. We both need to get a good night's sleep. There's a good show to watch at the City Lord Assembly tomorrow." The boy replied, "Mom." The next day, the bright sunbeams shining into the room and the sound of the alarm clock woke him up. He turned off the alarm with one hand and held his head with the other, thinking, "Damn, my head's spinning. I didn't even drink that S-rank fluid yesterday, so why am I still so dizzy?" He shook his head and called out, "System, super surprise draw." The system panel appeared. Absolute Defense Shield. A special type item from a fantasy world. It can block 100% of the damage dealt by physical attacks in one go. He held the small, sturdy shield, defending with 100% certainty. He hugged it tightly, his heart bursting with emotion. "Oh my god, I finally got something good. Before this, all I got was crap like rotten toilet paper, slippers, and mop heads. I was starting to think the super surprise was a scam." He stored the item away and wiped a tear from his eye. "Looks like my luck has finally turned, and there's no stopping it now." He turned to Gui Tong and said, "Come on, while our luck is good, let's go see what this City Lord Assembly is all about." "Okay." The boy replied, "Okay." At the assembly venue, the two of them entered a tall building and were greeted by two people. "You must be City Lord Lee of Sky Soaring City, correct? Welcome. Please come in." The hallway was very long, and it took them a while to reach the gathering place. The guide gestured for them to enter, and he couldn't help but marvel. "Damn, this City Lord Assembly is more exciting than I thought." The people who saw him were stunned, as if they were all wondering the same thing. "Is that City Lord Lee, the one who killed an SS-class radiation creature and created the elemental cultivation method?" From the crowd, City Lord Sue waved and called out to Brother Lee. Then, another man tried to stop Mr. Sue. "Hey, you!" But Mr. Su quickly made his way over to him. "Brother Li, I'm over here. Come on." He then said to Gui Tong beside him, "Gui Tong, it looks like we've walked right into a power struggle. We're about to see some drama." The city lords he had helped came over to talk to him. "Brother Li, that skill from yesterday was incredibly useful. Do you think you could teach me a few more tricks right now?" Someone else chimed in, "Yeah, that's right." He hadn't expected this. "Huh? This isn't quite the drama I was imagining." Lin Zile was being polite with the group at this moment. "No can do. The rules have been signed. I can only teach you after the supplies have been delivered. No one is an exception." City Lord Su also helped him out of the tight spot. "That's right, Brother Li. This is for your own good, everyone." Then he put his arm around his shoulder as they walked away. "We have some business to attend to, so we'll be going ahead." When they reached an empty hallway, he started talking. "We have a total of 28 underground cities, but after this recent upheaval, only 21 cities remain." He paused for a few seconds, then added, "At this assembly, our progressive faction should have the upper hand." "Not necessarily. This time, our progressive faction has 8 city lords attending. The conservative and neutral factions each only have 6. He asked, puzzled. "That's 1 city lord short." The old man reminded him, "Have you forgotten? The city lord of Fukawa Sky Island City, who belonged to the conservative faction, is dead." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "So that means at this city lord assembly, our progressive faction will have the final say?" The old man replied, "Not necessarily. The stance of the neutral faction and the mercenary corps is still undecided." Even so, he was confident. "As long as I show enough strength, they'll know where they stand." Afraid he would cause trouble, the old man quickly advised him, "Brother Li, you can't act recklessly. This is the city lord assembly." He agreed, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Suddenly, someone called from behind, "City Lord Li." The newcomers were Seli Balu, the city lord of Heaven's Desolation City, and Bei Dijian, the city lord of Heaven's Cudgel City, both from the conservative faction. He scratched his head and asked, "And who are you two?" City Lord Su introduced them. "This is Seli, the city lord of Heaven's Desolation City." The 2 men looked extremely smug at City Lord Su's introduction. The other one declared that the strengthening serum, the underground cities, the clothing, the holidays were all their inventions. The city lord of Heaven's Cudgel City, Bei Dijian of the Genesis universe. City Lord Bei extended his hand in greeting. "My dear Green Six, it has been a long time." But he just kept his arms crossed and asked, "What do you want?" Knowing he was being disrespected, the man said nothing. To ease the tension, Mr. Seli and City Lord Su both laughed. "Ha ha ha." But the arrogant Mr. Bei couldn't stand the humiliation. "Green Six, there was a reason we forced you people to leave back then. But no matter what, we're all one family. I hope you can forgive me." Although he said that, in his heart, he was cursing him 100 times over. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? If Elder Bai hadn't ordered me, something clicked in his mind. So that's why, after entering the instance dungeon, I ended up so far away from my birthplace in Heaven's Desolation City. "So you were the one who forced me out. That makes things easier." He then said probingly, "So, how exactly do you want me to forgive you?" Mr. Bei was overjoyed. "As long as you come back, I will give you the position of City Lord." He thought greedily, judging others by his own standards, "I don't believe that Heaven's Desolation City isn't enough to satisfy you." Even City Lord Su thought this was a great deal. Heaven's Desolation City is the 3rd largest city in the underground world. It's such an attractive offer. Surely Brother Li won't side with the conservative faction, will he? He kept his arms crossed and asked again, "Are you serious? You'll give me Heaven's Desolation City?" Hearing this, the man could barely contain his glee. "Of course. As long as Brother Li agrees to return, the position of City Lord of Heaven's Desolation City will be yours," he thought to himself. As expected, personal gain is the most persuasive. City Lord Su was stunned when he heard him say 2 words. "All right, then." He smirked and said, "Then you'd better quickly send someone back to organize all the people in Heaven's Desolation City and tell them to get ready and move directly to my sky-soaring city." Before Mr. Bei could even process what he said, he hastily replied, "Okay, fine. I'll have someone get on it right away." Only then did the man realize, "Wait, I'm from Heavenly Walk City." This made him yell, "Are you messing with me?" But he just laughed. "So what if I am?" Mr. Saklai beside him also chimed in. "Li Haobo, don't forget, you inherited the bloodline of the Tianbang clan. It is because of me that you have reached the heights you have today." Then he continued, "If you return to the right path and join our conservative faction, I can forgive your past mistakes. I will allow you to return to our Dod, great Tianbang clan." After scolding him, he switched to threatening him. "Otherwise, I will remove you from the clan registry." of the Tianbang clan and make you live in regret for the rest of your life. He used his height and presence to dominate the man. Given your height, you have the gall to say, I have your bloodline? You think I'm some kind of stock that can hit rock bottom and then rise in value? The more he spoke, the more pressure he exuded. If I were listed in that clan registry of yours, now that would make me regret it for the rest of my life. Then he turned and left, leaving the man too angry to form a sentence. You, Li Haobo, you will regret this. Without turning back, he provoked. Talk to me again when you're strong enough to make me regret it. The two men he left behind were seething with rage. Mr. P spoke first. City Lord Sack Lai, if we can't subdue him, we must kill him. Sack Li immediately replied, yes, we must kill him. At the meeting, when he saw Lin Zile walk in, someone gave instructions, esteemed guests, please take your seats according to your nameplates. The meeting is about to begin. It will be hosted by the three elders. He took his seat and observed his surroundings, quickly coming to a conclusion. Every single person here had an attribute reaching 249. In other words, everyone in this room was a peak S-rank powerhouse. Old Brother Su was right. This assembly is extremely important. Presiding over the meeting was Elder Lei, and next to him was the conservative faction's Elder Bai. The other was the neutral faction's Elder Fan. Elder Bai was the one to open the meeting. Fellow city lords, the predicament humanity faces is far more severe than it appears to be. Hearing this, a stir went through the crowd. The real news had been suppressed. What was going on? Elder Bai held up a file. Your suspicions are correct. This document contains SSS rank, classified intelligence, outlining the true strength of the irradiated creatures and the zombies. He pulled out a sheet of paper. The first piece of intel is that we are facing two SSS rank enemies. Upon hearing this, City Lord Sun Ji was the first to ask, to defeat an SSS rank irradiated creature or zombie, wouldn't we need at least two SSS rank warriors of our own? Someone else chimed in, how is that possible? Two SSS rank enemies? Another added, we're doomed. We're doomed. SSS rank. Humanity has no chance of fighting back. I knew it. Joining the conservative faction was the right choice. Looking at the document, he continued. One is an SSS rank irradiated creature we already know of, the Demon Emperor. As for the other, he showed the paper to everyone. The corpse fiend, who has just evolved into an SSS rank zombie, is the very creature that our own Elder Pang Chang turned into after being infected years ago. The protagonist stroked his chin, thinking, Pang Chang, I remember him. So he's evolved into an SSS rank zombie now. He couldn't help but recall the scene from back then. The SS rank Pang Chang had gone out and encountered a zombie horde. After an arduous 10-hour battle, Pang Chang couldn't hold out any longer, and his own radiation levels became too high, turning him into an SS rank zombie. Back in the present, Elder Bai continued, it is precisely because of the existence of the corpse fiend that large numbers of zombies have begun to riot. The Demon Emperor and the corpse fiend have reached an agreement to break the pinnacle treaty we established long ago. They are officially launching a final, all-out assault against humanity. The protagonist's mind flashed back to yesterday. Elder Lei had previously told him the pinnacle treaty was an agreement established between humanity's only SSS rank powerhouse, Kang Huang, and the Demon Emperor. He then recalled the scene of Pang Chang dealing with zombies, which was used as an example to explain that human powerhouses of SS rank and above could not attack SS rank, zombies, or irradiated creatures. Unless the creatures entered the underground city, it was because of humanity's weakness that they were forced to sign this unequal treaty. He continued to stroke his chin and think, unlike irradiated creatures, high-rank zombies have perfect control over the low-rank ones, which makes them far more difficult to deal with. He made up his mind. He absolutely had to kill this SSS rank zombie, the corpse fiend. Otherwise, humanity stood no chance. Elder Bai then read out the statistics. Excluding the SSS rank opponents, the data on our other combat forces is as follows. In terms of SS rank forces, humanity has 3, the irradiated creatures have 4, and the zombies have 1. For peak S rank forces, humanity has 33, the irradiated creatures have 34, and the zombies have 14. Upon hearing this, someone sighed, we can't win at all. It's hopeless. Someone else agreed, adding, so what you're saying is, we're supposed to just sacrifice ourselves for nothing. It was clear Elder Bai was trying to sway people. Elder Lei sternly cut him off. That's enough, Elder Bai. Until the City Lords' Assembly has reached a decision, please do not interfere with the thoughts of the attending City Lords. When we proceed with the vote, I request that all participating City Lords state their strategies and propose countermeasures. Just then, Elder Lei stood up to speak, and at the same time, his system activated. Ding. Quest received. Temporary quest. During the City Lord's summit, shatter the credibility of the conservative faction. Before the summit ends, City Lord EXP plus 200. He reached out and tapped the system's quest notification. The panel updated again. Ding. Temporary City Lord quest accepted successfully. Deadline for completion is before the end of the City Lord summit. Time remaining, 4 hours. Elder Lei began to speak. Esteemed colleagues, there are 2 options on the ballot. The first is to fight. All cities will prepare for all-out war. We will await the Alliance's command to launch a full-scale ground war. The second is to defend. We will abandon the smaller cities. We will concentrate our forces in the major cities, using the terrain to our advantage for defense, while non-combat personnel continue to move underground. We will expand construction of the cities, building them even deeper. He looked at the summit participants and continued. After the city lords have spoken, we will enter the final voting stage. Each vote from a non-city lord is worth 1 point. A city lord's vote is worth 2 points, and an elder's vote is worth 3 points. First, let's hear from the city lords. A man with blue hair immediately asked. Over 20 years ago, the Celestial Emperor himself intervened to push back the demonic emperor, ultimately signing a pinnacle treaty with him for us. So, couldn't we just sign another treaty now? Someone else immediately chimed in. That makes sense. We can just keep signing treaties. City Lord Su protested indignantly. Back then, even the Celestial Emperor at the peak of his power was forced into signing an unequal treaty, and now, those irradiated creatures are already itching to tear that very same unequal treaty to shreds. They now have a triple S rank corpse spirit. Do you really think they'll agree to sign a treaty with us? He paused for a moment to catch his breath before launching into a long tirade. Today, we give up 1 city. Tomorrow, we give up 2. And eventually, we'll have served up every last one of our human cities to them. Continuing to sign treaties will only weaken humanity's strength. How could anyone be foolish enough to suggest such a thing? An unconvinced man retorted, Why you? How can you insult people like that? Hearing this, Nash clapped his hands in appreciation. He remained perfectly calm under everyone's gaze and said, Well said. Just as he placed his hand on the table, Charlie praised him with biting sarcasm. City Lord Li truly carries the world on his shoulders, fighting for humanity with all his heart. He lowered his voice and asked, However, no matter how noble your title sounds, we must face reality. Wouldn't you agree? City Lord Li. Charlie continued slowly. I hear that the Lord of Skywalk City, Li Haobo, has obtained a secret art for elemental cultivation. At this, Charlie's brow furrowed as he spoke in a grave tone. If you were to publicly release this cultivation method for free, so that every single person on planet Thamus could cultivate, we could use that power to face the coming crisis. Then humanity's odds of victory against the irradiated creatures would surely increase. Hearing this, several others in attendance quickly voiced their agreement. That's right. Yes, he's absolutely right. If we're going to fight, then let's see some action. Just then, Charlie lowered his head slightly, shooting a quick glance at Nash before adding, City Lord Li, I must be honest. Your elemental cultivation method is a secret art that my Tianbong city spent over 1,000 years researching. It was simply lost due to certain circumstances. Therefore, even if you were to publicize the elemental cultivation method, my Tianbong clan would willingly submit to humanity's leadership. Meanwhile, his opponent sat with his arms crossed, listening intently. But Charlie was now waving his arms, speaking passionately with his eyes closed. I'm sure that you, City Lord Li, will announce the cultivation method right here, and bless all of humanity at this very summit, wouldn't you? Everyone will remember your great contribution. But Nash, still in the same posture, just gave a faint smile. A dark red liquid suddenly appeared, causing him to let out a small, surprised, oh. The others, however, were filled with uncertainty. What's going on? City Lord Li, is he? Before they could even figure out what was happening, the substance shot towards Charlie, causing him to whisper in confusion. What is this? From the side, Elder Fan saw the scene and thought to himself, that Li Haobo, he's SS rank. In another corner, Elder Lei had a similar thought. He's actually making me feel the chilling aura of death, could it be? That City Lord Li is also triple S rank. At that moment, Nash suddenly stood up, slamming both hands down on the table. A black gauntlet materialized in mid-air as he held out his hand. Charlie watched in fear as it fitted itself perfectly onto Nash's arm. He gritted his teeth and thought, what's going on? How can this Li Haobo feel even more terrifying than the 3 great elders? All the while, Nash slowly walked towards him. Then, under Charlie's horrified gaze, he adjusted the newly equipped gauntlet. This is a monster. He threw his hands up to shield himself and screamed, Li Haobo, what do you think you're doing? This is the City Lord's summit. But Nash paid him no mind, simply staring at his opponent in silence. Su Jishang saw it all. He guessed young brother Li's intention. He's going to kill him. He looked down at his own hand, his fingers clenching his ring as his thoughts raced. Killing someone at the City Lord's Assembly. Isn't that a bit reckless? Meanwhile, Sly was still kneeling before Yache, terrified, threatening Li Haobo. What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare do anything foolish. This is the City Lord's Assembly. The three great elders can see everything, but all he got in response was a mocking smile from Yache, who asked, "And what do you think I'm going to do?" Sly immediately shot back, "What are you going to do?" The moment the words left his mouth, Yache slapped him across the face, a stinging blow that made him spit out blood. A few drops of the red liquid splattered onto the protagonist's mask as he looked down at Sly, who was trembling on the ground. He spoke again, "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to beat you up." At that moment, Su Jishang slumped down, clutching his head and letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Old brother Li is only hitting him. He hasn't. But before he could fully recover, he shot up in alarm, yelling, "Holy crap! Old brother Li is actually hitting someone at the City Lord's Assembly." Meanwhile, Sly was still sprawled on the ground, struggling and screaming, "You hit me! How dare you hit me!" The words had barely left his mouth when a black-gloved hand grabbed his collar. Yache once again landed a devastating slap that sent blood flying. Sly crashed to the ground with a thud. He now looked utterly pathetic, trembling and stammering out a few words. You. Meanwhile, Yache dusted off his hands as two of the city lords sitting behind them scoffed in contempt. But when Sly looked over at them, he felt a pang of guilt. He then raised a fist, scrambled to his feet, and screamed, I have to kill you." But before he could do anything, he was hit with another slap that drew blood. Jay smirked and asked softly, "Kill me? You think you can?" The man fell to the ground, trembling in fear. A system notification suddenly appeared. Constitution 249, Strength 190. Just then, Charlie quickly pulled a knife from his waistband, raised it high, and ran forward, cursing. "Damn it, I'm definitely going to kill you today." But he suddenly let out a scream, dropping the knife from his hand. Across from him, Jays looked at the man and asked, "You're just a useless punching bag, and you want to kill me." As for Charlie, he could only clutch his arm and cry out, "You." Before he could say anything else, Jays' knee slammed hard into his body. He continued to smash his hands into the man's head, repeatedly striking Charlie's head with both hands while smirking. "If everything belongs to your Tianpeng clan, then these slaps belong to you too." In pain and exhaustion, he begged, "Please, stop hitting me." However, another slap landed on his cheek, causing Charlie to spit blood and spin around before collapsing to the ground. So he could only bow his head and stammer, I was wrong, I'm sorry." Suddenly, one of the 5 city lords anxiously tried to intervene. City Lord Li, "That's enough. This is the assembly of city lords. You must maintain your image." But Jay's only replied with a sneer, "You dare speak up for him? I'll beat you all up too." This sent a wave of terror through everyone. Elder Bai couldn't stand it anymore, rising to his feet and speaking in a stern voice. "That's enough, Li Haobo. This is the City Lord Assembly. If you continue to cause such a disturbance, don't blame me for taking action." Jazz, who was still slapping Charlie, heard this and let out an "Oh," he asked mockingly, "You want to die too?" And everyone fell silent, not daring to say a word. Su Jishang watched Jays walk away calmly and thought to himself, "Holy crap, brother Li is really going for it, huh?" Elder Bai furiously roared, "How audacious! Li Haobo!" He pointed at Jays, who was now punching Charlie in the jaw, and continued, "Do you have any idea what the consequences are for provoking an elder's authority at the City Lord Assembly?" At that, he let go of the man's collar, grabbed the whip handle by the left side of his face, and asked softly, "What consequences?" The tip of the whip then lashed out in front of 3 of the 5 city lords, making them worry, we're screwed, offending the 3 great elders. He's really stirred up trouble he'll have to face himself. At that moment, the fiery whip coiled around Jays. Seeing this, Elder Bai's eyes widened in horror. A stream of blue energy appeared, forming a shield in front of him. Meanwhile, the onlookers all shared the same thought. That was just a casual strike. Is this the destructive power of an SS rank? Elder Bai's gaze grew more intense. While Jays was smirking, calmly and taunting, "Come on, tell me." The elder gritted his teeth and roared, "You're asking for death." A giant steel arm suddenly materialized and punched straight towards where Jays was standing, but his expression remained perfectly calm. He swung his fiery whip forward, his voice sinister. "You're the one asking for death. The two weapons clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. Jice's flaming whip had torn the steel fist in two. Elder Bai cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? Immediately, a massive fire erupted in front of him. Suddenly, a hand slapped someone's shoulder. The old man with long, silver hair and a beard standing beside him spoke urgently. What are you staring at? Go help save him. Do you want to see something happen to Elder Bai? As soon as he finished speaking, two people on the right used their internal energy to extinguish the flames, and two on the left did the same. And manpower, the flame couldn't be easily contained. It shot straight towards Elder Bai, causing him to be utterly terrified once again. How can this be? He quickly pulled out his defensive shield and held it in front of him. However, the shield quickly cracked, and Elder Bai took the full force of the unexpected attack. His body was engulfed by the massive flame and slammed straight into a nearby wall. A moment later, the flame finally vanished, leaving Elder Bai lying there. He stared at Yaxie, crying out in alarm. Impossible. How can someone so young possess such immense power? Meanwhile, the other onlookers could only marvel in stunned silence. Yaxie, on the other hand, was still standing perfectly steady. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. During the City Lord Assembly, shatter the prestige of Huai Baoshou. Reward, 200 City Lord experience points for the host. Meanwhile, City Lord Lei, who was standing behind them, could only silently stroke his beard. He and the other City Lords were all lost in their own thoughts. He seriously injured an elder with just a single, casual move. Is that even humanly possible? Could Li Haobo have gotten this strong overnight? Is he really a genius, or does this mean that our SS-level strength can't even withstand a single one of his blows? While all this was happening, Yaxie remained silent, standing in a ready stance. He thought to himself, the stiffness of this move is ridiculous. It's only good for showing off. Sakle twitched his ear and snorted, trying to sit up while sneering. After a moment, he shakily pointed at the figure that had been slammed into the wall. Good, Li Haobo. You've really crossed me now. Sakle seethed, grinding his teeth. Ignoring the blood trickling from his mouth, he yelled. So, you finally got slammed into a wall by Elder Bai, huh? If I were you, I'd be so ashamed I'd kill myself on the spot. But then, a familiar voice suddenly cut in. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. With a powerful wave of his hand, Yaxie sent Sakle stumbling back, coughing up another mouthful of blood. As for Yaxie, he just calmly replied, the person who got hit wasn't me. It was your Elder Bai. Sakle, completely bewildered, once again, collapsed to the ground. Staring at the figure embedded in the wall, he screamed, What did you say? Elder Bai. He continued to stammer, Elder Bai was slammed into the wall by you. Hearing this, Elder Bai angrily pointed at him and roared, You brainless fool. You dare mock me? He quickly stormed off, muttering idiot, leaving Sakle still kneeling pathetically. Elder Bai, this lowly one was blind. It was all Li Haobo. It was him. He hit me so hard I couldn't even see straight. Meanwhile, Elder Lei, who hadn't gotten involved, silently observed, this kid. Although he has a knack for offending people, his power is anything but ordinary. With him here, the plan should go off without a hitch. Meanwhile, Yaxie stood in the center of the room and spoke in a cold voice. Is there anyone else who wants to teach me the rules? Or remind me of the consequences? But not a single person dared to utter a word in response. He was quite satisfied with this. Very good, he praised. Before once again grabbing Sakle by the collar and hoisting him into the air, he threatened, I don't have many virtues, but I am petty, and I always repay my debts. Anyone who wants to teach me how to behave, or tries to bind me with morality, I'm sorry, but I will make that person regret ever being born. As for Sakle, he seemed completely drained, begging Li Haobo in his small, trembling voice, I was wrong. We're both from the Tianpeng clan. Please spare me. At that, Yaxie immediately let him go. Fortunately, the man's feet were able to touch the ground. Only then did Yaxie play the part of a noble hero. It's all right. I accept your apology. After all, there are only two outcomes for those who anger me. As he spoke, he held out a hand clutching a golden orb and continued, 1. You kill me. A powerful orange-gold energy suddenly engulfed Sakle's body. Yaxie then finished his sentence, or I kill you. The onlookers who witnessed this scene could only think in disbelief he actually killed the city lord of Tianpeng. Meanwhile, Elder Bai, who had seen everything, gritted his teeth and growled. That brat's words were deliberate. Now that he's killed the Northern Emperor Wu Sang, next, he's going to kill me. Elder Lei, standing beside him, glanced over and spoke, Elder Bai, you're overthinking things. As long as you fight for the cause of humanity, you will remain our comrade. Hearing this, Elder Bai immediately shot back. Are you threatening me? The answer came swiftly. Considering his provocative behavior, shouldn't I be reminding you? Then, he turned to leave, leaving only a single sentence behind. My apologies. We've wasted a bit of time. Let's continue with the City Lord Assembly. While the person behind him barely had time to speak, Yaxi sat down in his chair, and a system notification popped up in front of him. Congratulations, player Yaxi, for completing the hidden mission. Punish the Northern Emperor Wusang by eliminating a villainous character on Planet Tanmu. You have obtained 3 S-rank strengthening potions. He wondered to himself, are there other hidden missions in this City Lord Assembly? As if on cue, a few lines of text appeared on the screen. The City Lord Assembly has many hidden missions. The host must find them on his own. Yaxi thought, all right then, I'll just have to slowly search for them during the assembly. Back at the conference table, Elder Lei, an elder spoke up. Everyone, whose turn was it to speak, let's continue now. A city lord from the conservative faction objected. I must admit that City Lord Li of the progressive faction has extraordinary strength, but one person's strength has its limits. His abilities cannot change the combined strength of radiated creatures and zombies. City Lord Li, Pang Chang back then also had peak SS rank combat power, yet wasn't he also affected by the radiation? He turned into an SSS rank zombie, becoming a massive threat to humanity. Lin Zile smirked off to the side. That City Lord continued. The greater the power, the greater the danger. If our own expeditionary forces are killing their comrades, how can you ask us to fight? Lin Zile shot to his feet, greatly alarming the City Lord Li. He raised his hand and continued. He's not wrong. I did kill Park Deok-sang, reducing humanity's combat strength. So, how about this? Let's say that Trash Park Deok-sang could hold off 2 peak S-rank radiated creatures or zombies at the same time. Looking smug, he continued, then I will kill 4 S-rank radiated creatures or zombies. Wouldn't that make up for the combat power we lost with Park Deok-sang? The City Lord stammered. If you can, then that's fine. He plopped back down into his seat, a look of bewilderment on his face. Lin Zile looked at that City Lord smugly. The City Lord trembled, thinking to himself, he doesn't plan on killing me and then fighting 6 peak S-rank enemies, does he? Lin Zile continued, the 4 peak S-ranks are all in different locations. It's too much of a hassle for me to run back and forth. How about this? I'll go out once and take care of the SSS rank Corpse King at the same time. Everyone was stunned into silence by Lin Zile's decision. City Lord Su shouted, Zile, are you insane? What do you mean? Killing 4 peak S ranks is too much of a hassle, and you'll handle the SSS rank. The 2 elders pondered. The old man continued to yell, do you have a death wish? Suddenly, Elder Le spoke up. City Lord Li. City Lord Su is right. I'm afraid you still don't know how terrifying the power of an SSS rank is. To be honest, even if Elder Bai and I joined forces, we wouldn't be enough to fight the Corpse King. What's more, the radiation in the outside world will infect us humans. Lin Zile smirked smugly. Elder Lei, do I look like someone who's afraid of the Corpse King? I've been active on the surface for a long time. Have I been infected and turned into a zombie yet? He continued cheerfully. Elder Lei, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just tell me, 1 SSS rank Corpse King, does that count as 4 or more peak S rank enemies? Elder Lei was hesitant. Of course it counts. But Lin Zile immediately cut in. Then there's no problem. Let's vote. In a helpless tone, Elder Lei had no choice but to agree. Very well. I invite all city lords to cast your votes. A moment later, the screen showed a total of 41 votes for offense and 18 votes for defense. Elder Lei slammed his hand on the table. The results of the conference are in. The majority has chosen to attack. Elder Lei shot to his feet and yelled. Then from this moment on, all cities are on full alert. Await the Alliance's signal to launch the attack. He continued to shout, and the city lords responded in acknowledgement. A spatial screen appeared. A target mission bar. Lin Zile thought excitedly. Here it is. The final battle mission has been activated. The objective on the mission bar read. The system has initiated the mission objective to face the oppression of radiated creatures and zombies. The goal is for the human faction to achieve final victory and for the player to receive rewards from the battle. Receiving a notification about the mission's immense difficulty, but also its great rewards, Lin Zile didn't hesitate in his decision. The rewards are extremely generous. Accept. Elder Lei's voice called out, City, Lord of Skywalk City. Lin Zile straightened up and shouted, Here. Elder Lei spoke in a proposing tone. We want you to face the SSS rank Corpse King. Will you accept this mission? Lin Zile was determined. No problem. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lin Zile received a system notification that the final battle had officially begun. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from the doorway. It caught Lin Zile's attention. The person outside called in, "Good. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. Fighting the strongest enemy of our human race shows true spirit." Someone wondered, that voice. Could it be? The three elders shouted joyfully at the same time. "Lord Kang Huang, you're alive." The SSS rank expert put down what he was holding and continued, "Yes, I'm fine now. I heard this kid killed Fuka, so I went to take care of him on my way here. I'm late." Beside Elder Lei, a soft voice of relief said, "It's good that you're all right, my lord. You are our main force for dealing with the Demon Emperor." Kang Huang walked over and added, "I have no problem with the Demon Emperor, but adding the Corpse King to the mix is truly not easy to handle." Looking at Lin Zile beside him, he said with satisfaction, "Now that I hear someone has volunteered to slay our foe and eliminate the Corpse King, how could I not? Meet this dashing young man." Lin Zile greeted him respectfully. His expression showed his long-held admiration for the senior's great name, as he silently assessed him. Kang Huang was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Kang Huang remarked casually, "Now that the two SSS rank monsters are being handled, humanity must unite to fight the enemy together. I heard that elemental cultivation techniques are a great help for humanity in our fight for survival against these irradiated creatures." Determined, he spoke in a low voice. "Our alliance will step up and pay the fee for the elemental cultivation on behalf of all the city lords present." Lin Zile was ecstatic. Holy crap, he thought. Paying the fees for dozens of people? I'm going to make a killing. Completing the bonus city lord mission was no longer just a dream. With such a tangible benefit on the table, he couldn't possibly refuse. "I agree," he said, reassuring Elder Li. "Within 2 days, everyone here will be able to grasp elemental power. With City Lord Li's promise, the future of our Gu Sheng is secured," he affirmed with determination. "If we win this battle, our descendants can return to their homes and humanity will welcome a new era. Humanity must win this battle." Elsewhere, after the meeting ended, Kang Huang calmly remarked, "I never expected our first meeting would be in a place like this." City Lord Lin Zile, understanding Kang Huang's thoughts, replied, "You must be joking, Senior Kang Huang. We met yesterday at Elder Li's. That's why you agreed to have the Alliance pay for the elemental cultivation training, isn't it?" Amused by his answer, Kang Huang continued, "For a young friend like you to see through my secret move. Such strength puts my mind at ease." But Lin Zile could read him like an open book. "Are you talking about the injury you're suppressing in your body? The one that gives you less than a month to live?" This left the old man utterly stunned. "You can even see that. Young friend, you truly hide your depths," he said after a moment's thought. "This is no place to talk. Follow me." The scene shifts to the Qi Yuan Emperor's palace. Kang Huang spoke. "This is my cultivation chamber. No one else comes here. Let me get you a cushion." Lin Zile immediately refused. "There's no need." He then materialized 2 chairs in the middle of the room and said, "Lord Kang Huang, please, have a seat." Fascinated by his technique, Kang Huang asked excitedly, "Is this the elemental cultivation method you created?" As he sat down, Lin Zile replied, "It's just a little something. An application of the space element." Kang Huang was delighted. "Incredible. Now I'm completely confident that you can handle the corpse fiend," he said, then added, "As for my health condition, I hope you won't mention it to anyone. Furthermore, I want..." Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching their conversation from above. Lin Zile smiled. "I agree to your terms, Lord Kang Huang. In return, I have a favor to ask of you as well." With the deal struck, Kang Huang replied, "Very well, I agree to your request, young friend." 2 days later, a masked Zile demonstrated the techniques for everyone. He turned to the crowd and explained, "All right, for now, these are the primary methods for combining elemental skills. If you can successfully combine them, you'll significantly increase your damage output." Having said that, Zile held out his hand to Elder Li. "Elder Li, I've finished teaching. Now, where's the other half of my payment?" Elder Li was furious but couldn't show it, merely clenching his fists tightly. This kid. He's completely cleaned out the Alliance's stockpile from the last few decades. In the end, Elder Li simply pointed towards the medicine cabinet. Zile grinned smugly while the Elder seethed in silent rage. "Hee hee. Thank you, Elder Li. 50 vials of S-rank enhancement serum, 2 vials of SS rank enhancement serum. I'll just have to endure this," the Elder thought. As Zile gathered all the vials, Elder Li watched reluctantly, hoping that the kid could truly make a difference. "Just hold back the corpse fiend until we've wiped out the other zombies and can come to your aid," Elder Li reminded him, closing his eyes and crossing his arms. "City Lord Li, we will officially go to war in 7 days. I trust you will be fully prepared." Zile readily agreed without a second thought. All right, since there's still time, I'll go into seclusion to train first. But he didn't leave just yet. Instead, he stayed to add, Elders, there are a few undisclosed secrets regarding my identity. I've sent each of you a letter. You'll understand everything when you get back. I'll see you all in 7 days. As Ziluo turned to depart, Elder Li suddenly stepped forward, leaning on his cane. He moved to block his path, asking, Is there some secret you can't tell us right here? Furthermore, if you're going into seclusion, who will manage Qianxing City? Ziluo didn't answer him directly, instead replying vaguely, You'll understand once you read the letter. Elder. As for Qianxing City, there's a big oaf there, so there won't be any problems. In the bathtub, Ziluo looked at his status panel. Level 35. Strength 177 plus 37. Spirit 177 plus 40. Constitution 177 plus 34. Agility 172 plus 15. He thought to himself as he pushed his wet hair back, I hope I can break through the 250 mark this time and become an SS rank powerhouse. Ziluo immediately reached out for the enhancement serums. Countless golden vials and numerous scrolls materialized before him. The next goal is to bathe for 7 days, completely absorb the enhancement serums, and learn 2 new skills. He calculated mentally and raised his hand. Instantly, all the golden vials emptied their contents into his bathtub. Kang Huang, even took a vial and drank it all. Ziluo let out a satisfied ahaz, his cheeks flushed with vigor. After getting his spirits up, he immediately opened several scrolls to learn new skills. While he was relaxing in a tub, Guitong, who was beside him, also drank a vial. Just then, the system immediately announced, detected that player Yazi has used a grade S Divine Mother Essence. Physical attributes have been increased, all stats +1. While Guitong was drinking more potions, a light flashed. Looking back, he discovered that Lin Zile was enveloped in a brilliant aura. It turned out that Lin Zile was in a state of super-absorption. It took a full 7 days before he woke up again. His body was gently lowered by the halo of light. He groggily turned to Guitong and asked, Has it been 7 days? Ma. He immediately got dressed and put on his mask. Very good. Guitong, it's time for us to set out. He adjusted his mask and added, They must have received the letter by now and know my true identity. Ziluo explained as he walked forward. In this instance dungeon, I've always been using the name Li Haobo. I myself almost forgot that I am Yazi, ranked number 1 on the world rankings, the one everyone believes in. It's time for them to see my real face. Lin Zile proudly and majestically walked on. I'm revealing my hand. From now on, I am Yazi, Lin Zile. Strength, 207 plus 43. Spirit, 207 plus 40. Constitution, 207 plus 37. Agility, 202 plus 15. Lin Zile arrived at the base and let the system scan his identity. Skywalk City, Lord's Mansion. Lin Zile's identity was successfully confirmed, and the Iron Gate immediately opened for Ghost Pupil and him to enter. Not bad. It seems the elders have updated my real name. Otherwise, after I kill Shipo, the one who becomes a hero will be Li Haobo. After entering, he opened another door. This time, he met several other elders. Elderless stared intently at Lin Zile. Is it really you, City Lord Lin? I almost didn't recognize you. Of course, it's me. So, have you found Demo and Shipo yet? The elder began to relay the information he had gathered, intelligence that 17 scouts had given their lives to deliver. Daimo and Shipo are at the rear of the main zombie army, right at the location of Wasteland Wood Village on the surface. Elderla pointed to a position on the 3D map. In this zombie army, there are also 2 SS rank individuals. They're positioned at the very front of the horde. He added more information for him, explaining that once the zombie armies from Tao City and Jingu City rendezvous with the army from Wasteland Wood Village, they would invade Sky Sun City. After speaking, Elder Lei looked up at Lin Zile. City Lord Lin, Elder Bai, and I will go deal with those 2 SS rank zombies. Sky Machine City will also arrive soon to intercept the Jingu City zombie army. We'll have to rely on you and Lord Kang Huang for Shipo and Demo. There are 5 hours left. Lin Zile then turned to ask about Kang Huang's side. I have absolutely no problem on my end, but I'm not sure how Lord Kang Huang's preparations are going. Kang Huang laughed and replied with absolute certainty, I have no problem either. I will definitely survive to see the day humanity is victorious. Kang Huang used an unknown method, activating all his potential, leaving him with only 7 days left to live. Hearing this, the other 2 immediately clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. We hope you too achieve victory and return triumphant. Kang Huang, City Lord Lin, Everything depends on you too. Kang Huang immediately walked over and threw an arm around Lin Ziluo's shoulders, then cheerfully gave a thumbs up with a confident smile. Don't worry, humanity will definitely win. Don't worry, humanity will win. Just make sure to carve us a statue after the victory. Then, the two of them put on their protective gear and headed out. Kang Huang turned his head back to strategize with Lin Ziluo. Little friend, it's too conspicuous for the two of us to head for the target together. We'll have to search separately. All right, then let's split up for now and meet in the heart of the enemy's territory. Kang Huang agreed with his plan. Good. If we time it right, we should meet in the heart of the enemy's territory in about 4 hours. Today will definitely be the day you and I kill Demo and Shipo. The two of them immediately clasped hands. Of course, it is. See you in the enemy's heartland in 4 hours. The two immediately split up to begin their search. Lin Zile picked up his pace, rushing forward. According to the map, he was about to reach his target. The system's notification sound rang out. Ting. Detecting that the host is about to engage in battle with the SSS rank zombie, Shipo. A special mission, Slay the Corpse, has been issued. As he ran, the system continued its announcement. Opening mission description. Slay the Corpse. Mission description. In the face of the impending, decisive battle of the three races, you are chosen to be the opponent of Shipo of the zombie race. The outcome of this battle will influence the direction of the entire war. And you are the most crucial person. Mission requirement. Kill the SSS rank, zombie, Shipo. Mission reward. 1 random common golden finger. 1 gold grade piece of equipment. I accept. After a while, he finally stopped. He stood before Jiangchuan City, Wasteland, Wood Gate, and heard the roars of zombies. Zombies were appearing everywhere inside. He entered and suddenly raised his hand. With a snap of his fingers, he made a sound. The zombies immediately noticed him. They frantically charged towards him at once. Some even leaped forward, trying to tear him apart. One of the zombies swung a large axe at him. Lin Zile quickly dodged behind the zombie and broke its arm. He also managed to deal with this one while simultaneously avoiding another pouncing zombie. After tossing the creature aside, he said arrogantly, "Don't come at me one by one like this. You guys aren't even enough for a warm-up." Lin Zile stomped on the creature's head, crushing it. "Come at me together." The other zombies gathered, but suddenly froze when they saw this. Lin Zile patiently repeated himself. "Did you not understand what I said?" He immediately grabbed his flames sword and charged at them. "Then I'll make the first move." Meanwhile, over at Shipo's location, he was bringing humans to the loose zombie. Shipo threw the person to the ground like a piece of trash, while piling up the human corpses like a mountain. Shipo said to the zombies, "The 28th one. The humans are getting really impatient." Shipo turned to instruct the other zombies. On his side, they're desperate. They never expected we'd find out about their underground location. SSS rank radiation creature, Shipo. Another sentient zombie beside him reminded, "Don't let your guard down." Daimo chuckled, warning Shipo, "Humans are a very cunning race." SSS rank radiation creature, Die. Mo. Shipo snapped off a human's head and offered it to Demo. Fresh brain. "You want some?" "I don't like eating brains," Demo. While chewing on human flesh, it complained, "This corpse isn't much of a delicacy." It started nitpicking the bodies it had just eaten. B rank enhancers aren't very good. The Demon Emperor blushed just thinking about its favorite meal. The bodies of S rank enhancers are the only true delicacies. The meat is fragrant, and the organs are rich and fatty. Hearing this, the corpse phantom tossed a human head aside. "After what you just said, this brain seems tasteless now." The corpse phantom spoke to the Demon Emperor about the future. "If the plan succeeds, after we breach Sky Sun City, we'll be able to eat S ranks and SS ranks. Maybe we can even raise a group of humans, providing us with an endless supply of food." The Demon Emperor was so excited by the thought that it hugged itself. S ranks are fine, SS ranks are good too, but SSS rank would be the best. The Azure Emperor's body must be the most delicious. Suddenly, a loud noise made them turn their heads. The corpse phantom was the first to sense where the disturbance came from. Someone's here. Outside the desolate woods village, someone is killing my slaves. And among them, there's a presence. At the peak S rank level. Besides the Azure Emperor and the 3 great elders, what human can kill an S rank? The Demon Emperor grew excited upon hearing it was a peak S rank. Could the one daring to come here be the Azure Emperor? The corpse phantom led its pack of slaves and charged forward in pursuit. Watching from behind, the Demon Emperor sneered. So reckless. Then, it pushed off with its legs and dashed after the zombie horde. The Demon Emperor and the Corpse Phantom leaped high into the air, after which they landed where the battle had just taken place. But all they saw were ruins, no person in sight. Damn it, did we let him get away? Is this person really that strong? One was worried about the battle, while the other only cared about who did it. He is weakening our high-level forces. Looking at the damage he caused, it must be the Azure Emperor, and what's more, it's the Azure Emperor in his prime. Hearing this, the Corpse Phantom said something the Demon Emperor agreed with. This is the perfect time to kill that old man, the Azure Emperor. Exactly. They immediately followed the trail left behind in pursuit. The Corpse Phantom and the Demon Emperor ran to a place where only zombie corpses remained. The Corpse Phantom was furious, but the Demon Emperor was thrilled. So he is. Here, we'll surround him. Don't let him escape. The Corpse Phantom roared in anger, steam erupting from the holes in its body. It immediately shot off like a rocket, so fast the Demon Emperor couldn't stop it. That idiot. The Corpse Phantom was approaching a certain spot when it was suddenly enveloped in white smoke. What the hell is this? The Demon Emperor also grew wary and readied its weapon. Then, it hurled its weapon into the white smoke. Corpse Phantom, wait for me to get you out. But to its surprise, throwing the weapon into the smoke did absolutely nothing. The Corpse Phantom openly mocked the Demon Emperor's weakness. Hey boss, I feel like if I have to rely on you to save me, I won't even last 30 seconds. I've never seen this devilish thing before. Is it a new human invention? Could it be harmful to us? The Corpse Phantom got so angry it punched the smoke away. Amateur. No invention is going to work. On me. After breaking free from the binding white smoke, it fell from a great height. The Corpse Phantom gnashed its teeth in fury and told the Demon Emperor, let's go. Let's find the Azure Emperor, kill that old man, and eat his brain. They continued their search for the one who had killed the zombies. Just then, another zombie was taken down. The Azure Emperor had dispatched several zombies with his weapon. And just in time, the Corpse Phantom and the Demon Emperor arrived. Long time no see, Lord Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor looked at the two zombies before him and sighed inwardly. The Demon Emperor has recovered from its wounds, and Elder Pang has turned into this. It's a good thing Lin Zile has joined us, otherwise humanity would have no chance of winning. The Azure Emperor immediately focused on the Corpse Phantom and questioned it. He was shocked. Elder Pang, you were the one who hated zombies the most. How could you join their ranks now? The creature called Corpse. Phantom felt no shame hearing this and even mocked him back. Elder Pang, who's that? Haha, I remember now. In a moment, the one who kills you will be me, the Corpse Phantom. Both the Demon Emperor and the Corpse Phantom split up to surround the Azure Emperor. Azure Emperor, give up the struggle. Even if you ambushed our zombie army, you'll still die here. Surrender obediently, and I might grant you a quick death. Dream on. We'll see who dies today. The enraged Corpse Phantom swung its fist and lunged forward. You dare provoke us? You're asking for death. The Corpse Phantom's punch shattered the ground where the Azure Emperor had just been standing, but luckily, he dodged in time. Go to hell. But his body began to slowly fade away. It's not that easy to kill me. You'll have to catch me before you can even talk about fighting or killing. Seeing the Azure Emperor about to escape, the Corpse Phantom roared in fury. You think you can run? It won't be that easy. But by the time the Corpse Phantom flew over, the Azure Emperor had vanished. Damn you, don't go alone, it could be a trick. But the Corpse Phantom wouldn't listen and went anyway. The Demon Emperor was furious but could only accept it. It decided to pursue the enemy along with the Corpse Phantom. Fine, let's give chase for a bit. As they pursued, the Demon Emperor had no idea someone was watching it from above. Lin Zile watched from on high, gloating. Ha, they took the bait. They landed in a place quite far away. The Demon Emperor was a little worried and looked around nervously. Is this place safe? It's safe. 10 minutes ago, one of my squads already checked this area. Model. Nothing at all. Hearing this, Daimo felt relieved and released his zombies, then gave the order. All right then, we'll stay here and hunt him down. We'll kill Shang Huang right here. Men, spare no effort and surround Shang Huang. Several zombies immediately surrounded Shang Huang. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but feel worried. Little friend Lin, where are you? He anxiously looked around, searching for any sign of Lin Zile. Don't tell me, little friend, Lin hasn't arrived yet, has he? If Lin Zile isn't here, I'm about to be cornered by Daimo and Shipo. On the other side, they laughed loudly and taunted him. Haha, Shang Huang, where do you think you're running this time? He glanced at his watch and saw the number 59 displayed. Shang Huang silently resolved. Forget it. If he's not coming, he's not coming. Today, even if I have to die, I must keep these two here. He immediately pointed his weapon at them. Who said I wanted to run? Today, I will settle the score with you. In the blink of an eye, Shang Huang had already taken care of all the zombies around him. Hearing this, Demo let out a contemptuous smile. Settle the score? You think I'm going to give you a chance to stall for time? Even Shipo found his words ridiculous. That's right. It's the two of us against you alone. Ha ha ha. Demo could wait no longer and quickly charged towards Shang Huang. You will definitely die today. It gathered its power and then unleashed an attack at him. But unexpectedly, instead of dodging, Shang Huang stood still, closed his eyes, and counted silently. 3, 2. Just as he counted to 1, Shang Huang's eyes snapped open. He used his weapon to force Demo into the air, but didn't launch an attack right away. Little friend Lin, you're late. If you don't show up now, I really can't hold on any longer. At that exact moment, a sudden, huge explosion occurred, wiping out the horde of zombies. The aftershock of the blast sent Shang Huang flying back, and even Demo was affected, forcing it to retract its attack. It angrily turned to Shipo for support, yelling, "Let's go together." Both Shipo and Demo lunged forward like hungry wolves. Although he raised his weapon to block their attack, Shang Huang still couldn't dodge in time and was struck. White smoke appeared again, helping Shang Huang escape once more. He slipped behind Shipo. Seeing that Shang Huang was injured and trying to flee, Demo hurriedly gave chase. Shang Huang, don't even think about running. While pursuing his opponent, Demo roared, "Stop." Just then, Shang Huang turned around and attacked Demo. He managed to restrain both of Demo's hands. Demo became even more enraged and screamed even louder, "I'm going to kill you." Wait, something's not right. Suddenly hearing Shipo say this, Demo turned to look at him in confusion. A human is sneak attacking our grand zombie army. My troops are in chaos. What? At that moment, Lin Zile finally decided to appear. So you guys finally noticed. He stood leisurely on a tree, looking down on them. You're only just now realizing your army is in disarray. Don't you think it's a little too late? When Shang Huang saw that Lin Zile had arrived, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, little friend, Lin is here. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Today is definitely the day you die. But Demo saw Lin Zile as just another small fry, so he told Shipo, look at him, just an SS-class human. You go back and stabilize the morale of the troops, lead them in battle. Leave Shang Huang and him to me. All right, I'll trust you on this. Demo was extremely confident that he would win. He already took a blow from Shipo. How much longer can he last? Shang Huang wasn't afraid at all and even challenged him back. You can try and see. He whipped his weapon at Demo's hand, injuring it. Demo looked at the wound, shocked and in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Where the hell did you learn that? While the demonic emperor was still confused and suspicious, the corpse ghoul was sent flying right back to him. Seeing this, he was even more shocked than before. So painful. Who hurt you? Is there really someone who can actually injure you? Just then, Lin Zile slowly walked over. Of course, it was me. He appeared, not forgetting to throw in a few taunts. The perception of you irradiated creatures is ridiculously poor. Can't you see a grown man like me standing right here? The corpse ghoul immediately fell back into a fighting stance. This kid is also SSS class. We have to focus our power and kill him first. The demonic emperor agreed with the corpse ghoul's decision. That's right. Kang Huang is already hard enough to deal with. This kid looks like a master who just reached SSS class, so let's kill him first while we have the chance. As soon as they agreed, they charged forward. Die, you bastard. Lin Zile remained completely calm. He summoned the cat zombie command horn. The moment he blew into it, flames engulfed the horn, and the cat zombie instantly appeared right behind him. It immediately roared as the demonic emperor pounced. It lashed out, instantly shredding the demonic emperor's face. The attack sent it tumbling several times before it slammed into a tree. The demonic emperor was utterly confused. How is this possible? What is this thing now? Meanwhile, the corpse ghoul swung a fist at Lin Zile, but unexpectedly, he caught the punch with his bare hand. He then forced the fist downwards, making the corpse ghoul punch the ground. The corpse ghoul immediately backed away from him. It grew annoyed, growling threateningly. I'm an SSS class fighter. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you really think the cat can hold the demonic emperor forever? Lin Zile immediately summoned his sword and taunted the corpse ghoul right back. Of course. He looked at the corpse ghoul as if it were already dead. 10 minutes is more than enough to kill you. The corpse ghoul remained unafraid, thinking Lin Zile was just delusional. This kid's empty boasts will cost him dearly. It immediately made its body sharper and tougher. I just wasn't using my full power before. The corpse ghoul charged forward again. Let's see how arrogant you are now. As his opponent swiped its claws at him, Lin Zile blocked the attack with his sword. The force was so immense it made the corpse ghoul sink slightly into the ground. Unexpectedly, this sword was tougher than the corpse ghoul's claws. He immediately changed the angle of his blade. Me? Arrogant? I'd say you're the arrogant one. Then he struck the corpse ghoul with all his might, and the aftershock of the blast sent it flying, crashing hard onto the ground with a loud thud. Having dealt with the demonic emperor, the cat zombie began to fade away. I have to admit, you've got some skills, kid. As the cat zombie vanished, the demonic emperor seethed, but I refuse to believe your artifacts are infinite. Hearing this, Lin Zile replied good-naturedly, Of course, my artifacts aren't infinite, but I have more than enough to kill you. He then turned to Kang Huang. Kang Huang, help me hold off the demonic emperor for 10 minutes. No problem. The demonic emperor was shocked to hear this. 10 minutes? It stood up and laughed scornfully, pointing at him. You want to defeat us in 10 minutes? Ha ha ha. Corpse ghoul, what are you waiting for? The demonic emperor looked at the corpse ghoul from afar as its power surged, reaching for the heavens. Are you going to wait for this reckless bastard to mock us? In the center of a torrent of power like a wildfire on the plains, the corpse ghoul slowly straightened up. Then it opened its mouth and let out a roar to build up its power. The corpse ghoul advanced on Lin Zile. In your dreams, brat. The enraged demonic emperor swung its fist and charged forward. Both you and Kang Huang will die today. Just as it attacked him, Kang Huang made his move. He suddenly appeared in front of the demonic emperor and unleashed his own attack. He warned the demonic emperor with a grim expression. I agreed to help him, demonic emperor. For the next 10 minutes, I'm your only opponent. The volcano-like craters on the corpse ghoul's body spewed fire. Lin Zile stared intently at his opponent. System. Check the corpse ghoul's attributes. The system immediately displayed the information. Irradiated creature. Corpse ghoul. Diamond level boss. Radiation level 97%. Basic attributes. Strength 340. Spirit 270. Physique 320. Agility 270. Talent. Zombie radiation body. In a high radiation environment, its basic attributes are increased, and it can use radiation to rapidly regenerate its body. Hard Blade Soul. Reduces damage taken from spirit-type attacks by 50%. Piercing Wind. Epic level talent. Significantly increases the sharpness of its claws and fangs. Pain inflicted is increased by 200%. Burning Rock Hardness. Epic level talent. The hardness of its claws and fangs is significantly increased. When damaged, its recovery speed increases by 100%. Seeing this, he became annoyed. Damn it, it's a hexagon warrior. Lin Zile immediately got into his fighting stance. He gripped his sword tightly and channeled his power into the blade. By now, the corpse ghoul had completed its transformation. It charged straight at Lin Zile. Impressive. And this is someone who just broke through to SSS class, he thought as he lunged at his opponent. Luckily, its weakness is obvious. He said nothing, simply focusing as he slashed straight at the corpse ghoul's abdomen. A cunning move. He imbued his sword with a special technique and immediately stabbed towards Shipo's head. But it didn't seem to have much of an effect. How naive. Do you think I'd be afraid of a puny little blade? The wound on Shipo's body healed instantly. Is that all? He replied to Shipo with a serious expression. That's right. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly engulfed Shipo, making it scream. This is all it takes. Shipo's entire head was burning the most intensely. Shipo tried to clutch its head in pain while roaring in anger. You damn brat, what kind of fire is this? Why can't I put it out? Ha ha. He swung his flaming sword for another strike. Shipo was startled and terrified upon seeing it. He was using the explosive flame twin slash technique on it. Shipo could only use its bare hands to block the attack. The holes on its body began to frantically spew out smoke, helping it quickly fly up to evade the last attack. Such fast reflexes. The fire element attack has a normal effect on him. Thinking this, Lin Zile immediately landed on the ground. He remembered how Shipo had blocked his sword attack with its bare hands. Good thing I have some room to maneuver. He stood calmly in the wind, counting down the final 3 seconds. Shipo was still on fire but showed no fear. You will definitely die today. As he counted down to 1, symbols of lightning and fire suddenly lit up on Shipo. They emitted a blinding light, causing Shipo to look down in surprise. In the end, its body was blown to pieces. But after the dense smoke and dust gradually cleared, even though its body was severely injured, Shipo was still clinging to life like a leech. Lin Zile looked at the corpse fiend's intact upper body in the crater. As expected, it managed to withstand my dual elemental attack. The corpse fiend raised its hand and decisively plunged it into its own chest, and its body instantly recovered. I don't care what other powers you have. The corpse fiend's claws also grew sharper. It regenerated its lower body in the blink of an eye. But I guarantee you'll die a miserable death today. It roared madly, spewing smoke. Its legs pushed off with so much force that they sank into the ground. As it gathered power and charged at him, he suddenly remarked to himself, "With such strong defense and regeneration, I wonder what kind of gear it'll drop when it dies." He immediately stretched his hand towards it and used the flowing water shield skill. A giant sphere of water instantly appeared. Elemental Purity, a magic-type skill that consumes a certain amount of spiritual power. It creates an elemental shield at any position within a 2-meter radius of the user. The shield's defensive power is equal to 150% of the spiritual power consumed. Moreover, the shield will produce different effects depending on the element. He immediately used several other skills: Lightning Shield, Flame Shield. While casting the skills, he kept an eye on his spiritual power. Bedrock Shield. A circle of multiple elemental powers formed before him. The corpse fiend saw this and sneered contemptuously. It stood within the elemental sphere he created, completely unharmed. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. His elemental power had slowed it down, but it fearlessly continued to advance and fight. Useless. Useless. Seeing the skill he used, it panicked slightly. What? This move again. It realized the situation was bad but had no time to escape. The corpse fiend was bound tightly by electricity. You damn thing. It tried to use its hands to block the attack. When the elemental sphere struck and exploded, the corpse fiend was sent flying. The SSS rank corpse fiend screamed in pain. Lin Zile gave a perfect signal of satisfaction and said, "The third bomb." Amidst the chaos in the air, he continued to control the bullet in his hand. Bedrock Bullet Barrage. Dozens of large rocks continuously bombarded the corpse fiend, leaving it stunned and unable to react. It panted in panic, using its arms as a defense to shield itself from the relentless assault. Suddenly, it slowly looked up and growled, "Naive." As if channeling all its rage, it unleashed its power. The force shattered the rocks, sending fragments flying everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zile was surprised. He quickly grabbed his weapon, which had gathered his power, and charged forward. The monster challenged, "You still want to use the same trick?" With a sinister smile, he added, "It's useless. I only need a second for this petrification." Then, he opened his mouth. He sucked in all the golden energy radiating from around Lin Zile, thinking smugly, "Let's see what you can do without your weapon." Lin Zile immediately took out the zombie serum and cleverly threw it into the SSS rank monster's mouth. It was shocked. What? With the pill in its mouth, it thought in confusion, "Damn it, what is this? I absolutely cannot let it enter my body." The serum was gradually being absorbed into its body without it realizing. It continued its challenge. "This kind of petty trick is useless." Lin Zile replied calmly and smugly, "Is that so?" By now, the serum had been fully absorbed. The corpse fiend immediately realized and panicked. It roared in furious panic. What did you feed me?" The SSS rank corpse fiend, barely able to stand, asked in shock. "Why is my power weakening?" Lin Zile replied nonchalantly, "It's to turn you back into a human." But in reality, he thought, "I'm just scaring you. This serum only works on people who haven't turned into zombies yet." The monster seemed to be going insane. No, damn it, I don't want to become human." At that moment, Lin Zile charged forward while continuing to think. Stream of thought. It could only weaken the zombie's power. The SSS rank Shipo went into a frenzy, and his stats became visible. Strength, 306. Spirit and Agility, 243. And Constitution, 288. At that very moment, seizing the opportunity, Lin Zile charged straight at the monster, unleashing his 9-Li slash skill. In a flash, he swung his weapon down, and a wave of energy burst from the blade, rushing towards the monster. He roared in fear and quickly countered with his blood crystal claw skill, desperately trying to block the golden energy with his hands. But he struggled, as the blade's energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Zile unleashed a brilliant flashing attack that struck Shipo. Unable to dodge in time, Shipo was sent flying by Lin Zile's attack, crashing heavily to the ground and taking immense damage. Kang Huang and Dai Mo, who were fighting nearby, were stunned by the sight. The resulting explosion was so powerful that they had to retreat to a safe distance. As the smoke cleared, Lin Zile appeared, standing calmly with his hands in his pockets. Kang Huang, utterly shocked, yelled, "Damn, Lin. Bro, you're this strong?" Dai Mo, standing next to him, was also alarmed and quickly looked over at Shipo. Seeing Shipo lying unconscious, Dimo yelled, "Hey, Shipo, wake up." He glanced away, thinking in a panic, "This is bad. That guy's skills are freakishly powerful. He almost killed Shipo." He looked at Kang Huang, wielding his whip, radiating power. Although it was similar to the wind skill Kang Huang used, Kang Huang himself wasn't proficient with it yet. But this kid. Daimo clenched his fists in anger, thinking, I have to kill him first. Then, Daimo suddenly charged at Lin Zile, causing Kang Huang to realize and rush to his side. Wielding his light whip, Kang Huang shouted angrily, Daimo, get back here. With a hateful glare, Daimo kept charging at Lin Zile, but Lin Zile didn't even try to dodge, instead preparing his own power. Bring it on. Then, with a flick of his hands, he launched 2 orbs straight at the stunned Daimo. The spell hit Daimo squarely before he could even react. At the same time, Kang Huang's whip struck home, leaving a fiercely burning wound on Daimo's right arm. Daimo looked at his wounds in alarm, thinking frantically, these elemental attacks are too powerful. I have to team up with Shippo. We can't afford to be separated. With that thought, he darted towards the motionless Shippo. Daimo shook Shippo hard, saying urgently, wake up. We'll be killed if you don't wake up now. Daimo slapped Shippo hard across the face. Shippo suddenly stirred, his eyes snapping wide open. He shot to his feet, activated reverse blood rage, and let out a massive roar. Lin Zile watched Shippo, who was now raging like a mad bull, and thought, so, he's planning to go all out even if it kills him, just to take me down. Huh. Shippo moved so fast he became a blur, leaving no afterimage as he circled Lin Zile, who couldn't help but remark, so fast. Suddenly, Shippo appeared behind him, ready to strike. Die, you brat. He unleashed his explosive head ram, thrusting it at Lin Zile, but he dodged it. As he jumped back, he gave a scornful look and said, naive. Enraged, Shippo shot back, you're the naive one. Suddenly, a phantom-like blue aura materialized around Lin Zile. This caught Shippo by surprise. What's going on? Shippo launched his attack, but Lin Zile suddenly vanished. Realizing he had charged into an elemental trap, Shippo found his movements becoming sluggish. He couldn't hold back his fury and roared, damn it, it's a trap. A taunting voice echoed, congratulations, you got the right answer. Lin Zile leaped up, casting a spell aimed at him. The Demon King's eyes widened in alarm as he defensively used his blood crystal claw. You're not getting away. Lin Zile activated a lightning trap, striking the Demon King. As if anticipating it, he bared his sharp fangs and absorbed Lin Zile's ultimate attack. He then evolved, upgrading to Elder Fang Rend. A chaotic halo of light appeared in mid-air, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Lin Zile ended the battle by slicing his head clean off. He glanced back at the corpse and muttered, one down. Turning towards the pool of blood, he walked over. Mission complete. The system's notifications began to chime. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the SSS rank zombie. Shippo. Damn it, I've used too many skills. I need to slow down a bit. Suddenly, an unexpected explosion diverted Lin Zile's attention. Seeing the ghoul that always wanted to attack him, the old man quickly shouted, young friend Lin, it's not safe here. Why don't you go somewhere else to rest? He replied, all right. Lin Zile stood before the Demon King's corpse, thinking, looks like Kang Huang can hold on for another hour without a problem. With that, he bent down to deal with the corpse. My spiritual power is low. I need a chance to get the gear the corpse fiend dropped. How lucky is this? Lin Zile was completely surprised. Holy crap, it dropped gear. Could this be diamond grade? He was even more stunned. It's like I can't lose. Winning has just become a habit. Because he had obtained a rare item, the system continuously displayed notifications. Cursed armor, a phantom diamond-grade piece of equipment engraved with curses on its surface. All who attack the armor will suffer a terrifying curse. Constitution plus 13, Strength plus 8. 1. Curse of Strength. After being attacked by an enemy, it will reduce the enemy's strength attribute by 3%. This effect can stack up to a maximum of 4 times. 2. Curse of Reflection. After being hit by an enemy, it will reflect 10% of the damage received from that attack. 3. Curse of Agility. After being hit by an enemy, it will reduce the enemy's agility attribute by 5%. Lin Zile cursed inwardly. Damn, this thing is a real gem. It doesn't specify physical or elemental attacks, which means any kind of attack can trigger the curse. Model. Learning about the item's top-tier attributes, he was ecstatic. Sorry, ghostly shadow gear. Let's not see each other anymore. I'm afraid the spirit armor would get the wrong idea. He waded into the pit to continue dealing with the demon's corpse. Scene changed to Blue Star World, the capital's safe zone. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ya Shi for becoming the first person in the Apocalypse game to single-handedly kill a diamond-grade zombie. His immense power shocked the entire world, earning him the unique global achievement, the Reincarnation Spear, and a massive amount of rewards. May other players learn from his example. The other players who appeared there couldn't help but exclaim, damn, a diamond-grade boss. That's insane. I've never even seen a silver grade boss. So that means the new diamond grade equipment on the ranking board was dropped by Zile. That boss sure was unlucky. Lin Zile's old teammate was also there. He looked up at the announcement and smiled, filled with pride for Lin Zile. I knew it. He's been in the dungeon for almost a month without coming out. Turns out he was up to something this big. Nice one. That's so Zile. The system notifications kept popping up. Congratulations to player Zile for obtaining the global announcement, the Diamond Spear. Congratulations to player Zile for receiving the following rewards: 2,000 reputation points, 10,000 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. Storage space capacity increased by 5. Diamond Spear, a unique title that can only be obtained by being the first person to kill a diamond-grade boss in the Apocalypse game. Effect: all attributes plus 10. Against bosses or ordinary people of diamond grade or lower, it can reduce their basic attributes by 5%. Lin Zile just quietly scrolled through the notifications, waiting for his strength to fully recover. The white-haired demon gritted his teeth, tense. This kid. He recovered this quickly. He scowled with anger and a hint of disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe it. An unknown SS rank, nobody killed Shipo, and he can recover this fast. Don't tell me you still have the strength to kill me. Lin Zile glanced at him and reminded him with annoyance. Unknown nobody. Remember my name. My name is Lin Zile, but you can also call me Zile. Without hesitation, he used the remnant soul of Shipo, splitting it in two and launching it at the demon. Without a moment's pause, old Kang Huang coordinated with him, lashing out with lightning, attacking relentlessly. Demo, prepare to die. Knowing he couldn't fight both of them, the demon focused mainly on dodging their attacks and quickly tried to flee. Seeing this, the old man frowned and shouted, "This is bad." Daimo is trying to escape. If he gets away, the consequences for humanity will be disastrous. The old man hurriedly gave chase. Don't even think about running. The monster saw this and laughed gleefully, taunting the old man as he fled. Kang Huang, we've fought for so long. You should know that if I want to run, you can't catch me. He leaped out of sight, leaving behind old Kang Huang, who gritted his teeth in frustration. He watched that guy escape, powerless to do anything. Damn it. The old man was worried. My time is running out. Just then, Lin Zile rode the wind and landed right beside him. He quickly jumped down. Lin Zile rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The old man was getting anxious. Go after him. You're so fast, why are you looking at me? He responded with calmness. I'm thinking of something. You need to hold on tight. Before Kang Huang could understand what was happening, Zile unfurled a pair of wings, which surprised the old man. You can fly? Lin Zile lifted them both into the air with his wings, and in no time, they caught up to the demon. He glanced around, searching, and as expected, he was so shocked his jaw dropped. The little demon just knew to run straight ahead. Just need to get here. Just need to get to this place, and I'll be fine. Lin Zile raised his eyes and watched the little demon run, in denial. Lin Zile sensed something was off and quickly warned him. Kang Huang, are you ready? The old man asked doubtfully. Ready? Ready for what? Seeing this, he clarified for the old man. To fight, of course. The old man was still skeptical. Lin Zile, don't mess around. But Lin Zile just threw Kang Huang down below, much to his terror. He screamed, damn it. But as an experienced fighter, he landed very lightly. Daimo stood arrogantly behind them. If that brainless corpse ruler hadn't died so quickly, you guys would never have had a chance. Kang Huang calmly brushed the dust off his clothes and replied, no, you're wrong.
You underestimated me and Lin Zile, getting such a strong rebuttal. And you also underestimated the potential we humans can unleash when faced with a desperate...
The monster cursed in frustration. What good do you think these humans are? In the face of absolute SSS rank power, Zile took out a dagger and, without hesitation, stabbed it deep into Daimo's kidney. It howled in agony. My kidney! Daimo furiously swung a fist behind him. You damn human. A sneak attack, no less. Lin Zile easily dodged the blow and reappeared right behind it again. Daimo was still in the mood to criticize him. You humans, ganging up on me 2-on-1, and with a sneak attack. He replied with a joking tone. All's fair in war. Suddenly, Daimo used his electrical power, his eyes bulging as he roared, too naive. The monster rushed towards Lin Zile. Faced with a desperate attack from an SSS rank master, your survival is not guaranteed. The monster's speed increased dramatically, but Zile still managed to fight back with ease. He moved behind it with dizzying speed and once again stabbed Daimo with his dagger. It hastily turned around, cursing irritably. Damn you. Suddenly, Lin Zile dropped to the ground, aiming to stab the monster's huge rear end. But Daimo didn't give up and continued to fight. It growled, muttering, "I have to kill you." However, no matter how hard it tried, its opponent easily countered every move. The brutal Daimyo choked on a groan from the stab wounds. Humiliated, its eyes rolled back into its head. Time passed, and exactly 15 minutes later, Lin Zile had killed Daimyo. It dropped to its knees, about to collapse. The monster's body crashed to the ground. Zile ended this fight with a single sentence. "Now you know I'm not just some nobody." He swung his dagger, a golden light appeared, and the blade sliced off Daimyo's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. The head just rolled on the ground, a pathetic sight. Behind him, Kang Huang laughed out loud with joy. Standing nearby, he confirmed, "Daimyo is dead." He just stiffened and plopped onto the ground, repeating, "Daimyo is dead." After the fight, the old man and the young man quickly ran off. Kang Huang turned and asked, "Little friend, Daimyo and the corpse ruler have been eliminated, but their minions are still left. How do we finish this quickly?" The other replied, "All right." A stream of power shot from his hand. Zile shouted, using lightning to shatter the darkness. Then he unleashed his power towards the zombies. The creatures howled in pain, their mouths agape. Kang Huang exclaimed in amazement, "Holy crap, little friend Lin's elemental attack is so powerful against groups," he shouted happily. "Humanity's victory is right before our eyes." A while later, many people had successfully defeated the monsters. They were so happy they were crying, "Humanity is victorious. The human race is victorious." Lin Zile sighed in relief as a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for completing the instance mission." The Star Mother God wrote a chapter about Lin Zile in her book. In June of year 136 of the Wasteland era, the first SSS rank zombie appeared among the zombie race, the Corpse Ruler. It had the ability to control all zombies. The Corpse Ruler and the SSS rank leader of the radiation creatures, Daimyo, secretly conspired. They bred many radiation creatures that could search for underground cities. This led to a total of 7 underground cities being destroyed, with human casualties exceeding 1 million. In the same month, a group led by Skywalk City's Lord, Lin Zile, killed the SS rank radiation creature, Duo on the main road of the Eastern District. This was the first SS rank radiation creature to be killed by humans after the signing of the Summit Treaty, July, year 136 of the Wasteland era. Daimyo completely tore up the Summit Treaty, intending to launch a final war of extermination against humanity alongside the Corpse Ruler. Nearly 50,000 zombies and 10,000 radiation creatures began to gather at various locations across the continent. Humanity paid a terrible price to obtain crucial intelligence on the zombies and radiation creatures. 21 city lords were summoned to Tianyang to attend the City Lord Congress. Through the Congress, the progressive faction of humanity established a resolution. To take the initiative and attack the zombies and radiation creatures was their motto. Based on the slogan, "Humans will be victorious." The final decision was to launch the war in 7 days, risking everything for the final battle. After the goal was set, Lin Zile was the first to comprehend the method of elemental cultivation and taught it to everyone. A completely new type of cultivation system. Specific information can be found in the Elemental Compendium. Cultivating elements effectively increase humanity's combat power before the final battle. 7 days later, the human leaders, Kang Huang and Lin Zile, infiltrated the zombie clan's headquarters. In the 6th minute, as the decisive battle began, Lin Zile took the lead and beheaded the zombie clan leader, Shipo. In the 24th minute of the battle, Kang Huang used his full power to kill the leader of the biological radiation creatures, Daimyo. A once-in-a-lifetime great war involving 4 SSS-grade powerhouses completely ended within 24 minutes. This battle also laid the foundation for victory in the final war. After the decisive battle ended, Kang Huang and Lin Zile brought the heads of Shipo and Daimyo to the largest battlefield, Tianyang City. At a time when the high command of the zombies and radiation creatures suffered a severe blow, humanity's morale soared. Finally, under the leadership of Kang Huang and Lin Zile, they successfully drove back the enemy. After this battle, the human race's leader, Kang Huang, personally erected a heroic monument for these heroes and also ordered the construction of the final battlefield into a national heroes cemetery, erecting a monument for each hero. After the battle, Kang Huang very quickly passed away. The Alliance wanted to elect the Lord of Tianxing City, Lin Zile, as the new leader of the human race. However, the offer was rejected. Zile only accepted the money and couldn't care less about the high-ranking title. In the final battle, Lin Zile, he created the elemental cultivation method, killed the 2 leaders, Corpse Soul and Demon Emperor, and led the battle for Tianyang City and many other campaigns, making great contributions that influenced the development of humanity, and finally obtained the title of Elemental Emperor. To commemorate the beginning of a completely new era, a popular and entirely new cultivation method, a new world belonging to humanity. The City Alliance declared the end of the Wasteland Era. The Elemental Era, belonging to humanity, officially began. Ziluo closed the book and said happily, "So this is my final chapter. On planet Thunmanu." Huh? I guess it fits the standard. The system appeared again. Dungeon time is about to end. Host, please, prepare to return to reality. A moment later, in a large house, 3 figures appeared in the yard. Lin Zile sighed tiredly. "I'm truly impressed." He turned to question the 2 people sitting next to him. Big oaf. Couldn't. You have waited a moment before eating chicken feet. Your hands are all greasy. And you, he added, is the ghost-eyed poison serpent something you can just casually play around with? You're an assassin. Understand? The system announced. Welcome back, Master. Player. Ershao, welcome back. It announced new information. Seal lifted. All attributes increased. Zilu stretched and said, "Finally, we're back." Suddenly, Lin Zile thought of something. He thought to himself, "Oh right, I need to check my enhancement serums." With a snap of his fingers, Lin Zile commanded, "System, open storage space." At that moment, a series of glass vials containing enhancement serum appeared. He wondered in confusion, "Don't tell me I successfully exploited a game glitch?" Lin Zile reached out and took one of the glass vials. At the same time, the system screen displayed the item's information. Grade Enhancement Serum, a product of Planet Thunmonu, silver grade item. It can provide a slight attribute increase based on the player's current physical condition. At the same time, depending on the user's constitution, it will produce certain non-fatal side effects. After reading, Lin Zile thought smugly to himself, "Awesome, this is the real deal. These enhancement serums have become legitimate items. I've hit the jackpot." Placing the vial back into his storage space, he continued to command, "Ahem, system, organize and settle the rewards." The system screen immediately processed the request. The Golden Touch reward increases aura to level 1. It can enhance the host's currently displayed aura effect by 10%. Stroking his chin, Lin Zile calculated to himself, "This Golden Touch makes my illusory powers aura stronger. Not bad, not bad." After thinking, he said, "Next," and pressed his thumb on the display screen. A system item appeared right in front of Lin Zile. Elemental Bracelet, gold grade equipment. A bracelet that can enhance elemental power. It is part of the elemental set. Spirit attribute +5, spiritual power recovery speed increased by 20%. When using elemental powers, their might is increased by 20%. After hearing this, he didn't hesitate to put the bracelet on his wrist, thinking cheerfully, 100 points of spiritual power? Won't that make me look so cool? As he was lost in his daydream, the system suddenly interjected. Elemental set, 2-piece effect, all attributes +3. You can store an extra 100 points of spiritual power through the elemental equipment. Then, the system screen turned from blue to red. Lin Zile thought curiously, "Come on, let me see my rewards." On the screen was information about his world influence. Destroyed the Wu Yang Gang, 117 influence points. Killed Ka Suopu, 360 influence points. Killed the Green Devourer King, 210 influence points. Killed Duoer, 1,127 influence points. Lin Zile observed the information displayed on the screen. For killing Xiaopo and Daimo, the reward was 11,240 influence points. For teaching the elemental cultivation method, the reward is 21,777 influence points. Total world influence, 52,788. Thinking back to his past life, Lin Zile was a little surprised. In my past life, I only got 1,000 points for assassinating a king. This time, I got 50,000 points. Leaning against the wall, he grinned smugly. As I recall, in my past life, the best record after 10 years of the apocalypse belonged to Zhang Yuanzhong, with just over 20,000 points. I've already got 50,000 points, so my rewards must be off the charts, right? Shaking off his daydream, Lin Zile returned to reality and began a serious analysis. That's right. I did 2 major things that affected Tamu Planet, things with a profound impact on the entire world. This makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, the system continued its calculations, allocating rewards based on player Yazi's influence. Hearing this, Lin Zile clasped his hands together and prayed. Here it comes, here it comes. May the Jade Emperor bless me. May the Tathagata Buddha bless me. May the God of Wealth bless me. However, the system's next message was completely unexpected. Due to the player's world influence value being too high, it exceeds the scope of items available in the current reward pool. Searching for a solution. Flailing his arms in frustration, Lin Zile growled, "What the hell?" Just then, the system screen announced that a solution had been found. Does player Yazi wish to claim the reward now? Lin Zile put on an aloof expression. He crossed his arms and coldly gave the command to accept. After receiving the request, the system immediately announced the rewards. 250,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 50 free attribute points, and 10 cubic meters of storage space. Hearing this, Lin Zile's jaw dropped. Holy crap, how much? 250,000 experience points. Doesn't that mean I? Before he could finish, the mechanical voice cut him off. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 38. All attributes increased by 3. You have gained 5 free. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 39. All attributes increased by 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 43. All attributes increased by 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Unable to contain himself, Lin Zile quickly opened the Long Country level rankings. The screen displayed the rankings of the strongest players in Long Country, from highest to lowest. First place, Yazi, level 43, class, Bingzu. Second place, Dangok, level 31, class, Bawang. Third place, Guitong, level 30, class, Phantom. Fourth place, Zhang Yuanzhang, level 26, class, Junhun. Fifth place, Yipian Shuye, level 25, class, Divine Archer. After checking the rankings, Lin Zile thought to himself, nice, I'm already almost 20 levels higher than Zhang Yuanzhang. If I just push a little harder, maybe drink some more enhancement liquid. Before he could finish the thought, he pinched his own cheek to snap out of it. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How could I be so malicious? Old Zhang is still number 4 in Long Country. After all, I should show him some respect. Tapping the screen, Lin Zile thought to himself, right, I should assign my attribute points first. Before him were his own stats, his base attributes without any equipment. Strength 251, Spirit 251, Constitution 251, Agility 251. After reviewing his stats, he smirked. Excellent, excellent. This makes me an SSS rank powerhouse. Shipo and Demo were nothing but a measuring stick. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Player Yazi, in addition to this mission's rewards, you've earned a total of 1,088 wish points. Please use your wish points to select the items or equipment you require. Friendly reminder, wish points cannot be saved. Any points not used within this reward period will be permanently deleted. 300-second countdown begins now. Hearing this, Lin Zile was utterly speechless. The system panel showed the number 1,088. Lin Zile had a question. System, how many wish points does a pair of epic grade pants cost? The system quickly responded, a pair of epic grade pants costs 800 wish points. Would you like to make the exchange? Lin Zile considered it. Epic gear is valuable, that's true. But wish points are even more precious. I have to use them to get something I can't obtain anywhere else. After a moment of thought, Lin Zile realized something. That's it. The thing I need is a Yuan Pearl. Lin Zile asked the system, how much to exchange for a Qian Xiangzi Yuan? The system began its search. The system quickly processed the data. Exchanging for the Qian Xiangzi Yuan requires 10,000 wish points. Players' wish points are insufficient. Exchange is not possible. Lin Zile was stunned. It's that expensive? A system notification popped up. The price of items is determined based on the time and difficulty required to obtain them, in addition to the intrinsic value of the item itself. Lin Zile quickly understood. So, in other words, some items are much easier to obtain. So, are there any that are easy to get? Lin Zile quickly asked the system about another item. System, what about a Kan Xiang's Yuan? Searching for Kan Xiang's Yuan. A moment later, the information appeared on the system screen. Lin Zile was excited. Nice, there's hope. System, let me ask, which origin pearls can I exchange for? The system is now checking for available origin pearls. Finally, the system provided an answer. The origin pearl available for exchange is the Exun Elephant Origin, which requires 1,050 wish points. Do you wish to exchange? Lin Zile replied instantly. Exchange. System processing, please wait a moment. In an instant, the Exun Elephant Origin appeared with a brilliant blue light. Cracks suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and then, boom, everything exploded. Roar. Who is it? The Sun Elephant Origin appeared with glowing eyes. Roar. Who in the world is it? The Xun elephant origin was furious because its wine pearl had been taken. My wind pearl? Lin Zile sat to the side, smiling smugly. Wow, the wind sure is noisy today. Lin Zile summoned an orb, and everything around him began to spin, quickly rearranging the elements. Now I have 4 types of elemental powers: water, fire, wind, and lightning. I'm truly invincible. Lin Zile rubbed his chin. System. Exchange the rest of my points for spiritual power recovery potions. System processing. The system's wish points balance was now 0. Lin Zile took the spiritual potions and thought to himself, before completing the mission, Big Off's group also helped out. Here are your rewards. Big Off's eyes widened with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He received the heavy black gold mace, a gold-grade equipment. It's an extremely heavy great mace that can only be wielded by someone with immense strength. Attributes. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 4. Agility minus 6. Destructive power increased by 20%. Sturdiness increased by active ability, instant weight increase. After activation, you can increase the weight of the Great Hammer according to your thoughts for 2 minutes. The maximum is double the weight with an 8-hour cooldown. Magic Gauntlets, gold-grade equipment. A pair of gauntlets filled with wondrous effects. Attributes, strength plus 4, agility plus 5. Movement speed increased by 10%. Attack speed by 10%. Storage ability, can perfectly conceal items of a certain volume. Items within the gauntlets cannot be detected by others. You can retrieve hidden items from either the left or right hand. Don Gok hesitated between the 2 items. Don Gok chose the heavy black gold mace. Lin Zile praised him. Aya, not bad. After some teasing, Lin Zile suggested, all right, we should get going now. Don Gok happily held the heavy black gold mace in his hands, smiling brightly. He was also messily chomping on a chicken leg. Lin Zile, walking ahead, had no choice but to stop him. Don Gok, wait until we get home. You can eat as much chicken as you want then, but stop eating now. A passerby heard him and turned to look at Don Gok. The moment he saw the man, he fell to the ground in fright. Da. Then you must be Zile. Lin Zile raised a hand to greet the man. The man instantly jumped to his feet, screaming as he ran. The Demon King has returned. Everyone, run for your lives. Hearing this, the other passersby started shouting and fleeing. Run. The news of his return was immediately broadcast on the large public news screen. Lin Zile expressed his regret. It's only been a month, and they're still this scared of me. But he suddenly noticed something. He put his hands on his hips, looked over the city, and chuckled to himself. It's only been a month, and the capital's safe zone is already about to become a level 3 safe zone. Lin Zile pulled out an abacus and started flicking it rapidly, a wicked smile spreading across his face. So, when the safe zone reaches level 5, won't I be able to earn a ton of merits again? The 3 of them returned to Lin Zile's house to rest. Wei Tong's eyes were fixed greedily on the potion bottle he was drinking from. He smiled and said softly, all right, you can have the rest. Lin Zile took the last few sips and handed the bottle to Wei Tong. Here, for you. Wei Tong took the bottle and drank from it, while he sat cross-legged on the bed to circulate his energy. He thought to himself, I hope Demo and Shipo don't disappoint me. This is the only SSS-grade enhancement potion, and it took squeezing those 2 dry to get it. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the bed, to the astonishment of Wei Tong and Don Gok. A satisfied look appeared on Lin Zile's face. A delayed effect is fine too. The next day, Lin Zile woke up with a throbbing headache. He looked down at his body and smiled. Not bad at all. I guess Demo and Shipo deserve some praise. He opened the system panel to check his basic attributes. All my stats increased by 10 points. He stood up, put on his cloak, and said in a deep voice, let's go. We're going to find Zhang Yuanzhang. As he led Don Gok and Wei Tong, he thought to himself, I remember that in my past life, the auction was about to start around this time. Perfect for making a big score. In a spacious tea room, Lin Zile sat leisurely with his legs crossed. Zhang Yuanzhang sat opposite him. He began hesitantly. Lin Zile raised an eyebrow. What is it? Do you want to ask about my level up? Yuanzhang immediately nodded. Yes, I'm really curious. He just replied with a vague, you want to know. Zhang Yuanzhang excitedly leaned forward. Are you willing to tell me? Lin Zile decisively held up 2 fingers. Fixed price. 200,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanzhang choked and coughed for several moments. Are you serious? It's been a month. Still such a scammer. He sighed, leaning his head back. Forget it. I don't have 200,000. What do you want to see me about? A glint appeared in Zilua's eyes. When I came looking for you, it was definitely for something good. I immediately thought of you. Yuan Zhang gave a forced smile. You said the same thing last time when you sold me the Earth Palace Kui Serpent for 500,000. Suddenly, Lin Zile tossed a potion bottle over to him. Take a look at this. Yuan Zhang slowly appraised it. An A-grade enhancement potion. It can increase basic attributes. But then he immediately shouted in surprise, "You're giving me something this good." As soon as Zhang Yuanzhang finished speaking, Lin Zile smirked to himself. Giving it to you? You're overthinking it. I just drank so much of this stuff I was about to puke, so I'm selling it for cash. Looking at the clueless Zhang Yuanzhang fumbling about, Lin Zile pretended. Aren't we friends? When I get something good, I immediately think of you. Zhang Yuanzhang anxiously examined the bottle in his hand. That's true. Equipment gets outdated, but basic attributes are eternal. With that, he slammed his hand on the table decisively. All right, you must have a few more of these enhancement potions. I'll take them all. Lin Zile was unfazed by Zhang Yuanzhang's greed. A few bottles? Who are you looking down on? Turning to one side, the sight that greeted him was cardboard boxes filled with enhancement potions stacked in cubes, leaving Zhang Yuanzhang stunned. His jaw dropped in shock at the enormous quantity. 3,000 bottles. In contrast to Zhang Yuanzhang's strange behavior, Lin Zile calmly reminded him, General Zhang, mind your decorum. Swallowing hard, Zhang Yuanzhang's face darkened as he made a decision. This is too much. I need to request instructions from the commanders, right? Are all these enhancement serums the same, or are there differences? Lin Zile replied smoothly. There's a difference. The one I gave you is a grade A enhancement serum. I also have lower grade B and grade C serums. He pointed upwards thoughtfully and continued. Of course, I also have a few of the even rarer S-grade and gold grade enhancement serums. Zhang Yuanzhang was left speechless, staring at Lin Zile. Tease, he was a bit flustered. There are even higher grades. So, are you planning to sell them? Remaining perfectly calm, Lin Zile said slowly, I do have them, and of course, I'll sell them. As long as you can make an opening offer, like a fish taking the bait, Zhang Yuanzhang immediately agreed. All right, wait a moment. I'll go find the chief right now. As he turned to leave, Zhang Yuanzhang wondered to himself, the National Treasury only has 500,000 gold coins right now. I wonder what price Lin Zile has in mind. He continued to ponder, please don't name an exorbitant price that we can't afford. The scene shifts to the chief's office. The chief laughed heartily, holding the vial of enhancement serum. My stats have increased. The effects are real. The old man beside him also praised it endlessly. It's really not bad. Buying this is all benefit, no drawback. The soldier in the cap also chimed in. With something this good, Yuanzhang, what are you hesitating for? We should just buy it. As soon as he finished, Zhang Yuanzhang said in a serious tone, Chief, the main issue is that he hasn't named a price. I'm worried our treasury isn't enough. Listening to Zhang Yuanzhang's words, the chief replied, then bargain. Seeing the bewildered look on that fool Zhang's face, the chief continued as he turned and walked out the door. He left the flustered Zhang behind. If we don't have enough money, just raise it from the soldiers. Won't that solve it? As long as we can increase our strength, money isn't an issue. Back in Zhang Yuanzhang's office, Lin Zile was already waiting. The chief called out loudly, young friend Lin. Lin Zile calmly greeted him. Hello, chief. The chief sat beside him, laughing as he probed. Haha, I wonder, young friend Lin, how many gold coins are you planning to sell this for? He received a cheerful reply. One price, 3 million gold coins. As he answered, he thought to himself, I have to quote a bit higher, or they'll bargain me down to a fool's price. Upon hearing the number, the chief was a bit taken aback.
Well, young friend Lin, our national treasury doesn't have that many gold coins right now. Do you think you could offer a slightly cheaper bulk price?
Lin Zile looked him straight in the eye, insisting, there is no other price. If you don't want it, I can only sell it to someone else. To play on the chief's psychology, Lin Zile pointed and reminded him, this is an exclusive treasure. The chief was in a tough spot against such a firm attitude. How about this? Lin Zile immediately cut him off. Of course, I can sell you other things at a cheaper price. Lin Zile led the chief to an item display area. Here, I can sell these things a bit cheaper. Selling them for over 200,000 isn't too much, is it? The chief and his men had looks of surprise on their faces. Holding the treasures in their hands, they said hesitantly, we'll need to discuss this again. Lin Zile replied smugly, of course. I'll be waiting for you. At that moment, in the chief's office, Zhang Yuanzhang was worried. He broke the awkward silence. What's wrong, chief? Is it not enough money? The chief grumbled, that damn profiteer. Naming a price of 3 million gold coins. Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Zhang forced a smile. So, do we still want it? The chief slammed his hand on the table and roared. That's a stupid question. Of course we do. Same old plan. Have every soldier in the gold coins they turn in can be exchanged for contribution points, and they can use those points to trade for this enhancement serum, increasing our overall combat strength. Zhang Yuanzong shot to his feet and saluted. Yes, sir. The scene changes back to Zhang Yuanzong's room. Lin Zile excitedly looked at the large amount of gold coins displayed before him, delightedly holding a handful. Not bad. Not bad at all. Seeing gold coins always makes me happy. Beside him, the chief began to negotiate. Ahem. Young friend Lin, we also want to buy some equipment. A total of 5 million is really too much. Lin Zile challenged him provocatively. Chief, surely you wouldn't want me to sell these items to someone else, would you? Flustered, the chief quickly backpedaled, shaking his head. No. I just meant, seeing as we're old friends, could you give us a little discount? Hearing the chief's words, Lin Zile considered it with a smile. What price does the chief feel is appropriate? After thinking for a long time, the chief said loudly, including the supplies scroll, how about 4 million? Will that work? Lin Zile smirked at his attitude and suddenly replied, deal. This made the chief suspiciously think to himself, why do I feel like I've just been trapped? Lin Zile couldn't help but feel overjoyed looking at the gold coins in front of him. He checked the transaction amount received in his account. Lin Zile confirmed it with peace of mind. All right. He turned and waved goodbye to the chief. Meanwhile, that fool Zhang next to them was unusually silent. As if to ease the burden on Zhang's mind, Lin Zile offered some advice. Old Zhang, don't look so down. Getting the strengthening serum is a good thing, isn't it? That's right. Speaking of which, has the Apocalypse game announced when the national auction will be held? As if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, Zhang Yuanzhong replied, yes, it has. In 5 days, the national auction instance will appear. At that time, people from all regions across the country can enter. We're preparing to contact the local military district to check on their situation. Understanding Zhang Yuanzhong's mentality, Lin Zile thought to himself, this matches my memories. The next instance will start right after the auction. Waving goodbye, Lin Zile said nonchalantly, hurry up and increase your strength. This 4 million will definitely be a worthy investment. We'll meet at the auction in 5 days. In the following days, a series of transactions took place at the Yun family's residence. The account showed a deposit of 400,000 gold coins, followed by another 400,000 from the Yin family. Finally, at the Xi'an gathering point, the system registered another 200,000 gold coins. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zile's account balance had soared. 5 million gold coins. Walking outside the safe zone, Lin Zile shared his feelings. Big dummy, ghost child. I feel amazing. I've never been this rich before. Meanwhile, the pair, ghost child and big dummy, were busy munching away. Turning his head, Lin Zile asked smugly, you guys don't get it. Do you know how many chicken legs you can buy with 5 million gold coins? In response, there was only silence. Lin Zile shouted, an uncountable amount. But he was still met with quiet. Suddenly, behind him, the figures of bloodthirsty zombies appeared, approaching without Lin Zile's knowledge. What's going on? At 12 o'clock, at the zombie gathering point, Lin Zile looked left and right with excitement, observing the chaotic scene of a massive zombie horde advancing as he exclaimed. Looks like the scale of this zombie horde is no small matter. Lin Zile laughed excitedly and wondered to himself if there were more than 5,000 of them. At the same time, the zombies swarmed forward. One was easily taken down by a single kick from Big Dummy. Ghost Child unleashed a special move, finishing off another zombie. It seemed he was getting bored of attacking them individually. Lin Zile lamented, killing them one by one is too troublesome. First, I need to gather all the zombies together. Lin Zile used his power to create a large speaker, saying that after gathering the zombies, he would call the Qilin to deal with them, and then take a minute to collect its scales. No sooner said than done. Lin Zile reached out and flipped a switch, hoisting a large speaker onto his shoulder that blared out a song titled, How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. The music continued to echo through the dark night. How empty it is to be invincible. Alone at the peak, the zombies gradually began to notice the music. The cold wind blew relentlessly as the song continued to play. The music kept ringing out. Lin Zile let out a satisfied laugh. This should be enough. He slammed his weapon, the Julie Suli, into the ground, causing the earth to crack and creating a violent vortex before the zombies' very eyes. The ground shattered into pieces, sending the zombies stumbling before they fell one by one into a deep pit. A few of the undead managed to climb up. They surrounded him from behind, but Lin Zile remained unfazed. Raising his head high, Lin Zile shouted, guardian, divine beast. In the silent void, as he spoke, Lin Zile placed his hand on his chest. A purple light flashed and erupted around him. Come forth, Qilin. A pillar of golden light struck down fiercely. From the golden light emerged a massive creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, growling with two glowing eyes. Its sharp fangs were displayed majestically, and the chaotic scene was filled with golden lightning that shook the heavens and the earth. The world trembled. Amidst the chaos, Lin Zileo's voice rang out. Big bro Qilin, it's me. The Qilin looked down as if searching for someone and replied, Who is it? Who summons me at a time like this? Lin Zile frantically yelled, Big bro Qilin, help me. It's me. I'm surrounded by zombies. The Qilin replied in surprise, Oh, it's you, kid. The chaotic scene was punctuated by the joyful cheers of Lin Zile and his group. The Qilin continued calmly, Wait a minute. Just a few zombies like this? Last time, I didn't see you this panicked even with over 10,000 of them. The Qilin looked up and let out a few roars. A massive lightning storm struck everywhere, with bolts of lightning crashing directly into the ground. In the area swarmed by zombies, Lin Zile looked up at the Qilin with a grin, full of anticipation. The Qilin responded casually, All right. I've got quite a lot of energy this time, so it won't be a problem to act. Suddenly, the Qilin paused and asked with a suspicious tone, Something's not right. You provided me with so much energy this time, yet you still needed to summon me? Lin Zile let out a big heh-heh laugh as the information panel for the gold and purple lightning Saint Qilin phantom level appeared before his eyes. He thought in alarm, This is ridiculous. At level 43, I can see the information panel of a level 58 creature, but I can't see the Qilin's level. A bit of confusion entered his mind. Just how strong is it? Lin Zile looked smug behind his mask. The Saint Qilin looked down, silently assessing him. In just 2 months, his strength has increased several times over. What a monster. No wonder this kid was chosen by both Chow and Fuxi. The Saint Qilin, glowing high above, raised its voice, Kid, if you dare summon me just to be your hired muscle. Lin Zileo's eyes sparkled as he let out a coquettish ha, causing 2 ghostly figures to appear behind him, making the Holy Qilin hesitate before leaving. I can't mess with you. I really can't. The Holy Qilin gloated ostentatiously. From now on, don't come to me for every little thing. Disturb my sweet dreams, and I'll really let you have it, Lin Zile said, then switched to a flattering tone to continue the conversation. Brother Qilin, I just have a few questions for you. The Qilin, pleased after a few words of flattery, replied, Ask away. He immediately spoke up. Didn't you give me an origin core of the shock elephant? I wanted to ask where you got it from. I snatched it, of course. After the Holy Qilin's answer, he pressed on. Where are the other origin orbs? An image of the origin orbs appeared as the Qilin spoke nonchalantly. I don't know. Ever since Fuxi disappeared, these orbs have been ownerless. Ownership naturally depends on your skill. After I snatched the Thunder Orb and mastered its power, I didn't need it anymore. I only gave it to you because I saw you had Fuxi's inheritance. Lin Zile lowered his voice suspiciously. Then where is the Wind Orb? Don't tell me someone else snatched that one too. But unexpectedly, the Holy Qilin confirmed, That's right. I think the Ku Niu took it. Lin Zile was dismayed. Crap, don't tell me my origin core of the shock elephant was stolen from the Apocalypse game. Am I going to be targeted for revenge? He asked further. Then where are the Heaven Orb and the Earth Orb? The Holy Qilin changed the subject in his reply. I don't know. It seems even Fuxi couldn't control those 2 orbs. Don't even think about it. Lin Zile didn't give up, patiently continuing his inquiry. What about the Mountain Orb and the Lake Orb? The Qilin rolled his eyes and answered, The Bixi took the Mountain Orb. As for the Lake Orb, I'm not sure. Many want to get their hands on it. Lin Zile, feeling a bit regretful, changed his tone to wheedle. Come on, Brother Qilin. It's not often we get to meet. How about a little welcoming gift? The Holy Qilin interjected forcefully. Kid, don't think I don't know you're after my scales. Let me tell you, no way. The spiritual beast's image gradually faded into the air, leaving one last message. Oh, right. Fuxi gave the Azure Dragon a lot of good stuff, said it was for his successor. Go ask the Azure Dragon for it. Lin Zileo's face fell, and he shouted in lament, So unlucky, so unlucky. Brother Qilin is so stingy. Resigned, with a darkened face, he could only vent to his companions. Although I gained a lot of experience this time, it's so frustrating not getting any real benefits. Don't even mention the Qian Orb, forget about it. My only hope is Bixi's Mountain Orb. Lin Zile seemed to remember something, letting out a small gasp as he touched the ancient character on his chest. That's right. The Azure Dragon that Brother Qilin mentioned seems to be the guardian beast of Demon City. Looks like I'll have to make a trip home when I'm free. He summoned the system panel, showing a list of his spoils. System. while Brother Keelan's good luck is still with me. Give me 40 draws for the super golden finger. In his heart, he clasped his hands and prayed to all the gods in every direction. Please, heavens above, Jade Emperor, Buddha, Brother Keelan, bless me. Give me something good. A notification popped up on the system. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the super golden finger, soul orb. Zombies killed by the player during the game will now have a chance to drop an extra soul orb, which surprised him a little. A monster appeared in his line of sight. It appeared with a ferocious look. Lin Zile figured it must be some kind of test subject, then let out a scoff. A spark of fire flashed by, slicing the monster in two in an instant. The system displayed the information, soul orb. The uses of the soul orb are extremely broad. The host can discover them through use. He looked at the spirit, Jade, and judged. So this is a soul orb. It doesn't look like much. Taking the spirit Jade in his hand, he felt skeptical. It's warm, yet cold. A super golden finger shouldn't be trying to trick me. System, can I eat this? The system continued to explain. The soul orb can be consumed, and its effect only diminishes when used in large quantities. There are no side effects. Consuming a soul orb will restore a small amount of the host's spiritual power. The effect of the soul orb is determined by the strength of the zombie killed. Just as he hoped, he exclaimed, it can replenish spiritual power. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I need. Lin Zile let out a few sinister laughs and turned to give orders to his two underlings. Big dummy, ghost child. Tonight we're working overtime until tomorrow. The only thing on their minds was the chicken legs he had promised them. Lots and lots of chicken legs. After the group's wild celebration, a series of shocking explosions erupted in the city. Someone's voice rang out, big dummy, don't let that zombie get away. Another explosion followed an urgent shout, ghost child, cut off their legs. I'm coming to harvest. A few days later, in the safe zone, Lin Zile stood with his hands on his hips, laughing in satisfaction, causing Big Dummy and Ghost Child to nod their heads vigorously. That was so refreshing. The group quickly headed down to the bustling street. Zile strode forward and announced, it's time. We're going to the super auction. He thought to himself, this super auction is really something else. It hasn't even started and it's already packed with people. A group of security guards stood at the gate. Standing in the crowd, Zile stroked his chin, mused. It could also be because some of my enhancement serum leaked out. The central system displayed a notification. Checking. It was detected that in the Longguo region, the total number of people who have changed classes has reached a certain level. 80% or more of the districts have opened the corresponding regional instance. The method of participation is to join the instance, and the instance requires 300 gold coins. The group of people waiting in front of the past hall heard this and yelled without mercy. What the hell? 300 gold coins? Do you take me for a fool? Yeah, for ordinary people like us. Where are we supposed to get that much? Zile silently listened to all the conditions. At the same time, in the safe zone of each district, there will be a live broadcast of the auction house's situation. All players who haven't entered the instance can watch the live stream too, know what's happening at the auction house. While watching the auction house instance stream, there will be lucky players randomly gifted by the system, with gifts like supplies, equipment, items, and so on. Specific details will be announced upon entering the instance. All players are welcome to participate. At this point, he silently confirmed to himself, this super auction only happens once every 6 months. I'd be a fool not to go. He let out a disgustingly smug laugh, causing everyone to turn and stare. They recognized him and gasped one by one. Holy crap, it's the great Yai Sei. If he's going to the auction, he's definitely going to win big. If only I could ride the great Yai Sei's coattails, that would be amazing. What are you thinking? The great Yai Sei is really fierce. Lin Zile was shocked and denied the absurd rumors. What the hell? Those are all just rumors. I'm clearly a gentle person. A line of guards swarmed over and surrounded him, putting him in an awkward situation. From a distance, a man appeared and called out, Lin Zile, the things you need. We have them ready. Lin Zile took out a potion vial to trade it. Thanks, this is for you. The man replied, I really don't understand why you're looking for these books just to change the signature on this book to Lin Zile. He laughed and gave a vague answer. Of course, it's because I love it so dearly. But in his heart, he denied it. I can't just tell him I'm preparing to be a world-reforming savior in the next instance. The man frowned with a look of resignation. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. It was now 10 in the morning. At the competition center, Ziluo's group bade the man farewell. Well then, I'll be on my way. The The super system notification appeared. Confirm if player Yai Sei will pay 300 gold coins to enter the super auction house instance. Currently, the number of people admitted to the instance is not over 100,000. Without hesitation, he replied instantly, yes, enter the instance. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zile started walking, followed by Da Sha and Gui Tong. As their figures entered, the system panel displayed a notification. Player Yai Sei, congratulations on becoming the first player to enter the super auction house. You have won this instance's reward, one luxurious shop stall. Welcome to the super auction house instance. A super long list of rules appeared. The duration of this instance is 8 hours. After 8 hours, the instance will close, and everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Remember, this instance is a peaceful mode instance. All behaviors judged by the system to be in a non-peaceful state, for example, theft, robbery, fighting, and so on, will be punished by heavenly lightning with a voltage of up to tens of millions of volts within the instance. Lin Zile bluntly skimmed through the lengthy rules, his finger stopping on the confirm button, and he quickly pressed it. The system panel announced once more. This instance is divided into an outer shopping area and an inner auction area. The inner auction area will open in 7 hours. All players wishing to enter must pay 5,000 gold coins as an entrance fee. The auction will last for 1 hour, with a total of 12 high-grade items up for auction. We wish you a perfect experience in this instance. But that wasn't all. The system added another condition. Additionally, players are requested to leave the teleportation room within 1 minute to allow the next player to enter. Exceeding the time limit will result in severe punishment. Lin Zile felt a bit rushed. Let's go. Dasha, Guitong. They strode majestically towards the auction building, and without delay, they passed through the doors and went inside. The items for Yai Sei's stall appeared before him, and he exclaimed excitedly, let's begin. The upgrade materials were arranged neatly on the shelves. The item crates were also lined up, shiny and tidy. The insidious boss, Lin Zile, kicked up his feet and relaxed, having already fallen asleep. A crowd of commoners gathered, gossiping around the luxurious auction house stall. Unbelievable. Someone's actually buying something for 40,000 gold coins. All right. Yai Sei's stall is pretty surprising, isn't it? Another person immediately replied, Yeah. Yai Sei's stall is very reasonable. They went inside and commented hoarsely, holy crap, it's the second-ranked Dasha and the third-ranked Gui Tong. The items here must be super high grade. Let's go look. They scanned the display counter filled with item cards, their jaws dropping nonstop. One of them pointed and raised his voice. Holy crap, look at this supply card. Kung Pao chicken rice for 220 gold coins, which surprised the other guy. That expensive? We can't afford that. He snatched it up to take a closer look. But look at the satiety level on this supply card. This is at least something that only a boss-level zombie would drop. Do you get what I mean? A guy with blue hair patted his shoulder, trying to persuade him. You're right. Looking at it that way, it seems a lot cheaper. Buy it, quick. Buy it. The system screen appeared before them, displaying dozens of items for players to choose from freely. The man's voice was urgent. Buy it. Buy it all. Use all my gold coins. I'm buying, he said, continuously mashing the Add to Cart button. A system notification popped up. Gold coins remaining. 2. They left looking satisfied and at ease. Let's go. We've completed our mission for the day, so we can head home now. Let's go. This is more than satisfactory. The upgrade items that had packed the display shelves were sold out in a flash, leaving them completely bare. Guitong swiftly restocked the items, and the shelves were once again full and gleaming. While his subordinate was busy working with his hands, Zile sat calmly, checking his gold coin account as it increased continuously. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving 220 gold coins. It's finally starting. A massive crowd flocked to the item stall. Hurry, over here. This is the spot. Yazi's stall, they exclaimed amidst the commotion. Damn, it really is a lot cheaper. What a steal. Hey, you guys up front, leave some for those of us in the back. Once again, the display shelves were wiped clean from top to bottom, leaving Dongok staring in stunned amazement. Guitong worked frantically to fill the empty spaces on the shelves. Meanwhile, Dongok stood frozen, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Notifications of incoming gold coins continuously flooded Lin Zile's account. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving 180 gold coins. After 3 hours, the system finalized the numbers. Player Yazi's balance was 7,200,000 gold coins. Just then, Zile shot up from a restful sleep. Ah, that was refreshing. He turned to call his 2 followers, his voice cheerful. Dangok, Guitong, wake up. Let's go spend some money. For a moment, he radiated the aura of a main character. See anything you like, just point it out. It's on my tab tonight. They giggled foolishly, their minds filled with thoughts of toys and hot chicken legs. As the three of them reached the door, they ran right into old Zhang from the neighboring stall. Lin Zile's voice dripped with provocative sarcasm. Ahem, old Zhang, don't be so upset. There are still 4 hours left, aren't there? Besides, 10,000 gold coins isn't that much, right? Old Zhang's face turned green. I could have taken this stall for free, and that would have been perfectly fine. He beckoned to his cronies to hurry up and leave. I'll see myself out, no need to escort me. Out in the main hall, they stopped in front of a packed store. Let's choose this stall first. He already knew deep down that this stall had something good. Lin Zile nodded after hearing the enthusiastic introduction from the system. Spatial ring, a silver-grade item. This ring contains a pocket storage dimension. Attribute, contains a 5 cubic meter storage space. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Restoration fluid, a silver-grade consumable. Can repair damaged parts of equipment. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, he took the spatial ring and the equipment restoration fluid and added them both to his cart. This cheap, I'll just buy them. This will be perfect for storing the chicken legs for Dangok and the others. Leading his 2 followers, Lin Zile swiped the gold card in his hand, thinking smugly to himself, I'll buy it all. After all, I've already made a killing. While Guitong and Dangok were busy gnawing on chicken legs, Lin Zile suddenly had a realization. He looked at the system panel, which was displaying a rare potion. Isn't that a truth-telling serum? Lin Zile turned and asked the shopkeeper, Sir, how much are you selling this truth-telling serum for? The owner's eyes lit up, and he held up 2 fingers. Lin Zile immediately agreed and hit the button. 200, done. We'll take them all. The owner clenched his fist and shouted in a gruff voice. Get out, get out, get out. 200 what? This is a bronze-grade item. Are you trying to rob me for 200? Lin Zile's eyes lit up and his voice turned cold. You've got a point. His face darkened as he stroked his chin, his words laced with a subtle threat. I've already robbed quite a few people. Perhaps this time. He didn't even finish his sentence. The shopkeeper collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down his face as he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Zile. You. He slammed his hands on the ground in despair. Hey, my friend. 1,200 gold coins. You can have 3 vials. Lin Zile patted the shopkeeper on the shoulder with a curt thanks, which was not reciprocated. A group of guards appeared out of nowhere and started yelling. How audacious. Do you think this is your capital's safe zone? So what? Your Yang Yuli family wants to start something. Lin Zile quietly listened in from the crowd, curious about the drama. The Yang Yuli family? Why are they arguing with Zhang Yuanchang's men? He wondered, silently sizing up the group with green and red hair. I thought the Yang Yuli family only had 1 remaining settlement in Huadu. Scanning the area, his eyes landed on a one-eyed man. Wait a minute, isn't that Li Yi? He fell into deep thought. Rong Zhan, Shi, Jing, Shan, and Li Qi. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, those 3 were the absolute top-tier pillars of the Li family, the second strongest war god in the whole country. Although in this life, because the Li family was destroyed, Li Qi could only occasionally crack the top 10 nationwide. Still, I have to figure out a way to eliminate the threat completely. One of the men from the Li family's group spoke up defiantly. Go ahead, take a swing. Hit me if you've got the guts. Yang Day of Junfang's face was cold as he crossed his arms across his chest and retorted, Ha, and why would I do that? Your entire family has been wiped out. Why would I bother with a sewer rat? The man on the other side, furious, sneered back. What's the point of running your mouth? This stall was never yours in the first place. You're just causing trouble. Me, causing trouble? You're clearly the ones. Lin Zile's thoughts cut in. So that's it. Junfang wants to rent this stall, but the Yang Yuli family is blocking the entrance to stop them. But in this instance, fighting is forbidden. Even cursing is considered a violation of the rules and will get you struck by heavenly lightning. So there was nothing Junfang could do. A powerful foot shot forward, slamming hard onto the ground. Who dares provoke Junfang? Junfang's Po Jun appeared, blocking Li Yi's view. He answered with a sneer. I was wondering who it was. Turns out, it's Po Jun. Lin Zile watched the situation unfold. The future god of war, Po Jun. But even with Po Jun here, it was useless. You can't fight in this instance. Another soldier from the Junfang group spoke up. Po Jun, this instance. He trailed off, watching Po Jun's expression. Getting no response made him nervous. He quietly left a signal and retreated. Having spotted him earlier, he asked, Boss, what are you doing here? Lin Zile replied with a grin. Don't worry about me. Just tell me, do you want to vent this frustration or not? The man frowned and answered immediately. Of course. The Li family has gone too far. Lin Zile leaned in and whispered in his ear, I'll tell you what, you do this. After hearing the plan, the man's blood pressure spiked. Boss, will that really work? Just go. Why are you hesitating? Do you want revenge or not? The man was still skeptical, muttering, all right, I'll give it a try, but if it doesn't work, won't I be the one who? Lin Zile reassured him, don't worry. Follow my plan, and you'll take out 3 or 4 of the Li family's men. What's more, Zhang, you and Zhang will definitely reward you. That seemed to convince him. He nodded. All right then, I trust. You, boss. Lin Zile smirked, scheming internally. Hey, hopefully I can use this opportunity to kill Li Yi. The situation was now tense, as neither Po Jun nor Li Yi was backing down. The Junfang crowd jeered, Did your brain swap places with your large intestine? Your mother must have been divinely punished to give birth to you. From Li Yi's side, they fired back just as loudly. Is that a tumor growing on your shoulders? If you have the guts, then hit me. Are the men from Junfang all such cowards? After 10 minutes of the noisy squabbling, a faint voice was heard that made everyone's skin crawl. Make way. Please, make way. An old man carried out a reeking basin of urine, a sly, triumphant grin on his face. The rowdy crowd erupted into even greater chaos. Damn, that stinks to high heaven. The smell of piss is overwhelming. It's yellow. You win, man. He carelessly stepped on a rock, sending the basin of urine flying everywhere. The old man yelled, Holy crap. The horrified members of the Li family screamed, Curses, son of a bitch, run for it. Li Yi instantly disappeared into the crowd. With a loud splash, the urine drenched their hair and faces, sending them into a panic. The sound of dry heaving mixed with the overpowering stench of piss. Holy hell, holy hell, holy hell. On the Junfang side, one of the men on the ground exclaimed, That was just too disgusting. I'm never doing that again. Po Jun stared at the old man, speechless. Damn it, is Ho Yangde going to be struck by heavenly lightning for this? The drenched men yelled at each other, Gag, get these clothes off. It stinks. They ripped off their shirts, revealing muscular bodies. Ah, that's much better. Yangde glanced at them and remarked, What do you guys think you're doing? A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the dome of the auction house. They all froze, just staring at the sight. One of them was struck by the light, horrifying the entire group. In the blink of an eye, he was processed by the system and disappeared. Yangde broke into a cold sweat, realizing, was this part of the boss's plan too? Po Jun raised a finger, signaling, Well done. The Junfang crowd was ecstatic, bursting into roaring laughter. Li Yi's group stood in silent humiliation amidst the insulting laughter and murmurs. Lin Zile was inwardly pleased. Ho Yangde's only intention was to use the urine to force the Li family to leave. He didn't even mean to actually splash them. Of course, did that mean I couldn't have Gui Tong accidentally drop a small rock in his path? And when the Li family's men stripped off their clothes, weren't they filled with resentment when they did it? Lin Zile signaled his companions to leave. Let's go. It's just a shame that Li Yi was so quick to run and escaped unharmed. Over on the other side, a furious Li Yi threatened Ho Yangde. You just wait. Not backing down, Yangde retorted. Do what? I just slipped and fell by accident. Who knew you guys liked it so much you'd all gather? Round for a taste? The Li family members could only grit their teeth in fury, surrounded by jeering laughter. Fine, fine, fine. He recalled what Zile had told him. Keep the Li family's men occupied for a while and let them go once the auction starts. Yangde immediately gave an order to his subordinates. All right, comrades, the auction is about to begin. Let's take a break here for a while. They all responded in unison. Li Yi looked at the guards blocking his way, feeling indignant. He cursed under his breath. That damn Ho Yangde is stopping me from getting to the auction. Did I come all this way for nothing? Li Yi's group reeked to high heaven, and passers-by held their noses while pointing and staring. Li Yi gritted his teeth. Junfang,
Po Jun, Ho Yangde, all of you, just you wait. I will never forget today's humiliation. He ordered a subordinate to go
slap a civilian who was pointing at them, but a guard quickly stepped in front of the person. The subordinate was immediately tasered. Li Yi knew he couldn't just brute force his way in. He ordered his men, ignore the stares from other people. Surround me so others can't see me. After a few hours, with 10 minutes left, we reached the final auction of the instance, the guild auction. A soldier reported the current situation to Ho Yangde. The front and back lines of soldiers switched positions to change shifts according to his order. Hu Yangde pinched his nose because of the stench from the Li family members. He then retreated, entrusting everything to his subordinates. Li Yi looked through a gap, secretly overjoyed to have found an opportunity. He immediately rushed forward, slipping through the defensive line. His subordinates also dashed after him to provide support. Hu Yangde wanted to stop them, but the soldier beside him said, "If you go now, you'll likely get struck by lightning." Hu Yangde slumped down in frustration, while Li Yi looked back and mocked him. "Every dog has its day. Wait until I get out, and you'll definitely pay the price." He laughed smugly and bolted. Only then did the soldier remind him they've run far away, while Hu Yangde felt a major headache coming on. The soldier helped him up, extremely excited. It turned out it was all an act just now. "I thought you were really being careless." Hu Yangde dusted himself off and gave a sinister smile, because now they just had to wait and watch the grand finale. The auction site was bustling with people coming and going, all buzzing with discussion. The chairman of Bin City's Tyrant Serpent Association, ranked 9th in the Hall of Fame, the honorary Great Elder, is the truly formidable one. In Wu City, he's an existence so powerful he can blot out the sky with one hand. Li Yi gritted his teeth in hatred. If Yao Xi hadn't destroyed the Li family, then right now, the ones receiving everyone's admiration would be us. He swiped his card and entered, letting the machine announce, "Player, Li Yi has spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase a ticket to the auction." Yaxi entered with Big Dummy and Ghost Child to the applause of the crowd. Lin Zile thought smugly about the prospect of luring the second and third-ranked players. Big Dummy loves to eat chicken legs, while Ghost Child needs to be taken care of. He was thrilled about the upcoming drama, thinking this trip wouldn't be a waste. Li Yi's fate was already sealed. Yaxie also spent 5,000 gold coins to get inside. Big Dummy and Ghost Child didn't need to buy tickets because they were zombies. A mechanical voice announced, "Player Yaxie, welcome to the auction. Your auction number is 13. Please find your seat quickly. The auction will last for 1 hour. We hope you acquire your desired item." He smiled cunningly, thinking to himself, "Li Yi, you better pray for your own luck." The trio of Lin Zile, Big Dummy, and Ghost Child swaggered in. Seeing Li Yi's figure up ahead, he thought to himself that he wouldn't let him escape his grasp. As he was walking, Li Yi suddenly trembled inexplicably, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. The auction room door swung open, and he shook off his timidness, striding in confidently. He was the first person to arrive at this auction room. Li Yi sat down and picked up a water bottle from the table. As he drank, he recalled the elder's instructions. "According to the information we bought from the black market, there's one particular item at this auction. This item can help the Li family's master be revived from the dead. All of the family's gold coins have been gathered, so you must secure this auction item." Li Yi was suddenly startled when he saw a familiar figure walk in. Seeing Lin Zile approach, he was so furious he crushed the water bottle, gritting his teeth, and vowing, "Yaxia, if I don't get revenge for this, I'm no man." The trio of Lin Zile, Big Dummy, and Ghost Child paid no attention to his rich display of expressions. Li Yi stared daggers at Lin Zile, trying to calm himself down. It's not that revenge isn't coming, but the time isn't right yet. Lin Zile sat down right next to Big Dummy, who was crazily stuffing food into his mouth. He was helplessly speechless. It wasn't a buffet, but Big Dummy and Ghost Child just kept eating. The auction robot stepped out and announced, "Welcome, 157 esteemed guests, to this auction. I am the auctioneer for this event." The crowd outside was buzzing about this superclass auction. They were eager to see the auction inside, but the live screen was still dark, and they didn't know if it hadn't started or for some other reason. The outside was packed with people. Just then, the screen finally turned on. The modern screen lit up, causing the crowd to murmur in admiration at the luxury before them. As expected of a major event, Fang's army group and Hu Yangde also looked at the screen, hoping their great leader would get something good. Everyone was praising the cool vehicles and feeling incredibly excited. Someone remarked, "This energy is so powerful," but was immediately refuted by a companion. "What do you know? 157 great masters gathered together is even more powerful than this." Zhang Yuanzhang also looked up at the screen tensely. The live screen showed a comment calling him handsome, which made him a little embarrassed. When Lin Zile appeared on screen, his fans praised him endlessly. Outwardly, he said, "What's the need for a global live stream?" But inwardly, he was clearly enjoying it, unable to stop smiling. Big Dummy was randomly selected by the auction house as a lucky audience member and was rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Lin Zile mused, "It's true that a fool has a fool's luck." The sound of a resounding gong drew everyone's attention. The auction officially began with the mechanical voice of the auction robot. The robot host started by briefly introducing the rules and duration of the auction. This auction will last for 1 hour, with 12 items up for bidding. The bidding time for each item is 5 minutes. When the time is up, the person with the highest bid wins. If no one bids, the auction for that item will be unsuccessful. As soon as the sound signaling the start of the auction faded, the first item was immediately brought out. Up next, the spatial pearl. A robot began to introduce its features, capturing everyone's attention. The spatial pearl is a special prop capable of maintaining an expanded storage space, effective for 24 hours, with a range of 15 to 20 cubic meters. The auctioneer robot stated the starting price and the rules. The spatial pearl, starting price of 50,000 with minimum increments of 1,000. The auction begins. The guests immediately started bidding excitedly. "I'll bid 51,000. The person next to him couldn't help but smile smugly. Normal people only have 1 to 2 cubic meters of storage, while masters only have 5 to 6. This thing instantly gives you over 10 cubic meters. I must have it." The auctioneer robot's voice rang out. Number 1. 122 bids, 51,000. Another man eagerly raised his auction paddle, thinking to himself, "You think you can get a treasure like this so easily?" At the same time, the price of the item was driven up to 55,000. The people watching the live stream in the square were shocked. The very first item is this incredible. It takes me half a year just to earn the starting bid. The comparison is just painful. My friend, poverty has limited your imagination. These people are the best of the best. Right after, someone else bid on the item. The robot quickly announced, "Number 13 bids 130,000 gold coins." Li Yi, sitting beside him, shot an angry glance. Then he began to hesitate, unsure whether he should make a move. After a moment, he chose to give up, but his heart was still filled with arrogance. "Forget it. The family's interests come first. Someone will deal with you." Zhang Yuanzong, sitting behind them, chuckled softly as he looked up. "I'll let you have it, my friend. Surely no smart person would want to be your enemy." A moment of silence passed when the announcement suddenly rang out. "Time's up. Congratulations to number 13. Lin Zile finally got his hands on the item. He held it, overjoyed. To others, it's just a dozen or so cubic meters, but for me, it's over 30. After 24 hours, the combined storage space of the two of us could break through 200. The second item was brought out by the auction robot, a class change scroll for the hidden class, Wealth Master. Starting price of 60,000 gold coins with a minimum increment of 3,000. The auction begins. Everyone glared at him. Lin Zile assessed the item for a moment, then shook his head, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "This class is, at most, gold tier. It's similar to my own Thunder Wizard class, so I don't really need it." Immediately, everyone started bidding loudly. In the end, the item was sold for a price of 270,000 to bidder, number 59. Everyone was extremely interested. In each auction item, the Lightning Burst skill book, the gold tier one-handed sword weapon. Lin Zile sat there, continuously evaluating them. "These things are pretty useless. I won't compete with these nouveau riche. Even the national auction house didn't want these. How will they survive later?" Next, the robot brought out the following item. The Book of Contracts, a contract of power, starting price of 100,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 5,000 gold coins. The auction begins. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. A treasure like this appeared at this stage. The robot began to give an overview of the item. The Book of Contracts, a contract of power, is a special prop that can link players together through a contractual bond. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be interested. In other words, Lin Zile's mood soared with excitement. This is the legendary party scroll. Lin Zile continued to assess the item. Forming a party yourself is obviously not an issue, but forming one through the Book of Contracts will be officially recognized by the system, and it comes with many special benefits. The people down in the square also seem to realize the use of the Book of Contracts. As far as I know, this is the first time this type of contract has appeared. It's so strange. For it to appear in an apocalypse game, I'm afraid people will fight like crazy for it. Everyone bid fiercely, with no one backing down. Lin Zile started to bid. Number 13 bids 400,000. The people watching the live stream were in an uproar, and the bullet comments flying across the screen were going wild. Immediately after, someone raised their paddle to compete. Number 66 bids 450,000. Seeing this, Lin Zile couldn't help but feel amused. It seems that in the face of such benefits, even a powerful title has no effect. He calmly took a sip of tea, then immediately continued bidding. Number 13 bids 500,000. Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes widened in shock. Even our capital military faction's spare gold coins only amount to 500,000. I still underestimated his financial power. Just as he was gleefully waiting to secure the item, the robot's voice rang out, making him turn his head in surprise. Number 66 bids 505,000. Without a second thought, Lin Zile quickly raised his auction paddle. Number 13, 550,000. Congratulations to number 13. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. You almost managed to snatch it from under my nose. You better hope I don't find out who you are. Holding the item in his hand, he couldn't help but marvel. Spending 550,000 to get this. It was a huge bargain. The auctioneer's voice continued, introducing a bloodline-type scroll. This item made Lin Zile fall into deep thought. This bloodline stuff not only has a ton of side effects. He weighed it silently. It also changes your body, your appearance, and even your own innate talents. An elite bloodline like the Titan bloodline probably doesn't exist at this stage. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but look behind him, confused. Li Yi. For so long, he hasn't made a single bid. What on earth is he waiting for? Lin Zile was completely certain of his suspicions. Could it be that he has inside information? The sounds of successful bids echoed one after another. Congratulations to guest number 77 for successfully bidding 400,000 gold coins on item number 10. The auction bot continued its announcement. 10 items have been sold. Because the bidding was so fast, there are 20 minutes remaining. Its eyes flashed with delight. This means the 2 remaining top-tier auction items will each have a 10-minute bidding period. Lin Zile grew excited, eagerly awaiting the next item. For it to be called top-tier, this item must be anything but ordinary. A dazzling halo of light appeared after the robot's introduction. Lin Zile was completely stunned when he saw it. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Lin Zile immediately turned to look at a very tense Li Yi and smirked. So, this is what the Li family wants. In that case, I can't just let you have it. The voice introducing the item echoed slowly. The Golden Wish Orb, a special gold-grade artifact, a special artifact that makes wishes come true. Lin Zile listened thoughtfully to the explanation. The spirit orb will develop according to the player's wish. 30 days later, it will transform into an artifact. Beside him, Zhang Yuanzhong's face was filled with worry as he heard the auction bot explain the precautions for using the spirit orb's power. This thing is too unnatural. An artifact that grants your heart's desire. The benefit to us would be immeasurable. In Lin Zile's mind, countless mini Lin Zile's appeared, screaming at him to buy this special artifact, causing him to fall deep in thought. Li Yi clenched his fists, a triumphant smile on his face. As long as I can wish for a revival artifact, then in 30 days, won't I be able to? He sat there, seemingly understanding his rival's desire, and let out a soft, contemptuous sneer. Revive your family head? You don't actually think an apocalypse game would have an item that can bring back the dead, do you? Lin Zile was once again lost in a memory from long ago. Someone once used a diamond-grade wish spirit orb for the same purpose, but all they got was a potion that could induce a state of suspended animation. But his opponent didn't even respect his remains. He couldn't help but sigh at the memory. Even a golden-grade being could only achieve that by reversing time. Everyone in the auction hall was buzzing with excitement. Lin Zile continued to ponder. But how could you people possibly know a secret like this? The auction bot's voice rang out with the announcement once more. The Wish Spirit Orb, an artifact that makes dreams come true. Starting price, 200,000 gold coins. Minimum bid increment, 10,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin now. The moment it shouted begin, everyone scrambled to place their bids. Li Yi clenched his jaw and raised his bidding paddle. Our entire clan sold all its assets just for this moment. Beside him, Zhang Yuanzhong refused to back down and placed a bid. For my fallen comrades. I can't let you Li family bastards rise from the ashes. He frowned upon hearing Zhang Yuanzhong's bid, but then chuckled softly and continued to raise the price. As long as the family head is here, everything will be fine. I must crush you scum in one fell swoop. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent at his bid of 1 million gold coins. Zhang Yuanzhong sadly assessed the situation. Spending all our gold on the Golden Wish Orb is not in the best interest of our capital safe zone. My comrades, I have failed you. Then he looked towards Lin Zile and thought, Naise, it's all up to you now. Li Yi looked elated seeing Zhang Yuanzhong give up with a sigh. He happily reached for the wine glass on the table. He glanced at the auctioneering robot, which seemed to turn away as if confused, but then it suddenly faced a different direction, startling him. And Juming waited until the last second to raise his bidding paddle. Number 3 bids 1,050,000. He then glared at Li Yi and gritted his teeth in anger. I borrowed hundreds of thousands from Yun Tianlu just for this moment, to vent this frustration. Seeing this, he was so furious, his jaw dropped. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth and raised his paddle again. Even if our entire Li family starves to death, as long as we can revive the family head, it's all worth it. His declaration left Jiming speechless. Everyone in the hall fell into a grim silence. A prolonged silence filled the room. Seeing this, Li Yi broke into a smug grin. At the same time, Lin Zile, sitting right next to him, chuckled softly, shattering the quiet atmosphere. He immediately raised his paddle. Number 13 bids 1,100,000 gold coins. His action sent Li Yi into a state of absolute panic. Seeing this, Li Yi's face went pale as a ghost, terrified as he thought to himself, the spatial orb and the contract scroll already cost 650,000. How do you still have so much money? Over in the public square where people were watching the auction, everyone gasped in utter shock. Lin Zile hasn't even established his own faction yet. Could he really have over 2 million on him? I can believe the tens of thousands of people in the Li family scrounging up 1 million, but for boss Lin Zile to have millions all by himself, isn't that just absurd? Li Yi glared at Lin Zile, filled with angry confusion. The Apocalypse game itself has confirmed that he really has that much gold. I can't accept this. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and roared his rival's name. Lin Zile turned to look at him and answered nonchalantly, "What do you want? Do you need something?" He looked at the guy and couldn't help but find it funny. Even if you sold your entire clan, you wouldn't get 1.5 million. Add in that little gold stash of yours, and you'd still cap out at less than 1 point. You wanted to compete with me? Lin Zile scoffed, looking at Li Yi. You bastard. The countdown timer gradually ticked down, striking fear into him. He raised a hand to his brow, thinking hard and weighing his options. Right after, Li Yi gritted his teeth and, trembling, continued to bid. For the clan leader. He will get better. He must. Number 12 bids 1,200,000. Lin Zile found this extremely amusing and watched him. Li Yi glared back at him, silently making a threat. I'll remember this grudge for raising the price. It's not that I won't get my revenge, the time just hasn't come. And Jiming sat there, completely bewildered. What's going on? Did Nai Xe give up? There's no way he's out of money. Zhang Yuanzhang was also dumbfounded. He scraped together 3 to 4 million gold coins just from us. What on earth is happening? Time is up. The robotic announcement rang out. Congratulations to guest number 12 for successfully bidding on the wish-granting spirit pearl. Hearing this, Li's eyes flew open in shock, and then he suddenly dropped to his knees. Li laughed maniacally. Clan leader, you're saved. Lin Zile stood up in front of him, catching his attention, and immediately drew the long sword from his back. He put on a mysterious expression that frightened him. On the live feed screen outside, Li's face was filled with excitement. Our sacrifices were all worth it. Clan leader, our blood feud. It's not that revenge won't come, the time just wasn't right. His voice grew more urgent as he saw the spirit pearl being brought before him, when suddenly, a flash of light slashed across. Before Li could even react, the sword sliced clean through his neck. His head was instantly severed. Lin Zile swiftly cut down Li Yi before he could get his hands on the spirit pearl. Everyone watching the live feed was horrified by the scene. Their jaws dropped, and they were completely speechless. And Jiming's eyes widened as he stared at the spectacle. Zhang Yuanzhang was just as shocked as everyone else, and the entire area erupted into chaos. Li's head quickly tumbled to the ground. A smile was still frozen on his face as his head hit the floor. Lin Zile turned his back on him, speaking out indifferently without a care. It's not that revenge won't come. Outside, on the large screen, his face was displayed clearly. His words articulate for everyone to hear. The time is now. The people of Tianlian City all looked up in unison, some of them unable to believe their own eyes. They murmured amongst themselves while staring intently at the monitor, a mixture of shock and happiness swirling within them. Praises for Lin Zile quickly began to appear on the screen. Zhang Yuanzhang, his face etched with pure fear, cursed internally. Nai Xe, are you insane? Attacking someone inside an instance? As he thought this, Jiming was already scrambling to find an escape route. He thought in confusion. Besides, in this instance, you get struck by lightning for even cursing at someone. Blinding, ferocious bolts of lightning struck the ground relentlessly. Hu Yangde frantically ordered everyone to flee the scene immediately. The lightning grew even more intense, as if it wanted to swallow everything whole. A game announcement rang out, while Lin Zile remained perfectly calm. Player Nai Xe has committed murder in public. Sword still in hand, he stood defiantly as the reprimand continued. A serious violation of the peaceful conduct rules of the Super Auction House instance. The highest level of heavenly lightning punishment will now be administered. By now, everyone had already rushed to the door. The situation was now far more critical. The door wouldn't open. No one could escape. The sky darkened, and thunderbolts from all directions converged on a single spot. Lightning now struck inside the building itself. Terrified, everyone backed away, only able to watch in fear, hoping for a chance to survive. From afar, Zhang Yuanzhong was completely baffled to see that Lin Zile hadn't moved an inch. Lin Zile raised a hand, casually covering his mouth as he let out a long yawn. From above, a bolt of lightning with immense destructive power came crashing down. Everyone knew that as beautiful as that blue light was, it could kill in mere seconds. Standing in the eye of the lightning storm, Lin Zile showed no pain. Instead, a mysterious smile played on his lips. Suddenly, he raised his hand as if to do something. With a snap of his fingers, the lightning bolts converged and began to swirl around him. A deafening explosion made everyone cringe and turn away from the blinding light. The lightning punishment ended quickly, leaving a deep, massive crater in the middle of the room. Everyone was sitting motionlessly on the ground. Zhang Yuanzhong's trembling voice called his name as tears streamed down his face. From behind, Anjuming tried to comfort him. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes flew wide open, because before him was a miraculous sight. Lin Zile, with phoenix wings, was hovering in the air before turning to face them. From start to finish, the enigmatic smile never left his face. Suddenly, everyone unconsciously dropped to their knees. Reverent voices rose up again and again. "You are my God." A long, neat line of people knelt on the road, repeating one by one, "You are my God." Lin Zile slowly descended to the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face. He stood watching everything unfold. He paid special attention to the chair, numbered 13, and stared at it intently. As if calculating something in his mind, he let out a faint smile. Lin Zile casually sat down in the chair. He smiled with deep satisfaction as he watched the system screen display a notification for the peerless special skill of the unrivaled through 9 generations title. After activation, it grants 1 second of immunity to all damage, with a 24-hour cooldown. Looking at the crowd trying to escape the auction instance, he couldn't help but feel contempt. "I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it." From start to finish, Lin Zile maintained a relaxed posture, ensuring the Heavenly Thunder's damage would not exceed 1 second. The game screen flickered with a notification about automatic recovery. He let out a brazen laugh because no matter what, he was coming out on top. An invincibility skill in exchange for the last pillar of the Leaf family and a wish-granting pearl. What a massive profit. Now, all Lin Zile had to do was sit back and watch the rest of the play he had orchestrated from the beginning. All around him, people began to hail him. Everyone suddenly looked towards the robot as it began to announce, "Will all participants of the auction please return to your seats promptly?" It continued to explain the rules of the game. "Next, we will proceed with the bidding for the final auction item." After hearing this, everyone disagreed and reacted fiercely, all wanting to withdraw after what had just happened. At that moment, the robot emitted a threatening, murderous aura. "Please do not violate the system procedures of this instance, or you will bear the consequences yourself." The previously rowdy crowd immediately fell silent. It forcefully rang a bell to begin. A beautiful orb of blue light floated into the air, and that was the final item of the auction. The robot quickly presented it, a diamond-grade pet egg. This is the only diamond-grade item in this auction. When the time is right, it will hatch a pet with diamond-grade potential. The pet will assist its player in combat and many other actions. The robot announced its value. The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins. The minimum bid increment is 50,000 gold coins. The auction officially begins now. Another notification appeared on the screen. Unidentified diamond-grade pet egg. Will hatch a pet of an unknown type. It has diamond-grade potential after a certain period. The pet's loyalty to its master will be increased by 10 points. Lin Zile watched the screen in silent satisfaction. He focused on piecing together the events. In other words, I'll have to wait until the pet system is unlocked to officially hatch it. And as for a diamond-grade item, I bet these people have never even seen one before. Even the vast majority of God of War level characters are merely diamond-grade. And he suddenly remembered his own pet, the one that perished along with Vin Qian's child. Immediately, Lin Zile raised his paddle to start. Number 13 bids 500,000. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, too scared to compete with him. They all canceled their bids, not wanting to risk their lives. Lin Zile, being the only bidder, suddenly felt a bit awkward. The robot, wanting to confirm one last time, asked, "Is there no other bid?" The response was a terrifyingly quiet room. Finally, it had found the item's final owner. It decisively slammed the gavel down, signaling the end of the auction, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Zile, holding the treasures in his hand, thought happily to himself. Buying it at the starting price is a huge win. This time, it's not just the item's value that's soaring. My gold coins have also soared in value. It was well worth it. Zhang Yuanchong saw him sitting calmly and slowly approached. Thank goodness you're all right. I was really worried about you. Lin Zile rubbed his head and replied, It was just luck, General Zhang. In a concerned tone, he said, I'll go outside and disperse those fanatics first, to keep them from bothering you. He didn't refuse and agreed. Lin Zile looked at Gu Tong, who was being teleported while being carried on Don Gai's back, and teased him. Are you drinking so much because you want to get taller? It's not going to happen. The three of them walked out together. He suddenly wondered to himself, could it be that even the cleaning lady is one of my fanatics? As soon as he exited, the system politely announced, Player Yazi, thank you for your patronage of this super auction house instance. We welcome you to visit again. The late afternoon sun shone down, and in his mind, he thought, my next plan is definitely coming, but for now, it's time to collect my legitimate earnings from this venture. Late at night, in the quiet of Lin Zile's home, he carefully observed all the praising and fanatical comments online. Lin Zile felt a pang of heartache. With this spamming speed, couldn't you guys have just given me some gold coins instead? He quickly closed the screen. He was in a very cheerful mood now and decided not to take it out yet. He just had to wait for the right time. Having so much storage space is so refreshing. He silently observed the beautiful blue orb in his hand. A satisfied look appeared on Lin Zile's face as he read its notification. He gripped the sheet of paper tightly with both hands, his eyes shining with determination. I never used this in my past life. This time, I have to make good use of it. Neat handwriting was signed on the paper, because the system required that if he wanted to fill the upper limit later, he just needed to add to it through a contract template. He stood to the side, watching Dan Gok and Gui Tong diligently sign their names, feeling a little guilty. I manipulated them into signing voluntarily. That probably doesn't break the rules, right? A blazing red flame suddenly appeared along with a continuous stream of notifications. Player Yazi congratulates you. You, as the contract master, have completed the power contract with players Dan Gok and Gui Tong. All three of them focused on the space-sharing ability. Lin Zile thought to himself that he would become a war god much faster than in his previous life. He left a chicken leg for Dan Gok and some milk for Gui Tong. Golden streams of light flew around them, announcing the final contract skill, Borrow Strength. The system also gave special notes about its usage duration and cooldown time. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. Although it was only for 10 minutes, it was like using good steel for the blade's edge, a hidden reserve of power for critical moments. He smiled fondly, looking at the sparkling gem in his hand. Lin Zile closed his eyes tightly, thinking that he needed an item that could teleport him to Modu. The dragon suddenly sensed that something was wrong. It panicked and tried to flee, but he chased right after it. The orb immediately floated up to the ceiling. Lin Zile watched it intently as its faint light grew dimmer and dimmer. Then, it faded out completely. With a radiant expression, he thought about the wonderful outcome in 30 days. Lin Zile cradled the blue orb in his hands and sighed. Using this treasure's energy, creating a single teleportation item to Modu was already its absolute limit. It was a pity that some people would unknowingly come to offer up their lives. He stood up warily, thinking about the pet egg. He probably wouldn't use it before the pet system was unlocked. He was surprised to see a notification appear on the screen. The cooldown for the world-type instance dungeon had 1 day remaining. Lin Zile's eyes clearly showed his fatigue. Well, completing one instance dungeon in 30 days shouldn't be a problem. So, what should I do now? He quickly jumped onto his comfortable bed and had a good, long sleep. A day later, the weather was clear and very cool. Numerous messages, one after another, discussed him as if it had become a public habit. Lin Zile sat and scrolled through all of them, feeling indignant. I call myself a god, and as a result, they treat me like a god of plagues. You say you like it, but in your heart, you don't, right? He opened the door and awkwardly explained to Dong Jok. He said he had a stomach ache from eating too much king crab earlier. The three of them quickly entered the shared space. He walked into the room with a confident and majestic air. Lin Zile was selecting the world type mode. The screen displayed a warning about him entering the world instance. Without hesitation, he quickly confirmed. The system continued to categorize the items for processing and then displayed the fee. He exclaimed in surprise, 200,000. Down the drain. Lin Zile hesitated, thinking it over carefully. It was a pity that the name of this instance dungeon didn't reflect a specific problem like the second crisis of the Wasteland instance. Last time, all he knew was that his status would probably be a slave. After a long moment of no response, the screen began to flash for his attention. In the end, he reluctantly raised his hand and pressed the confirm button. Afterward, it began to notify him that the payment had been successfully completed, and that he was ready to start the game. Lin Zile's face suddenly paled, because what appeared before his eyes was something terrifying. He couldn't help but shout in alarm. Why is it this type of scenario? A meteor was falling from the sky towards the city, drawing everyone's attention. The system announced, "Game start." Instance name, "The Slave's Final Struggle, Planet G Wang." It was once a planet with highly advanced technology. All players, listen carefully to the backstory. But in the star calendar, year 1999, the Master decisively pressed the button to start the war. A flying object the size of a city flew in and collided with the planet. Giant missiles launched into the sky as all the nations of planet Ga Wang united to launch a cosmic counteroffensive. The meteor carried an extremely high level of destructive energy that radiated throughout the city. The system left them with 4 words: try to stop it. Suddenly, the meteor exploded into pieces, turning the entire sky red as fragments rained down, accompanied by the system's indifference. But it was no use. At that moment, an incident also occurred in outer space. After the collision, the storage chamber on the spaceship malfunctioned. An unknown toxic gas spread through the air. What was worse was that humans were no longer human. Those infected turned into flesh-eating zombies. The story continues. They felt no pain and retained the intelligence they had when they were alive. They were ready to slaughter everyone. Under such a massacre, the human race, now mere food, was pushed to the brink of extinction. At this point, whether humans were afraid or not, they still had to die. The high-level leaders immediately reacted, issuing a series of decrees to protect their food rations. Thousands of zombies marched in single file, forward, searching for humans. The humans lay motionless, in a state of unconsciousness, without a soul. The sight of people crawling on the ground could easily be seen in shops and stalls. 200 years passed, and gradually, most humans grew accustomed to life as livestock and slaves. Within the city, a few people existed. They wore armor and floated in the air as if observing something. A group of humans who refused to accept this fate chose to wage their final struggle in the ruins. The 3 of them, Lin Zile, Luo, and the others, listened intently from beginning to end. They call themselves the Resistance Army. The main quest line will be unlocked after. Officially join the Resistance. Finally, the notification screen appeared, showing everything they needed to pay attention to, and the time limit to complete the mission was 60 days. Lin Zile recalled the past, lost in thought. In his previous life, most of the people assigned to this type of instance gave up and left immediately. Mainly because, on Blue Star, no one used firearms to fight anymore due to the rules, which was a huge disadvantage. He also analyzed further that, secondly, in a sci-fi type instance, you could use technology to become incredibly strong, but once you left the instance, it would all be gone. Lin Zile glanced at the big fool. He couldn't teach him the elemental cultivation method in a sci-fi instance to earn rewards either. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His face lit up, having found a way. But in this life, I have extra storage space that I can access inside the instance. What if I could take things like the exoskeleton armor out with me? Before long, the screen notified them, "Players, please enter quickly." Lin Zile cheerfully stepped in with Gui Tong and the big fool, thinking excitedly. Besides, the enemies are zombies, which means I can get a guaranteed drop rate. Looks like I'll be getting some pocket money. A multidimensional space appeared with a dazzling blue light. As usual, the game announcement rang out. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully entering the instance The Slave's Final Struggle. It also informed them of all the changes happening to their bodies. Lin Zile was a bit reluctant. Last time it was a metal room. This time it's a prison cell. My life is so hard. He was moving toward the door when an alarm suddenly went off, detecting number 523 approaching the barrier. Move away immediately, or level 3 punishment will be executed. He looked at it with annoyance. You have your plans, but I have my countermeasures. Lin Zile gave a mysterious smile, and then his eye turned orange. You think I don't have a way? Blood-colored X-ray vision. He stared without blinking, unable to believe what he was seeing. A long, endless row of prison cells was packed tightly together. Just how many people are here? Lin Zile lay leisurely on the bed, his eyes closed, thinking about this instance's mission. It seems like forcing my way out to find the resistance and activate the main quest line is impossible. Right now, it's like a newbie walking straight into the boss room. He was thinking deeply when suddenly, his eyes shot open as if he remembered something. If I run into something tough, I'll be scared stiff. A harsh announcement blared from the speakers. Damn it. Why aren't you damn human pigs awake yet? In 10 minutes, if you fail to assemble in your floor's hall, all the human pigs on that floor will be turned into sausages. Hearing this, everyone quickly left as commanded. Lin Zile seemed annoyed with his current condition. His physical stats were okay, but compared to a zombie, he was pathetically weak. People gathering from all directions made it convenient for him to calculate silently. This group had to be at least 3,000 people. A girl stood on a railing above, watching the crowd as they approached. She looked down from above and shouted arrogantly, "When you hear my lord's voice, you're supposed to get out of bed and assemble immediately. If you're even a little late, you won't see tomorrow's sun. A bunch of pigs." She continued with a dissatisfied look, "Even if the Lord agrees to spare you, I'll still turn you all into sausages." Lin Zile stood to the side, not bothering to look at her smug expression, and thought to himself, treacherous scum. But today is a day of great celebration, so let's not talk about unpleasant things. Following the girl's introduction, a massive Shidunu appeared before them. So, let's welcome the great patrol officer of the Corpse clan, Lord Shidunu, to make the announcement. Seeing him for the first time reminded Lin Zile of Vonderm. He took a closer look, and the monster's information appeared on his screen. Shidunu, level 49, zombie race. Talent, keen sense of smell. Olfactory ability is significantly increased. Basic attributes, strength 180, spirit 120, constitution 190, agility 195. Weakness, because he's in charge of the zombies' food storage, his combat power is relatively weak. Disappointment washed over Lin Zile's face. This thing probably won't even drop a gold-grade item. Shidunu's solemn voice broke the silence. You human pigs are truly lucky. In one more week, it will be the 200-year anniversary of the great Corpse clan's birth on Juwang Star. The zombie henchman glanced at the people in the front, making them flinch. He descended the stairs with his massive body, saying, "To ensure this ceremony pleases the great lords above." Shidunu cut himself off, walked up to a person and touched them, saying, "The Department of Human Meat Resources has requested that we select the finest, most outstanding human pigs." The chosen person broke out in a cold sweat, frozen in fear, as he inspected their body and said smugly, "Take them to the final processing plant. This is one of the few contributions you can make to the Corpse clan." The female guard from before brought him a glass of bright red liquid. "My lord, it was just extracted. It's extremely fresh." Shidunu drank it while asking for her opinion. "Do you have any recommendations?" She cursed internally. How the hell would I know? But she maintained a smile and forced herself to point out a few names to him. Shidunu's eyes glinted with calculation. He pointed towards the bald guy and said, "So, this is the human pig you think is the best." Hearing this, she sensed that something bad was about to happen, as Shidunu said with disgust, "You dare to play me." In that instant, she immediately dropped to her knees before him. A murderous aura radiated from her, accompanied by a pathetic voice, "And begging for your life, my lord." Panicked, she quickly blurted out an excuse to convince him. "I remembered wrong." She quickly recalled the bald man's words. "Actually, those three are the prison overlords that no one dares to touch. My lord, keeping me alive will be very useful." Wanting to save her own life, she pointed towards Lin Zile and quickly spoke. "It's actually number 409, number 523, and number 573. Each one of them is a top-quality delicacy. Even I want to try them." By now, he had already figured out the trick to this game, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. The people around didn't want to get involved in trouble and quickly scattered. From beginning to end, Lin Zile's attitude remained unchanged. He wasn't scared at all and wanted to see what they would do next. And then, he flashed a mysterious smile. "Someone should be careful, and I'm not the one they're talking about." Shidunu's pupils dilated to their absolute limit. He thought to himself in awe. He patted Daingok and smiled with satisfaction. The quality of this meat, top tier at a single glance. Then, he glanced over at Goitong, who was standing at his feet. The moment Shidunu looked, he couldn't stop himself from drooling all over his shirt. Truly exquisite. The concentrated essence is exactly what the lords love to eat most. Finally, he stared at Lin Zile with a judgmental gaze. "As for this one, he looks ordinary. What's so special about him?" Shidunu moved closer to inspect him carefully. His eyes looked like they were about to explode with excitement, enthusiasm, and a craving that surged within him. "This scent. I've never smelled such a top-tier aroma in my life." Then, Shidunu began to fantasize. "Once I offer this person up, I'll definitely be handsomely rewarded. I might even get a promotion. I have to resist." His stomach growled repeatedly, making it difficult for his mind to focus. He ran while shouting, "All of you, get away from me. Go wait over there." Shidunu's face was grim as his thoughts kept returning to Lin Zile. "If I get any closer, I won't be able to hold back my bloodthirsty instincts." Lin Zile watched his suffering, a smile playing on his lips. "If you get any closer, I won't be able to stop myself from attacking." From a distance, he saw him handing something to the female guard. At the same time, he whispered something mysteriously into her ear, making others worry. Her expression was completely different from before. She smiled brightly at Lin Zile and said, "Respected Lord, number 523. This is a gift that Lord Shidunu has prepared for you." Without hesitation, He opened the thick books to look and thought to himself, "He wants to raise me like 5-star Wagyu beef." The female guard reluctantly recited the words she had just been told. Lord Shi Dunno said, "As long as you maintain a good mood, the quality of the meat will become even more delicious." From afar, he also shot a heart-eyed gaze in his direction. Lin Zile seemed to have thought of a clever plan, his expression turning incredibly cunning. "So my mood is very important, is it?" He immediately threw the books to the ground without a second thought, crossing his arms with an arrogant expression that flustered her. "Is that all?" The guard humbled herself completely, inquiring about his condition. "Lord number 523. What's wrong? Is there something you're not satisfied with?" Lin Zile calmly stated his demand. "Staying in one place is too boring. I want to go for a walk." She was terrified of offending Shi Dunno and quickly replied, "Not a problem. Lord Shi Dunno is still selecting his ingredients. It will probably take some time. I'll take you for a walk." She diligently guided them under his watchful gaze. Shi Dunno misunderstood his intentions and thought with satisfaction, "He's quite sensible. Walking more will make him even healthier." The guard introduced the amenities and furnishings of the surrounding area one by one. Lin Zile assessed everything. "You zombies from the Kingstar realm really know how to live." She also introduced a special place. This place has a projector that shows images of beautiful landscapes. It's all for the use of special humans or the lords of the Shi clan. After hearing this, he started, using his ability to verify it. Lin Zile began to observe his surroundings, unable to contain the joy in his heart. "Finally, I can use my crimson pupils to see what's outside this prison cell." Lin Zile connected the details together and figured out how this place operated. It seems this is the first floor of a primary cultivation workshop. After the selection is complete, they'll all be sent to the processing plant that Shi Dunno mentioned. Suddenly, something caught Lin Zile's eye, causing him to stop. His handsome face lit up with excitement as he thought, to search high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Somehow, Lin Zile saw zombies of the Shi clan standing, in neat rows, guns in hand, waiting in a room. The guard seemed to notice something unusual about Lin Zile when she saw. He kept looking towards the corner. She ran out and blocked his path. "My lord, you can't get any closer to this area, otherwise you'll trigger the alarm and anger the master." Hearing this, Lin Zile pretended not to understand what was going on, making her anxious. He thought to himself, exposing them now wouldn't be a good idea. Seeing the displeased look on Lin Zile's face, she quickly changed the subject to distract him. "My lord, please use this treasure that normally only the masters get to use. I hope it can soothe your anger." Hearing this, he got excited, thinking it must be something good. 20 minutes later, Lin Zile stood up, stretched his arms high, looking very refreshed. He raised his hands for a few warm-ups, his face looking completely rejuvenated. This really is a treasure, but the power is a bit weak. He was blissfully unaware that it was only because his own attributes were so high that he had a resistance to the MAS chair. Seeing that Lin Zile was quite satisfied, Shi Dunno asked, "Number 523, the entertainment equipment here isn't bad, is it?" He just gave him a cold reply. The man let out a savage laugh. "This is nothing." Shi Dunno then announced in a solemn voice to everyone, "When we get to the final processing plant, female humans will be distributed to you guys for reproduction. Your ancestors loved this process." Upon hearing this, they became excited, their eyes lighting up. Of course, Shi Dunno's main target was Lin Zile, so he continued, "Especially you, all the high-quality female humans." He widened his eyes, feigning anticipation, but inwardly, he was cursing nonstop. "You guys are holding all the best breeding stock. Since it's this terrifying, I guess I'll play along." He immediately gave an order to the female guard. "I've made my choice. You go back and give the number tag to the manager." She didn't dare to delay in her reply. "This humble servant understands. I wish you a smooth journey, my lord, and may you achieve great success." After that, they all followed behind Shi Dunno. As he approached the elevator, an announcement suddenly played, "Welcome, level 6 zombie Shi Dunno, 2, the elevator." The inside of the elevator was incredibly spacious, with plenty of room to spare. Shi Dunno turned to look at the person next to him in surprise. "How did you finish screening so quickly?" That guy replied in a gruff voice. "There was nothing on the 19th floor worth looking at. What else could I do?" The guy's face was full of excitement as he continued, "My Shi Huang is an absolute masterpiece. I can't even imagine how resilient she is." Shi Dunno snorted after hearing him speak. "This is my prize. Don't even think about it." The guy's expression immediately changed, and a murderous aura emanated from him. The look of craving on his face was truly terrifying. To have such a scent Are you hiding a treasure from the rest of us brothers? Shidunu immediately denied it, thinking to himself, how could I let you know about such a masterpiece? He glanced at Lin Zile and continued to mock the other guy. I'm standing right here, and you're acting like you don't see me. Finally, they arrived at their floor, and the elevator doors opened automatically. Shidunu led the way out. Lin Zile could already sense that something unusual was afoot. You really are one careful zombie. Too bad you ran into me. He used his blood-colored pupils' ability to observe. In front of the elevator were zombies, standing guard, tightly gripping their weapons. Lin Zile observed them from head to toe and thought to himself, these must be the most basic soldier zombies. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he looked up. Above, zombies were hastily running forward, which made Lin Zile curious. Looks like they're up to something. Shidunu commanded, you all get on the vehicles yourselves. I don't need to tell you the consequences of trying to escape. You pig humans. Upon hearing this, a calculating look appeared in Lin Zile's eyes. As he was walking, he was suddenly blocked. It seemed he had truly caught their attention now. Shidunu quickly said, Number 523, come with me to meet the transport officer. He'll give you a better situation. He spoke respectfully to the one sitting in the vehicle. Lord Shiguang, I've discovered a top-tier material to report to you. The screen displayed a notification. Gate-assisted mechanical regression exoskeleton armor, capable of traversing various terrains as if on flat ground. Also possesses extremely high movement speed. Lin Zile couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the exoskeleton armor from the Jiwang Star? Slowly stepping out of the vehicle was the zombie clan's materials transport officer, Shiguang. He used all the strength in his nose to sniff the air and detected something. Shiguang lunged right at Lin Zile's face and declared in a confident tone, You're mine. Shiguang stuck out his long, drool-covered tongue and exclaimed manically, So fragrant, a prime human specimen. Lin Zile quickly backed away, feeling furious inside. Are you serious with that tongue-wagging thing? Shiguang turned to his subordinates and warned them, Not a word of this to anyone, or I'll kill you without mercy. The truth is, in the zombie world, the law of the jungle and internal strife are tacitly allowed. He then whispered to Shidunu, I'll reward you after this, but for now, put him in the rear vehicle. Follow me, we're leaving immediately. Shidunu looked worried, hesitating to speak. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, But the team is still selecting the food. As if provoked, Shiguang slapped him hard across the face. Shidunu's head hit the ground repeatedly as he bowed and begged for mercy. He turned to the group of people standing over there and gave an irritated order. All special mission squads, get in the vehicles immediately and leave. Don't ask any questions. Through gritted teeth, he ordered Lin Zile, number 523, to get into the vehicle up front immediately. Lin Zile's face lit up as he teased him back. You look pretty pathetic just now, but I have to say, you're looking really handsome right now. Hearing this, Shidunu was too furious to say a word. Suddenly, something strange caught Lin Zile's eye. He stared intently at the driver next to him, thinking to himself, Is this what people from the Royal Star have become? From the back, Shiguang ordered them to move out immediately. The vehicles quickly formed a line and drove away. Someone watching from a distance said, Captain, something's not right. They'd begun a large-scale withdrawal. The captain was also confused and asked, They're leaving now. It's clear that many of the vehicles aren't even full yet. After observing a little longer and seeing that the situation didn't look right, the captain immediately sent someone to contact the peripheral squads and report the situation. He also noticed a suspicious sign. One vehicle was heavily guarded, suggesting it was carrying something very important. It seems they found a genius with extremely high potential. The two of them were overjoyed as they discussed it. Doesn't that mean his mecha has a very high compatibility rate? Exactly. It looks like our mission this time might not be in vain after all. The person on the other end of the line asked in surprise. Moving up the operation, the captain confirmed the earlier time, adding that the location was unchanged and the vehicles were already a good distance away. The lead vehicle, carrying Lin Zile, finally reached the gate. He sat there, unable to shake his anxiety. If the resistance doesn't make a move soon, I'm going to end up having to give birth. Suddenly, he heard a loud explosion. A massive fire erupted ahead, blocking their vehicles. Thick smoke billowed out and intense heat spread everywhere. Shiguang quickly kicked open the car door and charged out. He roared in anger. Damn it, what's going on? Then, he focused his power, and streams of blue light radiated from his body. Shiguang moved towards the fire. A mysterious blue energy burst forth. The light was so dazzling that it suppressed the raging flames. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zile didn't react. He thought to himself in confusion, who taught you guys to rescue a hostage like this? Deciding it was time to act, Lin Zile drew his power sword. Shiguang seemed to have noticed something, and a look of panic crossed his face. He poured all his strength into focusing his firepower alone. He thought, this is bad. Shi Guang immediately unleashed a powerful blast of energy from his palm. The power emanated a blue light. As he unleashed it, he mumbled, made it. Good thing I have the mechanical leg retreat skill. He laughed triumphantly and shouted, so I was the target. Too bad for you. You're no match for me. Suddenly, he froze, a look of bewilderment on his face. Shi Guang screamed in disbelief. You humans have no martial honor. A massive explosion occurred, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the entire area, a space where something was blasted far back into the distance. With a deadpan expression, Lin Zile remarked, though there was a slight ripple in his tone, you gave me a scare. I actually thought you were trying to blow me up too. The driver beside him yelled at him, you pig-faced bastard. Hiding a weapon, were you? I'm going to report you to the master and have you killed. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the cold steel blade slashed across his neck. It was Lin Zile. He wiped his sword and said softly with contempt, it's not worth living as a bootlicker. You should be ashamed for being a traitor. It's you who's in the wrong. Just then, a horde of zombies appeared from the basement below. The guard was stunned. Before him stood a group of soldiers. Piercing screams echoed, ending with bodies strewn everywhere. It was a horde of the undead. They swarmed forward. The sound of gunfire mixed with their roars, creating a scene of utter chaos. An undead creature emerged from nowhere, wielding a large hammer. It turned out to be Da Ngok. He charged straight for the zombie in front of him. Guidong appeared, and with a few swift slashes, that zombie was sliced into pieces. Shi Guang thought angrily to himself, why are there humans here? Someone's furious voice cursed. What the hell are those useless guards at the city wall doing? Even the signal is blocked. He sneered. You missed that bunch that much? Don't worry, you'll be seeing them soon enough. As he spoke, he transformed. Hua Tin Than, with a bounty of 5 million, appeared amidst the thick smoke. Shi Guang exclaimed in shock, the Phoenix Mecha. Lin Zile opened the car door, silently assessing the situation. Isn't this thing cooler than the sci-fi movies back on Lansing? He quietly stepped out of the vehicle, watching the two of them fight. Next up, it's the Storm Boy's turn to take the stage. He leaned over to look at the horde of zombies before him, thinking to himself, if you're going to leave them to me, then I won't hold back. A flash of light shot past, and the horde of zombies was annihilated. Hua Xingshen could only stare in wide-eyed amazement. As expected, every top-tier genius has a special ability. Just then, a voice cut through his thoughts. Shi Guang shouted at Hua Xingshen to fight him seriously. But the moment he finished speaking, he was punched in the face. He fell to the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Meanwhile, a young man was using his power to defeat the zombies. A huge explosion went off in the middle of the zombie horde, throwing them into chaos. It was Lin Zileo's doing. He raised his sword to the sky, a cunning, triumphant look on his face. Spinning slash and elemental coordination is the most perfect area of effect skill. How refreshing. Lin Zileo's eyes were cold. With a few flicks of his fingers, he cast some magic, and the zombies were wiped out. Shi Guang was stunned, his fearsome face beaded with sweat. He shouted at the person in front of him. Shi Guang ordered, ignore those worthless grunts. Go kill number 523. Shi Hongli was the transport vice officer in charge of logistics, his combat power second only to Shi Guang. Hearing this, he immediately complied. A purple light emanated from his power, enveloping his mechanical arm. Shi Hongli looked thrilled. I finally get a chance to taste this premium human. By now, Lin Zile had noticed him. He glanced over, his expression filled with disdain. He thought, just finished my warm-up, and you're here to offer yourself up for death. At that moment, a system panel appeared in mid-air, giving a brief introduction of Shi Hongli. Lin Zile looked at the man before him, his mind filled with questions. This control panel has an SSS rank probability, and he's just a squad leader? A blue light appeared in his eyes. It turned out he was analyzing this guy from head to toe. Lin Zile tightened his grip on his sword. Your ever-changing machinery. Can it compare to the 9 Li ring? You could say you've met the original owner. Shi Hongli roared contemptuously. Rebel, I'll give you a clean death. At least then your life will have some meaning. Lin Zile asked scornfully if they craved his body that much. At the same time, both sides began to fight fiercely. But Shi Hongli was no match for him. His weapon was damaged by Lin Zileo's sword. He trembled, unwilling to accept it, thinking he was about to lose. This is impossible. How can he have power equal to mine? Lin Zile continued to attack Shi Hongli, ignoring whatever the man was thinking. Shi Hongli gritted his teeth in fear. Just then, a warning sound snapped Shi Hongli back to reality. Opponent's blade draw detected. Please retract power immediately. Lin Zile sneered. You can retract your power? Too bad you can't retract it completely. He used explosive twin slash as he cut through the man. Shi Hongli looked down at his blade in shock. The warning sound continued, and realizing something, he screamed, "This is bad." Shi Hongli couldn't react in time and could only scream helplessly. A fearsome expression appeared on Lin Ziluo's handsome face. He created a large shield to protect himself from the explosion. The onlookers all stared in stunned amazement. Shi Hongli wasn't dead, but he was severely injured. He gnashed his teeth in anger, panting heavily. Just then, the shield cracked under a powerful force as Lin Ziluo created an orb in the palm of his hand. Shi Hongli stammered in astonishment. He swung his blade towards him, creating a beautiful sword arc that slashed straight at Shi Hongli. He couldn't react in time and could only scream. The slash, glowing reddish-orange, rushed toward him. The ninely decimating strike carried a kind of terrifying power, stunning him and forcing him back several steps. After blocking the attack with his shield, he acted superior and said contemptuously, "Is that your full power attack? My turn." Suddenly, Shi Hongli froze as if he had realized something. "Why am I slower now?" Lin Ziluo raised something in his hands and replied calmly, "You're not even worthy of my full power attack." With that, he threw two objects forward. They flew in front of Shi Hongli, surprising him. Suddenly, the two glowing, stone-like objects expanded, creating a source of magic that immobilized him, leaving him to only roar in anger. Lin Ziluo's eyes were cold as he raised his sword, high, using the same old move. Ninely heavy strike. The sword in Lin Ziluo's hand emitted a beam of light, a white light that brilliantly illuminated the area, causing smoke and mist to spread everywhere. The dust and smoke made everyone cough. Shi Hongli looked utterly pathetic, creating a shield to protect himself from that energy. He trembled, but still shouted, "Analysis I, what's the probability of blocking this?" A blow struck his head, making him scream as the monocle on his eye turned to ash. Shi Hongli, in pain, he gritted his teeth, his expression unreadable as he raised his sword to the sky. Lin Ziluo's face darkened, revealing a dangerous aura. "This is my strongest single-target skill. Don't even dream about it." He swung his sword, unleashing several slashes towards him. Shi Hongli could only stand helplessly behind his shield, but the force was so great it began to crack. When the shield shattered, the wave of power shot straight towards his face. Shi Hongli let out a helpless, terrified scream. The people around were both surprised and terrified. Lin Ziluo didn't care what they thought and glanced at the control panel to check the items he received. He was thrilled. A good omen. The very first monster over level 50 had dropped gold-grade equipment. Lin Ziluo didn't hesitate and immediately popped the items into his mouth. He looked at the wreckage before him and thought to himself, if this had been a direct hostage rescue, these people wouldn't have ended up in such a bad spot. Lin Ziluo quickly rushed forward. His condition wasn't great and his skills were on cooldown, so he decided to deal with these small fries first. Seeing the person in front of him, a question popped into his head. Isn't this Shi Dunu? Lin Ziluo's handsome face broke into a slight smile, and his tone was very gentle. It's been a while. I should probably say hello, shouldn't I? Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Ziluo executed a beautiful sword strike, ending Shi Dunu's life. His head fell to the ground, a hint of surprise still visible in his eyes. Lin Ziluo greeted him. Hello. Long time no see. Shi Dunu's spirit cursed furiously. Meanwhile, Hua Jingchen was still fighting Shi Guang, who shouted with obvious anger, Damn you humans, you're all just pig people. Shi Guang threw a series of punches at Hua Jingchen, but he dodged every single one, causing him to curse wildly in frustration. Hua Jingchen spoke up, There's no need to go head-to-head with you right now. I'd rather save a little energy. Shi Guang scoffed, his voice tinged with ridicule. You think you can escape? This is Corpse City, not your pathetic little base. He continued to ramble on. Get ready to run, you wanted criminal. Suddenly, a light caught his attention. In front of him was a military vehicle, along with soldiers. Shi Guang's heart pounded as he screamed, This is impossible. This is Corpse City, you useless bunch. With a click, a door opened, and a figure stepped out gracefully, saying apologetically, Jingchen, I'm so sorry. A beautiful woman appeared. It was Wu Nanqing. We ran into a horde of zombies on the way, which is why we're late. Hua Jingchen spoke gently, as if telling her not to apologize. It's all right, we still have the upper hand here. Wu Nanqing glided in front of Shi Guang as wisps of white smoke appeared around her, covering her from head to toe. Then, Wu Nanqing's body was enveloped in a suit of jet black armor. Shi Guang shouted in disgust. Another human with a full suit of mecha armor. What the hell do you people want? Wu Nanqing ignored his words and ordered her subordinates to provide support. They all quickly obeyed her command. Her eyes turned cold, revealing a glint of hatred. Wu Nanqing's hand was covered by a magic circle, which then materialized a large, long weapon. Only then did she deign to look at him. Wu Nanqing replied, "Obviously, I'm here to take your life." She cracked the whip in her hand towards Shi Guang, its sharp tip flying straight for him. It caught him off guard. With a loud smack, Shi Guang was struck so hard his face contorted. He roared in fury at them. "How dare you? A mere pig person dares to strike me with a whip." Hua Jingchen paid him no mind and rushed forward with a punch, but Shi Guang blocked it with his shield. He thought to himself, "This is bad." Wu Nanqing and Hua Jingchen stood before Shi Guang. They both nodded, understanding each other's intentions. Hua Jingchen struck from the right. Then, Wu Nanqing punched from the left, giving him no time to react. She then noticed the soldiers beside her. Seeing them, she looked surprised. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you all to go provide support? Why have you returned?" The four of them looked dejected because all the zombies had already been eliminated. There was nothing left to do, so they came back. Hearing this, Shi Guang's face filled with confusion, his mouth hanging open. "All the assets I've accumulated for so many years, are they all gone just like that?" Hua Jingchen and Wu Nanqing glanced at each other, instantly understanding what the other was thinking. She channeled power into her whip, surrounding it with a blue aura. Hua Jingchen also quickly deployed his power. The whip in her hand flew as fast as lightning towards him with considerable force. Hua Jingchen followed up by releasing a wave of energy from his palm. Shi Guang was punched and kicked, causing him to shriek in pain. Both powerful energy sources surged forward at the same time, making it impossible for him to resist as he collapsed. Wu Nanqing seemed to realize something and looked up in horror. Above, Shi Guang was being mercilessly slashed by someone. It was Lin Zile. Seeing him, the soldiers immediately started complaining. "Captain, it was him. By the time we got there, he'd already killed all the zombies over there." Both of them paused for a moment upon hearing this. Hua Jingchen deactivated his banner armor. He clasped his hands together to thank Lin Zile. That must be the person Shi Guang was holding in the car behind us, right?" He turned to introduce him to Wu Nanqing with an admiring tone. "This is the high-level genius I mentioned in my report. He alone killed Shi Hongli." She didn't quite believe it and asked hesitantly, "By yourself?" Hearing this, Lin Zile answered casually, "Killing one Shi Hongli is nothing worth mentioning." That's what he said on the outside, but his thoughts revealed everything. "I have to put on a bit of an act right now. Otherwise, how will they ever respect me?" When Wu Nanqing heard him speak as if it was a matter of fact, a sense of admiration grew in her heart. Even for me, killing Shi Hongli would take some effort, and yet, to him, it's not even worth mentioning. She turned to Hua Xingchen and said, "He was truly worth us acting sooner. It's a shame so many people had to die." Hua Xingchen wanted to discuss things further with Lin Zile. "Brother, there's much for us to discuss, but let's talk once we're outside. This isn't a good place to talk. We still have many missions to carry out." Lin Zile nodded in agreement, letting the man behind him continue rambling. Hua Xingchen asked if he wanted to join them. Hearing the request, Lin Zile paused. He glanced at them and smiled faintly, replying, "We're all human. It's only natural for humans to be on the same side." Behind him at that moment were Gui Tong and Dan Gok. Lin Zile put his hands in his pockets and calmly made his request. "Of course, I'll join you all. But I have 2 brothers with me." Upon hearing this, Hua Xingchen immediately replied, "The more people, the greater our strength. Joining together is more than welcome." A bright red system panel appeared before him, announcing, "Congratulations on joining the Resistance Army." Lin Zile remarked to himself, "This main quest line is pretty simple. They came looking for me." The panel displayed a series of notifications and missions. Lin Zile wondered when the first mission would start. Hua Xingchen broke the silence. "Brother, in a little while, we're going to destroy their energy base." He clenched his fist and turned it to dust. Seeing this, Lin Zile just smiled faintly without replying. Hua Xingchen gave a stern order to his subordinates. "Squad 3, take the elevator to the central control room on the 3rd floor. Xiao Bei, you're in charge of opening all the prison cells and using the broadcast system to inform all our compatriots of the situation. Squads 1 and 2 are responsible for clearing the battlefield, finding more vehicles, and securing a power source. Squad 4, head to the energy storage room on the 20th floor and handle the emergency." After speaking, Hua Xingchen glanced over at Lin Zile's group. He looked at them with a fond expression, thinking to himself, "From the moment they were born until now, they've either been worked to the bone or enslaved by zombies. Maybe I should let them rest first." Hua Xingchen was moved, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. 200 years have passed. and humanity has grown accustomed to being kept in captivity. But there are also brave warriors who will rise up and fight against fate. For example, the three of you. Hearing this, Lin Zile thought to himself, but among the three of us, I'm the only human. In a dark corridor, a group of people gathered and moved forward. Hua Xingchen stood before them, explaining the harsh truth to the crowd. He bowed his head sympathetically and said, "They've enslaved humans and committed crimes so numerous that they're beyond counting." Hua Xingchen clenched his trembling hands, as if suppressing his rage. Standing on a higher platform, Hua Xingchen declared loudly, "Today, all of our teams are acting in unison to exterminate all the zombies in this zombie city number 9. And at the same time, to save everyone." Lin Zile stood opposite Hua Xingchen, and it was then that the man introduced himself. Hua Xingchen introduced himself. "My name is Hua Xingchen, and she is Wu Nanqing. We are both captains in the resistance army," he asked softly. "I'm not sure how I should address you." Lin Zile shook his hand. With a calm tone, he introduced himself. "I only have his serial number, but while you were all talking, I temporarily gave myself the name Lin Zile." Hearing him introduce himself, Wu Nanqing smiled and praised the name, while Hua Xingchen cheerfully placed a hand on his shoulder in excitement. "Then I'll call you Brother Lin. Since you've just been freed, do you have any questions about the current situation?" "We will answer any questions you have." Lin Zile didn't hold back and immediately asked his question. "Our location is city number 9. How many zombie-controlled areas are there here, exactly? And what is the state of our human forces?" After hearing the questions, both Hua Xingchen and Wu Nanqing looked at each other hesitantly, unsure how to answer. He dejectedly explained to him, "I won't hide it from you. At present, our entire city is zombie territory." He began to recount the old story. Years ago, a spaceship crash landed on our planet Wang. The impact from that crash directly destroyed 2/3 of the continent. Hua Xingchen explained what the zombies had done. The remaining 1/3 of the continent was completely taken over by the zombie horde. The zombies built the Zombie Emperor city at the center, and surrounding it, they built 10 zombie cities, each assigned a number. He continued to explain the uses of these items to Lin Zile. Hua Tinfen expressed the past hardships he and his comrades had endured. After listening to his entire story, Lin Zile stroked his chin thoughtfully. The people on planet Tanmu, for better or worse, at least had underground cities, but here on planet Wang, humans didn't even have a single city. Hua Tinfan continued to explain. It's because Shihuang City is about to hold a celebration for the 200th anniversary of the zombie clan's birth. This has caused their high-level combatants to be scattered across 10 different cities, collecting tribute. Even if the humans united, they could only choose to take this opportunity to sneak into 2 cities. The disparity was clear at a glance. Seeing his expression, Wu Nanqing forced a smile and said, "But there's no need to rush. Haven't we already taken action this time?" Lin Zile smiled faintly and shared his view. "I have a feeling the tables are about to turn, Captain Wu." Just then, a soldier approached to report to Hua Tinfan. "Captain, the security measures on all floors have been disabled, but most of the humans have no will to resist. They're just hiding in their cells, refusing to come out." Hearing this, Hua Tinfan's expression grew heavy as he ordered his team to pull out. The military vehicles began to move out one by one. His calm voice continued to speak evenly. "This time, after we've broken ties with the zombies, these warriors who volunteered to join are our best reserve personnel." Wu Nanqing's face was filled with worry as she asked, "So what about the people who refuse to follow us? Do we just not care about them?" Lin Zile didn't look at them, propping his chin up as he stared out the window. He cut in. "We should talk about blowing up the power source facility instead." He then thought irritably to himself, "This is the apocalypse. Don't try to be a saint." Zombies lay scattered on the ground amidst a pile of rubble. Inside the vehicle, Wu Nanqing was driving with Hua Tinfan in the passenger seat. Suddenly, she stomped hard on the gas pedal, sending the vehicle speeding forward. At that moment, 2 patrol guards approached the vehicle, and he briefly explained the situation to Lin Zile. "Our attack assignments this time are extremely clear. Each team has its own job." Lin Zile asked, "So what's our role with the power source facility?" Hua Tinfan quickly explained. "Whether it's electricity, laser weapons, or exoskeleton armor, they all require the power cores produced by them to activate." Lin Zile speculated that keeping a few could serve as a hidden backup power source. According to Hua Tinfan, once they destroyed the power source facilities of City Number 9 and City Number 10, the zombies' power core production would drop by 30 to 40%. So, this was the biggest prize in Hua Tinfan's operation this time. Lin Zile thought to himself, "It seems that power core is comparable to oil on planet land. It's a strategic resource." Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before Lin Zile, detecting that the host is about to participate in the destruction of the power source facility. A special mission is being issued. Then, the system began to explain the mission, which quietly surprised him. Last time, you said it would be better if I randomly changed it to an equipment set. This time, it actually changed. That's not really new anymore. As long as there was a reward, Lin Zile would do it. Zile could do it all. And any single piece from the elemental equipment set was absolutely more valuable than the crappy golden-grade equipment that dropped from Shi Hongli. While Lin Zile was lost in thought, Hua Ting then spoke up. Brother Lin, get ready. We're almost there. He wondered if he needed a standard laser weapon. Lin Zile looked at the saber beside him and smiled. No need. This is all I need. Because someone had refused a laser weapon just to use a saber. He shuddered as he remembered this long saber must be the legendary, unobtainable, life-bound exoskeleton armor. They had finally arrived, so Wu Nanqing slammed on the brakes decisively. They stood before a massive wall, thinking to themselves that they couldn't observe the situation inside. Just then, a team member came up from behind. Sister Wu, Captain Hua, the captain told me to wait here to report the situation to everyone. Wu Nanqing was confused, wondering what kind of unexpected situation this was. The team member explained that they had underestimated the zombies' firepower, so the energy wasn't completely depleted. Wu Nanqing yelled angrily. The city wall's defenses haven't been shut down yet. If we wait for reinforcements from the Imperial City, won't they just round us all up in one go? Hua Tinthan gravely asked about Old Qin's situation. The team member replied, Captain Qin had no other choice but to tell me to wait here for you all. Wu Nanqing frowned, feeling like they were truly out of options. From behind them, Lin Zile coughed a few times, signaling that he wanted to say something. He offered to let his people handle it, but thought to himself, don't you dare delay my mission. Hearing this, Wu Nanqing yelled furiously at Lin Zile. You think you can just ignore the warnings and sneak in? Have you no sense of proportion? He confidently asserted his own capabilities, which made Wu Nanqing's face darken. Then she pointed to the sky, stammering. Seize the central control room. As for Hua Tinthan, he still had a bit, doubting Lin Zile's abilities. He seriously demanded the location, but Wu Nanqing was skeptical. Can your person even get in? Lin Zile smiled smugly. My person is already in. To their surprise, they then realized that Gui Tong had already gotten in without them, even knowing. Lin Zile crossed his arms and turned to look at the other member. So, can you tell me the location of the central control room now? That member said that they knew everything very well. Seeing this, Hua Xingshen gestured for the man to go get the item at once. Lin Zile then wanted to return to the car. At that moment, Wu Nanqing was worried. How did that boy disappear so mysteriously? Hua Xingshen placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She shook her head and stood formally. It was I who was rude. However, we must also prepare to head to the front lines. A member of the group approached and handed Lin Zile a blueprint. He took it and examined it. It's best if you don't let any random people come here. I need absolute quiet. Then, Lin Zile stared intently at the blueprint for a moment before closing his eyes, thinking, you all better watch closely. A mysterious dark shadow was hiding within Lin Zile's own shadow. It turned out to be Gui Tong holding the flash flower. After equipping the skill, he jumped through the wall as effortlessly as passing through water. He rushed forward like the wind, completely undetected by the guards. Gui Tong quickly hid in a blind spot. His eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed Lin Zile was trying to link with Gui Tong's body. Lin Zile wasn't used to this new body, as it was his first time. Without a second thought, he controlled Gui Tong to run to another spot. When a guard got close, he immediately had Gui Tong hide in the wall. He zipped to the door like a gust of wind. There were many guards here, but Gui Tong's small frame was very convenient for avoiding detection. Gui Tong quickly hid in a guard's shadow. Luckily, because there were so many guards around, Gui Tong was able to jump from shadow to shadow several times. Finally, Gui Tong made it to the cave entrance. It was also fortunate that the soldiers were distracted by the battle at the main gate, so they didn't notice Gui Tong's infiltration. Lin Zile continued to control Gui Tong's body to open a ventilation duct. He crawled through the vent with his small body, and finally, Gui Tong reached a duct, leading to another cave. He put his hands together and used a technique to turn himself invisible. Gui Tong closed his eyes, and it was as if he could see the entire map to the control room in his mind. But then he reached a room filled with laser beams designed to detect humans. Fortunately, since Gui Tong was a zombie, he wasn't detected. Lin Zile felt that even in his past life, he couldn't have pulled this off like Gui Tong. Finally, he had arrived. Through Guitong, Lin Zile saw a zombie sitting in front of a computer screen in the middle of the room. The text on the screen read, "All systems operating normally." One zombie casually thought that nothing would go wrong. The other turned and replied, "This place has been running perfectly for over 10 years without a single error. How could something possibly happen today?" One zombie, sitting at the computer, grumbled, "Things are different now. The pigmen dared to attack the energy base, so we have to stay alert." While that zombie was rambling on, General Shihai stationed us here, which means he values us. Why aren't you guys paying attention to me? But this time, the zombie's words received no reply. Suddenly, Gui Tong appeared from behind and held a knife to the zombie's throat, causing the terrified zombie to try and press the alarm button. But before he could, one slash from Gui Tong sent his head flying. At that moment, Gui Tong quickly put on a pair of gloves, then decisively kicked the zombie off the chair. Next, Gui Tong sat down and started typing. Hua Xingxian was stunned. Back with Lin Zile, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in confusion, then wrote something on the blueprint he was holding. Lin Zile got out of the car, gave the blueprint to a team member, and told him to find someone who knew how to operate the equipment. He then announced, "Prepare for a breakthrough." He sighed to himself, "I'm completely clueless about this high-tech equipment." The team member spoke up, "It's only been 10 minutes since I gave you the design blueprint." Lin Zile cut him off and told him to go immediately. Very quickly, another person arrived along with Hua Xingxian and Wu Nanqing. Lin Zile immediately handed the blueprint to that person. "Take a look. Is the control panel like this?" The person took the blueprint, overjoyed. "This is it. This is the control panel." He quickly marked the different control buttons on the diagram. At this point, Hua Xingxian suspected that Lin Zile had been infected by zombie gas. Otherwise, how could he have such telepathic abilities? He felt a bit guilty. "It's finally happening. Brother, did you notice something was wrong?" He waved his hand and explained, "What telepathy? It's just an internal dialogue with them." Hua Xingxian came up with his own explanation for Lin Zile's abilities, that he was a chosen one. He smiled faintly. "How on earth do you manage to rationalize your judgments about my abilities? Quick, let me find us a way out." Hua Xingxian began to explain. After the virus container leaked, everyone would get infected. Most of them turn into zombies, while a small portion become new humans. Every human body is born to change, gaining a few special and absurd abilities, especially the chosen ones. They can even gain the recognition of the highest grade exoskeleton armors. Hua Tin then points to Lin Zile's blade as an example. He holds the blade up to admire it, thinking to himself that it's so logical, even he believes the Ring of Jubilee is quite suitable for an exoskeleton armor. Just then, a member of the team finishes the blueprint and hands it to Lin Zile to look at. He takes it and quickly uses their mental link to inform his friends. Hua Tingthan and Wu Nanqing say in unison, "Wait for us to finish moving the mechs." Lin Zile is fascinated by the mech suit. If he gets the chance, he definitely wants to take it. After they finish moving the mechs, Lin Zile closes his eyes. When he opens them again, Lin Zile has taken control of Guiton's consciousness. With all the sensor systems and high-voltage electrical systems shut down, Hua Tingthan and Wu Nanqing immediately spring into action. In a flash, the two of them have scaled the towering wall, while Guitong remains expertly controlled by Lin Zile. All the camera systems, the energy storage warehouse, the armory, and the staff dormitories have all been shut down under Lin Zile's control. He closes the car door. Lin Zile clears the wall in 2 leaps and thinks to himself, "It's finally time to spring the trap." Shihai sat before the model, deep in thought. He laughs loudly and orders the subordinate beside him, "Go get the energy cube that's in my warehouse." Shihai then turns to the subordinate on his left and orders, "Release them and attack without thinking about the cost." "You don't need to ask me," he schemes to himself. "Now that there are no witnesses, I'll let the humans take the fall." The subordinate seems to see something and quickly reports it. "Reporting, General. It seems the humans have already retreated." He is startled by the news. Shihai thinks to himself, "So, how am I supposed to settle this account?" The system is now constantly blaring danger warnings. As he stares at the warning panel, the energy shield silently shuts down. Shihai observes everything and wonders, does the state of this wall mean our protective measures have been shut down? The subordinate beside him cries out in alarm, "General, this is bad. The defense system has been shut down." He looks over and shouts, "Shi Yunhai, what's going on?" Shihai stands up, roaring, "Shutting down the defense system at a time like this. You useless bunch." Guitong is now sitting in the machine room, surrounded by scattered flesh and blood. The subordinate standing nearby tremblingly informs Shihai, "General, the energy cube warehouse has been sealed off. Many of our people are trapped inside, and now the energy cubes can't be moved either." He looks worriedly at the situation, which is rapidly becoming a dead end, and mutters, "The central control room has definitely fallen." But Shihai won't allow everything to fall apart, so he quickly gives a resounding order. "Shibai, you hold this position to the death. I'm going back to help protect the power source facility. I arranged so much security. How on earth did they manage to sneak in?" He can't stop wondering about it. Meanwhile, a zombie has spotted Lin Zile sneaking in. It shouts loudly, "Intruder! There's an intruder up ahead." It scoffs internally, seeing that he's all alone and without a mech. Zile easily dodges and parries the shot. He quickly dashes forward, and with a few slashes of his sword, the zombie collapses. Wu Nanqing says tensely, "Look, the energy source generator is right in front of us." Lin Zile looks over and replies nonchalantly, "I know." Meanwhile, Gu Tong's hands are flying across the keyboard as Lin Zile is controlling his consciousness. Their group quickly makes its way a good distance inside, but a horde of zombies moves to block their path. They all roar in unison, "Kill them!" And immediately, a hail of bullets is fired in their direction. A moment later, black blood is everywhere, and zombie corpses are piled up like hay at her feet. Lin Zile stands before a massive system and asks, "So, this is the energy source generator?" Hua Tinthan frowns, slowly taking out that blue cube. He looks at it with a bit of confusion. "Brother Hua, what kind of material does this energy source generator use? Why can't I see any?" He turns back and slowly explains, "You just have to put anything that can generate energy into this thing. After extraction, you can obtain the purest energy cube." Lin Zile looks at the system and calculates in his head, "My storage space can probably hold it. Wouldn't that be like carrying a personal nuclear power plant around?" After a moment's thought, he turns and asks him, "That's not right, Brother Hua. If that's the case, why not just move this device for us humans to use directly?" Hua Tinthan replies with a bitter smile, "But the zombies thought of that too. That's why every single one of these assembled devices cannot be moved. We can only destroy it." Lin Zile looks at the system with a sense of regret. He regains his composure and reassures him. However, the zombie emperor's city has a factory that produces these. They can probably be moved before they are assembled. Knowing this, he rejoices inwardly at the prospect of soon having an infinite source of energy. A subordinate came in to report the situation. "Captain, all the bombs have been planted. They will detonate at 15:30. He announced tensely, 30 minutes left. Let's retreat." As everyone was leaving, Lin Zile placed something inside those square blocks. He had to make sure his trip here wasn't for nothing. In the hallway, zombie corpses were scattered everywhere, and black blood flowed in pools. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks. He glanced around intently and silently confirmed there was an ambush. Wu Nanqing turned to Hua Xinchen, puzzled, and asked, "How did you know?" He slowly explained it to her. 3 of the laser guns in the zombies' hands are missing. Hearing this, Nanqing grew worried. Lin Zile glanced at Xinchen and was silently impressed, thinking to himself that his powers of observation and memory weren't bad, but he had missed something. The face is tilted slightly to the right, and the angle of the elbow is wider. This can only mean that this scene was tampered with by humans who then tried to restore it. He observed his surroundings and analyzed them slowly. A voice rang out from not too far away. "I really didn't expect this. I was exposed just for taking a few extra weapons." As expected of the man acknowledged by the mechs, Shihai approached with a horde of zombies. A subordinate standing beside Zile whispered an explanation. "Brother Lin, Shihai is one of the 12 Grand Generals of the zombie army, and he's also the manager of City Number 9 in this facility." Hearing the words Grand General, he became a bit curious. The man explained again, more concisely. To put it simply, he's a zombie with a complete mech suit. He's also one of the strongest guardians of the 11 cities. Lin Zile quickly found Shihai to be quite interesting. He calmly listened as Hua Xinchen filled him in. The physiques of humans and zombies are different. The last time, it took 3 mech-equipped captains to fight a zombie Grand General to a standstill, so be careful. The zombies suddenly charged forward, accompanied by blasts of green light. The group quickly scattered to dodge the laser beams. Wu Nanqing landed softly on a nearby corridor. She scanned her surroundings and cursed under her breath. "Damn it. There are only about a dozen minutes left. How are we supposed to get out of here?" The other zombies aimed their guns at the group and fired relentlessly, but they didn't last long before collapsing. A soldier, while fighting off one zombie and trying to evade Shihai's continuous attacks, lost his footing. Hua Xinchen screamed in alarm. "Xiao Feng, Xiao Yang." Shihai let out a satisfied laugh and taunted him. "You get this angry just because I killed 2 of your men? You people attacked my energy facility, so you should taste my wrath." He quickly spotted Lin Zile fighting over there. Without hesitation, he leaped forward to engage him directly. Annoyed, he asked Shihai, "You're not going to fight him? You want to fight me instead?" At that moment, Wu Nanqing managed to wrap her whip around Shihai's leg. She yanked it hard, causing him to fall flat on his face. Hua Xingchen shouted his orders. If we can't leave, then we can't leave. Pinning down Shihai will make our lives worth it. Lin Zile came up from behind. Hearing this, he didn't bother to speak, keeping his thoughts to himself. Big bro, you may not want to live, but I still do. He furrowed his brow and advised the others. If we get a chance to finish off Shihai quickly, we can still get out. Hua Xingchen immediately gave Lin Zile a judgmental look. Take out a general-level zombie in a dozen minutes or so. He must be hallucinating. A subordinate rushed over with an urgent report. This is bad. The other end of the passageway is also swarming with zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zile dashed off. However, he still didn't forget to give instructions. Listen to me. Don't be afraid. Fall back while fighting. The others were a bit stunned to see Zile leave, especially after he had advised them like that. Just then, a zombie's claws lunged forward. Shihai furiously tore a living young man in two. Hua Xingchen and Wu Nanqing immediately attacked as if providing cover for Zile to escape easily. But he wasn't just running. He was also fighting off the fireballs shot by the zombies. After a while, the scene here was one of devastation. Zombie and human corpses were strewn about. Only Lin Zile and two others were left standing, looking on grimly. Elsewhere, Gui Tong's consciousness was being controlled by Lin Zile, who ordered him to open the main gate. He walked over and threw a box to Wu Nanqing and reminded her, Sister Wu, you have to use your vines to bind him. It's our only chance. Wu Nanqing immediately noticed something unusual. She raised her thorny whip and swung it hard at Shihai, creating a collision so powerful it sent sparks flying. Shihai was instantly entangled by her thorny whip, which wrapped around his arm. Then, Wu Nanqing leaped high into the air and swung the thorny whip with all her might, sending his blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Lin Zile also raised his sword, looked towards Wu Nanqing, and shouted, Sister Wu, hold on for a little longer. Controlling Shihai had made her extremely tired. Both Wu Nanqing and Lin Zile were still trying their best to take down this Shihai. Suddenly, quick footsteps approached, and someone leaped high into the air, punching hard into his stomach. Shihai looked down and saw that Hua Xingchen had just landed a punch on him, and he gritted his teeth in fury. The old man also showed no fear, merely turning back to give him a sharp glare before fiercely launching another kick at him. But something seemed to confuse him as he looked at Shihai. Meanwhile, Lin Zile, watching this whole scene unfold, struggled to hold back his laughter, his face turning red. It turned out that Hua Xingchen's punches and kicks hadn't done any damage to Shihai at all. Immediately after, Lin Zile's expression turned serious as he said, That's enough. He secretly ordered Gui Tong to close the door. Wu Nanqing's gaze also shifted in that direction. Shihai turned his head halfway and sneered, trying to run. The moment he finished speaking, the two horns on his back shot out, blocking the door and preventing it from closing. The two horns, covered in sharp spikes, stabbed into the ground in a cross shape, then they continuously fired out glowing spikes towards Wu Nanqing and Lin Zile. She looked on tensely, raising her hand to shield her face, while he calmly spun his sword in a circle, creating a vortex that blocked the spikes. Hua Xingchen watched the scene before him, reaching a conclusion. Now's my chance, he thought, getting into an attack stance. But suddenly, the door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, causing him to stop and turn around. Lin Zile looked at the closed door and said grimly, Now, the only way out is to kill him. Both Wu Nanqing and Hua Xingchen tensed up upon hearing this, silently stealing their resolve. Shihai, surrounded by the three of them, heard this and said contemptuously, Just the two of you and this little brat, you don't even have mechs. After saying that, he paused for a moment, turned towards him and continued, You smell so delicious. It's a pity you won't be served on the king's dining table. At that moment, the system panel for the Shihai mecha skeleton appeared in front of him. After reading it, he tensed up and thought, This innate attribute, if it weren't for my cheat ability, I wouldn't even be able to see it. I must end this battle quickly. Lin Zile analyzed the situation. He was only level 43, while in this dungeon, just a single great general was already level 57. The gap was too wide. He concluded that they had to win this fast. Then, Zile immediately started giving orders to the other two. Old brother Hua, you're in charge of long-range attacks. Sister Wu, you'll be on support. He immediately gripped his weapon and charged towards Shihai, saying, I'll handle close combat and hold him down. Shihai instantly raised his blade to block. In front of his chest defensively, his eyes dark and fierce as he said, You're overestimating yourself. He looked at his opponent's blade and thought, That blade is too long. If I charge in recklessly, I'll definitely get hit by it first. Before Ziluo could react, Shihai's blade was already at his neck. But before it could strike, a green aura enveloped and controlled his blade. Unable to control his own weapon, Shihai panicked in fear. This is bad. I have to pull back my power first. Lin Zile seized the opportunity and immediately swung his sword with great force, slashing at him. The blade sparked with brilliant golden lightning. The bolts of lightning continuously struck him, causing Shihai to scream in pain in midair. Hua Xingchen seized this chance and immediately launched an attack towards Shihai as well. He had just taken an incredibly powerful blow from Lin Zile and hadn't even had a moment to recover when he saw another attack flying towards him. All three of them paused to observe Shihai. After taking the barrage of hits, he finally realized something. So, they're humans who can use elements. Good thing I wasn't careless. Lin Zile looked at the scratches he had left on his body, deep in thought. His defense is incredible, but he doesn't just rely on brute force to fight. He then looked straight into his eyes and concluded, "It seems his fighting style is similar to mine." Just then, something flashed by, catching Ziluo's attention. It was Shihai, screaming furiously as he charged forward. He suddenly stopped, observing Wu Nanxing, who was impeding his path. Shihai immediately summoned something that looked like a giant fly swatter. Then, he slammed it powerfully onto the ground. Lin Zile immediately ran towards Shihai, shouting, "Wind element, acceleration." Then he raised his giant blade and slashed fiercely at his body. A glint appeared in Lin Zile's eyes. Raising his blade, he flew straight towards Shihai. Then, he used immense force to position himself behind him, preparing. Immediately, Ziluo unleashed a powerful slash at his body, causing some parts on his back to break off and fly everywhere. At this moment, a sharp bone spike was also flying towards him. He simply caught it with ease and said smugly, "You fell for it. Now, die." The remaining bone spike on Shihai's body quickly shot towards Ziluo. With a cold look in his eyes, he used his shield to block the attack. This made him panic, thinking, "Why can't I break this shield all of a sudden?" At the same time, he gripped his sword tightly, focusing on him. Then Ziluo shouted, "Nine Li slash," and sliced through the bone spike coming towards him. Shihai roared in anger, while he thought cheerfully, "If you have an impenetrable shell, then I'll just have to remove all of your spikes. I'll turn you into a legless turtle." Just then, Shihai suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Lin Zile suddenly let go of the bone spike he was gripping, then jumped back to his teammate's position. Lin Zile looked at him and said to Hua Xingqian and Wu Nanxing, "With only one bone spike left, he can't turn the situation around. Now, let's start attacking Shihai's turtle shell." Hua Xingqian added, "Just hold him down, and I'll burn him to a crisp." Hearing this, Wu Nanxing immediately agreed. Shihai arrogantly retorted, "You're the ones in a rush. I'll just sit back and wait for your mechs to run out of energy." Zilak raised his blade into an attack stance, thinking to himself, "There's no way you can stop the damage I'm about to inflict." Wu Nanxing looked towards Shihai, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had just discovered something. It turned out that a small, square-shaped block was protruding from a part of his corpse-like body. He held the square block in his hand, and Lin Zilak's attention was immediately drawn to it as the system explained its function. Immediately, he created a dimensional space, and attacking spikes appeared. Just as Shihai threw the bone fragment at him, the spikes flew forward to intercept. The collision created a massive explosion in midair, leaving him stunned. How did this guy know how to counter my corpse bomb explosion? He wondered. Suddenly, the area where they stood was enveloped in a thick fog. Seeing this, he thought, a smoke generator. Shihai suddenly became aggressive, sneering at such a petty trick. He smirked smugly and activated his infrared scanner. Immediately, the clouds of smoke began to blow away from his body. Zilak watched the scene unfold intently. He glanced at the smoke drifting towards him and let out a faint, confident smile. He immediately flew high into the air. At the same time, a swirling yellow-green vortex appeared at Shihai's feet. Simultaneously, Wu Nanxing's thorny vines lashed out at him with tremendous force. Shihai saw this and immediately tried to dodge, but was held in place by the lightning at his feet. He looked at them, trembling. Damn it. They must have a weapon that specializes in brute force, but the pull from this vortex isn't that strong. I see a way out. After a moment of thought, he finally found his escape route. But before he could rejoice, Shihai's entire body suddenly toppled backward. He grew tense as he fell into a pit, swirling with smoke and crackling with blue lightning. How is this possible? Lin Zile watched him, thinking smugly, "I took advantage of the fog to obscure your vision long ago, and set up a water current and lightning trap right behind you." Shihai glanced at Hua Xingqian, thinking, so they came prepared. Immediately after, Hua Xingqian unleashed a massive jet of flame from his phoenix wing. The blast of energy slammed into Shihai, sending him flying back in agony. He quickly crossed his arms to block his chest. He thought furiously, "No way. I can't lose to a bunch of pigs like you." Then, he raised his arm. He launched a small, sharp spike towards Hua Xingtian. The spike immediately blocked the flame jet from the phoenix wing, much to Hua Xingtian's surprise. With its nozzle blocked, the energy inside the phoenix wing began to build up. It swelled larger and larger, whining uncontrollably. Unable to withstand the pressure, the phoenix wing completely malfunctioned, and Hua Xingqian's face darkened. Instantly, wisps of red aura began to slowly envelop Hua Xingqian, who looked on in surprise and alarm at Shihai. He was using the curse of the bone flower. One look into his eyes sent Hua Xingqian into a state of terror, causing him to collapse to his knees. But just then, Lin Zile appeared from behind, charging forward with his sword raised. Lin Zile channeled his magic and slammed his sword into the ground, creating an immense shockwave of power. While he was thinking furiously, "You dare get close to me? You're courting death." Shihai couldn't help but feel a surge of fear as he watched Lin Zile channel his magic. Then, the power radiating from Zile's sword erupted into an ever-expanding blue magical aura. Seeing this, he screamed in terror. What in the world is happening? Lin Zile just looked at him coldly and activated 9 Li Shatter. Lin Zile glanced at him, thinking, "Your turtle shell armor is just another piece of equipment." The power from his skill began to affect Shihai's body, causing cracks to spread all over him. He immediately lunged towards Lin Zile, screaming through gritted teeth, "I can't die." Realizing he couldn't win, Shihai screamed and begged, "I can't die. I'll give you as many corpse coins as you want, just let me go." Zile paid him no mind, instead immediately consuming a minor soul to boost his own combat power. Shihai saw his actions but heard no reply, and continued to beg pathetically out of fear. "I've been hoarding for so many years, I can definitely make you happy." After consuming the minor soul, Lin Zile felt refreshed and spoke, "So this is what your national treasure looks like without its turtle shell." With that, he swung his blade up fiercely, releasing an incredible pressure. Lin Zile's eyes glared coldly at Shihai before he dashed forward, swinging his blade in a powerful strike that severed the man's head from his neck, while his body slowly faded into the misty smoke. Immediately after, Lin Zile saw a system notification congratulating the player for killing a diamond-level boss. Along with it came a series of items. With one hand still tightly gripping Shihai's head, he thought to himself, "I finally killed that damn turtle." Right after, amidst the hazy smoke, he held his spoils of war high and announced, "Shihai is dead. This place is about to explode. Let's go." Upon hearing this and seeing the scene before them, the two were utterly astonished by Lin Zile. This was the first Grand General of the Corpse Clan to die in battle against humans since the clan's inception. Before they could even process it, Hua Xingqian immediately grabbed Shihai's head. Suddenly, Lin Zile hoisted both of them up and quickly commanded Gui Tong, "Open the door," then ran swiftly to escape the place. But just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that outside the door, countless red laser beams were being aimed at them by a group of people. Zile calmly channeled his power, looked at the crowd before him, and smirked, thinking, "I can't let you guys waste my time." Seeing this, Hua Xingqian thought, "It's another top-grade exoskeleton armor." Then, without giving them a chance to react, he quickly hoisted the other two and leaped up towards the door. Gui Tong used a skill to phase through the barrier wall, looking at the empty space ahead. At that moment, from above, Lin Zile's group was leaping over the barrier to escape. After landing, he let go, sending the other two tumbling to the ground, and said, panting heavily, "We're finally out." Just as they escaped, a huge explosion erupted from the facility. He looked at the fiery scene and thought to himself, as expected of a laser bomb that requires a large energy reserve, "If I get the chance, I could make some." Hua Xingqian and Wu Nanqing looked at the explosion, so overjoyed they were crying. Hua Xingqian exclaimed happily, "Shihai is dead. This is the stuff of legends we've heard since we were born." Zile smiled with delight, thinking to himself, "A legendary-level Grand Corrupt official. Good thing you guys didn't see it, or the stream would have crashed." At that moment in the Corpse Emperor's city, the Corpse Emperor gripped his skull goblet, gritting his teeth and saying angrily, "Those sewer rats actually succeeded? What use are any of you to me? A bunch of useless trash." As he was scolding them in a rage, a subordinate suddenly rushed in, panicking. "Your Majesty, bad news." He ran quickly towards the Emperor and reported, "The sensor pearl of Grand General Shihai's skeletal mecha has shattered." The Corpse Emperor couldn't believe it and screamed, "What is going on? Why?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, "My most loyal Grand General." In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist so hard that the skull goblet in his hand shattered into pieces. Then the Corpse Emperor stood up and roared, "I will make those pigs pay with their blood. Hunt them down to the death." The subordinates below heard him and shouted in unison, accepting the order. A convoy of vehicles began to head back. In a black car that looked different from the rest was Lin Zile. Uncle Pang, who was beside him, cupped his hands in gratitude. He said, "It's all thanks to you, little brother Lin, that we were able to complete the mission and even kill Shihai." Lin Zile just regretted that time was too short, otherwise they could have been a bit more relaxed. Uncle Pang had to agree, saying, "Don't worry. When we get back this time, you will definitely be handsomely rewarded for your great contribution." On the other side, Hua Xingqian was endlessly praising Lin Zile. Little brother Lin not only has all sorts of special abilities and a top-grade natal exoskeleton mecha weapon, but he even has wings that can fly. His words made Lin Zile a bit embarrassed. Uncle Pang reminded Hua Xingqian to watch his decorum while reaching out to take the bag containing the head. Uncle Pang planned to take the head back to boost the morale of the people in the camp. Lin Zile indicated that it was fine if they wanted the head. The skeletal mecha and the remaining Yang treasure were the real prizes. Looking over at Wu Nanxing, he suddenly realized he couldn't keep fighting mechas with his bare body. So, he wondered, where do people like Brother Hua and Sister Wu get their complete mechas from? Uncle Pang recalled that time and said, "Actually, all the exoskeleton mechas and complete mechas were retrieved from the Zhongmo spaceship." Lin Zile asked if that was the spaceship that had crashed. Uncle Pang confirmed that it was, but in reality, only the cargo bay containing the virus was compromised. The other parts are perfectly intact. Inside, there are also extremely advanced technological products. Back then, people transported everything down, and those technologies are still in use today. After hearing this, Lin Zile asked, "Does that mean there's nothing good left inside?" Uncle Pang immediately shot back with an excited look. "How could that be? There are at least 50 mechas left that don't have an owner." Hearing this information, Lin Zile smiled slyly. "If I take all of them, wouldn't that be a huge score?" Uncle Pang explained, "The mechas are stored inside rooms. The doors are protected by a power barrier, so to open them, you have to pass a test given by the mecha. An aura of energy surrounds the mecha suits. If a host is deemed worthy, that stream of power will envelop the chosen one. It's like a trial to accept an owner, and once it does, the mecha will never change its host. This process is quite difficult, so Lin Zile can only use his own." Wu Nanxing also shared her experience. "Initially, my trial was to kill a wild beast in a cage." She recalled how she handled it, explaining that she just kicked it right in its private parts and passed the trial instantly. Uncle Pang added that the trial and the mecha's abilities are closely related. He recalled the image of Xingqian engulfed in a sea of flames, saying, "Xingqian's Phoenix mecha simulated the feeling of being burned alive for a full day and night. Only by enduring it was, she finally acknowledged." Lin Zile remembered how he also had to struggle to the point of bloodshed to succeed. Could there be a trial harder than the 3 gates in the CV legacy? After that, Lin Zile asked Uncle Pang to take him to the Zhongmo mothership to get a mecha suit, but Uncle Pang said helplessly, "The Zhongmo mothership is surrounded by a protective energy barrier that is impossible to break through." Lin Zile immediately asked, "Then how did you guys get inside?" "The power barrier around the Zhongmo only goes down when its energy source is completely drained." Uncle Pang said, "It takes a month to recover, and that's the best opportunity to get in." Lin Zile fell silent, pondering what he had just heard. However, he knew that players only enter a dungeon world when a major event is about to happen, so he waited confidently. Just as Lin Zile predicted, after 3 seconds pass, Hua Xingqian suddenly announced joyfully, "Brother Lin, you're in luck. The energy barrier will be taken down in 2 weeks." Lin Zile smiled smugly, because he knew everything would go smoothly. 3 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the camp. As they walked, Uncle Pang explained, "To avoid pursuers, we'll head to the Rising Sun Camp's main headquarters." Hearing this, Lin Zile asked, "So the resistance is split into several camps?" Uncle Pang added that the other branch of the resistance is the Yemen camp, which is responsible for attacking Zombie City number 10. Lin Zile mused, "So, is the unity among humans really this strong?" After arriving, he began to survey his surroundings. So, Lin Zile told Uncle Pang he was going for a little walk. The man agreed and warned him not to go too far. Lin Zile silently slipped into a dark corner. Once he was sure no one was around, he took out Shihai's mecha shell and then used the fire element to burn it. After a moment, the treasure chest appeared. Lin Zile was very curious about what he would get this time. Lin Zile stared at the damaged mecha, lost in thought. "A mecha? Huh? Since I can't use you, I'll just use you to feed my 9-Li pearl. Can't let you go to waste." He took out a greatsword to perform the conversion, and the spirit pearl appeared in his hand. Immediately after, the spirit pearl shot out and absorbed the damaged mecha. Lin Zile couldn't help but feel excited. 1 mecha suit is 1% progress, So if I get them all to upgrade the 9-lay pearl, wouldn't it reach the legendary tier? I never had a legendary grade weapon in my past life. A cunning smile spread across his face. Even if I can't wear you all, I'm going to absorb every last one of you. Ziluo sat down and considered opening the treasure chest. First, let's check this treasure chest. It's been a while. Come on, give me something good. The system's voice chimed with a notification. Lin Zile opened several gift chests in a row, but it seemed he still hadn't gotten what he really needed. He quickly spotted a book in the chest. Lin Zile clasped his hands together and prayed. I hope it's a warrior skill book. I'm really lacking those. He picked it up without looking inside. This book doesn't look like a skill book. Immediately after, the system's voice rang out again with a prompt, diamond-grade item, skill essence book. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It was actually the more valuable skill essence book. Lin Zile began to weigh his options. Both of these moves were epic-grade skills, so upgrading either one to diamond grade would be very beneficial. He quickly pressed the use button on the system panel. Whirling slash is good for killing small mobs. Explosive double slash is already outclassed by my 9-ly overlapping slash, turning it into a support skill. A long notification panel displaying the features appeared in front of him. Lin Zile let out a small, smug laugh. Now I can get 2 stacks of the mark with just 2 slashes on the ground. Doesn't that basically give me infinite attack power? A dazed smile appeared on his face as he held a pair of pants. The last item, not a bad haul. Immediately after, its stats were displayed, making Lin Zile marvel inwardly. 30% damage reduction. With a smile still on his face, he tossed the pants aside. It's good to have some tank gear. After all, the rest of my equipment is all elemental gear, so I'm not lacking in damage. Lin Zile focused as he held the elemental necklace in his hand, followed by the elemental gauntlets. A smug grin spread across Lin Zile's face as he saw the system notification. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. He immediately started to wonder, should I use my golden finger now or not? My luck has been so good recently. The moment he used his golden finger, he drew an automatic loot collection card. Zile was so furious he jumped to his feet. How unlucky to get automatic loot collection again. No, next time I have to save up for 2 draws before I try. Otherwise, I won't be able to get a new, common golden finger. Lin Zile looked at his status panel and fell into deep thought. I still have to prioritize strength. He turned angrily and stormed outside. Lin Zile opened the door and entered a room. The people inside, who were happily enjoying their food, all looked at him. Thanks to Brother Lin, we're able to eat such delicious food. Hearing this, Lin Zile couldn't help but turn away to hide his face. Are they really this happy over this kind of food? The people around him were incredibly excited and joyful, but Lin Zile's face was grim with confusion as he stood there thinking. For 200 years, the civilization of the King's Star realm has been broken. Even my grandma would scoff at these smiles. He held the small book in his hand and made a silent decision. This won't do. Instantly, a large stack of books appeared in Lin Zile's hands as he chuckled to himself. I have to give them some food for thought. I need to increase my world influence. Lin Zile handed the book, On Liberty, to everyone. Everyone eagerly passed it around, but as they read, they seemed to grow more restrained. Suddenly, someone started to chant, and everyone else joined in, shouting, We will bravely sacrifice our lives and shed our blood for a new day for the king's realm. Lin Zile smiled faintly, his back turned to their passionate chanting. Fight for a brighter tomorrow, for a world of freedom. Everyone passed the book around. That evening, another person appeared outside his tent. Mr. Lin, there's a point in this book I don't understand. Could you perhaps enlighten me? Lin Zile chuckled softly. It's all right, this is just a matter of defining freedom. But he thought to himself, when I get back to the camp, my world influence shouldn't increase too quickly. 4 days later, everyone woke up full of life. They walked and sang together, incredibly happy. They were patrolling the area enthusiastically when the scene before them suddenly horrified them. A scene of carnage lay before their eyes. Lin Zile, watching from the car, couldn't help but sigh. It seems the zombie army vented its fury here. At dusk, Uncle Pang began to explain to everyone. This place used to be the World Federation headquarters. It's a shame the apocalypse came. He then pressed a button. This air raid shelter was built before the apocalypse. It's the only place the zombies haven't found. The cave doors slowly opened. Uncle Pang gestured and said, Welcome to Shuri Camp, Mr. Lin. Watching Uncle Pang descend, Lin Zile couldn't help but reflect. Compared to this, the people of Blue Star are much happier. At least they don't have to live underground. As the man led the way and explained things, he couldn't help but form an opinion. Following Uncle Pang's introduction, the 2 men stepped forward and shook hands. This man is the greatest hero of this operation, Lin Zile. And this is the chief of our Shuri camp. Inside, Uncle Jiao spoke up to calm everyone. What's there to be sad about? Our operation this time was a success. The sacrifices of Xiaoxi's group were worth it. Hearing this, Lin Zile also chimed in. That's right. No matter where a hero is buried, the Green Mountains will be their home. Zhu Yiqian sighed with a smile and gave an order. Uncle Jiao is right. A successful operation like this is something to be celebrated. There's no need to be sad. Uncle Pang, make the announcement. Hearing this, Uncle Pang excitedly held up the wrapped zombie head. Zombie General Shi Hai has been killed by Mr. Lin. When everyone heard this, their spirits lifted, and they immediately began to cheer. Surrounded by everyone, Lin Zile gave a helpless chuckle. It was just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Zhu Yiqian stepped in to stop the crowd and led him away. Our hero has returned from afar. He must be exhausted. I'll take you all to your resting place first. He walked on, giving him an overview of the place. Our place here is pretty good. We have beds, food to eat, and a large activity area. Lin Zile looked around, assessing the place as he listened to the introduction. Of course, the main thing is freedom. No one forces you to work, and there's no strenuous labor. Zhu Yiqian hesitated, then added, the previous group of newcomers was extremely happy. Lin Zile looked at them and couldn't help but think. After all, they were enlightened by the bright future and happy life that I described. After walking a little further, he handed him over to Uncle Pang with instructions. Uncle Pang, please take Hero Lin to his quarters to rest for a bit. We'll hold a meeting tonight. He turned to look at the group of people who had dazed expressions on their faces. All new brothers, follow me. I will distribute your living quarters and supplies. Immediately after, Zhu Yiqian added another sentence that got everyone excited. Brothers with good qualities even get assigned partners. Lin Zile watched them from a distance, confused. Was this really that interesting? Both Uncle Pang and Lin Zile were at a loss for words. He told Uncle Pang they should head straight to the meeting, thinking to himself, if I don't boost my world influence now, when will I? Uncle Pang asked, Mr. Lin, aren't you planning on getting a wife? He replied that he wanted to respect the other person's free will, then thought to himself, why does everyone want to breed with me? This type of assignment isn't forced. Uncle Pang still respects everyone's free will. However, the children of superior parents will undoubtedly be superior themselves. Lin Zile gave a mysterious smile. Theory must be put into practice, right? Lin Zile thought to himself, as if he'd just realized something. I'd agree to call you guys the #1 followers under Lin Zile's banner. As he walked into the conference room, everyone greeted him warmly. 6 hours had passed, and Hua Xingchen was still waiting for everyone to arrive. Xiao Ziqiang was one of the 10 mecha owners at the Shuri camp. There were 3 blue mechas that could control water. Uncle Pang spoke up. They might just be delayed by the sandstorm. Hua Xingchen hoped that was the case. Halfway through the meeting, Zhou Yiqian suddenly stood up to inform everyone about the status of their comrades in arms. He pointed to the board and said, this operation not only allowed us to kill the Corpse C, but we also brought back a large amount of resources. He went on to discuss their battlefield strategy. Suddenly, Lin Zile clapped his hands once, getting everyone's attention. He stood up and asked, I want to ask about the Corpse Clan's 200-year celebration. Is it only held in the Corpse Emperor City? After that, the two of them discussed which Corpse City had the weakest forces. Lin Zile was worried that if they attacked, reinforcements from the Corpse Emperor City would arrive quickly and wipe them all out. Zhu Yiqian sighed, I'm afraid it wouldn't take them more than an hour to get here. Lin Zile slammed the table and jumped up. In that case, today I'll teach you all a strategy known as feint in the east, attack in the west. Hearing this, the others still didn't understand Lin Zile's intention. Someone at the meeting asked, you mean, we attack a decoy target and then launch a surprise attack on the real one? Lin Zile explained that they needed to exhaust the enemy. He continued his explanation. Corpse City number 8 is heavily guarded, but what if we were to attack the distant Corpse City number 5? Zhu Yiqian grew worried, because the red-eyed killer reinforcements were also on their way to attack Corpse City number 5. Lin Zile wanted to use 40,000 new recruits as a diversion. All he needed was for them to know how to flee, and then his main force would attack Corpse Cities number 8 and 6. In case of failure, Lin Zile proposed a backup plan, a decapitation strike. Hua Xingchen was the first to agree. Lin Zile was fired up. Furthermore, we must have a solid grasp of the combat details. For example, how the diversionary troops should stall for time, and how the main force should attack. This is the art of war perfected by my dragon country. Lin Zile then introduced another strategy called deceiving the heavens to cross the sea. After speaking, he clapped his hands together and wanted everyone to fully grasp these 16 words. Lin Zile declared loudly, that is, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. After he finished, someone in the meeting nervously raised their hand with a question. Why haven't you elaborated on the details of the decapitation strike? Lin Zile smiled. Because I intend to lead the team personally. Hearing his answer, everyone felt at ease, and no one else spoke up. Lin Zile said seriously, I have finished presenting my plan. Who is in favor and who is against? In the end, everyone approved of Lin Zile's plan. Zhou Yitian began the preparations. Under the cover of darkness at the camp, he would send messengers out, starting with Company 1, who would be in charge. Zile sighed to himself in admiration. Truly worthy of the title top son of Tian Xuan. They are all far beyond our league. Just as Lin Zile was leisurely thinking, this mysterious Eastern wisdom will surely blow your minds, he received a mission from the system, the clarion call of counterattack. The system then began to explain the mission. It had detected that he was about to enter the Corpse Emperor's city to complete a sabotage mission. Therefore, it had specifically issued a fish in troubled waters mission. As the system continued to introduce the details, Lin Zile immediately wanted to accept all of it. Zhou Yiqian was worried for him, because the Corpse Emperor's city had CCTV and thermal imaging systems, making it very difficult to infiltrate. Lin Zile assured him he had a way to get in. Zhou Yiqian quickly clarified, You've misunderstood my meaning. We have several invisibility suits from a prehistoric civilization. They might just come in handy for your mission. Hearing this, Lin Zile's interest was piqued. He knew it had to be good stuff and agreed immediately, but it required the approval of the camp commander. Zhou Yitian asked, You want to be a squad leader? Lin Zile replied casually, My 2 brothers and I can just form our own team. We don't need anyone else. Zhou Yiqian continued, You misunderstood. Because the squad leader met with an accident, I was planning to have you take the position of company commander for Company 5. Since Lin Zile had already planned on bringing his 2 brothers, he reluctantly accepted the position of company commander. He figured this would also help him complete his mission. But elsewhere, Hua Xingchen was secretly fuming. A company commander. That's a rank second only to the camp commander. Zhou Yiqian handed a card to Lin Zile, then quickly ran off. Lin Zile smiled, Battalion Commander Zhou, take your time. If you have other good stuff, that works too. I'm not picky. The system popped up again and assigned Lin Zile the mission of company commander, making him smirk. This mission was just like the City Lord mission back on Tanmu Star. I can just use my old tricks again. A while later, the 5th Company's assembly point, Lin Zile spoke clearly. I believe that only by following the progressive ideas of Mr. Day and Mr. Sai can we take the next step forward. While everyone was praising Lin Zile, he thought to himself, when it comes to ideology, you could say I've gathered the best of the best. Meanwhile, in another area, a group of people was planning to eliminate Lin Zile. He suddenly glanced back to see several weapons aimed at him. One of the men in the group spoke up. A guy with no mecha is worthy of being company commander? Lin Zile sneered, not even bothering to reply. From behind, Gui Tong and Dan Ngok eliminated all of them. Witnessing the scene unfold before them, everyone was stunned. Lin Zile declared that anyone who sabotaged the united front against the zombies would be killed without mercy. The entire company roared in unison. Our commander is mighty. He's right, fighting zombies is the top priority. Thinking only of themselves, death is too good for them. Afterward, Lin Zile urged everyone to hurry up and start training to fight the zombies. Watching them, he thought to himself, I've gained a dozen or so more cubic meters, and my experience bar is almost full. A team member approached and summoned Lin Zile to the conference room. He wondered to himself, Are we preparing to make a move? Zhou Yiqian arrived with an invisibility cloak and warned him to take good care of it. Lin Zile quickly went back to prepare. Zhou Yiqian informed him that he had already found the guide Lin Zile needed. He told the person to wait for him at the entrance in half an hour. Zhou Yiqian sighed, If something happens to you, what am I going to do? Here's the invisibility cloak that goes with it, a device to conceal your scent, and a structural map of the zombie emperor's city. Lin Zile promised himself he would take good care of these items, then tossed 2 invisibility cloaks to Gu Tong and Dan Ngok. Finally, the 3 of them put on their invisibility cloaks and set off together for the zombie emperor's city. Lin Zile pushed open the door in front of him, about to leave, when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Seeing who it was, he was a little surprised, because that kid actually had an epic-level talent for reducing his presence. He walked closer and introduced himself as Dai Zhengqing. Lin Zile smiled and told him that he just needed to be guided near the guard post. Dai Zhengqing, of course, happily agreed. Lin Zile pondered for a moment, thinking that killing the zombie clan's general would be a great help, but this kid had 0 stealth capabilities. After they presented their identification to the formation array, a long staircase leading to the outside appeared. Lin Zile, having the highest strength, volunteered to lead the way. After confirming it was safe, he signaled for the others to follow. He summoned his small, exquisite purple square box. The metal box flew out and, in an incredibly short amount of time, transformed into a large vehicle. Seeing this, Lin Zile thought to himself, Xiao Wu holds the core technology. No wonder it can just smash its way through everything. They quickly got into the car, and the vehicle started up, speeding down the main road like a blur. A lone member of the zombie clan was wandering along, singing aimlessly, completely unaware of the car hurtling toward it at an unbelievable speed. He hopped and sang on the road, as casually as ever. By the time he realized something was wrong, a powerful gust of wind had already blown past him. The zombie coughed up a mouthful of blood and then kicked the bucket. They retracted the vehicle when they reached a large grassy field. Dai Zhenqing told everyone to follow him, as the vehicle could go no further. In just a short while, Lin Zile was left speechless by Dai Zhenqing's snail-like pace. He suggested that Dan Gok carry him. Not disappointing his expectations, Dan Gok, even while carrying a person on his back, moved at a speed not much slower than the car. By nightfall, the group had reached the designated location. Dai Zhenqing whispered that they couldn't go any further, or they would be discovered. Lin Zile also whispered back, asking, "Do you know their shift change schedule?" Hearing the question, Dai Zhenqing very diligently relayed the information to him, but he couldn't guarantee its accuracy as the intel was from 6 months ago. Lin Zile said he understood and told him to head back, silently praising him for a job well done. Dai Zhenqing didn't linger either and turned to leave, only leaving behind a reminder that the operation was set for 2 p.m. the next day. After he left, Lin Zile took out a disguise mask. He aimed it toward a distant member of the zombie clan, allowing the item to lock onto the target. Next, Lin Zile pressed it against his own face, and a layer of deep blue light immediately began to swirl continuously around it. Lin Zile looked in a mirror and saw that he had turned into Vonderm. He knew it had worked, because the image in the mirror would be how he appeared in the eyes of the zombies. Looking over at Goitong and Dan Gok, he realized he had to adjust their appearances as well. Their appearances were now fine, but another problem arose. Lin Zile wondered how he should handle the issue of their identities. Just then, the sound of a car horn gave him an idea. Lin Zile thought happily, talk about perfect timing. Inside the city gate, 2 zombies were discussing the cargo. After confirming there were no living beings in the vehicle, they let it pass. The zombie driver didn't show it on his face, but as he drove away, he was inwardly fuming. The gate guard was no different. He seethed internally, vowing to finish off that driver the next time he saw him. Just as the zombie's silhouette faded in the rearview mirror, a knife emerged from the shadows. It was pressed against the neck of the zombie at the wheel. His blood-red eyes widened in utter disbelief. Lin Zile tightened his grip on the dagger, looking at the creature before him. He smirked coldly to himself, for he now had an identity. Lin Zile looked at the barrier before him with a hint of contempt. For a planet with such advanced technology, its defenses were surprisingly simple. Suddenly, several steel tubes emerged from the city walls. They all aimed at the entrance and fired beams of light that pulsed with a dangerous energy. This forced Lin Zile to silently take back his previous thoughts. A zombie's voice, confirming the cargo, pulled him back to reality. For the sake of the mission, he played his part perfectly. Introducing his products, he flattered the zombies and promised them some perks, which made them go easy on him. And so, Lin Zile and the ghost children passed through with ease. As he drove slowly down the road, the sound of his system reward notification popped up in his head. He had unlocked a super difficult side quest. Lin Zile looked at the reward points and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. The vehicle slowly made its way to a place called the Human Meat Market. Seeing naked humans locked in cages like animals, Lin Zile's heart sank. So this is what it's like to see an entire race reduced to livestock. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Perhaps only by witnessing the gruesome deaths of their own kind can their fear and courage truly be awakened. Lin Zile took out a pen and paper to jot down the market's location, all while silently planning his strategy. Afterward, he drove away. His next target was the assembly hall. After driving for quite a while, Lin Zile finally stopped the car. He glanced at the strange statue in the plaza and was slightly surprised to realize that the bizarre figure was a depiction of the corpse emperor. He didn't have much time to stare. A zombie instructed him to follow its directions. During the cargo inspection, the zombie urged him to hurry and ask for his name, offering to recommend him for an official post. Lin Zile gave his name as Zile, which startled the zombie. It grew suspicious, wondering why someone with that name was merely a cargo driver. Lin Zile cursed inwardly. He'd forgotten that among the corpse clan, only high-ranking zombies had 2 character names. Fortunately, the zombie rationalized it on its own, assuming Lin Zile must have some delicate matter to discuss with the corpse emperor. Lin Zile immediately played along. He knew the only reason he passed so easily was due to the corpse clan's deep-seated reverence for their emperor. The zombie then pointed to Dong-guk and the ghost child, asking, "Are these two with you?" Lin Zile put on a fawning smile and explained they were his friends. They had come to Corpse City just to see the sights. The zombie's tones suddenly shifted. "In that case, there's no transportation assistance fee. Just deposit it into your corpse treasure account." Lin Zile broke into a cold sweat. He looked at the suspicious zombie and sighed inwardly. This was a piece of intel he didn't have. Luckily, the zombie didn't press the matter. "Ah, I forgot you're from a small town. This is new tech from the Corpse Emperor City. Here, just take the payment in corpse coins." Thanking it profusely, Lin Zile left the warehouse. He and the ghost children then decided to split up to cover more ground. With limited time, Lin Zile stopped by a stall, letting on that it was his first time in the Imperial City and he was a bit lost. The zombie vendor was surprisingly friendly, telling him to ask if he needed anything. This was the opening Lin Zile was waiting for. He immediately asked if there were any fun places in the city. The zombie suggested a restaurant, but Lin Zile waved it off, saying he was looking for something more fun and exciting. The vendor hesitated, claiming it couldn't think of anything offhand. "This one's cautious," Lin Zile thought to himself. Outwardly, however, he remained perfectly polite. Perhaps Lin Zile's earnest demeanor swayed the vendor. It considered for a moment before saying, "Well, there is one place, but it might not be to your taste." Lin Zile acted nonchalantly, saying he'd enjoy anything as long as it was fun. The vendor pinned a few skewers of human eyeballs to the counter. "Ever heard of the black market?" it asked. "It's where you find goods that can't exactly be sold on the open market. They even have humans fighting to the death." It struggled to contain its excitement as it told Lin Zile. He had finally obtained a crucial piece of information. Still, he had to feign indifference, giving only a non-committal grunt in response. Lin Zile stood in a massive hall to purchase admission to the black market. The seller left his counter, simply telling Lin Zile to follow him. It walked on without looking back. When they reached a door, it spoke again, telling him to put on a mask. Without a word, Lin Zile complied and followed the figure into the black market. He handed the gatekeeper a large bag of corpse coins. "Good thing it's just corpse currency," he thought. "I'd hate to part with real money for this." Watching the zombies crowd around the arena to see humans slaughter each other, all while snacking on human-based food, made Lin Zile think with grim sarcasm. The Corpse Clan really knows how to... His train of thought was cut short by the arrival of a newcomer. A young man, his face brimming with murderous intent, stepped into view. Lin Zile knew he had found the final piece of the puzzle. A crowd of zombies was gathered in front of a stall, feasting on human flesh. The stall owner, in a foul mood, shooed them away, telling them to get lost. But they brazenly talked back, arguing that Shi Huang had declared free human flesh for the whole day. One zombie said the celebration was about to start and then ran off. Hearing this, the rest of them indeed forgot all about eating and chased after him. At 2 in the afternoon in the central stadium of the Imperial City, all the seats were filled. The boisterous noise died down, when a welcoming voice rang out. A projection of Shi Huang appeared in the sky, slowly delivering a formal welcoming speech. Led by him, the Shi clan gradually grew excited, roaring in response. He looked down upon his people from above and announced that this time, all qualified subjects could follow him to the spaceship's core. His words quickly stirred up a storm in the crowd. They couldn't believe they were so fortunate, but at that moment, a zombie came forward to report that City Number 5 was under attack by humans, infuriating Shi Huang. Shi Xiang, the Lord of City Number 5, shot up from his seat in fury, then knelt down, asking for permission to lead reinforcements. Lin Zile, sitting quietly in a corner of the stadium, smirked because he knew the fun was just getting started. His hand in his pocket pressed a switch, and as if in response, the statue of Shi Huang above the stage lit up. With a loud bang, the statue shattered into pieces, a truly miserable sight. Nearby zombies activated their defensive skills to block the flashbang. A powerful flash erupted from the explosion, seeing a foul-smelling liquid reeking of human feces ooze out from the broken pieces. The Shi clan was so furious they could barely breathe. Then, another strange event occurred as a series of curses aimed at Shi Huang blared out at maximum volume. This was followed by an explosion that created a mocking shape and insulting words in the sky above the celebration. Inside the palace, Shi Huang sat on his throne, his face red with rage, bellowing at his subordinates to find out who was responsible. Somewhere in the Imperial City, Lin Zile chuckled sheepishly, pushing the blame onto Shi Luo. Meanwhile, in the black market, the young man Lin Zile had met in the fighting ring the previous night also sensed the disturbance. He gritted his teeth, as if making a firm decision. "Brothers, although this mission is a near-certain death sentence, we must charge forward with all our might to seize this chance for freedom." As he spoke, he pushed open the fighting ring's door, leading a group of people towards the light. They seized weapons from the unconscious zombies, and the whole group took off running. Only then was the young man sure he hadn't been tricked. Soon, they reached the exit, only to find a single zombie standing guard there. It reacted instantly, aiming its gun at them and pulling the trigger. But unfortunately, Lin Zile had already swiped the energy pack, so it posed no threat at all. The escapees seized this opportunity and opened fire, and in just a second, the guard zombie was riddled with bullets. The young man leading them took out a map, explaining it was given to him by a mysterious person. He commanded everyone to split into groups and head to the human flesh market to rescue their compatriots. They arrived quickly. When the people locked in cages saw them, they were so overjoyed that tears welled up in their eyes. He looked at the fully armed zombies on the other side of the warehouse, feeling a bit tense. But despite that, he still swung his fist and smashed the lock on the iron cage. "Hurry, rescue them. This is our only chance." Although the young man's face was stern, it was actually the first time in many years that he had felt hope. The prisoners from the human flesh market poured out of the warehouse. Lin Zile, mixed in with the crowd, gave a cold, silent laugh. He thought, even gunning down 100,000 slaves would take a long time. "What will you guys do now?" Lin Zile sent out a sliver of his consciousness to control the ghost puppet. He pressed a switch, and a deafening explosion erupted. Inside the palace, Shi Huang shrieked with fury, his eyes bulging as he bellowed Shi Gui's name. Why is the power facility having problems now too? Shi Gui, sweating profusely, said that he and Shi Mo would go check on it immediately. Shi Huang then turned to his 4 zombie generals, ordering them to suppress the rioting humans. They, of course, respectfully obeyed. The rest were ordered back to their cities under his command. Finally, Shi Huang's anger subsided a little, and he calmed down. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This is never going to end, is it?" Shi Bao, noticing Shi Huang's displeasure, volunteered to go on patrol. Shi Huang agreed and ordered him to find the mastermind. He wanted the person responsible for this to suffer the most terrifying torture imaginable. Meanwhile, Lin Zile let out a cold laugh, as everything was still going according to his plan, and it was unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey. "As long as I kill them all, no one will ever know I snuck in." Shi Bao heard his subordinate report that they had observed everything, but there was absolutely no one to be found. He knew this human was not to be underestimated, so he activated his mecha armor and leaped into the control room. He kicked away the subordinate, who was intently monitoring the panoramic view and stared thoughtfully at the screen. Then, Shi Bao pressed a switch, causing the system to emit a welcoming sound. A secret door slowly rolled upwards. It revealed a figure already waiting on the other side. From the person's aura and weapon, Shi Bao quickly identified them as human. Lin Zile was also assessing Shi Bao's stats. After confirming his opponent was an agility-type warrior, he grew even more confident. On the outside, Shi Bao casually asked Lin Zile, "So you're the one causing all this trouble?" But inwardly, he was on high alert, noticing that the man hadn't even summoned his mech. "These instant zombies are a real pain," Lin Zile thought to himself as he leaped forward, sword swinging. He decided it was best to strike first and gain the advantage. Shi Bao must have never met someone so unreasonable before. He was caught off guard for a moment and instinctively threw up a hand to block. The mecha's hand cracked the instant it met the blade, but it was hardly a concern. In the blink of an eye, it had regenerated completely. By now, he had recomposed himself and unleashed his ultimate counterattack, the agonizing claw strike. Too bad for him. His attack only met empty air. Lin Zile had anticipated the grab, knowing Shi Bao would strike the moment he pulled his arm back. Shi Bao continuously unleashed several skills, but all were repelled by Lin Zile's flames. He stared at his smoking mecha, bewildered. Elemental powers. Without even relying on a mecha, you must be humanity's chosen one. In that case, I have to kill you, no matter the cost. Shi Bao crouched down, preparing for an all-out attack, and shot forward like a streak of light. Shi Bao had reached a speed that was nearly impossible to match, but as he closed in on Lin Zile, the man didn't even flinch. This made Shi Bao's heart pound. Could there be an ambush? He wondered. In reality, he was overthinking it. Lin Zile only needed to use 2 skills, Demon's Smile and Demon's Gaze, to defeat him. Lin Zile sneered, offering a simple assessment. "You're too slow." His long sword, wreathed in brilliant flames, slashed into the mecha covering Shi Bao's chest. He was sent stumbling back a long distance by the force of the blow. Lin Zile sheathed his sword, preparing for a new assault. "Remember those 2 sneak attacks when you opened the door?" The words had barely left his mouth when he immediately unleashed his skill. Explosive dual slash. This time, it was a perfect, direct hit on Shi Bao. Numerous signs of damage appeared on his mecha. Shi Bao gritted his teeth, vowing to kill him the moment he got close. But Lin Zile paid him no mind, casually tossing out a few skills and saying, "Just wait while I cleanse the earth with a..." Several blue orbs converged into a massive ball of energy, which slowly approached Shibao. He could tell from the skill's aura that this was bad, but unexpectedly, the orb dissipated just before it reached him. However, it left a strange series of energies clinging to Shibao. At that moment, Lin Zile suddenly flipped his hand over, activating his elemental enhancement equipment. An explosion erupted from Shibao's body, drowning out his resentful, tragic scream. As the smoke and dust settled, Shibao was revealed, lying motionless on the ground. Lin Zile leaped down from above, finally dead. Let's see what kind of treasures you've got. But just then, Shibao, who seemed to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with a triumphant smirk, as if to say, "You're still too naive." He swung his arm, intending to assassinate the nearby Lin Zile with a sharp blade. But did he really think he'd let him succeed? Lin Zile was a step faster, bringing his sword down in a slash that made Shibao instantly cough up blood. He collapsed onto the tiled floor again, still muttering resentfully. Lin Zile gently pushed up his mask. His hidden gaze revealed nothing but contempt. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Shi Huang was listening to his subordinate's report. Half of the rebelling humans had already been suppressed, and he guaranteed that the rest would not be able to escape. Hearing this, the emperor gave a cold command. He uttered a few dismissive words. Just then, another zombie rushed in, frantically announcing that Shibao was dead. Outside, the moon was high in the sky. But as shouts echoed and more people emerged at Energy Base number 3, it was clear this was destined to be a sleepless night. Back with Lin Zile, he was staring intently at the information for the rockslide scroll, thinking that perhaps it wasn't necessary to waste a diamond-grade scroll. After another moment of internal debate, Lin Zile pulled out 10 soul beads and a blue potion from his inventory. He sat in a corner and consumed the entire pile of functional items within 2 minutes. After leveling up, a stats interface appeared. This time, Lin Zile decided to increase his spirit stat, and then came the part he was looking forward to. System. Hurry up and draw a diamond-grade equipment for me. The screen in front of him displayed the information for the soaring flash greaves. Lin Zile realized it was a speed-type equipment. He chuckled, thinking that if he used this, Newton would probably roll over in his grave. At that moment, a squad of Corpse Clan soldiers had appeared outside the secret chamber. They were all arguing amongst themselves about what could have happened to Shibao. As they were bickering, a somewhat familiar set of mecha armor was suddenly thrown toward them. When they got a clear look, they panicked even more, because it was none other than General Shibao's. They weren't given long to be surprised. A series of skills were stacked and unleashed at a speed they couldn't even perceive. Lin Zile clenched his fist, and a perfectly timed explosion erupted, blowing them to smithereens. Lin Zile then found Yu Tong and Dong Gai. The two of them, who were enthusiastically slaughtering zombies, grew excited. The mission's done, let's bounce. A few minutes later, among the group of people fleeing Shi City, Lin Zile, Gui Tong, and Dong Gai quietly disguised themselves and blended in. He looked at the young man he had chosen to lead the group. He felt a little proud of his judgment. Just then, the young man happened to turn around, his face full of hope as he pointed toward the city gate. Brothers, we're almost there. As Lin Zile was walking among the crowd, the system issued an assistance quest to help them escape. Lin Zile looked at the mission board with its tempting rewards and silently gave up on his initial plan to ignore it. The group followed the map to a rather large hole and stopped. One of them realized it was the sewer system and groaned in regret. To escape from here, they had to pass through a factory teeming with zombie soldiers. Lin Zile took this opportunity to head over, only halfway. In reality, I just need to fight through a short stretch of road, and I can get everyone out. When the leader of the group saw him, he joyfully called him their savior. Lin Zile didn't respond but simply stretched out his hand towards the sewer and used an ability. A staircase leading down gradually appeared. Then, he gave an order, telling a group with good shooting skills to move to the front to support the team behind them. The rest of you, follow me. Lin Zile led the way down into the sewer. The people above could clearly see the scene below and hesitated. It was all filthy water, impossible to step into. How could a trivial matter like this stop Lin Zile? He gently raised his hand, and the dirty water below quickly parted, revealing a small path. Seeing this, the group rejoiced, hailing him as a god. He continued to lead the group forward. Lin Zile pointed at a wall and ordered everyone to shoot at it. He was a bit frustrated internally because he didn't have the ability to manipulate Earth, which made things so time-consuming. Lin Zile stood outside, bored, watching his group fight with the zombies. As he observed, he guessed that this location had probably been exposed, so they had to speed up. He timed his move perfectly, reminding everyone to get ready and remember to run fast once they got out. He glanced behind him and said coldly, "It's your own lives on the line." Water began to pour in violently, but he quickly manipulated the energy, causing it to split into 2 directions. Lin Zile was stunned by the terrifying drain on his mental energy. He yelled at them to run. As the group ran with all their might, he stood perfectly still, holding back the rushing water. On the calm river outside Zombie City, waves suddenly erupted as a large number of people emerged from under the water's surface. Meanwhile, Lin Zile watched the continuous notifications popping up from the system and felt as if his very soul was ascending. He felt like he'd never been stronger. All his fatigue had turned to dust. But he didn't forget to remind the remaining people, "Get out of there for me. Now. Don't dawdle." Up on the city wall, the zombies were boredly staring at the sky when one of them suddenly noticed a large group of people running out from the river below and shrieked in alarm. The defensive weapons activated immediately. Beams of energy shot down from the city wall, and soon the number of people had been significantly reduced. Things weren't easy for the zombies either. Seeing such a large human population, one of them rushed off to report to the zombie emperor. In the palace, the zombie emperor ignored the suggestion to pursue them and directly ordered the activation of the laser cannon. It was a superweapon from the Zerg Mother's spaceship, so there was no need to worry about consumption. The order was given by the zombie emperor himself. No changes were permitted, so a giant cannon barrel quickly appeared on the city wall. As it charged, the mouth of the cannon emitted a brilliant light like the midday sun. With a single explosion, no one knew what had happened. No one saw how the cannonball flew out. They only saw that the area where the group had been in the distance had been blasted into a massive cloud of dust and ash. Lin Zile looked at the death notifications piling up on the system screen. He cursed inwardly, "I save all of you, but who's going to make up for my lost experience points?" Lin Zile used his old trick again, controlling the consciousness of a guillotine near the wall. He then maneuvered its body forward to see what was happening. As he crawled to the base of the cannon, he overheard a conversation between the zombies. One said the energy was depleted, but another voice replied that the zombie emperor had given a verbal command to deploy the entire city's energy core. The guillotine's body burst into flames as Lin Zile let out a deep, sinister laugh internally. "You guys are really going through a lot of trouble." The zombie emperor sat in his palace, observing everything on a monitor. He cackled with glee, his face filled with satisfaction. "Those who dare to humiliate me must pay a painful price." A zombie entered and reported that 5 battalions had been sent to the sewer to capture people. The zombie emperor generously offered a word of praise. Another one approached, bowing his head to report. "The laser cannon has finished recharging and is about to fire its 4th shot." Back on the battlefield, a zombie pointed in one direction and ordered it to fire, but the incredibly powerful laser cannon, which had been so successful, suddenly misfired and didn't shoot. The zombies gathered in confusion, whispering. The laser cannon, personally modified by the zombie race, had always been very stable. "What's going on?" One of them began to tremble, mashing keys randomly on the console. The zombie emperor is watching. Try to turn it back on. In the midst of their confusion, the screen suddenly went black. The cannon's barrel then began to glow, sending them into a panic. Why is it charging up? Didn't it just fail to fire? Unfortunately, their cries changed nothing. The cannonball fired directly into the city wall. Its immense power caused the towering wall to crack. Rocks and debris fell, crushing the surrounding zombies. The guillotine, whose consciousness was being controlled by Lin Zile, was still safe in the old spot. Lin Zile was currently extremely suspicious, completely unaware that the system's operations had been altered, so it was just a stroke of dumb luck. The massive explosion knocked the zombies off the city wall. Goetong seized the opportunity to approach the laser cannon and insert a different chip into its system. While the enemy reinforcements had yet to arrive, Lin Zile shouted loudly, "At this moment, the firepower from above has weakened, so everyone, run now." The number of people who escaped the city's perimeter was directly proportional to the number of reward notifications from the system, which quickly caused his level to rise. Lin Zile had already anticipated this situation, so it was no surprise when he immediately chose the physique attribute. Even though he wasn't surprised, he still narcissistically praised himself in his head, calling himself a genius for leveling up twice in just a few hours. As Lin Zile was concentrating on controlling the water currents, a person ran up to report that they couldn't hold on outside much longer. He thought to himself that this should be enough. There was no need to risk his life for experience points, so he ordered, "Announce a full retreat within 10 minutes. The rest will have to fend for themselves." The man reminded Lin Zile to take care before following the crowd out. At that moment, Gui Tong also returned, with a horde of zombies chasing him. Annoyed by the hassle, Gui Tong turned back and casually unleashed a skill, blowing the pursuers to smithereens. The big guy on the other side was quick enough to shut the gate. Lin Zile looked at them and waved, telling them to go on ahead. he would give the zombies one last surprise. As Lin Zile was concentrating on compressing water, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from behind. Shi Ying rushed in, and seeing the desolate scene, he became furious. Damn it, they all got away again. Just then, Lin Zile spoke up, making his presence known. Aren't I still here? Shi Ying wasn't happy to have caught someone. Instead, he was extremely wary. This is bad. There must be a trick. Lin Zile sneered, his tone mocking. Have some confidence. Get rid of the must be. With that, he released his hands, and the sphere of water that had been continuously compressed was finally released, pouring out like a massive flood. Shi Ying reflexively took flight, but his underlings weren't so lucky. They struggled beneath the current, screaming hoarsely for help. Lin Zile flew out from within the water, borne on a pair of brilliant wings. His expression seemed a bit displeased as he thought to himself, the number of rebels was at least 300,000, but now only 3,000 remain. If they had survived a little longer, I would have gotten more experience points. Far outside the city, Hua Xingshen spoke to Lin Zile through the AI. Confused. Why did the three of you need the main army for reinforcements? Lin Zile silently corrected him in his mind. Not 3, but 3,000. The man's eyes widened in amazement, and Lin Zile gave a smug smile. Believe me now? Hua Xingshen didn't answer his question, instead focusing on giving instructions over the comms. Battalion commander. Long story short, you need to prepare a few more large vehicles. He then pointed at the massive crowd behind them and asked Zile, why bring so many people? He casually replied, to handle a few minor tasks, nothing worth mentioning. Thinking of Shi Bao, he smiled and listed a few leisure activities, strolling around the city, enjoying the scenery, and dealing with a certain leopard. The man asked in alarm, you mean Shi Bao, one of the 12 great generals? Zile answered lightly. His voice was light as he replied, I suppose so. The answer made Hua Xingshen's eyes widen and his jaw drop, leaving him utterly speechless. At Zombie City number 8, a lookout on a high platform looked through his binoculars and shouted in alarm, enemies. Hua Xingshen waved and announced, our hero Lin has returned. Zhou Yiqian and the others surrounded him, expressing their admiration. Zhou Yiqian whispered a reminder, the zombie emperor will definitely send his main army to crush us. We need to retreat fast. He replied calmly, then on our way back, we'll just have to study hard. He silently assessed this as a great opportunity to farm world influence. The vehicle sped down the road while everyone inside discussed the plan. Zile confidently volunteered to get everyone inside, already thinking to himself, all the zombies meant for the mecha team are mine. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the ruins. Zhou Yishen began to analyze the situation. This time, the main zombie army is ferocious. We'll definitely need a rear guard. Any squad leaders willing to volunteer? He didn't answer, silently objecting in his mind, guarding the rear this time. What's the difference between that and dying? Zhou Yiqian directly assigned the mission to Uncle Pang. Take Squad 5 and hold the line. I will allocate heavy weapons to you. He asked why they weren't splitting into small groups like before, and the young man explained, that won't work this time. If the enemy goes all out, they'll expose the location of our camp. Lin Zile crossed his arms, silently sizing up the experience bags he had worked so hard to train. He spoke up, asking, why does it have to be Squad 5? The young man looked at him and explained, they're the elite. We can sacrifice fewer of them to ensure the survival of the rest. This is war. Lin Zile turned away, calculating silently. Whatever, getting to the spaceship in the mid to late phase is the real priority. These 3,000 people I just rescued can also serve as experience bags. Uncle Pang opened the door and looked out, wondering to himself as he scanned the surroundings. Is the camp going to be divided again? A gust of wind swept by. Zile stood on the ground, looking at the screen in his hand. He just sent a message to Uncle Pang, telling everyone to retreat quickly. The other person's phone lay on the ground, its screen splattered with blood. Uncle Pang was now in the clutches of a zombie. His head was no longer intact. Shi Huang's command rang out, kill every last one of them, charge. Lin Zile, completely unaware, was still staring thoughtfully at his phone screen. Zhou Yiqian turned to inform the two of them that the metal door's security measure was now completely locked. No one, including himself, had the authority to open it. He thought to himself, once I finish the main quest of this instance, I can return to Blue Star. But I have to get the mecha. He whispered to Hua Xingshen. What was that method you mentioned earlier for getting into the central mothership? He answered in a low voice. We have a secret passage that can bypass the zombie army and lead straight to the ship. But we might be discovered by the zombies inside the ship. Hearing this, Lin Zile felt a thrill of excitement. Ah, my favorite part. A stealth mission. He pushed the door open, only to be met by a massive crowd of cheering fans. But he told himself it was nothing. The scenes on Blue Star were much grander than this. Lin Zile said to Zhou Yitian, "Boss, arrange accommodations for these 3,000 people. From now on, they'll be with me." He immediately agreed, fulfilling his duty as a battalion commander. At the training ground, Lin Zile sat on a chair, watching everyone train together. He considered things while sipping a hot drink. The experience from the captain's mission plus the contract mission. It was about time to cash it in. Suddenly, a large red electronic panel appeared before him, displaying a congratulatory message for leveling up, along with his rewards. Zile stared at the notification panel's contents, his heart buzzing with astonishment. Leveled up again. It's only been 4 months since I was reborn. This is way too fast. Grinning from ear to ear, he shouted an order. Increase the training volume. Prepare for war and guard against famine. He was overjoyed. How could he not take advantage of this? Suddenly, the system panel flashed a notification. Danger sense activated. A few seconds later, it flashed again. Danger sense deactivated. This made Zile wonder. Who keeps probing me, flirting with death like this? In the conference room, Lin Zile was speaking. A 10-day lockdown is too short. Let's start it in 1 month. Safety is the top priority. He slammed his hand on the table excitedly. At this moment of life and death for humanity, I must go and seize a chance for survival. Zile emphasized. After this operation, I will be leaving. You will all be Commander Zhou's new recruits. Zhou Yiqian smiled brightly. Why so shy about it? Lin Zile thought to himself, I've got enough experience now. Don't worry, I'm not going to usurp your authority anymore. The group marched outside the battlefield. Shi Huang was determined to get his revenge. The Shi clan members were thrilled. A commoner like me would never have had a chance to enter the central mothership and level up like this before. A Shi clan member came to report, Lord Shi Huang, there's nothing special about the central mothership's opening this time. Shi Huang was resolute. Keep moving forward. This time, the Shi clan must claim the 2 complete mecha sets inside the spaceship. Suddenly, a periscope emerged from the ground, scanned the surroundings for a moment, and then stopped. An underground cellar appeared. Yiqian instructed Hua Xingqian, you go back to the encampment and bring our people to the ship. Captain Lin and I will scout ahead, Zhou Yiqian said cheerfully. Actually, this passage is the encampment that was completely destroyed by zombies, so they don't usually pay any attention to this place. The group arrived at a large pit. Lin Zile was surprised. He really wants to use the 9-Li Pearl to absorb everything. The group went inside, where many people already lay dead. Zhou Yiqian knocked on a wall. These were all people from the Night Curtain encampment. What's wrong? Come over here and knock on this hollow spot in the wall. Zhou Yiqian knocked again. The wall opened, and he explained, this is a secret passage built by a prehistoric civilization that leads directly to Jishin City. Follow me. Jishin City was the original location where the central mothership eventually crash-landed, and it was heavily damaged. Lin Zile watched the door slowly disappear as Zhou Yiqian placed his hand on it. We're here. Don't make a sound for now, he asked sternly. Do one last check to see if you're ready. You're about to follow me inside. After everyone confirmed they were ready, the door opened. A gust of wind blew past, making him frown. Lin Zile was shocked to see that colossal thing right above his head. Zhou Yiqian stepped inside first, and the others followed. The moment Lin Zile stepped in, the system announced, Final journey successfully activated. Accept quest. He accepted with a smirk. Just as I thought, there's a new quest besides the main one. As Lin Zile walked, the system announced the background, objectives, and rewards for the final journey. After hearing it, he was speechless. Isn't this forcing me to be a robber? Well, I have no choice. Meanwhile, Zhou Yiqian was still rambling. If it weren't for that thing, the Jiwang star would still be ruled by us humans. If it wasn't for that, why would I have come to this instance? Lin Zile looked on. Looking at the pile of equipment before him, he gave a sinister smile. Zhou Yiqian went first, entering the ship's mecha bay. A special inspection is required to enter. Because the spaceship is so massive, we've roughly divided it into 3 levels based on its structure. He opened the door in front of them, revealing a scene of ruin as he continued to explain. The lower level holds the monster area, the food production room, and the storage room. It's mostly been cleared out. The middle level, the science and technology sector, is our destination for this trip. The top level is much like a prehistoric civilized city, used mainly for living. Someone raised their hand and asked, so, where did the aliens who originally lived there go? Zhou Yiqian replied, nobody knows. According to the records, there were no life forms on board when it crashed. Lin Zile was stunned. How did they just vanish into thin air? This has to be a hidden mission. Zhou Yiqian then guided everyone to this area. All communication devices will lose their signal here. Be careful of zombies while you search. Hua Xingchen suggested, why don't we head straight for the science and technology sector? Lin Zile nodded in agreement, observing his surroundings. The space around him was hazy. He frowned, annoyed that there were some spots he couldn't see clearly. Is there some kind of invisible force obstructing my vision here? Lin Zile popped a few soul beads into his mouth. Suddenly, a noise caught everyone's attention. Everyone quickly took cover. Lin Zile peeked out and saw a horde of zombies breaking down a door. They were startled as they looked inside the room. One of them was suddenly attacked by Lin Zile's group, causing the whole horde to scatter in a panic. Gui Tong struck first, running a zombie through. Dan Gok brought a hammer down on the head of the one in front of him, while his blade slashed through two more. Gui Tong's attacks were decisive. Dan Gok crushed another one, splattering blood everywhere, while two more were decapitated. Seeing this, Hua Xingchen wondered, how are you all so proficient at this? Lin Zile chuckled inwardly. How am I supposed to explain this to you? Hua Xingchen spoke up. The zombies aren't on this level now. We should hurry to the science and technology sector. But Lin Zile thought differently. As soon as I get a mecha, I can wipe them all out. They reached the elevator, in the ship's center that connected the floors. They stepped into the elevator to go up. As they ascended, Hua Xingchen explained, the rooms containing the complete mechas are scattered randomly. They're hard to find, and there are lots of zombies. Lin Zile said calmly, if they're hard to find, then we'll just have to find them. And as for the zombies, before he could finish his sentence, the elevator doors opened to reveal a mob of them right in front of them. Without a word, Gui Tong lunged forward and swiftly slit their throats. Lin Zile's fighting spirit surged. I'll kill as many as they can throw at me. One zombie peeked its head out and asked, hey, why haven't you guys come over yet? A zombie in the room yelled, humans are here. Everyone, you have to be careful. Hua Xingchen warned everyone. A shout like that will alert all the other zombies. We're pulling back for now. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the ship's center, a subordinate came to report to Shi Huang. General Shi Yan has sent someone with an important message. He went to hear the report. The fish have entered the tank. When do we pull up the net? Shi Huang smiled sinisterly. Lin Zile gave a mischievous smile. So, we've been found out after all, he thought. If you don't stop me, I'll kill every last one of them. Hua Xingchen sighed. It's a good thing you're used to this, because this place is crawling with zombies. He sounded dejected. Why are there so many? Of these spatial rooms? He then said, I remember a mecha area. Quick, follow me. There must have been many trial takers who failed their trials there. Next, the group followed Hua Xingchen's lead as he began to provide more information. This metal door will conduct the most basic test on you. Once you pass, you can move on to the next test inside the room. He then added with a knowing smile, this one has a 95% difficulty rating. Lin Zile began to gather his power. Seeing him channel a massive amount of power for the test, Hua Xingchen was astonished. Just how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Suddenly, Lin Zile turned and commanded, while I'm taking this test, take my two brothers and go search. He agreed. As he watched Lin Zile's retreating back, Hua Xingchen was filled with hope. Humanity is about to get its second Grand General. Meanwhile, Lin Zile commented to himself, I wonder if he'll cry when he learns the truth. As the streams of power enveloped Zile, the system immediately announced, test initiated, detecting a brave warrior accepting the trial for the Holy Light Mecha. A simulated trial will now be generated based on the compatibility between the two parties. Lin Zile was secretly delighted. Holy Light. Just the name tells me it's good stuff. A thought then occurred to him, this feels incredibly real. It can't be as simple as it seems. On the surface. The system then issued the mission. Maximum trial duration. 30 days. Brave warrior, please approach the table. And answer the question on the paper. Lin Zile gripped his sword, raising it high with a determined look. A question from the machine god race. I doubt I'll be able to solve it. Might as well just smash it to pieces. Then, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise because of how easy it was. As he wrote down the answer, however, Lin Zile grew suspicious. There must be a trap. 1 + 1 can't possibly equal 2. But miraculously, the moment he wrote down the number 2, the system declared the trial complete. Please, inheriting the Holy Light Mech. Seeing this, Lin Zile felt a little guilty. It's as simple as that. Huh. I guess I really shouldn't have doubted my math teacher. Staring at the armor in front of him, he was utterly confused. Is this the difficulty the battalion commander was talking about? Next, Lin Zile placed his hand on the mech's shoulder, and the system immediately announced that it was temporary diamond-grade equipment for this dungeon and wouldn't conflict with other equipment sets. Then, It brought up an analysis panel detailing its remaining energy source, attributes, and the suit's skills. He couldn't believe this was just a support battle armor for a top-tier professional like him. Glancing at the shimmering lights radiating from the mech, he retracted it into his hand, and Lin Zile thought to himself, "Oh well, every little bit helps. I'll go check out the other mechs." With a dissatisfied look on his face, he started, walking away, saying, "I'm coming out." Seeing this, Hua Xingtian tried to console him. "That was fast, but don't worry, there's no shame in failing." He placed his hand on Dongok's shoulder and suggested, maybe it just wasn't the right fit. Let Dongok give it a try. But Lin Zile stopped him. "Those two don't need to go." Hua Xingtian disagreed. "The trial's difficulty changes, depending on the person. Don't be so selfish." Lin Zile thought to himself, "Such brotherly spirit. You're just serving your face up for me to slap." And to Hua Xingtian's astonishment, Lin Zile equipped the armor. Not only that, he even commented, "The Holy Light mech's abilities are pretty average." Hua Xingtian couldn't believe it. 100 years ago, a senior had to be tempered under the Holy Light for a month, and yet it only took you 5 minutes. Lin Zile commented internally, "I'm not exactly kindergarten-level math." However, outwardly, he maintained a cool facade. "You yourself said it depends on the person," he said, which only strengthened Hua Xingtian's hopes. Captain Lin's strength is truly fearsome. Afterwards, under Hua Xingtian's adoring gaze, Lin Zile called out, "Let's go to the next location. A trial of this level isn't even worth my time." At the same time, a sarcastic thought popped into his head. "I'm sure you could do it too, old man." A battle between humans and zombies was erupting. Wu Nanxing hid nearby, filled with rage as she watched her people get killed. She asked, "Battalion commander, what should we do in this situation?" Zhu Yitian immediately commanded, "Quickly, take the rest of the survivors to the second floor. Find a suitable place to hide or find Hua Xingtian and Lin Zile's group." Hearing this, Wu Nanxing asked doubtfully, "What about you, commander? Are you coming with us?" He refused and explained his reason. "Uncle Pang's second team will be here soon. I have to go outside and stop them from coming in." She replied resolutely, "I will go. Find Captain Lin. He'll definitely know what to do." At the same time, on the second floor, Lin Zile asked, "This isn't working, Brother Hua. Don't we have any information on the general locations of the other mechs?" He replied, "No, because it's already extremely difficult for us humans to even reach the second floor." Seeing Hua Xingtian searching tirelessly, an idea sparked in Lin Zile's mind. "You humans may not know, but the zombies will." With that thought, Lin Zile began to conjure magical energy in his hand while asking for more information. "Do you understand the way zombies walk and their mannerisms?" Hua Xingtian replied that he did, as that was part of their training, to improve their combat capabilities against zombies. Hearing this, Lin Zile pushed the power in his hand towards the zombies, shouting, "Good that you understand. Just keep imitating them and you'll get it." After that, everyone transformed into zombies, and he began to explain his detailed plan. "All right, here's the deal. My name is Shi Luo. He's Shi Delong, and he's Shi Dongqiang. And you are Shi Xingtian, got it?" Seeing this, Hua Xingtian was astonished. "Brother Shi Luo, so this is how you managed to get into Zombie Emperor City." Lin Zile told him to cut the chatter. He then walked over to a dead zombie, picked up its ID card, and gave an order. "Now, let's just randomly find a lucky squad." Hua Xingtian immediately complied. After walking for a short while, the group spotted a zombie squad. Lin Zile called out, "Brother Shi, how's the haul for you and your men?" The one opposite him replied, "Who are you? I don't remember you." Lin Zile immediately stepped behind him and slung an arm over his shoulder, acting familiar. "Have you forgotten? I was standing right next to you at the elite assembly. We even had a drink together." In reality, that festival was organized to select elites for the spaceship. Hearing this, the zombie nodded. "You know, I think I do have some vague recollection." Lin Zile immediately continued cheerfully, "See, I knew we were good brothers. You finally remembered me." Then, he guided the conversation to the main topic. "So, how's the haul been for you guys?" Thinking he was talking to an acquaintance, the bald zombie answered frankly, "We opened his ship cabin earlier and found over 20 laser guns. We've already handed them all over to the higher-ups for achievement points." Hearing this, Lin Zile praised him. "That's awesome. Unlike us, we've only found one gun." The zombie replied in surprise, "You've only found one in 3 days." Lin Zile pointed a finger at Hua Xingtian. "And it's all because this guy insisted on trying out a mech, wasting 2 whole days." Hua Xingtian immediately played along, retorting, "And what about you? Weren't you the one who just slacked off outside and refused to do any work? Hearing this, the zombie became suspicious. Which mech bay were you guys trying out? Lin Zile rejoiced internally. Bingo, my brother. You're heading right where I want you. Outwardly, he answered that it was the most powerful mech. The bald member of the Shi clan guessed it was the suit that even the great zombie emperor had to shake his head at because, how hard can it be? Lin Zile was sure. This is the one. I really don't get what's so great about it that this guy is so desperate to challenge it. Hearing this, the man suggested, Brother, why don't you go try the Feng Ji armor? That one's simple. He scratched his head as if he had forgotten. Where is that armor again? The bald Shi clansman answered immediately. Area B03. When Lord Shi Huang announced the news, weren't you paying attention? At the same time, he thought to himself, with an idiot like you around, we'll be able to find even more. Then he wondered, why haven't you left yet? Zile replied, because I feel like I can't just wait on the sidelines this time. If we're going to inherit something, we'll do it together. Hua Tixing, standing beside him, added, but we don't know which one is suitable for us. The bald Shi clansman laughed loudly. Isn't that simple? First, he pointed at Dan Gok. This brawny brother is suited for the new Ma armor in area L27. Next was Gui Tong. This smaller brother should go for the Wu Ying armor in area P36. And finally, addressing Hua Tixing, as for you, just keep challenging the one in area A13. Who knows, you might actually succeed. After he had given directions to each of them, Lin Zile put his hands in his pockets and said, All right, we'll be on our way then. But we need to borrow something first. The bald Shi clansman asked curiously, Borrow what? And then, a blade slashed right into his head. Lin Zile held the blood-soaked sword firmly and gave a slight smile. I'm borrowing your head. He explained his action and gave an order. As long as we kill them all, no one will know we snuck in. Let's move. Hua Tixing pointed to the door and said, Brother Dongok, hurry and give it a try. Lin Zile raised his hand. Let me go first. Hua Tixing tried to stop him. Captain Lin, just from its name, you can tell. This armor is a better fit for Dongok. If you try, I'm afraid the difficulty will increase. The door then opened. Lin Zile stepped inside and reassured them, I will be quick. Just wait a moment. He chuckled to himself. It's not going to be what I think it is, right? The system's announcement was the same as last time, stating that he had 30 days to answer the question on the piece of paper on the table. Lin Zile scoffed, keeping the same layout. They're really cutting corners. But then his eyes landed on the problem. 2 times 2. Lin Zile remarked, Wow, they even upgraded it to multiplication. Maybe I should have let Dan Gok go. Seeing him hold up the answer 3, the system warned, Brave one, if you are not satisfied with the incorrect answer and have thought of the correct one, you may rewrite it. But Lin Zile insisted, this is the answer I want. The system immediately announced, because the brave one did not perform well this time, the difficulty of the next test will be reduced. We hope you will continue to strive. He laughed, predicting, it'll probably be reduced to 1 + 1. Dan Gok then placed his hand on the door's screen. Outside, Lin Zile commanded, you two head to area P36 first. There's another Wu Ying armor waiting there. The two immediately left, while he smiled faintly. At this moment, Lin Zile focused his gaze, and it turned out he could see the scene inside. Dan Gok's test environment and system announcement were completely different. The test will last for 1 day. The brave one must kill every new Ma that appears in the simulated location. Suddenly, a lion charged forward, and Dan Gok immediately smashed it with his hammer. Seeing this, Lin Zile silently assessed, the power of this new Ma is less than Dan Gok's. Dealing with it should be easy. He then surmised the test that made even Shi Huang shake his head can't possibly be simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, can it? Suddenly, Lin Zile was startled by a loud noise coming from the hallway ahead. Interestingly, it was Wu Nanqing fighting with a zombie. All of a sudden, a system notification popped up. Player has encountered a skirmish between a human and a zombie, activating the spaceship melee mission. At that moment, the zombie was sent flying. Lin Zile managed to catch him, and the zombie immediately thanked him. I will report your good deed to the higher-ups. Then, the zombie lunged forward to attack. Take this. He was immediately struck by one of Lin Zile's whips. He turned his head and cursed angrily. You bastard! Lin Zile donned a suit of armor to block the zombie's attack, while it screamed, Damn you! Are you trying to rebel? Why are you helping a human? The zombie's head flew off as Lin Zile ordered, Combat Simulation. Open. Along with the pained screams and threats of the other zombies, Lord Shi Huang will definitely kill you all. was the sound of the system rewarding him with experience points and gold coins for completing the mission. Once it was over, he changed back into his original clothes and asked, "You guys made it to the second floor already?" Wu Nanqing reported, "We fell into Lord Shi Huang's trap. Casualties are heavy. The battalion commander is holding them off by himself. Pang Shu came in here on a suicide mission." Lin Zile ordered, "Quick, tell them to find a cabin to hide. You and Shu Hong, after you get them settled, come find me." Wu Nanqing acknowledged the order. He then raised his sword high, his eyes filled with determination. "All right then, I guess I'll have to get serious and play with you scumbags." Lin Zile watched helplessly as Wu Nanqing and the other person wandered around aimlessly. He then handed them a piece of paper and gave them instructions. "You guys go to the first floor and check for news about Pang Shu. I'll go on ahead to scout." Lin Zile turned away, unable to suppress a slight chuckle. "It's better if I go alone to sneak around." He walked off, moving forward slowly and cautiously. He was surprised to see a crowd of zombies gathered up ahead. "This Ming Wang armor is so popular, I won't have to waste any energy looking for it." Immediately after, Lin Zile jumped into the back of the line. Was there any difference between him and the zombies? The zombies turned away dejectedly, unable to hide their disappointment. "Damn it, I failed again." The leader was startled to see him approach and couldn't help but sneer. "Someone like you can get in here now?" A moment later, he was extremely surprised and cried out with an awkward laugh. "What's your name? You've really brought honor to our zombie clan." He smiled and said the name Shi Luo. After Lin Zile stepped inside, they cried out urgently, "Quick, go report to the zombie emperor." The system's notification sound rang out, confusing him. Detected a warrior accepting the Hades mech trial. "This isn't going to be a linear equation with two variables, is it?" The system's voice continued its announcement, simulating trial based on the warrior's physical coordination progress. Lin Zile stepped into a vast, empty space. "Looks like I'll have to fight this time." The system's voice continued, scanning warriors' physical data, participating in this trial. After hearing the system's results, he couldn't help but be surprised. Scan complete. Simulating mimic. A figure slowly began to form in front of him. A moment later, the mimic's figure appeared more clearly before Lin Zile. He couldn't help but stare at his copy and praise it endlessly. "Man, I'm ridiculously handsome." The system's voice rang out again. Outer spaceship, bracelet of annihilation, elemental ring, all appeared at once. The equipment on the copy's body shocked him. Gold tier equipment, sure, whatever. But to simulate diamond tier equipment just like that, this ability is just insane. A hint of unease appeared on Lin Zile's face as he thought, "This is bad. It can even simulate epic tier items." He slashed his sword fiercely at the protective barrier, but it seemed to have no effect. Lin Zile looked at his clone and cried out in worry, "I'm screwed this time." A shocking sound reverberated throughout the entire base. The zombie emperor stood amidst the tremors. He immediately threw Meng Li to the ground. "Shatter." He gave an order to his subordinate while laughing inwardly, "Tell the entire army on the first floor to evacuate the spaceship, and the elites scouting the second floor should halt as well." The Hades mech trial is always this chaotic. Inside the room, a strange object appeared. A zombie shouted a warning, "Hey, don't go over there." He waved his hand, warning, "If you get any closer, you'll melt." A strange liquid was overflowing from inside. The zombie on guard was surprised to see it. The liquid spread to the door of the Hades mech trial room. It even climbed up the door itself. Inside, Lin Zile and his clone both had grim expressions. He pointed his sword at it and smiled faintly. "Well then, shall we begin?" Lin Zile looked at his copy. A long list of information about the clone appeared on the system notification. He clapped lightly and smiled. "So this is what I look like in the eyes of others." The two stared each other down, preparing for battle. Lin Zile quickly dashed forward to attack. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared, stunning him. "Where did my aura go?" They both leaped up at the same time, clashing in a fierce battle. Both used identical attacks, making it impossible to tell who was who. Victory or defeat in this blow. Seeing this, Lin Zile became very serious. "Even its defensive methods are exactly what I was thinking." The mimic quickly slashed, pushing him back. It swiftly raised its sword and brought it down. Lin Zile quickly used his skill to block it. A powerful flame attack from the clone shot towards him, but it was stopped. Lin Zile immediately counterattacked, striking hard at the clone. It quickly used an identical skill to block him. As he fought, Lin Zile couldn't help but sigh, "This is brutal. It doesn't even give me a chance to rest." The impact of their clashes was enormous, but his attacks were blocked again. Lin Zile and the clone kept using the exact same moves, making him feel anxious. This can't go on. Immediately, he had an idea. "Let's try changing weapons on the fly." The clone nimbly dodged Lin Zile's blade, while a small dagger stabbed fiercely towards him. The two fought with extreme ferocity. All of his attacks were blocked by the clone, and in turn, he managed to block all of its attacks. Lin Zile quickly dodged backward and couldn't help but exclaim, "This reaction speed is terrifying. There isn't even a 0.01 second delay." He immediately used a newer skill. The more a person calculates, the more they become bound by their own thoughts. His clone still managed to unleash the same skill. Seeing this, Lin Zile became furious. "How are you secretly enchanting your weapon too? You even learned such a despicable move." The two rushed at each other again, one attacked while the other blocked, and vice versa. A moment later, Lin Zile flipped into the air and launched an attack on the clone from above. The shield appeared again and protected it. Lin Zile looked at the clone's scornful face and couldn't help but get angry. "It even learned how to taunt me." Angrily, he tried to calm himself down. "No, I have to snap out of it." Soon after, Zile calmed down and began to analyze the situation. "It can copy my fighting style model." He continuously copied his moves exactly, and the two of them fought fiercely. As Lin Zile punched the clone's face, he couldn't help but think, "What about this?" He unleashed hundreds of powerful, frantic blows. Finally, Lin Zile managed to land a hit on his own clone. Just as the clone was still reeling, another punch landed. He was beaten until his face was covered in wounds. Lin Zile was thrilled. This was the most primitive human fighting style, the scoundrel's fist, which was basically just closing your eyes and swinging wildly. His face darkened as he quickly caught one of the punches. Then, he chuckled softly. "This fighting style of yours is ridiculous. Now, it's my turn." Lin Zile was completely shocked. His scoundrel's fist was countered so quickly. Lin Zile backed away a few millimeters. He muttered to himself, "What is going on?" With that, he closed his eyelids and then opened his eyes, activating his observation ability. In front of Lin Zile was an image of the mimic shooting lasers from its eyes, and he immediately understood. Shi Hongli's analytical eye can predict moves, and it's also powered by the massive boost from the Zhong M spaceship. Now that he had figured out his opponent's superpower, this was just a trivial matter for him. "Predicting my scoundrel's fist, huh? I know your weakness now, you little brat." Saying that, Lin Zile burst out laughing and activated a fog machine. Because Lin Zile was now confident of his victory. "If my prediction ability can't beat yours, then let's just get rid of it altogether." The mimic looked around, unsure of what to think, but only Lin Zile's sarcastic voice echoed through the room. "You better be careful with those damn eyes of yours." Instantly, the mimic fired lasers in the direction of Lin Zile's voice. Who would have thought it almost hit him right in the vitals? It saw that Lin Zile was still safe, albeit a little dirty. The mimic had no choice but to activate its infrared sensors, and that was the moment it fell right into the trap he had set. Lin Zile noticed it immediately. He ignited the sword in his hand and swiftly slashed at the mimic's neck. The strike landed right on its throat, causing a thick, black liquid to gush out everywhere. The mimic had just taken a slash to the neck, while he calmly leaped backwards. But it seemed Lin Zile's attack had no effect at all, as the wound healed with surprising speed. Seeing this, he wasn't too surprised. "Just like I said. You damn imposter." It was the mimic's turn to act, and it didn't forget its courtesies. "I'm just like you. I'll take full advantage of every edge I have. You can't escape now." Lin Zile witnessed this, but his resolve remained firm. "You're just asking to die." Meanwhile, the mimic engaged in a staring contest. When the mimic saw Lin Zile envelop himself in a golden light and charge forward, it also coated its weapon in a golden light. The mimic easily caught the weapon, but suddenly, the light began to fade. It turned out Lin Zile had just created a diversion. He had already grabbed the mimic's neck at some point. "Even I didn't expect I'd do that." He pinned the mimic down, maintaining his dominant position. "We have the same body. How are you going to break free?" In fact, everything had been part of Lin Zile's plan from the start. As a flame ignited in his hand, it was time for him to act. He smiled and asked the mimic one last question. "Now, you can do your best to predict how many times I can punch you in the face in 1 minute." 14 days passed. He beat the mimic mercilessly, and to top it off, his trash talk was even more vicious. "I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. I bet that's used up all your infinite health. Ha." Lin Zile moved back a bit, summoned his sword, activated its fire mode, and with a single swing, sent the mimic back to dust. After completing the mission, a series of system notifications popped up like a round of applause, making Lin Zile wonder, why is the Golden Finger system being so nice all of a sudden? A moment later, more notifications appeared on the system panel. It seemed Lin Zile realized he had gained a huge benefit, and he gave a wry smile. This mythic-grade item, it's truly something you could search for forever and never find. Next was an update panel giving Lin Zile important instructions about the war god's stance. He felt completely different from an ordinary person, transformed into a living fighting machine. Too bad, you won't get to experience it. On top of that, another surprising reward appeared before him. It was the Hades mech. Before he could even process what was happening, a portal suddenly opened up. Lin Zile saw a strange object in front of him, looking like a golden iron flower. He was stunned and blurted out in disbelief, "Liquid metal." Lin Zile's hand gently touched the armor. Suddenly, his hand trembled. In no time, the armor merged with him, forming a single entity that looked incredibly cool. By changing the light's refractive index, the mech could become invisible, which was interesting. He took the opportunity to test it out. It could even simulate weapons like tentacles. The system then displayed the user manual for the Hades mech. As he read, he contemplated the armor's composition. Doesn't this mean it can always be worn underneath, providing control and enhancement? At this moment, the system announced that Lin Zile was drawing 2 common-grade golden fingers. The system then displayed more information about the item, making him rub his chin. Not bad, but why weren't you working properly just now? Is there something weird about this test room? Then Zile turned and grumbled. It still hasn't given me the golden armor set. As soon as he finished speaking, his wish was granted. He tried it on and read the info. It was a little better than the 4-piece elemental set, but he didn't pay much attention, randomly changing the subject. This is more suited for a simple-minded, muscle-brain type like Big Fool. Let's see how they're doing. Lin Zile teleported and saw a humanoid insect creature chomping on flesh. The system displayed more information about this character, making Lin Zile think with exasperation. What an idiot. Next was Ghost Child cowering in a corner, which made him sigh. Well, it's better than nothing. As long as my world-influencing NPC is okay, that's all that matters. There must be a ton of zombies outside the door by now. Scene change. The zombie emperor was listening to a report from his subordinate. My lord, due to the earlier tremor, the spaceship has sunk several hundred meters. Only the 3rd floor is accessible now. He waved his hand dismissively. Lin Zile strode out confidently, and the zombie emperor's gaze caught his attention. He quickly regained his respectful demeanor. This humble one pays his respects to the great zombie emperor. The emperor seemed a bit annoyed and ordered, "Raise your head and look at me." The zombie emperor didn't seem to care much and asked Zile, "How was the Pluto mech test you participated in?" Seeing this, he replied, "This humble one was fortunate enough to pass the test." Hearing that, the emperor lured him to a place where they could be alone. Once they were alone, the zombie emperor asked Lin Zile, "Now, can you tell me what you experienced during the test?" He obediently pretended to answer. The test arranged for a mimic with the exact same strength and skill as me. At that moment, he wondered, should I eliminate him? Or just kill him right here and now? Just as he was about to act, the zombie emperor added, "The test method was identical to mine." Realizing the emperor still had value, he decided not to act rashly and alert the enemy. "I won't make a move for now. I still haven't collected all the remaining mechs." Meanwhile, the zombie emperor asked, "How did you manage to pass the test?" Zile explained, "At first, I couldn't do anything either. Then, by relying on our zombie instinct for bloodlust and letting go of everything, I barely managed to pass." The zombie emperor was surprised to hear this. Upon hearing that, the zombie emperor's expression changed, and he sighed in disappointment. "It seems you're not the successor I've been looking for after all," he asked kindly. "So, what did you do in there for the remaining time?" He answered bluntly. "Actually, there was a chip on the Pluto mech's tray. I was studying it." Hearing this, the zombie emperor's eyes widened as he interrogated him. "What was on the chip?" Lin Zile replied unflinchingly, "Top secret information related to this spaceship." After hearing that, his demeanor changed instantly. "Give it to me, now." He thought to himself, could it be that what I've been waiting for isn't a person, but this chip? A piece of metal glowed in his hand. He held it up, his eyes burning red, and said, "It's this very piece of metal. It contains a vast amount of top secret information." The zombie emperor took it and placed it into a compartment on his arm. The sparkling card fit perfectly into the small compartment. A few seconds passed, but still, nothing happened. He couldn't help but wonder in astonishment. Could it be that only the Pluto mech can read this information? He placed the card back in his hand. "Now, you try reading it for me." A smirk formed on Zile's lips as he schemed internally. "Watch how I'm going to fool you." The zombie emperor asked cautiously, roughly, "What kind of top-secret information is it?" After getting the answer that it was information related to the machine god tribe, he asked again, "And what else?" Zile's smirk widened as he replied, "The spaceship also said it granted me some sort of authority. As long as I participate in the tests, I can quickly pass them and inherit the mechs." Outwardly, he said, "I will go with you to inherit the mechs now." But inwardly, he was suspicious. "Why do I feel like something's wrong?" Then, the zombie emperor led him to the testing area. Along the way, other zombies saw them and stared with wide eyes. They were so surprised they kept rubbing their eyes, telling themselves they must still be dreaming. After leading Zile to a large gate, they were greeted by a member of the zombie race who introduced the test. The test for this assault mech is to challenge the shockwave. Endure the shockwave's attack for a certain period of time. He decided to give it a try. Zile stepped forward, placed his hand on the red button, and the door opened. Didn't they say the more mechs you have, the harder the difficulty gets? Is that it? The zombie emperor, watching from behind, was half believing, half doubting, wondering to himself, could it really be true? He stepped into the room. He was momentarily speechless, looking at the paper on the table. Staring at the first-grade math problem in front of him, he sarcastically remarked to himself, the difficulty really has increased. After writing down the answer to the calculation, Zile walked over and touched the armor, unable to shake the weird feeling. I'm this strong, so why does this test feel so ridiculous? He reported in a cheerful tone, My lord, it seems it's true. The emperor also looked at him doubtfully. You succeeded. Was that really all it took? Then, he announced in a solemn voice, Zile, now that you have such special privileges along with the Plutomech, your previous status is no longer worthy of you. Therefore, I've decided to bestow upon you the title of Great General of the Zombie Clan. He immediately knelt and held out his hands to receive the reward. This humble one never dared to imagine this day would come. Thank you, my lord. The man turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave instructions. Go and inherit all the mechs with Shimu first, then find me to conduct the Great General's succession ceremony. He quickly obeyed. When Shimu saw him, he congratulated him and invited him to go find the mechs. He replied with a wide grin. Shimu, walking ahead, was resentful. Damn it, he's just some guy who doesn't have a shred of a powerful zombie's aura. He silently retorted, That's because I'm a human, you incredible idiot. After walking for a while, they saw a group of Zile zombies, who then came forward and volunteered. Please wait a moment, he sighed to himself. This is so hard, as he quickly filled in the correct answer. Zile hugged the box, looking at Shimu's utterly shocked face, and smiled brightly, saying he was just lucky. He left happily, silently pleased that he was of great use. Shimu watched him walk through the door, then emerge with a large bag on his shoulder. Seeing the other's reaction, the corner of Ziluo's mouth curled up as he thought proudly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Aren't you, little brother Shimu? Lin Zile stood before the mech, holding out his hand and reminding himself, Time's almost up. I need to ride my pumpkin carriage and get out of here. The mech retracted into a box in his hand. Lin Zile turned his back to the door. He scratched his head and awkwardly suggested to Shimu, It's been a full day and night already. I really can't hold on much longer. How about we rest here for a bit? The other man looked at him with fiery red eyes that held no sincerity, and inwardly retorted, Do you even hear what you're saying? You're tired from inheriting? In the end, his request was approved. He entered a room where 3 other people were present, including Shimu. Lin Zile walked in and sat down. He closed his eyes as if resting, a faint smile on his lips as he silently answered Shimu's question. Tired? I was just messing with you, he thought. He opened his eyes and declared with an energetic face, I will never forget the grace that Lord Shi Huang has shown me. How could I be defeated by such a small difficulty? My headache is gone. Let's set off now. Shimu and the other 2 gritted their teeth in annoyance, baffled by his erratic changes. At that moment, his hand moved quietly. After binding his soul to the weapon, he held the sword in his hand with satisfaction. It's so convenient to be able to conceal its power at will. 2 bright flashes of light sliced off the heads of the 2 people accompanying Shimu. The blade was enveloped in a light of immense destructive power. It stabbed towards Shimu from behind. The giant wood mech was activated, and the powerful blade pierced through its body. Lin Zile held the hilt of the sword, a triumphant smile on his face as he silently asked, A9 Li / enhanced with a crushing attribute, combat stance, and 3 elemental layers. Can you withstand this? A moment later, a red system panel appeared, congratulating him on successfully defeating the boss, much to his disappointment. You fell before I even had a chance to go all out? Next, he wrapped up the head. When Shiruan saw this, she called out in astonishment. Lin Zile cheerfully told Shiruan to run ahead, saying he would cover the rear. He used a golden piece of wood to tap on the wrapped head, while his other hand held a sword. He conjured fireballs, which quickly ignited and started to burn. Suddenly, remembering he had forgotten something, he turned his head and said with a smile, I was so focused on beating him that I forgot about you. Lin Zile slowly walked over and opened the sack covering the head, revealing Shi Jin's head inside. He asked in a caring tone, Shi Jin, are you okay? Shi Jin stammered, only managing to get out a single, complete word. You. The 2 large heads in the corner spoke up. Shi Luo, take Shi Jin and go first. I'll stay here and block the way. These pig-headed people are really bold and arrogant. The other head was also full of excitement and cursed relentlessly. Shimu, we're here today to kill you. You damn Shimu, you killed my human compatriots, and I will definitely avenge them. There are 2 zombies here trying to escape. We can't let them get away. After them. After they spoke, he yelled, "We need to go report this. They're too strong." As he shouted, he dragged Shijin and ran. The 2 large heads floated in the air and swooped down together, landing safely in the arms of Gui Tong, who was kneeling on the ground. As for Lin Zile, he was still in a panic. "They've stolen all the mechs that I packed in the sack. What should I do now?" Shijin, who was being dragged by him, also shouted, "That's so many mechs. We have to report to Shi Huang immediately." At that moment, Shi Huang was giving careful instructions. "Remember to eliminate that entire squad and inform all other squads. No one is to go near the area during this time." He was interrupted by Shi Luo. Shi Huang spoke reassuringly. "Don't panic. Speak slowly." "What happened?" Lin Zile rushed over, panting, and hastily reported, "All of my mechs have been stolen by the humans." The pupils in Shi Huang's fiery red eyes widened, his face darkening in disbelief. Shi Huang's eyes blazed with fire as he raised a clenched fist in front of him, then slammed it straight into Shijin's stomach while demanding, "Where is Shimu?" With him stationed there, how could a human sneak attack possibly succeed? Lin Zile stood by, watching and concluding to himself, "You were asking for a death wish. You're lucky he was the one you hit." While Shijin trembled, hunched over and clutching his stomach, groaning and crying, the other one carefully recounted the events. "I was guarding several resting mechas. Then, a group of humans suddenly rushed out. Grand General Shimu was killed. The 2 of us were lucky to escape." Across from them, Shi Huang exuded an unbelievable pressure as he questioned them. "Based on your strength, what kind of human could possess such power?" The zombie replied, "I only remember a person wearing a black cloak and a mask." This answer made Shi Huang's expression even more furious. He gritted his teeth as if he already knew the answer in his heart. "So you've come here too, after all." With that thought, he bellowed an order, "Immediately dispatch all available Grand Generals here." A moment later, Shi Huang grabbed the leading man, dragging him forward as he confirmed, "That's right, it was this brat." The human was initially controlling the water flow in the sewers. He stared at the man and gritted his teeth. "It seems we're about to find the source of all our troubles. We must capture him alive." Arriving before a large door, Shi Huang raised a hand and touched it, his limb transforming into mecha parts. A loud explosion rang out, and the thick smoke slowly began to clear. Inside, he saw Shimu lying with his eyes wide open, with glaring red words written across his stomach. It wasn't hard to guess they were taunts mixed with vile insults. After reading them, Shi Huang's face turned thunderous as he clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. A second later, he roared, "Summon all zombies. Seal every exit. We must capture him." As for Lin Zile, Shi Huang assigned him the task of leading the 100 elites to find and capture the mecha wielder. He accepted the order with confidence. "Your subordinate will definitely capture all of these human pigs." With that, he led a large number of zombies and set out. They all shouted their objective together. "Do not spare the human pigs, especially not the one in the black cloak and mask." Lin Zile carefully reviewed the background information and rewards on the system panel, silently setting a goal for himself. "I have to find a way to get all the rewards." Suddenly, Shijin appeared and reported, "Grand General, this ship cabin won't open." He reminded him in a stern voice, "I need to sense the mecha's location. Don't bother me." Zile used a mind-linking technique. It seemed to have succeeded, as a man nearby suddenly turned his head and said to the group around him, "Everyone, listen to me. If you follow me in a bit, you'll be able to avoid the zombies' search." With a clap of his hands, he raised his arm and gave a commanding order. "The engine room. I've sensed the mecha's presence. Follow me, quickly." At the first room, Lin Zile and the zombies stood before a large door. He analyzed the situation based on his own experience. It seems the humans have some kind of stealth technology. "That's how I was forced to surrender in the past. Once it's open, all of you get inside and pack the room." Shijin, holding a black device in his hand, suggested, "Why don't we just use this to scan it once?" The next second, Zile slapped him hard across the face, not forgetting to lecture him. "You're a disgrace to all zombies. No matter how much wealth we have, you'd squander it all away. Do you understand the meaning of frugality?" His eyes gazed into the distance, and the zombies immediately cheered in agreement. "The Grand General is so far-sighted." "Pleased," he reminded them sternly. "Remember, as my subordinates, you must all keep in mind the principles of conserving energy and being responsible." They chanted in unison, "Conserve energy, be responsible." Zile then led the way into the room. As the zombies followed him in, he turned back to praise them. "That's right, just like that. We'll do the same for all the following cabins." At the 7th cabin, he observed their formation and commented, "It's still not enough." Lin Zile ordered, "All of you, form a square matrix and march in step." That should be enough to find the hidden human. They immediately obeyed, falling into formation and beginning to count 1, 2 as they marched in unison. Although Shijin was confused, he reluctantly followed along. He watched with a serious expression, then a satisfied smile spread across his face as he rejoiced inwardly. Success! I'm going to rake in the rewards this time. Lin Zile cautiously asked Shijin, humans are truly cunning. You've recorded all the rooms we've already searched, right? Shijin handed him a stack of documents, brimming with confidence. This is all your subordinate's responsibility. Grand General, please take a look. He didn't take them, only reminding him cautiously. Just make sure the records are done well. Don't let our brothers waste time searching again. Then he commanded loudly, I've sensed the Chen I Mecha. Follow me. Quickly. But Shijin spread his arms to block his path. He explained awkwardly, Grand General, we are only responsible for Sector B. We can't overstep our authority. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a powerful slap. Zile yelled, how can you be so stupid? Finding the mecha is the greatest act of loyalty to Shi Huang. Shijin lowered his head and replied, understood. He then led the zombies to Sector Q, where they were met by Shi Huai, who questioned them. Shile, why have you come to Sector Q, which is under my charge? Lin Zile replied urgently, I've sensed the mecha. There's no time to waste. Follow me. He opened a door, constantly reminding them, everyone, be careful. Humans are very cunning. Seeing that it was empty inside, Shi Huai asked Lin Zile irritably, were your senses wrong? He immediately replied, impossible. Zile held up a box. This is the box for my Chennai mech. This must be a human's trick to lure us away. Everyone, be on your guard. Shi Huai called out from behind him, brother. Can you still sense the human's location? Lin Zile quickly turned, pointing as he spoke urgently. Over there. There are some over here too. Let's split up. After hearing this, Shi Huai quickly closed the door and turned to leave. He thought smugly, this time, we have a high chance of winning. He had only taken a few steps before being blocked by spheres shooting out at him. Dense currents of electricity filled the air, then swiftly pierced through his body. Zile then screamed and ran towards him. My brother. Zile held the lifeless body of Shi Huai in his arms, crying hysterically. How could you die like this? Follow me, and let's kill them. He raised his hand high and released 3 spheres into the air. Their name was Mist Bomb Pearl, a silver-grade item. It can quickly generate a thick fog, which specifically impairs the vision of all creatures and reduces their movement speed. Zile grabbed his weapon in a panic, shouting as he ran, this is bad. They're trying to escape. Brothers, follow me. In an instant, everything was enveloped in a dense fog. He smirked and said, as long as we charge out of this fog, we will have achieved a great victory. Lin Zile held a sharp, gleaming blade, a joyful expression on his face as he spoke. This is bad. There's a human guarding the rear. Everyone, be careful. One by one, the zombies in the fog expressed their gratitude. In the next life, we still want to be your subordinates. Our great general is so considerate, leading the charge himself. A moment later, he emerged from the fog, battered and exhausted, collapsing to the ground as if all his strength was gone. Shijin ran over anxiously from a distance. Great general, it's good that you're all right. Zile suddenly turned, crawling on the ground with a hateful expression, his voice filled with self-loathing for his powerlessness. Not forgetting to mention that damned black-cloaked, he struggled to continue giving orders. I must consider whether this is our only chance. Follow me and continue the pursuit. Hearing this, Shijin got scared and looked for a way out by making an excuse to report to Shi Huang. In contrast, the zombies behind him shouted in unison, we swear to follow the great general to the death. He glanced over their determined, loyal faces, then turned his back and broke into a sinister smile. Elsewhere, Gui Tong and another man were setting up a formation on the ground. Lin Zile's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he thought to himself, after getting rid of my conscience, grinding for experience has gotten much faster. In Sector S, Lin Zile suddenly saw Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang, old brother, he said, his face stained with tears. Shi Huai, he was killed by the humans. Those damn humans? Shi Zhang asked. Don't tell me they're heading my way now. He sobbed in response. Exactly. And that terrifying man in the black cloak and mask is with them. He turned to leave, saying to him, I'm not stupid like Shi Huai. Let's go to Sector L and find old brother Shi Zhu first. We'll act together. But inwardly, he thought he needed to find some cannon to go first, then I'll launch a sneak attack. A loud explosion roared as fierce, red flames erupted. Zile was on the ground. Struggling, he shouted, Shi Zhong, Shi Zhu, I've failed you. Somewhere else, Zhou Yiqian was gloating. You pack of zombies think you can hunt humans? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Lin Zile struggled to sit up from the ground. His voice trembling slightly, he said, Brothers, don't worry about me. I have to avenge them. The zombies were immediately fired up. The great general is so divinely brave. We can't let him down. Charge. Another massive explosion went off. They were all thrown in different directions. Lying on the ground, he tried to rally them. For the Shi clan. For Shi Huang. Don't let them get away. Keep chasing them. Panicked, Shi Jin hurriedly ordered 2 zombies near him. Quick, summon the teams from sectors U, B, and W. I have to go report this. Ziluo frowned, thinking with disgust. You really are a coward who's afraid of death. A fist slammed furiously against the wall. A few dozen humans ran circles around you all. Shi Huang asked angrily. All our elites are dead. The future of our Shi clan is completely lost. Just how powerful are these humans? In the end, only Shi Luo managed to make it back alive. 2 zombies approached him and carefully reported. We had clearly set up an inescapable trap, but it seems those humans were able to predict our every move. Damn it. It's like they even knew what color underwear we were wearing. Shi Huang glanced at him lying on the ground, praising him inwardly. It's a good thing Shi Luo recovered so many mechs. He thought for a moment. It seems we have no choice but to take this step. Shi Huang raised his hand and gave an order, completely abandon the 2nd floor. Guard the exit to the 3rd floor. Lin Zile was carried inside and received special care. Shi Jin stood looking at him, reassuring him. Lord Shi Huang will definitely be able to save you, great general. He asked Shi Luo, are you still okay? He gave a slight nod. The Lord observed him silently, noting that he couldn't move anymore. Shi Huang, holding a mech suit, asked first, I can treat you, but it will consume a great deal of energy. It will definitely consume 1 mech suit. You don't mind, do you? He weakly nodded, feeling curious. I really want to see what you're planning. He walked towards the door, then opened the mech suit. Next, he transferred energy to him. Zile grimaced in pain. Shi Huang reminded him, breathe deeply. The headache is normal. Suddenly, Zile shot up, a glowing yellow orb in his hand. He smiled and repeated the words, breathe deeply. I'll be quick. Lin Zile swung his sword at him, but it struck the mech suitcase he was using as a shield. He still didn't understand what was happening. What is with this kid? He leaped up. With a wave of his hand, the fragments from the mech suitcase shot towards his opponent. Shi Huang quickly waved his own hand to dispel them. Zile continued to unleash streams of energy as weapons. He continued to dispel them, only now realizing, I really did underestimate you. He had recovered to a healthy state. Just then, the system panel displayed a notification, mission activated. Shi Huang's might. It included background info on Shi Huang's terrifying abilities and dangerous nature, with the objective of surviving his pursuit. The rewards would be based on the escape time and actions taken during the escape. As he pressed the accept mission button on the screen, he asked, aren't you surprised that I'm the one in the black cloak? Shi Huang retorted, I should have known that the one causing the biggest stir would have to be humanity's child of destiny. Zile glanced at him and continued, you just wanted to use me to absorb the most mech suits. He then tossed a mech suit to him. What's the big deal if I share one with you? As Shi Huang absorbed it, he issued a threat. You'll pay the price for your foolishness. Lin Zile was indignant. You talk a big game, but aren't you still obediently absorbing it? Lin Zile checked Shi Huang's information on the system and silently came to a conclusion. A monster with infinite growth. But your growth stops here. Looks like I have to end this quickly. He said with confidence, prepare to die. After this, all the mech suits will belong to me. He held the sword in his hand, now wreathed in flames. He replied curtly with one phrase. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. With that, Zile charged forward to attack. He quickly blocked the sword in front of his chest. Then, he was knocked backward. He stumbled back a few steps as Shi Huang provoked him. In a situation like this, you choose such an extremely dangerous approach. Zile silently retorted, strike while you're weak, and take your life. He simultaneously pinned him to the ground and used metal bands to bind his body. Only after wrapping him into a giant cocoon did he stop. Just then, the system panel displayed a notification, Heavenly Corpse Shield, which utilizes fallen metal strips around the body. It forms a large cocoon of metal strips to defend against attacks and increase damage reduction. Zile gritted his teeth in defiance. Damn it. His power on the analysis panel is clearly not as high as mine. This is absurd. He raised the sword in his hand. Too bad for you. I just unlocked a god-tier talent that can concentrate all my body's power into a single point. Zile swung the blade straight down, using a single point to break the surface. One slash to cut through everything. He pulled the sword out of the cocoon, a drop of blood lingering on its tip. Zile swallowed several spirit stones. He raised the blood-stained sword high. The fancy moves are over. Next, it's time for overwhelming firepower. Lin Zile gathered his resources, creating a sphere like a mass of fire energy. To prepare a proper beatdown for his opponent, He used his power to summon multiple bombs into his hands. These were all things he had collected from the spaceship. Without letting his opponent react, he hurled them straight at the radioactive creature. Time for payback. In Lin Zile's hand was the energy sphere he had created earlier, combined with the power of the Ring of Destruction. The destructive effect created from all damage is increased by 20%. With a confident face, he looked at the sphere and said calmly, "How long can you possibly last?" The radioactive creature, Erdo, was furious at being tricked. After taking a beating, it launched a counterattack against Zile. "You're too arrogant." But this Lin Zile wasn't one for empty threats. He went straight for a beatdown with the destructive power of his giant energy sphere. The sphere shot towards the radioactive creature Erdo. Just as it was about to retaliate, Lin Zile was always one step ahead. Never mind the place containing it, even money would be obliterated. It had just managed to create a tiny sphere to throw at his large one. The two collided. The power from the sphere's explosion nearly annihilated its habitat. The surrounding space was filled with white smoke, with only the sound of a deafening explosion that seemed to tear the sky apart. The radioactive creature Erdo appeared out of nowhere in front of Lin Zile, planning a sneak attack using its corpse key screen. This was to create a large amount of corpse chi that would spread out to curse the opponent, lowering their attributes and movement speed. Their mood would become unstable, with a certain chance of being infected by corpse poison. Then, it arrogantly uttered a few challenging words. "It even helps me conserve energy for what's next." Zile thought the guy in front of him was incredibly naive. Although this move contained corpse poison, it was truly something else to dare and pull such an old sneak attack on him. With a look that was 30% coldness and 70% mockery, he casually cleaned out his ear and replied, "It seems these little tricks of yours have absolutely no effect on me." Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly materialized a sword of fire energy, intending to slash at his opponent. But to his surprise, the creature was a step faster, parrying the sudden attack and leaving him looking utterly foolish. Edgar was able to block the attack, but the strange thing was, he seemed completely unaffected by it. While the creature was lost in thought, he moved in a blur of erratic directions, overwhelming its ability to process information and leaving it completely stunned. As it was caught in the illusion, staring blankly at Zile's fleeting after-images, he launched another attack, striking its arm, and then its leg. "Is that all you've got?" Not only was it unable to defend itself, but it foolishly chose to charge straight at him. Lin Zile found its stupidity almost comical. From its title, he expected some level of dignity, but who knew this monster was so lame? His eyes showed no hint of mockery. He simply concluded that its 200 years of combat experience must have gone completely to waste. He could see that in its dazed state, every move it prepared to make exposed a new weakness. So, he used a technique that bound its hands to its chest, completely immobilizing it. Lin Zile channeled his energy, taking a slight step back to build momentum. Edgar broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he realized how dire the situation was. "This is it. I'm done for." Lin Zile unleashed a massive attack that sent terrifying shockwaves through the entire area. White smoke and debris filled the air. The purple energy blast radiated outwards, devastating everything in its path, including the life of the irradiated creature, Edgar. Lin Zile kept his fire sword at the ready, carefully assessing the aftermath. Did that last attack completely finish it off? Suddenly, it launched a surprise attack, thrusting a massive spike straight at Lin Zile. It startled him for a moment, but Zile quickly threw up a shield to block the unexpected assault. He observed that even though its body had been blown to smithereens, it was somehow still contained by the destructive energy of his last attack, and yet, it could still launch a sneak attack. Figuring out its trick, he gave a contemptuous smirk and spoke nonchalantly. "Couldn't you have brought this out a little sooner? You piece of crap." The creature had not only survived but had brazenly upgraded itself to a whole new level. Not only was its armor completely intact, but it had also grown 2 large tentacles on its back. Looking closer at its arm, he saw a writhing mass of small creatures emerging from the armor. The sight was so disgusting it made him want to vomit right there. Can bio-armor grow? Metallic parasites? Emboldened, Edgar grew arrogant, speaking with a wildness, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "My biggest regret right now is that I absorbed that armor and spared your worthless life." If one side was issuing a challenge, the other was more than ready to accept. He pointed his sword at the creature. He had planned to end things quickly to spare them both the trouble, but now, it seemed Zile would have to drag this fight out a bit longer. He was actually starting to get interested, now eager to put an end to this dull match. "This Edgar has gotten a little stronger. The way you were before wasn't fun enough for me." The battle raged on. Edgar gathered his strength again, unleashing another attack at Lin Zile, his body wreathed in purple energy as he yelled, "You disgusting insect!" The attack was fast, but to Lin Zile, it was nothing. He dodged it with ease. After evading for a moment, he steadied his stance and began to unleash his own power. A brilliant golden light enveloped Lin Zile. Although the monster felt threatened, it still put on a brave face, taunting. "Is that all you've got?" It then fired a beam of energy toward Lin Zile, who was in the middle of drawing his bow. The monster wrapped its two tentacles in front of itself, shrouding them in his smoky energy. For a long moment, nothing happened. Edgar grew frantic, completely confused by the lack of an attack. And in that moment of carelessness, an arrow, which had already found its mark, embedded itself in the creature's left shoulder and instantly detonated on the purple monster's body. Despite the explosion, it was completely unharmed. It even said arrogantly, "You dare try such a cheap trick on me." As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a large shield that had blocked the blast was revealed in front of it. Without a word, Lin Zile drew his bow once more. Energy began to gather at the tip of the arrow, forming a sphere that enveloped the arrowhead. This was a lightning element technique, the Thunder God's arrow. Once this arrow is fired, it will activate its thunder state, increasing its speed by 100% and its power by 20%. After hitting the target, it will create area of effect, lightning damage. The empowered arrow shot straight toward the creature hovering in the air. Anticipating the next attack, it quickly coiled its tentacles in front of it. It used one to protect itself, and the other to catch the arrow. But something wasn't right. It was completely caught off guard. How did it suddenly get so much faster? What? He's already injured and I still can't catch him. And his arrow can even change direction to avoid me. This made the radiated creature, Edgar, widen its eyes in shock. This can't be happening. My mind is blown. So, it was forced to use its iron shield to protect itself from the attack. But unexpectedly, it seemed that even using that shield was useless. It froze on the spot, screaming, "How is this possible?" The arrow pierced straight through the barrier, heading straight for Edgar's head. Utterly helpless, all it could do was stare wide-eyed as it came closer and closer. The skill was activated, shattering arrow. After the arrow is fired, a powerful shockwave erupts at the point of impact. Edgar fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Now, it could only lie there trembling, struggling to speak. Before I obtained my god-level talent, this would have been truly impossible. Lin Zile walked towards it and, with a single slash, sent one of its tentacles flying. He thought to himself, "How is this any different from Julie's shattering strike taking off a head?" He replied coldly, "Too bad for you, you ran into me." Just when he thought it was all over, while summoning a green orb. In his hand, he felt something was off. Why hasn't the system announced the kill yet? Should I throw this Gale Elemental Orb? As if sensing danger, the creature quickly got to its feet and backed away, catching him by surprise. One side of its face was injured, but Edgar enveloped it in energy. It sat on the ground, and he couldn't tell what it was doing, but he saw a surge of power envelop it. Something felt different, making him wary and filling the air with a terrifying presence. Realizing what was happening, Lin Zile deduced, "Is this the Devour and Regenerate skill?" Using a skill, he materialized another item, thinking cheerfully. Perfect timing to clear out some old inventory. Suddenly, a massive boulder appeared out of nowhere, right above the creature's head. He had activated another item, the diamond-grade rockslide collapsed scroll. Elsewhere, two soldiers were standing guard in front of a door. One of them sensed the commotion and asked worriedly, "With all that noise, shouldn't we go inside and check?" The other replied calmly, "It's like this every time. Don't worry about Lord Corp's Emperor's business." Back at the fight, Lin Zile discovered something surprising as a red analysis panel appeared before him. Devouring Demon Mech and Epic Grade Armor. Skills: Devour, Demonize. After reading the information on the panel, he became even more interested in the purple monster. "Now, you're finally worthy of a real fight with me." The battle began again. Edgar started swinging its tentacles toward him. To its surprise, a pair of dazzling golden wings appeared on his back, allowing him to dodge the attacks. "What the Dr. Octopus?" it exclaimed while continuing its assault, and taunting him. "Since you found out my secret, you're not leaving this place alive." It attacked relentlessly, forcing him to leap into the air to dodge. But he couldn't evade forever. Lin Zile raised his bow and advanced, speaking. With a mocking tone, "I've met arrogant fools like you before." His bow was now fully drawn, aimed straight at the radiated creature, Edgar. He looked down on it with the eyes of a conqueror, a king gazing upon a worthless peasant. He scoffed, "But do you have my strength?" A massive boulder slammed into the ground. When Lin Zile lifted the stone, the surrounding zombies began to disintegrate. Looking over, he suddenly noticed something. Confused, Lin Zile picked up a chip. Immediately, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to player Yazi for slaying the epic boss. the Corpse Emperor. Congratulations to player Yazzie for being the first player to defeat an epic grade boss. The system's voice continued to announce, congratulations to player Yazzie for reaching level 50. As the second class advancement quest has not been completed, you will be unable to level up further. Lin Zile put the chip away as the system announcements continued. The quest rewards cannot be calculated at this time and will be combined with world influence effects. The system continued, host has slain the Corpse Emperor, completing the Chu Huang mission. After receiving the reward, Lin Zile was extremely confused. What in the world was that all about with the Corpse Emperor? He then stretched and chuckled. All right, first, let's draw my 2 standard cheat items. The system chimed with a series of congratulatory messages. Hearing them, he couldn't help but think joyfully. This shop membership, combined with my peerless ancient body. Doesn't this mean I can become a full-time merchant? A moment later, Lin Zile smiled and gave a command. All right, give me the piece of the destruction set too. Its attributes are exactly the same as the destruction gauntlets. He clenched his fist, marveling, just 2 pieces are already this powerful. I can't even imagine what the full set will be like. Lin Zile suddenly spoke up. All right, the previous rewards are dealt with. Now it's your turn. My super grade cheat item. After hearing the system's announcement, he was ecstatic. This is just insane. Lin Zile grinned from ear to ear, thinking to himself, if there weren't a limit on the number of uses, I could turn every weapon into a money-making treasure. The system immediately presented him with the sword, making him overjoyed. Isn't this a gift from the heavens themselves? Lin Zile was absolutely ecstatic. System notification. Item upgraded. The system surprised him by awarding him a stone for killing an epic-level boss. The system's reminder felt redundant, prompting him to retort, isn't that just stating the obvious? The sound of a successful stone inlay intrigued Zile. With the additional 10% from his 9 Li ring, doesn't that basically make me a perpetual motion machine? He removed the gem from the sword and then looked towards the suit of armor. Lin Zile quickly pushed the stone towards it. You want to absorb the mech suit. Here's my precious. The stone orb immediately flew toward the center of the mecha and was pulled inside by a strong suction force. Lin Zile smiled as he retrieved the stone orb. He smiled, looking at its energy bar, then chuckled softly. There's still. In his Corpse Emperor form, Lin Zile slowly stepped inside. The zombies within were chatting animatedly. Why is it taking so long this time? Relax. With this many mech suits, it's normal for it to take a little longer. Who wants me to transfer energy to enhance their mech's attributes? Lin Zile stepped forward and announced to them. There's a lot of energy this time, so you're all in luck. He pointed to Corpse Eagle and gently instructed, don't rush. Every corpse will get a share. You've been performing well lately, so you go first. The zombie excitedly stepped inside, much to the envy of the others. Remaining. Zile walked ahead, whispering softly, don't worry, all of you will get your turn. As Lin Zile walked on, he gave an order. Right now, you all need to arrange the evacuation of the soldiers on the 3rd floor. Figure out a way to let those humans escape. Hearing this, the zombie was extremely confused. My lord, if we just block their path, those humans will surely die. He angrily turned to confront Tim. Are you telling me how to do my job? Then, Lin Zile turned and walked away, adding, just follow my orders. This is part of the plan. The zombie walking behind him couldn't help but wonder, how big of a boost will the Lord get this time? At least 2 levels. The door in front of them slowly opened, and he cried out in shock. How can it be Corpse Luo, that guy? Before he could finish his sentence, his head was sliced clean off. His head fell to the ground as he asked in confusion, my lord, why did you kill me? Lin Zile sat down opposite him. The stone shot out, absorbing his body, making him wonder why it felt like being on a pig slaughter assembly line. Zile went back outside. Corpse Eagle, you're next. The next zombie couldn't help but feel confused. Corpse Eagle? Him? He immediately cut him off to explain. He absorbed too much energy and is digesting it right now. I have bled for my lord. I have served the Corpse clan with loyalty and diligence. Lin Zile immediately glanced at him, making him tremble in fear. The energy I got from Corpse Luo was quite satisfying. Don't be afraid. A moment later, he stood before the gate, muttering to himself, what rotten luck. It only dropped 1 supply card. Lin Zile went out to check on the progress. Is the evacuation complete? It is complete, my lord. I'm the only one left. Is there enough energy? Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right after, he patted the zombie's shoulder and whispered, don't worry, there's plenty left. After a busy day, all the great generals had been reunited with the corpse emperor. Ziluo slowly walked out from inside, his mood undeniably excited. "I've finally dealt with all of them." He turned to his comrade and said, "Hurry and retreat. The two of us need to go provide backup for Captain Lin. You don't need to worry about us. I'm the only one on this entire spaceship now." He immediately burst into laughter. "From this moment on, I want it all. This place will be renamed the Spaceship Lin Ziluo." Ziluo finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the piece of paper on the desk and couldn't help but sigh. "So, we're finally at systems of linear equations with two variables. Huh." He began to work on the problem when a robot suddenly appeared and announced that his mission was complete. Lin Ziluo walked down the corridor, deep in thought. What kind of ship bay is this that even Dong Gug's Fury Demon mech doesn't have clearance for? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out with an announcement. "Warning, visibility obscured." Lin Ziluo looked at the gate and mused, "Visibility obscured." A moment later, he smirked. "Well then, let's see what happens after I remove it by force." A powerful strike hit the door, blasting it apart. After the door was opened, he was ecstatic. "Just as I thought, there's more than one." Lin Ziluo looked at what was in front of him. "Just as I thought, there's more than one laboratory." He stood silently watching it for a long time. The zombie virus had originally leaked from this thermal ceramic box, leading to the birth of the Corpse Clan. Suddenly, Ziluo sensed something. He quickly leaped backward, away from it. He noticed that there was a cat nearby that had turned into a zombie. He thought to himself, "Better safe than sorry." The system announced, "Establishing consciousness link with zombie cat." Lin Ziluo had now transferred his consciousness to the zombie cat and leaped up to observe, but he couldn't find any activation mechanism at all. "Do I really have to use brute force to break it?" The zombie cat used its front paw to scratch the giant container. Seeing that nothing happened besides the scratch mark, Lin Ziluo thought angrily, "If once doesn't work, I'll just do it a few more times." He then started clawing furiously at the same spot. Just as the cat's paw began to bleed, he finally managed to tear a hole in the giant container. The zombie cat looked inside, and Ziluo also received the image the cat saw. Inside were two small vials, one blue and one reddish pink. "So there's good stuff here after all." The system panel appeared again with an explanation. "Pseudo-human evolution drug. A failed drug developed by the Mechanical God clan, originally intended to evolve the human body. However, under certain conditions, it caused the human body to produce a special zombie virus, ultimately infecting them and turning them into a different, special zombie race." Looking at the explanation, Lin Ziluo thought, why would they want to research a zombie virus? This Mechanical God clan has really done a number on humanity. Trying to save people, they created a drug that directly kills the infected. Just brilliant. But now, doesn't this mean I can completely change the fate of this planet? At this thought, Lin Ziluo took the two small vials in his hand. Recalling the hordes of zombies on the other side, he raised his hand and began to calculate. Wiping out the zombies, who far outnumber the humans, is the only real cure. One vial is definitely not enough. The remaining secrets of this Zhangmo spaceship no longer matter. I must focus all my efforts on finding the laboratory. With that, Lin Ziluo left in a large, palace-like room. Whispers spread among the crowd. "You're saying His Majesty, the zombie emperor, told us to return first. Why hasn't the spaceship's gate closed yet? Could it have something to do with the ship's unusual movements? But where have all the great generals gone?" The whispers immediately died down, and they began to part, making way. A disguised Lin Ziluo walked forward and, without hesitation, sat on the emperor's throne before the zombie crowd. Then, Ziluo announced clearly, "I know the explosion of the great general's metal spheres has caused you all fear and panic, but in truth, it was merely caused by their mechas suddenly leveling up." Hearing this, the zombies below breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lin Ziluo continued his majestic speech. "The great generals are still inside the spaceship, absorbing the energy. Even I must maintain my mecha form. All of this is because the gains from this operation are beyond imagination. All of you, look at what this is." As he spoke, Ziluo held up the small red vial. The crowd below looked on with astonishment and endless joy. They shouted, "Holy water, it's the holy water." Holy water? Lin Ziluo looked at the small vial in his hand. An image appeared of the zombie king using a single drop of holy water on a zombie who was kneeling in gratitude. In 200 years, only a newly appointed great general would have the chance to receive a single drop. Then Lin Ziluo thought to himself, "It's a shame Big Dummy and Ghost Child are of a different species. Otherwise, their levels would skyrocket." In the vision, after receiving that drop of holy water, the zombie evolved wings and looked much stronger. He stopped his train of thought. Lin Ziluo stood up and continued his speech. "This time, on the Zhangmo spaceship, you all must have wondered why I wanted to let the humans go. Seeing them give birth to so many new powers, I understood that my strength alone will never be enough. I want to make the zombie clan great again. Lin Zile pretended he was thinking about the future great power of the zombie clan. But after hearing this, a zombie from below suddenly asked him, "The zombie emperor is far-sighted and wise. But what does this mean?" Lin Zile didn't mince words and said directly, "They are the hunting targets for our future generations." Next came a heroic declaration from Lin Zile's position. "Starting today, I will create a new world. Every zombie will have holy water to drink. Every zombie will be a great general." Below, they all roared in response to his declaration. "Oh my God, I'm going to faint." The zombies were so moved they cried, shouting, "Who can understand this feeling? Our great zombie emperor is too amazing." Lin Zile stood silently above, observing the actions of the zombies below. Seeing the time was right, Lin Zile held up 3 fingers and said, "In 3 days, I will hold the Grand Zombie Clan Ascension Ceremony. Anyone within the Zombie Emperor City can receive the baptism of the holy water." He said this aloud, but inwardly, he was thrilled. Time to get this party started. Time to get this party started. 3 days later, long lines of zombies entered in an orderly fashion. Everyone was chatting lively, creating a bustling atmosphere. A dazed zombie looked around and asked, "Is all of this the baptism equipment?" In a secret chamber, Lin Zile was sitting in meditation, surrounded by streams of golden energy, which gathered into a small sphere in front of him. As he cultivated, he thought, "Adding the mecha energy I haven't absorbed yet, the 9-Li Pearl can now ascend to a legendary-grade weapon." A knock sounded at the door, and someone came to report, "My lord, the auspicious hour has arrived. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions." Lin Zile replied calmly, "I know. Wait outside." He held a small red vial, admiring it. Lin Zile thought, if you had discovered this pair of drugs back then, the zombie clan would truly be blessed now. Arriving outside where the zombies were gathered, Lin Zile stepped out and announced, "My beloved subjects, for the future of the zombie clan, all of you, raise your hands with all your heart and feel the baptism of the holy water." Lin Zile's voice echoed everywhere, loud enough for every zombie to hear. They all roared in celebration, their spirits boiling with excitement. The large pipes began to whir to life, circulating water, and the sprinklers moved into position. Below, a horde of zombies raised their hands, waiting to be baptized by the holy water. Standing above them, Lin Zile looked on unhurriedly, as if bestowing a great gift. "You have all followed me for so long. Come with me to a certain place, and each of you will receive 1 drop." The zombies excitedly praised Lin Zile, chanting, "Long live the zombie emperor. May you reign for 10,000 years." But one foolish zombie spoke up, "Why don't we just have the baptism right here and use the holy water that's available now?" But the zombie next to him reacted quickly, punching the fool and shouting, "How dare you question our lord? Such insolence is punishable by death." Afterward, this zombie clasped his hands, bowed, and groveled, "My lord, the traitor is dead. Can I have his share?" Lin Zile generously replied, "Of course. You are truly a good dog." Hearing this, the zombie was overjoyed and even barked a few times to curry favor. Then, Lin Zile turned and went inside. The sound of a door closing echoed in front of the zombies. Lin Zile calmly said, "The baptism will begin in 10 seconds. Tell them to start praying." The zombies began to count down the final 10 seconds in unison. When they reached 1, Lin Zile, who was inside, pressed a red button on the wall. Lin Zile stretched out his hand, releasing his power. A shield-like object appeared before him. It was Pluto's Aegis. He focused his energy, creating shields that enveloped him, backed by the elements of wind, lightning, water, and fire. The lesser zombies watched this scene, bewildered and confused. Then, they sensed that something was wrong. The ground beneath their feet began to crack. A massive explosion sent the horde of zombies flying. One zombie was blown back in the opposite direction, right past Lin Zile, who had now reverted to his human form. He glanced to the side and shouted in shock, "Why is there a human here?" But when he saw Lin Zile raising a hand towards him, the zombie immediately started begging, "My lord, just give me the holy water. Even if you're an imposter, a human, I'll keep my mouth shut." A loud crash echoed from the room. Clearly, that zombie had been eliminated. Looking at the zombies sprawled all around, Lin Zile calmly said, "Time for the loot drop." The sprinklers began to spray water. This water was pink, and it rained down on the zombies waiting below with their hands outstretched. One of them suddenly asked with suspicion, "Wait, I heard the holy water is supposed to be sweet and strawberry flavored." The zombie next to him scoffed, "What? Have you tasted it before? You must be some country bumpkin from another zombie city." This one answered honestly, "I used to be a guard for the corpse general. I heard him mention it once." But the other zombie just laughed mockingly, holding a funnel. "Well then, you go ahead and enjoy it first. Brave one." He then stuck the funnel in his mouth, hoping to collect more holy water. The other zombies saw this and started cursing and punching him. "Hey, that's cheating, you bastard." But his body suddenly began to tremble, and then he stopped moving completely. Then he collapsed. The zombies next to him didn't understand what was happening and asked, "What? You can't even take a few hits? I heard that your body trembles uncontrollably after you drink it. I guess it really is the holy water." But upon closer inspection, the zombie with the funnel was completely stiff, lying motionless on the ground. The others realized what was happening and screamed, "Wait, he's not leveling up. He's dead." The foolish guard from before looked up and around. All around, zombies were scrambling to escape. One of them ran frantically, shouting, "This is bad. It seems my body is, particularly rejecting the holy water. I'm about to be burned to death. Run. There's something wrong with the holy water." The guard quickly took off his coat, nimbly stuffed it into the funnel from earlier, and then put the whole thing on his head. Then, holding the funnel on his head with one hand, he ran. As he sprinted, he yelled, "The zombie clan is done for. Run." At the same time, resistance squads launched simultaneous attacks on the other zombie cities, which now had no defensive capabilities whatsoever. They stormed into the cities, equipped with armor and weapons. Lin Zile walked out calmly, thinking to himself, "I bet there are still a few lucky survivors. You big dummy, ghost child, I'm counting on you." Closing the door to the room Lin Zile used for cultivation, Shen Shi thought, "Finally, I can absorb this in peace." Suddenly, he saw something. He picked it up and realized it was a diary belonging to Zhu Yunxuan. Lin Zile wondered, the zombie emperor's treasure hoard. Why is there a human's diary in here? He opened it, reading page after page in astonishment. "There's another player here," he quickly shouted. "System, what the hell is going on?" Immediately after, Lin Zile said angrily, "I want to end this instance." But the system only reported back, "Apologies, error in report. 0523 Blue Star SG 968 not found." Lin Zile sighed, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and continued reading the diary. The entry began, "Today, I am the zombie emperor. This place is my throne." He was bewildered. What on earth happened here? The more he read the diary, the less Lin Zile knew what to think. He closed the diary and walked out of the room. "Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to the throne in the zombie emperor's hall." Along the way, Lin Zile casually dispatched the remaining zombies, his expression unchanging. "Why can't I leave?" But everything else seems to be working normally. Lin Zile stood there, staring at the throne for a long time. A moment later, a zombie came running up to him. On his head was a small funnel. Seeing him, Lin Zile, he instantly appeared behind him, holding a blade to the zombie's neck and demanding, "Who are you? Why did you come here at a time like this?" To prevent him from escaping, Lin Zile kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backward. His body slammed hard into a pillar, causing him to spit up blood. Even so, he still managed to scream and beg for his life. "Great hero, spare my life. I'm usually a vegetarian, I don't eat people." Lin Zile stared at him and ordered, "Keep talking." He hurriedly explained, "I was originally a guard for General Shihai. Back then, I overheard him talking about the secret of the throne. Now that the Corpse Emperor's city is in chaos, I wanted to take this chance to see if it was true." Lin Zile asked, "What secret?" The zombie recalled the scene from before and described it to Lin Zile. General Shihai stormed into the Corpse Emperor's palace. The Corpse Emperor was sitting on the throne, and tentacles were extending from it, wrapping around his head. The situation was urgent back then, so the general charged into the Corpse Emperor's palace, only to witness this unexpected sight. Intrigued, Lin Zile continued to order the zombie. What was his condition like then? "Show me. Reenact it." But the cowardly zombie tried to refuse. "This is the Corpse Emperor's throne. I wouldn't dare overstep my authority." But Lin Zile wasn't about to back down. He yelled, "I told you to sit, so sit." Terrified, the zombie stumbled back and fell onto the throne. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a small red button, startling him. When the button was fully activated, a current of electricity enveloped the zombie, causing him to scream in agony. Lin Zile watched the scene with a serious expression, then sat on the throne himself after the other guy had passed on, his body charred black. A notification panel appeared, and at the same time, a figure materialized in front of Lin Zile. Test passed successfully. Initiating Corpse Emperor's virtual reality. Lin Zile was astonished. "What? Is that the former Corpse Emperor?" The figure spoke up. "I know you're just as clueless now as I was in the beginning. Please, just listen to what I have to say." Meanwhile, on a spaceship, inside a laboratory, someone asked, "Has the zombie virus for this planet been fully distributed yet? We should get ready to leave." Two people in white coats replied, Almost. Just a minute." On the World King planet, inside a war council room, a general announced, "There is clearly a massive threat hiding in our atmosphere." The president, sitting beside him, responded angrily, "How dare they act so insolently in our territory? We have to teach them a lesson." Fleets of spaceships appeared, attacking a green energy shield. Large and small explosions from the cannon fire erupted continuously, before finally hitting a spaceship that was hiding within the shield. The mysterious person from before grew angry. "Well then, shall we add an interesting new mechanism?" The spaceship plummeted, shaking the laboratory, and finally ended in a massive explosion. Back with Lin Zile, he was questioning the corpse emperor. "What exactly is this mechanical god clan?" His remnant soul replied, "I also just recently learned that I'm not the only one with a golden finger cheat system. You must have one, too." Hearing this, Lin Zile shouted in shock, "What? You mean there are others?" The corpse emperor simply explained to Lin Zile, "But if you want to leave this world, you must drink the evolution potion and go to the spaceship's core. Only there can you find the answers. The longer you wait, the fuzzier my memories will become. Hurry up and drink it." Hearing this, Lin Zile pensively stared at the small red vial in his hand. Lin Zile sighed. Knowing there was no other way, he stopped hesitating and opened the cap of the test tube. A wisp of smoke drifted out. After waiting a moment and seeing no zombie attributes flaring up, Lin Zile was overjoyed. Knowing he had succeeded, he poured the potion into Shi Yun's mouth, thinking smugly to himself, "How could I possibly be fooled by a dead corpse emperor?" Just then, the corpse emperor's projection reappeared in the air. He moved his stiff mouth, telling him to go to the control room. He had to go to the Doomsday spaceship to find the information left by the previous corpse emperor. Lin Zile stared thoughtfully at Shi Yun, whose mouth was emitting smoke. He realized he had no choice but to go to the Doomsday spaceship. Suddenly, a strange scene unfolded. Shi Yun's body, lying on the ground, was suddenly enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Lin Zile watched as the person before him slowly shrank, transforming into a little boy. He wasn't surprised at all. He even secretly speculated that this evolution potion was more potent than Jin Kella's. Shi Yun awoke from his coma. He looked at Lin Zile and wondered aloud why he had the holy water. Lin Zile didn't answer. He maintained a 3-meter distance and asked him how he felt now. Shi Yun leaned back on the tiled floor. "I feel. My brain is exceptionally sharp." Lin Zile drew his sword from its sheath, his expression unchanging. "To drink so much holy water right before dying. You deserve to live." Seeing the gleam of the sword, Shi Yun immediately shot up, clasping his hands together in a fawning manner. "But if you kill me, will that help you leave this world?" Hearing that, Lin Zile thought for a moment and paused. Realizing he had a point, he decided to spare Shi Yun for the time being, especially since he had to make a trip to the Doomsday spaceship. Overjoyed at being spared, Shi Yun declared that he knew the way. Lin Zile turned and walked away. "Follow me to the Doomsday spaceship." As he walked at a steady pace, he was secretly thinking, "I'll kill him after I'm done using him." But after just a few steps, he felt that something was wrong. He turned around just in time to see a figure flash by like the wind, snatching up Shi Yun, who was crawling on the ground. Lin Zile glanced at the two of them, feeling a pang of guilt, as if he had just conspired to do something evil. But he quickly dismissed the thought and asked the newly arrived Hua Xingchen if he had taken down all of Zombie City yet. Hua Xingchen reported that thanks to the medicine, they had taken down half of them. Lin Zile stroked his chin, deep in thought. But that wasn't enough to completely solve the zombie problem. They needed to get the manufacturing method from the Doomsday spaceship. Lin Zile ignored the confused Hua Xingchen beside him and muttered to himself, "What if we have the weapons the zombie clan left behind, plus you guys?" Lin Zile flashed a brilliant smile, as if he had come up with a genius plan. The sunlight glinted off the barrel of his gun, casting a silver sheen. Lin Zile asked, a bit uncertainly, "Are you sure attacking from this spot will give us a chance to break through?" Shi Yun, lying bonelessly on Big Dummy's back, confidently replied that he had been observing for days and was certain this was the right place. He maintained his lazy, messy appearance as he explained, "It's like a TV that's lost its signal. The signal transmission line moves at an incredible speed, which is what creates the static." Shi Yun looked up at the city skyline. "We just need to tear open the gap before the next energy wave is transmitted." Understanding dawned on Lin Zile, and he finished the thought. "Then we can use that opportunity to break through." A series of earth-shattering explosions, accompanied by waves of scorching energy, erupted one after another. Lin Zile seized the moment after a volley of shots and charged forward. He unleashed a powerful 9-Li heavy slash skill, striking the sky curtain. It created a dazzling stream of light. Just as predicted, the light screen dimmed where it was hit. But in the blink of an eye, a ripple effect spread out, and the damaged area quickly healed itself, good as new. Lin Zile saw everything but wasn't discouraged. If one strike didn't work, he'd just use a few more. Acting on this, he quickly launched several more ultimate techniques. The terrifying impact created an explosion, sending fiery sparks flying everywhere. He looked at the energy wave, completely undamaged. Lin Zile shot Shiyun a suspicious look, thinking he was lying just to save his own skin. Shiyun's powerful survival instinct kicked in, and he immediately dropped to his knees. I understand now, my lord. The sky curtain must have a firewall-like defense mechanism. We shouldn't attack it. Instead, we should try to disguise our identities to gain its approval. As he explained, Shiyun tried to flash a sycophantic smile. Finding his cowardice pathetic, Big Dummy threw him back onto his shoulders. Lin Zile was smarter this time. He gave Shiyun a deep, knowing smile. Well then, why don't you go closer and try to get its approval? Despite his words, Lin Zile wanted to test it himself. He bent down, picked up a rock, and hurled it with all of his might at the vast blue screen. He watched as the rock instantly melted upon contact with the shield of light. He began to wonder if Shiyun was plotting to get him killed. Meanwhile, Big Dummy carried Shiyun to the edge of the sky curtain. Shiyun recklessly stuck his hand into the light screen, and of course, the result was the same as the rock. Half of his finger instantly melted the moment it touched the barrier. Seeing this, Lin Zile smirked in contempt. Shiyun ignored him and begged for some holy water. Lin Zile pulled a bottle from thin air. What do you need this for? Shiyun didn't explain, only asking him to pour the holy water onto a piece of cloth. Lin Zile wasn't stingy, and did as he was told. He then asked him to throw the cloth soaked in holy water at the sky curtain. Although Lin Zile was annoyed, for the sake of returning to Blue Star, he had to endure it. He casually tossed the cloth into the energy wave. Before everyone's eyes, it easily passed right through. Lin Zile still wasn't fully convinced. So that's all it takes for it to recognize us? Shiyun, on the other hand, was eager to volunteer as the next test subject. Looking at Shiyun being stuffed into the cloth, Lin Zile silently thought that if the guy had evolved to be just a little smarter, he wouldn't be worried about being tricked to his death. Big Dummy threw the cloth containing Shiyun, and it lived up to their hopes, passing easily through the sky curtain. Only then was Lin Zile completely convinced. Countless bottles of holy water appeared and were quickly distributed among everyone. Then, one after another, they all passed safely through the sky curtain. Lin Zile was still a bit puzzled. What's the principle behind this, anyway? Shiyun poked his head out from behind Big Dummy. The holy water is originally a product from the spaceship, so of course it would be recognized. It was as if Lin Zile had 3,000 questions, and he couldn't stop talking. So he couldn't have just worn the mecha suits to get in? Shiyun didn't seem to mind explaining. After the mecha suits were taken over by the zombies, they no longer belonged to the spaceship. When these weapons launch an attack on the sky curtain, they are naturally identified as foreign entities. As he spoke, he put on an expression that said he was the smartest person in the world. The three of them slowly walked through a large door, returning to the old place to see if they could find any clues. As they wandered aimlessly, Shiyun suddenly pointed at something. This must be the location and type of the zombie virus outbreak. A dangerous glint appeared in Lin Zile's eyes. Could the zombies on Blue Star have also been released from this spaceship? The four of them continued to explore the inside of the ship. As Lin Zile walked, he used a part of his consciousness to wonder, is the World King Star a real place, or is it a dungeon world? They entered a room. The room was a bit strange. Lin Zile glanced at the dimly lit objects on the table and felt as if someone had just been living here. Lin Zile was paying attention to his surroundings and carelessly tripped. When he looked up, a door appeared in front of him, and he pushed it open, without hesitation. Lin Zile cautiously stepped inside. Seeing the array of equipment and machinery, he was a little surprised, not expecting the control room to be hidden here. Lin Zile walked around the small room and stopped in front of a desk, where he spotted a piece of paper. He reached out and picked it up. Written on it were 7 rules. Lin Zile read them over and over, and finally, he could maintain his calm expression and slumped to the floor, thinking, could it be that I don't really exist? Only then did he realize how quiet it was around him. Lin Zile quickly turned his head and shouted for the other 3. To his surprise, they were still there. But strangely, all 3 of them stood frozen at the door, completely motionless. Lin Zile was not a weak person. He quickly regained his composure, his hands dancing across the keyboard. After a moment of effort, all of his information and stats appeared on the screen. Seeing that his last online time was a year ago, Lin Zile wondered uncertainly, does this mean I'm not considered a game character controlled by someone? After processing the information he had just received, Lin Zile left the room. The 3 ghost children were already waiting, curiously asking him what was inside. Lin Zile had regained his indifferent demeanor and said it was just a surveillance room. He even opened the door to show them. But of course, it was useless. The moment the door opened, they froze like stone statues. Lin Zile had no choice but to close the door again. It's a long story. Just follow me. 15 minutes later, the group was settled. Lin Zile guessed that perhaps they wouldn't be paused anymore once they were outside. Shi-yun, who was parasitic on Don Jacques' back, was now carefully reading the 7 rules before drawing a conclusion. You're the main character, and we're NPCs, but now you act on your own free will. What's the difference between that and being truly alive? Shi-yun looked from the paper too. Lin Zile, a confused expression on its face. It pointed to the 5th rule on the paper. As long as you can do this, perhaps you can return to your blue star. Lin Zile summoned the holy vase with a slight headache, thinking, the corpse emperor is already dead, so how can it be returned to its original state? Do I really have to drink this thing and become the new corpse emperor? Shi-yun then added that the corpse clan was about to be wiped out. Hearing this, Lin Zile gave a faint, mocking smile. Not only do you want me to be the corpse emperor, but you also want me to kill people and help you revive the corpse clan. A thought flashed through his mind. Lin Zile tossed aside the half-eaten bun and picked up the piece of paper. He looked at the 3rd rule on it. The corpse emperor has more than one mecha. This content was fundamentally wrong. Shi-yun asked confusedly. What do you mean by that? Lin Zile pointed to the monitor in the distance. This place can observe the entire spaceship, which means that when we came in here, there was someone on the 3rd floor, and this piece of paper isn't necessarily reliable. Shi-yun followed his hand. But this is the only chance for you to leave this place. Lin Zile didn't look worried at all. In fact, he smiled. That's just the 2nd possibility. Open up your mind. Research the teleportation device they used when the spaceship was crashing. Lin Zile gave Shi-yun a cryptic, faint smile. Lin Zile sneered. He chased after it, asking, isn't becoming smarter a good thing? As Shi-yun was running, it slammed right into the person in front of it. Lin Zile pried its mouth open and poured the medicine in. Then, Shi-yun's eyes shot wide open. Very quickly, its body began to mutate. Long whiskers sprouted from its lower jaw as Shi-yun underwent a transformation. Lin Zile glanced off into the distance, thinking to himself that this was the only foolish way he could try to crack the teleportation device. He put down his pen to calculate, first sketching out the scene inside. A moment later, Lin Zile opened the door and was surprised to find someone in front of him. He couldn't help but feel suspicious when he didn't see Shi-yun anywhere. Next, Lin Zile peeked inside, somewhat curious that Shi-yun could still move. Lin Zile grabbed it directly, warned it to go inside, and at the same time, demanded that it try to disable the restriction system here. Shi-yun broke out in a cold sweat, stammering that it didn't know how. But then, a sharp blade was pressed against Shi-yun's neck, and a threatening voice rang out, demanding that it learn now, which terrified Shi-yun. A series of numbers appeared in Shi-yun's blood-red eyes. Shi-yun fumbled through a series of operations, saying that it felt like ants were crawling on it. Shi-yun then pointed to the system screen and concluded that the only possibility was that this system had anti-cheat protection. Just then, a system sound rang out. Lin Zile thought to himself, could it be that my golden finger system is actually a cheat, and it's being counterattacked by the anti-cheat system here? With that thought, he directly ordered Shi-yun, shut it down for me. And just like that, the red button was pressed. A notification for completing the instance dungeon mission appeared on the system screen. Lin Zile thought to himself, so that's how it is. He examined Shi-yun's information on the system panel and thought, it seems this analysis panel generated a bug because of the medicine, and that's why it was able to get in. He calmly asked Shi-yun, now that you're here, I feel like restoring King Star to its original state might not be impossible after all. Hearing this, Shi-yun suspiciously asked what Lin Zile meant. Lin Zile then held up one finger, his expression grim as he said, if Shi-yun can master the computer in 1 hour, then my request shouldn't be too difficult. The door opened, and as Lin Zile looked into the space before him, an identical version of himself stepped out. Just then, Shi-yun leaped into Lin Zile's arms, princess style, and the atmosphere between the 3 of them instantly froze. His opponent lunged forward, throwing a punch, but the fist was easily blocked by Lin Zile. He grabbed his opponent by the throat, pinning him down. When it comes to killing yourself, who could possibly be better at it than Lin Zile? He squeezed his opponent's throat even tighter. Lin Zile then took the petrified Shi-yun and led 2 zombies outside with him. Lin Zile made his calculations before focusing on studying the teleportation device of the mechanical god clan. Shi-yun, help me with this first. Surrounding the land was a glowing barrier, and very quickly, it was dispelled. The people there couldn't help but cheer and praise Lin Zile. He now held a vial of potion in his hand. After all, one must always have a backup plan. He poured the liquid into a glass, his resolve hardening. He would return to Blue Star, no matter the cost. Lin Zile cheerfully told them he'd made an important discovery. Upon hearing this, Hua Xingqian praised him. Lin Zile then urged him to follow. Now in the central control room, Hua Xingqian felt the place looked more like a food stall. Lin Zile explained, hidden within the city. The real secret lies beyond. He then glanced at the shadowy figure peeking from behind the door. Everything froze in place. At Lin Zile's feet lay his own clone. Lin Zile regretted that the big oaf couldn't move in this situation. He directly hoisted his clone onto his shoulder. Lin Zile threw the clone straight onto the ground. He then took a bottle of ketchup and poured it over the body, lamenting his own death for a moment. He thought to himself, this is bound to scare you guys. Time resumed, and the group was stunned. Seeing the person before him, Hua Xingqian backed away in fear. Shi Huang, aren't you supposed to be dead? Lin Zile, disguised as Shi Huang, pointed at the clone on the floor and asked them, did you hear that from him? He's just a traitor, that's all. Hua Xingqian was completely stunned. A traitor. He immediately adopted a defensive stance. No wonder he'd felt that Lin Zile was no good from the very beginning. Lin Zile, still disguised as Shi Huang, sneered, humans aren't just for eating, they're also for entertainment. He thought to himself, so that's how you see me? This isn't going to end well for you. Hua Xingqian then screamed and moved to attack Lin Zile. He thought to himself, well, if that's what Hua Xingqian thinks of me, then I don't have to hold back anymore. Hua Xingqian, leading the group, confronted Lin Zile. The glass was set down. Lin Zile made his calculations. He administered a large dose of the drug directly to Hua Xingqian. When time returned to normal, the group was completely dumbfounded. A shocked Hua Xingqian asked Lin Zile, Can you really control time? Lin Zile, still in his Shi Huang disguise, calmly talked about the evolution drug he made them drink. He also said his goodbyes to them. Hua Xingqian instantly urged the others to run away. Seeing this, Lin Zile narrowed his eyes and sneered, trying to run, but inwardly, he thought, go on, let them run. And then, sometime later, Lin Zile looked at the incredible group before him and grumbled under his breath, you guys are wearing me out. He was panting heavily, telling them there was no escape. Hua Xingqian grabbed a knife, declaring that he and the zombies could never coexist. With that, Hua Xingqian took his own life right in front of Lin Zile, and the others did the same. Lin Zile sighed at how naive they were. Did you think the evolution drug was just for decoration? In the blink of an eye, they all began to mutate. Lin Zile pointed to Hua Xingqian and said, from now on, it will be my first great general. Go and conquer Shi Huang City for me. Hua Xingqian, who had now turned into a zombie, obediently followed the command. Lin Zile reminded it not to pursue the fleeing humans, and inwardly, he rejoiced, thinking that there was finally hope of restoring the instant's dungeon. As Lin Zile went inside, a voice echoed from behind Shi Yun, asking, is it about to happen? At that moment, Shi Yun also reported that he had found a way to open the passage. Shi Yun turned around and announced, my lord, I know why you have been imprisoned here. Lin Zile calmly replied, speak. Shi Yun frowned with a serious expression and explained, it's because in the original settings, Empress Shi Huang was never supposed to die. But since you used a hack, my lord, it became possible. Hearing this, Lin Zile thought to himself, no wonder after I killed Empress Shi Huang, the database had to temporarily cooperate. Shi Yun finally concluded. As a result, a bug was created, and the system couldn't reset the instant's dungeon, so we all became trapped here. Lin Zile, slightly puzzled, turned and asked, so, does that mean there has been more than one Shi Huang who's gone through the same thing as me? Shi Yun quickly confirmed it. Getting the confirmation, Lin Zile speculated. So what happened to him? Is he dead? He didn't even leave a body behind. Shi Yun thought for a moment before answering. He likely took the opportunity to force his way through your return passage. I only found out by reading the system's explanation. Lin Zile angrily slammed his fist down and asked through gritted teeth, are you saying that even if I manage to get out, I'll just be taking over someone else's world? He broke out. Sweating, he quietly replied, this bug really will lead to a situation like that. He mused curiously. So, if we go through this passage, is it still possible to return? Shi Yun frowned and answered, it's possible, but the price is very high. Hearing this, Lin Zile glanced over inquisitively. What's the price? He slowly projected an image and said, we've located your world, my lord. Seeing this, he grew anxious. Then doesn't that mean we can go back now? Shi Yun had a hard time, reminding him. But my lord, you're a hack, and I'm a bug. If we take this special route, we could easily be purged. Lin Zile's brow furrowed tightly as he wondered, if we're turned into data, we'll have no way to fight back. What should I do? Suddenly, he slammed his fist into his palm. Lin Zile cheerfully looked at Shi Yun for his opinion. What if we directly shove everyone from the planet Realm King into the passage? He looked at him and replied, then we wouldn't be so easily purged. However, because the zombies carry this planet's special virus, they would also be targeted for elimination. Lin Zile quickly grabbed Shi Yun's hands, overjoyed. Then why didn't you say so sooner? We'll bring all the zombies from this planet back to Blue Star. He worriedly said that the spaceship's core might not have enough processing power to digitize everyone. He chuckled and warmly patted his head. Don't we still have you? At the zombie emperor's palace, hordes of zombies stood lined up. Each one lay on a conveyor belt to be digitized, while Shi Yun operated at 100% capacity. He worked so hard it looked like he was about to evaporate. The zombie emperor stood beside them and declared loudly, my children, I know of a wonderful paradise. Follow me. Hua Xingshen stood to the side, cheering everyone on. The zombie emperor pondered. That time I gave him an extra evolution potion. Did it really give him a bloodline that suppresses other zombies? One by one, the zombies lay on the conveyor belt and were carried inside. Each of them wore a smile, ready to be digitized. In front of the dungeon selection room on Blue Star, a group of people ran out, screaming nonstop. Something big has happened. Everyone, run. The people outside were completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Zhou Yunyi, standing amidst the chaotic crowd of fleeing people, wondered to himself, what on earth happened? Did someone sneak into the Planet Realm King dungeon? Suddenly, he was horrified by what was happening before his very eyes. There was a loud noise, and from within the smoke, a figure swiftly leaped out in front of Yunyi. Lin Zile shouted joyfully, I'm back. He slowly set his feet on the ground. Lin Zile was ecstatic. I'm finally back. He turned his head to observe the situation behind him. Looking at the chaos behind him, Lin Zile thought thankfully, it's a good thing I have countless meat shields like you guys. He walked up to Zhou Yunyi and asked, surprised that I could still come back. He was startled by the question. Yunyi's expression turned grim, a hint of guilt in his eyes, as he asked, how on earth did you get back? I was imprisoned for 200 years. Lin Zile held his blade, his eyes cold, and said in a low voice, now, get the hell out of my world. Hearing this, he smirked. Zhou Yunyi fell silent, then said regretfully, I'm afraid you won't get the chance to leave, unless you can kill all of us. He challenged him, overestimating his own strength. Zhang Yuanzong chuckled and called out, Brother Yazi, just as you said, an intruder from another world has appeared. When he heard the words Brother Yazi, he was furious. If that guy was brother, then who the hell was he? Zile gritted his teeth in anger and roared, you damn imposter. He wanted to rush forward and deal with him, but the soldiers blocked his path. Zhou Yunyi turned around and ordered, I'll leave this small fry for you to handle. Zile was utterly astonished to hear that. His brows furrowed and a frustrated confusion grew in his heart. Could it be that this guy has completely replaced me? Zhang Yuanzhong stepped forward and commanded, stand down, alien. Hearing him say that, Lin Zile fell silent, his body deep in thought. Immediately after, he began to cast a spell, his entire body radiating an indescribable power as he declared loudly, if you're not going to treat me as one of your own, then I don't need to hold back. Lin Zile powerfully swung his sword, unleashing a mighty strike. In a single move, he swept through all of them. Immediately after, Zile closed the distance and began a relentless slaughter. As he approached, Zhang Yuanzong with formidable speed, it left the man stunned. At that moment, deep down, Lin Zile still felt a bit hesitant because they had once been friends. He quickly reined in his blade, and the other man also closed his eyes, trying to dodge. Zhou Yunyi was terrified by his frenzy. How can this person kill without batting an eye? Quickly, he activated his severed tail for survival technique. Yunyi's hands gradually turned purple, his veins bulged, and his fingernails grew sharp. His entire body transformed. Zhou Yunyi snapped his own left arm, all while laughing maniacally. Faced with these actions, Lin Zile couldn't help but be confused. A massive surge of power crashed down on his position. Zile quickly activated his crimson eye, and his surroundings turned a deep shade of red. He remained constantly on high alert, but after searching for a while, he was nowhere to be seen. Lin Zile had to silently praise the guy. He's really good at running. A thick killing intent radiated from his body as he seethed internally. You dare replace me? Then I'll make sure to eliminate you. In the instant selection room, Zile's gaze fell on the ban list. He read every single word with a silent sneer. Are you trying to trap me in here for good? I have to find someone and ask what the hell happened while I was gone. Zile schemed with sarcasm. The person he chose was the unconscious Zhang Yuanzhang. Donjok gently hoisted him up and left with Zile. Through the haze, his eyes slowly opened and a figure came into view. Waking up to see Zile right in front of him, Zhang Yuanzhang jumped and screamed. He stared at Lin Zile in terror and yelled, "Just kill me. I won't say a thing." Zile gave a faint smile and asked Yuanzhang, "Do you remember how I killed Li Yi at the very beginning?" The man was suddenly stunned and quickly shot back, "An alien like you. How would you know about that?" Lin Zile gave him a wicked look. "What if I'm the real Yazi?" Zhang Yuanzhang frowned, which means, he's the super strong alien with bewitching skills. Lin Zile calmly sipped his tea and affirmed his words. He was getting frustrated internally. "It's not like I can tell you the system is forcing me to clean up this mess." Right now, the man was deep in thought, slowly piecing it together. Back then, after the global live stream of the Corpse Emperor's death, he was always guarding that place, preventing anyone else from choosing the Jiwang Star instance. He is the Corpse Emperor who was killed. Zhang Yuanzhang immediately rushed to add. His personality completely changed, too. After he came back, he started gathering followers. He established the Human Emperor cult to compete with the government. Hearing this made Lin Zile feel weary. Was he the Corpse Emperor for so long that he couldn't bear to give up the power? Right after, he turned to ask about the Human Emperor cult. "General Zhang, do you know anything about it, or any way in?" The man reported without rushing. "Actually, I'm an agent sent by the government to monitor his actions, which is why I was there at the time." Zile frowned, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, where is this Human Emperor cult now?" He was starting to feel a bit lucky. For having kept Zhang Yuanzhang alive, the man decided to take him to see for himself. Yuanzhang led Zile to a magnificent and splendid palace. He looked at it and introduced, "It's here." After he returned, he took over this place, and it's no longer open to the public. Hearing that, Lin Zile scoffed internally. Does he really think he's an emperor? Now, the two of them started to head inside. A subordinate rushed to the car, his face filled with fear as he chided, "Old Zhang, you're in deep trouble. Get inside and take your scolding." He chuckled lightly and replied, "I was useless in my duties, so I'll accept the punishment." With that, the subordinate quickly drove off, asking as he went, "You're just going in like that?" Zhang Yuanzhang replied slowly, "I really don't have any money right now." Lin Zile was a little curious and asked softly, "Why? Aren't there any guards here?" "It's just him." The man frowned and explained, "He is now a top-tier expert. Rank 3rd, the river-stirring dragon Susan, so there's no need for anyone else to stand guard." He found those words utterly ridiculous. Lin Zile immediately struck him down with a single blow, his mouth twisted in contempt. "So this is all you amount to?" Zhang Yuanzhang couldn't help but be astonished, turning to exclaim to himself, "He's already this strong?" Lin Zile then quickly gave him his orders. "General Zhang, you go in first. I'll stay outside and act as the situation dictates." The man didn't say anything else, only nodding in agreement. The two of them quickly split off in two directions to take action. As Lin Zile walked, he thought, "I won't let you use the same trick on me a second time." When Zhu Yuni saw him return safely, he asked with suspicion, "You just came back like that?" Zhang Yuanzhang replied respectfully, "I don't know why that evil alien decided to spare my life." He looked at the man and thought to himself, "It seems the original host knew this person. He could be useful." Zhu Yuni smiled, took out a shimmering, bright orb and suggested, "It seems he wants to win people over. You can continue to lie in wait and take the opportunity to throw this thing into his mouth." Zhang Yuanzhang took it, confused, and asked what it was. Yuni replied with a cheerful smile, "It's a special tool for dealing with aliens. Just go use it." Suddenly, from behind them, Lin Zile leaped straight in. He quickly snatched the orb from Yuanzhang's hand. The moment he touched it, Zile felt a sharp pain radiate through him and wondered what it was. Ignoring the issue, he charged straight towards where Zhu Yuni was sitting. The imposter whipped his head around in fear. Dan Nok and Gui Tong swiftly rushed forward, pinning him down. Yuni screamed in a panic, "How dare you? Who are you people?" He opened his mouth wide, deciding to bite his tongue and kill himself. At that exact moment, Lin Zile was just inches away from Yuni. With the orb in his hand, ready for revenge, he violently shoved it into the imposter's mouth. With a cold glare, Ziluo threatened, "You better give me an explanation." Zhu Yuni collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. Only when the sphere was in his mouth did he nod his head frantically in fear. Zhu Yuni pointed at the sphere, signaling for it to be removed. Lin Ziluo crossed his arms and asked, "Ready to talk now?" He grabbed the man's chin and poured a strange liquid into his mouth. Ziluo took the sphere and handed it to Dan Gok, inwardly surprised that it could directly harm him. Zhu Yuni asked uncomfortably, What did you just give me? He replied with a light smile. As long as you answer my questions, you won't die. He lowered his head in defeat and replied, just ask whatever you want. For his first question, Zai Luo wanted to know the origin and purpose of the sphere. Zhu Yunyi calmly explained, you and I both have a hack, right? To put it simply, this thing is a type of anti-hack weapon. You can call it a test sphere. Normal people are completely unharmed by it. Lin Zile asked again, so, you're one of my kind? The man kept his head down and slowly answered, yes, but my hack has very limited functions. He wondered if there were other differences and decided to ask. Lin Zile slowly analyzed, these things are all part of leveling up. After my controller was kicked out of the Doomsday game, I became an outdated version that was left behind, unable to level up. So what's the purpose of this sphere's existence? He couldn't help but ask him curiously. Zhu Yunyi replied gravely, have you ever wondered why the Doomsday Arc exists? He looked up, hesitating. Recalling his power, Zhu Yunyi posed the question of how a mere snap of the fingers could alter data. Why do we run into so much trouble? At this, Lin Zile guessed it was to maintain the realism of the apocalypse. He looked up with a slight smile and replied, in my judgment, this world is a simulation. The Doomsday Arc is the administrator of the Doomsday game. He turned his face away, slowly putting the pieces together, which is to say, those spheres were created to deal with people like us. Zhu Yunyi lowered his head to face the ground again and continued his explanation. Characters like us who have awakened on our own will disrupt the normal game progression for others because of our hack systems. Lin Zile looked at him, puzzled. So, we have to be eliminated? Yunyi answered with a wry smile. Back then, after you killed me, didn't a chip appear and then quickly vanish? That was the system. Zile replied unhurriedly. I just found it on your body. He slowly stood up, continuing to explain, it's impossible to monitor tens of billions of creatures on every planet in real time. That's why only characters like us have one. You'll probably ask, if they can monitor in real time, why doesn't the Doomsday Arc just lock on and kill us, right? He was a little surprised but quickly agreed, as he had indeed been wondering the same thing. He took out a golden seashell, handed it to him, and explained, because the hack system itself can evade the main system's detection. Hearing this, Lin Zile understood everything. He placed it in his hand and pleaded, help me keep this safe. Zile was quite curious and spoke up, but why do you have a test sphere? Zhu Yunyi waved his hand and answered with a soft laugh. It's really hard for two hacks to determine a winner, but if you borrow the power of the Doomsday Arc, you can easily claim victory. I once promised the owner of this seashell that I would live a good life, but I'm afraid that's not possible anymore. Please, keep it safe for me. He asked this as he turned to leave. Lin Zile turned back and said to Zhu Yunyi, I won't kill you anymore. Having someone of my own kind around is a good thing, after all. His voice came from a distance. The one who kills me won't be you. This statement left him extremely puzzled. In a highly advanced center, a flying saucer slowly landed. From inside, figures in armor gradually emerged. Zhu Yunyi quickly returned to warn him. We both touched the test sphere just now. The hack system's shield is down. Run. Lin Zile shouted in panic. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? The armored figure quickly fired at the two of them. He nimbly dodged, but the other man didn't. Zhu Yunyi's entire body was engulfed in blazing flames, and he screamed in pain. The real Doomsday game has now begun. A mech carrying Zhu Yunyi's consciousness jumped down from the spaceship and immediately reported the situation. Of the two anomalous targets detected, one has been eliminated, requesting the base to follow the synchronized tracking signal. Identity of the eliminated target has been confirmed. Zhu Yunyi, of the human species. Encrypted rogue character data error has been deleted. The robot announced it had activated the anti-cheat system within a 100-meter radius. Lin Zile worried inwardly. This is bad. Why does my body suddenly feel so heavy? He barely managed to dodge a bullet that grazed past him. That was too close. I'm not sure I can get away even if I run. Now, he and the mech stood facing each other. The moment it made a hand gesture, Lin Zile was stunned to feel the gravity weighing on his body become even stronger. Seeing him kneel, the guy sneered, wondering just how powerful this hack would be. This life really is nothing like the last one. A flash of light shot from the barrel of his gun as he muttered about completing the purge. Suddenly, a zombie appeared on the ceiling. Lin Zile seized the opportunity and moved behind the mech. Dawu coordinated with him, sending the guy flying with a punch. He turned back indignantly and asked, aren't these two NPCs? Why are they helping you? Lin Zile watched him crumble to the ground, thinking. So it was this thing causing trouble after all. He contemptuously stepped on the guy's head. Lin Zile crossed his arms arrogantly. With skills like these, I'm afraid you won't be able to eliminate me. The mech was confused. The counterattack light is ineffective against NPCs who aren't cheating. I must have miscalculated. But do you really think you can escape? He decisively drew his sword threateningly. You should worry about staying alive before you say something like that. But the guy brazenly challenged him back. You think you can kill me? Lin Zile didn't waste any more words and plunged his sword straight down. The mech immediately fell silent and gradually vanished. He picked up a shard of light from the ground, thinking, does this mean he can transmit his consciousness before death? Meanwhile, at a meeting, the chairman announced, I have decided that I must be the one to use the ultimate killing weapon to carry out this purge plan. Someone asked, do we really have to put such a heavy burden on the system? In the room, besides them, there was one important specimen. He pushed up his glasses and said, from now on, my time is no longer infinite. Let's go to the base and eliminate the mission hijacker. At that moment, the eyes of the specimen in the glass case fluttered open. He complained with annoyance. This version of the golden finger is such a pain. Meanwhile, Lin Zile was slowly walking out of the palace. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, he saw the sky filled with a web of lightning. Lin Zile clasped his hands behind his back, thinking, have they come to kill me so soon? Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down right in front of him. Seeing its power, he knew this was bad. The newcomer was no ordinary person. Two highly alert guards appeared instantly. Just then, Zhou Yuni reappeared in the form of a clown, stepping out with an arrogant laugh. You weren't this careful when you killed me earlier, were you? He then took control of the lightning. The two guards from before were hit and beaten mercilessly, which pleased him greatly. The authority of this body of mine is infuriatingly high. He realized with concern that the situation was extremely dire. Lin Zile's legs felt as heavy as lead. He questioned, how is your anti-cheat any different from actually cheating? The guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then asked curiously, but what can you possibly do to me? He was very unhappy but couldn't refute it. The amount of energy you're consuming must be absolutely staggering, right? The clown laughed loudly. But it's more than enough to eliminate you. Where do you think you are? Lin Zile smirked. What if it's a global live stream? As soon as he finished speaking, countless broadcast screens appeared around him. Then, the image of the two of them was broadcast live on the giant screens of skyscrapers, appearing in different cities and even across nations. He nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. How did you do that? Seeing the clear worry on his face, Lin Zile gave a sinister smile. The NPCs here will even pause time just to watch a world-controlling spectacle, let alone watch you use this power. The clown stared blankly and pointed at the two people on the ground. Then what about them? Lin Zile said casually, I can completely control both of our consciousnesses. It's as simple as that. Hearing this, the clown was disgusted. At that moment, on a spaceship, something was happening. Its system repeatedly announced, insufficient energy source. Please adjust. It continuously sent out signals. It sent him a specific notification. We cannot simultaneously maintain the time pause and support your energy source. He asked worriedly, can I just kill him directly? But the notification he received said it was impossible, as the spaceship wouldn't have enough energy and would crash. Lin Zile felt his legs become free again. Seizing the opportunity, he teleported in front of the clown and challenged him. So, aren't you my match now? But the clown quickly fled, muttering, you may have gotten lucky this time, but can you get lucky the next? He replied, at least not right now. The clown's voice echoed back, there will be times when you're not live streaming, you know. Zhang Yuansheng asked, what just happened? He quickly replied, just a clown. Cut the cameras from now on. The clown stood on a rooftop looking at him, surprised. Do you want to be an internet celebrity? Lin Zile shook his head vigorously, then suddenly paused, thought of something, and turned back to make a heart gesture. I want to give everyone a little fan service. In an underground room, Lin Zile was deep in thought. They won't be able to find me now, right? Then he signaled to stop the live stream again. Lin Zile then sat down to concentrate his power. He thought to himself, as long as I evolve into a myth-grade weapon, maybe I still have a chance to live. The loud banging outside the door annoyed him. Why is it so damn persistent? That clown kicked the door in again. I really want to see just how long you can hide. Of course, his image was still being broadcasted clearly on the live stream. Lin Zile suggested, how about we talk terms? The clown scoffed and turned away. Talk terms? When the other ships arrive at Blue Star, do you really think you'll have a chance to play these pathetic little tricks on me? Then, he left again, leaving Lin Zile to wonder about the other ships. Lin Zile then returned to the bedroom. On the live stream, he was shown sleeping, and everyone was still commenting excitedly. He shifted slightly, turning his back to the camera. Lin Zile thought to himself, under this 24-hour live stream, I can't do a single thing. After they disappear, they all leave behind a data chip. Will it be the same for me? He shot up in bed, thinking, could this be the reason? He then pulled out his phone and immediately called Zhang Yuanzhang. Just as the man picked up, he asked right away, do you guys have a bunker thousands of meters underground? The man was curious, wondering what he was planning. Right after that, their group headed over. Dan Gok followed behind, in charge of filming the live stream, while everyone commented enthusiastically. This is awesome, even more exciting than a game. Lin Zile approached and whispered something to Zhang Yuanzhang. The man was a bit confused. Will that really work? The elevator doors finally opened, and someone outside was already there to guide him forward. As Zhang Yuanzhang walked over and lay down on the experiment bed, Lin Zile poked his head into the frame and said, "Has everyone ever seen a live stream trick like this before? Hurry up and hit that follow button." A staff member in the room asked him, "Are you sure we don't need to prepare any anesthesia?" Lin Zile replied nonchalantly, "Anesthesia? What for? What trick?" Dan Gok put on an apron and got ready, choosing the sharpest scalpel. After Lin Zile gave the signal, he began the procedure. Sometime later, the current live stream ended. Zhang Yuanzhang sat up and asked, "Are you really sure about this?" Without answering, Lin Zile quickly lay down, thinking to himself, "I hope this can buy us more time before they get here." Dan Gok then continued, as the soft clinking of stainless steel echoed in the lab. Meanwhile, on the spaceship drifting in space, the clown was trembling with rage in front of the screen where the live stream had just ended. He frowned. "Don't think I can't find you." In a deserted area of the spaceship, Zhu Yun was startled as the clown pushed the door open. He said cruelly, "If we can't pinpoint his location, we'll just kill everyone." The person on the other end of the line reminded the clown to just kill them directly to avoid wasting energy. He turned his head and asked, "Do you even need to tell me that?" He stepped out of the room, raising a hand to lightly touch his mask. The clown decided to begin the purge from this very place. He punched the iron door, and a large dent appeared in the wall. Then, the wall broke open, creating a huge hole, and he stepped inside. Once inside, he instantly shot forward. With just a single glance, an entire row of soldiers was dealt with by the clown. He didn't think Lin Zile could possibly sit still. At the same time, Lin Zile was sitting and thinking. Dan Gok handed him a small chip, and he realized it was the device that was tracking him. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound. He jumped to his feet, asking Gui Tong to buy him some time. Gui Tong immediately took Lin Zile's place, with Dan Gok standing beside him holding a sharp knife. Meanwhile, Lin Zile ran off, shouting a warning to General Zhang's group to run because danger was coming. An operator informed the clown that the signal had appeared on the lowest level, thinking that Lin Zile's surgery had failed. The clown cursed at him, calling him a useless piece of trash. Then, without hesitation, the clown smashed the floor. The floor shattered, creating a huge hole that went through several levels, and the clown dove straight down. Seeing Gui Tong and Dan Gok running, he thought this was all ending way too easily. The clown moved forward, using his power. Zhang Yuan pointed a gun at his own head, and the people around him also committed suicide in unison. Gui Tong and Dan Gok stood facing him. A bullet flew out and hit Dan Gok right between the eyes, and he collapsed. The clown was confused by the switch and couldn't find the signal chip either. Lin Zile walked on alone, thinking that if you can't abandon anything, you can't fight back. He stood before a door, then suddenly raised a hand to his neck, letting the clown enjoy a little surprise he'd left behind. Lin Zile linked his consciousness with Gui Tong, and Gui Tong immediately launched a powerful slash at the clown's neck, which surprised him, since it was just an NPC. The operator reported that Lin Zile had gotten inside. The clown took down Gui Tong with one hand and cried out in alarm. "What?" Lin Zile held a long sword and yelled furiously, "All of you can just die." The panicked clown immediately ordered a retreat, absolutely determined not to let Lin Zile get inside. Outside, the spaceship started up, preparing to leave. Confident that he wouldn't let them escape, Lin Zile shot forward. He landed on top of the spaceship and plunged his sword into its roof. The spaceship slowly took off amidst a cloud of smoke and dust. He had only one thought: you're all going to die. Using his sword, he slashed a large hole and quickly jumped inside. Lin Zile started moving, determined to give them a taste of what it's like to become a zombie. He smashed open some kind of box. Inside the box were vials of medicine with various flavors, but they were terrifying. He thought to himself, "This is all for your benefit, you bastards." The communicators panicked because the spaceship was damaged. They wanted to flee quickly, but the clown refused. With no other choice, one of them shot himself in the head, determined to make Lin Zile pay the price. Blood splattered as the clown slowly collapsed. His remaining body was inside a glass incubator. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Zile was still planning to settle the score with him. The person who had just contacted the clown stood beside him, repeatedly talking about leaving, but the clown wouldn't let anyone escape. The man ignored the clown, walking away as he spoke. The clown immediately sent him flying, criticizing the bunch of them for being useless. The spaceship system blared a warning about an illegal intruder. The screen showed the clown, sarcastically telling Lin Zile he didn't know his own limits and was trying to defy fate. But Lin Zile wasn't afraid at all, challenging him to a life-or-death battle. The clown wanted him to come to the door of the Pluto mech, but Lin Zile suspected he wanted to use the spaceship's power to kill him. The clown said he'd give him a chance because he was the most formidable golden finger user he had ever met. He acted magnanimously, saying he would allow Lin Zile to live if he won. Lin Zile didn't care. He just wanted the clown to go in first. Seeing the clown enter, Lin Zile had no intention of fighting him head-on. He used the controls, determined to kill the clown in the most dishonorable way possible. On the spaceship, Lin Zile sat at the control panel. He didn't detect any movement and didn't think it would end so quickly. The door opened and the clown slowly walked out, covered in blood, saying that Lin Zile couldn't fool him. Lin Zile tried to use the computer system to destroy him, but the clown said he was acting like a vandal in someone else's house, showing no class at all. He spoke with growing anger, then lunged forward and smashed through the wall. The spaceship immediately exploded into pieces. The two traded barbs, one was cornered, while the other asked what it felt like to fight an android. The clown considered those to be Lin Zile's last words. Lin Zile immediately rushed forward to seize the initiative, but the clown was furious that he couldn't even take a little lesson. He wouldn't let him be so insolent, and Lin Zile was sent flying. Although he was enraged and wanted to kill the clown, he was injured and coughing up blood, unable to do anything. The clown casually mocked him. "You think you can do it alone?" With just a slight flick of his finger, Lin Zile was lifted into the air. He was thrown far away, crashing into a skyscraper, and spat out more blood. Quick as a flash, the clown shot towards the building, grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and threw him again. His body flew through the air, smashing through several buildings in a row. When he finally hit the ground, Lin Zile couldn't even get up. The clown gripped his chin tightly, mocking him. "All that big talk, and this is all the power you have." The spaceship was falling. Lin Zile struggled to open his eyes. He suddenly spat in the clown's face, enraging him. The clown went berserk. "I'm done playing. You can go die now." The clown stomped hard on Lin Zile's leg, causing him excruciating pain, cursing him for being useless. His agonizing screams echoed as the world suddenly went quiet. The clown was kicking and punching Lin Zile, all while cursing the useless fools in the control room, the very people whose accounts he himself had collectively banned. At that moment, a murderous aura erupted from Lin Zile. The clown realized he should have killed him sooner. Lin Zile had now entered a serious fighting state, saying he would pay you back 100-fold. Lin Zile exclaimed, "You've lost the power of the spaceship." Then he smirked, "You're nothing but an ant." Zhou Wenyu, hearing this, taunted him. "Do you really think you can kill me here? Die!" Zile roared in anger. He struck with such force that a massive explosion erupted, heavily damaging the building. The man lay motionless on the ground. Wenyu struggled to say, "I'll be back." Lin Zile delivered the finishing blow. "Maybe in your next life." He coughed up blood, and a strange smoke suddenly billowed from Zhou Wenyu's mouth, making Lin Zile feel that something was wrong. Zile turned to leave. That brat transferred his consciousness again. Elsewhere, a test tube shattered, and a human body stepped out from within it. He ran urgently, determined to destroy his consciousness from the very root. Lin Zile walked on, sword in hand. He opened the door and entered the central control room. At the same time, another announcement sounded, warning of an imminent crash. All members immediately moved to spaceship number 4865. Zile typed frantically on the keyboard, cursing under his breath. "Are you trying to take me down with you? Damn it, you're dragging all of Blue Star down as your funeral offering." Lin Zile wiped the sweat from his brow. He made up his mind. "I must completely, utterly, finish you." Just as Zile opened the door, he ran into Wenyu again. He looked at him for a moment and then praised him. "Your reaction time is pretty fast." Zhou Wenyu took a chip from the body lying on the ground. Then he inserted it into himself. But even so, Wenyu smiled. "I will definitely destroy you." Zhou Wenyu's eyes suddenly glowed, and a beam of light shot from them straight towards Lin Zile's arm. He himself realized something was wrong. "Damn it, he's aiming for my right arm." Zile popped the glowing gems into his mouth. "Do you really think you can beat me before the ship self-destructs?" Wenyu pressed his advantage. With the support of the spaceship's overloaded energy transport, crushing you is all too easy. He punched Lin Zile in the face. "Going against me without knowing your own limits. You were destined to die." Zhou Wenyu slammed Lin Zile's head into the ground. He stood up, thinking all he needed to do was escape to another spaceship and then come back. Suddenly, a series of warning notifications appeared before him. "Please evacuate immediately. Self-destruct sequence initiated." This caught Wenyi completely by surprise. Damn it, don't tell me he transferred his consciousness too. He looked closely at Lin Zile's face, only to find it had vanished at some point. The decoy body suddenly began to swell. Helpless, Chu Wenyi cried out, "No, don't." Chu Wenyi was blown away as the system announced. Power diverted to self-destruct sequence. Teleportation function temporarily disabled. He screamed desperately, "I can't die." Then, he clenched his jaw, his eyes glowing as he stared ahead. Chu Wenyi said, "Luckily, I kept another body in reserve. I'm just laughing at how brainless you are." The panel began transferring his consciousness into the body in the containment pod. He continued, "The lifeboats haven't arrived yet, so I still have a way out." But Chu Wenyi gasped in shock as the system issued a warning. Controlling a body that possesses its own consciousness is a violation of spaceship protocol. Lin Zile's eyes opened. He shattered the containment pod and stepped out. Then, he slowly cracked his neck. And Lin Zile mused, as expected, "This body feels the most familiar. I don't know where you are, but thanks for leaving it for me." Immediately, Chu Wenyi fell to his knees and begged, "Please, give me back this body. I'll revive you in another consciousness chamber." He turned away, completely uninterested. "If I hadn't modified it to look like me, you wouldn't have even had the chance to see it." Hearing this, the man retorted, "You think you can escape? The teleportation channel is already closed." Lin Zile just winked and smiled in reply, "That this spaceship has lifeboats. I knew that ever since I was on planet Juang. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." Chu Wenyi lunged forward, ready for mutual destruction as the warship exploded. People nearby saw it and began to gossip. The military must be up to something shady. Exactly. They're probably even conducting experiments in there. How arrogant. At that moment, a spherical escape pod landed in a nearby clearing. Lin Zile opened the hatch and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. He said happily to himself, "Blue Star, I'm back." Looking at his reflection in a mirror, knife in hand, he began his analysis. "Thanks to deconstructing the spaceship, I know this body like the back of my hand. / Lin Zile cut his own face. "This way, the system probably won't notice me anymore, right?" 3 years later, two strangers stood before a particular mansion. They demanded repeatedly, "Why won't you let us in? I just want to see if the rumors are true." The butler at the door tried to stop them. "Everyone who goes in never comes out, young man." Before he could finish, one of them sliced the butler's head off. Just an NPC. Why so talkative? They then brazenly walked into the house. Seeing Lin Zile watering plants, one of them sneered, "So this is the hidden character? How ordinary." He then charged forward to attack. "Let's see what you're made of." Instantly, Lin Zile managed to block the attack with his sword, and Lin Zile sighed. Another golden finger user. His other hand gripped 2 explosives and threw them at the man. The attacker wondered, "What is this?" Lin Zile just smirked. "Just wait to die." At the same time, the warship high in the sky announced, "Security system breach detected. Please contain your grief." "Yeah,